Chapter 1. Inside an apartment in the Diamond District of Gotham City. Leon patted the shoulder of the Latina beauty beside him. Is it Liz? Or Sally? My name is Maggie, darling. The Latina beauty, with her shiny black hair, lazily turned over and looked at the young and strong Leon with a radiant smile, saying, Want more, darling? She didn't mind that Leon got her name wrong after all. They were just getting to know each other. At first glance, everything was quite satisfactory. The Oriental wasn't as boring as rumored. Instead, he knew how to have fun. In this indifferent city of Gotham, it was rare to find a hint of warmth. Her curvy figure wriggled under the covers, becoming intensely heated. Leon glanced at the clock on the wall and quickly suppressed his thoughts. As much as I'd like to, I should remind you that you need to leave. Why? The Latina beauty was taken aback, her brilliant smile suddenly turning a bit awkward. She thought she had already charmed this young Oriental, but it seemed he was composed enough. Leon quickly got up, his clothes gradually covering his muscular body, and said, My daughter is coming back. What? Maggie was startled and quickly got up. Her sudden movement bounced her in front of Leon, and she only intended to play, not to take responsibility. She didn't bother with anything else since they were already familiar. She put on her underwear as fast as she could in front of Leon and then slipped on her dress. Watching her flee in a panic, Leon found it amusing. Actually, it's my daughter. He deliberately didn't say more, wanted to see the other person's reaction. As expected, she fled in a hurry. No one wants to be a backup, after all. Not long after, there was a knock at the apartment door. Leon had just tidied up a bit in the room when he heard the sound and hurriedly opened the window to the maximum before going to open the door. A girl with blonde hair, about 1.6 meters tall, stood at the door. Kathy, just 13 years old. She looked at Leon and commented, Godfather, was that fierce lady your new girlfriend? Your taste is getting more and more one-dimensional. You only like those with good figures. Although the girl was only 13, she had an age-inappropriate maturity due to her ethnicity, with a hint of heroism on her face that couldn't hide her sorrow. Caught red-handed by his goddaughter, Leon felt somewhat embarrassed. Kara, you saw that? I have supervision, so next time you bring a woman home, at least let her clean up. Kara Zor-El rolled her eyes. In her eyes, the world was detailed. The dust in the room, the creases on the bed, and other traces were all clear to her. Even the scent that filled the room as she walked in, despite Leon's efforts to ventilate, was overwhelming due to her recently acquired super breathing, giving her senses beyond the ordinary. Leon paused, realizing he had to be more cautious in the future. This wasn't good for the child's growth. Kara, listen, you need to control your abilities. I know. Kara entered the apartment. It wasn't large, with just a living room and two small rooms, totaling barely over 60 square meters. She tossed her backpack onto the sofa and plopped down. The old sofa sagged under her small frame, as if wrapping her up. I don't want to see just a pile of bones and flesh when I look at you. Nor do I want to smell the sewage everywhere. The air in Gotham is really terrible. Listening to her complaints, Leon could only smile helplessly. He sat beside Kara, stroking her blonde hair, and said, Hang in there. Maybe after a while, you'll be able to control your abilities freely. Gotham was a city you couldn't escape once you entered. It was the city of crime, and even though it was just a bridge away from Metropolis, it felt like heaven and hell apart. Kara remained silent. She still didn't know why she had these changes. Could it be because she was a Kryptonian? Leon knew, but couldn't say it outright. After all, without professional research, no conclusions could be drawn. Kara had only arrived on Earth 6 months ago. At that time, Leon had just arranged to go out with a rustic white girl when she canceled, and he saw a meteor in the sky. Before he could make a wish, he saw the meteor heading towards him, nearly scaring him to death. However, when the meteor landed, he realized it wasn't a meteor, it was a small spacecraft. When Leon saw the iconic S symbol, he immediately understood. After all, this world had Gotham. At that time, he wasn't in Gotham when he crossed over. He was in some remote town in Ohio. The boldness of a traveler is great, especially since he knew what was inside and was ready to welcome the little Supergirl. Then he discovered a blonde girl in her early teens staring at him with caution inside the spacecraft. It wasn't Kal-El in the ship. It was Kara Zor-El. At that moment, Leon realized he still had a system. The Godfather system. So he managed to coax Kara back home, making her believe he was the first human she saw on Earth. But the good times didn't last long. A mysterious agency came knocking. Fortunately, Leon was cautious enough to take Kara and go on the run before they could capture her. The two relied on each other, and he naturally played the role of a godfather. If it weren't for that damned system, Leon, not yet 30, would have certainly made Kara call him Oniakan. They wandered for a while and then arrived in Gotham. Gotham City was a mix of people filled with a large number of smugglers, undocumented immigrants, and violent individuals, with the highest crime rate in the U.S. and the highest proportion of the mentally unstable in the world. Moreover, the entire city was rife with various gangs. Penguin, Scarecrow, Joker, Bane, and others had divided Gotham's territory cleanly. For instance, the Diamond District they were in was the Penguins' territory. But despite the downsides, the only upside was that in a city full of undocumented immigrants, Leon and Kara were quite safe. While gangs were like vampires, they also served as a sort of protection. They had been in Gotham for 2 months, and Leon and Kara adapted quickly. He found a job, and Kara was sent to Gotham High School, thus receiving an Earth education. Coming back to his senses, Leon asked, "Are you hungry? I'll make you some noodles." Noodles again? Now when I see my classmates and teachers, I feel like they are giant noodles. Kara made a goof face. Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth. Don't they look like bones and flesh? After receiving sunlight for a short while, Kara began to exhibit astonishing potential. First was her strength. She could easily lift a car and throw it like a shot put. Keep in mind, she had only been under the sun for a few days. Then her body began to become as tough as steel. This also made Leon think of a term, a steel body. Shortly after arriving in Gotham, Kara's other abilities began to manifest. For example, super breath, and recently, supervision at a T first. Whenever she saw anyone, she would instinctively feel nauseated, because in her eyes, everyone is left with nothing but bones, muscles, blood vessels, and veins. Just listening to Kara's description made Leon feel uncomfortable. The most precious human shell had lost all its significance in her eyes. Everyone was so naked. And this was enough to drive anyone to despair. Yet it happened to a 13-year-old girl. She locked herself in her room, although it had no real effect. At least it provided some psychological comfort. Kara managed to endure it, and now she could barely control it. Perhaps because she was still young, these abilities emerged slowly rather than all at once otherwise. Kara would have definitely gone crazy by now. Godfather. Kara shook Leon's arm, appearing to be acting cute, but her words were unrelenting. According to what I learned in school, this is child abuse. You can't make a child eat noodles for every meal. If this were on Krypton, you'd be thrown into the Phantom Zone. As an outsider who already had childhood memories, Kara undoubtedly missed her time on Krypton. She shared many interesting stories about Krypton with Leon, giving him a better understanding of it. Of course, the last statement was definitely an exaggeration, but Leon surrendered, saying, "Then let's order pizza." Yay! The blonde girl cheered and hugged Leon tightly. Ouch! Leon winced. "Dear, you're going to crush me." Kara chuckled and released him, sticking out her tongue. Godfather didn't mean to. Humans are truly fragile, and the things they create are no different. When she first gained her powers, she would break anything with just a little force. All right, go to your homework. Leon patted her head, knocking it lightly like a hard-headed kid. Gotham High School, although named after Gotham, isn't a very good school compared to a prestigious school like Lewis Memorial School. It's far inferior. But the latter is an elite school, and Leon didn't have the means to send Kara there. So, Kara received a joyful education, and her learning depended entirely on her initiative. But for a Kryptonian girl with a super brain, is learning really that hard? So, Leon made a call to order a pizza from a restaurant run by an Indian family on the next street, and found Kara distracted. Leon didn't intervene much after spending some time with her. He had gained some insights into parenting. The more he forced Kara, the less she listened. So it was better to let things happen naturally. Leon sat on the couch, not interested in the content on TV, and opened his system panel. Name, Leon, daughter, Kara Zor-El Affinity 49. Ability, none affinity reaches 50 to extract daughter's ability, 80 for a second extraction, and 100 for a third extraction. It was very simple, but also very powerful. Powerful because his daughter is Kara, Supergirl. After nearly half a year of interaction, it wasn't easy for Kara to go from distrustful to having nearly half an affinity with him. Perhaps because she experienced the destruction of her home, Kara was more vigilant, gloomy, and sorrowful than most children. It was very difficult to reach her inner self. And the reason Leon was teaching her well wasn't just for rewards. He saw a responsibility in Kara. This was Supergirl if she were adopted by bad people and instilled with their evil and chaotic values. What would this world become? So, from the first moment he saw her, Leon felt his responsibility to help her develop a normal worldview and to grow up healthy and happy, at least when she grew up, she wouldn't become a complete villain. Leon was well aware of how terrifying the people from his homeland could be. And Kara was a true Kryptonian. She could be the ancestor of humanity. About half an hour later, the pizza finally arrived. This was just from the next street. If it were farther away, Leon doubted it would even arrive. The delivery person was a simple Indian man, dark-skinned, who looked like he had walked a long way. Leon tipped about 15% and called out, "Kara, dinner is ready." Incoming. The listless Kara perked up, immediately dropping the pen in her hand and finally relaxing her tightly furrowed brows. Leon wasn't particularly interested in pizza, But unfortunately, his cooking skills were too poor. No, he had no cooking skills at all before meeting Kara. Before he crossed over, in a place where takeout was so developed, he firmly believed that if a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, S.O. The most he could do was make instant noodles. He couldn't even boil water. Cooking was a life skill he had only learned during this time, and he had been teased by Kara for it. If it weren't for having a child, Leon wouldn't have done something he would have never thought of doing before. To him, cooking felt like a waste of life. Go wash your hands. Leon patted Kara's small hand. Kara flinched a little, although it didn't hurt. It seemed to have become a habit. She hurried to rinse her hands with cold water, gave them a quick scrub, then took a deep breath and blew on her small hands. Whoosh! Kara! Leon's angry shout followed. The windows rattled as if responding to this hurricane, swaying wildly. Kara immediately shrank her neck and admitted, I didn't expect it to be so windy, I just wanted to dry them. Godfather, can you be gentler? Although Kara's attitude wasn't sincere at all, Leon's anger subsided when he saw her like this. He had no choice but to patiently say, don't use your abilities until you can control them. And besides, I can't even hit you hard. Leon had already grown tired of hitting her hand because it hurt him instead. Only if Leon held kryptonite would it be possible to hurt Kara. Although Kara was mature for her age, she was still a teenage girl, and her emotions changed as quickly as flipping a book. She sat at the dining table, her dried hands immediately reaching for a slice of pizza. Leon wasn't interested in pizza, especially during the early days after crossing over. He felt like he was going to have health problems after eating several days of white people. Food at S.O. he would rather learn to cook than eat white people food. Unfortunately, he had no talent for it and could only boil noodles till now. In going out, remember not to open the door for anyone who knocks, and don't expose your abilities. Go to bed early, it's good for your health. As night fell, Leon reminded Kara, who was staying home. I know. Kara pouted, but how long do I have to endure this? Am I supposed to just stand by and watch while others are in trouble? This was a question worth discussing, but Leon, who was busy heading out, didn't have time to ponder it deeply. Maybe, he casually replied before closing the door. Kara looked at the tightly closed door, recalling the inspirational literature she had seen in her textbook today. Today, if you do not extend a helping hand to others, tomorrow, others will watch you with indifference. Sometimes, she didn't know whether the Godfather was right or if what the book said was correct. Gotham is an island that stands in stark contrast to Metropolis, filled with Gothic architecture. Similar to Metropolis, Gotham has many bridges and tunnels connecting various administrative districts. The Diamond District is located in the southern part of Gotham, with Miller Harbor and the river running through Gotham just a bit to the north. Below are the territories of the Street Demons Gang and the Scum Club, and further down is the infamous Gotham Harbor. Leon knew this so well because on his first day at work, he was advised not to venture into the territories of other gangs. The nights in Gotham are always overcast, as if thunderclouds are rolling in, ready to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. The disparity between the rich and the poor is particularly prominent in this city, where various livelihood issues have long since become entrenched. Those who cannot survive are like ghosts of this city, appearing on the streets as night falls. Leon didn't dare to walk into dark or sparsely populated areas. Even though this was the territory of the Penguin, there would always be some reckless individuals. After all, even the Waynes, who almost controlled this city, had people daring enough to shoot them. Walking under the lights, Leon received many gazes, but he felt completely safe since some people recognized him. However, just as he was about to reach his workplace, two robbers suddenly sprang out from an alley. Both wore clown masks, seemingly enthusiastic fans of clowns. Asian, put out everything valuable, one said, holding a switchblade, while the other had his hand in his pocket, clearly gripping something. Seeing the clown masks made Leon's heart skip a beat, but he still spoke up. Do you have a criminal license? Criminal license? When did committing a crime require a license? The two robbers were suddenly taken aback, exchanging glances and finding it somewhat ridiculous. At that moment, Leon noticed someone approaching from his side, which made him feel more at ease. In Gotham City, known for its simple folk, people never panicked at the sight of a robbery. Chaos was the daily norm of the city, and that was gone. Leon said calmly, so what if there isn't? Do you want to die? Take out everything valuable. The two guys wearing clown masks approached Leon, waving their knives in the air to intimidate him. But Leon stood his ground. This was the Diamond District, territory belonging to the boss Cobblepot, and without his issued crime license, no one could commit crimes here. A large man in a black suit appeared behind the two, speaking words that felt tense. But it was the truth. The Cobblepot that the large man referred to was none other than the infamous Penguin. In Penguin's territory, if you wanted to engage in criminal activities, you had to have a crime license issued by him. Who? The two masked criminals immediately turned their heads. But in that instant, the large man struck. He He delivered a knee to the abdomen of the man on the left, instantly incapacitating him, and then immediately snatched the knife from the hand of the man on the right. He turned it around and stabbed it into the man's shoulder. Thud! Ah! The masked criminal immediately cried out in pain. Frank, be careful, Leon quickly warned. The criminal on the left, who had been knocked down by the large man's knee, pulled out a handgun from his jacket. In the next moment, Frank's massive foot came down on him. Crunch! Two idiots. Frank showed no mercy, smashing the heads of both men together, knocking them out cold. Seeing blood was too normal for them. Even Leon didn't blink. Let them fend for themselves. Frank, being so large, took a breath and said, Leon, want a ride? Of course. Leon happily got into Frank's car. After all, in a way, they could be considered partners. But Leon would never accept that label. He stubbornly insisted that they were just colleagues. Getting into Frank's black sedan was much faster than walking for Leon. Before long, they had already arrived at their workplace. Iceberg Club. Leon looked up at the massive nightclub, feeling no waves of emotion inside. This nightclub had been around for a long time. It initially started as a way for the Penguin to escape his identity tied to the mob. Now, it had quickly evolved into a place that combined the functions of a bar and a casino, instantly becoming a breeding ground for criminals and a place for the Penguin to launder money. One must not forget their roots. At the entrance stood two big men in black suits, just like Frank. Boss Cobblepot had a rule that his subordinates must be dressed in suits, even if they were just going to net CAF to play games. These people were suit thugs. Two security guards greeted Leon and Frank. The boss is already here. Hurry inside. As soon as they stepped into the Iceberg Lounge, it felt like stepping into a dance hall from the last century. The Penguin was a nostalgic person, and the classical songs and decor reminded him of the past. However, further inside, it became lively. There was a huge iceberg that gave the lounge its name. On stage, a beautiful woman was singing and dancing, while below were countless gambling tables with various games available. Next to them were walls adorned with slot machines and televisions showing horse races. Countless gamblers and socialites moved through the space, waving their cash and shouting wildly. Women dressed as socialites in high-end gowns and high heels clung to their male companions, cheering them on. Suited bodyguards stood by, watching the crowd vigilantly, while waitresses dressed as bunny girls moved around, allowing guests to indulge, stimulating the hormones of the opposite sex. Leon and Frank said their goodbyes and walked toward the bar on the other side. Frank, the big guy, was very honest and also quite violent. He was fiercely loyal to Penguin. As for Leon, he was a bartender at the Iceberg Club. Coincidentally, he had worked in this profession in his previous life. And since he was undocumented, he couldn't find other means of making a living, so he ended up at the Iceberg Club. Most job positions in Gotham City were connected to the renowned Wayne Enterprises, which controlled every aspect of the city, from livelihoods to healthcare, from municipal projects to real estate, and from pharmaceuticals to arms. One could say that Wayne Enterprises in Gotham City was like the Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City. When Leon first arrived in Gotham, he actually went to Chinatown. Almost every major city in America has a Chinatown, and Gotham was no exception. Since Leon couldn't use his real identity and was seen as undocumented by his employer, he was assigned to wash dishes at an extremely low wage. To be able to stay in Gotham, Leon accepted the job. It turned out that washing dishes for 3 months in America wouldn't buy him a villa. The moment his boss found out that he was taking care of a teenage girl named Carla, he nearly got arrested by the Gotham Police Department. The restaurant owner, also of Chinese descent, didn't hesitate to call the police, claiming Leon was a copper fetishist. The reason was that Carla was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white girl, and it was impossible for Leon to be related to her. In this distorted country, the less one had, the more they emphasized certain things. They stressed the protection of children precisely because children were severely persecuted, and every time such incidents occurred, they were taken very seriously. Since then, Leon no longer trusted so-called fellow countrymen. After leaving Chinatown, Leon brought Carla to the Diamond District and ended up blending in at the Iceberg Club. After changing into a servant's uniform, the head bartender immediately found Leon. Leon, Mr. Victor was here earlier and asked for someone to bring him drinks. The head bartender said this, and Leon naturally understood the hint. I'll go. No problem. I know you're good at mixing drinks. Liang's bartending skills are just average, mainly because he knows many recipes. This alone is enough for him to receive preferential treatment at the Iceberg Club. After searching the wine cabinet for a while, he found a Bordeaux red wine from France and specifically Mixaglass. He then prepared other drinks and hurriedly carried them into the corridor of the Iceberg Club. The bar and casino outside are merely a cover for the places inside. Leon carried a plate to the end of the corridor, where 2 men in suits stood outside the door. The Penguin considered himself a gentleman, so his subordinates were also gentlemanly criminals. I delivered wine to Mr. Cobblepot. Leon said a few words to the two people. Both of them knew Leon and immediately opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the voices inside stopped abruptly. There was a long table inside, with several people seated around it. Leon glanced over and immediately saw many pictures and information on the board, but he only took a quick look. It had nothing to do with him. He hurried to the main seat at the table. The person sitting there appeared to be middle-aged, short in stature, and extremely overweight, with a nose as long as Pinocchio's. Nevertheless, he was still dressed in an elegant black suit, leisurely smoking a cigar, with a sharp black umbrella placed beside him. This was the Penguin, Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot. Mr. Cobblepot, this is the new wine we just prepared. Leon was the first to take down his glass, and to stand out, he used a better goblet. The Penguin man first picked it up and sniffed it, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. My favorite Bordeaux. Leon, you are from Huaxia, right? Yes, Mr. Cobert. Leon nodded. Even when facing Gotham supervillains, he remained calm. I appreciate your attentiveness. Just like you never call me Mr. Penguin. The Penguin, Cobblepot, showed a friendly smile. Because you hate being called that, and I think that title is disrespectful to you, Leon replied. You really dare to call him Penguin in front of Cobblepot, even if you don't know how to write the word death. Yes, respect. The Penguin clapped. Even you know to respect me, but some people don't. He suddenly turned to a young man in a black suit. Tommy, what did the stupid son of the Falcone family give you to make you betray me? A bald man in a suit, who had appeared behind Tommy at some point, grabbed his hair and slammed his head down onto the table. Bang! In an instant, the young Tommy's front teeth were knocked out, and blood filled his mouth. The bald man wore a sinister smile. If he had hair, he would certainly be a handsome white guy. He was Victor Sass, the most trusted henchman of the Penguin, Cobblepot. He was a killer, rumored to count the number of people he had killed on his own body. Boss Cobblepot. Tommy was frightened to the point of being dumbfounded. His teeth gapped as he stammered, It wasn't me, it wasn't me. His excuses made the Penguin lose patience. The Penguin elegantly sipped a delicious Bordeaux, then wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and said, Tommy, I hate people who do things but want to admit to them. I heard you were a filial child. Please don't do this, Boss Cobblepot. It's because he threatened me with my mother. I didn't want to do this. At this moment, Tommy was crying, tears and saliva flying. My mother can't lose me. She's already half paralyzed. Please forgive me. Hearing this, the Penguin seemed a bit angry. You betrayed me just because of an old lady. Tommy just cried in pain, not daring to speak against his double standards. Don't worry. I promise your mother will be safe. The Penguin then said. Victor, who was holding Tommy's head, understood and dragged him down. The unfortunate Tommy kept begging for mercy. With a loud bang from behind, there was no more sound. Leon lowered his head, and during his time working at the Iceberg Lounge, he came to realize the darkness of Gotham. But days like today were still rare. Everyone said the Penguin was brutal, cunning, and selfish, but he treated his subordinates well. Especially those who hung around with him at the Iceberg Lounge. They had gained quite a few benefits. Do you know what the most detestable thing in this world is? Betrayal. It is like a cup of poison, slowly seeping into your bright red heart, causing it to wither. After finishing his speech, the Penguin, Cobblepot, waved at Leon. This made Leon breathe a sigh of relief, as he quickly placed other drinks in front of everyone. Just as he was about to step out, the Penguin remembered him again and asked, Leon, I hear you have a daughter? With a sigh in his heart, Leon stopped and replied, Mr. Cobblepot, she is my adopted daughter. What about her parents? They are in heaven. What a poor child. Is she filial? Leon looked at the Penguin man, Cobot, and said, I think so. She is very filial. This made the Penguin man laugh happily. You see, I just like obedient children. In a hallway, Leon ignored the young couple hiding in the corner, frantically gnawing at each other, and pushed the door back into the club. The deafening music was still full of passion, and the crazy men and women were immersed in the game of money. Leon returned to his bar. Before long, the big guy Frank came over. What do you want to drink? Leon asked, Well, this might be the last time I drink the cocktail you made. Frank smiled, which made Leon pause. What do you mean? Seeing Leon instantly on guard, Frank chuckled, Don't overthink it. Boss Capote said that you'll be the bar manager of the club from now on. Leon relaxed. He knew there was no way to refuse. This was the territory of the Penguin. Moreover, the Penguin believed that his dutiful goddaughter was Li Ang's weakness. The Penguin liked to use people with weaknesses. Why aren't you happy at all? Watching Leon skillfully mix drinks, Frank asked, with Boss Cobblepot, you won't have to worry about women. I'm not worried now either. Leon didn't say it out loud, but helplessly said, being a manager means being the first to arrive and the last to leave. Working overnight every day. Moreover, there's a possibility of encountering criminal incidents involving penguin people. Of course, it's just a possibility, because the Iceberg Club is a legitimate and compliant regular club. Look on the bright side. At least your salary has increased. A manager can earn $1,000 a month. Well, that's the only good news. Leon handed a drink to Frank. Before long, all the waitstaff at the bar knew about it. So, including the previous bartender, anyone who had a moment would come over to congratulate Leon. After all, they were colleagues. And Leon just went along with it. Leon, are you free tomorrow morning? Let us have a drink together. A waitress dressed in a bunny outfit approached, teasingly leaning next to Leon. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, fitting the description of a beautiful white woman. However, when Leon saw a customer slip a tip in her neckline, he naturally lost interest. Or rather, most of the people at the Iceberg Club were like that. A bit of small talk was enough. It wasn't worth delving deeper. So, Leon smiled and said, I have to go back in the morning. I have someone at home. As the night deepened, the number of people at the Iceberg Club began to dwindle. By morning, it had finally quieted down completely, with all the gamblers and drunks having left. After a busy night, everyone was a bit tired and just wanted to go home and rest. Leon was the same. Although staying up all night didn't count as staying up late, he was already extremely tired. As for the penguin, Cobblepot, Leon hadn't seen him all night and didn't want to know what he was up to. This was the real mafia, and Leon had no interest in their dealings. So, after most of the employees had left, Leon finally decided to leave. Gotham was safer during the day than at night. Although the sky was still dark and sunlight struggled to break through the clouds, there were fewer people daring to commit crimes during the day. Gala, time to get up. Upon returning to his rented place, Leon opened the door and shouted. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no response from Kala. He first took a sip of water, then leisurely made his way to Kala's room. The door was tightly shut, indicating she was probably still in bed. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door, but still no response from Kala, and Leon's expression changed slightly. The door to Kala's room was locked, but that didn't pose a problem for Leon. He went to his own room and climbed out the window. They were renting an old-style apartment, which had a steel staircase outside for safety access. In America, this was referred to as the ladder of life. Leon cautiously approached the ladder, peeking through the window of the room, and indeed saw no one inside. Still disobedient, he sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness like that of a father facing a mischievous child. However, this situation had happened many times before, and Leon was not flustered. Instead, he continued up the stairs. The old building they rented had no elevator and only 5 floors, so it didn't take long to reach the rooftop. The rooftop was spacious, and he could see Kara at a glance. She was wearing her pajamas, which had a Spider-Man mask printed on them, standing at the edge of the rooftop with her head slightly tilted back and her eyes half closed. Her golden hair was blowing in the gentle breeze, looking somewhat messy. Spider-Man was Kara's favorite superhero because, in the comics, he was a good friend of the neighbors, and that made her want to become a superhero like him. When Leon first saw Marvel Comics, he was a bit surprised, but then he realized that Marvel was very popular in this world. Perhaps it was really because of the existence of superheroes that so many people knew about Marvel. However, it was clear that this was purely a DC world, and Marvel superheroes only appeared in comics and other works. Kara, what are you doing? Leon shouted several times before Kara finally heard him. She opened her eyes, turned her head, and looked at Leon with a dazed expression, as if she were deaf. Those who didn't know would think she was about to take a leap of faith. Father, Kara exclaimed in surprise, but her expression was slightly pained. What's wrong? Leon hurried over and pulled her down from the edge. He saw Kara bury her head in his arms, her voice changing. This world is so noisy. Just last night, not long after Leon left, Kara, having nothing to do, was getting ready to sleep early. Suddenly, she heard sound from next door. First, there was the bang-bang of impacts, which then grew louder in her ears. In an instant, it felt as if countless voices were rushing into her ears all at once. Even with the wall in between, even from several streets away, she could still hear conversations. Soon, the voices she heard multiplied, even including the thoughts in others' minds. Mind reading. Leon immediately thought of this when he heard Kara's words. But in fact, this is a manifestation of super hearing in Kryptonians. When super hearing is at its strongest, she can hear everything, anywhere. For example, right now, Kara immediately hugged Leon and said, Godfather, do you read amazing comics? You even know about Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. This made Leon's expression darken. First of all, there is no Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters in this world. I was just expressing a sentiment. And Kara, could you please not listen to other people's thoughts? That's exactly what he was thinking just now. If only there were a Professor X in this world. I could send Kara over and let the old professor help her learn to control her powers. As a result, Kara immediately knew. The feeling of having someone know what you're thinking is terrible. It's like being completely naked without any defenses. If I don't listen to you, there are countless voices drilling into my ears. Kara said aggrievedly, I'm trying to control my ability. Please don't send me away, Godfather. Seeing her like this, Leon felt incredibly soft inside. I promise, Kara, no matter what happens, I will be with you. Liang's serious demeanor moved the young Carla deeply. Carla had only been in school for 2 months, but she had missed almost half of that time. If this happens again, I will immediately expel Carla. Even though the teachers say she is very smart. A stern woman's voice came through the phone, scolding fiercely. Leon had no choice but to smile and say, Principal Juliet, this is definitely the last time. Kara suddenly got sick. Mr. Leon, can't you come up with a different excuse? You've used the sick excuse several times already. At school, Kara had already been labeled as weak and sickly. But the problem was every time during class, Kara appeared to be very healthy. At most, she was just a bit gloomy and quiet. After much persuasion, Leon finally managed to get Kara a leave of absence. After hanging up the phone, he went to Kara's room and saw her lying on the bed, covering her ears with a pillow. However, it was obviously no use. Her eyes were wide open. Leon was also feeling a bit tired at this moment and said, Kara, if you can't sleep, get up and eat something. At this time, all Leon could do was to provide her with a bit more companionship. Perhaps the most important thing was to take her to a place where there were no people. This way, they could minimize distractions and get accustomed to their abilities. But the problem was, unless Leon changed his name to Bruce Wayne, he didn't have that kind of financial capability. I'm not hungry. It was obvious that Kara was becoming increasingly agitated. The noise around her was so chaotic that it felt like her head was about to explode. There was no other way, so Leon could only call and order a few tacos from a nearby shop. When the delivery arrived, and she saw it was tacos instead of noodles, a slight smile finally appeared on Kara's serious face. Thank you, Godfather. Leon also had a taco. After she finished eating, she touched her soft golden hair and said, Rest well for a few days. Carla nodded. Back in her own room, Leon closed the door, but didn't dare make too much noise. Instead, she quickly lay down to sleep. She had closed her eyes all night. She wasn't made of steel and was already exhausted. But at that moment, a scene appeared before her that energized her. Name, Liang, disciple, jar la zorel, affinity elli. Ability can be used once. Liang immediately felt awake. It had been a few months since he received his golden finger, and now he finally had something to show for his efforts. He felt a sense of fulfillment. Therefore, without much hesitation, he chose to draw. In his impression, anything related to a lottery was about luck. If luck was bad, no amount of mysticism would help. The target of his draw, Supergirl. Abilities, flight, super hearing, super healing, heat vision, super breath. Kara had too many abilities for Leon to take in at once. The sun provided Kryptonians with comprehensive enhancements. Almost every conceivable aspect had superpowers, and Leon could draw one of them. He suddenly felt like he wanted them all. The draw was successful, and he gained the ability, super physique. Super physique, basic enhancements across various aspects of physicality, such as super strength, super healing, etc., with limits that would continue to strengthen as he absorbs solar energy. Physique encompasses various aspects, including strength, speed, endurance, etc. Suddenly, Leon felt wide awake, even feeling as though he could break the bedboard. His previously fatigued body seemed to have become as hard as iron. Opening his eyes, he saw the world magnified, with clear black dots on the ceiling. There were also enhancements to other senses. However, unfortunately, super physique did not include heat vision or super hearing. But thinking that Kara didn't have heat vision either, Leon felt relieved. As a father figure, one must leave some dignity for their daughter. Moreover, in Gotham, having a good physique is the most important thing. Otherwise, facing the likes of Bane, who could easily break backs, and Batman, who claimed to never kill but only cripple people, having a good body was essential. However, upon reflection, with the presence of the Joker and the Riddler in Gotham, intelligence was also very important. One could only say that Gotham was incredibly cruel, forcing people to develop comprehensively. But having something was better than having nothing. Excitedly rolling around in bed for a while, Leon decided it wasn't appropriate to experiment with his new abilities at home, so he fell into a deep sleep. In the next room, Kara heard everything clearly. Since Leon was the closest to her, she forced herself not to listen to his thoughts, but even so, the sounds of him rolling around were very clear. She didn't understand what Leon was so excited about. After a while, she finally heard his breathing as he fell asleep. Kara couldn't help but think about the little moments she shared with Leon. She had already been over 10 years old when she arrived on Earth. Children at that age have a certain understanding of the world and their own values. Produce. Having personally experienced the destruction of Krypton and carrying memories and habits from her home planet made her initial integration into Earth life quite challenging. It was only thanks to Leon's immense patience that she was able to adapt to life on Earth. He taught her the Earth languages, not just English but also his native Chinese. He would personally cook for her, although Kara had grown tired of noodles. He also played games with her, making her feel like family. Because of this, she gradually accepted Leon, who in her eyes was her only relative on Earth. But even so, Kara still occasionally thought of everything from Krypton. After all, that was her hometown. One could say that Kara and her cousin Superman were completely different. When Clark came to Earth, he had no memories of Krypton and had considered himself an Earthling his entire life. But Kara found it hard to do that. Childhood memories often influence one's entire life. Especially after she discovered her uniqueness, she increasingly felt different from Earthlings, making it difficult to truly integrate. Under Liang's guidance, she could only carefully hide her abilities and disguise herself as an ordinary person. Because once a hint of her power was exposed, those around her might see her as a monster. For Kara, this was exhausting. It seemed she was destined to be different. Thinking this way, Kara also started to feel a bit sleepy, and as her drowsiness deepened, the noisy sounds around her began to fade and no longer affected her. Kara knew this was because she was gradually gaining control over her abilities, just like her previous supervision and super breath. At first, her eyes could almost penetrate any material, allowing her to clearly see everyone's bones and organs. But eventually, she had mastered it, right? So, Kara didn't pay attention to the sounds fading away and fell asleep. After all, regardless of how things went, she would eventually master these abilities. She just didn't know why they appeared. Was it just because she was a Kryptonian? In fact, Leon didn't sleep for long before waking up. Because his physique had been enhanced, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he felt energized. Previously, he would have needed to sleep until at least 5 in the afternoon to wake up, and he would rely on an alarm clock. Moreover, after waking up, he would go through a period of lethargy. Of course, if he had scheduled something ahead of time, the situation would have been different. For man, the difference is significant depending on whether he has a partner or not. But regardless, being full of energy is key to accomplishing great things. Just like Bruce Wayne, who had to juggle being a playboy during the day and transforming into the Dark Knight at night. Leon began to doubt whether he was even human and if he ever needed rest. Leon didn't make much noise. After entering the living room, he glanced at Kara's door, which was tightly closed. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to see through the door, nor did he have super hearing, so he didn't know if Kara was asleep. The enhancement of his physique mainly improved his physical qualities. His eyesight had indeed improved a lot. He used to be slightly nearsighted and couldn't see well at a distance. But now it was as if he were wearing magnifying glasses. He could clearly see even a mosquito flying by. It just wasn't miraculous enough to see through everything. His hearing was similar. It was as if his ears had been emptied, able to detect even the slightest sound of wind, but he didn't possess the mind-reading abilities that Kara had. Those might belong to a separate ability. After all, Kara's powers were activated slowly. Subsequently, Leon went out to buy dinner. Gotham was a large city with a population of over 3 million, almost as large as the neighboring metropolis. Therefore, food from all over the world could be found in Gotham. Leon deliberately chose not to take a car and instead started jogging. He felt as if there were winds at his feet, each step seeming to shake the ground. A light jump in the deserted alley felt as if he could break free from gravity and fly. His super physique made him feel an extraordinary power, as if he possessed an incomplete Kryptonian bloodline, still able to absorb solar energy. This was the most remarkable aspect of Kryptonians. They could continuously grow stronger and had an inexplicable biological force field. If it weren't for the need to take care of the child, Leon would have loved to find a secluded place and indulge in the thrill brought by his extraordinary powers. Not long after, Leon passed through the Diamond District and arrived at Chinatown. After such a long distance, he felt no fatigue at all. Carla had a high tolerance for Chinese food, and children generally loved bold flavors, with her tolerance for spice even higher than Liang's. So, Leon found a Chinese restaurant that hadn't changed much and ordered a few dishes. Most of the workers in the restaurant were Chinese, and Leon felt as if he were seeing his former self. If he hadn't been reported, he might still be washing dishes in some Chinese restaurant instead of working at the Iceberg Club. After eating at the restaurant, Leon packed the leftovers for Carla and then went home, placing them on the dining table in the living room. Seeing that the front door was still tightly closed, he felt that Carla must have fallen asleep. Considering that although the child was a Kryptonian, she hadn't slept all day, he decided not to wake her and instead went to work. After all, he had just become the bar manager yesterday, so he needed to be proactive today. There were no incidents like the robbery that happened yesterday along the way. In the Diamond District, the Penguin does not allow random robberies or violent crimes. The Iceberg Club. The club had already opened before Leon arrived, but guests were not yet allowed in. It was still early, but there were already a few customers lining up outside the club. The Iceberg Club is a very famous place throughout Gotham. As soon as Leon arrived, he noticed that there were unusually many Penguin gang members on guard today. Each of them was dressed in a suit and tie, holding weapons to varying degrees, and there might even be guns hidden beneath their suits. What happened? Although he was now the bar manager, many of the gang members still ignored Leon. Only those who had previously tasted his cocktails spoke up, saying, "Someone is provoking us. Don't make a scene once you go inside." Leon was immediately let in, filled with curiosity. At that moment, the club was dimly lit, and as he entered the hall, he suddenly saw blood everywhere. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the blood had turned dark red. Looking up, he saw a corpse hanging in front of the ice sculpture in the hall. It was an elderly white woman, her neck and arms wrapped in white cloth, with obvious wounds from sharp instruments on her body. The blood had already drained away, making her look terrifying like a mummified corpse. No one went to move the body. Everyone kept their distance. All the staff huddled to the side, their faces showing either fear or shock as they stared at the corpse, with no one having any interest in working. Leon is no exception. Although it's Gotham, such a scene is rare. Moreover, it can easily cause physical discomfort. Several maids can be seen retching on the side or simply hiding away, too afraid to look. Leon quickly walked to the bar area. "You all go to the back room. Don't stay here." He didn't know what they were thinking, but the Penguin's men actually let ordinary employees in. Hearing Leon's words, these ordinary employees belatedly ran to the back room. The big guy Frank saw this and walked over. This bunch of idiots is definitely going to get scolded by Boss Cobblepot. Upon hearing this, Leon's expression grew serious. "What's going on?" Frank simply replied, "She's Tommy's mother." Upon hearing this name, Leon immediately understood. Tommy betrayed the Penguin and was first dealt with by Victor, but Penguin Cobblepot also said he would take care of his mother. Clearly, this was not the way to take care of her. It was obvious that someone took advantage of the Iceberg Club's closure to come in and do this. Therefore, this was seen as a provocation, a demonstration, and a slap in the face to the Penguin. This is the Mafia. Not only do they easily get into trouble themselves, but their families can also be affected. Leon no longer asked further. He wasn't interested in such matters, as long as they didn't affect him and Carla. It could be said that Liang's only concern in this world was Carla. He wouldn't care even if it were the end of the world. Soon, the Penguin arrived. He was in a special car, and his umbrella was propped on the ground like a cane, accompanied by his loyal henchmen, including the bald Victor. When he was a child, the Penguin's father died of pneumonia after being caught in heavy rain. His mother insisted that he always carry an umbrella, and the dutiful Penguin complied, even enduring ridicule. Up until now, no one dared to mock him again. Thud, thud. The sound of the umbrella hitting the ground was heavy, like the tolling of a death knell. "Boss!" The minions in the Iceberg Club instantly stood up. Almost everyone present was dressed in black suits, making them look like a group of Wall Street elites rather than street gangsters. Moreover, Gotham's gangs have a characteristic of often organizing themselves into families, such as this time's opponent, the Falcone family. The moment the Penguin saw the scene, his face turned frosty, and he spoke. In Gotham, anyone who hears the surname Falcone must be cautious. Once upon a time, the Falcone family was a massive family that controlled all of Gotham, and both the legal and illegal realms had to heed the Falcone family's power. The Falcone family was once a towering presence in Gotham City. The mayor and police chief at that time colluded with the family's leader, Carmine Falcone. Even the mayor and the police chief had to obey Carmine Falcone's orders. Carmine Falcone was known for his ruthlessness and expansionism, earning him the nickname the Roman, and the Falcone family was once referred to as the Roman Empire. However, all glory is in the past. Just like many old Gotham families, the Falcone family has also seen better days. Although Carmine Falcone has retired, his daughter and son remain active. The Penguin, Cobblepot, has countless grievances with the Falcone family, which have continued to the present. The Falcone family's foolish son lured someone to betray him and slapped him in the face, infuriating the Penguin. However, he quickly controlled his emotions, and as he walked, he increasingly resembled a penguin, waddling back and forth. This matter would not end quietly. The Penguin Cobblepot used his umbrella to support himself as he walked to the center, stepping into a pool of blood without caring that his shiny shoes splashed blood. His feet were turned outwards, making him look particularly comical, but no one dared to laugh. Tommy is a good kid. He is filial to his mother and a good partner, sincere to his friends. I believe he will also be a good husband and father. But the Penguin, wearing a top hat and tailcoat, began his passionate speech. The damned Falcone family has harmed him, taking away his young life. And now they have cruelly killed his mother. His sinister gaze swept over his henchmen. Some looked flustered, some were still haunted, but more were filled with anger. To avoid future discord, the Penguin Cobblepot immediately shouted, "We must make the Falcone family pay in blood for their debts. I will definitely retaliate against them." "Yes, boss." The crowd of henchmen roared in unison. Then, the Penguin raised his arm and called out, "For Tommy! For Tommy!" Almost everyone shouted along, as if they were on the side of justice. To fit in, Leon also raised his arm. The Penguin Cobblepot nodded. What gang families fear most is a lack of cohesion. Once the hearts of the people scatter, it's basically on the verge of collapse. You can all disperse now. With a wave of his hand, the henchmen scattered. Then, the Penguin looked around and said to Leon, "You are the bar manager. You will handle this matter next." This left Leon somewhat helpless, but he could only nod. To avoid conflict, he asked, "Mr. Cobblepot, what should we do?" The Penguin Cobblepot replied calmly, "Our Iceberg Club is a legitimate, law-abiding establishment. In the face of such criminal incidents, we naturally have to call the police. Although we maintain order in the Diamond District, when it's time for the police, we still need to let them handle it. Otherwise, what do we need them for?" Not long after, several police cars arrived outside the Iceberg Club. At this point, the guests waiting outside still had no idea what had happened. They only knew that the club had not opened its doors yet. With the arrival of the officers, a police cordon was quickly set up outside the Iceberg Club. An experienced and handsome police captain got out of the car, flashed his badge, and asked the staff, "GCPD, who called the police?" The Penguin's suit-clad henchmen had already left. Only the staff and the manager remained. As he said, the Iceberg Club is a legitimate place, at least legally. "Captain Gordon, I call the police." Leon stepped out from the crowd. Just a moment ago, he had to comfort a few timid maids. "It's you." James Gordon immediately asked upon seeing Leon. "How is Kara?" "She's fine. Thank you, Commissioner Gordon." Leon smiled. Although they weren't old acquaintances, they had met before. At that time, Leon was reported for copper smelting and almost ended up in jail at Gotham Police Department. In the end, it was Kara who used her age advantage, crying and causing a scene at the police station, which caught the attention of Commissioner Gordon. After understanding the situation, James Gordon helped them register their information and even assisted Kara in finding a school. His actions deeply moved both Leon and Kara. At that moment, James Gordon patted Leon on the shoulder and said, "I'm a father too. This is what I should do." The lovely Kara reminded him of his daughter Barbara, which is why he helped Leon and Kara. Although Kara had no identity information at the time and was undocumented, it was just a small matter for James Gordon, who had already become commissioner. "Are you working at the Iceberg Lounge now?" Hearing James Gordon's words, Leon replied, "Yes." He didn't say much more because James Gordon's expression was unusual. Before James Gordon became commissioner, he already knew the Penguin. So, he was well aware of the Penguin's actions and knew that he controlled a vast underground world. Leon is working for Penguin, and he has to have doubts. What is the situation? At this point, the officers have already arrived inside, and Commissioner Gordon immediately asked, "We don't know either. We just found out when we came to work." Leon then spoke up. James Gordon naturally did not believe it. "You all tampered with the scene. There are shoe prints in the blood. Perhaps they had never seen such a scene before and initially wanted to wipe away the blood, but I stopped them, and I didn't touch the body." Leon couldn't possibly say that just a short while ago, the Penguin had given a speech, could he? James Gordon snorted at the remark. Soon, the officers from the Gotham Police Department identified the person. The deceased was identified as Maria Saxon, 58 years old, and she had a son, Tom Saxon, who could not be reached. After hearing this news, James Gordon already had an idea about the situation and immediately asked, "Where's Tom?" Leon answered the question with a non sequitur. "Tommy is a good kid." He repeated the Penguin's words, of course, only the first two sentences. This undoubtedly informed James Gordon that Tommy had once worked for the Penguin. Therefore, James Gordon snorted coldly and said with great disdain, "Good kid? As long as he's not scum, that's good enough." But he did things that scum would do, which affected his mother. "You need to come with us to the police station to make a statement." The officers took photos of the scene and then removed the body, while the staff of the Iceberg Club were questioned about the situation. Only Leon, as the one who reported the incident, naturally had to make a statement. The Penguin had once said that James Gordon might be the only good person in Gotham City. But unfortunately, Gotham is a place that cannot accommodate even one good person. From detective to commissioner, no one knows how many assassination attempts and attacks James Gordon has endured. Although the current Commissioner Gordon is still a good man, he has undoubtedly become much more shrewd and no longer reckless like he was in his youth. However, his hatred for evil has not changed. In the Gotham Police Department's interrogation room, he sat alone in front of Leon, taking his statement. Once the statement was completed, James Gordon immediately asked, "Leon, you should tell me the truth." In the earlier statement, Leon had been clueless. "I know the Iceberg Club is the Penguin's crime scene, and this must be related to his illegal activities. Just tell me and become my informant." Before Gordon could finish, Leon interrupted him. "Commissioner Gordon, you are a good man. Over the years, countless people have told James Gordon this, and he instantly felt uneasy. When Kara and I first came to this city, you helped us. Now, through hard work, we have finally managed to survive in Gotham City, which is not easy. She is studying well, and I am working hard, all just to ensure she grows up healthy and happy." If it had been in his younger days, James Gordon would have done everything possible, even resorting to threats and inducements to get Leon to help him. But now, Commissioner Gordon understood Leon's words. He could not endanger Leon and Kara. This was the shrewdness he had learned. Seeing James Gordon's expression soften, Leon immediately smiled and said, "Of course, I am also a law-abiding citizen. If something happens, I will report it immediately." With the stepping stone, James Gordon nodded and said, "You can go now." Leon stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Thank you, Commissioner Gordon." James Gordon didn't speak, just watched, and eventually reached out to shake his hand. After leaving the police station, it was already deep into the night outside. Leon took a quick look at the Iceberg Club. It wasn't open today and had been cleaned up in no time. Since he wasn't working, he headed home. The Diamond District was tense, so even at this late hour, he didn't see a single robber on the streets. Usually, he would have been blocked several times. Of course, someone as clever as him wouldn't go out. After all, a certain race has astonishing talents in the dark night. As long as they don't show their teeth, they can achieve invisibility. Anyone who encounters them would find it quite troublesome. Bang, bang, bang. With Leon's enhanced body and sharp senses, he suddenly heard the sound of a cloak rustling in the night. Looking up, he saw a black figure passing by on the rooftop. Batman. Leon felt indifferent towards him. But perhaps due to working at the Iceberg Club, he tightened his body and hurried home. The dark Gotham was a realm for tight-fitting costume perverts. He neither wore a tight costume, nor was he a pervert. Godfather. As soon as the door opened, Carla came out of the room. Although children are prone to sleepiness, Carla was indeed gifted and only needed a short amount of sleep to be energetic. "It seems you're better now." Seeing Carla back to her lively self, Leon was extremely happy. Carla covered her ears with her hands and said, with a pop, "I disappeared, but I can still try to listen." Cough, cough. Leon hurried over and hugged Kara onto the sofa. "Kara, have you forgotten our agreement?" Seeing Leon so anxious, Kara couldn't help but smile for a moment. "Of course not. I won't easily use my superpowers." Kara had already decided not to use her mind-reading ability lightly. After listening for so long, she found the world not only noisy, but also full of darkness in people's hearts. This is Gotham, after all. During this time, Kara almost felt depressed. Almost everyone was thinking about how to scheme against those around them or plotting a crime. Therefore, after mastering her ability, Kara immediately blocked out these noises. Under Liang's gentle guidance, Kara shared all of this with him. Liang was glad that he didn't overthink at that time. Otherwise, his character would have collapsed in front of Kara. The heart hides the corruption of the entire world, so it's best not to try to know others' inner thoughts. Leon warned Kara. The ancients said to inquire about actions, not about the heart, and there is some truth to that. As long as one is human, there will always be a dark side within. However, Leon didn't say much more, but prepared to set an example himself. His bad habits had already diminished a lot, except for when he truly couldn't help it. After all, desire is part of human nature. The next day, Kara hurried to Gotham High School to attend classes. The principal's threats were no joke. If Leon had money, he could use it to ensure Kara didn't have to attend classes on time. But clearly he did not. Leon stayed at home to rest and didn't go anywhere. In the afternoon, Carla came home from school and Leon made dinner for her. Carla threw her backpack onto the chair and said, "Godfather, there's an outdoor activity at school this weekend, and the teacher asked me if I would participate." "Why not participate?" Leon was making egg fried rice while following a video, and he asked back. Although he couldn't cook, he could still cook rice. So after cooking the rice, he specifically learned how to make egg fried rice. As for frying dishes, that would have to wait. Kara seemed to be wrapped up in the old sofa. She deliberately played with it and said, "They're all too immature. Don't you have any friends?" No, we don't even have common topics. Kara replied without hesitation. Compared to Kara, who had experienced the destruction of Krypton and was on the run, even her peers in Gotham were indeed too immature. That's just right. Outdoor activities are meant for you to make friends, and maybe you'll find some common topics. Leon scooped the fried rice out of the pan. He felt that Kara was very much like him. In his previous life, when he was studying, Leon also disliked green camps and outings. But after growing up, he realized that participating in appropriate group activities was necessary. Godfather, why do I feel like you want to drive me away? Kara said with a suspicious look. Ahem. Leon suspected that Carla had read his mind again, but he couldn't show it. He knew a French girl who had studied in China. Her Chinese was excellent. And most importantly, she was sweet-looking with beautiful black hair that made him feel very comfortable, and she also had long legs. Leon naturally wanted to arrange a meeting with someone when Carla, this burden, was not around. Carla didn't know that Leon viewed her as a burden, but she was quite familiar with that expression. The small but fierce Carla said earnestly, "It's really time for you to find me a godmother. Otherwise, people will really think you're smelting copper." Leon quickly served the fried rice to block her mouth. Is it good? In the apartment, Leon looked at Kara, who was treating the bowl of fried rice with utmost seriousness. It's really good. If Kara wasn't frowning, Leon would have believed it. How does it compare to the Chinese restaurant we went to before? It's about the same. Kara then swiftly demolished the bowl of fried rice. It's not exactly bad, just a bit bland. For someone who just started cooking, either they don't dare to use spices, or they use too much. Leon belonged to the former. After that, Leon ate a little himself, and thought it was okay. All right, I'm going out to work. Be careful at home. Got it. Although he now had superhuman strength, there wasn't much change in Liang's life. Someone once said that superpowers are not as good as money. Spider-Man Peter Parker still couldn't pay off Aunt May's loan. Superman Clark Kent even had his adoptive parents' farm taken away by the bank. Besides that, many superheroes live modestly. Leon had no thoughts of "I don't eat beef," nor did he want to be a patriot or even a descendant of his ancestors. Especially since this was Gotham. He didn't want to be targeted by some spandex-wearing freak. In his past life, Leon lived a life of low desires, and now it was the same. He just wanted to live a stable life, make his days better, and raise Carla healthily. He was used to being an ordinary person, not some savior. For ordinary people, having a job and even becoming a manager was pretty good, right? As for what the Penguin did, it had nothing to do with him. He wouldn't be morally bound by the saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." Walking down the street, Leon felt his body warm, a sense of strength slowly growing within him. Although Gotham rarely saw the sun, the energy of the sun was everywhere, and Leon was slowly absorbing it. The Iceberg Lounge was open as usual, just like nothing had happened yesterday. As the bar manager, Leon naturally didn't have to do the work himself, unless a customer specifically asked him to mix drinks or deliver them to the Penguin and his crew. However, the Penguin hadn't shown up all day, nor had he seen many of his little brothers. With the Penguin absent, the two managers were the highest authority, but Leon didn't have it any easier. Instead, his workload increased. But for Franklin's sake, he still worked diligently. Soon it was late at night. The number of people in the casino had decreased, all gathering at the bar, making Leon and his team's task heavier. The bunny girl waitresses were rewarded well, their seams stuffed with tips. Boom! Just as everything was in a haze of indulgence, a group of people suddenly entered through the door. This group was well organized and dressed in similar attire. Although they weren't in suits and ties like the Penguin S-men, they were certainly not ordinary. Once they entered, they immediately started shooting at the ceiling. The crowd went into chaos. No one was there to watch the excitement, but instead instinctively covered their heads and fled. Only a few seemed experienced, quickly finding places to crouch down, either in corners or crawling under the gambling tables. Then, the largest gunfight Leon had ever witnessed broke out. Many innocent socialites and debutantes fell, their pristine clothes instantly stained blood red. The few Penguin men didn't sit idly by, but immediately drew their weapons to fight back. The newcomers, on the other hand, were merciless, shooting bullets as if they were free. Leon was not idle either. His reaction speed was extremely fast. When this group of people burst in, he quickly pulled the woman who was chatting beside him down. This white woman claimed to be from South Africa and was not familiar with Gotham yet, planning to invite him to explore Gotham together. Leon hadn't decided whether to agree or not when this incident occurred. Quickly call the police. Leon shouted at her, who was somewhat stunned. If she really came from South Africa, then she had indeed witnessed the American, or rather, the Gotham. The woman trembled as she took out her phone and dialed 911. But the line was busy. Just then, Leon felt a sharp pain in his arm. He raised his hand and saw a bullet mark on his arm, but it hadn't penetrated. Moreover, the mark was healing at an incredibly fast speed. Super physique. What Leon extracted should be the current strength possessed by Carla. Otherwise, bullets hitting the body wouldn't leave a trace. Seeing this situation, Leon was immediately relieved. Indeed, in Gotham, having a good physique is very important. In just this short amount of time, the Penguin's men had been completely wiped out. Originally, the number of people left was already less than usual, and the opponents were elite, so fighting with fewer numbers couldn't last long. For a moment, the entire Iceberg Lounge fell into an eerie silence. All that could be heard were heavy breathing and the sound of a woman sobbing. Come over, gather together, don't move around, or the bullets won't have eyes. We're not here for a massacre, so be smart. After that, these people immediately took control of the scene. With the Penguin's men all dead, the others naturally wouldn't cause any more trouble, but instead obediently gathered together. Miss Sophia, it's safe now. At this moment, a voice spoke up. Top, top. The quiet club was suddenly filled with the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. The sound was small, but with his enhanced hearing, Leon could hear it clearly, even forming a three-dimensional image in his mind, as if he could pinpoint her location. The sound of high heels stopped. The woman had already arrived in the middle. She glanced around, saw the disheveled socialites, and immediately smiled. Don't worry, everyone, although we are a gang, we are not crazy murderers for no reason. As long as you behave, I guarantee you can survive. Of course, don't expect the police to save you. They are as obedient as dogs in front of me. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sophia Falcone. It was clear that some people in the crowd knew Sophia's name, and even those who didn't trembled at the mention of the surname Falcone. Sophia Falcone, the daughter of Carmine Falcone, the legitimate heir of the Falcone family. She was known for her violence and filled with anger, thus referred to as the executioner. Seeing the crowd so quiet, she was very satisfied and asked, "Now tell me, with the Penguin not here, who is in charge here?" She motioned for one of her underlings to grab a bartender, who, frightened, immediately said, "Not me." Then who? The bartender quickly pointed in Leon's direction. At that moment, Leon was comforting a South African woman. Sophia got the answer she wanted, immediately pulled out her gun, and shot the bartender dead with one shot. I hate traitors. Sophia Falcone blew on the muzzle of her gun and smiled lightly at Leon. Sophia Falcone appeared to be around 30 years old. The age of white women is always hard to gauge. Some you think are adults are actually only 15, while others you think are young might already be in their 30s. As an Italian, Sophia's nose was striking, followed by a pair of bright, large eyes filled with anger. Her smooth black hair fell over her shoulders, and she wore a black evening gown, casually draping a coat over it. She looked more like a noblewoman than a gang leader. The muzzle of her gun seemed to casually point at Leon. Liang's body suddenly tensed up. Although he didn't want to take action, he couldn't continue to hide if he had no other choice. If there were no one else around, he would have acted long ago. But with so many eyes on him, if he exposed his strength, what awaited him would be endless trouble. Even Superman Clark wouldn't dare to reveal his true identity, let alone him. Moreover, Leon had family to protect. Don't be nervous. Sophia's voice became magnetic and hoarse. As long as you behave, I won't kill you. No way I would believe you. Leon could only let go of the South African woman and walked over. What is your name? Leon. Leon? Good, call your boss. Leon took the phone that Sophia handed over. He didn't know the Penguin's number, but he knew Frank's. Frank was also one of the Penguin's trusted aides. Soon, the call was connected. Who is this? It's Frank. Quickly passed the phone to Boss Cobblepot. There's been an incident. Frank didn't ask much, just replied, hold on. After a short while, the dark voice of the Penguin came through the line. I hate bad news, Leon. Upon hearing the Penguin's voice, Sophia quickly snatched the phone away. Unfortunately, Penguin, you need to hear this news, Sophia Falcone said into the phone. Sophia. The Penguin clearly recognized her and sounded surprised. You bastard killed our Falcone family members and kidnapped my brother. In return, how about I blow up your Iceberg Lounge? Sophia said angrily. The Iceberg Lounge was the Penguin's most prized possession and achievement. This hit right at the Penguin's weakness. The Penguin fell silent for a long time before responding. It's just an Iceberg Lounge. You don't think I care about that, do you? Despite saying this, anyone could tell he was affected. The Penguin Cobblepot continued. And Sophia, you should be grateful to me. I've helped you eliminate your competitors. The Falcone family will be yours from now on. That's right. Sophia smiled coldly. I should thank you for being such a bastard, but I also need to give my family an explanation. I will make sure your men accompany you to the grave, along with your club. Wait, the Penguin quickly said. If that's the case, I don't want to kill that idiot Alberto. He knows his sister doesn't care about him. Isn't that a good show? Hearing this, Leon keenly noticed Sophia's change in emotions. Clearly, she cared deeply for her brother, contrary to what she had said. What do you want? What do you want, Sophia? Sophia fell silent. She didn't want to reveal her intentions, but it seemed the penguin had already guessed. If she didn't care about her brother, how could her actions be so swift? The penguin had just taken her brother away, and she retaliated against the Iceberg Lounge immediately. This caught the penguin off guard. But penguin, time's almost up, Sophia. What do you mean? Sophia sounded a bit flustered. Then, the penguin cobblepot hinted, if you don't understand, you can go outside and take a look. Sophia immediately pushed through the crowd, signaling Leon to follow her, her gun still pointed at him. Once outside, Sophia trembled. She saw a huge light in the dark Gotham sky, projecting a bat symbol against the clouds. The bat signal. Ha 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 ha. The penguin laughed heartily over the phone. Let's go. Sophia quickly hung up, knowing they couldn't stay any longer. She forced Leon back inside. However, once they entered the club, chaos had already erupted. Boom! With a few deep explosions, the entire Iceberg Lounge was suddenly filled with smoke. Crack! Screams and sounds of bones breaking echoed within the club. Clearly, Batman had already made his move. Damn it! Instead of fleeing, Sophia charged inside. In the smoke, she couldn't see clearly, only catching a glimpse of a shadow darting through the haze. Only Leon remained unaffected. His vision was enhanced, allowing him to clearly see Batman's agile figure. Batman's suit was filled with high-tech gadgets, grappling hooks, a bat cape, projection devices, and a bunch of equipment hanging on him. This wasn't something a rich kid could afford to play with in such a high-end cosplay. It screamed one thing: money, power. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Sophia fired at the shadow. Fall back, she shouted while shooting. Her men quickly responded, retreating and simultaneously firing at Batman. Batman moved with agility, dodging the bullets. When he couldn't avoid them, he turned his back and used his cape to block the shots. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were all deflected, and then he zeroed in on Sophia. Batman lunged towards her like a humanoid bat. Sophia, however, was not noble at all. She immediately ran outside and shouted, Leon, stop him. Leon was not foolish and quickly stepped aside. However, Batman had set his sights on him. Seeing that Leon was wearing a uniform and was very likely a gang member, he showed no mercy and prepared to take him down as quickly as possible before continuing the chase. Faced with the attack, Leon naturally hurried to defend himself. Batman was ruthless, aiming strikes at the joints. It is said that Batman never kills, but for an ordinary person being trained by him, it is almost worse than death. Bang! Leon blocked Batman's attack, which clearly surprised Batman, and then he continued to launch a series of strikes at Leon. As the essence of human combat, Batman is almost proficient in all fighting techniques in the world, and his attacks are sharp, flowing seamlessly. No matter what kind of move he uses, he can launch an attack without any pause. Leon could only respond instinctively, using his own speed. In the world of martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. However, even so, he was still hit several times by Batman, though it didn't hurt much. This surprised Batman. In Gotham, very few people could withstand his attacks. After all, many of Gotham's supercriminals are not known for their strength. Even the Penguin cannot withstand a few moves against Batman. With such abilities, why would you join a gang? Batman stopped and did not continue his attack. He analyzed that although Leon had no combat skills, his sheer physical prowess made it difficult for him to handle. Leon is characterized by his speed, strength, and fearlessness of pain. He seems almost inhuman. Seeing Batman looking at him coldly, Leon immediately said, "Shit, I'm not her person. But you're a member of the Iceberg Club," Batman replied. He naturally knew that Leon was not a member of the Falcone family. It's just to survive. Not everyone is born with a silver spoon. Leon replied coldly. He had been inexplicably attacked, and although the other party was Batman, Leon did not have a good expression. GCPD. Just then, the sound of sirens finally rang out. The officers of Gotham arrived, even slower than Batman. But that was to be expected. Leon turned around and found that Batman had disappeared without him noticing. The officers opened all the passages for ventilation, finally dispersing the smoke, allowing them to see the situation inside. The Iceberg Lounge was nearly battered to pieces, with bullet holes and blood everywhere, and many people were dead. James Gordon said with a grim expression, "These damned gangsters are the tumors of Gotham." Then, they immediately started to secure the scene. With so many dead, there had to be an explanation. Before long, the Penguin arrived. "Jim!" The Penguin opened his arms towards Commissioner Gordon and called out enthusiastically. However, Commissioner Gordon ignored him and coldly snorted. "Oz, was this your doing? How can you wrong the good people?" The Penguin Cobblepot looked aggrieved. The Iceberg Lounge has always been a legitimate and lawful entertainment venue. Who would have thought it would attract others' jealousy? If you were a good person, then there would be no bad people in Gotham. Commissioner Gordon sneered. The Penguin didn't mind and instead looked at Leon and the others. Suddenly showing a friendly smile, you all did well. Bonuses for everyone later, take 2 days off. Then, he went to deal with the Gotham Police Department. Everyone gave their statements. Even the Penguin was no exception. After all, the Iceberg Lounge was his territory. By the time everything was wrapped up, it was almost dawn. At that moment, the bald victor approached the Penguin and quietly asked, "Should we retaliate?" "Retaliate for what?" The Penguin replied expressionlessly. "What benefits would retaliation bring? We are gangsters, not mindless fools. Never engage in anything that has no profit. Of course, we need to appease the brothers." At Wayne Manor, a Batmobile came crashing into the hidden Batcave from the tunnel, sparking all the way. The hatch opened, and Bruce Wayne jumped out first, removing his helmet. "Master, from your stern expression, it seems tonight did not go smoothly." An elderly voice rang out. Alfred was holding a plate with hot coffee and a warm, damp towel. Bruce Wayne's mind was filled with thoughts of Leon. He was someone he had never seen before, and if he didn't investigate Leon thoroughly, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. For him, he wished he could know everyone in Gotham. He picked up the coffee, ignoring the damp towel, and said to Alfred, "I need to investigate someone. I already looked into it for you." Alfred, living up to the title of the butler hero, had been with Bruce Wayne long enough to understand his character. Arriving at the supercomputer, there was indeed information on Leon. He had come to Gotham under an alias and brought a daughter with him. But evidently, this was someone he had adopted. As for his previous background, it was classified official information. Alfred set the plate aside and said, "Master, you need to consider carefully. This could be from some mysterious department." However, before he could finish his sentence, Bruce Wayne had already begun to decrypt the classified information. "Well, you always do this." Alfred had no choice. He was already accustomed to Bruce Wayne's personality. Soon, the file was decrypted. When Bruce Wayne opened the classified information, all the recorded details were immediately revealed. Leon's personal information, as well as his previous life in Ohio, seems rather ordinary. Just the life of a typical American youth, spending his days either flirting or doing nothing. But soon, Bruce Wayne clicks on a satellite footage video. Although the video is blurry, the situation can be vaguely discerned. In the video, a spacecraft lands on Earth, and Leon goes over to it and opens the spacecraft. Then a girl climbs out from inside. "Oh, this is not good." Alfred, with a pure British accent, says, "It seems this girl is an alien." Bruce Wayne nods. Even worse, someone has helped them hide their tracks. Otherwise, they would have been discovered even in Gotham. "Well, should we consider the possibility of aliens destroying Earth?" Alfred jokes, but Bruce Wayne really furrows his brow. Seeing this, Alfred can only say, "Don't be so serious. Maybe she's just a survivor." As Bruce Wayne's butler, he tends to be more optimistic, a ray of sunshine in Bruce's life. "I wonder if there are other aliens on Earth." Leon got a few days off. The Iceberg Club was damaged and obviously needed some renovations for a few days, at least to patch up those bullet holes. Moreover, it was unclear whether the incident would affect the reputation of the Iceberg Club. However, that was something for the Penguins to worry about. Before leaving, the Penguins encouraged Leon a couple of times, seeming to have high hopes for him. With the freshly received bonus of $1,000 in his pocket, Leon planned to buy something for Carla. But even now, as dawn was approaching, most of the shops were still closed. Leon could only go to the nearby Chinatown. As expected, even though it was just past 5 o'clock, the breakfast shop was already open. He bought a few steaming meat buns, along with 2 cups of soybean milk and a few fried dough sticks before hurrying back. Fortunately, the Diamond District was right next to Chinatown, and with Leon's current physical condition, he managed to jog back at a controlled pace without breaking a sweat. "Godfather, are you unemployed?" Carla asked while eating a bun and watching the news on TV. The news was still reporting on the Iceberg Club incident, and Carla knew he worked there. "No, I'm just taking a few days off," Leon replied while eating a fried dough stick. "Godfather, I heard that the Iceberg Club is the lair of the Penguin, and the Penguin is notorious. Even Carla knows about it. However, this is something she learned from her super hearing before, so she's a bit worried about her godfather." Leon sat down next to Kara. "Gotham is full of gangs. Even the Chinatown we often go to is under their control." This made Kara silent for a moment. Then she looked a bit confused and said, "Isn't there Batman in Gotham? Why is it still like this?" "Because he is also a vested interest." Leon chuckled. Unfortunately, Kara didn't understand it yet, but she didn't think much of it. As long as Leon was fine, that was all that mattered. On Earth, the only 2 people she cared about were Leon and her cousin. The reason she came to Earth was to chase after her cousin, Kal-El's spaceship. Now that she had safely arrived, she couldn't help but wonder how her cousin was doing. During the few days of rest, Leon didn't go out for the first couple of days. By Friday, Kara went to school, and in the afternoon, he went out to meet that French girl. She was also in Gotham for work and was employed at a subsidiary of Wayne Enterprises. She had slightly permed curly hair, big bright eyes, and a sweet face. Hello. When she saw Leon, she immediately greeted him in Chinese. Ever since coming to America, she had become somewhat rusty. Is it difficult to get into Wayne Enterprises? Leon glanced at the sign of Wayne Pharmaceuticals behind her, which was very eye-catching. I wanted to join the headquarters, but I didn't expect to be assigned to a subsidiary. Lien replied, but from the expression on her face, it was still evident that she was very proud. Wayne Enterprises has its shadow in various industries in Gotham. Working at Wayne Enterprises is equivalent to being among the elite in Gotham. What about you? What do you do in Gotham? Leon has experienced this many times, so he smiled and said, I'm the manager now. Oh, where? Seeing her relentless pursuit, Leon could only reply, Iceberg Club. Lien recalled the previous news. After a moment of silence, she said, maybe I can go play some time. Welcome. Leon quickly noticed that Lien had suddenly become a bit cold. So, instead of asking to have dinner, he ordered a coffee. Lien also started talking about topics that Leon didn't understand, seemingly indicating that they had no common subjects to discuss. Since that was the case, Leon checked the time and said, it's getting late. I'm a bit tired and want to go back and rest. Lien seemed worried that Leon wanted to continue their time together, especially since it was dinner time, and quickly responded. Leon smiled and said, me too. My daughter just got out of school. At that moment, Lien's expression changed again. She didn't expect Leon to already have a daughter, and she suddenly became more distant. But Leon didn't care what she thought, and casually said goodbye. For this trivial matter, he had come to Gotham's financial district, located at the southernmost part of Gotham, near Blackgate Island. Thinking that Kara hadn't eaten, he called back to tell her he would buy some food. After that, he didn't walk back himself, but took a car. It was clearly faster to drive back to the Diamond District, as it required crossing two other districts, the Municipal District and Gotham's Old Town. About half an hour later, Leon returned to the apartment in the Diamond District with dinner in hand. However, he felt something was strange. What was with this inexplicable quietness? Kada! Leon opened the door and shouted inside. However, the person inside surprised him. Sitting on the sofa was not Carla, but another woman he had seen just a few days ago, Sophia Falcone. Although he knew it was unlikely that anything had happened to Carla, Leon still angrily asked, this is not your place. Where is Carla? He hated situations like this, where someone disrupted their peaceful life. Seeing Leon so anxious, Sophia smiled. Everyone has someone they care about, and she loved using this tactic to control others. However, Leon's furious demeanor startled her a bit. Don't worry, I just had a chat with her, Sophia said with a smile, clapping her hands. Come out, dear. Carla's door opened, and she came out with her hands behind her back, looking at Leon with her big eyes. Godfather. Seeing that Carla was fine, Leon finally felt relieved. He looked at Sophia and said, I have nothing to do with you. What do you want? Sophia stood up from the sofa, feeling uncomfortable sitting down. I saw what happened that day, she said meaningfully. When she left that day, she caught a glimpse and didn't expect Leon to actually stop Batman, which piqued her great interest in him. Otherwise, he would just be a bartender, and Sophia wouldn't care at all. This made Leon stare at her intently. Sophia felt an inexplicable chill, as if she were being watched by a beast rather than a person. Therefore, Sophia did not finish her earlier sentence and instead said, Don't be nervous. I didn't bring anyone else, so you can relax. Hearing this, Carla immediately glanced next door and gave Leon a look. In her eyes, the wall could not block their line of sight, and one could see many people at a glance. So, she looked at the Godfather with eagerness, as if to say, Let me take action. I can defeat them all. Leon shook his head slightly at her. Kara looked a bit disappointed, but still stood obediently to the side. What do you want? It's simple, do things for me. Sophia smiled, her beauty now becoming alluring. The penguin is clueless. What he can give you, I will give you tenfold. If you don't want to do those things, you can just be responsible for protecting me. I will provide you with a very nice house, instead of cramming into this shabby apartment building. And as for Kara, I really like her, and I believe you like me too. Don't you, dear? Kara glanced at her and immediately pouted. Sophia didn't mind. Her big eyes turned to Leon. I will arrange for Kara to enter Lewis Memorial School, and when she grows up, whether she goes to college or studies abroad, I will fully support her. Her words seemed to grasp the lifeline of an old father. Leon felt a stir in his heart upon hearing these words. What he wanted to provide for Kara was a good living environment and a better educational environment. When does a man truly grow up? For Leon, Perhaps it was when he became a godfather. In the past, he had no ideals, believing that life was short and just wanted to live in the moment. But after having Kara, he felt he had grown up. At the very least, he wanted to give Kara the best environment, to let her grow up healthily, to have good values, and to become a superwoman. Therefore, what he looked forward to the most every day was simply seeing Kara after work. Making her happy was the most important thing. Before Kara, Leon felt he could see the entirety of his life. Like countless partygoers in America, he lived in a drunken stupor, indulging in fleeting pleasures. But now was different. So Leon was also moved, but he did not agree to Sophia. Instead, he said he needed to think about it. Sophia was not surprised. She did not expect Leon to agree so easily. If he had, she would have been hesitant to use him. If it was that easy to betray the penguin, he would easily betray her in the future. Thus, with a graceful demeanor, Sophia took her leave, dressed in a cream-colored women's suit. No one could tell she was an executioner. What did she say to you? Leon immediately asked Kara as soon as Sophia walked away. Kara came over and said, "She asked about you. I don't like her godfather." "Neither do I." "Then why didn't you let me take action?" Kara asked. To this, Leon had to patiently explain. It's not just about not letting Kara do it. She needed to understand why she couldn't. She is the leader of the Falcone family. If you expose your strength, we want to be able to stay in Gotham. And do you want to flee like before? Kara immediately pursed her lips, understanding the reason behind it. She then said, "Then if I wear a mask like Spider-Man, can I be a superhero?" Kryptonians can psychologically hypnotize and even confuse others with glasses. Therefore, the Superman family never needed masks. Leon thought for a moment and said, "You are not like Spider-Man." "Then like who?" "You are just you, one of a kind." Leon pinched her cheek. Carla was cute, with a bit of baby fat on her face. Even though she was only in her teens, she was quite charming. "Godfather, let's not agree to her. I think living here is great, and any school doesn't matter to me." With her super brain, Carla could remember everything after just a glance at a book, so an elite school was of no use to her. However, Leon knew that the most important thing about a school was the environment. "Let's eat first." Leon remained non-committal. On the weekend, Carla went out early in the morning. She was participating in a 2-day outdoor activity with her school, which was a rare opportunity for Leon to relax. Although he was used to being with Carla, he cherished this chance. He was already prepared to stay out all night. So, Leon took good care of himself, shaved his beard clean, and prepared a proper suit. People say that one's appearance matters. Leon looked in the mirror and thought he still looked very handsome. He had a light lunch and adjusted his mood. But before he could go out, the phone rang at home. "Hello, is this Carla's family?" "Yes." Leon felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to Carla's teacher. He was momentarily stunned, wondering if something had happened to Carla. "Please come to the scene immediately." "What happened?" Leon hurriedly asked. The teacher did not answer but said, "You'll know when you arrive. I'm very sorry." "What are you sorry about?" The call had already been disconnected, and Leon immediately lost his desire to go out and have fun. He quickly went downstairs to hail a taxi, and told the driver the address. The driver was an old white man, and seeing his anxious expression, he asked, "Is it something important?" "Of course, my teacher seems to be in trouble. Please hurry." "No problem, hold on tight," the old white male driver said, and immediately shifted gears, flooring the accelerator. Therefore, the originally short distance was covered in just 20 minutes. Coventry, located north of Robinson Park, is in the center of Gotham, and it's a rare area without gang activity. The activities of Gotham High School were originally planned to go to the metropolis via the subway bridge, but unexpectedly, something happened before they even left Gotham. "We're here," the old white male driver said. $34. Leon simply took out 2 20s, equivalent to giving a tip. After all, the other party had been driving aggressively. "Thank you, have a nice day." The driver immediately smiled, but clearly, it would be hard for this day to be pleasant. Leon got out of the car and looked up to see the famous Arkham Asylum across the river. Arkham Asylum is located on the outskirts of the city, resembling a small island built like a prison. The asylum is separated from the rest of Gotham by the Gotham River to the west, with only 3 bridges providing access. Leon did not pay much attention to this prestigious institution filled with talent, but instead focused on the situation by the Gotham River. Several police cars were parked here, and a school bus was stopped by the river, where many students were huddled together, crying, while teachers were comforting them. "She is truly a monster. I don't want to be classmates with a monster. It's too terrifying. I want to transfer schools, oh my God." The voices of discussion reached Liang's ears, and he immediately walked over. "Ms. Emma." Leon quickly found Kara's teacher. "Mr. Liang? Kara is over there." Teacher Emma immediately pointed to the side, where Kara was sitting alone on a chair, and the other students dared not approach her. Leon felt an inexplicable pain in his heart upon seeing the situation, and then he walked over quickly. He saw Kara soaked to the skin, but given her physique, she clearly wouldn't catch a cold. Yet she was still holding on to him tightly. Seeing her in a hurt and vulnerable state, Leon quickly embraced her. His suit was instantly drenched, but he didn't care. What happened? Kara? Godfather. Kara immediately burst into tears in his arms. I'm sorry. After so long, Leon had never seen her cry so sadly. Even when recalling everything about Krypton, she was merely filled with melancholy. It's all right now. I'm here. Leon quickly stroked her golden hair to help her calm down. Only then did he find out what had happened. It turned out that when they were by the river, the school bus suddenly lost control, and the driver, in a panic to avoid oncoming traffic, ended up in the river. At that moment, Kara forgot Li Ang's words and revealed her abilities, reaching out to help these people. She single-handedly pushed the submerged school bus back up, which, of course, was witnessed by all the students and teachers. Then the scene unfolded. Kara became a monster. Listening to the students still discussing Kara, Li Ang felt an indescribable anger inside him. He even thought extremely that these people deserved to die. He was startled by this thought. Perhaps this is what it means to possess a weapon and have a killing intent arise. Liang used to never have such extreme thoughts. But the fact that Kara clearly saved them, yet was met with ingratitude, made Liang very angry. Even Kara was confused, and she softly said, Godfather, I will never disobey you again. I was wrong. I shouldn't have revealed my powers. Clearly, she felt that she should not have saved them. Even if one person floated while others drowned, no one could blame a child. They would just think she was lucky. Upon hearing this, Liang immediately calmed down. Although he was also thinking about going on a killing spree, that was not the right mindset. Or rather, it was something that Kara should not have. No one wants their children to become murderers, even if deep down they think she can be selfish, at least on the surface. They would want her to be a good person. So, he immediately said to Kara, No, Kara, you did nothing wrong. He cradled her face in his hands, making her look into his eyes. It was they who were wrong, not you. But they all see me as a monster, Kara said, feeling extremely wronged. Even without super hearing, she could hear those unreserved conversations. This made Kara feel very troubled inside. At that moment, the sparkle in her eyes seemed to disappear. She was no longer the spirited young girl. Leon felt an inexplicable pain in his heart and said solemnly, Kara, don't care about others' opinions. To me, you have always been the best, so never stop fighting, never stop being yourself. Gradually, light appeared in Kara's eyes. At that moment, Leon seemed to understand why people hoped Superman would be a cheerful and bright young man rather than a god on Earth. Countless times, Leon had pondered what kind of person Kara should become and how to guide her character. He had told her to learn to endure, to hide her abilities, and to try to blend into this world. But now, he realized he was wrong. Kara should be who she wants to be, whether that is cheerful and bright or a god among humans. As long as she wants to do it, that's all that matters. Leon should not impose his expectations on Carla, as it would prevent her from being herself. Mr. Leon, please come over here. At this moment, Teacher Emma approached. Teacher Emma is a middle-aged woman in her 40s, and it is said that she teaches mathematics. Leon patted Carla and said to Teacher Emma, Can you get them to quiet down? At that moment, Leon looked very serious, which made Teacher Emma inexplicably a bit scared. So she quickly got those annoying kids to settle down. Then, the two of them moved to the side. Mr. Leon, I'm very sorry. Teacher Emma said with an apologetic expression. You should be grateful. Leon said in a deep voice. He already had a premonition. We will all be grateful. Without Kara, we would. But, I'm sorry, this is Principal Juliet's decision. We can no longer teach Kara. Teacher Emma looked very apologetic. Leon really wanted to be angry, but he knew it would be pointless to vent his frustration on a teacher. After all, it was the principal's decision. They are ignorant, fearful, and afraid of the unknown. Even afraid to let Carla continue her studies. I understand now. Leon said indifferently. Actually, your school is quite bad and doesn't do much for Kara. Sorry, mister. Leon, Emma said as she walked away. Back by Kara's side, Leon also thought it through. It wouldn't be good for Kara to continue studying here, as everyone knew about her uniqueness. Continuing to study would make Kara uncomfortable. When Kara saw Leon return, she looked up briefly, with her ears perked up. She heard these words. It's okay. Leon patetkara. At that moment, someone else came over. An old acquaintance. Kara, how's it going? I heard you've done something amazing. What good girl. James Gordon squatted down in front of Kara and patted her on the head. Really? Kara had a good impression of Commissioner Gordon because he had helped both of them. Of course, you saved so many people. You're a hero. Commissioner Gordon encouraged with a smile. Thank you, Kara replied. Commissioner Gordon then said with a smile, I'll borrow your godfather for a moment. I'll have Officer Judy take care of you. He nodded at a female officer who had come over. So, Leon went aside with him. James Gordon looked at Leon with a complex expression. I didn't know she had such abilities. He used to think Kara was just cute, obedient, and sensible. He didn't expect this. This could lead to trouble. Leon replied. James Gordon naturally understood, and then said, I will try to ask them not to speak out. But it's hard to say how effective that will be, as there are too many people who saw it. Kara might have to change schools next. I know. Leon nodded. I will see if I can pull some strings to get her into Lewis Memorial Middle School, which is the best middle school in Gotham. But it's best if she doesn't stand out too much. James Gordon continued. By the way, you don't have an identity, do you? I assume that's the case. You're not like those smugglers. Gotham is a port city, and every year, people come over by ship illegally in droves. Yes. Leon nodded. His proof had already been burned. The purpose was to prevent anyone from tracing it. At that time, he didn't know if it would be effective, but it seemed to be now. At least in Gotham. No one was coming after him. He only heard James Gordon say, I'll do my best to help you get an identity, and also to protect Kara, so she won't be tainted by Gotham. Gotham is a city of crime. Even though James Gordon is the commissioner here, it's still difficult to change anything. However, I believe Gotham will get better. When I first came to Gotham, it was worse than it is now. Commissioner Gordon spoke, giving Leon confidence. At that time, the entire police department was filled with members of the Falcone family and other gangs, and the entire Gotham was corrupt from top to bottom. At least now, the officers are much cleaner and are no longer afraid of those gangs, but are willing to fight back. Leon knew this all too well, but they had little choice. They had escaped from Ohio to here, where they felt somewhat safer. The chaos in Gotham provided them with some convenience. Moreover, they had somewhat gotten used to everything in Gotham. Although Gotham was always overcast, with severe air pollution, and they had to worry about criminals while walking on the streets, and dared not go out at night, Leon and Carla had no thoughts of leaving anymore. They were tired of a life on the run. Thank you, Commissioner. Jim. James Gordon immediately extended his hand and said, Call me Jim. How are you? Carla is very well behaved. She is an angel, the young Officer Judy smiled. Leon and Director Gordon came back, and she naturally went to get busy. Next, the police department would ask all teachers and students not to spread the news. The effect of doing so could only be marginally better than nothing, because the incident had already happened a long time ago, and with so many mouths, it's impossible to keep it under wraps. The only thing left to do is to keep Kara out of their sight and let time help them forget about it. Fortunately, Gotham is a big city with an area of 846, 9 square kilometers, and a population of over 3 million. If they're lucky, they might never see Kara again in their lifetime. In Huaxia, Gotham's area might not even be as large as that of a third-tier city. But in America, this is definitely a big city. After all, Chicago is only over 600 square kilometers, and the metropolitan area is just over 1,000 square kilometers. So, shouldn't Batman show up quickly? Let's go. Leon looked at Carla. Her clothes were almost dry. I had Officer Judy give you a ride. Director Gordon arranged it. After that, Leon and Carla took Officer Judy's police car back to the apartment in the Diamond District. Thank you. Goodbye, Officer Judy. They waved as they got out of the car. Officer Judy also smiled and said, Carla, remember to be good. Once her car left, Carla suddenly said, Godfather, what do you think of her? Well, she's very pretty, but her mouth is a bit big. Leon spoke frankly. Officer Judy had beautiful red hair and a tall figure, but she had a big mouth. Carla rolled her eyes and immediately stopped talking. The Godfather was too picky. He wanted a flawless woman. If Leon knew her thoughts, he would definitely feel wronged. After all, he just felt that his standards were high. He wasn't exactly an ordinary person anymore. Wanting a superhero as a girlfriend wasn't too much to ask, right? After all, with his current physique, ordinary people couldn't keep up. Back at the apartment, the two quickly changed their clothes. Leon thought about how all his preparations had gone to waste, but he wasn't too disappointed. He suddenly thought of something and said to Carla, Let's go. I'll take you out to have some fun. Really? Carla immediately jumped up from the sofa. Leon's work has always been heavy, and after joining the Iceberg Club, he's been working night shifts every day. The two of them only see each other once or twice a day, which naturally isn't enough for intimacy. Now, Leon suddenly feels that taking Carla out to have fun is a good idea, as it would help strengthen their relationship. The little temptresses outside are not worth his emotional investment. The two went downstairs again and took a car to the nearby municipal district. Gotham's Southern Island Division is quite simple, with areas like the Diamond District, Fashion District, Financial District, and Municipal District. The Municipal District is located to the south of the Fashion District, and there is a commercial street at the border of the two districts. Leon and Carla naturally went out to eat, drink, and have fun, while also buying some things. Speaking of which, Leon hadn't bought clothes for Carla in a long time. Girls in their teens are at a stage of growth, and Carla is already almost 6 meters tall. So, Leon first bought her a dress and some clothes. Gotham has a high purchasing power, and buying these cost several $100s. Afterwards, Carla looked at the comic book store next to them and said, "Godfather, can I buy a comic?" "Of course, one isn't enough, buy a few more." Leon smiled while doing a head pat. Hearing this, although Kara was very sad about today's encounter, she felt better now. So, she immediately went into the comic store, but was sensible enough to only buy 2 comics. One was Spider-Man, and the other, Leon glanced at it and saw that it was Captain Marvel. As for Iron Man, without any film adaptations, its popularity was only mediocre, and many people didn't even know that this superhero had a comic. The 2 comics were not expensive, totaling just over $10. When paying, the clerk suddenly smiled and said, "Little girl, would you like to buy the Ghost Spider set? It's only $200, and you'll also get a Spider-Man costume." Although she was tempted, Kara shook her head when she heard the price. "No, I've already read it." Hearing this, Leon immediately hugged her. Carla had never seen Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. This made Leon wish he could instantly transform into Bruce Wayne. That way, he could use his wealth to buy out the entire comic book store for Carla. She really is understanding. The clerk immediately smiled at Leon. Leon smiled and asked after coming out, "Don't you want the Spider-Man suit?" "No, I don't need to wear a mask," Kara said firmly. It seemed like a seed was sprouting in her heart. Leon didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He could only say that Kara was exceptionally mature and understanding. Then, Kara curiously asked, "Godfather, can an ordinary person become a superhero without superpowers or extraordinary abilities? Why is Spider-Man so popular with the public?" "It's because his character is very relatable. Peter Parker is very ordinary, making him feel real and close to our reality. It gives people the sense that an ordinary person can become a superhero." Kara was just wondering if a truly ordinary person could become a superhero. "Of course." Leon nodded. "Which one?" Kara asked curiously. "The pancake hero?" "Huh, why does it feel a bit strange?" Kara looked confused. Kara's intimacy level reached 60. Once back home, Leon received a notification. He immediately felt that he was right to spend more time with Kara. Of course, the intimacy level was a minor issue. The main thing was that Kara was happy. After putting everything away and eating the McDonald's he just bought, Leon felt that no amount of money was enough. The $1,000 bonus he just received had almost been spent in the blink of an eye. Isn't it said that superpowers are no match for cash power? After watching comics for a while, remember to get some rest early. Leon gave a reminder to Kara. Kara nodded, excitedly ran into the room, and closed the door to read comics. Leon tidied up a bit and lay on the bed, starting to contemplate life. Although Carla's emotions came and went quickly, he had to think carefully. There's no need to mention money. Even superheroes don't make money easily. Not everyone in reality is Tony Stark or Bruce Wayne. Leon is now considering Kara's education. She can't continue at Gotham High and wants to go to another school, but that relies on others. As for America having no connections, only a fool would believe that. James Gordon and Sophia Falcone. One is the police commissioner and the other is the spokesperson for the Falcone family. Both have said they can help Kara get into school. And James Gordon is even trying to find a way. Sophia Falcone, on the other hand, is very confident, as if the school were run by her family. Leon feels very troubled by all of this. He even has a fleeting thought of getting involved with Sophia, but he quickly dismisses it. He has to set an example for Kara. If her godfather gets involved with the mob, how can she become Supergirl? The Iceberg Lounge is at least a legally recognized club, and Leon doesn't associate with the Penguin. But if he takes help from Sophia, how could he refuse if she asks him to do something? Just then, Leon hears something fall by the window. Leon is very alert now, getting up at the sound. He went to the window and immediately saw a bat dart stuck there. Batman. Leon felt a tightness in his heart, but he wasn't too surprised by it. Ever since he had fought with Batman, he knew he would definitely be targeted by him. As someone with paranoia, it would be strange if he wasn't investigated. He just didn't expect Batman to arrive so quickly. The events of today had just happened, and Batman already knew. The only question now was, how much did Batman actually know? Leon first listened carefully and noticed that the karaoke from the next room had fallen silent, probably asleep. Then, Leon opened the window and took the safety stairs to the rooftop. Gotham's night was still a bit cool, with a cold wind blowing against him, as if it wanted to penetrate to the bone. However, Leon did not see anyone on the rooftop. Just then, he heard the sound of a cape behind him. Turning around, he saw Batman, whose whole body exuded the power of money, standing right in front of him. What is the matter? Leon opened his mouth to ask. Clearly, Batman was not here to fight. Soon, Batman's deep, calm voice, tinged with an undeniable authority, came through. Take her away from Gotham. I will give you new identities so that no one could trace you. His tone was almost commanding, which annoyed Leon. After all, they were both born of the same parents. Why should he command him? So, Leon immediately laughed. Leave Gotham? Where to? How do we survive? Go to Metropolis. With your abilities, finding a job better than Iceberg Lounge won't be difficult, and she will have a better education there, Batman said solemnly. His gaze fixed on Leon as if he could see through his soul. Thinking about his previous job washing dishes in a Chinese restaurant, and then being a bartender at the Iceberg Lounge for over a month, earning a meager $1,000 to $2,000 a month, Leon felt angry inside. Did he realize how important this bar manager job was to him and Kara? In America, people without identity and residence can easily become homeless with no chance of turning their lives around. Now that he finally had a decent job and was about to get a new identity, how could Leon give it up just because of Batman's words? Finding a better job in Metropolis? Hot knowledge. Metropolis and Los Angeles are the two cities in America with the most homeless people. Not everyone is born into wealth. Leon looked at Batman and said, "We won't leave. I just want her to have a stable life." In Gotham, there is no stability, Batman replied solemnly. It turned out he knew that himself. Your absence is the greatest stability. Hearing Leon's words, Batman remained noncommittal. Given her uniqueness, once she is discovered by people, she will be ostracized and treated as a monster. Someone will kill her. Batman's lowered voice was somewhat frightening, but only irritated Leon. Clearly, Batman knew a lot, even possibly about Kara's identity as an alien. But so what? Everything that happened today, everyone seemed to reject Kara. More than one person had told him that Kara wasn't suitable for Gotham anymore. But really, where would she be suitable? As a father figure, Leon was filled with resentment. Anyone who dared to treat his goddaughter this way was his enemy. Is it the reason you want her to leave Gotham? Leon said angrily, if that's the case, then there is no difference between other places in Gotham. Humanity is foolish and ignorant. Even if what you say will happen, people will reject her and treat her as a monster. And that is because they fear her power. But she can absolutely not be killed. At this point, Leon calmed down. He looked at Batman with a blank expression and said, "She will not be a monster. She will become their god." "Thank you, Batman." Batman was momentarily taken aback. He looked deeply at Leon, knowing that Leon had made up his mind. After Leon finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer and headed downstairs. Looking back, he found that Batman had already disappeared. "Mr. Leon, Kara does not meet our school's admission standards. We hope you can find a better school for her." Leon hung up the phone before he could finish listening. It seemed there was no good news today. Naturally, he wouldn't just sit back and wait. Instead, he called these schools himself. However, unfortunately, without identity or background, these schools would never agree to let Carla enroll. It's important to know that getting into college in America requires recommendation letters, and connections play a crucial role, especially at this time. Leon won't be able to open a path unless he uses cash to smash through it. Otherwise, begging for help won't do any good. He sat on the sofa, holding his phone, looking at the number on it. He hadn't called James Gordon yet. If there was news, he would have reached out to him. Clearly, things weren't going well. Although James Gordon was the commissioner of the Gotham Police Department, he was much more upright than his predecessor, never engaging in corruption, which made some issues harder to resolve. Should he really call Sophia Falcone? But how is that different from calling the Penguin? Both of these Gotham bosses could easily solve this matter, as they had people in power. However, seeking their help would make things difficult for Leon in the future. Godfather, maybe we should forget it. These books are easy. I can self-study, Carla said as she hugged her godfather. This is not a matter of self-study. Leon forced a smile and said, in the environment of American schools, relationships are very important. Don't worry, I will take care of it. Hearing Liang's words, Carla tightly hugged him, feeling guilty. If it weren't for her recklessness, she wouldn't have been expelled from school for exposing her abilities. However, she didn't feel regret. She just thought she needed to be more cautious, and the feeling of saving someone was quite good. At that moment, Liang's phone rang. It was an unknown call. Liang hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call, thinking he would hang up if it was a scam. Is this Mr. Liang? A middle-aged woman's voice came through. Hello, it's me. May I ask who you are? I am Principal Connie from Lewis Memorial High School. Do you have a daughter? Yes. Liang was a bit confused, but replied, this isn't a scam call, is it? Then he heard the other party say, it's like this, you are very lucky. The Wayne Group is currently holding a charitable scholarship event to help those children who have excellent grades but cannot attend school for various reasons. I checked, and your daughter has good grades. Are you interested in enrolling her in our Lewis Memorial Middle School? Leon really wanted to refuse firmly, but seeing Kara next to him looking a bit surprised, he immediately smiled and said, "Of course, we are very willing." Leon hung up the phone, sighing, "Is this what money can do?" The principal of Lewis Memorial High School not only personally called to encourage Kara to attend, but was also extremely respectful, afraid that Kara might not go. This is an elite school in Gotham, one that ordinary people simply cannot attend. And now, not only are they begging Kara to enroll, but they're also offering a full scholarship, waiving all tuition fees. All of this, of course, is funded by Wayne Enterprises. It is clear that all this is because of one name, Bruce Wayne. If Leon didn't know Batman's true identity, he would probably feel just as Kara does now, thinking that happiness has knocked on his door. Such good fortune has fallen upon him. However, Leon didn't voice his thoughts. At this moment, Kara smiled and said, "Godfather, you don't have to worry about me. I will definitely be very careful this time." Leon nodded. This time, even if Kara's abilities were exposed, the principal probably wouldn't expel her, but would simply set up a class for her instead. Wayne Enterprises was truly contributing to society. At that moment, Kara's goodwill towards Wayne Enterprises was at an all-time high. They immediately went online to check, and sure enough, they saw news about this charity event. Besides Kara, many others also received help. The Gotham Daily was praising Wayne Enterprises' decision enthusiastically. Leon couldn't help but admire Bruce Wayne's generosity. He specially made dumplings for this dish of vinegar. But that's just how relationships work. For Leon, it was at least better than seeking out the Penguin or Sophia Falcone. At least Wayne Enterprises is a legitimate, legal organization, not a gang. No longer troubled, Leon immediately said, "Let's go out and have some fun today." "What are we going to do?" Carlotta was instantly delighted. After all, she was still a teenage girl, and having fun was in her nature. "Let's test your abilities." Leon patted Kara on the head and said, "Hey, Godfather, didn't you tell me to hide my abilities?" "Yes, but you also need to know your limits first. That way, when you need to use them, you can do so with ease." Kara felt that the Godfather had changed a bit. It seemed that he was no longer just insisting that she protect herself. For Kara, who had dreams of being a superhero, this was naturally a good thing. Even ordinary children have a day when they dream of becoming superheroes, let alone the already extraordinary Kara. Leon felt that if he didn't let Kara master her abilities, sooner or later she would become the shame of Krypton again. After all, he had just told Batman that they would make Kara their god, a god of humanity. So, the two of them left Gotham and arrived in a more remote area of New Jersey. In fact, Gotham belongs to New Jersey and is one of the few major cities. Many places in America are sparsely populated. As long as Kara didn't cause too much commotion, it wouldn't be a big problem. "Godfather, what should I do?" In the uninhabited area, Kara eagerly asked her godfather. To this, Leon simply replied, "Can you fly?" Kara's eyes widened. She hadn't thought of that, and she became even more excited. For them at that moment, without any instruments, there was no way to measure their limits of strength or speed. And Leon remembers saying, "The sky is the limit for humanity." Of course, that definitely wasn't true for Kara. Encouraged by Leon, Kara crouched down. As her body tensed, an invisible force field seemed to envelop her, with sand and dust swirling around her. Biofield. It could help Kara fly, and could also cover objects she wanted to protect, like catching a person or object falling at high speed. Most importantly, it could protect Kara's clothes from being damaged at high speeds. Boom! Then, Kara released her tense body, and her entire figure shot up into the sky like a cannonball. A deep pit was left on the ground. Even with Leon's keen eyesight, he could only watch as Kara disappeared into the sky. Kara's initial flight was merely an instinctive jump, but it reached several hundred or even 1,000 meters high. For Kara, she felt Earth's gravity gradually fading, the world becoming smaller in her eyes, yet she could still see every corner clearly. At that moment, she felt a sense of breaking limits and soaring freely, like a young eagle wanting to see just how high the sky really was. However, soon, Kara felt gravity again. She rapidly descended, and with a boom, left a large pit on the ground. Seeing that startled people, she immediately stuck out her tongue and jumped again. Playfully, Kara didn't return right away. On her second jump, she leaped even higher than before, but still hadn't learned to fly. The biofield surrounded her, preventing her from getting hurt. On the third try, she finally broke through the clouds and saw a passenger plane flying. "Mom, there's someone on the clouds." A child sitting on the plane, doing nothing, exclaimed as he saw something outside the window, calling out to his mother beside him. The mother turned to look, but outside there was nothing. Just a blanket of white clouds. You must be mistaken. How could there be anyone up this high? The mother smiled and gently patted the child's hair, then began to explain. It's impossible. I saw a person, a pretty girl about my age. The child immediately replied, Oh, maybe you're entering puberty. Do you have a crush on someone? The child blushed immediately at his mother's words. She guessed correctly. He indeed had a crush. Could it really be his problem? Soon, he began to doubt whether he had seen it wrong. Was it a bird or a plane? The child fell into deep skepticism. Kara was unaware that someone had seen her. She was plummeting again at high speed. Unfortunately, New Jersey is located on the East Coast, and the entire eastern side is ocean. So when Kara jumped this time without the biofield supporting her flight, she landed directly into the ocean. Boom! The huge splash was like dropping a nuclear bomb in the sea. If there were professional judges, they would definitely give her a 0 for that dive. Phew! Kara emerged from the water, surrounded by fish that were startled and fleeing westward, desperately swimming away from her. Ha! Ha ha ha! Kara laughed, feeling incredibly exhilarated. She had never been so happy since coming to Earth. Freedom is in her nature. Using her superpowers without any reservations felt so great. It's just a pity that she still hadn't learned to fly. At that moment, Kara saw a fishing boat approaching her from a distance, which brought her back to her senses, and she hurriedly swam towards the shore. She had to go back to school tomorrow. There was good news for Leon. The Iceberg Club had finished renovations, and he would be going back to work. The fact that going to work was good news shows the current state of Gotham's people. Having a job meant being able to survive. When he returned home, he found that Kara had already been waiting patiently at home. Kara had returned faster than him. Godfather, can I try my powers by myself from now on? Kara excitedly asked Leon. Leon, who initially wanted to say no, looked at her eager eyes and finally nodded. As long as she was happy. Okay, but you have to be careful. No one can see you, and you can't tell anyone. Listening to Leon's words, Kara assured him. Don't worry, Godfather, no one can see me. She had already forgotten about the plane she saw earlier. So, have you learned to fly? After Leon finished speaking, he asked. He waited in place for a long time, but Carla did not come back. And since he didn't dare to stay too long in such a big pit, he left first. No, Carla said somewhat awkwardly. I feel like it's still a little short. However, she also didn't know what exactly was still lacking. Leon knew it was the energy of the sun. Kara was still young after all, and Kryptonians had a protective mechanism in their physiology. Just like their superpowers didn't manifest all at once, but gradually revealed themselves. Of course, the most important factor was that Gotham had too little sunlight. Although she could still absorb the sun's radiant energy, it was slower than in those cities with abundant sunshine. If she were in Los Angeles, Kara would probably be flying all over the place by now. Oh no, she wouldn't really become the shame of Krypton, would she? So Leon said, Kara, remember to get more sun in the future. I got it, Kara replied, momentarily stunned before nodding. After all, she knew that sunbathing could help her gain energy. Then, Leon began to prepare dinner. He was trying to make some simple dishes, and the results were quite good. After dinner, Leon said, tomorrow when I get back, I'll take you to your new school. Get some rest. Listening to Leon's usual reminders, Kara felt no impatience, but instead nodded obediently. Walking down the street, Leon noticed that the security in the Diamond District had worsened. Especially at night, certain exceptionally talented races appeared, and the number of robberies under the cover of darkness was too high. After just a few steps, Leon encountered someone trying to rob him. Leon was not panicked. He immediately saw that these were not the Penguin's men, because these people were not wearing suits and ties. Do you have a criminal license? Huh. The stunned robber exchanged glances with his partner. This time, Leon didn't need Frank to step in. If they couldn't even understand their own crime, how could they learn to rob? After Leon finished speaking, he swiftly launched a lightning-fast punch. One person was knocked down, and another hurriedly pulled out a gun from his pocket, but it was snatched away by Leon Crack. With just a little force, the handgun was crushed like a plastic toy. Sleep well. Leon knocked this person out as well. Seeing that Leon was not to be trifled with, the other criminals, who were eyeing their next target, quickly shifted their focus. At a glance, there seemed to be no normal people on the street. In a place like Gotham, ordinary folks wouldn't dare to go out at night. The Iceberg Lounge, after reopening, despite the previous incident, it was still very lively. However, it was evident that the security outside the club had been strengthened. One by one, the little brothers in suits and ties stood outside, and there were even people arranged to observe from upstairs. Ever since the last time when his home was robbed, Penguin Cobblepot had become very cautious about his lair. Of course, the last time was mainly due to Sophia Falcone's quick reaction, and he ultimately didn't kill Alberto Falcone. He only gave him a profound lesson. Leon, I've been waiting for you, Frank said as soon as he saw Leon. What's going on? Boss Cobblepot has called a meeting. Since that's the case, it must be related to the Iceberg Lounge. Upon entering the club, most of the other employees had also arrived, and most of them looked anxious and scared. Damn it, that guy actually robbed me of 20 bucks. These people have no rules. I just got robbed, and not far away, someone else came to rob me. In America, gangs usually have rules. At least in the territory of a gang, a robbery typically happens only once, as long as you obediently hand over the money. Subsequent robbers won't give you a hard time. Therefore, most people carry a few dozen dollars in cash when they go out at night, which serves as a sort of talisman. And in Penguin's territory, as long as these employees say they work at the Iceberg Lounge, those criminals with licenses won't rob them. All right, get ready for work. Leon said something to the bartender and the waitress, then followed Frank inside. As they walked down the corridor, Frank spoke up. Do you remember what I said to you the first time? Of course. Leon nodded. At that time, he had just met Frank and was asking him how to behave at the Iceberg Club. Frank said it was simple. To work at the Iceberg Club, one just had to think of themselves as disabled. And it had to be a severe disability to think of oneself as blind, deaf, and mute. Only in this way could one ensure their safety. Leon did the same. Although the Penguin and the Mafia, specifically the Falcone family, are different, there's still a code of silence. The code of silence means that no matter who it is, they cannot inform the police and must remain silent. This is sacred and inviolable. Under this principle, gang members do not harm family members, only pursuing the individual. For the Penguin, Alberto Falcone undoubtedly broke the rules, which is why he angrily brought people to kill him. This is also why Leon would not inform James Gordon. At this moment, Frank was undoubtedly reminding him to act as if he saw nothing, heard nothing, and of course, to not speak. Anyway, just listening to the Penguin is enough. He knocked on the door. It opened from the inside, and sure enough, a group of suited big shots was already sitting inside. Even Victor Zez had gotten used to this attire. If the lighting weren't so dim and it weren't in a secret room, one might mistakenly think this was a financial industry party. Leon and Frank sat down. After a while, the Penguin, Cobblepot, slowly walked out from inside. He was dressed in a black tailcoat, wearing a black top hat, and his umbrella looked like a cane, swaying as he walked like a penguin. Soon, he set the tone for the meeting. I love Gotham. This is my home, Cobblepot said slowly. My ancestors, my grandfather, my great-grandfather all lived here. My forefathers built this city, and I will not allow anyone to destroy it. It is rumored that Gotham was expanded with the agreement of the Western families. These include the Wayne family, where Bruce Wayne belongs, and his mother Martha Wayne's family, the Kane family. The other two are the famous Elliott family and the Cobblepot family. Although this rumor is exaggerated, these families indeed played a significant role in the establishment and development of Gotham City, occupying important positions in the city's economy, politics, and criminal activities. The Cobblepot family was not always a crime family. At one time, members of the Cobblepot family even ran for mayor of Gotham and were responsible for the city's steel industry. The Wayne family handled construction and transportation, while the Elliott family was involved in media and newspapers, and the Kane family operated in northern Kane County. One could say these families were true billionaires, possessing immeasurable wealth. This puts into perspective how incredible it was for Thomas Wayne and his wife Martha Wayne to be gunned down in the streets of Gotham. Of course, by today, the Western families have significantly declined. Otherwise, families like the Falcones would not have emerged. I have long said that we bring order to Gotham. Even the worst order is better than no order. Cobblepot continued, tapping his umbrella on the ground a few times, appearing quite angry. Look at Gotham now, without our maintenance. All criminals are rampantly robbing the streets, with no order whatsoever, as if in a carnival. I don't know what you have all been doing these days, but now, immediately, go maintain order for me. Throw out anyone without a crime license. Everyone inside fell silent, especially Victor Zash, who walked behind the crowd, as if ready to stab someone in the back at any moment. Leon found it somewhat ridiculous. The Penguin saw himself as the ambassador of Gotham. However, the order he spoke of was also somewhat laughable. His so-called order only allowed his own people to commit crimes. When others committed crimes, it was considered stealing business. As a result, more than half of the people sitting here left. Leon, I heard the drinks in the club are running low. The Penguin Cobblepot approached Leon with what he believed was a friendly smile on his face. Leon was not aware of this and immediately realized he was neglecting his duties. After all, he was now the bar manager. In the past, such matters were not his concern, but now that he was receiving this salary, he naturally had to do the job. I will handle it, Leon said decisively. Good, I don't want the club to run out of drinks. The Penguin Man said no more. If Leon couldn't do it well, then he would be replaced. With that, he left with Victor Sass. Leon pulled Frank and asked, "What's the situation with the drinks?" Frank looked at Leon in surprise. "You're the bar manager, not me," Frank replied with a laugh. "I only know how to drink." With no other option, Leon had to return to the bar and ask the professional bartender. The bartender knew what was going on. The club had to buy liquor from Old Mexico every week. And the reason, of course, was because it was cheap and illegal. Don't be fooled into thinking the Penguin is a good guy. Everything at the Iceberg Club is cheap, but the quality is not bad. The Penguin pursues high quality, but is unwilling to spend a lot of money. In any case, smuggling and crime are as easy for him as drinking water, so he naturally doesn't want to spend money. Therefore, it's impossible for the Iceberg Club to stock up from legitimate chain liquor stores. Even smuggled liquor is a business run by gangs in Gotham. It's just that the Penguin isn't involved in it. It's not like we're in a prohibition era. The profit from liquor isn't as high as in other high-profit industries. So why haven't they stocked up now? Leon opened his mouth to ask. The bartender said, "The supply line has been cut off. Those old Mexicans are in the Old Town, which is the territory of the Demon Gang. Our relationship is tense now, so they won't sell to our club." After hearing this, Leon understood. So now, they either need to get them to sell alcohol again or find a new supply channel. And it has to be a cheap channel. If it's a regular chain store, the Penguin definitely won't be willing. For him, the price is too high. A high price means low profit. Low profit means the Penguin isn't making money. How can he be happy about that? Moreover, the Iceberg Club consumes a large amount of alcohol every day, and if costs go up, it means they're losing a lot of money. Less profit equals a loss. But with Leon's understanding of Gotham, which is actually a lack of understanding, finding a new channel is less effective than going straight to Batman. At least he can find Batman's lair. So, although it seems like a choice between two options, it's actually a single choice question. They need to get them to sell alcohol again. But that's the territory of another gang. Gangs compete with each other, so Leon can't just go over there casually. Therefore, he once again sought out Frank. "Frank, can I borrow your car? Here you go." Without a second thought, Frank handed over the keys. "I mean, you drive." Leon felt a bit embarrassed. This big guy was too straightforward. As expected, Frank agreed, even though he didn't understand. "No problem, but you have to buy me a drink." Frank laughed. His only pleasure was drinking. He wasn't interested in women at all. Of course, Frank was also a very filial person, obedient to his mother. That's why the Penguin liked him so much. The Penguin's crime organization emphasized one word from top to bottom: filial piety. The two of them left the club, which was already lively inside. It was as if the events of a few days ago had never happened, and the party animals were once again lost in drunken revelry. Outside, the Diamond District seemed to have settled down in an instant. The people sent by the Penguin were still useful. At least not everyone could commit crimes now. As the car drove on, there were many fewer criminals on the roadside than before, especially those wearing hats and sneaking around. Those were strictly dealt with by the Penguin's men. It was obvious that such people didn't have a criminal license. Leon agreed with one thing the Penguin often said: even the worst order is better than no order at all. Sure enough, familiar Gotham had returned. Suit-clad thugs passing by whistled at Frank's car. Frank gave them the middle finger in response. Although he wore a suit, his heart remained wild. Gotham's Old Town was adjacent to the Diamond District, located to the south of it. Entering the Old Town, one could clearly see that the buildings were quite old, displaying a more pronounced dark Gothic style than the new constructions. This area was part of Gotham before the decision to expand, and to put it diplomatically, it was filled with a sense of history. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been controlled by the Demon Gang, which Leon had never even heard of. The old Mexicans mentioned by the bartender were a group of Mexicans selling alcohol in the Old Town. Many public intellectuals claim that the Chinese are hardworking and can make big money in America. In reality, there are plenty of hardworking people here like the Mexicans. Most of them are also undocumented immigrants, and they charge even less and work much harder. The key point is that they speak English, which is much better than many language-barriered immigrants. Moreover, the old Mexicans are bold and dare to do anything. For instance, this black liquor factory in front of them operates only at night, with countless bottles being supplied to various clubs and bars. A steady stream of dollars flows in here. And if it weren't for protection, it would have been robbed countless times. Wait a minute. We're the so-called old Mexicans and the promised jobs. Stopped in the black sedan in the alley, Leon and Frank watched for a long time. The shutter of the black factory was open, and there was light inside, but they hadn't seen a single person for a while. Were the hardworking old Mexicans slacking off? Hearing Leon's words, Frank immediately scoffed. These old Mexicans are a bunch of blind fools, not hardworking at all. In the eyes of many, Outsiders are disgusting because they take away many job opportunities. Let's go take a look. Leon unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door, ready to get out. Wait, Frank shouted. This is the Devil's Gang territory. Take this. He skillfully opened the armrest compartment, pulled out a Glock, and handed it to Leon. I'm a big guy. Shouldn't you give me a USP? Leon quietly took it and hid it in his waistband, ensuring that no one could see it. Then, Frank also got out of the car, and the two walked side by side. With Frank, the big guy, beside him, Leon felt inexplicably at ease. Since they were in another gang's territory, they approached cautiously, making no noise. The two exchanged a glance and arrived at the roll-up door. As they got closer, they saw an old Mexican lying on the ground, looking very peaceful in his sleep. But he certainly hadn't fallen asleep naturally. Inside, there were several others sprawled out, all having passed out. They looked a bit worse for wear, some with big bumps on their heads, others with bruises and cuts. What was going on? Frank immediately pulled out his gun. Despite his size in Gotham, being able to use a gun meant you couldn't rely solely on brute strength. Be careful. Leon gestured for him not to move and listened for a moment. He could hear faint breathing sound from inside, followed by a gurgling noise. Were they drinking? It was clear that someone had come to drink at the liquor dealer's place, but didn't want to pay. So the simplest solution was to take these people down, and they wouldn't have to pay. It had to be said, this was very Gotham. He exchanged a glance with Frank, and the two of them walked in. The people inside seemed unaware of their presence. They were still gurgling and drinking as they approached. Was that Harley Quinn? Frank recognized her at a glance. On the other hand, Leon stared for a long time because the Harley Quinn in front of him looked just like a circus performer, wearing a black and red jumpsuit with a headpiece on top. Who are you? Dressed so tackily, you can't be one of Little Pudding's henchmen. Harley Quinn finally glanced at them. Frank looked at his well-tailored suit, feeling mature and composed. Then he looked at Leon's casual outfit. It was clear she was referring to him as tacky. Leon smirked and said, I thought it was someone important. That clown outfit of yours went out of style in the 90s. It's quite sad to see you still wearing it now. This era's circus wouldn't hire you, lady. Damn. The clown girl smashed a bottle and suddenly stood up. She stared at Leon for a long time. Just when Frank thought she was about to strike, he saw her burp and then start dancing wildly like she had lost her mind. You're right. Are you a trendsetter? The clown girl began to circle around Leon, poking his arm with her little finger. Hey, you have to help me change my look so I can win back Little Pudding. He has changed his mind and doesn't love me anymore. This sudden shift left Frank a bit stunned. He was ready to take action. Although he knew he was no match for the clown girl, he was determined not to lie down too casually. Hearing the clown girl's words, Leon realized her situation. It turned out she was a lovesick puppy who had been dumped. No wonder she was drinking alone. So Leon replied, No way. No way. What do you mean, no way? The clown girl looked somewhat angry, making Frank nervous as he subtly signaled to Leon. Leon said, You can't win back the Joker. He doesn't love you at all. How is that possible? Hearing Leon's words, Harley Quinn immediately screamed. You have no idea what he has said to me. He promised to love me until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. She paused, then shook her head. He said a lot more, anyway a lot. If he doesn't love me, who does he love? Harley Quinn had a fierce look, as if she was ready to beat up the third party. Leon said calmly, Of course it's Batman. The Joker has spent his whole life in a love-hate relationship with Batman. How could he change his heart because of you? The fierce-looking Harley Quinn was momentarily stunned by this answer. The woman, filled with doubt, immediately began to think about the cause and effect of the situation. As she recalled in her mind, it seemed to be true, because whatever the Joker does, it is always to go against Batman. Every time Batman appears, he smiles happily. I no longer love you, never again. Harley Quinn flipped outwards like she had completely gone mad. Bang! Then, she fell headfirst to the ground. Phew! Not long after, the sound of her snoring filled the air. Did she drink too much? Frank asked. It seems so. Leon looked around the scene. The Joker had no idea how much she had drunk. Her alcohol tolerance was incredible. What should we do now? Frank asked Leon. Let's get her in the car first. Leaving her here will get her picked up as a corpse. Leon spoke up. Frank listened to him, but he didn't move. You carry her, I dare not. He was afraid that the Joker was pretending to be asleep, and if he touched her, his fingers might get crushed. However, it wasn't the Joker he feared, but the clown. That was a presence that even Penguin Cobblepot found troublesome. This kind of crazy beauty was definitely someone most people couldn't handle. To avoid wasting time, Leon picked up the Joker. To be honest, although she looked very thin, she was actually well-proportioned in the right places. Judging by his keen eye, her size was impressive, but her circus-like outfit didn't make it obvious. Back at the distillery, Leon discussed with Frank and woke up an old Mexican. The Joker hadn't killed anyone. She just used excessive force. An older Mexican, who looked quite aged, was woken up by them. "Don't hit me." Upon seeing Frank in a suit, the old man immediately shouted, "We're the good guys." Leon immediately said, "Have you ever seen a bad guy in a suit?" "Of course." Old Mo immediately replied, "The Penguin's henchmen do." "Very good. It seems you have guessed our origins." Leon didn't care. If he couldn't be a good person, then he would be a bad one. As soon as these words were spoken, Old Mo's expression immediately turned sour. First, a Harley Quinn had just arrived, and now another henchman of the Penguin was here. It was impossible to get by in Gotham. "I represent Mr. Cobblepot. Why are you stopping the supply of drinks to the Iceberg Lounge?" If I don't get a satisfactory answer. Leon's expression darkened as he spoke, and he felt he had great potential to be a villain. Frank understood even more. He flicked his handgun open. The old Mexican was terrified. After all, he was one of the Penguin's men, hardened by gunfire and ruthless in killing. He immediately confessed everything. "Please tell Mr. Cobblepot." His tone became respectful. The reason they could do business with the Iceberg Lounge was that their prices were low, and they were willing to fight. However, going up against the Penguin was tantamount to seeking death. "We just want to do business in Gotham. We have no grievances with the Iceberg Lounge. The main issue is with the Demon's gang. They won't let us supply the Iceberg Lounge since this is their territory," the old Mexican said quickly. Although many from their hometown had come, they were not a major force in Gotham. Naturally, they didn't want to engage with such gangs and preferred to let the locals handle it themselves. Leon also understood and said with a gloomy face, "No matter what, I need this batch of goods. As for what comes next, Mr. Colbert will have something to say." "No problem. Please allow me to call my people." Old Mo quickly agreed. "All right, let us send the goods over first. If they don't arrive before dawn, then go live in the Atlantic." Leon threatened again and then took Frank to leave quickly. He wasn't a fool. The other side had many people, and what if they turned against them after waking up? Although he wasn't afraid, Frank was just a mortal, and if he got killed, he would die. Damn it, showing off with those white-skinned pigs. Once the two left, Old Mo immediately changed his expression, but he ultimately didn't dare to make any move. He could only wake up his fellow countrymen and hurriedly pack up the remaining liquor. He quickly sent the delivery to the Iceberg Club. "What are you doing with your phone?" In the car, Frank asked Leon, while Harley Quinn was still fast asleep in the back seat. "If I don't make the delivery, I'll call the police." Leon took back his phone and then returned the Glock to Frank. "You might as well keep it," Frank said kindly. "You've made them your enemies. It's good to have some protection." No wonder the big guy was so quiet. But Leon refused it. He had principles. "I don't have a gun permit." "Since when do gangs need a gun permit?" Frank scoffed and put the Glock back in the armrest. "Forget it. I'm not in your gang." Leon immediately said, "I'm just doing my job. I'm here to drink." All right, you're right." Frank quickly glanced at the rearview mirror. "What about the back seat? Do you have any space at home?" Leon asked a question. This made Frank shake his head wildly, like a rattle drum. "My mom said, I can't just bring women home." "What? Why are you so obedient?" "She's a great beauty." Leon had a surprised expression, as if he couldn't believe someone could remain indifferent in the face of beauty. "What? Don't you have a mother?" "Leon, why aren't you speaking? You better not say that to Batman, or I'm afraid you'll get beaten up." "Why?" Leon left early. Frank refused to take the Joker girl away, instead sending Leon back. Fortunately, Leon was the bar manager, so being late or leaving early wasn't a big deal, as long as the Penguin didn't say anything. Now that Leon had temporarily resolved the drink issue, the Penguin wouldn't reprimand him for such a small matter. At the bottom of the apartment building, Leon glanced around, fearing that a talented thug might emerge from the darkness. He held the Joker girl in his arms, realizing this wasn't a solution, and he could only carry her upstairs. Luckily, he was strong. He held the Joker girl with one arm while using the other to take out his keys and unlock the door. It was already past midnight, and Kara had naturally gone to sleep long ago. Leon tried not to make a sound, feeling a bit troubled while holding the Joker girl. He thought it might be better to just toss her onto the sofa and let her make do for the night. With that in mind, he threw the Joker girl onto the sofa. To his surprise, the Joker girl suddenly opened her eyes, bounced up from the sofa, and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in close. Leon didn't dare to make too much noise, so he half pushed and half accepted it like this. A good man should neither take the initiative nor refuse. That's his experience. It was only when he couldn't breathe anymore that the Joker let go. "What are you doing?" Leon asked with full justice. "I have decided. It wasn't him who abandoned me, but rather I no longer love him," the Joker said. Leon understood at once that this was a perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation. "Darling, transform me," the Joker said, as her outfit, resembling a clown costume, was suddenly torn apart, symbolizing a complete farewell to her past self. Just like when she changed her name from Harleen Frances Quinzel to Harley Quinn. She wanted to scream in celebration of her rebirth, but Leon quickly covered her mouth. In the past, she only dared to act out when Kara wasn't home. Now that Kara was sleeping, waking her up would definitely lead to trouble. If she didn't want to face the sun tomorrow, she needed to keep it down. This was quite romantic for Harley. She wasn't mistaken. Leon was indeed a man, just like Pudding. She didn't like the straightforward ones. She preferred those who were playful and fun. Bad men are loved by women. Leon picked her up and quietly walked to the bedroom. However, he didn't dare to make any noise in the bedroom either. After all, the quality of the houses in Gotham was almost non-existent when it came to soundproofing. And Kara had super hearing. The only hope now was that Kara was sleeping deeply. Moonlight poured in, and Harley's white body was just as Leon had guessed. Indeed, a delicate and delicious fruit, not too spicy. At this moment, Leon felt that what he gained from Kara was not Superman's power, but werewolf power. Damn! The Joker also signaled with her eyes. Kara had gotten up early. The loud noises from last night had naturally disturbed her. So while the door to the next room was still closed, she sat in the living room with a bad expression. The scattered pieces of clothing on the floor seemed to tell a story about what had happened, which made her even angrier. Although she knew that the godfather should find her a godmother, she was unwilling to accept it in her heart. Would that share the godfather's love for her? Just as Kara was lost in thought, Leon's bedroom door opened. A beautiful blonde woman stepped out, tall with long legs and a great figure, casually wearing Leon's white t-shirt. Her long legs swinging around casually. Harley Quinn was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect to open the door and see a little girl frowning at her. But she didn't mind at all, instead wearing a playful smile, as if she didn't see Kara. Skillfully closing the door and then going to brush her teeth and wash her face. Kara watched this scene, surprised that this shameless woman was driving her crazy. Moreover, Harley Quinn hummed a tune while doing her own thing, acting as if she were the hostess. This made the young Kara unable to contain her anger any longer. Who are you? Kara asked coldly. Who am I? I should be asking you, little girl. Why are you in my house so early in the morning? Harley Quinn replied instead. This made Kara even angrier, and she clenched her fists, really wanting to punch this woman out of the solar system. But thinking about how the Godfather wanted her to act like a lady, she took a deep breath. This is my house. I don't care who you are. Get out of here. No woman has ever stayed until the next day, Kara said in a series. Oh, this made Harley Quinn's eyes light up. Well, you just seen the first one who can stay until the next day, and I plan to stay longer. Fuck. Kara could no longer hold back and blurted out a curse. She hated this woman. At that moment, Leon, who was listening inside, worried that they might fight, immediately opened the door and came out. Godfather. Kara, feeling wronged, rushed towards Leon, and only Leon's good physical condition allowed him to catch her like a cannonball. On the other side, Harley Quinn did the same and shouted, Daddy. Cough. Kada. Leon was almost hugged into a pile of meat by Kara. Harley Quinn's way of addressing him was too powerful. Harley Quinn was indeed a crazy person. All right, but Leon had no choice. He could only try to ease the situation. This is my goddaughter, Kara. I thought you had such a big daughter at such a young age. Turns out she's your goddaughter, Harley Quinn said while hugging Leon. She didn't care whether this was Leon's goddaughter or biological daughter, nor was she like the previous women who were afraid of taking on responsibilities. Instead, she found the little girl quite interesting. Her temper suited her taste. If only she could take her along for some destruction. Harley ignored Kara's expression of wanting to kill her and started to fantasize. This is Harley, Leon introduced to Kara. Coming back to her senses, Harley Quinn added herself. Harley Quinn, but everyone calls me Queen. The Joker girl. Kara was somewhat surprised, looking at her godfather as if to say, how did you bring this bad woman here? Wow, little girl, you actually know me. It seems we will get along very well, Harley Quinn exclaimed with delight. Leon, however, was quite skeptical about this. Kara's expression was not pleasant. Leon had never seen her this angry. Thus, Leon had to escape the battlefield. I'll go make breakfast. We need to take Kara to school for enrollment later. Really? I want to go too. Harley Quinn immediately raised her hand to join in on the fun, and it didn't seem matter if Kara disagreed. I want to allow it. Kara protested. How can that be? You just enrolled, of course. Your parents should accompany you. Harley took on the role of a defender. No. Kara was no match for her, and she started screaming. In the open kitchen, Leon felt a chill run down his spine, worried that Kara might explode and hit Harley Quinn away. So, he hastened his cooking and quickly served breakfast. Harley Quinn glanced at him and said, Why isn't they're the Kung Pao chicken and mouth-watering chicken you mentioned last night? Seeing Harley Quinn's half-smiling expression, Leon immediately shot her a glare. Don't mention that in front of Kara. Kara looked at the two with confusion, feeling like she wanted to cry. Oh no, there's a little secret now. How come I didn't know my godfather could make those two dishes? Harley Quinn took a bite of the noodles and said, "Not bad. I'm liking you more and more, honey." After breakfast, Harley Quinn unleashed her crazy charm, forcing Leon and Kara to take her along. However, she clearly didn't have her clothes. She was slightly taller than Kara at 1.7 meters, and Kara refused to let her wear her clothes. But this was no trouble for Harley. She simply wore Leon's clothes. A white t-shirt with jeans, and then slipped on her own long boots, which was enough. At that moment, she hadn't put on her Harley Quinn makeup, making her appear less crazy and instead quite elegantly beautiful. Yet, knowing she was the Joker girl, Kara, who always prided herself on being a champion of justice, did not give her a good look. Her only thought was that this bad woman should quickly leave her godfather. "Why is it that you're only starting school now?" Harley Quinn curiously asked as they headed out. Leon explained that due to some special reasons, Kara could no longer attend her original school, so she had to switch to another one. "Oh, poor child." The dramatic Harley immediately expressed her maternal love, saying that she was a compassionate person. She jumped to the other side, grabbed Kara, and said, "If anyone bullies you at school, you tell me, and I promise to blow the school up." She thought the lovely Kara had been a victim of bullying. After all, this was a common occurrence in America, especially in Gotham. Kara naturally wasn't buying it. "Even if that happens, I'll handle it myself." "Don't say that, Kara. I just want to be a good mommy." Harley Quinn said pitifully, "I dream of having such a lovely daughter." But her words nearly made Kara explode. Kara suppressed the urge to punch her away and quickly moved to the other side of Leon. Harley hurried after her. She initially planned to leave once she got bored, but now she had changed her mind. Just for such a cute daughter, she was determined to stick around Leon. From Harley's super confident perspective, she felt that Kara was not a normal person and had great potential to go crazy with her. After all, when she mentioned blowing up the school, Kara didn't refuse. Lewis E. Grieve Memorial High School was located in the Upper East Side of Gotham, which was farther than Kara's previous school. Fortunately, Gotham was small, and the three of them arrived quickly by car. However, the gazes along the way made Leon a bit uncomfortable. Harley Quinn was wearing his clothes, but she was so beautiful that it naturally attracted attention. Harley didn't mind and seemed to have thought of something. Just as Leon said, the Joker's outfit was already outdated. Upon arriving at the school, they found that the school had set up a stage to welcome the new students. There were also many reporters around, holding cameras but lacking much interest in pressing the shutter. After all, who cared about these ordinary students? "Let's go over there." However, Harley Quinn became interested and immediately linked arms with Leon, running forward. At that moment, she and Kara each linked arms with Leon on either side, as if competing secretly. "Hey, hurry up and take a picture of me," Harley rudely said to a reporter. "Why?" the reporter asked, but upon seeing her beauty, he found some value in it and decided to take a family portrait. Before Harley could say anything, Leon covered her mouth and dragged her away. "Let's hurry inside. If people find out she's the Joker's girl, Kara will probably have a hard time enrolling." Although Leon's strength was already known to her last night, the Joker's girl was still surprised. "Darling, you're so strong. No wonder you could kill me." Kara was left speechless. Just then, a middle-aged white woman appeared in front of them, dressed in a women's suit, exuding a leadership aura. Behind her, there were reporters specifically taking photos, documenting her reception of the new students. Leon instantly understood. "Hello, I am Principal Connie of Memorial High School." Principal Connie tried to put on a friendly expression, but looking at Leon and the others' attire, especially Harry's carefree demeanor, there was no trace of nobility or elitism. She also wondered whether it was a good thing for the school to keep these students. Leon recognized the voice immediately. Although he knew it was Wayne's mission, he still spoke politely. "Hello, Principal. I am Kara Zor-El's guardian." "Is this Kara?" Principal Connie's attitude changed instantly. Looking at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Kara, it was as if she had found a treasure. So beautiful, just like a doll. Indeed, an outstanding student. "I believe Kara will definitely love the school." She then gave a speech praising Kara. This was designated by Wayne Enterprises, with her name at the top. With Principal Connie's extensive experience, she could naturally see the difference. Perhaps it was related to Bruce Wayne? This left Kara feeling a bit confused. "What is going on?" After saying a lot, Principal Connie politely said, "Please wait for the other new students, and then we could take a group photo." Leon and the others could only wait, which quickly bored Harley Quinn. Not fun at all. Harley kept saying in Leon's ear, "Darling, why don't we go get to know that girl? Why is her hair purple? We're not here to play." Leon grabbed her. Kara clearly had no interest in making friends. It all seemed too childish for her. The others had come with their parents and quickly gathered together. But just then, the reporters outside the school suddenly cheered, and camera flashes went off. This instantly annoyed Harley Quinn. What's going on? No one is taking my picture, even though I'm so beautiful. I want to see who it is. She stormed outside, and Leon felt bringing her along was a mistake. So he hurriedly followed. A supercar that looked like a concept car came to a stop, and the nearby reporters frantically pressed their shutters, seemingly already knowing who was in the car. The car door opened, and the reporters immediately rushed forward. Bruce Wayne, why is Wayne Enterprises hosting this event? Will Wayne Enterprises be involved in this project? What is Wayne Enterprises' stance on climate issues? Coming out of the car was none other than Gotham's famous playboy, Bruce Wayne. He was dressed in a custom high-end suit, his hair neatly styled and shiny, standing tall, exuding confidence and experience. He looked very pleased and answered a few questions from the reporters. At this moment, Kara tempted Harley Quinn, saying, "This is Bruce Wayne. If he's willing to spend money on you, you'll never run out of it." However, for some reason, Harley Quinn was not pleased with Bruce Wayne. "Little girl, rich men are all bad, especially your godfather. He definitely shouldn't be wealthy." Harley Quinn immediately shifted her anger toward Leon. Kara, reflecting on Leon's actions, surprisingly nodded and said, "That makes sense. Leon is like this without money. What would happen if he had money? Those bitches would definitely swarm him. So, men can't be trusted. The more you love a man, the more he will hurt you, Harley." Leon quickly pulled her away to prevent her from leading Carla astray. Carla had never heard of such reasoning. She only felt it made sense as she was crazily absorbing knowledge from Earth. At that moment, Bruce Wayne finished dealing with the reporters, and Principal Connie immediately approached him. "Mr. Wayne, I didn't expect you to come personally. Our school is truly honored," Principal Connie said, extremely excited. This was Bruce Wayne after all. Even Harley Quinn commented, "He looks like a unicorn dressed in $50 million worth of gold. It's really rare." Bruce Wayne exchanged pleasantries with the principal and then said, "I'm just here to take a look. Let's wrap this up so the kids can go to class." Following that, he got to know everyone under the principal's guidance. Wayne Enterprises had sponsored quite a number of children this time. Soon, it was Leon and the others' turn. "Thank you, Mr. Wayne." Leon had a smile on his face. Bruce Wayne solved Kara's study problem and even waived her tuition fees. So there was no reason for him not to be happy. Although he knew Bruce had other intentions. So what? No need to be polite. He hoped Kara would study hard. What Bruce Wayne valued more was Kara, and this was his first time meeting Kara Zor-El. This alien girl looked no different from Earth people, just more beautiful, as delicate as a Barbie doll. "Is this your lady?" Then he saw Harley Quinn, and even without her Joker makeup, he recognized her immediately. "What's going on?" Leon still didn't know how to explain it when he heard Harley Quinn say, with a bright smile, "We're still talking, but it's very likely that I will be Kara's godmother." Kara and Bruce Wayne were both in shock. Leon covered his face. This time, he couldn't explain himself and was going to be beaten into a villain by Batman. After the photo shoot, Bruce Wayne left in a flash. Sitting in the car, he hurriedly took out his phone. "Alfred, how did Harley Quinn end up with him?" "It's quite normal for young men and women to spark a connection, sir," Alfred said calmly. "The Joker has already announced that he has completely severed ties with Harley Quinn, and his subordinates no longer listen to her. So this is a free love situation. I'm not concerned about that," Bruce Wayne said helplessly. "Who cares whether this couple is in a free relationship or not? This is a significant issue for Kara. Harley Quinn has mental health issues, is violent, and unpredictable." Hearing Bruce's words, Alfred chuckled. "Sir, I thought you would spend a day as Bruce Wayne rather than focusing on Batman's matters. Everyone can change. Perhaps she has turned over a new leaf? I'd rather believe she will drive this father-daughter duo crazy. She committed a crime just last week." The purple-haired girl that Harley Quinn was interested in stood beside her during the photo shoot. After it ended, she asked, "Little girl, what's your name?" The purple-haired girl seemed a bit shy and replied with a glance, "Rachel Roth." "Rachel, very nice. This is Kara. She will be your boss from now on. If anyone bullies you, just call her," Harley Quinn said as she pulled Kara over, who shot her an angry glare. Rachel Roth didn't dare to contradict this seemingly fierce woman, so she nodded in agreement. "See, isn't your godmother good to you? She helped you gather a follower as soon as school starts." Harley Quinn showed no concern for others, making Rachel Roth's mother awkward. It seemed like a single-parent family. Kara felt even more embarrassed and managed to break free from Harley Quinn. "Say it again. You're not my godmother. I have to go to class." However, Harley didn't care whether she was a godmother or not. It wasn't up to a little girl to decide. She just needed to please Leon. Kara went to class with Rachel, and it seemed Harley's words were effective, at least uniting the two girls against a common enemy. "Is she always like this? Don't mind her. She's just a lunatic. Keep your distance from her." Meanwhile, Harley pulled Leon aside. "Do you know what we should do now?" "What?" "Go home and then spend the whole day on the couch." Harley Quinn whispered in his ear and even kissed his earlobe. "You little devil." But Leon was more interested in transforming Harley. That outdated Joker costume from yesterday was hard to forget. It was simply too old-fashioned. Plus, it didn't showcase her beauty at all. The two then headed to the shopping district to start their shopping. Liang's most impressive memory of Harley Quinn is naturally her appearance in the movie Suicide Squad that he watched in his previous life. Leon shared these descriptions with Harley Quinn, and her eyes immediately lit up. This was the best Harley Quinn. She shouted excitedly and rushed off to find suitable clothes. Luckily, Gotham was a big city, and she quickly found what she needed, and the prices were reasonable. She knew about Leon's financial situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be crammed into such an old apartment with Kara. But she didn't mind, because what she loved most wasn't money. Harley led Leon to buy affordable clothes. At first, she didn't want to pay and tried to snatch them, but Leon wouldn't allow it. Things in stores were always expensive, while outside they were cheap. It just depended on the channels available. And in America, there was also a magical place known as Quinn's Mysterious Shop. The items there were very cheap and guaranteed to be authentic. Most of them were obtained for free. After shopping, the impatient Harley dragged Leon into a deserted alley. "Darling, remember to keep an eye out for me. Don't let anyone see." Harley Quinn's voice came from inside. "Of course, you can look if you want." Hearing her sultry voice, Leon felt a rush of excitement. He realized that playing around with Harley Quinn was quite fun. Perhaps that's how people are. Everyone has an unsettled, restless heart. But he still had Kara to think about. Thinking of Kara, Leon's heart calmed down. He didn't look at Harley changing inside, but waited for her transformation. "Oh, help!" Just then, Harley's surprise scream came from inside, and Leon immediately snapped awake and rushed in. Upon entering, he saw Harley Quinn grinning at him. "Darling, you do care about me." She then leaped into Leon's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. Leon looked at Harley Quinn in his arms. She had already completed her transformation. Her familiar pigtails framed her face, and she wore a white bodysuit that revealed a lot of skin, with her upper body visible. However, she still had on a red and blue jacket, and her lower half was clad in sexy red and blue shorts, complemented by a new pair of fishnet stockings and ankle boots. She was completely different from the clown girl from the circus. Even standing in front of familiar faces now, she would likely be unrecognizable. "How do I look?" Harley asked with a smile. She saw satisfaction in Leon's eyes, but still wanted to hear him praise her. Every woman loves compliments. "You look great, but there's still a little something missing." Leon replied, "What's missing?" "Makeup. But it can't be as pale as before. That would be scarier than a corpse." After Leon finished speaking, Harley Quinn immediately had an idea. "I know how to draw." She quickly started applying the base. And this time the powder wasn't as white as before, which made it less scary and gave it a different kind of beauty. Then, she painted her lips red, applied eyeliner, and instead of the poisonous black lips from before, she added a playful heart on her cheek. "How's that?" "Perfect. This is the new Harley Quinn," completely bidding farewell to the past. Harley exclaimed with joy. She jumped on Leon again. "Darling, let's go home and do bang." Before she could finish her sentence, a gunshot rang out. Luckily, the aim was poor. However, it still startled both of them. Turning to look, they saw several gang members appear outside. "It's her, the Joker's girl. Now the Joker doesn't care about her. Kill her." "No. First, grab her and have some fun." The gang members immediately burst into laughter. Harley Quinn quickly understood what was happening. "Darling, our enemies have found us." The Joker's girl ran rampant in Gotham, and naturally, she had many enemies. It was just that before, with the Joker's protection, not many dared to cause her trouble. But now it's different. In the eyes of these enemies, the Joker's girl had suddenly become a soft target, so they naturally came to take revenge. The Joker's enemies were also gang members. At this moment, Leon and Harley Quinn exchanged glances. The enemies didn't seem to be many. "Darling, let me fly," Harley Quinn decisively said. She was able to rampage through Gotham not just because of the Joker's protection. Leon didn't hesitate, lifted her up, and then threw the Joker like a human cannonball. "Wah!" Harley Quinn shouted excitedly. It was a novel experience she had never had before. A few gangsters were startled and frantically shot at Harley in the sky. However, Harley Quinn moved through the air like a performer from the Mad Grayson troupe, skillfully dodging the bullets. It was unclear whether Harley was just lucky or if she could actually dodge bullets. Of course, it was more likely that the gangsters were just bad shots. After all, even American police officers participating in international SWAT competitions were not great marksmen, let alone gangsters. With a graceful landing, Harley approached the crowd. She crouched down, and a nearby gangster immediately reached for her. Harley, quick as a flash, grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and stood up, smashing it toward his face. Bang! Home run! Harley Quinn voiced her own victory, and after taking down one, she easily handled several of the thugs with her fighting skills. She had remarkable agility, moving much faster than an average person, and possessed decent combat skills. While she might not be much against an opponent like Batman, it was easy for her to bully these thugs. After quickly dealing with the others, Harley Quinn appeared somewhat disheveled, her newly bought clothes a bit dirty. Phew, she pouted, blew a few strands of bangs upward, and casually rested the wooden stick on her shoulder. Don't be afraid, honey, I'll protect you. Are you sure? Leon walked towards her, glancing oddly at the group behind her. Harley Quinn turned to see another group of people running towards her, and her face, painted with white foundation, immediately darkened. Run! She quickly threw down the wooden stick in her hand, picked up a revolver from the ground, and took off running. She was just Harley Quinn, not Batgirl. There was no way she could take on so many people. Don't run. Harley, stop. Our boss wants to see you. The crowd shouted as they chased her. But Harley Quinn wasn't stupid. She just turned back and said, "Who is your boss? You'll find out when you see him. Get lost." She ran even faster. Leon was experiencing a street chase for the first time. A group of people was pursuing them, and the bystanders only dared to hide aside, with no one even making a call to the police, as if all of this was quite normal. Truly, Gotham had a simple and honest folk. He couldn't help but ask Harley Quinn, "Why do you have so many enemies?" Harley immediately felt wronged and replied, "How would I know? They didn't dare to show up before." Previously, Harley had been riding high on the Gotham gang, and these people only dared to be angry but not speak out. Who would have thought that now they not only dare to speak, but also dare to take action? This made Harley quite frustrated, and she suddenly felt a sense of self-improvement. So she angrily said, "These people are too much. I must teach them a lesson." But first she thought they should figure out how to escape. Leon spoke up. "Drive." He saw that Harley, with great boldness, stopped the car. The driver was startled and immediately slammed on the brakes, causing the tires to almost smoke. Harley, showing no regard for reason, pulled the driver out, saying, "I'm borrowing your car." The man whose car was taken stood obediently to the side, looking very friendly, embodying the image of a good citizen of Gotham. It was definitely not because of the dark muzzle of the gun that he had become so compliant. Leon immediately felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he were in Los Santos. Back in Los Santos, he was just as cool when stealing cars. However, now the game had turned into reality. With no time to think, Leon immediately jumped into the passenger seat. Harley Quinn shouted, "Hold on tight." She slammed on the gas, and the car shot out immediately, leaving a group of gangsters cursing and wildly shooting at the vehicle. "Ha ha ha!" Harley laughed maniacally, which made Leon experience a different kind of America. Seeing that they had left the people behind, he said, "Slow down, don't get the Gotham police riled up." "Honey, is it fun?" Harley obediently reduced the speed and wrapped her arms around Leon's shoulders. How could Leon say no? It was indeed a lot of fun. It reminded him of the feeling he had when he was being chased with Carla. Every moment was nerve-wracking, and he couldn't sleep well at night. Yet despite that, he still found it exhilarating. He just loved that thrilling feeling. Let us take care of the car and head home. But after the excitement, what remained was still mundane. Leon has finally achieved a stable life, but whenever he thinks of Carla, he dares not act recklessly. "Let's go meet someone, my friend," Harley Quinn suggested to Leon. "No way." Leon shook his head. How could Harley Quinn have friends? And could her friends be normal people? Leon didn't want to get involved. However, Harley Quinn immediately pulled out her trump card. "Daddy, who can resist the cute and charming clown girl?" The car drove all the way to London Avenue in the Upper West Side. Harley found a place to ditch the car. The police would return it to the owner. So they were really just borrowing it. "We have to hurry, or we'll only have half a day." Harley Quinn dragged Leon and quickly arrived at a building. She skillfully entered the elevator and pressed the floor button. "Who are we meeting?" At this moment, Leon asked, "You'll know when you see her. She's also a great beauty. You can't fall for someone else." Harley Quinn said pitifully, looking at Leon with her extremely charming eyes. Without a doubt, she had the allure of a Hollywood star. And even more astonishing, Leon suddenly felt pity and assured, "I won't dislike you. At most, I'll be a bit more loving." Harley Quinn naturally couldn't hear this. So she laughed with relief and said, "That's good. Just don't kiss her later." "Why would I kiss her?" Leon was somewhat confused, but when the elevator doors opened, he understood. The corridor was filled with green plants. It was clearly in a concrete jungle, yet it seemed to be thriving in the wild like nature. The walls were covered in vines, as if they were alive, guiding their way down the hallway. "Be careful not to disturb these little things, or Ivy will get angry." Ivy, meaning evergreen, is therefore used by most people to refer to the poison ivy. The nearby plants swayed as if they were alive, and the vines wrapped around the two of them. Ivy knows we're here. Harley Quinn had a smile on her face. Sure enough, all the greenery parted to create a path for Harley to pass. However, when Leon tried to follow, the plants blocked his way. Ivy, he is my guy. Let him through, Harley Quinn shouted immediately upon seeing this scene. The plants hesitated for a moment, but soon let go. Leon and Harley Quinn walked in, and it was like a showroom, but there was nothing else at the exhibition, just all kinds of plants. With Leon's shallow knowledge of botany, he naturally couldn't recognize many of them. Dear Harley, I thought you had finally awakened and realized that men are unreliable, but it seems you are still infatuated. A soft and charming voice came over. Haha, Ivy, Leon is different. How is he different? He gives me butterflies. Harley Quinn had a lovesick expression, making even the yet-to-appear Poison Ivy, Pamela, feel speechless. However, she was used to it. Harley Quinn was just like that, typically willing to give everything for the one she loved. Poison Ivy, who prided herself on being independent and environmentally conscious, looked down on this. She only heard Harley Quinn continue, and Leon has a lovely daughter. You don't know how interesting that is. What? The usually laid-back Poison Ivy could no longer hold back and immediately appeared. It turned out she wasn't elsewhere, but inside a giant carnivorous flower. At that moment, the huge carnivorous flower opened its petals, revealing an extremely beautiful woman lying inside, her face full of shock as she looked at Harley Quinn. You took him on? Poison Ivy asked Harley Quinn in astonishment. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure, wearing a strapless high-cut bodysuit made only of green ivy leaves, long gloves, thigh-high boots, and bright green tights. With her long red waves and scarlet lips, she seemed to have a dangerously deadly allure. Judging by looks alone, she was on par with Harley Quinn. Are you crazy? Harley, did he brainwash you? Seeing Poison Ivy, who usually had a calm demeanor, act this way, Harley not only found it strange, but also felt proud. You don't understand. Darling, you don't understand. Of course I don't understand. Poison Ivy, Pamela, looked at Leon incredulously. He's nothing but a pretty face. Ivy. This made Harley Quinn unhappy. He's not just handsome, he's also well-endowed and very skilled. Although this was a compliment, Leon wasn't satisfied. Isn't he funny and charming? I don't believe it. Poison Ivy floated over to Leon, grabbing his shoulders, ready to kiss him passionately. But at that moment, Harley Quinn stopped her. Hey, Harley Quinn said unhappily. I came here for my own business. Your business? Poison Ivy carefully scrutinized Harley Quinn and then exclaimed, Wow, Harley, you look so beautiful now. You're no longer dressed like a circus performer. Yes, the Joker was also excited, bouncing around. I'm even better now, all thanks to Leon. She linked her arm with Leon's, looking very affectionate, which made Poison Ivy feel a bit uncomfortable. Leon once again marveled at how women's thought processes were beyond his understanding. Was this really such an important matter? However, he always felt that Poison Ivy had some hostility towards him. So after feeling happy for a moment, Poison Ivy, Pamela, immediately said, Speak, Harley, what else do you want? She had calmed down, and with her green makeup, she resembled a deadly vine. She no longer focused on the matters between Harley Quinn and Leon because she simply couldn't comprehend it. How could a man who was merely handsome and possibly divorced with a child charm Harley Quinn? Was it really just because he was well-endowed? Harley Quinn had also calmed down, no longer appearing as wild as before. She linked her arm with Leon's and said, Ivy, Leon, and I are planning to start our own business. What? Upon hearing the Joker's words, before Poison Ivy could respond, Leon quickly said, Harley, that's impossible. I'm a good person. Oh, darling, do you want me to fight for myself? Those ruthless men won't be as kind to me as you are. Harley Quinn pitifully described to Leon the fate of being caught. She had an incredibly vivid imagination. A beautiful woman like her would surely end up in a terrible state if she fell into their hands. Who knows what might happen first? Leon helplessly interrupted her. For Kara's sake, she needs a stable life. Poison Ivy understood that Kara was his daughter. She had thought that Harley Quinn would fly into a rage because Harley was easily jealous, even when it came to her daughter. But to her surprise, Harley was overwhelmed with maternal love. You're right. Harley Quinn bit her finger and began to ponder. But if we don't make a name for ourselves, as soon as we show up, we'll be chased down like just now. Are we supposed to hide forever? Leon replied. Then just make others too scared to chase you. That's all there is to it. Harley Quinn snapped her fingers, revealing a smile. Ivy has a way to help us. Leon knows nothing about being caught in Harley's trap. However, Poison Ivy, Pamela, said I never agree to help you. Ivy, do you want to see me get captured? Harley Quinn, unfazed, started talking around Poison Ivy. Sure enough, Poison Ivy softened at her words. Do you remember the potion I gave you last time? Poison Ivy, Pamela asked. Of course, is there a new one this time? Harley Quinn replied with a smile. The last potion enhanced your strength, speed, and gave you a certain resistance to toxins, making you immune to most toxins, poison ivy, Pamela explained, glancing at Leon as if to say, you are not one of us. Leon was also taken aback. No wonder the Joker's physique felt different from ordinary people. It turned out she had been enhanced. Indeed, the rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutations. What effect does this potion have? The Joker, Harley Quinn, immediately asked. Control. Anyone who absorbs the drug will be under your control, acting involuntarily for you. But there is a time limit. Wow, that could be something different to play with Leon. The Joker's eyes sparkled. Poison ivy. I have a feeling Ivy doesn't like you. Yes. Search. Lax. This article is free to read. On the streets of West Side, the Joker was not surprised to hear Leon's words. She then said, because Ivy and I are good friends, and we have even been in love. The Joker openly spoke about this matter. Leon found it somewhat difficult to accept, yet felt it was quite normal. This is America. Here, besides men and women, there are over 100 different genders. No wonder Poison Ivy, Pamela, cared so much about Harley Quinn, not only enhancing her body, but also giving her almost anything she wanted. Harley didn't let Leon think too much. That's all in the past. Now, I only love you, darling. Let's hurry home. We only have half a day left. The Joker and Harley Quinn are twisted, and there are no feelings between them, just the Joker's exploitation of Harley. Even murder. The Joker has tried countless times to kill Harley, but Harley Quinn is tough. And now, she has finally decided to completely stop loving the Joker. To achieve this, all she needs to do is fall for someone else. For the sake of this remaining half day, the two of them didn't even leave their room after getting home. The entire dilapidated old building seemed to shake. Because both of their physical qualities are superhuman, they felt neither fatigue nor hunger. It was only when school was out that Leon thought about making dinner. Kara is coming back. I need to make dinner. Leon struggled to get up. Upon hearing Kara's name, Harley Quinn, the Joker's girlfriend, stopped trying to hold him back, knowing he would just be dragged back otherwise. She was like a never-ending machine. And Leon was a bit scared. How was this like working in a factory? In the kitchen, Leon was trying to make stir-fried meat. Since Chinatown was nearby, green chili peppers were easy to find. This was somewhat difficult for Leon. It was his first time cooking, and Harley kept interrupting him. At this moment, Harley was wearing his white shirt, playing it being bottomless, her long legs flawless, and the fishnet stockings long gone. She would occasionally hug Leon from behind and say, wow, darling, you really know how to cook Chinese food? She would sometimes try to help Leon get the seasonings, but since she couldn't tell them apart like soy sauce, it just ended up being a hindrance. In the end, when Kara returned, she saw the mess of blackened chili and meat in front of her. Thankfully, the rice was fine. Kara looked at the two and asked, Godfather, is this? Harley said she wanted to try making Chinese food. Leon immediately said that he had to ensure his image in front of Kara. Harley Quinn thought the same. So she said, I just helped your godfather. Trust me, I could do a lot. Next time, I'll make you steak. Hearing this, Kara understood. These two were really unreliable, especially now that Harley Quinn was wearing Leon's clothes. It made her even more annoyed. But even so, the obedient Kara still ate it. In fact, aside from its appearance being a bit lacking, it tasted quite good. That's how Chinese food is. As long as you follow the steps, it generally won't be too bad. As long as the seasonings aren't too much or too heavy, it's fine. Moreover, for someone like Kara at her age, she naturally prefers stronger flavors. Don't worry, there's still more in the oven. Leon brought out the roasted pork chops again. Fortunately, there was no problem with the pork chops, because all that was needed was to spread the sauce evenly and put them in the oven. Thus, the family of three began their meal. This wasn't Harley Quinn's first time eating Chinese food. Nowadays, there are Chinese restaurants in every city in Chinatown, so Chinese cuisine isn't particularly rare. However, for her, this was the first time eating authentic Chinese food rather than a modified version. She originally thought it would taste bad, but after taking a bite, she realized how delicious pork could be. In her impression, pork was always unappetizing. It was precisely for this reason that many people became vegetarians. Was it because they didn't like eating meat? No, it was because meat didn't taste good. But that wasn't a problem with Chinese cuisine. Leon ignored her and instead asked Kara, how do you feel today? Not bad, Kara replied. That girl Rachel? How do you get along with her? Upon hearing this question, Kara thought for a moment. Rachel was very quiet, even a bit introverted. It seemed she only spoke to Kara all day. Thinking of this, Kara answered, it's okay. Leon felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. You are friends. Remember to protect her. While eating the pork chop, Kara nodded and said, I will. Harley Quinn listened to the father-daughter conversation, her eyes sparkling with thoughts unknown. After dinner, Leon was about to leave. However, He was quite uneasy. Would Harley Quinn stay here and not lead Kara astray? So he spoke up. I'm going out, don't run around the house. Don't worry, dear. You still don't know how honest I am? Harley Quinn knew he was addressing her, so she immediately assured him. The assurance had some truth to it. Even Leon himself didn't know. But he had no choice but to trust her. Leon closed the door and headed to the Iceberg Lounge. Although he didn't say anything, Harley Quinn could definitely guess. Frank's large figure in a suit was too conspicuous. In all of Gotham, aside from the Penguin, no one would dress their subordinates like that. Inside the Iceberg Lounge, Leon was received by the Penguin and informed him about the issue with the drinks. Street Demons gang? The Penguin squinted and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Hearing the Penguin's words, Leon remained silent. It all depended on what Mr. Cobblepot decided. This made the Penguin chuckle. He could see that Leon was a good person who didn't want to get involved in all this. But in Gotham, one couldn't help but be caught up in it. Leon will always understand. Then you can go down. Leon nodded and returned to the club, losing interest in the hormone-fueled figures around him. He found that compared to Harley Quinn, ordinary women seemed like mere makeup and paint. He didn't like flower vases. He preferred special women like Harley Quinn. The Joker's girl brought him danger and excitement, making his adrenaline soar. At that moment at home, Harley was doing something that would definitely make his adrenaline spike. She had already put on the clothes they bought today, carefully protecting them from the crazy Leon's destructive tendencies. After checking herself in the mirror, Leon arrived outside Kara's room and chose to knock on the door. "Kara, dear, it's a long night. How about I take you out to play?" She coaxed from the doorway. "No," Kara quickly responded. She was still obedient. If the Godfather told her not to go out, she wouldn't wander around, even if she really wanted to test her abilities right now. "Really? I want to help your Godfather. I want to help your Godfather." Upon hearing the woman's voice outside, Kara felt a little tempted. She poked her head out from under the covers. Kara's room was simply decorated. Aside from basic comic books, there wasn't much girlish decoration. Leon had previously wanted to buy her dolls, but she found them childish. The Joker girl outside seemed to sense her hesitation and continued, "Your Godfather has it tough. He makes a living all on his own, and now with me around, the pressure is even greater. You know that." Kara couldn't help but say. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to drive the Joker girl away. The Joker girl wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed and said, "Isn't it better if we help him together? 3 people working hard is definitely more reliable than him working alone." Although she knew the Joker girl had ulterior motives, Kara still couldn't refuse. She wanted to help her Godfather too. Kara was much more mature than her peers, and she had naturally seen the hardships Leon faced. At first, Leon had no experience raising a daughter, causing many funny incidents and putting in a lot of effort, and every time she thought of these, Kara felt warmth. Click. The door opened, and Kara, dressed in pajamas, said expressionlessly, "What do you want to do?" She seemed to be quite tall already, only slightly shorter than the Joker girl. "Come with me." The Joker girl didn't say much but turned and walked outside. Kara hesitated for a moment, changed her clothes, and followed. Once outside, she finally took a moment to look at the Joker girl's outfit, which was different from what she had seen on TV before. The Joker girl used to wear a Glitch D clown costume, like something from a circus. But now, although still eccentric, she looked unexpectedly beautiful, perhaps sensing her gaze. The Joker girl flipped her pigtails and said, "How do you like it? Your Godfather helped me modify it." Hearing this, Kara felt a twinge of jealousy and asked, "What exactly are we going to do?" "You'll find out soon." The Joker girl giggled, not giving a direct answer. Kara, the little girl, seemed as pure as a little bunny in front of the cunning and deceptive Joker girl. If she wanted to harm Kara, just a few words would be enough. Fortunately, the Joker girl was currently overflowing with maternal love and had no intention of harming Kara. She simply thought it would be more fun to bring Kara along. As for danger, she didn't think there would be any because she had brought bodyguards. "Harley, you're late." A charming, mature woman's voice rang out. Then, Kara felt something wrapping around her foot and looked down to find a vine entangled around her. "What is this?" Kara was startled. "Don't be afraid, dear." The Joker girl soothed her. "Ivy, let her go. She's my daughter." "What? Are you crazy? You really consider her your daughter?" Poison Ivy Pamela still couldn't understand, although she never really could grasp the Joker girl's thought process. "Hee, don't you think it's fun? I've never thought about becoming a mother. Now that I have the chance. Of course, I want to try." That was the Joker girl's idea, but Kara wouldn't admit it. "Who is your daughter?" Kara glared angrily, suddenly feeling an itch in her eyes, but didn't think much of it. The Joker girl didn't care whether she admitted it or not. Just be good and don't make trouble. Poison Ivy released her control over the plants. She looked at Kara, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, although still young. She was tall, and it was clear she would grow into a stunning beauty. No wonder the Joker girl was so invested. Wait a minute, Poison Ivy suddenly thought. As an Eastern person, How could she have a white daughter? Kara's lineage was too pure, showing no signs of mixed heritage. Upon hearing this, the Joker girl burst into laughter. Because she's my goddaughter, you don't really think she's his biological child, do you? By the way, Kara, we're your parents. Kutta, upon hearing this, didn't want to talk. She wouldn't reveal her identity to anyone except her godfather. Fortunately, the Joker girl Harley and Poison Ivy Pamela didn't press the issue. The two finally got down to business. Harley, do you know who is behind that group? Poison Ivy Pamela asked Harley Quinn. Harley came to find her today to resolve this matter together. Otherwise, always being on guard against being hunted wasn't Harley Quinn's style. She was always the one chasing others. When had the tables turned? I don't know, Harley Quinn said, brushing her bangs aside. But I know one of them. That's good. Let's go find them. Poison Ivy Pamela extended her finger, and a vine immediately wrapped around it. Wait, what are we looking for? Kara was increasingly confused. She wanted to be a champion against crime, a law enforcement pioneer, and a good neighbor to the people of Gotham. How could she participate in crime? Dear, of course. We're looking for money. We need money. If we have money, Leon won't have to work at the Iceberg Club every day. Do you know how dangerous that place is? It's the Penguin's territory, full of super criminals. Harley Quinn tried to scare Kara, but although Kara was young, she wasn't foolish. So what's the relationship? Kara asked. Of course, it matters. Harley Quinn crossed her arms, squeezing her chest. Do you know who is the richest in Gotham? Upon hearing this, Kara naturally thought of the person she had seen today, Bruce Wayne. That's right, but he's a good person. We don't rob good people. Perhaps it's because of an overflow of maternal love that in front of Kara, Harley Quinn also takes on the appearance of a vanguard of justice, not wanting Kara to see her as a villain. Aside from Bruce Wayne, the richest in Gotham are those villains who commit all sorts of crimes to amass their wealth. And naturally, we have to take it back. Harley Quinn exclaimed indignantly. Why should your godfather work so hard and yet earn no money? Still living in an old house with us? Is that fair? At Kara's age, she lacks the ability to discern right from wrong, and she was incited. Just by listening to Harley Quinn, she felt it was unfair. Crime can actually lead to massive wealth, while someone like her godfather, who works tirelessly, has so little. Harley gave Poison Ivy Pamela a glance, prompting Poison Ivy to shake her head, lamenting that Kara had been fooled. Poison Ivy then said, We found him. Let's go. This time, Kara didn't question it anymore. She just felt a bit confused and urgently needed guidance from Leon. But unfortunately, the godfather wasn't around. So, she simply followed the two women, who were like Gotham phantoms, as they led the way to Poison Ivy's car. The night in Gotham is when the gangs are most active. Poison Ivy's car sped through Gotham, quickly locking onto that person based on the information from her greenery. Poison Ivy's power comes from a part of the green of all things. The green is the elemental force of this universe, alongside the red of all beings in the black of decay, similar to the Phoenix Force and Elf Force in the Marvel Universe. In short, the green of all things is related to all forms of plant life, and it also grants vitality to all plant life. Poison Ivy can control plants because she possesses this power, which allows her to some extent to even be immortal. Besides this, she can almost control all the plants in Gotham. Therefore, for Poison Ivy, finding someone in Gotham is truly too easy. Little Jimmy, where are you going? To avoid being too bloody in front of Kara, Harley Quinn only had Poison Ivy wrap the person up and then knock him out. They dragged him to a warehouse and then woke him up. Jimmy is a tall, muscular white man. But now, bound by Poison Ivy, he looked rather terrified. Harley Quinn held a baseball bat she found somewhere, waving it in front of his head. But this was just to scare him. After all, Kara was beside her, and she was trying hard to suppress her sadistic desires. What do you want? Jimmy asked, his bravado faltering. But everyone could tell he was scared stiff, cold sweat pouring down his face as he trembled. Tell me, who sent you to catch me? Or I'll blow your brother's head off. Harley Quinn pressed the bat against him. Just a little more pressure, and it would make a sound like a chicken flying and eggs breaking. She had found Jimmy's weakness, and he quickly replied, I can't say, or he'll kill me. I will too. Harley Quinn finally couldn't hold back her outburst. You're afraid of him, but not me? Harley Quinn felt very angry. How could someone not be afraid of her? No, Jimmy was now terrified, losing any resolve. After all, loyalty was rare among Gotham's gangs. Here, there was only betrayal. Constant betrayal. That's why the Penguin emphasized loyalty, even though he didn't believe in it at all. But a group without loyalty is too terrifying. Harley Quinn nodded in satisfaction, proudly lifting her head. Now tell me, who is behind this? It's Black Mask Roman Siones. Roman Siones, born into the wealthy Siones family. But that was in the past. As a child, Roman was Bruce Wayne's classmate. But after growing up, He murdered his parents and inherited a vast fortune. Everything began to go wrong from that moment. Roman Siones' violent temper made him conduct business like a gangster. He was more suited to being a gangster than running a company. Thus, the inherited company soon faced bankruptcy. At this time, Wayne Enterprises rescued and acquired his company, leaving Roman with nothing. This experience led Roman to blame his misfortune on Bruce Wayne. He then returned to the industry that truly belonged to him, the gangster world. He dug up his parents' coffins from the cemetery and carved a black skull mask representing anger from the ebony wood. This was the Black Mask. Harley Quinn instantly recalled his past. They had a history, but at that time, the Joker was her support, and Roman didn't dare to touch Harley. But now it was different. He thought Harley had gone solo, so he sought revenge. Harley Quinn thought for a moment. Let little Jimmy take a nap. No, before Jimmy could finish his words, he was knocked out. In fact, if Kara weren't there, Harley would have shot him right away. Let us go. We're going to find Roman. Harley Quinn's face was filled with killing intent. Wait, we're just leaving him here? This was Kara's first encounter with such a thing, and she felt a bit guilty. Don't worry, he won't die. Harley Quinn pulled her away. The three of them got into the car, and Kara felt uneasy inside, thinking this couldn't continue. I want to go home and sleep. I have school tomorrow. Kara then spoke up, finding a good excuse. Oh, Kara, the show has just begun. Harley Quinn immediately made a pained expression. Do you want me to get killed by them? She started to morally coerce Kara, thinking that Kara's lack of participation was why she found it boring. Let us have Kara interrogate Black Mask later. But didn't we come out to make money? It. If we don't find them, how can we make money? Harley Quinn said, They've made a lot of money that doesn't belong to them. We're doing this for Gotham. Kara was momentarily stunned by this. That's right, it's all for Gotham. Poison Ivy Pamela also said, they don't care about the environment or plants at all. They must be taught a lesson. Hearing both adults say this, Kara, as a child, could only accept it. She absorbed the knowledge of this world like a sponge. However, whether it was good or bad, she had to discern for herself. They drove towards the Upper East Side. With the rise of the Black Mask, the entire Upper East Side had become his territory. Finding the Black Mask was also simple. They just needed to let him know they were coming. So they went out onto the street, got out of the car, and started looking for people wandering around. In America, besides the city center, there were basically no people out at night. And if one encountered someone late at night, they had to be extremely vigilant, as danger could lurk at any moment. In simple terms, the whole of America was like a large game of werewolf, where one had to close their eyes when it got dark. Even in places like Los Angeles, a metropolis, it was the same. Not to mention Gotham. The gangs in Gotham were rampant, and ordinary people could not walk alone on the streets at night. Otherwise, just look at what happened to the Waynes to understand. The richest people in Gotham could be shot dead, let alone ordinary folks. It was only after the emergence of Batman, this vigilante, that things improved a bit. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy Pamela randomly found someone on the street and beat them up, then told them, go tell the Black Mask that his queen has arrived. This tactic worked. The Black Mask quickly arrived with his little brothers, a group of henchmen known as the Masked Society. These people all wore various masks but dared not wear black, as only the boss, the Black Mask, could wear that. The Black Mask's mask was sinister and terrifying, seemingly radiating fear. Harley Quinn, you actually came knocking on my door. Harley Quinn, you actually came knocking on my door. The Black Mask's men immediately surrounded the three of them, which made Kara feel uneasy. However, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy looked very relaxed. Harley Quinn weighed her baseball bat in her hand and said, Black Mask, you provoke me first. We have no grudges. No grudges? The Black Mask snorted coldly. You forgot about the time the Joker protected you, and you blew up my warehouse. You may have forgotten, but I haven't. Hearing this, Harley Quinn rolled her eyes. Of course, she hadn't forgotten. Really? You're so petty. Ha ha. She burst into laughter, as if mocking the Black Mask. This made the Black Mask laugh in anger. Since you came to me, I will have fun torturing you and see what skills you, this crazy woman, really have. Fuck you. I have great skills, but it's not your turn. Harley Quinn spat at him. Now only Leon could enjoy this. You don't think these two women can save you, do you? The Black Mask looked at Poison Ivy and Kara. He knew Poison Ivy, but he wasn't afraid. Women are just playthings. Capture them. Now that he had the numbers, the Black Mask was naturally not worried and immediately ordered his henchmen to attack. They had nothing to say. They just needed to capture them all. Moreover, he had already thought about what to do next. Turn them into his women and then expand his territory. He knew how powerful Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn were. The Joker completely regarded Harley Quinn as a henchman, which was why she had achieved great success. As for Poison Ivy, she had her own subordinates. If he could swallow them up, he would become the biggest gang boss in Gotham in one fell swoop. At that time, all the Falcone and Penguin would be trampled underfoot. Therefore, these henchmen didn't use firearms but charged forward with cold weapons. This was exactly why Harley Quinn wasn't afraid. She and Poison Ivy exchanged glances, then told Kara, "Stay behind me and be careful." Then, she took her baseball bat and rolled on the ground. Home run. She leaped into the air, and the baseball bat knocked one henchman to the ground. But the other henchmen rushed in. Poison Ivy Pamela protected Kara, and plants surrounded them, controlling the henchmen. Then, Poison Ivy blew a kiss. Her lips secreted a hallucinatory gas with psychic toxins that could control others through kissing and gas transmission. Only those with strong willpower could resist control. That's why Harley Quinn warned Leon not to kiss her. Harley was worried that Poison Ivy would steal him away. After all, the two of them were good friends with the same interests. Harley Quinn could be sure that Leon could charm Poison Ivy Pamela. The Black Mask S henchmen were instantly controlled, and then turned to fight alongside Harley Quinn, pushing back against the Black Mask. This was why they were not afraid of the Black Mask. If you can control your henchmen at any time, how can you fight me? At this moment, Kara frowned tightly, feeling an unease in her heart. This was her first time facing such matters up close. But she wasn't afraid. Instead, she was thinking, if it were Spider-Man, he would defeat them all by himself. At this moment, Harley Quinn had gone mad. The baseball bat in her hand was wielded with great skill, even though it seemed a bit oversized for her. But that didn't matter at all. Ordinary people were naturally no match for Harley Quinn. So she quickly fought her way to the front of the Black Mask. The Black Mask was furious. "You bitch, I'm going to ruin you." The Black Mask took action himself. Moreover, his Black Mask also had a certain level of mind control ability, causing others to scatter immediately. His henchmen were now dazed and no longer participated in the fight. Only the two of them were left to duel on the field. Poison Ivy Pamela said, "Something's wrong. I can't control them anymore. We need to go." Kara spoke up at this moment. "No, we must defeat him." However, Poison Ivy remained steadfast. "Trust Harley." In her view, Harley Quinn had already been enhanced and was not an ordinary person. But unfortunately, the Black Mask was not ordinary either. Suddenly, the Black Mask pulled out a gun. Bang! He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Fortunately, Harley Quinn reacted quickly and grabbed a baseball bat. Although she barely blocked the shot, the bat was shattered upon impact. In that moment of hesitation, the Black Mask had already charged in front of her. Although he had not undergone enhancements, the Black Mask had been keeping himself in shape and honing his combat skills to take revenge on Bruce Wayne. On the other hand, Harley Quinn had never trained systematically. She relied entirely on her superior physical abilities. Dealing with regular henchmen was easy for her, but encountering a skilled fighter posed a problem. At this moment, she could only fight the Black Mask barehanded, and she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Wow! The Black Mask showed no mercy towards the woman, kneeing her in the abdomen, nearly knocking her down, and then grabbing her up. He held her by the neck and said, "I will enjoy torturing you." Spit. Although Harley was captured, she still spat blood onto his mask. Then he tossed her aside. In an instant, Poison Ivy's chosen Harley Quinn was defeated. This left Poison Ivy completely panicked. If this continued, there would be a punishment for defeat. However, unfortunately, Poison Ivy herself was not skilled in close combat. She relied on plants. She quickly controlled the vines she carried with her. The vines instantly expanded, but the Black Mask was prepared and shot them down with a single bullet. "Damn it! How dare you harm my precious?" As a fervent plant enthusiast, Poison Ivy was immediately enraged. Then came the Black Mask's threat. "If you dare to resist again, I will burn every plant in Gotham." "You dare." This hit the core of Poison Ivy's weakness, making her hesitate to move. In all of Gotham, Poison Ivy was the most threatening person because she cared only about plants, disregarding everything else. Because of this, as long as plants were used to threaten her, it was almost a sure victory. This was also the reason why Poison Ivy was often threatened. According to the Penguin, her weakness was too obvious. Karen never expected that the two main henchmen would be defeated like this. Is this what Gotham's villains are like? They're even worse than those in Spider-Man comics. And you, such a cute little doll. The Black Mask finally turned his attention to Kara. Her cute appearance provoked a violent impulse in him. "I hate dolls the most. I want to tear your face apart." He walked toward Kara. "Don't come any closer." Kara was conflicted and immediately spoke up. The Godfather had told her to hide her abilities and not let anyone find out. But if she didn't use her abilities now, wouldn't that be a disaster? The problem was there were so many people around. If she used her powers, it could cause a bigger impact. Unless everyone kept it a secret, which was impossible. The Black Mask was unaware of this. To him, This blonde doll had no resistance at all. Harley Quinn, thank you for your gift. His wrath was about to explode. Seeing this scene, Harley Quinn immediately felt a surge of maternal instinct. Although she had been in pain, she was now filled with strength. Standing up and charging at the Black Mask. You bastard, stay away from my daughter. Harley shouted as she lunged at the Black Mask's back, clawing at his neck with both hands. But her strength was no match for the Black Mask's. It was a physical disparity inherent in women. The Black Mask's combat skills were at least on the level of Nightwing, which Harley could not resist. He easily shook her off and pinned her to the ground, choking her neck from behind. You little bitch. The Black Mask felt many scratches on his body, blood flowing from his neck. Therefore, he immediately tightened his grip on Harley Quinn. Given his violent nature, he could no longer control the urge to kill this woman. You all will die. Harley Quinn was unable to speak as he choked her, only able to breathe with difficulty. She struggled to turn her head to look at Kara, signaling her to run. But at that moment, Kara seemed to be frozen. The moment she rushed in without hesitation, Kara felt a jolt. Although she had always disliked Harley Quinn, her view began to change. So, seeing Harley treated this way, Kara finally couldn't stand it any longer. She was about to break her agreement with the Godfather. Let her go. Get lost, stinky kid. The Black Mask naturally wouldn't listen. I said let her go. Kara moved toward him, but the Black Mask was quick, firing a shot at her. He no longer wanted to torment these women. He was already consumed by rage. Bang! No! Harley Quinn shouted with her last ounce of strength, her eyes brimming with tears. She truly regarded Kara as her daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't display her maternal love so often. Poison Ivy saw this scene and hurriedly controlled her plants. But to their surprise, when the bullet struck Kara, it was instantly deflected. What? Poison Ivy was dumbfounded. At that moment, Kara also felt something was off. Her eyes felt so itchy, so painful. In an instant, Kara's eyes turned red, and with her scream, a powerful energy shot out from her eyes. In an instant, the Black Mask was pierced through by this energy, dying on the spot. However, the energy did not stop. It went on to penetrate an entire building ahead. Kara could no longer control herself, but she forced her head up to look at the sky. Boom! It was as if an earthquake had occurred throughout Gotham. Batman, who was patrolling in the Batmobile outside, immediately asked, "What's happening?" Alfred, "I don't know, sir. It seems to be in the Upper East Side." Alfred, who had been somewhat drowsy, instantly woke up. Batman immediately turned the Batmobile towards the Upper East Side. Upon arriving in the area, he was stunned. In a certain region of the Upper East Side, a towering red beam pierced through Gotham's clouds and darkness, illuminating the entire city as if it were daytime. What the hell? Even the well-informed Batman was taken aback. Strong energy fluctuations, sir. This energy has a very high temperature and tremendous impact, capable of penetrating almost everything. Alfred felt cold sweat all over his body. Although Gotham had many supervillains, they had never seen anything like this. It was like a bronze match suddenly being confronted by a king. It was essentially a dimensional strike. At this moment, the entire Gotham was awakened. Batman didn't dare to hesitate and immediately headed in that direction. Although it was very dangerous, he was Batman, the guardian of Gotham. Almost all Gotham residents were stirred, except for Batman. Even the Iceberg Lounge hurriedly closed its doors, as it wasn't far from the Upper East Side. Leon was among the first to run out to watch the show. Then he saw the soaring red beam of light. Unlike the other onlookers who looked panicked, Leon instinctively felt that something was off. Why did this thing feel so familiar? Soon, he thought of a certain ability, heat vision. Kara hadn't activated this ability yet, so he had paid much attention to it. But now it seemed highly likely that Kara was the cause of it. This was like witnessing the drama unfold right in his own backyard. Leon immediately felt anxious. He was worried that Carla was in trouble. The anxious Leon quickly went to find Frank. "Let me borrow your car. You're not going to tell me you're going to the Upper East Side, are you?" Frank, seeing Liang's worried expression, immediately guessed what was going on. Although he was as strong as a tiger, he was very perceptive. "I have something important to do." Leon spoke up. "I'll go with you." Frank, seeing this, immediately replied, "No, you can't. You don't have a driver's license." He rejected him for that reason. Then the two of them got into the car and headed toward the Upper East Side. In fact, the shock was only a momentary one, as by the time they set off, the beam of light had long since disappeared. However, the impact it left on the people of Gotham did not fade. Under that beam of light, everyone felt so small, as if experiencing an earthquake. The most crucial part was that they seemed to have heard the sound of an explosion. It seemed that if the intent was to destroy the entire Gotham, that beam of light could have done it. Thus, everyone was puzzled about what was going on. As Leon and the others drove onto the road, it was night. Yet there were many cars on the road, and the Gotham police were responding quickly. If it were the previous Gotham police, they definitely wouldn't dare to come to such a scene. But now, with the responsible Commissioner Gordon leading the way, the chief was on the move, and the others dared not slack off. Therefore, Leon and the others could only follow the police car. "What's going on?" Frank asked Leon, but Leon didn't say anything. Just shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I just want to take a look." The scene was eerily silent. At this moment, Kara had barely managed to control herself. But due to not controlling her energy, her eyes felt burnt and emitted faint heat. Harley Quinn greedily breathed in the air, while Poison Ivy, Pamela, was stunned and instinctively moved away from Kara. If Kara's beam of light hit her plants, they would instantly be burned to ashes. Even the two who were familiar with Kara felt this way, let alone Black Mask's henchman. The henchman was so scared that he fled immediately. Some even wet themselves on the spot. Is this still human? Recovering, Harley Quinn looked at Kara, who stood there in shock, and immediately pushed aside Black Mask. She saw that Black Mask had turned into charcoal, crumbling into ashes upon touch. The henchman had been dried out by the intense solar energy. Kryptonian's heat vision absorbs solar energy and can reach temperatures even higher than the core of the sun. At this moment, Kara had just begun to show her powers, but because she couldn't control them, the temperature was extremely intense. Even the building in front of her was split in half by Kara's heat vision, let alone humans. Harley Quinn wasn't afraid of Kara at all. She ran up to her. "Kara, are you okay?" She embraced Kara tightly, her thought process different from others, and instead excitedly asked, "What just happened? Can you do it again?" For Harley, Kara did this to save her. This was simply a treasure. With this kind of power, who would dare bully her in the future? Just glare at them until they stunned to death. However, Kara did not answer her. She had already fallen into extreme fear. The last time she merely showed a bit of strength, she was regarded as a monster by her classmates. Now, she had shown even more. She understood why the Godfather didn't want her to casually display her powers. This was beyond what she could handle at her age. But fortunately, there were two adults present. Harley Quinn immediately noticed that Kara was feeling guilty and comforted her. "Kara, listen, this isn't your fault, okay? He was going to hurt you. You were just defending yourself. You don't need to feel guilty. This is self-defense." As she spoke, Harley gave Poison Ivy a frantic look. Poison Ivy was now very afraid of Kara, fearing that she might glare at her and kill her too. But she also took a deep breath and said, "That's right, Kara, you're right. What we need to do now is get out of here quickly, or someone will come. Yes, we need to hurry." Harley immediately took Kara's hand. Kara understood this too, so she finally nodded and followed the two of them away. She maintained a blank expression, straining her nerves. Harley Quinn didn't say anything more, but whispered to Poison Ivy, "Ivy, did you see that? As long as we have Kara with us, who in Gotham would dare to bully us? Are you crazy? She's still young, and clearly can't control her powers. I don't care. She's superhuman. I've never seen a power stronger than hers. Gotham combined isn't a match for her." On the rooftop, Batman watched the three leave. He had just arrived. Initially, he didn't think Harley and Poison Ivy could do this until he saw Kara. "Master, are you saying it was that alien girl who did this?" "It seems so," Batman replied. He descended to the ground and used high-tech equipment to reconstruct the scene. This technology was impressive, capable of not only identifying the parties involved, but also recreating all the actions. At that time, Black Mask had grabbed Harley, seemingly about to choke her, and then Kara erupted. Her eyes emitted intense energy. Why the eyes? Alfred wondered. Because her eyes were a bit red earlier and were dissipating heat, Batman deduced. This means her physical strength is extraordinary, stronger than anyone we've seen. Only with such strength could she withstand such intense energy without her eyes being affected. If everyone from her planet is as strong as her, then the entire universe would be their colony. Alfred added a comment. "Earth is fine now, and she's the only one. There's no need to be overly concerned, Master." Batman didn't elaborate on this matter further, saying, "I suspect this isn't all of her abilities. What else could she do?" At this moment, Batman recalled his conversation with Leon on the rooftop. She will become their god. Previously, he hadn't understood, thinking Kara was just a bit stronger. But now he understood a bit more. However, do humans need a god who is high above them? "Master, the police will be here soon." "I know. I'll make sure they all stay quiet." Batman observed the scene. There were many of Black Mask's henchmen, but the traces were very obvious in his eyes. He immediately followed the traces to find those henchmen for a talk. The conversation would include not spreading this incident. They saw nothing and knew nothing. As for how to ensure that, Batman had his methods. Just as Batman was leaving, the Gotham police finally arrived. Commissioner Gordon looked at the scene and felt somewhat numb. He had never seen such a situation. He didn't know what kind of power could split the buildings ahead in half, and not just one. If he hadn't looked up at the sky in the end, perhaps all of Gotham would have been split in half. This suggests that the opponent had at least restrained their power. What happened here? He immediately asked his subordinates, but the officers all shook their heads. There are no surveillance cameras nearby, only on another street, which detected a person in a black mask. Find him. Commissioner Gordon ordered immediately. Just then, he noticed a crowd of people coming over. There were many onlookers in America, all wanting to know what happened as soon as possible. There were also some reporters. With no other choice, he could only deal with their questions. At that moment, he saw Leon in the crowd. This made Commissioner Gordon's heart skip a beat. Could it be related to him? At this time, a subordinate officer approached. Commissioner, we found the black mask subordinates. Where are they? They passed out and what? They seem to have mental issues. I suspect they inhaled Scarecrow's fear toxin. They're all ordinary people. It may be difficult for them to wake up. Hearing this, James Gordon suddenly thought of many things. The fear toxin from Scarecrow is not something only he possesses. What is he trying to do? What secrets are there that cannot be known? For a wayward son, home is a safe harbor. It is the same for the three who have committed serious crimes. Harley Quinn immediately brought Kara back, while Poison Ivy, Pamela, wanted to leave but was held back by her. However, she didn't know that for Poison Ivy, staying was even more terrifying. After all, Poison Ivy had previously spoken poorly of Kara and was afraid of being settled. When they got home, there was indeed no one there. What do we do now? Poison Ivy felt restless. Wait for Leon to come back. Harley Quinn also checked around, confirming there were no issues, and only then did she feel relaxed. What use is it for an ordinary person to come back? Poison Ivy felt confused. Harley Quinn gave a look to Poison Ivy, and they saw Kara sitting alone on the sofa, having closed herself off. On the way back, they were unable to communicate with Kara. They were all very afraid of this situation, which is why Poison Ivy dared not stay. After all, Kara is so young. What if she can't handle this shock and has a psychological breakdown? For Kara, she has killed, although it wasn't intentional, for someone only in their teens. The impact of all this is too great. It can easily cause her psychological trauma and leave lifelong effects. Frank was somewhat bewildered. Leon only took a glance at the scene before he wanted to go home. He was very curious about what was happening, but seeing Leon's grim face, he didn't dare to speak. At that moment, Leon was terrifying, exuding a fear even greater than that of Penguin Boss Cobblepot. It was like the night before a storm, where a careless move could lead to thunder and lightning, with raging winds and torrential rain. At such a time, the whole world would surely be in turmoil. Holding on to this feeling, Frank didn't dare to hit the brakes and hurriedly drove towards Leon's house. But just then, a shadow suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Frank was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, and he quickly slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The car's tires almost burned on the ground. But at least it came to a stop. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Frank's temper flared, and he immediately pulled out his handgun. But he quickly put it down, because this silhouette was familiar to the people of Gotham. Batman. What was going on? Frank swallowed hard. He instantly recalled what Leon had said before. There was something you should never say to Batman. He had a feeling he was courting disaster. But before he could say that line, he felt darkness engulfing him, and his head crashed onto the steering wheel. My hair. That was the last thought of Frank before he passed out. What happened? The moment Leon saw Batman, he guessed that Batman already knew who was responsible. Otherwise, Batman wouldn't have come to block the road like this. Leon got out of the car, and the two stood facing each other in front of the headlights. Their shadows stretched infinitely long by the light. You said you wanted to give her a good environment, but she came out with Harley Quinn and even sought revenge on the gang. Are you raising a hero or a villain? Batman said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with disappointment. He had agreed to let the two stay in Gotham and had done his best to provide Kara with the best environment. But then this happened. There won't be any more of this, Leon said coldly. After Batman's words, he finally understood what was happening. It was indeed Harley Quinn. Seeing Leon's expression, Batman, who had originally wanted to say something, gave up. He had seen this kind of expression before, when he made mistakes as a child, on his father Thomas Wayne's face. Of course, Thomas Wayne had never hit him. He would just educate him, letting him know what was right and what was wrong. Hopefully, Leon could do the same. What other abilities did she have? So, Batman changed the subject. This was her newly emerged ability, which had been tested in an uninhabited area and then gradually controlled. Leon said here somewhat helplessly. Batman also knows why. In the densely populated Gotham, it's too difficult to have a private space. I understand now. I hope you can help her control it quickly and avoid making a big mistake again. Leon returned to the car. He shook Frank, who was sleeping soundly. Then he tapped Frank's head twice. What happened? Frank finally slowly woke up, as if he had forgotten what had happened earlier. He only remembered seeing Batman and then getting knocked out. Leon is actually fine? It's nothing. Batman mistook you for the boss, Cobblepot. Frank is somewhat speechless. Is Batman really that careless? Hurry up and drive. Leon urged. Oh. At the bottom of the apartment building, Leon looked up. There were no lights on. However, he knew a few people were home. So he went upstairs. Creak. He opened the door and saw a few people in the living room. Kara was sitting on the sofa, while Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy both looked helpless. Darling. Seeing Leon appear, Harley Quinn finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ran over. But Leon didn't embrace her. He just gave her a cold glance. He thought that Harley Quinn would behave if she turned over a new leaf. But who would have thought that Harley Quinn was still Harley Quinn? Not the normal person she used to be. At Kara's age, following abnormal people would undoubtedly lead to big mistakes. You should go, Leon said resolutely. Compared to his own happiness, he felt that Kara's growth was more important. He didn't understand it before, but now he did. He could give up everything for Kara. What? Harley Quinn was stunned. In an instant, her tears flowed uncontrollably, smudging her makeup. No, darling, don't abandon me. She came over to hug Leon, but was pushed away by him. Enough. Leon spoke up. I don't want to see you again. Harley Quinn looked at the heartless Leon, opened her mouth, and glanced at Poison Ivy and the seated Kara. I love you. Please don't abandon me. Okay? I won't take Kara out to play anymore. I'll do anything you want. The Joker girl said pitifully to Leon. Her words came from the heart, and Leon could feel her sincerity. It is said that the path to a woman's heart is through her emotions. There was no doubt that Leon had conquered her. This made Leon a bit reluctant, but for Kara, he still had to make up his mind. At that moment, Kara spoke up. Godfather, don't blame her. Kara finally spoke, sighed in relief, glared fiercely at the Joker girl, and then came to Kara's side. Leon embraced Kara tightly, and Kara felt a sense of security. Finally, unable to hold back, she began to cry loudly in Leon's arms. Women are made of water. The young Kara was no exception. Although she was a Kryptonian and matured faster than her peers due to her experiences, she was still a little girl. What happened tonight was beyond her psychological limits. In Krypton, she received an aristocratic education. The L family was a prominent family on Krypton, and unlike the Zod family, their genes were inherently scientific. It is well known that Krypton eliminated natural reproduction, using the Codex of Life to cultivate using Kryptonian genes. This resulted in a situation where a person's profession and talents were determined from the moment of conception. If Kara were from the Zod family, killing someone would naturally not feel wrong. But she carried the genes of the L family. After arriving on Earth, Leon also protected Kara, shielding her from too much darkness. But unfortunately, this was Gotham. Godfather. I killed him. I pierced him through with my first strike. I didn't mean to, it was out of my control. Kara blamed herself in Leon's arms. She was scared. Killing is against the law. Leon felt relieved when he heard her speak. It is the fear of the law that prevents one from acting recklessly. Of course, the reason superheroes are heroes and not villains primarily relies on their morals. After all, if they wanted to trample on the law, it would be too easy. So, Leon thought for a moment and waited until Kara stopped crying. People need a vent, and after that bout of crying, Kara felt much better. However, the gazes from Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy beside her made her feel a bit embarrassed. The surprised expressions of these two women made Kara wish she could burrow into the ground. Especially Harley, who wore a look of sudden realization. No wonder they are father and daughter. Kara. Leon adjusted Kara's small face, making her look into his eyes. In the dim light, Kara's little face was stained with tears. This made Leon heartbroken as he wiped away her tears, which made the nearby Harley Quinn jealous. She had also cried earlier, making her face a mess. But Leon didn't even glance at her. Indeed, his daughter was the most important to him. Could you explain what happened? Father, I felt a bit itchy in my eyes tonight. Kara wanted to lower her head, but Leon held her face. Leon clearly saw that Kara's eyes were somewhat dry, which was obviously due to her first time using the heat vision. Her eyes were still not accustomed to it. When extracting Kara's abilities before, Leon had also thought about wanting the heat vision. Looking back now, he really felt a sense of fear. Kara's physical condition showed such obvious aftereffects after her first use. If an ordinary person were to obtain heat vision, they would probably lose their eyesight after just one use. Indeed, physical fitness is the foundation of everything. So why didn't you tell me? Leon immediately became serious. Upon hearing this, Carla pouted and said aggrievedly, You went to work. Well then what? Leon immediately gave a head pat. In China, a head pat is a sign of disrespect. However, In America, it represents affection. Only the closest people would do this. Carla, like a gentle little kitten, quickly felt calm. Then Carla recounted what had happened. Leon immediately said, "All right, you're doing this for the people, so what is there to worry about?" "But Spider-Man never kills," Kara said softly. Leon understood immediately, so that's what it was. The nearby Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy found it a bit strange. However, seeing Carla relax, they also breathed a sigh of relief. "Ivy, you should go first," Harley said to Poison Ivy. Ivy had already realized what was about to happen. It was late at night, and, as an outsider, it was indeed inappropriate for her to stay with this family of three. However, Poison Ivy felt a bit reluctant. She finally understood why Harley was so invested. It turned out that being Leon's woman had such great benefits. If she became Leon's woman, wouldn't that make her Carla's godmother? That would mean she could walk all over Gotham. But unfortunately, Harley had already taken the lead. Right now, Harley was her close friend. But what if she turned against her one day? While Poison Ivy, Pamela, was pondering this, she also found herself unsure of how to leave Leon's house. With Harley's personality, she would definitely cause trouble. Leon would certainly not keep her. He had almost kicked her out today. There is still a chance for me. Poison Ivy's mood instantly lightened. Leon didn't mind that Poison Ivy was gone, but instead continued talking to Kara. Spider-Man doesn't kill, but look at it this way. Those villains get caught and then escape. Committing crimes again, only to be caught again. This is for the sake of the plot. As a new generation, Leon's educational philosophy is naturally not so rigid. In his past life, he saw a video of Brother Xiaobing on the internet. Brother Xiaobing took his son to play games and put immense pressure on him, ultimately leading little Xiaobing to love studying more than gaming. He had a gloomy face while playing games, but a beaming smile while studying. At home, we talk about game achievements, but at school we talk about grades. If you can't even get into a university, how can you expect to get into Tsinghua or Peking University? Such are the golden quotes. In Leon's view, this is the correct way of education. Now that he finally has the opportunity, he certainly won't undermine Kara's interests and is willing to communicate closely with her. For the sake of the plot? Goddaughters. Yes, think about it. Gotham is just like that. Batman never kills. These supervillains get sent to Arkham Asylum and then released. Has Gotham ever gotten better? This only makes super criminals act recklessly. Since Batman won't kill them, what do they have to fear? Hearing Leon's words, Kara seemed to ponder. For example, if Batman would kill, would Harley still dare to be so arrogant? She probably wouldn't dare to be the Joker's girlfriend and would just be a normal person instead. Seeing the father and daughter both looking at her, Harley Quinn instinctively straightened her back. Hey! Hearing Leon's words, Harley Quinn immediately felt unconvinced. Just tell me, if Batman killed other villains like the Joker, Penguin, and Scarecrow, would you still dare to be the Joker's girlfriend? Leon raised his head and asked. Harley Quinn, upon hearing that the Joker was to be killed, immediately cheered. Great. Let's kill that jerk. This left Leon with a black line on his forehead, thinking that this was truly someone with an abnormal mind. I'm talking about serious matters. Of course, I'm still the Joker's girl. Harley Quinn huffed, but I will leave Gotham. For a person, what's most important is the heart. Batman is so scary. Why stay in Gotham? Can't I be the Joker's girl somewhere else? Look, Leon said to Kara. So, Kara, you don't have to fully learn from Spider-Man. That's just what the writers do to make the comic look good. You need to look at reality. I understand, Kara replied, looking thoughtful and feeling very inspired. Leon never just tells Carla what she can do and what she can't. He explains to her why things should be done that way. Only then can Carla understand and agree with him. Of course, Carla is naturally well-behaved, which is also something Leon likes about her. Daughters are better than sons. That's why it's said that daughters are the lovers of past lives, right? Although he is raising a daughter, for Leon, this is fate. Otherwise, why would he have specifically adopted Carla? Leon believes that everything is fated. At this moment, Carla no longer feels guilty about killing. She just feels a little uncomfortable. All right, go rest early. Take a day off tomorrow, and I will take you to adapt. Leon spoke up. Really? Kara was very happy. Seeing Leon nod, she hurried to her room to rest. Kara had just activated her heat vision and needed to practice quickly. Otherwise, if during class at school her eyes suddenly itched and she accidentally destroyed the school, that wouldn't be fun at all. Leon never expected that Kryptonians could be so dangerous. No wonder highly intelligent people like Batman and Lex Luthor are so wary of them. This was just the young Kara accidentally almost destroying Gotham. If it were intentional, it wouldn't take long for her to take down a city by herself. It's even possible for her to destroy a planet. With such uncontrollable power, how could humanity not be afraid? They can only hope that Superman is a saint, a sunny and cheerful big boy, so that Earth can be safe. And if one day Superman changes his mind and decides to be the master of humanity, they would have no way to stop him. But fortunately, Leon doesn't have to worry about these things. Kara is his student. Does she understand? Seeing Kara's door tightly closed, Leon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, where's Poison Ivy? Leon looked at Harley Quinn with a somewhat serious expression. He needed to make her understand the gravity of the situation. Harley wore a flattering expression, behaving submissively in front of Leon like a little dog. On one hand, she was genuinely captivated by Leon. On the other hand, she also wanted to build a good relationship with Carla. Ivy left first. Harley looked entirely compliant. However, Leon wasn't so easily lenient with her. Since Ivy had left, she would have to take the punishment in her place. Leon spoke up. Should I call her back? As she spoke, Harley Quinn's clothes slipped off. I guess that wouldn't be a bad idea. He picked up Harley Quinn horizontally, as if carrying a trophy, and headed to his room. He needed to let Harley Quinn know the family rules. The next day, Leon called the school to request a leave of absence. Unlike before, the teachers at Lewis Memorial High School approved it immediately and didn't mock him. This is the benefit of being wealthy. The school was aware of Kara's special circumstances. As it was sponsored by Wayne Enterprises, and they had no authority over it, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant and dismiss him. Otherwise, how could they justify the funding from Wayne Enterprises? And since the funds were already in hand, who cared about the students? After getting the leave approved, Leon went to make breakfast. Harley Quinn came out wearing Leon's clothes again, but Kara no longer viewed her with hostility. Last night, Harley Quinn had fought fiercely against Black Mask, fearing that Kara would be harmed, almost getting killed herself, and Kara had seen all. Although Kara didn't admit that Harley Quinn could be her godmother, she didn't reject the idea either. However, there was some confusion in her young heart. Wasn't Harley Quinn one of Gotham's villains? Why did she not seem so bad? Unlike the villains in Spider-Man, who were utterly evil, Kara doubted she could resist the urge to fight them. But Gotham's villains were different. Like Harley Quinn, she wasn't purely bad. There was a sense of madness to her. It seemed like it was just for fun. The young Kara clearly couldn't understand. She just sat in the living room, contemplating, watching as Harley Quinn used the excuse of helping to get close to her godfather. Kara felt jealous again. Her godfather was truly weak-willed. This was Harley Quinn. How would he joke around with her? Kara, it's time for breakfast. Leon and Harley Quinn brought out breakfast. Then the two sat across from her, with Harley Quinn smiling and leaning against Leon. Darling, I'll join you guys later. No way. Leon was really scared of her. After the lesson he learned last night, he made an agreement with Harley Quinn, allowing her to stay. But he always felt that Harley Quinn wouldn't be honest. In fact, Harley Quinn just wanted to know how amazing Kara really was. She and Poison Ivy, Pamela, had already referred to Kara as Wonder Girl, quite literally. Eyes that can shoot lasers. How incredible is that? I'm just curious. The Joker's girl pleaded with Leon, pulling out her trump card, which was to act pitiful. If Leon still refused, she would have to resort to her last method. It had always worked before, especially last night. As soon as that title was mentioned, Leon couldn't control himself. All right then. Leon was also worried about leaving her alone and causing trouble. He could see that Harley Quinn was just restless. Yay! Harley Quinn excitedly left a lipstick mark on Leon's face. This made Kara unable to watch any longer. Hey, you two, can you not be so disgusting? There's a minor here. Kara protested. Ever since Harley Quinn arrived, the Godfather had changed. Although the Godfather used to flirt around, he wouldn't be so obvious in front of her. Before she got home from school, those women would disappear, at most just having taken a glance. Now it was different. Harley Quinn had to be in front of him every day. Annoying. Leon and Harley Quinn finally restrained themselves a bit. He didn't think much of it after all. After all, he was still young and unmarried, and Harley was just a teaching assistant. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. After finishing breakfast, Harley volunteered to clean up. To be honest, if she weren't wearing that crazy makeup and had such a carefree demeanor, she would seem quite normal when she focused on her work. There was a hint of a good wife and mother vibe. However, Harley Quinn is still Harley Quinn. She would soon revert to her usual craziness. It's like a wild cat. Perhaps you can feed her, but taming her wildness is quite difficult. Of course, the main question is, if you really tamed her wildness, would she still be Harley Quinn? Leon likes her because she is quirky, imaginative, and does things unconventionally. She is always full of energy and dares to try any action. Ahem. The intricacies of this matter are not for outsiders to know. New Jersey. This article can be found at 33ksw.com for free reading. This time, Leon and the others came to the seaside. The American coastline is extremely vast, with both the East Coast and the West Coast, so naturally not every place is suitable for a beach. Therefore, Most areas are uninhabited. Liang and the others found a place with a relatively treacherous terrain, and there wasn't even a single birdman in sight when they arrived. In fact, the coastal areas of America are still relatively populated. If it were the central regions, it would be even worse. Many so-called small towns only have a few hundred to 1,000 people at most, not even comparable to a village in a large eastern country. A vast expanse of land is uninhabited. Kara, keep it up. Leon cheered for Carla, and the Joker nearby was also very excited. The Joker grinned widely, applying her fiery red lipstick, eager to see just how amazing Carla was. Carla nodded, then closed her eyes. She stood on a giant rock by the sea, seemingly brewing something. Leon watched from the side, and even with his eyes closed, he could see Kara's eye socket starting to turn red and then heating up. This was terrifying. Soon after, Kara opened her eyes, which were already a bright crimson, and powerful heat vision shot out from her eyes, illuminating the surface of the sea. Boom! The seawater instantly began to boil. In just a moment, countless amounts of seawater were evaporated, and a thick mist of water vapor spread across the coast, as if the ocean itself had been split in two by the heat vision. Superman's heat vision can reach the temperature of the sun's core. Although Kara wasn't that powerful at the moment, her temperature was still in the thousands of degrees, capable of incinerating almost anything. This made Leon envious. When would he be able to have heat vision too? Then he could learn how to heat milk like his compatriots. All right, time to learn how to control the temperature. Leon opened his mouth to speak. This caused the intense gaze in Kara's eyes to falter for a moment, as if a flashlight had run out of batteries. Then, the intensity of her gaze gradually softened, and it seemed that Kara was really adjusting. After that, she began to make persistent attempts. After Kara tried several times, she gained some insights. However, she quickly said, "Godfather, my eyes are a bit dry, and I don't want to try anymore." Leon turned her small face to take a look, and her eyes were a bit red and swollen, clearly a result of eye strain. However, while others were staring at computers and phones, his own daughter was playing with hot visuals. It's fun. You want to play too? Then just do what you want to do. Leon knew that Carla couldn't wait any longer. Throughout history, people have had dreams of flying. Now, humans can use tools to help them, but on a personal level, everyone wants to soar freely in the sky like a bird. Now that Carla has this opportunity, she naturally wants to give it a try. Carla has been eager for this moment. She crouched down, clenched her fist with one hand, and struck a takeoff pose. What's she doing? Leon pulled Harley Quinn to the side, and she immediately asked. She had been bored just a moment ago. Although Kara's intense gaze was impressive, the performance had been dull to watch. It was obvious just by looking. Leon said, "I see Kara already familiar with the process," and at this moment, she jumped up. Moreover, this time she didn't leave a big hole in the ground, which means she has learned to control her power well. The talent of Kryptonians is indeed astonishing. Whoosh! Kara shot up from the ground like a missile and instantly vanished into the clouds. The next time she was seen, she was already over the ocean. However, this time, she didn't come crashing down. Instead, she attempted to control her body. Kara wobbled for a moment, but ultimately steadied herself. Wow! The Joker was stunned by this scene. Kara could actually fly. A girl in her teens was flying right in front of her. Even the well-experienced Joker in Gotham was amazed. Is this still a human? One can only say that Gotham, being Batman's hometown, has most super criminals not excelling in brute force. This must be attributed to Gotham's excellent matching mechanism. With Kara and Gotham, it truly is a dimensional strike. The Joker was incredibly excited at this moment, because she was already imagining that with Kara as her protege, she could run rampant in Gotham. What Joker? What Batman? All will be knocked down by Kara. Darling, shall we go home and do it? The Joker was addicted to the idea. Well, Kara probably wouldn't stop anytime soon. Of course, Kara wouldn't stop. She felt that the gravity of Earth had completely disappeared, no longer able to restrain her flying, allowing her to go wherever she wanted. She could fly above the clouds in an instant or skim the surface of the sea. And her speed was increasing. The scenery around her zipped past at the speed of light, yet she could still capture every detail. As she attempted flying for the first time, she began circling the Earth. Boom! Her speed kept increasing, and the sound of her flight began to change. At first, it sounded like the roar of a fighter jet, but then it transformed, as if the space itself was vibrating. Kara felt herself getting faster, having long surpassed the speed of sound. But she was still not satisfied, crazily wanting to break through her limits. If someone were to measure, they would find her speed quickly exceeded Mach 5. Just then, Kara felt as if the space was being torn apart. Then, a silver-haired girl appeared in front of her. Kara immediately stopped her body, warily watching the other person. Besides her beautiful silver hair, the rest was hard to describe, as she looked like a refugee, dressed in rags and covered in dirt. However, she seemed to be roughly the same height as Kara, though a bit thinner. By modern standards, this looked somewhat malnourished. "Who are you?" Kara asked as she descended from the sky. She glanced around. It was a forest, though she had no idea where she had flown to. The silver-haired girl stared at her in shock as she flew down, but she quickly adapted, thinking Kara was a sorceress. However, she soon became confused by Kara's words. She had never heard such a language before. "I am Siri, Princess of Sintra. Are you a sorceress?" The silver-haired girl said in a long string, causing Kara to widen her eyes. What language is this? However, Kara was not an ordinary person. She was a Kryptonian girl with a super brain. Just by listening to this one sentence, and after a few seconds, she completely grasped the silver-haired girl's language. "Siri? Sintra. Never heard of them. And I'm not a sorceress." Kara replied in her language. "I am Kara Zor-El, and I don't know where you were talking about. But it must not be on Earth." "Earth?" Siri was indeed a bit dazed, her eyes wide with confusion. "You are not from Earth. You must have traveled through time and space." Kara thought about the rift she had just encountered, which had appeared and then disappeared. This was going to be difficult. Siri was originally a princess from the northern country of Sintra. Her grandmother was the Empress of Sintra, known as the Lioness of Sintra, Queen Calanthe. Her biological father was the Emperor of Nilfgaard, Imhir var Emrius. Thus, Siri was indeed a legitimate princess, known as the Lion Cub of Sintra, growing up without worries. The only problem was that she had the Witcher's Law of Surprise, which meant that after turning 6, she would be taken away by the Witcher Geralt. However, Geralt clearly did not want to follow the Law of Surprise. He came to the Sintra Palace, met Queen Calanthe, but did not take Siri away, nor did he even ask for her name or gender. So, Siri grew up to this point now in her teens. She should have grown up carefreely, perhaps to succeed Queen Calanthe and become the next ruler of Sintra. But at this moment, the Southern Empire of Nilfgaard launched the Northern War. The Emperor of Nilfgaard was Siri's biological father, but he wanted to annex the north and intended to marry his own daughter to gain legitimacy. Thus, the first place he invaded was Sintra, not only annexing it, but also causing the horrific Sintra massacre. Siri's grandmother, the Lioness of Sintra, Queen Calanthe, committed suicide, and the Emperor of Nilfgaard, wanting to capture Siri, sent his elite team to seize her and bring her back for marriage. Siri fought desperately and escaped from this team. She ran tirelessly in the forest, and when she was exhausted, she suddenly felt her bloodline boiling. Then, the surrounding scenery became illusory, thick fog appeared, and a portal appeared before her. Siri didn't have time to think, fearing being discovered by pursuers, and jumped in. Subsequently, she arrived at a rift, and upon stepping out, she saw a figure descending from the sky. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Kara made Siri's eyes widen instantly. She was so beautiful, perfect, and radiant. Siri felt mesmerized. Kara listened to Siri's description and finally confirmed that Siri was not from Earth. She wasn't particularly concerned about this, because she herself was not an Earthling. She was a Kryptonian. "Are you saying there was a door before you?" "Yes," Siri nodded, her eyes fixed on Kara, making Kara feel a bit shy. Why did it feel like Siri's gaze was so eager? "Can you still feel it? Or how did you create it? Can you go back?" Kara, being still young, lost her bearings for a moment, only wanting to send Siri back. After all, Siri was from another world. Kara felt she wasn't qualified to take her in. At the very least, her father should come. "Are you trying to chase me away? Please, don't send me away." Siri immediately grabbed Kara's arm, and Kara really wanted to pull her hand away because Siri was too dirty right now. Refugees probably weren't this miserable, but for Siri's dignity, Kara held back her discomfort. "Don't you miss home?" Kara had to ask. "My home has been destroyed. I can't go back," Siri replied, and a flash of hatred crossed her eyes. The Iron Cavalry of Nilfgaard seemed vivid in her mind. Hearing Siri's words, Kara felt a sense of empathy. She developed a bit of affection for Siri. If it weren't for her father, she might have ended up like Siri, a refugee. "Then, how about you come with me to my home?" Kara suggested. "Thank you," Siri replied, feeling that Kara was a good person and quite capable. Most importantly, Kara said this wasn't a world she was familiar with, so only Kara could communicate with her. The only person she could talk to, of course, she would stick closely to. "Hold on to me." After Kara figured it out, she didn't mind and hugged Siri. She smelled fragrant and was very comfortable to hold, making Siri feel a little shy. She was all dirty and surely would get Kara dirty too. Now, Kara didn't want to play anymore. After all, with Siri, a visitor from another world, her mainstay was not by her side. and her mind was a bit chaotic. When something happened, the first thing she thought of was her father. So, she wrapped Siri in a biofield and flew up. Siri was startled, suddenly flying up from the ground, something that was impossible in their world. Even a sorceress couldn't do that. Kara was much more powerful than a sorceress. Stop screaming. Kara couldn't take it anymore and had to stop, waiting for Siri to adjust before continuing to fly. Fortunately, Siri was quite brave and quickly adapted. Siri loved to play. During her childhood, she often moved between Sintra and Skellige. Skellige was an overseas island nation, and she often crossed the sea as a child, even learning to skate there. Moreover, Siri had once accidentally entered the forbidden sanctuary of tree spirits, the Broccolin Forest. She was not a person who followed the rules. By nature, she loved freedom and was very adventurous. So, she gazed in shock at the world below, her eyes wide open. Since Kara was carrying her, she didn't dare fly too high or too fast, but it allowed Siri to see what this world was like. Just seeing those tall buildings for the first time, she knew this wasn't Sintra, nor Redania, and definitely not Nilfgaard. The architectural style here was completely different from her world. Now Siri was convinced that she had really crossed into another world. The reason she saw so many tall buildings was that they had already arrived in the metropolis. But they didn't stop. Siri saw Kara carrying her across the ocean and landing on another piece of land. The buildings here weren't as tall as those in the metropolis, and the architectural style was strange, with a cult-like vibe. However, Siri thought this Gothic architecture looked beautiful. She widened her eyes as Kara brought her down into an alley. Once her feet were on solid ground, the dreamlike feeling faded away. Siri really felt that she had arrived in another world. At least Nilfgaard wouldn't chase her anymore. Thinking of this, Siri felt tears welling up in her eyes. "Let's go to my home," Kara said to Siri. Siri nodded and hurried to follow Kara. Gotham City wasn't safe. There were many idle people, addicts, and homeless individuals. However, when they saw Siri, they all moved away. Where did this filthy beggar come from? Try and take over Gotham. Siri was all dirty. Her silver hair was almost black. Seeing the disdainful looks from people, Siri felt her young heart take a hit. After following Kara upstairs, she saw Kara knock on the door and quickly asked, "Kara, your family won't despise me, right?" Seeing Siri's fearful expression, Kara's heart softened, feeling a sisterly instinct. "They won't." The door opened, and Harley Quinn stepped aside. Upon seeing Siri next to Kara, she couldn't hold back. Where did this ugly girl come from? Siri's appearance was indeed not good. She was dirty, frowning, and her face was covered in grime, making her look not very pretty. Harley Quinn, who liked beautiful things, almost swung a baseball bat at her. Cough, cough. This made Kara feel quite emotional. Just a moment ago, she had promised Siri that no one would despise her, and now she was immediately slapped in the face. Fortunately, in a stroke of luck, Siri didn't understand the language of this world. But human expressions are universal. Siri saw the disdain on Harley's face. Kara quickly blocked Siri and shot a glare at Harley Quinn. "Don't mind her, she's a bad woman." Hearing bad woman, Siri immediately nodded. She was indeed a bad woman. "Where's the father?" Kara asked with a stern face. "He's resting, he's exhausted." Harley Quinn looked radiant, especially in contrast to the tiredness of Kara's father, which made Kara feel even more frustrated. Those two were causing trouble while she was away. Leon also had his troubles. He carelessly agreed to play a challenging game with Harley Quinn. But who would have thought that Harley Quinn was trained? She was an athletic powerhouse, the kind that could compete in the Olympics. "Siri, come in." Kara quickly called Siri in. Siri walked in cautiously and stood at the door, hesitant to move. After all, the house seemed so luxurious to her, with almost everything unfamiliar except for the table, and it was very clean. Suddenly, Siri felt a sense of shame. "Kara, what is this?" At that moment, Leon walked out of the room. "Father, this is Siri. She is a princess from Sintra, and Sintra is from another world." Kara promptly explained what had just happened. Puffed. Leon was drinking water and nearly spat out. He immediately looked at Siri, who was not at all unfamiliar to him. He had played The Witcher 3 back in the day, where Siri was young and beautiful, leaving a strong impression. But the girl before him, this ugly duckling, was Siri? However, as the saying goes, girls change a lot in 18 years, and Leon quickly accepted it. He immediately thought of Siri's uniqueness. The world Siri lived in wasn't particularly special, just some magic here and there. Well, a female sorceress is indeed impressive, using the leaf spells of lilac and gooseberry. The red-haired enchantress Triss. But the most important part was Siri. Siri's bloodline was very special. She was a sorceress, the inheritor of ancient blood. How special is ancient blood? It allows Siri to control time and space. In other words, Siri can easily traverse from Sintra to here because she has ancient blood in her veins. Although it hasn't been activated yet, no one knows how she does it. But once she grows up, Siri will be able to easily travel between worlds. In the game, Geralt asks Siri which world she has visited. Siri tells him she has been to a different world where humans have metal blocks in their brains, enabling them to wage war from afar using something like a telescope. At that time, some speculated that it was the world of Cyberpunk 2077. It is precisely because of this magical power that Siri is also known as the daughter of time and space. And now, the daughter of time and space is right in front of him. Leon also wants to harness this power. Godfather? Carla looked at Leon in confusion, interrupting his thoughts. I understand now. Leon nodded and said, Kara, why don't you take Siri to wash up first, and then give her your clothes to wear? Is that okay? Although Kara felt a bit reluctant, she empathized with Siri's situation and naturally agreed. Both girls had lost their homes and were displaced. Siri, this is my godfather. Godfather. Siri came over to greet him very understandingly. However, Leon looked confused. He couldn't understand. But fortunately, he also had a super brain, having gained Kara's physique, and quickly started to learn Siri's language on his own. Well, since you're all alone and lonely here, why don't you stay with us? You could be my goddaughter, just like Kara. How about that? Leon smiled at her cleverness in calling him godfather and continued the conversation. Huh? Kara and Siri both looked a bit confused. However, Kara quickly brightened up and said, Siri, just agree. The godfather is really nice. Plus, we'll be able to live together from now on. Kara had been worried that Leon wouldn't accept Siri, but it seemed she had overthought it. The godfather is indeed a good person. All right, thank you. Siri was still a bit shy. All right, Kara will take you to wash up. Kara led Siri to the bathroom. Inside, Siri looked at all the items with some confusion. I'll teach you. But Kara had already thought ahead and kindly helped Siri. This is the shower head. We don't have a bathtub, but you can turn this on to get hot water. Goddaughters.The. Wow, it's that easy to get water? Siri was incredibly surprised. After all, in Sintra, she had to fetch water herself. But she was a princess, so she had servants to do it for her. After Kara taught her how to use it, she said, you wash up by yourself, and I'll go get your clothes. Okay, thank you, Kara. Siri hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Once she saw Kara leave, she felt a surreal sense of wonder. It was as if she had suddenly arrived in this place while still being chased. This was truly a magical journey. Thinking this, Siri looked at herself in the mirror, a bit disgusted, and quickly tore off the rags on her body before rinsing herself off. So comfortable. Are you really going to take her in? In the living room, Harley Quinn looked at Leon and asked. She couldn't understand the previous conversation, but Leon's intentions were very clear. For Kara, Leon said, Kara has finally made a friend. As for this statement, Harley Quinn seemed unsure whether to believe it, her eyes darting around, clearly plotting something. In fact, Harley had also noticed Siri's surprise. She just didn't know that Siri had ancient blood and that later, Siri could control time travel. Otherwise, she would definitely be tempted as well. It's not easy to support a whole family on just one person's salary, Harley Quinn immediately said, putting on an expression as if she was thinking of Leon. So what? Leon is currently in a sage mode and won't be fooled by her. He is indifferent to beauty. Harley Quinn deliberately moves a little closer. We need to make money. How we make money? Leon asked. The Black Mask is dead, and his territory is leaderless. That's the Upper East Side. No way. Before Harley Quinn could finish speaking, Leon had already rejected the idea. We're all good people, not gangsters. Leon has never done such a thing in his 2 lifetimes, so he naturally wouldn't agree. But Harley Quinn laughed. You're a good person, I'm not. Let me handle it. In an old Gotham apartment. This article can be found at Hongbao Literary QDHBS.com for free reading. Leon and Harley Quinn stared at each other with wide eyes. Harley Quinn candidly admitted that she wasn't a good person. However, Leon found her words quite reasonable. Still, he had some moral boundaries. Dear, don't hesitate. Harley Quinn knew he was already wavering, thinking about the money for the children's formula. And with both being daughters, he needed to buy them dolls and beautiful dresses. How could they manage without money? Although in America, there isn't a saying about raising boys in poverty and girls in wealth. The whole world understands. And with such beautiful daughters, would he really want them to live a miserable life? Leon found it very reasonable. You don't need to show up. Just let me go. The Joker continued to seduce, and if we don't take the Upper East Side, someone else will. Gotham is always like this. If you don't act, someone else will. The gangs will never disappear. Her words made Leon realize something. A smile crept onto his lips as he said, You planned this from the beginning, didn't you? When did you start plotting? Was it the moment I met you? Or even earlier? Hearing Leon's words, Harley Quinn blushed a little. She had been seen through. But so what? Darling, Harley Quinn began to act coy. All right, Leon spoke up. Only you can go. Don't lead Kara and Ciri astray. He coldly fixed his gaze on Harley Quinn. Kara was his Achilles heel. If it weren't for Kara pleading for her, Harley Quinn would have been kicked out by Leon long ago. Got it. Harley Quinn was startled by his indifferent gaze. Then she awkwardly asked, what if someone bullies me and I can't fight back? Harley Quinn was used to having someone backing her up. She wanted Kara to take action. But how could Leon possibly agree? Leon sternly replied, aren't you going to call the police? Commissioner Gordon is a good guy. He can't stand any wrongdoing. Just like me. That sounds boring, Harley said, but she didn't dare to say more when she saw Leon's expression. The matter was settled. She was inherently restless. It was impossible for Harley Quinn to stay at home as a housewife. Moreover, Leon truly needed money. The meager salary from Penguin was barely enough to support one Kara. Now, with the household suddenly expanding, the number of residents had doubled. What used to be a couple-less home had turned into a full house. Normally, if Leon wanted to support this household, he would have to work 2 jobs like everyone else in America. Even then, it wouldn't guarantee a good life. It would just barely provide food. And having Harley Quinn work was out of the question. She was Harley Quinn, notorious throughout Gotham. So, it was better to let her do what she was good at. It was a last resort to make a living. Ciri, are you done? At this moment, Kara heard no sounds coming from the bathroom, so she took her clothes and walked out. Leon and Harley Quinn stopped talking as well. Although they knew that Kara had heard them, she was very well behaved. This was an adult matter. I'm done. Ciri's voice came from the bathroom. Although the bathroom was very dilapidated, it was high-tech in Ciri's eyes, as she had never seen anything like it before. She got so absorbed that she took a long time to wash. I'll hand you the clothes. Kara carefully opened the door and passed the clothes inside. Fortunately, both of their clothes were similar. After taking a look, Ciri finally figured out how to wear them. After a while, the bathroom door opened, and the clean Ciri finally appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Ciri was no longer as messy as before. She was wearing Kara's dress, which was new and had never been worn before. The stains on her body had been washed away, and her skin was as white as snow, delicate and tender. Coupled with her identity, Leon was reminded of a certain fairy tale, Snow White. This was real skin that was as white as snow, not the Disney version where the heart is like snow. Of course, Ciri's defining feature was her silvery white hair, and her emerald green eyes sparkled like gems. At this moment, Harley Quinn could no longer call her an ugly girl. Although Ciri's world resembled the Middle Ages, after all, she was a princess. Wow, you're so beautiful. Kara looked at Ciri, who resembled a Barbie doll, feeling as though she had a real-life figure. Those dolls were nowhere near as beautiful as Ciri. You're beautiful too. Ciri shyly lowered her head. She had come to this strange world alone, feeling a bit shy in unfamiliar surroundings. Come over here. Leon called the 2 girls over and then took some water and bread. This is a staple at home. Carla was tired of eating it. However, Ciri swallowed her saliva. Leon handed something to Ciri. For me? Ciri asked cautiously. Leon reached out his hand to pat her head, but Ciri dodged slightly. Seeing this, Leon also withdrew his hand and said, at least you called me father, so of course this is for you. Eat slowly, don't choke. Ciri could no longer hold back. Those damn guys wouldn't give her much to eat, just enough to keep her from starving, and there was hardly any water. She was already starving. Delicious. A bite of bread, although it was just the most ordinary toast, still surprised Ciri. You have to know that most people in Sintra eat black bread. Then, she choked because her throat was too dry. Cough, cough. Quickly, drink some water. Kara felt a bit heartbroken and hurriedly patted her back. Harley Quinn curled her lip, saying, just a refugee. Once Ciri had eaten a bit, Leon finally asked, Ciri, how old are you? Ciri thought for a moment and then confidently replied, almost 12 years old. Almost 12 years old means she is actually just a little over 11. Leon knew that she didn't want others to see her as a burden. So, Leon smiled and said, Kara is a few years older than you. How about she be your sister? Upon hearing this, Ciri looked at Kara, and Kara looked back at her. Both nodded. Good. Kara was also very happy to have a sister. She now felt a lot of sympathy for Ciri. Leon continued to ask Ciri to understand the current situation. Ciri, can you tell us about your experiences? Ciri seemed somewhat reluctant. The thought of the past frightened her. It clung to her like a nightmare. However, under the encouraging gazes of everyone, she slowly began to speak. Okay, Godfather. Ciri wasn't sure how to address him, so she called Leon the same way as Kara did. Leon immediately smiled. Since you call me Godfather, then you are my goddaughter from now on. Ciri didn't understand the meaning behind it, but since Leon was willing to accept her, and she liked to hear, she nodded. She also wanted a safe haven, and it seemed that Leon, this godfather, was very kind, and Carla, This sister was also very friendly. Only Harley Quinn looked a bit strange, like a clown from a circus. In the apartment, Siri slowly recounted her tragic experiences. Actually, her childhood was quite good. If you set aside the sudden loss of both parents, it was really nice. Because her grandmother was the queen of Sintra, and she herself was the young lion of Sintra. But unfortunately, Sintra was too weak, and the northern kingdoms combined were no match for Nilfgaard. When they heard that such a small Siri had gone through so much and was on the run, Harley Quinn was overwhelmed with maternal love. Although she had Carla act as a translator, she immediately hugged Siri and said, "Little Siri, don't be afraid. Mama will protect you." Siri was clearly not used to it and broke free from her embrace. "Now that you're here, you're safe. We will protect you," Leong said gently. Hearing his words, Siri seemed much more at ease. The reason for letting Siri speak was that communication is an easy way to bridge distances, especially when sharing similar experiences. Carla then shared her own story with Siri. When Siri heard that Carla's home planet had been destroyed and she had come to Earth alone in a spaceship, her eyes widened. She understood the meaning of every word, but she couldn't comprehend them when put together. However, this also made her realize that Carla shared her sorrow. Both of their homes had been destroyed, forcing them to leave their homeland. In this context, the two girls grew closer. Leong nodded in satisfaction. Now, he didn't have to worry about Shili running away. "Shili, what were you planning to do?" Leong asked. "I don't know." Shiri looked incredibly confused. With the country in ruins and the family destroyed, what could a girl in her teens do? In the face of such historical trends, any individual is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "My grandmother told me to find the white wolf Geralt." Leong then realized Siri's situation. She had not yet met Geralt. According to Siri's life trajectory, after the fall of Sintra, she would accidentally encounter Geralt and then go to the Witcher's territory with him for some training. However, Siri has elder blood, which clearly makes her unsuitable to become a Witcher, as that would limit her talents. If anything, Siri is the most powerful talent in the Witcher world. Since that's the case, let's make sure she stays and starts a new life. "Siri, you need to learn our language as soon as possible. Kara, please teach Siri." Leon assigned tasks to his two goddaughters. Carla was naturally happy to do so. Siri also nodded obediently. The two doll-like daughters were simply a delight to behold. "All right, godfather." Good. Leon smiled happily. Let them go in and get to know each other. After all, the two girls are about the same age, so they have more common topics. "Kara, don't bully Siri. I want to bully her," Kara said unhappily, wondering why she was perceived this way in the godfather's eyes. The two closed the door and quietly communicated among themselves. "Is she very special?" The Joker girl sensed something. "Yes, she is very cute." Leon doesn't want Harley Quinn to worry. "You aren't smelting copper, are you?" Harley Quinn looked at Leon in confusion. "What are you thinking?" Leon was instantly infuriated and grabbed Harley Quinn, ready to discipline her. He was not a typical American beast. Speaking of which, there was a reason for the American obsession with youth. The main reason was the growth issues of white girls. Their golden age is between 15 and 25 years old. After 25, ordinary people tend to age quickly. Moreover, white people tend to mature too quickly. Thus, many girls start to blossom at 15, and if one doesn't ask about their age carefully, misunderstandings can easily occur. This has led to many people being misled. "Hey, this is my comic." In the room, Kara couldn't wait to share everything with Siri. She naturally wanted friends. However, her identity was special, and she had a maturity beyond her peers, finding her classmates too childish. But now, Siri shared similar experiences, and her maturity made her seem more composed and quiet than her peers, which evoked a sense of compassion in Kara. Their shared experiences allowed the two girls to become friends. "I can't understand." Siri looked at the comic, not recognizing a single word. "That's okay, just look at the pictures." "This is Spider-Man," Kara exclaimed excitedly. "He's a superhero who fights villains and upholds justice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Is he as good as you?" Siri blinked and asked immediately. This made Kara feel proud, a bit worse than me. Oh, Siri's reaction satisfied Kara's vanity. So she was that amazing. After all, it was normal. Siri had never seen anyone fly as freely as Kara. Even the druids of Sintra were just some magical spells. For certain reasons, Sintra opposed magic and sorceresses. This also led to Sintra lacking reinforcements when invaded by Nilfgaard. Other kingdoms' kings all honored sorceresses, but not you. How could they possibly lend a hand? Why do people like Yennefer of Vengerberg and Triss Merigold have prefixes before their names? It's just to show which kingdom they belong to. Although sorceresses are not that powerful, they have an organization, and Sintra was excluded from it. Thus, Siri had hardly seen any sorceresses growing up. Naturally, She didn't think sorceresses were as strong as Kara. Come look at this, it's a phone. Kara showed off her device while teaching Siri how to use it. A phone? What does it do? Siri asked curiously, looking at the palm-sized object in Kara's hand. It has many functions. You can know what's happening in the world without going out, and most importantly, you can use it to learn. I really want to take you to school, but you don't speak our language, and it would be easy to get exposed. Hearing this, Siri couldn't help but fantasize about her new life. Then if I study hard, can I join you? Siri asked. Definitely. No problem. The godfather will agree. Kara immediately assured her. She seemed to forget that her admission was a charity event by Wayne Enterprises. In Kara's subconscious, her godfather was omnipotent. After all, Leon had made every effort to fulfill every promise he made to Kara. To her, Leon was the towering, impressive godfather. Feeling Kara's admiration, Siri was also influenced. She began to identify with this godfather. Then let's hurry up and learn. Once I learn the language, we'll go ask the godfather, Siri said enthusiastically. This world was incredibly beautiful, and she wanted to work hard to stay. Such a beautiful house, such a comfortable bed, such fascinating high technology. This world is so wonderful. Name, Leon. Ability, super physique. Goddaughters, goddaughters, Giriana Fiona e Landrianon. In Leon's simple system, Siri had already been recognized. This proved that, in her heart, she had already acknowledged Leon as her godfather. Perhaps it was due to the medieval world, but Siri was much purer than Kara, or perhaps there were other reasons. One must know that at that time, Kara took a full month of fleeing before she acknowledged Leon as her godfather. And now, it hadn't even been a day, Leon is naturally very happy. Goddaughters, Supergirl. Affinity, 66, 80 to draw again. Abilities, flight, heat vision, super breath. Shria Fiona Allen Lianloan, daughter of time and space. Affinity, 10, 50 to draw. Abilities, time travel, future prediction, magical affinity, extraordinary physique. Leon looked at his two goddaughters and couldn't help but smile mischievously. He wanted them so much. As an adult, he naturally wanted them all. When the Joker saw his smile, she wanted to say something, but Leon pressed her down. After a long afternoon, Leon and the Joker finally came out of the room. With two little ones at home, life seemed to be changing. He had to work harder, just like now. In the past, it was only Leon and Carla, and if they were feeling lazy, they could just cook some noodles for a meal. But now, the family had grown. Leon certainly couldn't just cook a bowl of noodles to deal with the situation. Moreover, it was only recently that Shiri arrived, so he had to make sure she had something good to eat. Therefore, Leon took a look at his savings. In America, he seemed to have blended in with the locals, living paycheck to paycheck every month, with no extra money to spare. He had to work tirelessly like a beast of burden just to ensure that he and Carla wouldn't end up homeless, just to make sure they had food to eat. Was Leon not working hard? Wrong, it was just this damn capitalist society. Leon is doing relatively well, but many ordinary Americans are struggling to get by, having to sell blood every month to survive. The poor are like blood bags for the rich. Fortunately, Leon is now a bar manager, and the Penguin is quite decent to his subordinates. After considering it for a moment, Leon shouted, Kara, I'm going out to buy groceries. What do you want to eat? I want chicken legs and sweet and sour ribs. Kara immediately shouted back. After all, his family is not ordinary. Taking Harley Quinn out to eat might even get them kicked out of a restaurant. Or if they do get in, the owner might run away. So, Leon can only buy the groceries himself. After understanding, Leon went out to Chinatown by himself. Of course, Harley Quinn didn't go out with him. It wouldn't be good to be seen by others during the day. Leon found a Chinese restaurant that he and Carla liked the most, run by a Chinese owner, and ordered takeout. They ordered several dishes, totaling nearly $200. Leon looked bitter. It seemed he really had to learn to cook. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to support his two daughters. With a meager salary from the Iceberg Club, it was already good enough to afford a meal at a restaurant each month. Kara, Siri, it's time to eat. Leon shouted towards Kara's room when he got home. The two inseparable girls finally dawdled out of the room. Seeing their happy smiles, it was clear they had grown closer over the afternoon. Kara took the initiative to wash her hands with Siri, taking on the responsibility of an older sister. It was worth noting that when Leon had previously asked her to wash her hands before meals, she had been slow to respond. Siri, this is my favorite chicken leg, Kara said without hesitation as she shared it. Leon nodded in satisfaction, and Carla was mature and understanding, which reassured him. Hey, why are you crying? Carla looked at Siri and suddenly froze. She saw that Siri's eyes were becoming moist, her emerald green eyes glistening with tears. I've never eaten this well before. Siri pursed her lips, her eyes filled with gratitude towards Leon. Hurry up and eat. This is also to welcome you. In the future, Godfather will cook for himself. and it won't be this good. Leon made a self-deprecating joke. However, Kara maintained, don't worry. The noodles made by the Godfather are delicious. This girl. The family suddenly enjoyed their meal happily, only for Harley Quinn to feel like an outsider. She realized that she seemed to be on the outside looking in. The main reason was that she wasn't used to Chinese food and couldn't understand what they were saying. How did Leon and Carla learn Siri's language? Is the gap between people really that big? However, she is also trying hard to get used to it. In such a lively family, how could she be left out? So, Harley Quinn enthusiastically helped the two daughters serve food. If she can't get used to it, then let the kids eat. Just consider it a diet. Even Harley Quinn has body image anxieties. She feels like she has gained quite a bit of weight, but it seems that Leon really likes this chubby feeling. Godfather. Siri learns quickly. She has already learned the 26 letters and can say simple words. At this moment, Carla said to Leon. Leon is not surprised by this. Because Siri is still young, her learning ability is at its peak, and she is inherently smart, quickly accepting new things. Keep it up. Leon encouraged Siri, and Siri smiled. Thank you, Godfather. Hearing this made Leon feel very comfortable. Carla immediately said, Godfather, when Siri learns to speak, can she go to school with me? Of course. Leon immediately replied, but then felt a bit troubled. He had a lot to do. The most urgent task was to give Harley an identity. How was he supposed to explain to Director Gordon that he had another daughter? Night fell. The worried old father advised his daughter not to go out and then left with Harley Quinn. He was afraid that Harley would cause trouble again. So he had to take her with him. It wasn't completely dark yet. I might get caught by Batman. Harley Quinn was extremely reluctant. Do you also fear Batman? Leon glared at her. I'm not afraid of him. I just can't beat him. Harley Quinn said confidently, Darling, if I get locked up in Arkham Asylum, will you come to see me? No. You're so heartless. Boo-hoo. I'm leaving, drama queen. Leon dragged this drama queen along, and Harley Quinn suddenly pulled out her signature weapon. A baseball bat from who knows where. I'm off to take over my territory, she said. After walking with Leon for a while, Harley Quinn parted ways with him. Leon arrived at the Iceberg Club. This was his only source of livelihood. However, as soon as Leon arrived, he was called over by the Penguin Man. The Penguin Man was aware of the happenings in the Diamond District, and he had his ears to the ground. Leon, I heard you found a girlfriend. Why don't you bring her over to introduce? He said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes in the conference room. In the conference room of the Iceberg Club, the Penguin Man, dressed in a tailcoat, looked at Leon with his small eyes. There were very few things happening in the Diamond District that he didn't know about. Leon and Harley Quinn are seen together, which naturally caught the Penguin's attention. This also left the Penguin feeling somewhat puzzled. Leon is just an ordinary guy, and at a young age, he even has a kid. Although Harley Quinn is a lunatic, why is she interested in him? Is it just because he's handsome? For the Penguin, he has never experienced what it's like to be handsome, and he doesn't know how proactive women can be. She has her own things to deal with. Leon said calmly. I saw the Penguin tapping his fingers and saying, I've treated you well, haven't I? Of course, without Mr. Cobblepot, I wouldn't have been able to survive in Gotham for long. Leon smiled and said, the competition pressure in Gotham is very high, with many people and few resources. Not to mention job opportunities. Aside from the staff of Wayne Enterprises and its subsidiaries, the average person faces a lot of pressure. If needed, we can cooperate. The Penguin smiled and replied, money is never ending, especially in Gotham, particularly with Batman around. This made Leon chuckle. After all, he wasn't an enemy of Batman. But for now, whatever the Penguin said went. After leaving the Penguin's conference room, Leon returned to the bar, but it was too noisy, so he moved away a bit. After a while, Frank came looking for him. Someone's looking for you. Who? Leon casually asked. A beautiful woman. Frank smiled. He admired Leon's charm. Not only did he manage to win over Harley Quinn, but now another one had come along. At first, he admired Leon's skills with women. Back then, Leon was just a bartender, yet countless socialites were taken away by him. Frank was the kind of guy who had the desire but lacked the courage. He liked beautiful women, but when it came to actually approaching them, he would turn red instantly. Clearly, he was a good boy, just a bit violent. But in Gotham, that's quite normal. Ivy. Leon arrived at the club and saw the beautiful woman Frank mentioned next to the iceberg. She was wearing a pure green dress, with green lace gloves on her hands and green high heels, looking like a noble lady. Dressed in all green, she was naturally the Poison Ivy, Pamela. Leon had never seen anyone who could pull off such a look before, except for Poison Ivy. Her fiery red hair made her appear somewhat wild and hard to conquer. Leon saw Poison Ivy holding 2 glasses of wine, and she handed one to him. Thank you. Leon took it, but did not drink. He just sat next to the Poison Ivy woman, a refreshing fragrance wafted over, as if he were in nature. Is there something going on? Of course, there's something very important. The Poison Ivy woman Pamela said with a smile, taking a sip of her drink. Leon looked at her in confusion, but she didn't rush to speak. She just smiled and said, "If you have a drink with me, I'll tell you. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine." But Leon naturally wouldn't follow the woman's lead. "It's about Harley." Seeing Leon about to get up, Poison Ivy immediately said. Leon finally showed some interest and clinked glasses with the Poison Ivy. In the distance, Frank was watching them, betting with his friend. "I guess Leon will take her away in half an hour," Frank said confidently. His friend was skeptical. "I feel like I've seen that woman somewhere before. Can Leon really charm her? Whoever she is, as long as she's a woman, she can't escape," Frank thought, feeling confident. Especially considering that even Harley Quinn had been taken by Leon. Just then, they saw the two sitting by the iceberg leaning in for a kiss. Wow, that was fast. Frank's eyes widened in surprise. They had just had one drink, and now they were kissing? Leon actually didn't want to. But Poison Ivy initiated a sneak attack. They had agreed to just drink, but she wrapped her arms around Liang's neck and kissed him passionately. As someone who neither takes initiative nor refuses, and who avoids responsibility, Liang simply didn't lean in, nor did he pull away. Then, Liang felt a mental force trying to control him. Poison Ivy didn't have much combat power, but her mental control was very strong. "Let's go. Take me to see Kara." Poison Ivy, Pamela, released Liang and said, finally revealing her true intentions. To his surprise, Liang grabbed her wrist and asked, "Why do you want to see Kara?" She looked at Liang in astonishment, realizing that he showed no signs of being controlled. Only those with strong enough willpower can be immune. Liang has lived 2 lives and has died once, so his willpower is naturally astonishing. The unwilling Poison Ivy kissed him again. Leon remained still, allowing her to take advantage of him. Moreover, to be safe, Poison Ivy kissed him for several minutes without letting go. "Oh God!" Frank, who was watching from a distance, couldn't take it anymore and averted his gaze. He'd been a bit hungry before, but now he felt full from the dog food. Isn't it said that women are very reserved? Why is it that in front of Leon, each one is more proactive than the last? Poison Ivy let go only when she felt she couldn't breathe, but she still met Leon's cold gaze. He wouldn't allow anyone to have designs on Kara. This left Poison Ivy feeling a bit frustrated. She couldn't understand how such a war man could have such a cold look. She couldn't control Leon. He was resolute. His daughter was more important than any woman. "Hey, don't grip so tightly, it hurts," Poison Ivy said, but it was no use. She had to explain, "It's Harley. She's in trouble and needs Kara to save her." Upon hearing it was Harley Quinn, Leon's expression softened a bit. "What's going on?" Poison Ivy then explained the situation. Naturally, Harley Quinn couldn't go to take over the territory by herself. She needed help. After all, relying solely on the name of a clown girl wasn't very effective. Harley Quinn had found her good friend to help her. The two went together to take over the territory. To bolster their presence, Poison Ivy also brought her own subordinates. Things escalated quickly. Due to the previous attention, the situation in the Upper East Side was already urgent, and various vigilantes liked to hang around there. Because they gathered in a crowd, they were discovered and a conflict broke out. Harley Quinn was arrested first, and Poison Ivy came to seek help. She didn't dare go to find Kara right away. Instead, she planned to control Leon. Poison Ivy had her own little thoughts. With her beauty, she was confident she could win Leon over, rightfully become his girlfriend, and then become Kara's godmother. How wonderful would that be? As for Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, that good friend, didn't want to think too much about her. Worst case, she could let her join. Unknowingly, Kara's godmother had already transformed into a hot commodity identity. Leon was unaware of her little thoughts, but he was very cautious about Poison Ivy. Who captured Harley? Batman? Hearing Poison Ivy's words, Leon thought, could it be that unlucky? Harley Quinn just said when she left that it happened so quickly. It was a self-proclaimed raven mouth. This article searches Fox Love Literature Helion. Free reading. No. Poison Ivy spoke, looking at Leon in surprise, wondering why he seemed so relaxed. Is there anyone in Gotham who isn't afraid of Batman? Batwoman. Upon hearing this title, Leon frowned instead. Batman is easy to deal with. At least Batman is willing to communicate. But Batwoman, he has never encountered before. If Poison Ivy knew his thoughts, she would definitely spit blood. It's the first time someone thinks Batman can communicate. If that's the case, supervillains wouldn't fear him anymore. Let's go. Leon grabbed Poison Ivy's wrist, keeping her close to him. Poison Ivy had no choice. She realized that this man's strength was surprisingly great, and he gave her a sense of security. No wonder Harley Quinn was so infatuated. It was no different from how she felt about the Joker back in the day. Leon did not abandon his post, but went to speak to Frank. Unexpectedly, Frank with a look of despair, said, "I'll take a look for you. But when the boss Capote asks, you must tell the truth." Leon spoke up. Upper East City. Leon sat in the luxury car of Poison Ivy, Pamela, and arrived here. He discovered an astonishing reality. In Gotham, whether it's superheroes or supervillains, most of them are quite wealthy, especially the Bat family, which can be described as rich enough to rival nations. Only those who are financially secure have the time and inclination to act as vigilantes. If it were someone like Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who can't even afford his mortgage, he would have to work honestly if he came to Gotham. The same goes for villains. They are not much different. For example, why does Poison Ivy cause trouble? It's for money. And as for the Penguin, there's no need to mention him. The Iceberg Lounge is a front for money laundering. The Falcone family, even more so, operates in both the legal and illegal realms, making a fortune. The only person Leo came into contact with who had no money was Harley Quinn, the Joker's girl. The only poor person ended up with him. Poison Ivy stopped the car and brought Leo to an abandoned house. "We're here to talk business, but things got disrupted," Poison Ivy, Pamela said. They had already found the current power broker in the Upper East Side and were ready to take over the territory. But Batgirl suddenly burst in and ruined the conversation. Of course, calling it a business deal was just a cover for Harley Quinn to start a fight. It's pretty easy to become a boss in Gotham. You either have to be ruthless enough or strong enough. Harley Quinn has both qualities, making her suitable for starting her own venture. She just didn't care about these things before. "Harley," Poison Ivy quickly called out as they entered. "You guys are here." Harley Quinn immediately responded, "Hurry up and save me." Leon and Poison Ivy quickly ran towards the sound. They saw Harley Quinn being hung upside down, her head facing down, her twin ponytails swaying back and forth. "Where's Batwoman?" Leon asked Poison Ivy to put Harley Quinn down. As a result, Poison Ivy walked over and immediately stepped into a trap. Whoosh! The ropes on the ground were triggered, and Poison Ivy had no reaction as her feet were ensnared, and she was hoisted up along with Harley Quinn. "Harley." The two good friends exchanged glances, and Harley Quinn immediately said, "Ivy, how could you be so dumb?" "Shut up," Poison Ivy retorted angrily. She was not skilled in combat to begin with, so how could she react in time? Harley Quinn didn't look at her, but instead turned to Leon and said, "Darling, why are you here? Wasn't Poison Ivy supposed to call Kara?" "Of course I came to save you." Leon ignored her and turned around. Behind him stood a figure. She was wearing a black, form-fitting combat suit, lacking the technological feel of Batman, but instead was more tailored, with a head of thick red hair that looked quite fiery, draped in a huge black and red cape. Seeing Leon looking at her, she immediately threw the bat-shaped shuriken in her hand. The shuriken moved at incredible speed, but it wasn't aimed at Li Ang's vital points. For a moment, the world in Li Ang's eyes slowed down. He reached out his hand and gently pinched it. The bat shuriken was caught in his grip, and after examining it carefully, it was similar to Batman's. This scene shocked the three women, and Harley Quinn, who was trying to escape, immediately shouted, "Darling, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Hurry and beat this BTCH up." This made Batgirl tense up immediately, getting ready for a fight. Leon turned around and threw the bat-shaped dart at Harley Quinn. The dart instantly severed the rope, and Harley Quinn fell to the ground, dizzy and speechless. Finally, she stopped talking. "Don't move." Leon then turned to Batwoman and said, "I know your boss. We're family." Hearing this, Batwoman relaxed a bit, but replied, "He's not my boss. Look, I didn't even mention who it was, and you assumed it was him." Leon couldn't help but laugh. This made Batwoman somewhat embarrassed and angry, almost wanting to take action. Now he could confirm that this was the second-generation Batwoman. The first-generation Batwoman was an elder of Bruce Wayne, and hearing him say that, she would definitely not acknowledge it. However, the second-generation Batwoman, Kate Kane, was a cousin of Bruce Wayne, so the relationship was different. Batwoman was not Batgirl. The most famous Batgirl was Barbara Gordon, but unfortunately, she is now in a wheelchair. "How can I trust you?" Batwoman didn't want to get entangled with Leon over this matter, so she said, "You can ask him. Just tell him my name. I am Leon. What about you?" Leon asked Kate Batwoman. She almost blurted out her real name, which was a bit endearing. Once she realized, she shot Leon a glare and then stepped aside to contact Alfred. "Alfred, do you know Leon?" "Of course, we're keeping an eye on him. Is there something wrong?" "Miss Kate?" "Nothing, I'll handle it." Batwoman didn't want to say much and hung up. She walked back and said, "Even if you know him, you were involved in a crime." "Hey, I was just here to save people, not involved in anything. Don't make baseless accusations." Leon interrupted her. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like. Besides, it won't help to stop her. Even without Harley Quinn, there will be others to control this place. You might as well trust me. I will keep her in line." What else could Batwoman do? Unless she wanted to fight Leon, she had no choice but to accept it. Moreover, she felt that Leon had a point. There were too many gangs in Gotham. Rather than letting others grow stronger, it was better to find someone familiar. I'll keep an eye on you, Batwoman said to Leon. Leon is not worried about having too much debt. Feels honored. Boom! The roar of the bat cycle came from outside, and Batgirl left first. This article searches, beautiful teacher Mijskina. Calm free reading. Harley Quinn touched her head. Dear, you're really heartless. Aren't you afraid I'll fall and become stupid? You are already stupid. Leon said, be careful in the future, no more bad things. But how can we make money without doing bad things? Harley Quinn said confidently, the Penguin and the Riddler are all doing it. If we don't, we won't make any money. Don't worry, dear, I won't get caught. I don't believe that. Leon glanced at her, who was just hanging there. Even Batgirl couldn't beat her. So embarrassing. I was ambushed by her. Harley Quinn's face instantly turned red. Next time, don't let me run into that bitch, or I'll capture her and strip her for you to see. Leon felt a bit of unexpected anticipation. Batwoman, dressed in her bat suit, had a curvy figure that was hard to ignore. Standing over 8 meters tall in high-heeled boots, she was definitely a leggy beauty. Harley Quinn could tell he was smitten, so she playfully suggested, shall we go home? I want her. The two of them headed outside. Hey, put me down. A silent Poison Ivy immediately shouted, did you forget something? Hey, Ivy, why are you still up there? Harley Quinn quickly turned around. Poison Ivy was speechless. I shouldn't be up there. I should be under the car. Kane Manor in Gotham was not smaller than Wayne Manor, and it was even more prosperous. When Martha Kane married Thomas Wayne, the result was the integration of two major families into a consortium, aiming to benefit the entire city and becoming a community of interests. Back then, Kane Materials and Wayne Enterprises were both colossal entities in Gotham, and their combination led to the creation of the current Wayne Group. Therefore, Wayne Group did not entirely belong to Bruce Wayne. There was also a share from the Kane family. However, as the leader of Wayne Group, Bruce Wayne's authority was unquestionable. But the Kane family was also quite wealthy. Kate Kane was the younger generation of the Kane family. Due to their family ties, Bruce Wayne had to call her cousin, even though she was younger than him. Inspired by Batman, Kate Kane once fought crime using stolen military body armor and weapons. She then underwent 2 years of global training. After returning to Gotham, she met the first Batwoman and took on the title herself. At that time, she didn't know that Batwoman was her aunt, nor did she know that Batman was Bruce Wayne. Now, she had changed out of her bat suit, taken a hot shower, and was sitting on the sofa wrapped in a towel, operating her computer. She began to search for everything about Leon. Of course, it wasn't because she was interested in him. She thought he was just okay looking. She preferred women. Soon, she found relevant information about Leon. When she saw that Leon had a stepdaughter, her expression became somewhat strange. The Joker-esque girl was quite tolerant, accepting even a stepmother. Didn't she know that was a thankless task? Then she saw that Kara had entered Lewis Memorial High School with the help of Wayne Group. What was so special about her? Kate Kane opened Kara's photo and found her quite pretty, like a Barbie doll. However, she was too young, even if she liked girls. She couldn't muster any interest. If she were a bit older, she might be her type. Interesting. Kate closed the computer and decided to keep an eye on things. In an apartment in Diamond District, Leon and Harley Quinn tossed and turned until dawn. Harley Quinn couldn't take it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Leon was full of energy. Only when the body is well can you be good. And she could be good too. He quickly went out to cook noodles and then called the 2 girls to get up. The 2 little girls hadn't come out all night. Last night, Kara and Shiri had a long talk that lasted the whole night. They shared their pasts to deepen their current bond. For them, each other's experiences were something they didn't have. Filled with novelty, Shiri couldn't imagine the super technology of Krypton, and Kara couldn't imagine Shiri's life as a princess. Clearly, she's a princess. But why is her life not as good as her current one? So, Shiri wanted to live Kara's life, while Kara didn't like Shiri's previous life. If their identities were swapped, Kara would absolutely refuse. Fortunately, they were all on Earth now. When they came out, Kara seemed unaffected, while Shiri had dark circles under her eyes. Kryptonians could go without food or sleep without any problem, but Shiri was still an ordinary person. Her ancient blood had not fully awakened yet. Quickly wash up. After finishing the noodles, Kara would have to go to school. Leon urged the 2 girls. Upon hearing this, Kara didn't show much reaction, but Siri immediately wilted like a withered eggplant. Godfather, I want to stay with Kara, Siri said right away. Did you forget what we discussed? You need to learn the language well. I can already say my name and a few simple things, Siri replied, proving her point with her awkward pronunciation. Leon immediately smiled and encouraged, not bad, keep it up. Woo-woo. Shirley's eyes turned red instantly. Leon had never experienced this situation before. Because Kara was relatively mature and generally wouldn't cry easily, she also cared about her image. Therefore, Leon didn't expect Siri to cry so easily. Although she didn't burst into tears, Leon felt a sense of pity. He quickly comforted Siri. All right, once you learn the language, I'll let you follow Kara. Only then did Siri stop sobbing and looked at him, saying, In Sintra, lying is punishable. This made Leon chuckle as he patted her head. The Godfather never lies. He glanced at Kara and noticed she looked a bit helpless. Last night, Siri had been hugging her while sleeping, treating her older sister like a human pillow. After finishing the noodles, Leon spoke up. Let's go, I'll take Siri to get her identity. Kara, are you going to school by yourself? No problem. Yay. Hearing she would be going out with Kara, Siri cheered. Thus, Leon took his two goddaughters out. The two girls held hands and walked ahead, with Kara introducing Siri to everything about Gotham. Siri had just arrived in the city and had gone home right after her first meeting yesterday. So her understanding of the city was minimal. Now, walking down the street, she realized that Gotham was very different from Sintra. In short, everything was far more developed here, at least 10,000 times more. This realization made Siri both excited and anxious. She didn't know if she could fit into this city. Therefore, Siri's demeanor was somewhat like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, observing everything with curiosity. Gotham's city center. Leon held Siri's hand as they walked down the street. Kara had only accompanied them for a short distance before heading to school on her own. Without Kara, Siri naturally came over to hold Liang's hand. After spending 2 days together, Leon had a good grasp of Siri's personality. Due to a lack of parental love since childhood, Siri was a bit irritable, and being raised by her grandmother had made her character straightforward and frank. Because of this, she appeared somewhat clingy and prone to tears. However, she also possessed a pride that other children lacked. She was a young lion of Sintra. Siri was much more clingy than Kara. As she grew older, Kara never held Liang's hand outside, but Siri didn't mind at all. Moreover, she was very afraid of being abandoned by Liang, so she naturally held on tightly. What was that? At that moment, Kara spotted a tall building, so high that she couldn't see the top even when she looked up. There was a W logo on it. This was the headquarters of the Wayne Group. Leon helped her enrich her understanding of Gotham. The Wayne Group. Is that the one Kara just mentioned? Yes. Wow, Siri exclaimed. The Wayne family must be the nobility of this world. The nobility of Sintra can't compare to them. Pretty much. Leon smiled. It's already the 21st century, and there are still distinctions of high and low status in the world. It's truly ironic. Little guy, the Wayne family is not good people. At this moment, a slightly magnetic voice sounded beside him. Leon and Hillary turned their heads and saw a high-end motorcycle with a red-haired woman looking at them. Kate Kane glanced at Leon with interest, then turned her gaze to Hillary, frowning slightly. How is she different from the photo? Golden hair. How did it turn silver? And her accent is a bit strange. Although she can say simple words, her accent is not authentic at all. Leon, how should I address her? Leon asked, Kate Kane, is this your daughter? Kate Kane looked at Siri and said, My goddaughter, Siri. Leon nodded, and Siri looked at her fearlessly, somewhat smug. Leon couldn't be bothered to comment on Kate's outfit. Although she was wearing a motorcycle jacket, completely different from last night, that bright red hair was too obvious. Even with a mask on, such a noticeable feature wouldn't be concealed. However, Kate's figure was indeed good. She wasn't mistaken. Red hair in big waves. Those who understand get it. Kate wanted to ask for clarification, but didn't know how to start. She just smiled and said, Little one, do you want to go in and take a look? Is that okay, Godfather? Upon hearing this, Siri was immediately interested, but obediently looked at Leon. Thankfully, this child was not rebellious. Leon nodded and said, It's just right that I haven't seen it either. Since Miss Kate has invited us, let's go take a look. In fact, there's not much to see. The Wayne family has taken over our family assets. Kate Kane seemed very dissatisfied with the Wayne family. This is normal. After all, when the two families merged their businesses, they still used the Wayne family's name, while the Kane family lost even their name. It's no wonder she's unhappy. Saying this, Kate Kane stopped the motorcycle and led the two of them inside. She glanced at Siri and teased, You're already this big, and you're still clinging to your godfather? Hearing this, Siri did not let go, but instead tightened her grip, saying, Kara told me to stick close to my godfather, so I have to listen to her. Kutta. That makes sense. Kate asked indifferently, Who is she? My sister, Siri said, tilting her head proudly. With Kara's strength, having such an amazing sister, if they could return to Sintra, they would definitely crush those enemies. Last night, Siri had a nightmare about Sintra, dreaming of killing her way back. She had a fiery temperament and just wanted to take revenge. What about your sister? Kate led the two of them on a tour of Wayne Enterprises, which had many departments, but aside from being tall and spacious, there wasn't much to see. However, Siri found it all very novel. There had never been such tall buildings in Sintra, and after taking the elevator up, just standing by the window made her legs feel weak. She went to school. Then why don't you go? I want to go too, but my godfather won't let me, Siri said, almost on the verge of tears again. Leon was stunned. However, he could only accept it, as he couldn't explain the reasons to Kate. Moreover, he also realized that Siri's talent was indeed astonishing. She was already able to communicate simply, perhaps due to the power of her ancient blood. As for Kara's identity, anyone with a bit of energy could find it out, so Leon didn't stop it, knowing that Kate must have checked it long ago. But beyond that, he wouldn't tell her anymore. Kate didn't expect that she was about to cry and immediately glared at Leon. Leon suffered an unjust disaster and had to quickly calm down. Didn't we agree that you would be sent to school right away? Leon patted Siri's head. Kate then said, Siri, if your godfather doesn't make arrangements, your sister will help you arrange it, so you can study with Kara. Upon hearing this, Siri was overjoyed. Thank you, sister. Her voice was very sweet, and she proudly glanced at Leon. Leon naturally would not refuse, as he would be more than happy to have help. Kate immediately wanted to make a phone call, but Leon stopped her. I still need to take Siri to the police station to help her get her identity sorted out. She lost her previous ID card. Upon hearing this, Kate immediately understood. Wow, she's an undocumented person at such a young age. Do you need my help? Why are you so eager to help? Leon didn't want to owe so many people favors, shaking his head and saying, no need, I know Director Gordon. All right, leave a phone number, and let me know when it's done. Kate asked for Leon's number. It was just that Leon's abilities were worth her investment. Not to mention that Bruce Wayne was also very concerned about that Kara. What exactly was her identity? Leon brought Siri to the Gotham Police Department. Along the way, Siri held onto Leon's hand, making him feel like a father. No wonder modern people want to have a lovely daughter. Favoring boys over girls? More like favoring girls over boys. The police department was very busy, but fortunately, Leon saw a familiar face. Officer Judy. Hello, Leon. Officer Judy, with her sexy lips, recognized Leon. After all, the last incident was quite unforgettable for her. The seemingly petite Kara had such great strength. Who is this? At that moment, she noticed Siri beside Leon. Where's Kara? Kara went to study. This is Siri, my other pupil. Leon immediately said, and Siri responded with a sweet smile. As long as she wasn't frowning, Siri looked quite beautiful, perhaps inheriting the queen's genes. She exuded a certain heroic spirit. She was not a delicate girl, but rather a capable woman who could become a demon hunter. However, right now, Leon certainly wouldn't let her become any kind of demon hunter. It's better to find a skilled master to teach her. That would be stronger than being a demon hunter. Let's find Director Gordon. The director is inside. I'll call you guys. Director Gordon. Name is James Gordon. But he still called him Commissioner Gordon instead of Jim. Although calling him Jim would seem more intimate, it's important to use titles during work. Leon, who is this? Commissioner Gordon shook his hand and immediately looked at Siri with a somewhat strange expression. This is my goddaughter. Leon gave Director Gordon a look. Then, Director Gordon said, Judy, take care of her. Siri, come with me. After understanding, Siri immediately grabbed Leon's hand tightly. No, I want to stay with the Godfather. She tugged at Leon's arm, her eyes instantly reddening. She thought Leon didn't want her anymore. All right, let her stay here. Leon forced a smile. Shirley's clinginess exceeded expectations. Director Gordon shook his head with a smile and let Officer Judy out. Leon sat opposite Commissioner Gordon, while Siri jumped onto his lap and clung tightly. I didn't know you had a daughter, James Gordon said to Leon. If it weren't for seeing Siri being so affectionate, he would have really thought something was off with Leon. After all, in this magical land of America, normal people are in the minority. Leon had long prepared himself in his heart. He gently patted Siri on the head with immense compassion and said, she is Kara's distant cousin. She used to live in the countryside, but some things happened in her family recently, and she had no choice but to come to Gotham to seek refuge with us. James Gordon listened and didn't find any issues with it. Many people in America do the same, fleeing from the countryside to the big city, all for the so-called American dream. He just asked, what about her identity? The same as Kara's. Leon coughed twice. Director Gordon smiled and shook his head. If this continues, I'm going to become someone who specializes in getting you identities. By the way, your identity has already been arranged. Are you sure you don't want to get a surname? No, I don't need one. Leon shook his head with a smile. He had previously told James Gordon that his name was Leon Skywalker, and Gordon had refused without hesitation. You've watched too much Star Wars, haven't you? After all, no one really has a name like that. So Leon simply decided not to use an American name and went with his real name instead. What was Siri's real name? Commissioner Gordon still decided to help Leon. After all, who could resist such a cute goddaughter? Having a lovely daughter can bring many conveniences. Siri lo fiono ell'enrionon. Although this world might have the Witcher novels and games, it's just a name. As long as Siri has a legitimate identity, she can study these things. If Runrin knew about Li Ang's connections, they would probably be envious to death. I don't know how many Runrin just want to get a green card, but Leon can help the people around him obtain it. It sounds like nobility. After registering the name, James Gordon laughed and said that her family used to be nobility in Europe. Leon smiled. The continent in the Witcher world is adapted from the European continent, and if you turn it upside down, you'll find it looks exactly the same. So it's not a problem to say that Siri is an old noble from that side. Fortunately, Director Gordon didn't ask further and noted it down, saying, "I'll help you resolve this as soon as possible. Do you have any leads on the study matter?" He brought this up somewhat awkwardly. At that time, he wanted to help Kara contact a school, but he didn't have the money ability. Having a status is the key to enrollment. That's good. Time flies. Director Gordon acted quickly, and within a few days, Siri's identity was settled. Siri has a strong learning ability and has basically mastered the language. Under the constant torment of the clingy female student, Leon naturally contacted Kate Kane to help get Siri enrolled, placing her in the same class as Kara. For the Kane family, it was just a matter of a few words. Many things are nearly impossible for ordinary people, but for the wealthy, they're easily resolved. However, Leon was a bit worried. He really didn't know what Siri would learn in school, but at least it went through like this. Aside from the two female students, it was just a matter of Leon himself and Harley Quinn. The Iceberg Club didn't have much going on. The daily work was just like a regular job. The Penguin didn't incorporate him into the crime syndicate. After all, Penguin Cobblepot knew about his relationship with Harley Quinn, and no matter how bold he was, he couldn't trust Leon too much. Leon is also happy about this. He doesn't want to deal with these matters at all. He's a good person. All he needs is a stable source of income, and their lives are indeed getting better and better. There's a saying that goes well, money-making activities are all under criminal law. Once Harley Quinn took control of the Upper East Side, Leon's family never lacked for food and expenses. They even started preparing to move to a new house. After all, the current apartment is too small. It was originally just for Leon and Carla, but now they've squeezed in a Western person. Overall, life has become flourishing and more ambitious. Darling, you have an invitation. Harley Quinn is wearing his jacket, while the rest of her outfit has seemingly gone missing. Fortunately, the two goddaughters have gone to school and are not at home. Perhaps it is true love. Although they occasionally argue during this time, they haven't broken up. Instead, it has made Harley depend on him even more. There's no way around it. He can always reach the deepest part of Harley's heart. Every time they argue, as long as he gives her a good talking to, everything is fine afterward. Harley also feels his sincerity, unlike the Joker, who just wanted to use her. So now, when Harley hears the word Joker, she has no reaction at all. They've become like strangers. She is already Leon's. Whose? Leon was making dinner. It needed to be fixed. Harley Quinn laughed heartily, and Leon knew immediately. Kate Kane. At first, Kate Kane ran over to them and was met with hostility from Harley Quinn, who thought she was there to steal her man. Upon realizing this, Kate Kane promptly informed Harley Quinn of her orientation. As a result, Harley Quinn mocked her harshly, saying she needed to become normal. Naturally, Kate wasn't there for Leon. She was there for Leon's two goddaughters. Leon had long noticed that Carla had become a hot commodity. Naturally, this made him cherish her even more. Let me take a look. Leon took the invitation and looked at it. It surprisingly had the Wayne Group's logo on it. What invitation is this? Is it inviting you to a silver party? Harley Quinn asked excitedly. She was still the same crazy person, without a hint of change. Leon raised his head to show her. The Wayne Group's charity gala invited me to attend. That's boring. The Joker said, you can go by yourself. Now she is only interested in making money. Carla and Siri are now a trio. Search Novel Soul Zayashuen. This article is free to read. Besides the two of them, there's also Rachel Ross, whom they met before. They were part of the same group at school. They always walked home together after classes. Since Rachel lives not far away, they go the same way. Godfather, Rachel's mom isn't coming back today, so she's coming to our house, Carla said as she entered. Siri is also fully integrated during this time, regaining her irritable nature, unafraid of any situation, and carefree. The only things that haven't changed are her tendency to cry and be clingy, which is completely different from her initial shyness. To be honest, Leon still prefers quiet girls. Carla has been somewhat influenced by Siri's carefree attitude. No problem, Leon said. I just made what you love to eat. During this time, Leon had been frantically improving his cooking skills and had finally made some progress. He could now make dishes like cola chicken wings, sweet and sour ribs, and scrambled eggs with green peppers and ham. He learned to cook dishes that children like. The results were remarkable, especially with the cola chicken wings. Kara and Siri almost gnawed off the bones every time. Soon, Leon brought out the dishes. And in the living room sat 3 women, none of whom had a normal hair color. Kara had blonde hair, Siri had silver hair, and Rachel had purple hair. At this point, Harley Quinn's hair color seemed normal. If someone didn't know better, they might think Leon had opened a zoo at home. Rachel, come try the dishes my godfather made. This is real Chinese food. Rachel was the shyest among the 3 and only reached for a chicken wing after hearing this. Leon simply asked them to wash their hands instead of forcing them to use chopsticks, as they were all kids and could learn slowly. Delicious. Rachel's eyes lit up after taking a bite. Cola chicken wings are a dish meant for kids, and even adults love them. Moreover, the cola in America is sweeter, making the cola chicken wings even sweeter. Since people here already enjoy sweet food, children love it too. If it's good, eat more. Leon opened his mouth and said. Then, several people started to fight over it. Mainly, Harley Quinn didn't indulge them and also wanted to join the grabbing. Leon didn't go to join the fun. So, they finished their meal quickly, and all 3 of them ate their fill. You can play at home by yourselves, but don't stay up too late. And remember, go to bed early. Leon reminded them. Got it. Then, the 3 little girls quickly went into the room. As for Leon, he needed to get ready. Darling, I've never seen you wear a suit. You look really handsome. The Joker saw Leon change into a suit and instantly became infatuated. She was already a love-struck person. For the one she loves, she would do anything. Even if it meant being used, it didn't matter. Even if Leon were to kill her, as long as he didn't actually do it, she would still follow him. Which love-struck person could compare to Harley Quinn? Leon was also very satisfied with her, and the emotional value was fully met. Are you really not going? No. Harley Quinn shook her head, but to match Leon, she still changed into a red dress. Then, the 2 of them left the house and parted ways. Wayne Hotel. The entire Gotham City bears the presence of Wayne Enterprises across various industries. Wayne Hotel is the largest hotel in Gotham, boasting 5 stars and located in the city center, which most people cannot afford to stay in. This time, Wayne Enterprises Charity Gala is grand, and it's said that the wealthy from Metropolis have been drawn here. To ensure public safety, the Gotham Police Department deployed all available officers. Therefore, tonight, Gotham is exceptionally safe. A red carpet was laid out at the hotel entrance, just like in Hollywood. On both sides of the red carpet were reporters, frantically photographing these figures at the pinnacle of fame and fortune. Those coming here were either the wealthy of Gotham or the affluent from Metropolis. Leon felt a bit out of place. However, he didn't feel any sense of inferiority. Kara had already asked him before whether this world is fair. Of course, it is not fair. But so what? Who is he? Leon walked on the red carpet, but no one recognized him. However, because he looked handsome in his suit, some reporters still took photos. Leon also had no intention of staying, hurriedly going inside. And Leon didn't cause any commotion. Soon, the sound of the shutter came from behind. So beautiful. With this looks and figure, who wouldn't be captivated? Leon stopped and looked back. He saw a tall woman with short black hair walking down the red carpet, seemingly enjoying the moment. This woman was indeed beautiful and had a wild aura about her. This aura evoked a sense of conquest in men. Who is she? Leon couldn't help but feel intrigued. No matter how beautiful Harley Quinn is, won't he get tired of her? Moreover, Leon is inherently someone who craves novelty. Being honest is simply impossible for him, as this is his only passion. It should be Selina Kyle. A voice echoed in Leon's ear. Selina Kyle, the infamous Catwoman. Leon has been in Gotham for a while, and during this time, he hasn't heard of Catwoman committing any crimes. He thought Catwoman had already left Gotham. It seems now that this little kitty has just held back. Thank you. Leon didn't know what to think in his heart and thanked the person speaking to him. However, after taking a glance, he stopped. He saw a strong middle-aged man, robust and powerful, exuding a unique aura. Of course, the most crucial detail was the press badge hanging around his neck. The Daily Planet. Clark Kent. Seeing this name, Leon's heart trembled. This was Kara's long-cherished cousin. But looking at him now, he seemed to be older than Kara. After all, Kara had been asleep in the Phantom Zone for so long, and time had passed by without her awareness. This was truly a surprise. Leon didn't know how to tell Kara about this, and could only wait a bit longer. Clark? Yes, sir. Clark Kent looked at Leon with some surprise. I'm Leon, and I love making friends. Leon extended his hand, and Clark Kent shook it. The two exchanged phone numbers. However, their interaction ended there for the time being. At this point, Clark Kent had not yet become Superman. They were just acquaintances for now. Once Clark becomes Superman, Leon shamelessly went to help Carla get a set of battle gear. For the sake of his beloved daughter, the old father's pride didn't matter. Leon didn't linger at the door. He handed over the invitation and was ready to enter. During this time, Selina Kyle had also arrived behind Leon, and the two exchanged a glance. Although they hadn't interacted before, Leon still smiled. Selina Kyle, dressed in a gown, nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, the entrance erupted in celebration because Bruce Wayne had personally arrived. This was a rare occurrence. It was well known that Bruce Wayne hardly appeared at night. Unlike other wealthy individuals, he often lived the life of a playboy during the day and vanished at night. Therefore, it was quite difficult to see Bruce Wayne at such evening gatherings. While everyone else was waiting for Bruce Wayne, Leon stepped inside. This was a charity gala, which meant the wealthy attendees were expected to make donations. To enhance the atmosphere, Wayne Enterprises had brought many antique artifacts. For Leon, it was simply an opportunity to see the world and meet some people. If there were anything else that caught his eye, he wouldn't mind. Thus, Leon aimlessly wandered around the hotel. He looked at these antique artifacts, many of which were from China, and found them quite interesting. Unfortunately, if he had the money, he would definitely buy them back to display in a museum in China. These were Chinese items. How could they be lost overseas? This was the Yongle sword from the Ming Dynasty. Its blade made of different materials of steel folded and forged together, with a spine that increased its strength. The hilt was gilded iron, adorned with exquisite Ming-style decorations and Buddhist motifs. It was hailed as the pinnacle of Chinese swords in the early 15th century, but unfortunately, it was later taken by foreigners. Liang approached an extremely tall figure who was wearing a white backless gown, with her smooth black long hair cascading down her shoulders and a well-proportioned figure, making her a true sight to behold from behind. Some people can feel a thrill just by looking at someone's figure. However, Liang had outgrown the phase of merely appreciating looks. He first considered body shape and temperament. This is a replica, currently housed in the Royal Armory Museum of the Never-Setting Sun, the woman replied, turning her head to glance at Liang. He saw her face was both spirited and breathtakingly beautiful, possessing a temperament even more striking than that of the previous Catwoman, Selina. In this world, there are many beautiful women, but very few with true charm. The women Liang encountered before, no matter how many, could not compare to the woman before him. She was full of intellect and wisdom, like the goddess of beauty in mythology. Leon. The woman smiled slightly at him, seemingly intrigued by the approach. Diana Prince. They shook hands, and Leon felt an immense surprise inside. Diana Prince. Wonder Woman. Wow. At a Wayne Enterprises charity gala, the three major heroes of the Justice League are all gathered. However, they were all still quite inexperienced. Wonder Woman had not appeared in the world for a long time, and Clark had not yet become Superman. Do you know me? Diana asked, very perceptively, noticing his reaction. This was because Leon had not let go of her hand. Leon reacted and gentlemanly let her go. Miss Diana, you are quite a celebrity in the antique world. Thank you, but I've just seen a lot. Diana proudly accepted the compliment. This is a cultural difference. If it were a local, they would definitely be modest. But here in America, being modest can easily make people think you really have no ability. I'm very interested in antiques. How about we have a drink? Sure, I'm a bit tired anyway. Diana smiled. She was already over 8 meters tall in her high heels, and walking beside, Leon immediately attracted attention. No one knew how this lucky Eastern guy managed to connect with such a beauty. To win her favor, Leon even personally mixed the drinks, which left the hotel staff stunned. Thank you, you have this skill too. It's very good, Diana smiled after taking a sip. Then, the two began discussing antiques. Diana had been around for so long and was so professional simply because she had seen so many real ones that she could spot the fakes at a glance. In short, it was all about experience. So, there were many things Leon asked that she knew, and the two had a great conversation. Knowing how to cater to others is Leon's core skill. He is good at finding the other person's interests and then turning them into his own. Diana's interest is work. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been doing it for so long. After chatting for a while, the charity gala was about to begin. Are you from Gotham? Diana glanced at the time and then asked. Leon was also perceptive and asked, That's right. Where's Miss Diana usually? My job is to travel around the world. Upon hearing this, Leon realized the opportunity was not to be missed. So he proactively said, You have to wait for me after the dinner. Diana Prince hesitated a bit. Leon was quite to her taste, and as an Amazonian, she was naturally passionate and eager to know more. Let's see how you perform. Diana did not give a definite answer, downing her drink in one go. After that, She got up and went to the banquet. She was wealthy, unlike Leon, who was merely an observer. However, just after Diana left, someone sat in her previous spot. How about you let me have such a stunning girl? The word from the newcomer left Leon helpless. It turned out to be Kate Kane, with her long red wavy hair, dressed in a vibrant evening gown. Tall and perfectly shaped. Who wouldn't be captivated? She looked at Diana's back with great interest. If it were anyone else daring to steal a woman from Leon, he would have punched them. But Kate was different. She was a woman. So, Leon just said fiercely, "You can come, but I'll make you my first." Oomph. Kate didn't believe him and instead provocatively looked at him. "If you can do that, the Kane family will be yours." The Kane family was the wealthiest family in Gotham after the Wayne family, and they were closely linked. They rose and fell together. Surprisingly, Leon was indeed tempted. As the saying goes, even heroes fear a lack of money. If he really obtained the Kane family, their lives would be secure. But he knew this was mostly a joke. So, Leon just gave her the middle finger. Kate's personality was also carefree and unrestrained. "Forget it. I won't compete with you for a woman." Kate acted generously. "But aren't you afraid of Harley Quinn finding out?" To this, Leon just laughed. "Did you forget? She has asked me many times to bring you along. Get lost." Kate Kane couldn't take it anymore. The crazy Harley Quinn had her wrapped around her finger, and only when she became Batwoman could she teach Harley a lesson. But if she couldn't handle Harley, could she not deal with Leon? She immediately used her specialty, pinching the soft flesh at Leon's waist. "Hiss, are you crazy?" Leon quickly grabbed her hand to dodge. The two of them appeared quite intimate in this manner. "All right, stop messing around. Why did you call me to the dinner party?" Leon said calmly, "I'm a poor guy, and you still want me to do charity? They should be donating to me." Kate Kane, feeling frustrated, gave him a hard punch to vent her anger. After taking a sip of red wine, she said, "I introduced you to people, and you don't even thank me? What? You really want to hand over the Kane family to me?" This made Kate furious. "If you have the ability, make me the head, and I'll give everything to you." The charity gala had nothing to do with Leon. He was just a bystander with Kate. However, Kate still represented the Kane family and made a donation, but she quickly came back. She took care of Leon, knowing he didn't know many people. Leon couldn't quite grasp her intentions. If he didn't know about her orientation issues, he would really think she was interested in him. What does Kate really want? After the gala, Kate took Leon to meet many wealthy individuals. With Kate Kane by his side, no one dared to underestimate Leon. Les affirme Lex Luthor. After getting to know quite a few people, Leon finally stepped aside with Kate. "Hey Kate, long time no see." Just then, a boisterous voice rang out nearby. Kate Kane turned around, a bit surprised. "Thomas, you're back in Gotham?" "Just returned. Is this your boyfriend?" The man named Thomas looked at Leon. "Don't get it twisted. I only have girlfriends." Kate Kane didn't care about her reputation and introduced, "This is Leon, a good friend." "Leon, this is Thomas Elliot." Leon shook hands with Thomas Elliot. "Thomas has been a good friend of mine since childhood. We studied together in elementary school." Of course, he later became an excellent surgeon and is famous all over the world. At this moment, Bruce Wayne came over with a glass in hand. "Ha! I'm indeed good friends with Bruce, but I'm not world-renowned, just somewhat known in America," Thomas Elliot said with a smile. The two then embraced each other. Kate leaned closer to Leon and whispered, "Thomas is from the Elliot family. His parents had a car accident, and he now runs the entire Elliot family." Leon naturally knew about the Elliot family, the Gotham aristocrats. No wonder they could be friends with Bruce Wayne since childhood. They're all billionaires. Bruce Wayne chatted with his good friend for a while, then looked at Leon and Kate and said, "What is going on here?" Bruce Wayne was extremely puzzled. How did his cousin end up with Leon? He was still quite concerned about this younger relative. However, Kate Kane had her own opinions about him. "Leon is my good friend," Kate said as she linked her arm with Leon's. Bruce Wayne raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Aren't you into girls?" But Bruce Wayne didn't stay long because Alfred's voice came through his earpiece. Clearly, the night belonged to Batman. "In that case, have fun. I have things to do," he said and hurriedly left. Kate Kane knew what he was going to do, so she could only cover for him, saying, "Don't mind him. That's just how he is." "So, how long are you going to keep this up?" Leon looked down at Kate and said, "Aren't we good buddies?" "Good buddies wouldn't think about turning me into a prince, right?" Kate immediately distanced herself from him in disgust. "I was just joking. I would never do that," Leon said seriously. "But women are just so unreasonable." Kate thought Leon was dissatisfied with her. What does that mean? She glared at Leon and left the party as well. Goodness, if he weren't waiting for someone, Leon would have left too. But he had a goal. The party was just getting to the point. The wealthy attendees naturally had their purposes for being there. Networking and discussing business were excellent opportunities. Diana Prince's beauty was unparalleled. With the grace of a warrior goddess and an athletic figure, especially those seemingly impossibly long legs that many wanted to get to know her. She handled these people like a socialite, elegantly and appropriately, without seeming casual. Countless people saw her as prey, but no one knew that she was actually a true high-end hunter. An Amazon princess, a demigod. As a high-end hunter, she certainly didn't regard all prey as worthy. It wasn't long before she was surrounded by no one, having rejected everyone. Diana then looked towards Leon, who raised his glass in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two of them moved towards the exit in synchrony. Bruce Wayne, the host, had long since left. The party wasn't so strict about when one could leave. Many who had been paying attention to Diana were surprised at this scene. It turned out that the coveted flower already had an owner. You're quite adept at handling these people. Outside the hotel, many reporters had already left, with only a few paparazzi remaining, who wouldn't pay attention to Leon and Diana. They weren't big names like Bruce Wayne. It's a habit. There are always those who think they're special. Diana glanced at Leon and smiled. Her face always bore a confident smile. Someone as beautiful as you will always be the center of attention. Leon also smiled, not hiding his praise. Women love to be complimented, and Wonder Woman is no exception. She glanced at Leon with charming eyes, her smile even brighter. But it must be said that Diana is indeed perfect. Her beauty is beyond words, and her figure is top-notch, with curves in all the right places and those long legs. She's 100 times more perfect than what Leon saw in movies in his past life. After all, how could Wonder Woman be ordinary? With such eloquence, how many women has she deceived? Diana Prince said with a smile. It's all my fault for being too honest. I really didn't want to tell lies. If I had known it would be like this, I would have. Leon waved down a taxi, and Diana got in without hesitation. What? I won't praise you. Diana gave him a roll of her eyes. Leon sat beside her and said to the driver, take us to the Starry Night bar. He didn't dare to take Diana to the Iceberg Club. After all, Wonder Woman was also someone who despised evil, and it would be problematic if she had any doubts. The two chatted along the way, deepening their understanding of each other, and Leon made Diana burst into laughter. Having been in human society for so long, Diana Prince had already integrated in. Her lifestyle habits were quite similar, and naturally, she had her own pleasures. Leon is witty and humorous, and he knows a lot about the secrets of Gotham. Although they may not be true, they are certainly wild enough. As the saying goes, as long as the wild history is wild enough, someone will believe it. Moreover, Leon is very interesting, with statements like the Joker and Batman are true love. It's a story of two people who love and kill each other, and the most hated in Gotham is the Riddler. The Riddler must get out of Gotham, which made Diana cover her mouth and laugh. By the time they reached the bar, their relationship had already become quite harmonious. Leon opened the door first and then placed his hand on the threshold, carefully protecting her while extending his other hand. Beautiful Princess Diana, may I invite you for a drink? Upon hearing the words princess, Diana glanced at him and placed her hand in his palm. Why do you call me princess? Why do you call me princess? Diana was quite curious. This article searched Fine Novel Network Xeox. Net free reading, she is an Amazon princess, and logically speaking, no one should know. Leon smiled and said, your beauty is like a Disney princess on the run. No one shines more brightly than you. Leon couldn't help but kiss the back of her hand as he spoke. This made Diana's heart flutter. It had been many years since she felt this way. She thought she had seen many advances and that it would be hard for anyone to make her heart race again. But at this moment, isn't it said that people from Huaxiao are very reserved? With a smile on her face, she allowed the gentlemanly Leon to lead her out, and he even protected her head, ensuring that she wouldn't be at risk of any harm. Leon casually tossed some money to the driver, signaling him not to give change. Leon wasn't short on cash now. He was even using Harley Quinn's money to impress girls. Would she get angry if she found out? However, Leon only considered it for a moment. Given how much she loved him, she wouldn't mind if she knew. Otherwise, she wouldn't always insist on getting Kate to join in. This is what it means to be favored and feel invincible. They didn't drink enough at the banquet earlier, so now at the bar, where no one recognized them, Leon and Diana naturally kept drinking. But then a problem arose. Leon and Diana are not ordinary people. Although Leon does not have a complete steel body. Apart from his superpowers, he is not much different from Kryptonians, and he cannot get drunk no matter how much he drinks. Diana, on the other hand, is even more impressive. She is the daughter of the god King Zeus and the Amazon queen Hippolyta, truly a demigod. Therefore, the two of them become more spirited as they drink, treating alcohol like water. Just when Leon felt troubled, Diana seemed to have experience. She knew her situation. In the past, men always tried to get her drunk, but she just wouldn't get intoxicated, leaving those obnoxious men with no chance and retreating in defeat. Pretending to be drunk like this was her first time. She knew that if she didn't act drunk, Leon would have no opportunity at all. And when Leon saw her hazy eyes, he immediately understood the hint. How could a demigod get drunk? This is what they call alcohol doesn't intoxicate, but people get intoxicated? Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Diana's waist, feeling the softness and tenderness there, igniting a fire in his heart. Then, Leon leaned in to kiss Diana. As expected, Diana was unable to evade, and the two began to flirt with each other, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Fortunately, such situations are not uncommon in bars. It is very common for drunken men and women to find a place to make out. After a while, they finally let go of each other. Shall we leave? Diana really seemed drunk, leaning against him and softly responding. With such an opportunity presented, Leon naturally wouldn't let it slip away. He embraced Diana and led her outside the bar, asking, "Where do you live? Let's go to your place." Hearing this, Diana was a bit surprised. Shouldn't they go to his house? Leon explained, "I have 2 adopted daughters at home, so it's inconvenient to move around." If it were an ordinary person, hearing Leon say this would probably make them unable to keep up the act, and they'd wake up. But Diana, on the contrary, became very curious. Leon looks very young. How could he have 2 goddaughters? If she weren't still drunk now, she would have curiously asked. But at this moment, she just softly mentioned the hotel she was staying at. Leon took a taxi and quickly arrived at the hotel where she was staying. After all, it was the city center, and with police patrolling at night, nothing unusual happened. That's how Gotham is. The more bustling the area, the safer it is because there are often police officers on patrol. In those remote places without streetlights, it's best not to go out at night, as there aren't even any patrolling officers outside. Of course, this isn't absolute. In Gotham, it's like being in a battle royale. You always have to be cautious. Should I take you upstairs? Leon embraced her as they entered the hotel, and everything was unspoken. The women here believed that family was the last line of defense. Generally, being invited to someone's home meant it was almost certain. When the door to Diana's room opened, she looked much more awake, at least able to walk properly. But precisely because of this, it was a clash of titans. Diana leaned in to kiss him, and Leon responded without hesitation. Bang! The door was violently shut, and soon there were sounds inside that resembled a fight. It seemed someone had been thrown heavily onto the bed. Then came the overwhelming force. It was as if gods were fighting, not mere mortals. For Amazons, ordinary humans were far too weak. They usually didn't dare use too much strength, fearing they might cause harm. Wonder Woman was even more so, being a demigod. No one could withstand her. Therefore, she looked down on ordinary people, preferring to remain single over the years. After all, no one could satisfy her. If it weren't for Leon genuinely piquing her interest and the need for release after such a long time, she wouldn't have been so proactive. However, she now realized that Leon was not an ordinary person. The two lay in bed, and Princess Diana's fingers circled on Leon's body. Just a simple interaction was enough for her to discover Leon's extraordinary nature. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. "What are you doing in Gotham?" Once this matter was brought up, their relationship would need to be reconsidered. Wonder Woman initially intended for this to be a one-night stand. Now, she saw it differently. Who would want a long-term, stable friend? "Do you remember? I have 2 goddaughters." Leon spoke up, expressing his desire for a long-term arrangement. He mentioned the situation with Kara, but primarily, he wanted to find a teacher for his 2 goddaughters. Why did Supergirl Kara become the shame of Krypton? It was because her combat skills were lacking. She was too impulsive and relied solely on her innate strength, making her prone to losses. As for Siri, it was even more unnecessary to mention. Her life had already been changed. According to the plot, Siri was supposed to go to the territory of the Wolf School, where witchers would provide some training to teach her how to fight. However, now, the little princess was becoming increasingly comfortable in the modern world, and her talent might even go to waste. Therefore, in order to ensure that his goddaughters developed in all aspects, morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, Leon set his sights on Diana. Wonder Woman's combat abilities were unquestionable, and after years of rigorous training, she was the best teacher. However, to avoid revealing that he already knew she was Wonder Woman, Leon didn't elaborate further. He only mentioned that Kara and Siri had some peculiarities, and he could only hide with them in Gotham. He casually remarked that he intended to find them a teacher and was considering who in Gotham would be suitable, noting that Batwoman would be a good choice. Hearing Leon speak so earnestly, Diana was somewhat surprised. She looked up at him and saw a worried father concerned about his children's future. Somehow, seeing Leon like this made Diana feel not displeased, but rather reassured. The Amazons have a strong sense of family. Leon cares so much about family, so she naturally likes him. As for his teaching daughter, Diana doesn't mind at all and has no thoughts of taking over. She keeps in mind what Leon said about finding a teacher and plans to confront him when the time comes. But not now. The most important thing right now is to continue having fun. Are you ready? Diana glanced up at him. Ready. Leon is already recovered. So, the two continued their second round. The night was very crazy, and the lights in the room were never turned off, with a song playing until the next day. Diana Prince glanced at the sky outside. I don't like Gotham's sky. It's always so gloomy, she said, while searching for a dress to wear from her suitcase. Leon leaned against the pillow, admiring the scene. Is it not enough to see? A lifetime wouldn't be enough. Hearing Leon's words, Diana glanced at him with satisfaction. Full of charm. The two were having a great time, but unfortunately, she had to leave Gotham. If it weren't for work, she would have liked to stay in Gotham a little longer. Unfortunately, Diana had already integrated into human life, and work was also very important. I'm leaving now. Diana tidied herself up. Leon felt a bit reluctant and found it somewhat unreal. He actually managed to win over Wonder Woman. How many people's dreams is this? Unfortunately, this dream cannot last. When will he come back? Leon could only ask before she left. Diana turned back with a smile. We'll see each other again soon. The two goddaughters had completely piqued Diana's interest. She didn't know what was so special about them that made such a powerful Leon hide her identity and remain inconspicuous. If it weren't for this, she might have just regarded Leon as a passerby, someone to relax with. On the way home, Leon bought breakfast. After all, there were 3 little ones at home. Rachel Ross, indeed, didn't go back yesterday and stayed home to rest. Thankfully, they weren't overweight, so they could squeeze in and lie down. However, it made Leon more aware that they needed a bigger house. This old apartment was only about 60 to 70 square meters, spacious enough for 2, but really uncomfortable now that there were more people. You're back so late? Harley Quinn looked at Leon with confusion, instinctively sensing that something was off. Liang's suit was messy, not as neat as yesterday. Something came up and delayed him. Leon said calmly. Harley Quinn circled around him and smelled something. It wasn't Kate's. I thought you had her cough, the kid is here. Leon glared at her. Although the Joker felt a bit wronged, she didn't say anything. Godfather, it's the weekend today. Are we going out? Kara, who had finished her breakfast, came over to ask. Of course. Where do you want to go? Leon is also happy to spend more time with the 2 girls, as he realizes that this is the only way to quickly increase their intimacy. For example, now Kara's intimacy level is already 71, and it's about to reach 80. Shiri, being more clingy, is now in her 40s, almost halfway there. The increase in intimacy is also related to their personalities. Shiri likes to cling to him, and her rate of increase is much faster than Kara's at that time. Of course, it might also be because Shiri is younger. Let's go to the amusement park. Shiri hasn't been there yet. Kara whispered at this moment, Godfather, Shiri had another nightmare last night. Hearing this, Leon felt a tightness in his heart as he looked at the somewhat listless Harley. He nodded. All right, let's go to the amusement park. Yay. The 3 little ones were very happy, and it was clear they got along well. So, after dinner, Harley Quinn needed to catch up on sleep, and it fell to Leon to take them to the amusement park. Although Harley Quinn had been enhanced a bit by poison ivy, she was still human and had already reached her limit after being excited all night. On the other hand, Leon, having experienced a night of intense battles, felt invigorated because he had met his match and found a worthy opponent. Leon took a taxi, sitting in the front passenger seat while the 3 of them sat in the back. Upon arriving at the amusement park, they were all extremely excited. No matter how deep they were still children, and Shirley's mood visibly improved a lot. Leon didn't say much, just took them out to have fun. I have to say, Gotham's amusement park is really expensive. A single ticket costs nearly $100. There are discounts for children, but there's a height restriction, and these 3 rapidly developing girls have long surpassed that limit. If it were in the past, they really couldn't afford it. But now the family situation has improved a bit, and the Iceberg Club has also paid their salaries. Then, they happily queued up for the rides. Among them, Kara was the most daring, so she went for all the thrilling rides. After all, there was nothing that scared her, though she still screamed in coordination. The one with the smallest courage wasn't Siri, but Rachel. Rachel, just as she looked, was a very quiet and timid little girl, who had hardly ever spoken to Leon on her own. Siri also had a fair amount of courage. She just wasn't very enthusiastic. They played in the amusement park for half a day, and, at this point, Kara and Rachel went to play bumper cars while Leon stayed by the side with Siri. At that moment, Leon gently patted Siri's head and said, Siri, I'm sorry, the Godfather wasn't here last night. Siri's eyes immediately turned red. However, because Kara had teased her a few times for being a crybaby, she wasn't as watery as before. Godfather, I'm so scared. Hearing Ciri's words, Leon pulled her into his arms. When I close my eyes, I see the flames of war in Sintra, and everything I have turns to ashes in an instant. Ciri had an extraordinary maturity. The things she had experienced made her very strong. She had fled for several weeks, hiding among the dead to escape the chaos of war. And when captured, she had been completely stiff, almost subjected to humiliation. Therefore, Ciri cherished every person who loved her. With Leon and Kara by her side, she felt a sense of home. Leon could hardly understand this emotion. In fact, Kara couldn't understand it either. When Krypton was destroyed, Kara was sent on a spaceship to Earth. Kara had never done anything to survive like Ciri. Good kid, you're very strong. Leon could understand her clinginess. Godfather, you won't leave me, right? Suddenly, Ciri looked up at Leon in his arms. Of course, I don't believe in fate. My grandmother told me to find the white wolf. Geralt, no, I won't allow you to leave me, Godfather. Leon is not her destiny, which makes Ciri a little uneasy. So she urgently needs Leon's promise. I will not leave you, Ciri. Leon tightly embraced her. At this moment, Ciri took the opportunity to make a request. Father, I want to become stronger. Father, I want to become stronger. Ciri looked at Leon with determination in her eyes. Although she was only in her teens, she was already more mature than many others. Hatred was the driving force behind her growth. Seeing the young Ciri filled with hatred, Leon naturally felt it was inappropriate. However, he also understood that this was Ciri. He could tell her to stay calm and forget her hatred to live a good life. But what reason did he have to do so? The scenes that were vividly etched in her memory were things Ciri could never forget. What had happened could never be erased. When would the cycle of vengeance end? But not avenging a grudge was something that Leon could not accept either. Thus, Leon nodded and said, "All right, I will find you a teacher." People are selfish. Ciri becoming his goddaughter naturally created a bond. Leon only cares about the people close to him. He doesn't care about the lives of others. The Godfather only hopes that you do not let hatred blind your eyes, that you control hatred, rather than being controlled by it. Little Shilly nodded firmly. Only those filled with anger can accomplish incredible things. After seeing the two finish speaking, the obedient and sensible Carla and Rachel came over. Godfather, shall we continue playing? Why not? Leon naturally wanted them to have a great time. After sharing her thoughts, Ciri also felt unburdened and began to play joyfully. Teach daughter, Sharia Fiona Allen Lianluan, daughter of time and space. Affinity, 50, can draw once for ability. Ability, time travel, foresee the future. Sure enough, communication is key when raising a daughter. Leon has mastered the method, so he happily played together. They played until the evening, and only then did the three little ones leave, feeling somewhat satisfied. There was no choice. The museum was closing. It's a pity Gotham doesn't have a Disneyland, Carla said regretfully. Hearing this, Leon immediately laughed and said, "In the future, if there's a chance, I'll take you all to Disney." Yay! Kara shouted excitedly. Ciri already knew what Disney was and felt a bit of longing. In the minds of children, especially girls, Disneyland is undoubtedly a forever dream. Even Barbie dolls can't compare to Disney. Disney's family-friendly animated films have an unbeatable audience in America, especially the Disney princesses. Which girl doesn't dream of being a Disney princess? However, for Leon, he has a real princess at home. But in the vast America, there are actually only two Disneyland parks. One is Disneyland in Anaheim, California, which is the first Disneyland in the world, built in 1955. Since it was established so early, it is naturally small in scale and quite old. However, a more emotionally intelligent way to say is that it retains the original facilities from 1955, giving it a strong nostalgic feel. But for Leon, who cares about nostalgia? So the only option they had was the Disneyland in Orlando. This is the largest Disneyland in the world, featuring 6 theme parks: Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Disney's Hollywood Studios, Disney's Animal Kingdom, and 2 water parks. Especially with the iconic Cinderella Castle, it would definitely satisfy the girls. Moreover, Orlando is in Florida. And although New Jersey is to the north and Florida to the south, they're at least both on the East Coast. If given the chance, Leon definitely plans to take them there. Leon found that Rachel Ross seemed a bit down. People are afraid of comparisons. Leon is so good to the 2 sisters. How can Rachel not be envious? In response, Leon said, "Rachel, I'll take you with me next time." "Great, great, we'll go together," Kara immediately said to Rachel. Showing a big sister vibe. Under Leon's guidance, she became more and more confident. After all, she discovered that she had such powerful strength, and Leon didn't forcefully suppress her. So it would be strange not to be confident. She was destined to be different from that shame of Krypton. Leon and the others first took Rachel Rose back before heading home. Rachel only had her mother, but in Leon's eyes, she was nothing like her mother. However, he didn't say anything. Kara was even less like him. Adoption and similar situations were quite common around here. Moreover, many children who were adopted just disappeared, creating an invisible industrial chain. That's why it's important to protect children. At least Rachel hadn't suffered persecution, especially in a place like Gotham. However, they had also heard that Rachel and her mother lived in Motor City, Detroit before, and it was because of Wayne Enterprises' charity activities that they moved to Gotham. This piqued Leon's curiosity, but there wasn't much to discuss about a little girl. When they returned home, Harley Quinn was preening in front of the mirror in full costume. Thanks to Leon's makeover, her makeup hadn't changed, but her style had. Now she was wearing a pink tank top and yellow bell-bottom pants, happily enjoying a lollipop. "You're back. Come see me, am I pretty?" Seeing the door open, the already bored Harley Quinn immediately ran over. With experience, Kara and S.She quickly responded, "Pretty." Previously, they had ignored Harley Quinn's outfits, which led her to prank them. No one could outdo Harley Quinn when it came to pranks. The two girls had it pretty rough. So, they were the first to be PUA'd, and whenever they saw Harley Quinn, they would instinctively say she looked pretty. Leon didn't use PUA and said, "You're becoming more and more thoughtful. Life needs a sense of freshness, and dressing up is no exception. What if one day you find me distasteful and abandon me?" Harley Quinn looked at Leon with a pitiful expression. Having been abandoned once, she naturally feared a second time. Kara and S.She both thought at the same time, "Simp." In the eyes of the two girls, Harley was just a madwoman. However, the only thing she could do was to please the Godfather, which made it impossible for Kara to get rid of Harley Quinn. Nevertheless, Kara wasn't in the mood for that now. Although she still didn't like Harley, S.She's presence had shifted her focus. "It won't happen." Li Ang's heart softened, and the Joker took the opportunity to hug him, her expression instantly transforming from pitiful to joyful. "This is what you said. If you abandon me, I won't let any other woman get close to you." That's why they say women are all dramatic, especially someone like the Joker. Her expressions shifted from crying to laughing, a skill she had mastered. For her, it was basic. The Oscars definitely owe her a little golden man. Ahem, this punishment is really too severe. Leon had no doubt that she truly meant what she said. Today, Harley Quinn was sad all day, but she quickly accepted the fact that Leon was fickle, as long as he didn't abandon her. This is the highly infatuated Harley Quinn. She could spoil Leon in every way, as long as she could stay by his side. Leon did not rush to the Iceberg Club. He washed up at home, appearing quite devout. After all, the chances of drawing abilities were limited, so he had to be a bit more cautious. Thus, his bathing and incense burning was mainly to alleviate some discomfort from walking outside all day. Then he remembered that he could still draw abilities. Previously, there were many people outside, but now at home, anything he drew would be easier to handle. He decided to draw S.She's energy. At this point, Leon felt somewhat anxious, mainly because S.She's abilities were too diverse and mixed, unlike Carla's, which all seemed effective. What if he drew a useless learning talent? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? With these thoughts in mind, everything happened quite quickly. The target for drawing, the Lady of Time and Space. Abilities, time travel, foresight, magic affinity, hunter adaptation, learning speed enhancement. Like Carla, as the Lady of Time and Space, S.She also possessed many varied abilities. However, she required a teacher to guide her, unlike Carla, who activated her powers just by sunbathing. This was actually the norm. Many people have talents but don't know in what areas, and they need exposure to activate them, just like in various types of games. One only knows which types are truly suitable after trying them out. Someone like Carla is a true talent anomaly. Kryptonians are like cheat codes in the entire universe. The draw was successful, and he gained the ability, Magic Affinity. Magic Affinity, Princess S.She, bearing ancient blood, possesses extraordinary magical talent. She is also a legendary source sorceress, having wild and uncontrollable magical talent since birth, allowing her to cast magic using her own power without needing to learn. For someone unfamiliar with the wizarding worldview, it might be hard to grasp the power of a source sorceress. The ability to cast magic based on one's own power is extremely rare in any worldview. In the Witcher world, female sorceresses often undergo long training to harness powerful magical forces. For example, Yennefer and Triss have lived for an unknown time after learning magic. S.She, however, possesses it innately. To give a more obvious example, there's S. the Comitage from the Marvel Universe. Even the Supreme Sorcerer has to borrow power from the Dimensional Demon to cast magic, rather than using their own. Moreover, borrowing power comes at a cost. while using one's own as a talent. It could be said that compared to becoming a witcher, Ciri's greater strength lies in her magical talent. As for why Ciri did not exhibit strong magic in the original work, it was because her magical talent was sealed. During the Great Escape, Ciri lost control of her magic due to fear, sealing away most of her magical power, which might even be irrecoverable. The reason for her crossing over here is the manifestation of magic loss of control. However, after meeting Carla, she was not as terrified as before, so her magical talent remained intact. A child who has never learned magic can unleash powerful magic simply out of fear. That is talent. Especially later, when being chased by the Wild Hunt. Ciri's emotional outburst of magic scared both the Wild Hunt and Caranther into fleeing, illustrating her talent. Therefore, what Ciri needs is a good magic teacher. Only then can her talent be fully utilized. According to the original development, if the Witchers hadn't taken her away, she would likely have joined the Female Sorceress Assembly and become one of them. If she had indeed graduated from the Aretuza Sorceress Academy, Ciri could have truly become a force to be reckoned with. And now, Leon has drawn her talent. According to the Witcher's worldview, ancient blood is passed down to females, but not males. But who says the system has to be reasonable? Leon is now well-rounded. He has both physical qualities and magical talent. Isn't this a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts? Unfortunately, where could he find a magic teacher in Gotham? In modern times, wizards must hide their identities, and they often lack a fixed residence, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to find them. He truly felt troubled about teaching the two girls. With this in mind, Leon tried practicing a bit himself. The strength of the sorceress lies in her ability to release magic on her own. Leon concentrated his energy, causing the cup on the table to tremble. With a little practice, he could easily move objects from a distance. This innate magical talent allowed him to effortlessly cast simple spells, even controlling flames, water, air, and more. Leon got excited all of a sudden. Ciri still needs to learn to fully master his talents, and he can be used as the first contact. He is even better than Ciri. However, Leon can only cast the most basic spells, like conjuring a fireball with his hands. This is because these belong to the elements, which he can perceive clearly. But to use more powerful magic, he must learn spells and how to release them. After having enough fun, Leon checked the time. It was time to go out. Kara, Ciri, behave at home. Got it. Two of the girls in the room responded. In East Gotham, ever since the Black Mass died, chaos has started. Fortunately, a powerful woman will soon arrive here to take over the Black Mask territory. But East Gotham is too big, almost the largest district in Gotham. Moreover, there are quite a few powerful women coming. Harley Quinn has recruited some followers during this time and is currently listening to a report. Who dares to steal my money? Are they looking for death? Hearing that her money has been stolen, Harley Quinn angrily cursed. After taking over the territory, everything else wouldn't change. Otherwise, how would the gang make money? The Joker changed from just having fun to focusing on making money. Boss, they're deliberately provoking us. Their leader is Dinah Laurellance. One of my subordinates immediately said. They were not unfamiliar with this name because they were all once under the Black Mask. Now that the Black Mask is dead, it's normal for the first contact to change hands. Harley Quinn naturally had never heard of this name. Who is she? She was once a subordinate of the Black Mask, trusted deeply by him, and now she wants to inherit his territory, calling herself the Black Canary. Hearing this, Harley Quinn immediately sneered. Canaries should be kept in cages, not let loose. Seemingly thinking of something, Harley Quinn immediately asked, "Is she pretty?" Harley Quinn now feels a sense of crisis. She thinks she needs to help Leon find beautiful women, or what if he gets taken away by those wild women outside? One can only say that Harley Quinn's thought process is different from normal people. Her subordinate was taken aback for a moment and then said, "Very pretty, with golden hair." She appeared suddenly, and it's because of her beauty that the Black Mask kept her. Golden hair? Harley Quinn thought for a moment. Is it long? Recalling, it seems that Leon likes women with good figures. Time flies, and a week has passed. Today is Friday again. For Leon, aside from the Joker becoming busy, life hasn't changed much. The Joker mysteriously said she would give him a gift, although Leon was very curious. After asking a few times and not getting any answers, he gave up. They had already seriously considered that it was time to rent a different house. Living here as a group was indeed too crowded, especially when it came to fighting for the bathroom. Everyone had to take turns. Women are troublesome by nature, and young girls are no exception. Leon didn't understand why they needed over an hour to take a shower. If it were him, he would be quick about it. Just a quick wash and out. So, he decided to take the whole family to look at houses over the weekend. Thinking about this, Leon couldn't help but feel happy. The reason people work hard is to pursue a better life. He wanted his goddaughter to live without worries, free and easy. That was his biggest wish. As for himself, having a few more beautiful women would be nice. He didn't ask for anything else. It was almost 6 o'clock. Why hadn't they come back yet? Leon prepared dinner and glanced at the time, feeling a bit surprised. Kara and the others were in middle school, not high school. So they got out of school quite early. Given Gotham's situation, they wouldn't be playing outside and would return home early. Additionally, with the school bus service from Lewis Memorial Middle School, it was strange that they hadn't come back yet. It didn't matter if they were playing around. Leon didn't think anyone would harm them. Although S.She hadn't learned to fight yet, Kara didn't need to. It was time to get them cell phones. There weren't many options for phones here. Most people used Apple or Samsung. Even the cheaper Apple models cost around $600, while the better ones were about $1,000. Leon used to be a Moonlight Clan member, so naturally he couldn't afford a smartphone for them. Now he can consider it. Buzz. At this moment, Liang's phone rang, and he took it out to check. There are many apps in this world, and basically all entertainment activities are available. However, the reason Leon doesn't play often is mainly because the data costs are too high and the network is very poor. It's like how some public intellectuals in China used to boast that people here don't play with their phones on the subway, but just read books, claiming it shows so much quality. Once you arrive, you realize where's the signal on the subway. You can't just stare at your phone, right? What seems normal in China is considered a miracle here. Without comparison, there is no harm. When moving to a new house, you definitely need to set up Wi-Fi. Director Gordon? Leon frowned when he saw his phone. Although his relationship with James Gordon seemed quite good, no one wanted the commissioner calling them every day. Leon, get to Barry Lyle right now, James Gordon said with great seriousness. What happened? Leon immediately asked, are you mentally prepared? Don't worry too much. Our police department will do its best to save the person. Director Gordon didn't respond immediately. Instead, he began to build up mental resilience. What exactly is going on? Leon raised his voice slightly. Director Gordon on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then spoke. Kara, S.She, and one of their classmates have been kidnapped, and the kidnappers are demanding $10 million. Leon was not particularly flustered. Instead, he was puzzled. 10 million? 1,000 would be more reasonable. Wait, are people nowadays so casual about kidnapping? They don't even investigate whether the family has money. But Leon didn't dare to be careless. Although he was sure that his goddaughter was fine, this was still the first time something like this had happened. Someone actually kidnapped his goddaughter. I'm coming right away. Leon hung up the phone and covered the hot dishes before leaving. Once he got into the taxi, he still felt a bit confused. First of all, how did the Gotham police respond before he even knew that Carla had been kidnapped? When a child is kidnapped, shouldn't the first step be to ask the parents for ransom? Unless the kidnappers knew he had no money. But who were they asking for money from? Suddenly, Leon felt the situation becoming complicated. However, he didn't panic because he had long been prepared to deal with everything. From a moment, he began fleeing with Carla. Leon had already made that preparation. He just thought it was himself who was in danger. Just like Superman's girlfriend and mom, they were always in high-risk professions. Because as long as the supervillains couldn't find Superman, they would capture his girlfriend and mom as leverage. Leon is well prepared for this. But now, how did it turn upside down? Which kidnapper is so stupid? Burley is located in the northern part of Gotham, and just a bit further north is Gotham's Sin Alley. Just hearing that name, one can tell how terrifying it is here. Many mercenaries and active criminals are causing trouble in this area. Leon arrived at the address given by Commissioner Gordon, which was an abandoned warehouse. The Gotham Police Department had already set up a cordon, preventing anyone from getting too close. However, some reporters had come in response to the news. There was a helicopter from the Gotham Daily in the sky, surprisingly not from the Gotham Police Department. Upon seeing Leon arrive, Commissioner Gordon immediately came over. What was going on? Leon asked in a deep voice. It's causing such a big commotion now that even if Kara wants to run, it won't be easy. After school today, there were after-school activities at Lewis Memorial High School. And at that time, mercenaries came in and captured Kara, S.She, and a girl named Rachel Ross. They're good friends. Leon was not surprised. He just lamented that Rachel was a bit unlucky and hoped the child wasn't scared. He wasn't worried about Kara and S.She. S.She had been through a great escape, which was much more dangerous, and Kara was bold due to her skills. Who was the one that kidnapped them? A tough guy, Bane. Commissioner Gordon's expression was serious. Brokeback Bane. Of course, that was a nickname. Mainly, Bane's greatest achievement was breaking Batman's spine. He could defeat Batman in a head-on confrontation. Even Batman wouldn't dare to face him directly. That's why Commissioner Gordon found him tricky. Bane, why did he kidnap Kara and the others? I don't have any money. Liang was puzzled. He wasn't asking you for money. He was talking to James Gordon. Just then, a voice came from behind Leon. I'm ready with the money. Leon turned around and saw the stylish Kate Kane getting off her motorcycle, casually saying. She took off her helmet and shook her long red wavy hair. What are you doing here? Leon questioned. Who else related to you has money besides me? Bane was well prepared. Kate casually dropped 2 metal suitcases, and from their heavy weight, it was clear they were filled with Franklins. Leon wants to kidnap Kara. There's a conspiracy. This article can be found at kswxsw.com for free reading. Leon pulled Kate Kane aside and said, I know. After all, Kate is Batwoman, smart as she is. It's definitely not a coincidence that they targeted Kara and her friends instead of all the rich kids at school. It's even stranger that they call me for money right after they caught them, considering not many people know about our connection. Watching her with her arms crossed, speaking confidently, she gave off a strong heroine vibe. So, are you still bringing the money? Leon frowned and said, we need the money to keep Bane calm. Kate, unfazed, replied, it's just a small amount, and he can't take it with him. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. As she spoke, she didn't dare waste time. But Leon grabbed her arm and said in a low voice, be careful. This made Kate shiver slightly, and she looked at him deeply. The only thing I can do is take the money. I can't do anything else. After that, she rode away on her motorcycle. What Kate Kane couldn't do, Batgirl could. The night was getting darker. Money. Where's the money? Bane's angry roar echoed in the abandoned warehouse. The timid Rachel had already shrunk her neck in fear. The 3 of them were tied to chairs, surrounded by armed mercenaries. Bane was not from Gotham. He was just a mercenary working for money. Apart from Rachel, Kara and Shiri remained calm, even exchanging glances. Shiri asked, when do we strike? Kara replied, no rush. Kara was certainly not in a hurry. She even dared to say, you got the wrong person. I don't have any money at home. Speaking to the kidnappers while being held captive would have made any normal person realize something was wrong. However, Bane was already in great pain. Bane was not foolish. On the contrary, he was very intelligent and had a resilient character. He was born in a prison in a small Caribbean country and grew up there, naturally lacking a normal education. The prison even twisted his soul, turning him into an extremely cruel person. He spent his days in the company of rats, using brutal methods to kill countless people. The cage did not kill him. Instead, it made his mind stronger, and such a person was bound to achieve great things. Furthermore, he gradually gained status in prison, began learning, and armed his mind with knowledge. By all accounts, he should be an extremely clever person. Unfortunately, after becoming the king of the prison, he was targeted. The prison staff used him for experiments and injected him with poison. The poison did not kill him. Instead, it enhanced his physical density and gave him immense strength, eventually allowing him to escape from prison. However, the reason poison is that it has side effects. Those who have been working out for a long time know that too much of it can lead to a pointy head. Bane not only frequently used drugs, but also used poison. As long as he injected poison, it would affect his character and judgment. Once he stopped taking the drugs, he would be in great pain. In short, he was a human drug canister. Hearing Kara's words, Bane immediately became angry and shouted, impossible. He said if he caught you, someone would bring the money. With the money, I could buy more new drugs, more powerful strength. Bane angrily paced back and forth, showing signs of losing control. This made Kara's eyes light up. Who is he? Bane, at least, didn't go completely insane. He quickly reacted, you little brat, how dare you talk? He came over and grabbed Kara by the neck, which immediately frightened Rachel into screaming. Let her go. Shut up. Bane kicked Rachel's chair over. With that, Rachel fainted. Rachel, Kara's eyes turned red instantly, only wanted to shoot Bane through. But at that moment, they heard Commissioner Gordon's voice from outside. Commissioner Gordon spoke through a loudspeaker. The money is ready. I hope you will release them once you have the money. Hearing this, Bane released his grip on Kara's neck. Bring the money in, and prepare 2 cars for us. Bane suppressed his madness and shouted outside. Kara was let down. She looked around. She was not afraid. But Shiri and Rachel were in danger. The warehouse was filled with mercenaries carrying rifles, far scarier than ordinary gangsters. Even in Gotham, gang fights mostly involve handguns. At most, they would use shotguns. Semi-automatic rifles like the AR-15 require strict procedures, and regular officers typically use semi-automatic weapons. But this group of kidnappers was armed with fully automatic weapons. Therefore, to find out who was controlling Bane behind the scenes and for safety reasons, Kara did not act rashly. Outside, there was already a dispute. Let me go, Jim. Leon called him that for the first time, and he said firmly, no, this is too dangerous. James Gordon refused without hesitation. My daughter is inside. And you're telling me about danger? Leon was furious. Although he felt that Carla and Shiri would be fine, he still wanted to see for himself. This was the first time Director Gordon had seen Leon lose his temper, and he immediately felt the weight of paternal love. In this situation, if he refused any further, he wouldn't be able to face Leon. He believed that if it were his own daughter, he would do the same. So, Director Gordon nodded and said, "Officer Judy, prepare him a bulletproof vest." Although the vest was of little use in this situation, at least it provided psychological comfort. Officer Judy quickly brought over a bulletproof vest, and there was a hint of admiration in her gaze as she looked at Leon. She didn't expect Leon to be so responsible and willing to take on everything. "Be careful." Officer Judy opened her mouth wide. She really wanted to ask if they could go on a date when Leon returned safely, but suddenly felt that such words were dangerous. In movies and dramas, saying such things often meant they wouldn't come back. "Thank you." Leon nodded. He didn't know what Officer Judy was thinking, only that she seemed a bit hesitant. Even if he knew, he wouldn't agree. Leon is now completely uninterested in ordinary people. In his situation, being involved with ordinary people would only harm her. Just like Lois Lane, if she didn't have a big heart, she would have broken up with Superman long ago. Ordinary people shouldn't be involved in the extraordinary world. Putting on his bulletproof vest, Leon picked up the box. Wow, it's quite heavy. It's easy to imagine it's the real deal. 10 million. 10 million. Leon even thought about kidnapping Kara. Director Gordon shouted inside, and, after getting confirmation, he let Leon in. Leon looked up and saw two dark shadows flashing across the sky. "Raise your hands." As soon as Leon approached the warehouse, a mercenary shouted. From the accent, it was clear he wasn't a local. "Discrimination. Are you an idiot? How can you raise your hands while carrying two boxes?" Leon was not polite at all and angrily scolded. For the sake of money, he endured it. The mercenaries didn't dare to talk back, because Bane inside couldn't hold back any longer. The article can be found at Fox Love Literature Heliumx. Free reading. "Quickly let him in," Bane shouted from inside. Leon heard the voices at the warehouse entrance. With such a loud voice, he could probably make more money practicing high notes than being a mercenary. Then, under the threat of countless dark gun barrels pointing at him, Leon walked into the warehouse. Inside, there were several silo-like structures that seemed to have been used for storing food and other supplies. "Bane, where's my daughter?" Leon entered, and the lighting inside was somewhat dim, only seeing Bane, the big guy. Upon hearing Leon's voice, the two goddaughters immediately exclaimed, "Godfather! Godfather! You shouldn't have come in." Kara immediately panicked. It was already difficult to protect the two little friends, and now, with a godfather coming in, wasn't that even more troublesome? Leon also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're okay. We'll be safe. Open the box." Bane interrupted their conversation, his enormous figure approaching Leon. Due to the injected poison, Bane's physique was incredibly tall, over 2 meters, and the most exaggerated aspect was his muscular build. Even those in the fitness industry, who take drugs their whole lives, couldn't achieve this kind of body. No wonder they say it has to do with poison, right? Leon could see clearly that Bane was carrying a huge machine on his back, with 2 tubes connected to his body, through which a dark green liquid was continuously being pumped into him. Only in this way could he maintain his state. In fact, it was obvious what Bane's weakness was. As long as the tubes were cut off, that would be enough. But Bane knew that too. Bane wasn't a fool. He had some protection in place. Leon opened the 2 boxes. Bang! A bundle of Franklins dazzled the mercenaries, who were all a bit excited. Why are mercenaries in this line of work? Isn't it just to make money? Now the money was right in front of them. Even if Bane took the lion's share, each of them could at least get tens of thousands, maybe even over 100,000, right? Not to mention these ordinary mercenaries. Even Bane was breathing heavily as Leon picked up one of the boxes. He casually flipped through it and found it filled with real $100 bills, not counterfeit ones. Just then, as Bane was distracted, 2 shadows entered the warehouse and began to act. Bane had arranged for people to guard above. However, these mercenaries also looked at the boxes, curious to see how much 10 million really was. Having never seen so much money, they had no concept of it. Both large boxes were filled to the brim. The boxes were so big that even moving them was a challenge. At that moment, they were distracted, and Leon was knocked unconscious from behind. Batman and Batgirl acted simultaneously, striking cleanly and decisively. "What are you doing here?" Batman asked, somewhat surprised. "They came looking for the money I owe," Kate said in a low voice. "I suspect it's aimed at me." "No," Batman disagreed. He knew how special Kara was. Moreover, the 2 people beside Kara were also extraordinary. Shiri seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, just like Kara. Batman searched, but found no records. More mysterious than Kara, who he at least knew was an alien, Shiri seemed like she had jumped out of a rock. "Let's deal with Bane first." Batman said no more. The 2 moved quickly, These ordinary mercenaries were no match for them, to the point that Bane was completely unaware. He was still admiring the cash. You got the money. Let my daughter go. Leon spoke up. Don't rush. Bane sneered. What? Do you still want to tear up the ticket? Leon had already sensed the commotion and was holding Bane back. We need to get out of here. With this money, I can buy more new drugs, and Gotham will be mine. Bane reached out to grab Leon. However, at that moment, a scream came from behind. Batwoman descended from the sky and quickly took down the two mercenaries guarding Kara and the others. Bane then realized that his men had already been silently dealt with. Useless, Bane shouted in anger. He closed the box and threw it to the ground. How is it, you little bat? Where's your master? Bane was filled with hostility towards Batman. Or rather, every villain in Gotham harbored resentment towards Batman. Without Batman, they could make money happily. With Batman around, there was the risk of being captured and sent to Arkham Asylum. It is rumored that Arkham Asylum showed signs of being unsustainable without Batman, as 90% of the patients there were captured by him. Batwoman was very displeased to hear this, but she ignored Bane. Are you guys okay? She hurriedly untied Kara and Hiri. We're fine. Look at Rachel. Kara and Hiri had not forgotten their good friend. However, when they picked up Rachel, they were taken aback. Rachel's face was covered in black markings. Her eyes were tightly shut as if she had smoky makeup on, and she looked in great pain. Kara and Hiri immediately panicked. Godfather, something happened to Rachel. Leon couldn't manage so much, and the first one approached from this direction. Bane still wanted to stop him, but the person he was looking for had already appeared in front of him. Batman. Bane charged at Batman like a madman. Even Batman didn't dare to confront Bane head-on. He immediately dodged and exchanged a few moves with Bane. Both were masters of combat, and every move was dangerous. You've gotten stronger, Batman said, somewhat surprised. He knew Bane's level. The old Bane was definitely not as strong as the current one. Haha, I have new drugs, and I will kill you. Bane was very arrogant. If it weren't for the powerful effects of the new drugs, he wouldn't be so obsessed. Seeing that Batman was outmatched alone, Batgirl also rushed over to help. However, midway, she exchanged a glance with Leon. Both had their own thoughts, but Leon was more concerned about his goddaughter. Godfather, what's wrong with Rachel? The two goddaughters were already panicking, but Leon had never seen such a situation. Rachel looked as if she was poisoned. I don't know. We should get her out first. Leon said he wanted to pick Rachel up, but unexpectedly, Rachel suddenly opened her eyes at that moment. Freak! Rachel's voice had completely changed, sounding like a demonic whisper. In this mysterious world, Leon doubted whether she was possessed by a devil. After all, this is a world with a supreme god, Satan, and the king of hell. Devils are not that rare after all. He just didn't expect that they would encounter one. In the next moment, Rachel suddenly pushed a few people away. This was completely beyond Rachel's strength, and to avoid hurting her, Leon could only let go. He saw Rachel float up, as if flying at low altitude. Rachel. Kara was a bit stunned, while Shiri cleverly hid behind Kara. In Shiri's view, Kara's strength was incredibly formidable. She could withstand anything that came her way. As for the Godfather, Shiri pulled him to stand behind Kara as well. I'm not a freak. Rachel completely ignored them. Her face showed a painful expression, and her voice changed again. This time, it was Rachel's own voice. She was possessed by a demon and was now struggling for control. Leon expressed his doubts. Father, what should we do? What should we do? Find Constantine. But that guy is a bit sinister, and he might take Rachel away with him. So, Leon didn't say it out loud. Constantine was a person that everyone disliked, and no one wanted to have any dealings with him. But there were no exorcist masters on the scene. Even Batman would probably be at a loss. We can only rely on Rachel. Leon spoke up. Suddenly, black thick mist began to emanate from Rachel Ross, swirling chaotically in the warehouse as if it had destructive power. Leon clearly sensed the aura of magic. There were no normal people in this entire warehouse. Rachel's eyes had completely turned black, resembling the eyes of a demon. Bang, 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 bang. The whole warehouse was filled with the sound of thick black fog. The commotion here caught the attention of the three people fighting. Bane's new drug was incredibly powerful. Even with Batman and Batgirl teaming up, they couldn't take him down for the moment. However, both of them knew Bane's weakness, which was the drug canister on his back. But to cut off the canister, they needed Bane to expose his weakness. Bane wasn't foolish, so the two could only dodge and look for opportunities. What's going on? Batgirl asked when she saw Rachel. She knew that this girl was also specifically chosen by Bruce Wayne to enroll. Sure enough, Batman didn't panic. She has something special about her. I know what to do. The two exchanged a glance, and, as expected of relatives, they understood immediately. Batman charged towards Rachel like a tank, attracting hatred. Although Bane saw this scene, he thought Rachel was just playing tricks. So, he charged straight at Rachel. The thick black fog naturally obstructed him, and even Batman couldn't avoid it, being knocked away by the fog. However, Bane managed to disperse the fog and charge toward Rachel. Get lost. Rachel noticed him and glared with her black eyes. All the fog rushed towards Bane, and he was immediately surrounded by magic, unable to move. Rachel waved her hands, and Bane was controlled like a puppet, crashing around chaotically. With a press of Rachel's hand, boom, Bane was suddenly slammed to the ground, like a black monkey suppressed under a mountain. This was the power of magic. However, after doing all this, Rachel herself fell into weakness, the black patterns disappearing from her face as she dropped from the sky. Rachel, Kara reacted the fastest and instantly caught her as she fell. But Batgirl didn't see this because she was approaching Bane from behind, using a bat-shaped dart to cut his tubes. Without the injection of the drug, Bane's body seemed to wilt, leaking air. In an instant, he became significantly weaker. Yet even so, he was still stronger than an ordinary person. So, Batgirl didn't dare to slack off and took out a tranquilizer to inject into him. After several injections, Bane finally became powerless. Rachel, are you okay? Leon and a few others surrounded Rachel. When they saw her open her eyes, everything returned to normal. It's okay now. Rachel's eyes were a bit panicked. Clearly, she knew exactly what had happened. Leon could only look at Batman and ask, "What's going on?" "I don't know either," Batman replied, shaking his head. "I can only guess that there's something inside her." It seemed that she didn't want anyone to know about their relationship, so after saying this, Batman went to call Commissioner Gordon. Meanwhile, 3 girls were chatting nearby. Kara and Siri didn't reject Rachel. In fact, Siri even whispered cool. They thought Rachel was really cool. Batgirl then walked over. "It's nice to see you again," she said. Leon pretended not to know her true identity. After all, exposing someone else's identity behind a mask is a very awkward thing to do. "This is my duty," Batwoman said. Her big wavy red hair was too conspicuous, and Leon didn't know what to say. Of course, compared to Kate Kane, her red hair had some variations. It was just that Leon knew her identity in advance, which made it seem so obvious. Otherwise, the people of Gotham would have known her identity long ago. "On the contrary, you are very brave." Batwoman looked at him with a somewhat inexplicable gaze. This made Leon aware. Then, she leaned in for a kiss. Leon really wanted to push her away. "I'm still teaching the girl. And besides, aren't you the one who's gay?" But just for a moment, Batwoman took the initiative to push him away. Just a taste. "Don't think too much," Batwoman said softly, and then left from the top of the warehouse. After all, Kate Kane is gay. What does that have to do with her as Batwoman? Moreover, it seems that kissing doesn't make a difference. Watching her silhouette, Leon felt quite accomplished. Could he really have made a move? "Are you all okay?" The Gotham police finally came in and took away the mercenary criminals. As for someone like Bane, his mental state is relatively normal, so usually he would be sent to Blackgate Penitentiary. The difference between Blackgate and Arkham Asylum is probably that one houses the mentally stable, while the other houses the unstable. However, Batman was in a mood now, and he told Commissioner Gordon to send him to Arkham Asylum. Commissioner Gordon naturally wouldn't refuse. It's safer to keep dangerous criminals in Arkham Asylum. It's nothing. Leon returned to be with his goddaughter, while Kara rubbed her hand on his lips. It was unclear what she was thinking, but Batgirl had also applied such bright lipstick. "Wait a minute." At this moment, Officer Judy shouted, "Where's the other box?" Everyone then looked towards the 2 boxes filled with money. Sure enough, one huge box was missing. Batman immediately looked up and saw a familiar figure. Catwoman. Only this super thief could silently steal something. This made Batman very angry, because before this, he had told Alfred that Catwoman was already on land. "I'm going after her." Without saying another word, Batman took off in pursuit. Although they had a lot to say, Leon and the others still had to take statements. This is the law enforcement procedure. By the time the statements were completed, it was already very late. Rachel's mother had not appeared at all tonight, seemingly not very concerned about her. However, Rachel herself was clear and said, "She's my adoptive mother." It turned out she was not her biological mother. Leon and the others were not too surprised, as they had already suspected it. "Then let's go to our place. It's very late." Leon spoke up, naturally not at ease with Rachel going back by herself. Rachel didn't refuse, just kept her head down and remained silent. Leon patted her head and said to Commissioner Gordon, "Commissioner Gordon, please return the money to Kate." Although he really wanted the money, he certainly wouldn't take Kate Kane's money. No matter how good their relationship was, he couldn't do that. "I'll have Officer Judy escort you." Commissioner Gordon patted Leon on the shoulder and gave him a knowing look. Clearly, James Gordon also hoped that Leon and Officer Judy would be together. Officer Judy had feelings for Leon, and he could naturally see that. So he chose to play matchmaker a bit. Leon did not refuse either. Officer Judy didn't mind that he had a daughter. In fact, they got along quite well. She kept talking to the several girls as if they were good friends. Thus, on the way home, the atmosphere among them relaxed. However, it was different once they returned home. After closing the door, Leon saw the cold dishes on the table. "Are you hungry? I'll heat up the food," he said, realizing that they hadn't eaten anything yet. People are made of iron, and food is steel. You can't catch me, Batman. In the night sky of Gotham, Catwoman was darting between tall buildings using her whip and claws. Her outfit looked like that of a certain group of people with special preferences: tight leather, a whip, and a mask. How come I not like her? With the speed, reflexes, balance, and flexibility of a cat, combined with her equipment, she could move through the skyscrapers like Spider-Man. Batman was the same. He skillfully used his grappling hook like Spider-Man's web, although he couldn't swing around as freely. However, catching up to Catwoman was easy. "Put the money down, and I'll let you go," Batman shouted while chasing her. He knew that Catwoman was Selina Kyle, but Selina Kyle didn't know he was Bruce Wayne. So, Catwoman naturally wouldn't stop. "Catch me first." Catwoman deliberately paused on the rooftop of a building. Batman quickly caught up. Suddenly, the sound of a fast train came from below. Catwoman glanced back at him. "You're still the same, Batman. Why do you want this money?" Batman asked. "Why does a thief need a reason?" She replied, "But you only steal jewelry." Batman frowned. Catwoman, being a master thief, usually stole valuable items like famous paintings, jewelry, and antiques rather than cash. After all, a large sum of money is too conspicuous. It's better to steal something valuable. "If you want to know, then catch me." Catwoman twisted her body, her perfect figure illuminated by the moonlight. Then she leaped down in a faith dive. Batman was startled. This was a building dozens of stories high. He ran to the edge and saw Catwoman skillfully using her whip to land on a passing train. "Goodbye, Batman," she said proudly. But giving up like this was not Batman's style. He immediately jumped down as well and used his grappling hook to fly out. Seeing this, Catwoman turned and ran. Just then, a gunshot rang out behind them. Boom! It sounded like a large caliber sniper rifle. But the sniper rifle wasn't aimed at Batman. It was aimed at his grappling hook. Batman's grappling hook was not like Spider-Man's web, which could be fired indefinitely. Although he used special materials, it was still severed by the sniper rifle's fire. Consequently, Batman fell to the ground as if his wings were clipped. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Batman hit the ground. Catwoman felt a jolt in her heart. After tussling with Batman for so long, she had developed a bit of admiration for him. So, instead of walking away, she headed toward the spot where Batman landed. She glanced toward the direction of the gunfire, but couldn't see who had shot. Who could it be? It's hard to guess. There are too many people who want Batman dead. This was clearly a trap set for him. When Catwoman reached the ground, she saw Batman's figure. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he and T turned into a meat paste. A few thugs had already surrounded him, trying to take off Batman's mask. Zzz. Little did they know, Batman's mask had an electric current, which knocked out the thugs. Catwoman hurried down. She set down the box and said, "Get away. Is that you, Miss Cat? Why don't we have some fun?" The thugs weren't afraid of her at all. This made Catwoman sneer. With her fighting skills, she could easily take them down. But just then a motorcycle sped in. Batgirl swooped in, teaming up with Catwoman to take down all the thugs. Then, Batgirl tossed a bat-shaped shuriken at Catwoman. Catwoman quickly dodged. "Your boss is all yours." Catwoman glanced at Batman and chose not to linger with her. Batgirl didn't care about the money. She was just a bit angry. Why do they always say Batman is her boss? Kate didn't say much. The most important thing now was to save Bruce. Once Catwoman left, she immediately checked on him. Fortunately, he was still alive. Batgirl heard Alfred's voice in her earpiece. Thankfully, the armor had been upgraded. The exterior was made of movable titanium alloy, while the interior used smart, magnetorological liquid armor made from aerospace materials capable of withstanding 6 times the force of gravity, greatly cushioning the impact of the fall. Alfred breathed a sigh of relief. It was evident that Batman's black technology was impressive. In comparison, it was not inferior to Iron Man's suit at all. "Hurry and bring him back. We need to think about how to treat him." Although Batgirl was quite displeased, this was after all her relative. So she had to carry him onto the motorcycle. Then, the speeding motorcycle headed toward Wayne Manor. Thankfully, Wayne Manor was just north of Gotham City, not far from there. On the way, Batgirl already had an idea. He must be taken to the hospital. This would cause a stir. Alfred was a bit puzzled. Batman can't go to the hospital, but Bruce Wayne can. Kate Kane was quite skilled at this identity switch. In the apartment, The three little ones were wolfing down the reheated food. Although it wasn't as delicious as when it was freshly cooked, they were too hungry to care about that. Feeling it was a culinary delight, Leon looked at them as if he wanted to devour them whole, his face full of smiles. The sense of accomplishment from cooking is simply watching others finish their meal, right? After eating and drinking their fill, the three girls were not at all sleepy. They sat on the sofa, waiting for the interrogation. They recounted everything that had happened today in detail. Leon asked. Kara also started talking about her school days. Is there anything unusual? No. The three of them thought for a moment and replied in unison. But the Godfather. Bane said someone told him that as long as they captured us, there would be money, which indicates he has someone backing him. Kara spoke up at this moment. Moreover, it's very likely that Bane got the new drug from that person, making him addicted. So, Godfather, where does the money come from? Seeing the sparkle in Kara's eyes, Leon felt very pleased. The super brain kicked in. It was brought by Kate. Leon spoke up. So, who knows about our relationship with Kate? And who has the ability to develop the potion? Carla interjected. Who is targeting us? After Carla's analysis, it was clear to everyone that this was a huge conspiracy against them. Their relationship with Kate was quite obvious. Previously, Kate had brought them into Wayne Tower and invited Leon to a dinner, and they often had interactions. Kate's reasoning was that she recommended Siri for school, so she naturally had to look out for her. Besides, she was bored anyway. As the current head of the Kane family, Kate just needed to wait for the Wayne Group's dividends. She was a bit like a street hustler, just too rich. There were too many people who knew about their relationship, making it difficult to pinpoint whose conspiracy it was. From now on, you all need to be a little more careful. Leon instructed the three of them. Especially you. Kara, you can't wait until the moment of danger to step up. Kara knew he was talking about her. Although she had her reasons, wanting to know the so-called mastermind, she shouldn't put Siri and Rachel in danger. I understand, Kara said, pursing her lips. They couldn't figure out a reason for this. Mainly, their family hadn't offended anyone in Gotham, and they had been very careful and low-key. Leon always felt that this matter wasn't that simple. He simply decided not to think about it anymore. Rachel, could you tell me what just happened? Leon is the only adult, so he naturally has to resolve this matter. Therefore, he looked at Rachel and said, if you can't say it, then there's no need to say it. Leon's attitude made Rachel feel very reassured. Looking at her two good friends, Rachel worried that they would distance themselves from her if she didn't speak up. Children are like that. They like to share secrets. So Rachel slowly said, actually, this has been going on for a while. It happened when we were living in Detroit. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I can see my changes, as if there's another person inside me. As Rachel spoke, fear began to creep in. Kara, being the big sister, quickly comforted her and held her in her arms. No wonder Rachel was afraid to get close to the window when she was studying. It turns out this is the reason. Later, a cultist found me, saying I had forgotten my identity, and they bound me and tried to kill me, claiming it was a sacrifice. Then, just like today, when I woke up, that cultist had turned to ash. After that, I had nightmares dreaming that we came to Gotham. And then the events that followed were naturally sponsored by Wayne Enterprises. Even Kara felt something was off. Why were the people from Wayne Enterprises so special? But thinking about how the other classmates were just ordinary people, Kara didn't dwell on it too much. After Rachel finished speaking, she looked at Kara and Shiri, worried that they would dislike her. But clearly, both Kara and Shiri remained calm, with Shiri even saying, cool. Rachel, the power you possess is magic. At this moment, Leon spoke up. There shouldn't be a demon inside you. That claim is unreliable. Father? Kara was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the father to make a judgment. She had always thought Leon was an ordinary person. Kara used her supervision to take a look at Rachel. She seemed just like a normal person, with nothing inside her. Meanwhile, Shiri appeared to be deep in thought. I may not have seen a sorcerer, but I've seen a druid, and Rachel's power does seem to be magical. Father, I've heard of a name that supposedly makes people uneasy, symbolizing some kind of evil secret. Sorcerers likely possess this kind of power, Shiri said excitedly. Although Rachel didn't fully understand, she felt a bit awkward hearing Shiri's description. Was she saying her power was evil? It seemed to be the case. What name? Leon was naturally curious. Yevina, he said with great enthusiasm. Leon raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit amused. Yefuni is Yennefer, a woman with the scent of currants and cloves. The distinction in names is similar to how they call Rachel, Rachel. However, Leon didn't expect Yennefer to have such a bad reputation. Siri had never seen her, but had heard of her great name. Well, it's getting late, so let us rest early. Leon patted their heads gently, very docile. We're going to look at houses tomorrow. Yay! Kara was very excited. She had long wanted a change of environment. Siri, on the other hand, felt indifferent. Even the palace of Sintra might not be as comfortable as this place. It all depends on the comparison. Compared to Krypton, everything on Earth seems backward, so Kara naturally felt a sense of disparity. But for Siri, she came from a less advanced place to the advanced Earth, and compared to Sintra, Earth is the beacon of civilization. She is embracing civilization, so she wouldn't complain. However, Kara's happiness also made her happy. After Rachel revealed her secret, she seemed less silent than before. She wasn't foolish and noticed the oddities of Kara and Siri, especially what Siri had just mentioned about female sorcerers and magic, which seemed so real. Moreover, Siri had even met a druid. Isn't that from a game? All of this made Rachel feel different, like she had found her kind. This was very important. In this world, everyone is looking for like-minded friends, and it was very difficult for Rachel, who even considered herself a freak. So what she was looking for was naturally also freaks like her. Now it seems that Kara and Siri are also freaks. Suddenly, Rachel felt happy. Leon felt increasingly that he needed a bigger house, as the three women successively occupied the bathroom. Isn't life all about a big house, a big car, and a big, Darling, wake up quickly. This article is sourced from kswxsw.com for free reading. Leon, who was in a deep sleep, was suddenly awakened by someone in a certain way. When he opened his eyes, he saw Harley Quinn looking up at him with an enticing gaze. Leon was naturally very angry. In his morning grumpiness, he gave Harley Quinn a harsh lesson, almost loud enough for the other girls to hear. By the time he left the room, half an hour had already passed. Harley, don't wake me up like that next time. Leon looked at the time and coughed twice. Fortunately, today the girls were not studying. Usually, there was no time to call you. Harley Quinn was nonchalant and went to the bathroom to freshen up. When she came out, she said, "Something has happened. Quick, look at Gotham news." "What happened?" Leon raised an eyebrow. Then, he turned on the television. The old-fashioned TV had little appeal. Only Shirley liked to watch it. As for Kara, she thought everything was outdated. The things that Harley Quinn talked about had already stirred up the entire Gotham. The news on the television seemed to be reporting this incident for almost 20 hours. Last night, billionaire Bruce Wayne was involved in a car accident in the eastern suburbs. His luxury car was totaled, and Bruce Wayne himself was seriously injured and is currently in critical condition. We will keep you updated on the major news regarding Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is an entrepreneur, billionaire, and philanthropist in Gotham. The West Charity Hospital, where Bruce Wayne is being treated, is heavily surrounded, filled with reporter vehicles inside and out. And the footage on the news is still being captured by a helicopter in the sky. Gotham truly lives up to being the Wayne family's paradise. Just Bruce Wayne being hospitalized has caused such a big commotion. It is said that Bruce Wayne was driving under the influence, and indeed, it is impossible to drive after drinking. So what if he is a billionaire? He is still hospitalized. Harley Quinn was feeling quite pleased. She did not know that Batman was Bruce Wayne. But Leon did not think so. Batman got into a car accident and is hospitalized? Why not say that a super scion died of a heart attack? Although super scions are like that. This also made Leon realize that yesterday's incident was not directed at Kara or himself, but at Batman. As long as it was not aimed at him, Leon felt relieved. Whatever happened to Batman had nothing to do with him. However, Bruce Wayne was a different story. Leon took out his phone and called Kate Kane. "I heard Bruce Wayne is in the hospital." Upon hearing this, Kate immediately replied, "It's nothing serious, just a car accident. He has already got the best doctor, Thomas Elliot. That's good. By the way, what about that money? It's a small issue, right? Didn't you get back half of it?" Kane didn't mind. For the Kane family's financial power, it was just a drop in the bucket. This world is like that. Things that one strives to obtain may seem insignificant to others. This made Leon envious. He dreamed of being rich. Bruce Wayne's life was something most people couldn't even imagine how enjoyable it was. The two fell silent for a moment, and Kate took the initiative to hang up the phone. Although last night's events were masked, they still left them feeling a bit awkward. After all, Kate Kane had always claimed to like women. So how do they explain what happened last night? What happened yesterday? Once Leon hung up the phone, Harley Quinn asked curiously. Kidnappings and shootouts happen every day in Gotham. Harley Quinn wasn't paying attention, so she naturally didn't know. In other cities, it might be rare, but in Gotham, it was just part of everyday life. Even if it made the news, it was no big deal. Leon told her about what happened yesterday. Harley Quinn was immediately shocked. What? Seeing her expression, Leon felt somewhat relieved. She still cares about her student. Why didn't you tell me such a fun thing? The Joker's girl immediately replied. Leon was speechless, only to see Harley Quinn, full of killing intent, say, "Bane, right? I want to cut off his head." This made Leon glance at her, thinking that with Harley's small frame, Bane would knock her out with one punch. Their conversation finally woke up the three girls in the room. They came out one by one in order. First one went out to wash up, then the second, and finally the third. Seeing this, Leon smiled and greeted them, then went to make breakfast. After finishing breakfast, the whole family went out. Even the Joker had to go along. However, to avoid her being too frightening, Leon forced her to change into a different outfit. Although she changed into a glamorous outfit, familiar faces could still recognize her. Leon thought for a moment and decided, let it be. At least it wasn't the clown costume from before. Harley Quinn seemed to have her fashion talent activated by Leon, dressing more stylishly each day, staying at the forefront of trends. A group of 5 set out together. Leon felt that his team was growing stronger. However, Rachel at least had a home, even if it was just with her adoptive mother. As for her true identity, the cultist who captured her said she was the daughter of the Demon King and would destroy this world. Leon felt that there was still some credibility to it. After all, in this world, you could randomly grab a passerby on the street, and they might not be simple. But if that's the case, then Constantine can't be called to exorcise Rachel. Meeting him would probably lead to Rachel getting killed. Standing downstairs, Leon and the others attracted a lot of unfriendly stares. After all, it was just one man, one woman, and 3 girls. In Gotham, this was definitely seen as easy prey. However, Harley Quinn didn't indulge these people, intentionally or not exposing the revolver she always carried, and provocatively looking at them. Soon, the car to pick up Leon and the others arrived. Frank, thank you for your trouble, Leon said with a smile. My mom asked me to come help you. It's not that I want to help. Frank leaned out of the car and saw the person next to Leon tugging at the corner of their mouth. Isn't Leon only teaching one girl? How did the family suddenly grow so large? All right, I'll listen to Mom. Leon sat in the passenger seat. Harley Quinn and the 3 girls squeezed into the back seat. Although the space was a bit cramped, they were all relatively petite and not big. Let's go check out the apartment next door first. Leon spoke up. In fact, Diamond District is considered the most prosperous area of Gotham. It's just that Leon couldn't afford a good place before. The Diamond District is very vibrant, and you can see many tall buildings as you move towards the central area. If it weren't like this, the Penguin wouldn't have established the Iceberg Lounge here. They used to live in old buildings from the last century, but now they have moved to newly built high-end apartments. Leon still didn't want to leave the Diamond District. Search Ilu Novel 16 Xiaoshua. This article is free to read. The southern part of Gotham is obviously more developed than the central and northern parts, with important areas such as the Diamond District, Fashion District, Financial District, and City Center. The Gotham Police Department is also located in the lower left corner at the Sanjia Gorge. When something happens in the south, the Gotham Police Department can respond as quickly as possible. There's a clear situation in America. The more police officers there are in a place, the safer the public order is. This is because wealthy people are willing to pay more taxes, while the poor have nothing to contribute. So the police naturally protect the wealthy areas. Therefore, places with good public order are generally also more affluent. Leon naturally didn't want to live in the slums. It was too dangerous like hell. Although Leon didn't think they would be in danger, no one wanted to hear gunfire all day long outside. The apartment they looked at now was well decorated, and Shiri was dazzled as soon as she walked in. However, the only problem was that it was too small. Most of the space in the apartment was limited, making it hard to accommodate a family. So Leon asked, "Do you have any bigger houses?" The agent was someone he found casually, but Gotham's real estate was also part of Wayne Enterprises. In any case, you couldn't avoid Wayne Enterprises in Gotham. Yes, but the price is a bit high, the male agent replied with a smile. Gotham is unlike other places with vast land and sparse population, and it is an island far from the mainland, with no real concept of suburbs. With millions of people crammed into this area, housing is predictably crowded, but there was nothing to be done. Who told Gotham it was a city you couldn't leave once you came? In some ways, it was even harsher than metropolises like Los Angeles and New York. If you wanted a big house, you had to have money. How much? Leon frowned and said, "The apartment we're looking at now costs $500 a month. For over 100 square meters, it should be at least $4,000 a month." The male agent smiled and replied, hearing this price. Leon immediately asked, "Is this Long Island or Manhattan? It's so expensive." "The Diamond District of Gotham is equivalent to Manhattan," the agent confidently said. "There's no place in Gotham more developed than the South. Properties in the Diamond District are inherently expensive." That was true. Leon thought about the apartment he was currently living in, which also cost quite a bit each month. And now this apartment at $500 a month. If he only relied on working at the Iceberg Club, half of his salary would have to go toward rent. A larger place would cost even more. At that moment, Harley Quinn tugged at Leon. "What's wrong? Want to take a look? Do you have money?" Leon looked at Harley Quinn in surprise. Originally, it was Harley Quinn who made the money, which was why they came to see the house. but he didn't know how much Harley had. However, working for the Gotham mob should be a lucrative job. Even if I don't have it, Ivy does, and I've heard that Ivy made quite a bit last night. At least a few million. Harley Quinn sold out her best friend without hesitation. Don't be fooled by the good relationship she has with Poison Ivy. Harley only thinks of her when she can be of use. A few million? Leon's focus is here. What did Poison Ivy do to get a few million? Don't worry. I'll at least bring half of it over. Harley Quinn is very confident. Back in the day, Poison Ivy was almost tricked into registering for marriage by her. This proves she can manipulate Poison Ivy. When it comes to choosing between her best friend and her man, she unhesitatingly chooses her own man. It's quite normal to forget loyalty for the sake of lust, right? Well then, Leon saw her confidence and said, let's go see the bigger house. Okay. Kara and the others were also very happy. Who wouldn't want a larger activity space? Right now, in that small room, they couldn't really move around. Plus, Kara and Siri were still sharing a room. Although there was nothing wrong with that. As they grew older, they would definitely want their own space. Soon, they arrived at another residential area. The houses here were indeed much larger than the rented apartments, and there were even small villas. After looking at the houses, Leon quickly decided to rent one. It had 3 rooms and 2 bathrooms, which was more than enough. As for the villas, they were easier to find elsewhere. In Ohio, Leon had rented a standalone house before. Westerners really liked that kind of house, which looked similar to a farmhouse. However, in the space-constrained Gotham, it wasn't so easy to find a villa. After a busy day, all the paperwork was finally completed, and they prepared to move. Frank was busy running around, and Leon was very touched. Finally, they didn't have to live there anymore. Leon looked at the old apartment with no sense of attachment. Although he and Carla had spent a few months here, he constantly wanted to move to a better place. People should be like this, always striving to improve. Life is the same. They took a lot of things, making Frank drive back and forth several times before everything was moved out, but it was already late at night. Harley Quinn was exhausted, and didn't he plan to go to her turf tonight? Instead, she was going to sleep soundly at home. Carla and the others were also left to rest in the new house by Leon. I'm going out. You all take care. Leon instructed, and, seeing that Rachel seemed to have forgotten, decided to send her home tomorrow instead. Seeing Leon and Frank leave, Siri couldn't help but feel emotional. The Godfather Jian show was like Superman. He didn't seem tired at all. Carla and Rachel had noticed this a long time ago as well. Leon was busy all day, yet she still looked radiant, and they had just discovered that Leon was particularly strong. Even Frank, this big guy, was not as strong as him. This made them admire the Godfather even more. For the 2 goddaughters, Leon was like a father, sheltering them from the wind and rain. How could they not feel a sense of admiration? Iceberg Club. Manager, someone is looking for you. Leon and Frank had just arrived when a maid came over to call him. The Penguin had some ideas. The maid's outfits often changed. For example, now the maid was wearing an alluring formal uniform, but compared to the formal attire, many openings were quite large, and there were even slits. This was convenient for guests to give tips, as they could easily slip them in. Therefore, the maids would use various methods to make themselves look plump and well-padded. The Iceberg Club was still thriving, and one could tell from the social leads coming and going that the Diamond District was quite wealthy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be named Diamond. Leon and Frank separated, and before parting, Leon gave Frank some gas money. Frank didn't refuse and accepted it, as he wasn't wealthy either. In fact, the mafia isn't much different from other jobs. It's all just to make a living. Following the maid's instructions, Leon arrived at a corner. Leon, long time no see. I missed you so much. The woman saw Leon coming, raised her wine glass, and fixed her gaze on him. Leon, long time no see. I've missed you so much. Looking at the woman sitting there, Leon was somewhat surprised. It had indeed been a while since they last met. However, he didn't really want to, but he couldn't say that. Miss Sophia, I didn't expect to see you at the Iceberg Club. Leon sat opposite her, signaling the maid to bring wine. Sitting here waiting for her was none other than Sophia Falcone. It had been a long time since Leon had seen her, especially after being threatened by her during their last encounter at home. However, he never expected to see her here. After all, this was the territory of the Penguin. Not long ago, she had been at odds with the Penguin Cobblepot. Sophia Falcone cast a resentful glance at Leon. People are like that. The more unattainable someone is, the more they desire them. To her, Leon was a rare talent. How many in Gotham could go toe-to-toe with Batman? Those capable would rather be the boss themselves. Only Leon remained an enigma to her, still working at the Iceberg Lounge. She had kept track of him and knew that he was with Harley Quinn. This surprised her. If she had known earlier, she would have used her charms. Now I am on the same side as the Penguin. Sophia Falcone raised her glass, and Leon clinked his against hers. Working with him is like working with me. How about it? As long as you come over, I'll give you anything. She looked at Leon intently, refusing to give up. Leon was also a bit surprised. It must be said that both the Penguin and Sophia are formidable figures. Not long ago, they were at each other's throats, and now they seem to have started cooperating again. However, even with this cooperation, it wouldn't be possible to poach people as openly as Sophia suggested. Leon politely declined, saying, "Miss Sophia, I'm used to being lazy and really can't do anything else. I'm quite comfortable at the Iceberg Club." In fact, Leon was already considering living off the Joker's earnings. As the Joker's territory expanded, would he really have to worry about money in the future? Of course, he would have to worry about being caught by Batman and sent to Arkham Asylum. In Gotham, the risks were always proportional. If you wanted to make money, you had to face Batman's iron fist. As for making real money, capitalists were even more detestable than gang bosses. Naturally, Sophia was incredibly disappointed and left after having a drink with Leon. Soon, Penguin Cobblepot arrived. The two of them were indeed discussing business. How did Mr. Cobblepot end up with the Falcone family? Leon called Frank and asked, "Are we ready to rule the Gotham underworld together?" Frank immediately responded with excitement. Gotham's crime families need a godfather. The movie The Godfather was directed by the famous Italian director. Italy is also the birthplace of the notorious mafia. Even the Falcone family has certain mafia characteristics. Otherwise, Carmine Falcone wouldn't be called a Roman. At the height of Carmine Falcone's power, he controlled both the black and white sides of Gotham, with people loyal to him from top to bottom. However, with the rise of Commissioner Gordon and the emergence of Batman, the Falcone family quickly declined. After all, for Batman, the best way to make a name for himself was to take down this massive family, like a rookie's initial reward. Now, Penguin Cobblepot and Sophia Falcone undoubtedly wanted to restore the glory of the past. However, Gotham has changed drastically since then. The Gotham of that time didn't have so many fierce fighters. No Penguin, no Joker, no Riddler. Therefore, both Penguin Cobblepot and Sophia Falcone knew that they couldn't control the entire Gotham underworld on their own. They needed to join forces. Hearing this, Leon had no particular thoughts, just felt that the two Penguin men were probably going to end up in prison. Although Batman wouldn't be appearing for a while, there were plenty of vigilantes in Gotham. Batwoman, Nightwing, Robin. This was also good, as it meant Harley wouldn't be targeted. Leon thought to himself. Speaking of which, Gotham had quite a few connections for him. Batman and Batgirl would at least give him some face, and would T lay a hand on Harley Quinn. It's just that Bruce Wayne didn't T know when he would be discharged from the hospital. Early in the morning, Leon returned to his new home. Although he hadn't T rested for a day and a night, he was full of energy. Having a super physique was no joke. The new house had 3 rooms, and Leon and Harley Quinn naturally chose the master bedroom. The other 2 rooms weren't as big as the master bedroom, but the beds were still decent sized. Moreover, last night Kara and S.She hadn't T separated from Rachel. After all, the 3 girls were together and had gotten used to sleeping together. However, today, Leon had to send Rachel back. "Godfather, why don't you take a break?" Kara and S.She were a bit reluctant. The 3 girls had chatted a lot. Especially after learning about Rachel's special circumstances, they no longer treated her as an outsider. After all, Kara and S.She were both from different places. One was from Krypton, and the other was from another world. Ordinary people really couldn't become their friends. Even Rachel vaguely knew their identities. This was their little secret. School was starting tomorrow. Were they really worried about not having time to see each other? Leon smiled and said, "The kidnapping case last time scared the principal of Lewis Memorial High School. But even so, she didn't dare to do anything. After all, the 3 of them were sent in by Wayne Enterprises. Having taken benefits from Wayne Enterprises, how could they not do their jobs?" All right, Kara and S.She were a bit reluctant, but they still said goodbye to Rachel. In fact, Rachel was also reluctant. She looked at Leon and wanted to say that he could be her godfather too. But she had an adoptive mother who, although not very caring, was still not like Kara and S.She, who were picked up by Leon. Harley Quinn rested for a night and regained her energy, immediately wanting to go out with Leon. "Let's go find Ivy for money." Harley Quinn was now only interested in making money. Poison Ivy had made a fortune, and she wanted to get share of it. They were not only good friends, but also had almost stepped into the hall of marriage. So, the 3 of them went out, leaving Kara and S.She at home to play. But after they left, Kara didn't stay idle. They lived quite high up, although Gotham had many Gothic-style buildings. There were also plenty of skyscrapers. Moreover, the newly rented house had a balcony, and Kara took S.She to the balcony. "S.She, let's go out and play." "Okay, I haven't flown in a long time." S.She was extremely excited. She had already grown fond of the feeling of flying. You have to know that, in her world, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to fly, Not even sorceresses, who could at most blink a little. Ding ding ding, dear, look at my new car. Harley Quinn proudly brought Leon and Rachel to the underground parking lot in the elevator. Life was getting better and better. There was a colorful vintage car in the parking space, and upon checking the emblem, it was still a Ford. Harley Quinn loved this style. This was also the first time she bought a car herself. In the past, it was always someone else's. Harley Quinn said proudly. She was becoming more and more independent. Not bad. Leon smiled and asked, how much did you buy it for? $1. Harley Quinn immediately grinned. Rachel was a bit stunned. She only knew about $1 fried chicken, but she didn't know there was $1 luxury cars too. All right, let's get in the car. Harley Quinn didn't dare to say much. She was still a bit afraid of Leon's scolding. Although Leon was usually very calm, the consequences of his anger were unimaginable. He had already scared her last time. This was a 1974 Ford. There was actually another option, a 1968 Alfa Romeo, but unfortunately, that was a supercar, and also one of the first recognized supercars in the world, and there were too many of us. After getting in the car, Harley Quinn said, she felt a bit regretful. If it were just her and Leon, they could buy a sports car and enjoy their own world. But with two other girls, they had to give it up. Otherwise, she would really like the 1968 supercar. Rachel was stunned to hear about the year. Harley Quinn probably hadn't even been born then. This was truly an old-fashioned car. Harley Quinn drove recklessly, overtaking crazily, and first dropped off Rachel, the third wheel. Be careful, call us if anything happens. Leon instructed Rachel to go back inside the house. Rachel nodded obediently and went in. Finally no more baggage. Harley Quinn relaxed and pounced onto Leon's back. Darling, I want to have fun with you. Leon had already gotten used to Harley Quinn's initial approach. In fact, it was an efficient way to do things. If something could be done, they would do it. If not, they would switch to someone else, saving time and avoiding being baited. Of course, Leon and Harley Quinn had that kind of old married couple dynamic. They had just come out, so they needed to get down to business first. Although tempted, he could only firmly refuse her. This prompted Harley Quinn to bite his neck playfully before jumping down a drive. They headed to Robinson Park. Poison Ivy had changed her location. She felt that nature suited her better, so she moved her home to Robinson Park. Robinson Park was the largest park in Gotham, located just west of the Upper East Side, covering a vast area that included the Gita Garden and the statue of Julius Caesar. In the center of the park was a reservoir where Leon and Harley Quinn parked the car and walked in. They looked into the reservoir and saw many coins, probably thrown in by people making wishes. But perhaps the wishes were too outrageous, as there wasn't even a turtle in the reservoir. Harley Quinn could no longer hold back and pulled Leon into a small grove. They didn't come out until an hour later. This situation made Poison Ivy, Pamela, unable to resist. For her, it was like watching a live premiere. The entire park was filled with plants, and they had specifically gone into a small grove. Was Harley Quinn not being intentional? So much so that when I wanted to find her, she didn't appear. Ivy, where are you? Harley Quinn cheerfully called out to her, but there was no response. Ivy, we have important business. You wouldn't be that heartless, would you? Ivy, if you don't come out, we'll burn this park down. In the end, Harley Quinn couldn't hold back any longer and issued a verbal threat. This had an immediate and powerful effect. Harley Quinn chuckled at this. No one knew Poison Ivy's weaknesses better than her. Poison Ivy's vulnerabilities were out in the open. As a plant enthusiast, those plants seemed more important to her than her own life. As long as this was used as a threat, Poison Ivy would become as docile as a kitten, allowing Harley to do whatever she wanted. Of course, this was also because Poison Ivy didn't want to harm her. The nearby branches immediately began to stir, pointing in one direction, leading them there. Let's go. Harley Quinn blew a puff of air at her bangs. Leon followed her, walking towards Gita Garden, and arrived at a sea of flowers. The flowers bloomed in competition, with an incredibly strong vitality, truly a display of beauty and splendor. Leon was sure it wasn't this beautiful before. After all, he had brought Kara here to play, since Robinson Park is just north of the Diamond District, and it doesn't take long to walk there. But after one visit, Kara thought it wasn't fun. After all, parks are mostly for relaxation. At that moment, Poison Ivy Pamela looked like a flower fairy. She walked out from the sea of flowers barefoot, as if she couldn't bear to hurt the plants. She wore no clothes, with only key parts covered by green leaves, a crown of woven leaves on her fiery red hair, and her snowy white skin exposed. Even in his sage state, Leon couldn't help but glance at her a couple of times. Truly exceptional. Soon after, Leon felt a sharp pain in his waist. Your eyes are about to pop out, Harley Quinn said fiercely. No way. Leon naturally did not admit it. Just then, Harley Quinn's eyes shifted, as if she was thinking about something. After that, she immediately changed her expression, smiling as she ran towards Poison Ivy. Ivy. Although Poison Ivy felt a bit sorry for the plants, she also embraced Harley Quinn warmly. Harley, what made you think to come see me? Pamela was also a bit surprised. For her, Harley Quinn usually wouldn't seek her out unless there was something going on. According to Chinese saying, this is called not visiting the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Naturally, Harley Quinn didn't have such reservations, and she laughed. Leon and I both missed you, so we came to see you. Is it the reason you came to see me in front of me? Poison Ivy thought about what she had just seen, her face darkening. Harley Quinn stared at her and asked, are you jealous? No, you're definitely jealous. Harley Quinn exclaimed excitedly. Are you jealous of me, or jealous of Leon? Or do you want to join us? With Leon around, Poison Ivy felt a bit embarrassed and quickly interrupted Harley. All right, what's going on? If it were just one of you two, I wouldn't be this shy. However, Harley Quinn's words struck a chord with her. One could only say that Harley Quinn understood her well. Seeing her embarrassment, Harley Quinn immediately smiled. I heard you made some money? It was almost time to get to the point. Poison Ivy's expression instantly froze. I heard you made some money? Although Poison Ivy knew Harley Quinn had something to discuss. She didn't expect it to be about this. For her, several $100,000 was a considerable amount of money. After all, money doesn't come easily for anyone, except for Bruce Wayne. But there are only a few Bruce Waynes in Gotham. It's worth noting that Black Mask once had a fortune in the billions, but he quickly squandered it, and his company was acquired by Wayne Enterprises. So, even for a supervillain like Poison Ivy, there's a significant need for money. The reason she stayed in Gotham was to make money. Poison Ivy's biggest wish was to earn enough money to buy an island, so she could live a life of paradise. Her purpose was different from others. She stayed in Gotham only because she temporarily lacked funds, not because she specifically wanted to cause destruction. However, to make money, she had to do some things. After all, for a botanist, making money through knowledge is quite challenging. I don't know, don't say nonsense. Poison Ivy denied it vehemently. How could she possibly give away the hard-earned money? Not even Harley Quinn could. Really? Harley Quinn's expression remained unchanged as she smiled, but I have a source to confirm. She gave Leon a glance. Earlier, she had told Leon that Poison Ivy's weakness was plants. It took some effort to get Leon to agree to help her. After all, Harley Quinn felt no psychological burden in robbing Poison Ivy. In her view, Poison Ivy's money was hers, and hers was still hers. And it seemed Poison Ivy enjoyed this feeling. Suddenly, a ball of flame appeared in Leon's hand, and the surrounding plants seemed to come to life, quickly retreating from him. Cool. Harley Quinn also laughed. This was something Leon had intentionally revealed to her. After all, if he were just an ordinary person, who knows? One day Harley Quinn might lose interest. In relationships, whether male or female, there's always a novelty factor. Once the novelty wears off, it can lead to numbness. This is why there is the 7-year itch. To avoid problems, one must maintain freshness and a sense of mystery. Mystery is often the most important aspect. Men attract women, or women attract men, primarily through mystery at the beginning. During this time, girls will desperately inquire about everything about the boys, and vice versa. Once they feel familiar, that feeling will quickly dissipate. Leon maintains an air of mystery. He doesn't reveal much, just a little. This makes Harley Quinn want to crazily explore his secrets. This is why Harley Quinn, who initially just wanted to have some fun after drinking too much, ends up not wanting to leave. If Leon weren't strong enough and didn't have such a lovely protege like Carla, she would have left long ago. Don't do that. Sure enough, Poison Ivy was scared. She immediately screamed, is this real? All right, hurry up and put out the fire. Don't hurt my baby. Lu-in snapped his fingers, extinguishing the flames controlled by magic. Without anyone to teach him, he had only managed to grasp the basics of the elements through his own exploration. After gaining magical affinity, he could sense the active magic and elements in the world around him, and slowly began to master them. Poison Ivy Pamela watched him in surprise, letting out a sigh of relief. She also noticed that Lu-in was becoming increasingly mysterious, like a vortex drawing her closer. Harley, how much do you want? Poison Ivy had no way to deal with this villain couple and was preparing to pay them off. In Harley Quinn's view, they were robbing the rich to help the poor. After all, Poison Ivy made so much money in one go. She probably couldn't earn that much controlling the Upper East Side. So, Harley Quinn raised 2 fingers. 200,000. Poison Ivy Pamela sighed in relief. Think again, 2 million. The Joker's girlfriend rolled her eyes dramatically. This was a bit too greedy. Even Lu-in couldn't help but smirk. Harley Quinn really wasn't afraid of Poison Ivy turning on her. No way. That's robbery. Poison Ivy Pamela indeed screamed. And I don't even have that much. Daddy once said that only magic can defeat magic. If Leon faced this scream alone, he would have been at a loss. But Harley Quinn remained expressionless. Don't be a sore loser. I've heard you got 5 million. Leon is very sensitive to this number. 5 million? Isn't that exactly half of 10 million? Hearing such accurate news from Harley, Poison Ivy's expression changed dramatically. It was that bitch who told you. After saying that, Poison Ivy's face darkened. I really don't have that much. Half of the money was taken away as soon as it arrived. Damn it. Who? Harley Quinn's anger immediately flared up. Leon also looked seriously at Poison Ivy. However, unlike Leon's seriousness, Harley Quinn simply felt that the money was too little. Which bastard stole half of our money? So you only have 2,500,000 left, and you still have to pay taxes. Harley Quinn was frustrated. Originally, her plan was to take half. Now, someone has already taken half away. How could she accept that? I don't know. Poison Ivy instinctively wanted to argue back. But Leon's palm suddenly ignited with flames, so there was no need for Harley Quinn to give any signal. Feeling threatened, Poison Ivy decisively chose to comply. Don't do this. I don't know him. Leon took over the conversation and immediately asked, tell me everything exactly as it happened. The Joker's daughter firmly stood by his side, expressing her hatred. We have to get the money back, that damn bastard. Seeing this, Poison Ivy had no choice but to explain the situation. That person wrapped his face in bandages, leaving only his eyes exposed, and he knows everything about Gotham. It was he who ordered me to control Catwoman and bring back a box of money. Poison Ivy went on to detail the specifics. Leon immediately widened his eyes. It was indeed related to Batman. Not only did he take the money, but he also dealt with Batman. A single move achieved multiple goals. So why did you obediently give him the money? The Joker's girlfriend was not interested in all of this, only expressing her deep sorrow. Poison Ivy, Pamela, was angered by this. She glared at them and said, he threatened me just like you guys did. Otherwise, how could I possibly help him? Having such a significant weakness makes one easily threatened. This implies that Poison Ivy's stance cannot be very firm, because the only thing she cares about is these plants. Of course, if someone wants to destroy Gotham, then they're definitely her enemy, because the plants cannot escape harm. But at this moment, Leon was only interested in that person. Did he say what his name was? Of course. His name is Silence. Harley Quinn ultimately took 1 million from Poison Ivy. According to reports, this was to help her alleviate her worries, because this 5 million had set off a message, and there must be someone willing to pay. Even so, Poison Ivy was left in despair. Originally 5 million. Now, she only had a little more than 1 million left, and she still had to pay taxes. There's a famous saying in America, only death and taxes are eternal. Even supervillains are no exception. The IRS has its own independent military personnel, stronger than regular armies. Back in the day, Chicago's gang bosses were taken down for not paying taxes. Poison Ivy believed she dared not provoke these people. Therefore, she did not show Leon and the Joker's girlfriend any good face and hurriedly sent them away. Although she was very curious about Leon, hatred now prevailed. Her plan to buy an island would be delayed again. After leaving the park, Leon and the Joker's girlfriend got in the car. We still have a whole afternoon, Harley Quinn said with a smile. So let's go buy a phone first. Leon felt a bit of pain in his lower back upon hearing this. Fortunately, he had a super physique. Could an ordinary person handle this? Immediately, she drove to the commercial street. Harley Quinn's actions warmed Leon's heart a bit. At least she thought of buying gifts for her 2 goddaughters right away. She first bought 2 of the latest iPhones, then went to buy a cake. The birthdays of the 2 goddaughters were uncertain. One was from Krypton and the other from Sinestro, and their calendars were different. But even so, they still had to eat cake. Afterwards, Harley Quinn demonstrated what it meant to act like a nouveau riche, buying a lot of clothes for the 2 goddaughters and herself, as if money were no object. Leon firmly refused, but Harley Quinn still bought him a set. For him, as long as the clothes weren't ragged and could be worn, it was fine. The brand didn't matter. The main thing was to be comfortable. However, the Joker's daughter didn't think so. When you're out, your identity is determined by yourself. And dressing a bit better lets others know you're not easy to bully. Of course, in Gotham, it might be the opposite. So when they returned home, both were carrying quite a few bags, looking less like they had gone shopping and more like they had stocked up. But the effect was quite noticeable. Kara and Siri were very happy. They had just flown around the earth a few times and, after indulging, came back. At this moment, seeing that they both had phones, they excitedly hugged Leon and gave him a mua. After all, Lewis Memorial High School was an elite school, and all the classmates had phones except for them, which was somewhat frustrating. Now, they didn't have that worry anymore. Joker's daughter. It was clearly me who bought it. Let's eat cake first. It's going to melt. Leon greeted the 2 girls, both of whom loved sweets. The family was very happy together. However, after they finished eating, Leon was pulled into a room by Harley Quinn. Kara and Siri exchanged a glance and quickly hid in their own rooms. Night fell. Leon first went around the Iceberg Club and, seeing that there was nothing for him to do, decided to leave for a while. Anyway, no one dares to cause trouble at the Iceberg Club. If trouble really breaks out, it has nothing to do with him. Everyone knows this is the territory of the Penguin people, who would come to stir up trouble. Most likely, it would be like last time with Sophia, bringing a whole family to start a fight. Leon arrived at the rooftop of a building. There was only a large object on it, which was covered by fabric. Leon pulled off the cloth, revealing the bat's signal underneath. Then he switched on the power. ZZZZ. The bat's signal shot up into the sky, filled with dark clouds, standing out vividly in the darkness. Passers-by on the road quickened their pace upon seeing the bat signal. Some would-be criminals, frightened, hurriedly decided to retreat home. What does the bat mean? It signifies fear. Seeing the bat signal instills fear in criminals. This is the effect Batman wants to achieve. Before long, the sound of a cape came from behind Leon, but it was obviously not Batman. Even if Bruce Wayne is superhuman, he couldn't have been discharged from the hospital so soon. Batwoman stood behind him, somewhat surprised to see Leon. Noticing Leon looking at her, she immediately panicked and said, "Last time was just an accident." She was referring to the moment she had kissed Leon uncontrollably. Not this matter. Leon raised his eyebrows, noticing her emotional instability. What's wrong with this woman? Wasn't she very composed in front of him before? Upon hearing this, Batwoman immediately gathered her thoughts. "What do you want from me? About what happened last time, I know who was behind it." Leon pointed deliberately, signaling her not to think too much. Batwoman rolled her eyes at him, but understood what he meant. "Who?" she asked in a low voice. Catwoman was being controlled by someone, and that person had already repented and revealed the mastermind behind it. "Silence, do you know?" Leon said a good word for Poison Ivy. "I don't know." Batwoman shook her head honestly. That must be the newcomer. She was already used to the occasional appearance of newcomers in Gotham. Famous criminals from all over the world want to come and challenge Batman, as if that would prove their abilities. The result is that Gotham becomes increasingly chaotic. As far as I know, he knows Batman very well, and I mean very well, so be careful. Also, he took all the money. Leon unhesitatingly threw the blame onto GNMO. Although he didn't think Kate would care about that $5 million, debts should be settled with the right person. And GNMO did take half of it. He just needed to make up for it himself and pay it all back. Batwoman really didn't care about these things. She looked at him deeply and said, "I understand. Is there anything else?" "Of course." Leon looked at her and smiled. "How did it feel last time?" Because she was only wearing half of the mask, which could only cover one side of her eyes, Leon could still see her cheeks visibly flushed. "It felt nothing," she said resentfully, and then she took the initiative again. Leon still did not refuse. After a few minutes, Batwoman finally released him, breathing heavily, and then fled in embarrassment. What was that feeling like? Leon touched the corner of his mouth and went back to work. He didn't know that Batwoman hadn't run far. She had simply hidden on a balcony. It wasn't until Leon left that she breathed a sigh of relief, her face burning like it was on fire. "Alfred, check on Silence." She told Alfred the news she had just received. Alfred quickly started analyzing. Knows Batman very well? Then we have to prepare for the worst. Which is that Silence knows Batman is Bruce Wayne. And does Leon know as well? Impossible, right? Batwoman naturally didn't believe it. If Leon knew that Batman was Bruce Wayne, then he would most likely know that she is Kate Kane. Then her persona. To win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. The same goes for daughters. It had been a few days since moving into the new house, and Leon felt that his cooking skills were improving thanks to his enhanced learning ability. Of course, mainly because he wasn't as afraid of getting splashed with oil as he used to be. The current Leon was indeed strong as steel. He could roll around in a pot of oil without getting hurt. "Kara, little princess, come out for dinner." Leon shouted at the two goddaughters who had rushed into their rooms as soon as they got home. He was learning to cook more and more dishes, but he just worried about the trouble it might cause. "Godfather, why is she called Princess Shiri and not me?" Kara said, sticking her head out first, a hint of jealousy in her voice. As life settled down, Leon noticed that the two of them had started to compete with each other. That is, whatever Kara had, Shiri wanted as well. Whatever Shiri had, Kara wanted too. Now, this had even extended to their names. Fortunately, Leon never favored one over the other. After all, both were girls. Of course, Leon admitted that he always had a slight bias towards the younger one. In people's subconscious, there's a belief that the older one should be more understanding. "Darling, Shiri really is a princess." Leon patted Kara and said. Kara pouted. Although the elf family was noble, this outdated system had long been out of fashion on Krypton. Shiri came out proudly, becoming even more attached to the godfather. In terms of Leon's closeness ratings, Shiri had almost surpassed Kara. Goddaughter, Kara Zor-El Supergirl. Closeness, 72. Goddaughter, Sharia Fiona Allen Lewin, daughter of time and space. Closeness, 70. However, as time passed, the increase in closeness ratings became slower. At first, Shiri could jump several points at once. This was similar to academic performance. The worse the grades, the more potential there is for improvement. Just by studying seriously for a while, one might score several more points. Meanwhile, for those with better grades, it was originally difficult to raise their scores by even 1 or 2 points. Leon can only accompany more attentively to enhance intimacy. Although the two daughters have some comparison, their relationship is still very good. After washing their hands, they sat at the dining table and looked at each other. Then they started to play around immediately. Leon called Harley Quinn up. Harley Quinn has completely turned into a night owl and has no sense of sleep. Why is she wearing my shirt again? Leon woke up Harley Quinn. Harley yawned. I can't sleep without wearing yours. This made Leon shake his head. She was wearing her own in the morning, and he didn't know when she switched to his. This dependence was getting stronger. Get up and eat. By the way, dear, come with me tonight. The gift I promised you will arrive. Harley Quinn thought of something and said to Leon. She originally wanted to call Poison Ivy, but Poison Ivy threw a tantrum, perhaps because of that money, and was temporarily unwilling to help her. Harley Quinn didn't mind. If worst came to worst, she could just give the gift to Leon early. It's just that she hadn't trained him well, and Leon might not be very satisfied. Oh, Leon didn't have much to say, just a bit curious. What exactly was the gift? Harry had been talking about it for so long, and Leon was also thinking about whether he should give Harry a gift as well. After all, it's customary to reciprocate. Godfather, today's food is really delicious, Carla exclaimed at the dinner table. She had completely transformed into someone with an Eastern palate. Now, when it came to pizza, she felt a bit disdainful, and there was no need to mention Shiri. The food from Sintra couldn't compare to this, and kids generally prefer stronger flavors. Moreover, Leon was making Sichuan cuisine today. Boiled sliced pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, and the mapo tofu. They were immediately won over. Carla felt very pleased. Her godfather's cooking skills had improved a lot. Now she finally didn't have to eat noodles for every meal. After finishing their meal, they returned to their rooms to do homework. They had already started sleeping in separate rooms, no longer crowded into one. Leon and Harley Quinn waited until the sky was completely dark before going out. He called Frank to ask him to keep an eye on the club. Then he followed Harley Quinn to her territory. The old-fashioned Ford stopped, and a little brother of Harley Quinn walked up. The little brother was holding a baseball bat like Harley Quinn's, looking quite arrogant. He was taken aback when he saw Leon sitting in the car. Then Harley Quinn gave his silly head a pat. What are you looking at? Call him boss. Boss. The little brother was very obedient and addressed Leon. Leon. Fortunately, Harley Quinn didn't stay long. She waved her hand to send her minions out to keep watch and brought Leon into a building. It was an old building long abandoned. Where's the gift? Leon curiously asked. Still delivering, will arrive soon. Harley Quinn hugged him and said, Darling, let's play a game first. Okay. Leon happened to feel bored, so he agreed to the joker. He saw her clap her hands, and immediately one of her henchmen brought in a man locked to a cross. It was a man, scruffy and looking like he had already been beaten up. Is this Jesus? Leon looked at the figure. Harley Quinn was momentarily speechless. This isn't Jesus, it's an Albanian. These guys are up to no good, extending their hands into Gotham. She then said fiercely, we have to teach them a lesson and make them go back. Albania is a quirky little country, roughly equivalent to half of Tongliao. Apart from bizarre tales like being a fortress nation, the most famous thing is the Albanian Mafia. The Albanian Mafia is known as the flower of evil and is quite brazen in Europe. Naturally, the people of Gotham do not welcome these guys. Leon remained indifferent. He didn't care about the conflict between the Gothamites and the Albanians. So what? Leon asked. We play darts and then accumulate points. The first one to gasp for breath loses, and whoever has the higher score wins. Hitting the head counts as 10 points, and the further down you go, the fewer points it counts, but hitting vital spots also counts as 10 points. Harley Quinn giggled, holding a specially made dart and taking aim. This dart looked very sharp, and a cold light glinted off the tip. Seeing her so excited, Leon raised an eyebrow. What's the use of having a high score? Of course it means good things. Harley Quinn, aiming with the dart, said, Darling, let me go first. I'm sure I'll blow his head off. Woo-woo. The Albanian shouted madly, but his mouth was already gagged. Harley Quinn signaled her lackeys to remove the cloth from his mouth. He shouted frantically, I'm telling you, I said. Don't let the dart hit me. Hee hee, aren't you tough talking? Harley Quinn exchanged a glance with Leon, secretly thinking how dear he was. "Darling, I'm falling more in love with you." Harley Quinn hugged Leon, while the lackeys kept their eyes straight ahead. Their cooperation was on point. A glance was enough to understand each other's meaning. Of course, Leon had no doubt that she would really play this game. It was just that in front of him, she restrained her violence. Restraint is the foundation of a relationship. The Albanian clearly knew she was a lunatic, so he complied. After learning this information, Harley Quinn had someone drag him away. As a result, Leon didn't care anymore. The two were all lovey-dovey. Harley Quinn occasionally checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock at night. The Gotham sky was filled with dark clouds, making it feel incredibly oppressive. The gift was about to arrive. Harley Quinn asked the lackeys to go out and smiled dreamily at Leon. Leon had a suspicion that the gift might be herself. This was too exciting. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside the window. A black figure climbed in through the window, and after checking to make sure it wasn't a trap, she calmly walked toward the two of them. Leon and Harley Quinn are staring at her. Didn't she bring a gift? Leon took a look. The woman had golden hair, wore an eye-covering mask, and was dressed in a black bodysuit, her curvy figure fully on display. She held a weapon that resembled a steel pipe. This outfit reminded Leon of a profession, secret investigator. Harley Quinn immediately burst into laughter. "Darling, she's the gift I gave you." Leon looked at the crazy woman, somewhat surprised by the outcome, but not entirely shocked. What else could she not do? "What are you talking about?" Black Canary frowned and asked Harley Quinn. "Still not clear enough? Canaries should be kept in cages, and I've found you a master." Harley Quinn walked over to her without any fear. She even grabbed the stick in Black Canary's hand and used it like a steel pipe, propping it on the ground and jumping up. Black Canary was a bit confused. Had she just been disarmed? But she understood the Joker's meaning. She was being treated as a gift for the man in front of her. Everyone has their temper, let alone being treated as a gift. She said in a deep voice, "I'm here to cooperate with you, but it seems you have no sincerity." Harley Quinn, spinning her weapon, suddenly laughed. "Huh, cooperate? We're rivals, darling. I heard your name is Black Canary. Isn't it good that I found you a cage?" Black Canary was instantly furious. "Enough. I'm not a pet in a cage." At this point, it was Leon who fell silent. After all, he couldn't fathom the Joker's thoughts. It's impossible for a normal person to keep up with her train of thought. Even Poison Ivy was played around by her. So, Black Canary directed her anger at Leon. "Who are you? Do you want to imprison me too?" "I don't. Stop talking nonsense." Leon immediately denied it, as he wasn't a special enthusiast. "Huh." Harley Quinn clapped her hands and fanned the flames, saying, "Darling, hurry up and knock her down. Then we'll teach her a lesson and make her your canary. Get lost." Black Canary felt tricked and immediately kicked Harley Quinn away. Harley Quinn was fine dealing with ordinary people, but it seemed she was unprepared for Black Canary as she got kicked away. Ow! Seeing Harley Quinn being bullied. Even if Leon didn't want to interfere, he couldn't just sit back and watch. "That's enough," Leon said in a deep voice. However, the Black Canary, who had retrieved the weapon, thrust a steel rod towards Leon. The Black Canary was incredibly fast. She was an excellent martial arts master, trained meticulously by Wildcat, and was proficient in various combat techniques. She was fiercely righteous, inheriting her mother's legacy, and became a crime fighter. Thus, she came to Gotham, ready to combat crime, and deliberately got close to Black Mask. Unexpectedly, Black Mask suddenly died. Then, she naturally took over part of Black Mask's subordinates, and, somewhat confusedly, prepared to control the Upper East Side. In this situation, Harley Quinn appeared and clashed with her. The Black Canary initially aimed to fight crime, but unexpectedly became a crime boss. However, she did not forget her original intention and wanted to collaborate with Harley Quinn. To her surprise, Harley Quinn had no such intention and only wanted to offer her as a gift to that disgusting man. In the Black Canary's eyes, Leon was the mastermind behind it all. Just as she thought, it happened in an instant. The Black Canary quickly jabbed the rod into Leon. In her eyes, Leon couldn't even react. He was still in a daze when she struck him. A slight smile appeared on her lips, but soon she was somewhat bewildered. How was it that Leon seemed unaffected? And what was that clang sound? Was she hitting iron? She saw Leon lower his head and look at the rod stuck in him. He wasn't unable to react. He simply didn't want to dodge. He finally understood why Superman was so arrogant. Whether it was Superman or Supergirl, they never dodged in a fight. They just took the hits, considering a dodge a loss for them. Because these people simply couldn't hurt him. The Black Canary's strike didn't even tickle. It made her own hand tremble uncontrollably. Is this the body of steel? Leon thought to himself. During this time, he had been absorbing solar energy every day. Although Gotham rarely had direct sunlight, there was still a considerable amount of energy penetrating through. He didn't even know how strong he had become. Now he decided to give it a try. It seemed he could walk confidently in Gotham. He reached out and grabbed Black Canary's weapon. Black Canary reacted quickly, trying to pull it away, but found it was as immovable as a mountain. Liang's strength was too great for her to resist at all. She made a swift decision, first using her weapon to get close to Liang, then flipped onto him. Following that, she used her legs to clamp around Liang's neck, trying to bring him down. This is judo. The result was that Liang patted her ample thigh and said, "Can you get off me?" She had blocked his line of sight. If he didn't lack that supervision like Kara, it would have been wide open now. Black Canary, realizing she couldn't do anything to Liang, and that he didn't strike back at her, she clearly understood the gap between them. It was like the difference between an ordinary person and a superhero. In front of Liang, she truly felt like a canary. So, she jumped off Liang. "Who exactly are you?" She looked at Liang in surprise. Someone so powerful, why would they commit crimes alongside Harley Quinn? Doesn't Batman do anything about it? "I told you this is your master." Harley Quinn, seeing the fight end, immediately ran back. Liang looked at her speechlessly. Now he knew the woman's combat power. In the world of Dragon Ball, her combat power would probably be only 5. Anyway, when it came to a fight, she would just activate invisibility. It was even more outrageous than some ADCs. The Joker, on the other hand, looked at Liang with satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had known for a long time that Liang was not ordinary, especially since they communicated closely every day. Particularly at certain times, she would crazily scratch Liang with her nails, yet there wasn't a single mark left. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been covered in scratches and bleeding profusely by now. The Black Canary shot her a glare, but chose to ignore it. Liang reached out his hand to her. The Black Canary hesitated for a moment, then shook his hand and said, "Diana L'Oreal Lance. Just call me Diana." "Diana, what do you want to do?" Liang signaled to have a good conversation. Soon after, the Black Canary recounted the recent events. Liang also learned that she and Harley Quinn were fighting for territory. No wonder Harley Quinn wanted to offer her to herself. That way, she could take over the Upper East Side. Indeed, there were ill intentions. Harley Quinn said with a bitter face, "You take her, I take her territory. Isn't that a win-win?" This made Dinah very awkward, and she was glad that Liang was a good person. If Liang really had thoughts about her, she would now be locked in a cage, turning into a real canary. Or the next plot of the secret investigator could unfold, which could also be considered as a natural consequence. After all, the secret investigator must face a defeat punishment. Thus, Black Canary decided to ignore Harley Quinn, treating her like air, and continued, "I am here to cooperate with her. The Upper East Side is about to become unsafe. I heard news that the Penguin and the Falcone family have joined forces to consolidate Gotham's underworld, and I must stop them." Black Canary had a righteous expression. It's quite strange for her to speak so justly in this identity. Seemingly aware of Liang's astonishment, she explained, "I originally wanted to get close to Black Mask and take him out, but for some reason, he ended up dead." Oh, Liang and Harley Quinn finally understood. This is an undercover story. Who would have thought that the first undercover would become the boss? "Then you give me the territory," Harley Quinn immediately said. "No way." Black Canary refused, saying, "Giving it to you is no different from giving it to Black Mask. You are both gangsters. Come on without me. There's still Penguin and the others." Harley Quinn believes she is different from them. She just wants to live a wealthy life with her family. But the righteous Black Canary clearly won't agree with her. Moreover, the cooperation between the two is impossible. Harley Quinn is no longer interested in fighting and killing. She prefers playing, having fun, and enjoying herself. She used to be so cruel, but to put it bluntly, she was just being used. Now that Liang is not using her, Harley Quinn is slowly becoming relatively normal. After chatting a bit more, both sides still couldn't reach an agreement. Black Canary could only set her sights on Liang. "Liang, you have this strength. It would be easy for you to stop them. You should fight for Gotham." "No, why does it have to escalate again? What is going on in Gotham?" Liang doesn't care at all. Can it get worse than it is now? He only cares about his 2 adopted daughters. Gotham is too vast for him, and his heart isn't that big. He can only accommodate the people around him. Therefore, Liang refuses to be morally blackmailed. "You should say that to Batman. This is his city." This insinuated remark, Black Canary naturally didn't understand. She felt a bit disappointed. So, she decided to leave first. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Both sides couldn't reach an agreement. Liang didn't have the idea of becoming a nemesis to criminals. He wasn't noble at all. Of course, he still wanted his 2 goddaughters to become noble people. This is not contradictory. Even the worst people in the world hope their children will be good people. Moreover, Liang considered himself to be a good person. "Dear, don't you like this gift?" Harley Quinn asked Liang with a pitiful expression. She had prepared it for a long time, And originally, according to her plan, Black Canary was supposed to be locked in a cage made by poison ivy and then presented to Leon. She would do anything to make Leon happy. Leon was momentarily unsure how to respond. If he said he didn't like her, she looked as if she were about to cry. If he said he liked her, it felt a bit strange. Bang! Just then, the sound of a fight broke out outside. Harley Quinn had wanted to say something more, but she was also drawn in. What was happening? She looked at Leon, who heard the sound of wind rushing. It seemed that the weapon used was not a firearm, but something more primitive. So the two immediately ran outside. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Black Canary entangled in a fight with someone. The person fighting her was dressed in a black stealth suit, had a cape like Batwoman, and had long black hair. Huntress, Harley Quinn exclaimed after taking a glance. Oh. Leon looked at the female hunter, whose weapon was a silver crossbow and a long staff that could extend and retract at will. At that moment, she was engaged in close combat with Black Canary, and both of their weapons were similar, making their fighting abilities nearly equal. Harley Quinn looked at the female hunter with a sense of caution. This person was unrestrained. She called herself a hunter, and unfortunate criminals caught by her were cruelly killed. For Gotham's criminals, the female hunter was far more terrifying than Batman, because Batman never kills. No matter how hard Batman hits, leaving someone half dead, at least they don't die. But the female hunter was different. She not only killed, but did so with great cruelty. She would nail criminals to walls and then brutally cut off their organs. Or she would tie them up and then cruelly beat them to death with her staff. For criminals, the best way to die at her hands was to be shot by her crossbow. At least it would be a quick death without suffering. Although she only killed criminals, very few people in Gotham liked her. Harley Quinn was even less likely to. In the eyes of the female hunter, she was a criminal. So, when she saw the Joker and Leon coming out, the female hunter decisively chose to abandon her attack on Black Canary and instead opted to flee. Like Batgirl, she rode a motorcycle. However, before leaving, she used her crossbow to attack Black Canary. Black Canary did not dodge, but opened her mouth instead. Huh. She emitted a sonic wave that knocked the arrow aimed at her off course. You actually have superpowers. Harley Quinn looked at Black Canary in surprise. The sonic wave Black Canary had just released, even though it wasn't directed at her, made her feel dizzy and her ears ring. If it had been aimed at her, it would have probably messed her head up. Black Canary glanced at her, but said nothing. This was her innate ability, which she called Canary Cry. It allowed her to hypnotize and disrupt her enemies, and she could also mimic any sound. The Joker's eyes rolled as if she thought of something. I think your suggestion, just now, is worth considering. Black Canary actually had good intentions towards her. Otherwise, with just that move, it would be difficult for the Joker to resist. So, Harley Quinn immediately changed her tune. Oh, Black Canary was somewhat surprised. Harley Quinn said seriously, actually, I've always wanted to be a good person. Otherwise, my dear would look down on me. It's just that I can never find the opportunity. The other gangs are too strong. Although Harley Quinn was serious, perhaps due to her inherent comedic effect, Black Canary did not sense her seriousness. Black Canary merely looked at the two of them in confusion, not taking a position. Dear, don't you think so? Harley Quinn shook Leon's arm. Leon nodded and said, Of course. I hope you become a good person. Look, Harley Quinn is incredibly enthusiastic about Black Canary, pulling her in like good sisters. I have an idea. We can team up against those guys. One person can't handle them. And that female hunter from earlier were both women. She just fought with me. Black Canary spoke up. That's because she thinks you're a bad person, but we need to let her know that we're the good ones. Harley Quinn asserted, confirming that she is indeed a good person. I have to say, when it comes to dealing with women, Harley Quinn is quite skilled, even more so than with men. Often, just a few words can earn her a good best friend. We can form a team. Isn't it said that Bruce Wayne is Superman? With such serious injuries, he was discharged from the hospital and declared healed in less than 2 weeks. Leon even felt that he'd been fine for a long time, just waiting for the attention to fade before leaving the hospital. After all, for Gotham, every move he made was big news. Bruce Wayne's discharge meant that Batman was returning. For Harley Quinn, it was hard to say whether this was good news or bad news. Over the past few days, she had indeed managed to fool Black Canary, who had been investigating Huntress. Huntress was a lone wolf, making it difficult for them to find her. It took them several days to get a lead. She seemed to be a Gotham native and often went to church. Darling, could she be a Catholic? Harley Quinn asked behind Leon, carefully helping him adjust his clothing. Is this how they found her? Leon was puzzled. Diana understood a bit about computers. As long as she was active in Gotham, she would leave traces. Harley Quinn smiled and said, her name is Helena Bertinelli, and her current identity is still that of a teacher. Now, that's interesting. A Catholic who kills. Leon shook his head. One can only say that Gotham is a twisted place. Catholics have the 10 Commandments, which include the prohibition against harming or killing others. Of course, it would be strange if anyone actually followed them. Who doesn't know that the church is a place that harbors filth? It's likely that even Gotham's evil would seem insignificant within the church. Harley Quinn doesn't care about these things. As long as she is powerful, that's all that matters to her. We found out that she is actively fighting crime, and her methods are quite to my taste. You don't really consider yourself a good person, do you? Leon turned his head. Harley Quinn put her hands on her hips. Why can't I be the good person? As long as I kill all the bad guys who go against me, am I not a good person? Leon curled the corners of his mouth when he heard that. This really captures the essence. I said you're a bad person, and you better be one. Moreover, Harley Quinn's persuasive charm is something that ordinary people can't resist. I'm going to take a break. There's an event tonight. Harley Quinn yawned and went to sleep. Leon then woke up the two lazy disciples. It's the weekend again. Get up. Rachel is about to arrive. Leon stood at the door and shouted, and an unwilling sigh came from inside. I knew you were just sleeping. When I was your age, I didn't sleep at all. Then what did you do? Came Carla's defiant voice from inside. I was online. Leon spoke with a strong tone. When he was young, he was heavily addicted to the internet and played all types of games. Later, it became impossible. As he got older, even if there were fun games, he no longer wanted to play them. At most, he would take a look and lose interest. Only games with attractive female protagonists could hold his attention for a little while. In short, the female lead in games must be a woman, and the modeling must be good-looking. If there's an ugly female lead, it could disgust him for a whole year. To put it bluntly, it's all about looks and beauty. Words can be deceptive, but his feelings can't be fooled. Playing games should naturally bring joy. However now, Leon had completely lost any desire to play games. Even the best-looking female lead modeling wouldn't catch his eye. What is the fun in playing games compared to teaching a girl? Ding dong. Not long after, Rachel indeed arrived. Uncle, Rachel called out obediently. She held a few books in her hands, their covers somewhat dark, and Leon took a glance, instantly frowning. What the hell is the Book of the Undead? Is this something a child can read? Besides this book, there was also some book on magic, but Leon found it unreliable as well. This is because the magic in the DC world itself is unreliable. The powers are borrowed, and the risks and rewards are not proportional. In this world, the power system is equivalent to nonsense, not even as valuable as a single hair of a treasure. For example, Dr. Fate, whose power comes from the god Nabu, gains immense strength from the helmet of fate. But without the helmet, Dr. Fate's abilities are limited to his own magic. Truly powerful individuals not only possess great personal strength, but, more importantly, must have a wealth of treasures. For instance, Wonder Woman, whom Leon had communicated with. As a genuine second-generation deity, Wonder Woman was equipped with divine artifacts when she first debuted. The bracelets of submission, the lasso of truth, the god-killer's sword, the winged sandals of Hermes, etc. Anything that could be seen had divine power. This is the standard configuration for a second-generation deity. Therefore, in this world, magic is not as reliable as depending on treasures. Come on, let me take a look at those books first. Leon snatched the books away, and Rachel showed a look of grievance. But Leon didn't care about her and immediately said, go play with Kara and Siri. He wouldn't indulge other people's children. In this world, there are many types of magic. The first type is the magician, the most basic and common type of magic. From apprentices who can only use one spell to the most skilled and dangerous magic users in the world, they are all magicians. These magicians usually have to cast spells carefully because if they mispronounce the incantation, speak incorrectly, or misinterpret their intentions, lack that intention, it can lead to terrible backlash. The second type is the sorcerer, who, compared to magicians, prefers to enchant objects. These individuals often have deep expertise in the field of magic and start enchanting objects to avoid backlash, such as the helmet of Dr. Fate. The third type is magical bloodlines, where individuals are born with blood that flows with pure magical essence. These people can cast powerful magic better than ordinary magicians, but they also have to pay a price. Leon feels that Rachel is one of those, and so is Siri. They both have innate talent, which is referred to as bloodline. There are a few other types, but Leon thinks they are unrelated to magic. Is the power gained from the first contact still considered magic? For example, ghosts. However, who wrote this book? Leon felt that this person was definitely not an ordinary individual. He could only say that this world is full of hidden talents. He looked around and saw the author's name. The sorceress? Leon shook his head, saying he had no contact information. He was genuinely troubled about finding a teacher for his adopted daughter. For example, Siri seemed quite ordinary, but that was only because no one had guided her. Originally, She discovered her ancient blood and magical talent under the guidance of the Witchers, and then Geralt brought Yennefer to teach her. Even with just casual instruction, Ciri could already use her ancient blood to blink an instant kill. Liang is only afraid of not having anyone to guide her. Does that mean she will be mediocre for the rest of her life? Unlike the older generation, who like to pave the way for their children, allowing them to live their lives according to their own ideas, Liang is also paving the way, but he just wants them to become better. As for how to live their lives, that depends on them. After all, having talent and not activating it is too much of a waste. Godfather, good morning. Good morning, little princess. At this moment, Ciri has come out first, while Carla is still lazing in bed. Leon patted her head, seemingly more well-behaved and understanding than Kara. Hearing that her sister was up, Kara quickly came out, and after washing up, they had breakfast together. In the morning, Leon made pan-fried dumplings, using frozen dumplings bought from the nearby Chinatown. Frozen dumplings don't taste good when boiled because they usually have too little meat, unlike the dumplings made at home, which are plentiful in meat. Now the family has an Eastern palate. Even Harley Quinn has gotten used to it and can no longer stomach white people's food. Just looking at it makes her lose her appetite. After they finished eating, they obediently washed the dishes themselves, which Leon didn't have to worry about. Godfather, she cheated. Ciri came out with a sad face. She wore gloves on her little hands, making it hard to wipe away her tears. Leon wiped her eyes. What's wrong? She first used her mouth to blow. The more Sheely thought about it, the angrier she got. Kara first used her superpowers and continued to watch her after finishing. All right, the Godfather will teach her a lesson. Leon glared at Carla and tapped her iron head. Ciri immediately changed her expression and laughed, cheerfully going to wash the bowl. All learned from Harley Quinn. Then, the three girls went to their room to study magic. However, even after reading the book, they couldn't understand it. The book only mentioned the types of magic, without revealing anything else. Ordinary people would just think it was made up. As for the Book of the Dead, Leon firmly locked it away. It wasn't something children could read. Leon was flipping through his contacts on his phone. He didn't have many phone numbers saved, and most of them were related to the Bat family. With that in mind, Leon still decided to call Kate. After all, she was wealthy and powerful. In America, being rich meant you could do whatever you wanted. Is there something you need? Kate Kane answered the call, deliberately maintaining a cold tone. After all, her image was very important. Can you help me find someone? Leon smiled and said, there's no one the Kane family can't find. Upon hearing Leon's words, Kate let out a proud hum. Who? She wrote a book called The Book of Magic under the title of The Lady of Magic. I want to know who she is and where she is. Leon's words surprised Kate Kane a bit. However, she didn't ask much more and instead thought of the girl she had seen last time. This is the inconvenience of having a dual identity. If she told Leon that she was Batwoman, they could discuss it openly. Unlike now, when she could only hold it in. But she wasn't foolish enough to reveal herself. Even her ex-girlfriend didn't know about it. Well, I'll have someone keep an eye on whether you're still with Harley Quinn. Leon raised an eyebrow. She has a name, Harley Quinn. Huh, she's a lunatic. Thanks. Are you saying she's suitable for me? God, you're crazy too. Kate was a bit flustered and hung up the phone. She just couldn't understand what was so great about the Joker's girlfriend. After hanging up, Leon comfortably sat on the sofa, playing with his phone and browsing recipes. Cooking was a joy and also a way to pass the time. Life was much better now than before, sitting in the living room with a balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows. Unlike before, when all he had was a safety staircase that required climbing out the window. As for Kate, he had no idea what it meant. It's best not to guess a woman's thoughts. By noon, the three girls finally emerged from their rooms, looking excited and clueless about what had happened. Godfather, can we go out this afternoon to buy some clothes? Carla, the eldest sister, was pushed forward by the other two. Don't you have enough clothes to wear? Leon looked at his two goddaughters, both wearing newly bought JK uniforms, exuding a youthful vibe. Now, Ciri already looked like a modern person. No, they still needed to buy some props. Carla nervously tucked her hands behind her back. She had no idea that Leon had gone out with the Joker to make some money. She thought the family was quite strapped for cash. Hearing this, Leon said seriously, you can buy it, but you have to tell me what it's for. He wouldn't deny his goddaughter's things, but there had to be a valid reason. Otherwise, it might cultivate a habit of extravagance in them. Even if they just thought it looked good, that was still better than a simple want. The three girls exchanged glances, and then Carla said, Godfather, we want to make our own uniforms. Uniforms? Liang's eyes widened. All of them were teenage girls, and Shili was even just 11 or 12 years old. Yet they wanted this kind of thing? The girls had no idea what he was thinking. Kara spoke up. Godfather, superheroes need to have their own costumes. Otherwise, are they going to fight in school uniforms? Leon finally came to his senses. So was this uniform. No, Who told you to go into battle? Leon sensed something was off. This is Gotham, where even Thanos has to face Batman. It's not your turn. Since they all read comics, Leon specifically used Thanos to describe the situation. If he had mentioned Darkseid, they wouldn't even know who that is. This is why Leon chose to stay in Gotham. Gotham may be dirty and chaotic, but it has Batman. Leaving Gotham could mean being targeted immediately. There are plenty of mysterious organizations in America, like the Sky Eye Society and such. Leon and Carla were chased all the way from Ohio to Gotham. It's not something that can be solved just by getting a new identity. Only in Gotham can they be safe, because Batman won't allow anyone to cause trouble. To some extent, Bruce Wayne has long regarded Gotham as his property. Godfather. Batman can't even defeat Thanos. A few girls immediately started arguing. Can you? Leon couldn't help but laugh. Sure. Several girls were very confident. We have to give it a try. Batman is just an ordinary person. Then, they started to argue, wanting to make Leon believe. Leon looked at their determined expressions, deliberately waiting for them to talk for a while, then gazing at him eagerly. All right, but I can only buy a little. I still have to study hard. Yay. The three girls were happily jumping up and down on the sofa. Don't celebrate too early. There's more. Leon immediately raised his voice. Then, a roar from Harley Quinn echoed in the room. Leon, lower your voice. The soundproofing in this room in Gotham is practically non-existent. Harley Quinn's roar was more effective than Leon's words, and the three girls instantly fell silent. There was no choice. Harley Quinn always played pranks on them, and they were all scared of her. Ivy didn't know how many times she had been scared to tears by her. Leon lowered his voice a bit and continued. Once the uniform is made, you must show it to me, and you're not allowed to wear it outside for others to see. Understood? Then what are we doing this for? Zillidan immediately pouted. You're only in your teens. What do you want to do? Leon frowned and said, you have to be at least 18 years old before you can go outside. He clearly understood that it was better to be lenient than strict, especially since he wouldn't be home at night. Gotham's nights could be restless. If he enforced a strict ban on them, it might lead to feelings of rebellion. Leon also had times like this. When his parents and teachers asked him to do something, he would deliberately do the opposite, thinking that this was a sign of growing up. Looking back now, it still seems quite immature. Leon naturally did not want his adopted daughters to be rebellious, so he only imposed slight restrictions. After all, it is impossible for a few extraordinary girls to live ordinary lives. They would not be content with mediocrity. They wanted to explore the world. They wanted to punish evil and promote good, eliminate demons and uphold justice, and achieve fame and attention from all. Indeed, upon hearing Liang's words, the three girls felt quite satisfied, but they also felt a sense of urgency. After all, even Kara was only 13 years old, and if they had to wait until 18, there were still several years to go. Having read many superhero comics, they also wanted to be admired like superheroes. So, Kara bargained, Godfather, 18 is too long. How about 16? No, Leon is very determined. At 18, one is generally considered to have some degree of independence. This coincides with high school years. High school students are regarded as being at the peak of their learning ability and energy, with a certain understanding of everything and a basic grasp of the principles of how the world operates. To become a superhero, one must not only have abilities, but also an understanding of the world. It's not enough to see the light. One must also recognize the darkness. The problem in Gotham is that there is too little light and too much darkness. A girl like Kara, who has dreams, can easily run into trouble. Godfather. Shiri also came to Leon's side, shaking his arm. Leon suddenly laughed and gently touched Shiri's head. I only said you can't wear uniforms to be superheroes. Not that you can't do good deeds. Just don't let people know you can't be in the spotlight. Leon said seriously, it is inherently dangerous to appear in public. Thus, the three girls understood. Rachel looked at Kara and Siri with envy, wishing she could also be a mentee. All right, Kara nodded. She couldn't quite explain why she wanted to be a superhero. Maybe it was just the desire to be a good friend to the people of Gotham, like Spider-Man. Let's go. I'll take you to buy uniforms. Have you thought about how to design them? Leon changed the subject. Of course. Several girls began to chatter. Shiri said she wanted to have a full bodysuit like Spider-Man, but it looked too ugly. She preferred wearing dresses. Where's the ugliness? Wearing a mask is so cool. Even Batman wears a mask. Rachel wanted a black cloak, but I thought it was too dark. Leon took the keys and let a few girls out. He asked, why does Batman wear half a mask? Why does he have to show his chin? The girl who was speaking suddenly stopped. After thinking for a moment, they were also a bit confused. Batman is equipped with high technology and armor, so why must he expose his chin? Cultural reasons? Kara's superbrain was brainstorming, but she could only come up with this point. It seems that Western heroes like to cover half of their faces. The more risque Rachel immediately said. So he can kiss? Rachel Shire simply couldn't understand. Leon immediately laughed and said, not at all. It's because he wants others to know he's a white man. Otherwise, wouldn't the Gotham police empty their magazines when they see him? The girls. After thinking for a while, Rachel suddenly chuckled. The white bloodline has awakened. Kara also somewhat understood, but being a Kryptonian, she didn't care about the discrimination on Earth. Hiri, on the other hand, was completely confused. It was only after Rachel explained that Hiri understood. Then, reflecting on the current situation, it did seem to be the case. Whenever the police see a darker-skinned criminal, they always get particularly excited, unhesitatingly showing off their American draw and emptying their magazines in one go. If Batman weren't white, the police would probably empty their magazines every time they saw him. Shoot first and ask questions later. Sitting in the old Ford, Leon looked at the drawing of the battle suit. Kara's design was very similar to the Supergirl he remembered, with a short skirt, long boots, and a cape. Hiri simply modified a JK uniform and added a black robe. As for Rachel, her design was a bodysuit, which Leon found completely incomprehensible from the drawing. He could only say it had an abstract art style. Leon commented, Kara is the best, the other two are, well, quite novel. Kara was very pleased to hear this, and proudly glanced at her two sisters. Shiri and Rachel, however, pouted, looking unconvinced. Suddenly, voices of debate filled the carriage. The design of the uniforms emphasizes costume and props. In Liang's view, this is no different from the role-playing he had encountered before. Those serious cosplays, with costumes and props, were all prepared by the individuals themselves, so they obviously looked of much higher quality than those casually bought. For example, those well-known cosplayers with millions of fans, whether in makeup or costumes, are very true to the characters from any angle. Simply put, it still depends on whether one has money. If you're willing to spend, you can buy better costumes and props. Although he wanted his daughter to have fun, Leon didn't care about these things and naturally bought the best. He just hoped that Poison Ivy could pull off a big job. And then they would specialize in robbing the rich to help the poor. After buying a bunch of props and costumes for modification, Leon drove them home. Then the transformation began. It must be said that girls seem to be naturally more skillful, especially in cutting clothes. Kara learned just by watching a video. Not only did her brain learn, but her hands did too. Although Shiri and Rachel were a bit behind, they quickly grasped it as well. If Leon were to do this, he might as well cook a few more dishes. By the afternoon, Kara had completed the first version of her uniform. At that moment, Kara had just changed into her battle outfit, standing in front of the mirror with her little dumpling figure. The Supergirl battle outfit was not at all awkward. It only gave a sense of youth. However, Leon, the concerned father, became anxious. The skirt was too short. What was the point of that? Kara's long legs were almost exposed. No wonder the later version would add black stockings. Kara was a bit puzzled. Godfather, this is just a little shorter than the school uniform. But Leon firmly said, school uniforms don't need to fly in the sky. Hearing this, Kara pouted and obediently replied, okay, this is just the initial version, Godfather. Seeing her compliance, Leon then looked at the overall battle outfit. Because it used relatively good materials, the outfit looked very comfortable. Just like many expensive clothes, you could tell it was special just by looking at the material. However, the colors were a bit dull. The top was blue, and the skirt and cape were red, which was Liang's suggestion. This also saved Kara a lot of trouble. But Kara didn't have any ideas. Apart from these two colors, she didn't add anything else, making it look quite ordinary. Because this color wasn't as good as black. If it were pure black, there wouldn't be any issues. Therefore, Liang suggested again, how about adding a golden yellow belt? And would it be good to add the L family emblem? Red, yellow, and blue are the three primary colors. Not only would it look more colorful, but it also represents some special meaning. It symbolizes freedom. Okay, Kara thought about it happily and nodded. Let's do it next time. It's time to eat. Leon patted her head and then looked at the other two girls. Shiri and Rachel weren't as quick as Kara. It took them half a day just to make a start. That was the normal speed for girls. Kara was just on another level. Time to wrap up. Leon clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, then called for Harley Quinn to get up. Once everyone was at the dining table, they began to eat. After the meal, Leon gave a few instructions and hurried off to the Iceberg Club. The Penguin and Sophia's operation had already begun. The first gang they targeted was the Street Demons, who were lingering in Gotham's Old Town. Squeak. Harley Quinn drove her vintage car to the Upper East Side. She had arranged to meet Black Canary to invite her to join her plan tonight. Of course, out of a sense of justice, Harley Quinn needed to come up with a catchy gang name. She thought about it as she walked inside. Do you want to see the Joker? At that moment, a deep voice suddenly came from beside her. No way, Harley Quinn replied without hesitation. Her days with Leon were incredibly happy and fulfilling. Why would she think about someone so unworthy? Moreover, she had long given up on a Joker. For someone like her, it was either indecision or a final decision that led to no further contact. So, since being with Leon, she hadn't inquired about the Joker at all. In fact, she wished she could personally beat him to death. That's how women are. When in love, they live and die for it. When in hate, it's the same. Really? The voice changed, and the speaker realized his plan had gone awry. Only then did Harley Quinn turn her head and immediately change her tone. I was joking. Hee. With Harley's acting skills, the man couldn't tell the difference, especially given her previous reputation. He really thought Harley Quinn was just messing with him. Harley Quinn looked at the person in front of her, who had his face wrapped. She remembered the guy Poison Ivy, Pamela, had mentioned before. Silence. So she performed a face change. With a glint in her eye, she sternly said, "Where's the Joker? Give me back my pudding. I want to blow his head off." This statement was filled with both love and hate. For Harley Quinn, the most genuine lies were those mixed with truths. Sure enough, as a seasoned player in the game of love, Silence quickly figured it out. Harley Quinn still liked the Joker. Otherwise, why would she call him pudding? Moreover, the more a woman hates someone, the more she loves them. So he said in a deep voice, "If you help me with one thing, you can see the Joker." Upon hearing his words, Harley Quinn's mind raced. After extorting Poison Ivy last time, she had learned the ins and outs of the situation. She was furious about the two girls being kidnapped and had long wanted to smash Silence's dog head. So she immediately probed, No, that's too troublesome. If I capture the Joker, he's mine." She rolled over like a gymnast and swung her baseball bat towards Silence's head. But Silence's combat skills were clearly not something she could match. The moment Harley Quinn attacked, he dodged and then kicked her hard, sending her flying. Harley Quinn helplessly fell to the ground and glared at Silence. "I can't win." Silence wasn't surprised. In fact, he thought it was normal. Both Harley and the Joker were capricious. How could they be easily controlled? Unlike Poison Ivy, who had obvious weaknesses. Thus, Silence calmly said in a few days, "There's an opera performance. All you need to do is ruin the show and try to kill someone." "Kill who?" Harley Quinn squinted and asked. Silence smiled coldly and uttered a name. "Bruce Wayne." Bruce Wayne. Upon hearing this name, Harley Quinn frowned. After understanding the situation last time, she had judged that this person was after money. After all, he took half for himself, leaving Harley Quinn with only $1 million for Poison Ivy. So, she wasn't too surprised by that name. Bruce Wayne was the richest in Gotham. However, she still smiled and said, "That's not interesting enough. It's no fun." Hearing this, Silence immediately felt a loss of control. He didn't like unexpected twists in his plans. But Harley Quinn, this unpredictable factor, was the biggest surprise. "What's the point of ruining the opera?" Harley Quinn stood up. "Besides, who knows if you'll hurt my pudding? I'll capture Bruce Wayne, and then you give me my pudding, and I'll give you Bruce Wayne." "No way." Silence immediately rejected this. It completely disrupted his plan. He wanted Bruce Wayne to suffer, not for anything else. Did Harley Quinn really think she could kill Bruce Wayne? But this was the information gap between the two. "If you don't do as I say, I'll kill the Joker." He thought he had found Harley Quinn's weakness, so he said. Unexpectedly, Harley Quinn was completely unfazed. "Oh, then tell the little pudding that next year. I'll be sure to clear the weeds from his grave." "What's going on?" Silence was a bit confused. "The Joker was caught? I'll capture Bruce Wayne myself, and then make a deal with you." At this moment, Harley Quinn said with great determination. Silence realized he was losing control, but didn't want to waste his efforts. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." Harley Quinn extended her hand. "Give me your contact info. Hurry up. I like proactive men." With no choice, Silence had to give her his number. Watching Silence leave dejectedly, Harley Quinn dusted off her clothes. "Now, this is getting interesting." A smile appeared on her face as she hurriedly called Black Canary. "Sister, we've got work to do." Black Canary arrived quickly and asked, "What work?" "First, let's find Huntress. We must make our first job a success." "I was wrong. Please let me go." "Daddy." The next day, Harley Quinn repeatedly pleaded for mercy, and only then did Leon let her off the hook. Who told her to tease herself? In this situation, Leon could only resort to family discipline. "So what exactly is going on?" Leon asked fiercely. Having just returned from the Iceberg Lounge, Harley Quinn said she had important news. But no matter how much he pressed her, she wouldn't say. There was no other choice. Harley Quinn looked at Leon with a hint of grievance, timidly saying, "Last night." Leon frowned as he looked at her. "Silence came to find me." Harley Quinn didn't dare to tease him anymore and immediately said. Upon hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow and instantly felt awake. It's only Superman's physical condition that can withstand days and nights without sleep. "Quickly, tell me what happened." Harley Quinn then recounted the events in detail, but her words were quite dramatic. She said she knocked Silence away with one swing and then interrogated him. Leon couldn't be bothered to comment. If he can outdo Silence, then that braid must be soaring to the sky, right? Therefore, he first ignored the exciting details of the battle that Harley Quinn had mentioned and asked, "What does he want?" "He wants me to kill Bruce Wayne," Harley Quinn replied. "Can you actually do it?" Leon was surprised. "I am a good person, so I naturally wouldn't agree to him. I changed my request to catch Bruce Wayne and make a deal with him." "A deal about what?" "The Joker." Harley Quinn didn't hide anything from Leon, but she was still a bit afraid of making Leon angry. "Darling, I've already forgotten who the Joker is. I wish I could smash his dog's head, but I want to catch Silence." "I know." Leon nodded. He was confident that Harley Quinn had already been conquered by him. After all, how could someone with such intense love for others be satisfied? "Can you catch Bruce Wayne?" "You can't, but there's still you, right?" Harley Quinn laughed, tightly holding on to Leon. At that moment, the two were curled up in the blankets as she carefully wiped the sweat off Leon. Leon thought for a moment and immediately came up with a plan. Harley Quinn didn't realize that Silence was targeting Batman. She just assumed Silence wanted to make money. But Leon knew that Silence was indeed targeting Batman, and he also knew that Bruce Wayne was Batman. Otherwise, what a coincidence it would be. After all, what good would it do to kill Bruce Wayne? Killing him wouldn't give anyone access to Wayne Enterprises' assets. Moreover, knowing that Bruce Wayne was Batman, sending Harley to kill Batman would be like delivering him to his death. Therefore, this could not be Silence's true intention. Thinking about how Harley Quinn said she felt that Silence was in pain only made Leon more certain. Leon hasn't read many DC comics. Most of what he's seen are film and television works, especially Zack Snyder's DC trilogy. He wishes he had read more comics before the crossover. Leon thought to himself that if he knew who Silence was, he would have already taken action. He only knew a little about the public villains, like the Riddler, the Joker, and the Penguin. Moreover, he only knew about the Riddler, and he had long forgotten the Riddler's true identity. Such details are not known to casual fans. So, Leon immediately got up and said, "I need to go meet someone, wait for my news." "One more time, please," Harley Quinn said reluctantly. Leon was surprised. "Didn't you already beg for mercy?" Harley Quinn replied, "I'm back to normal." Seeing her so honest, Leon didn't say a word and went back in. After more than half an hour, it ended with Harley Quinn begging for mercy again. He got dressed and was completely awake now. Today is Sunday, and the three girls are still in the room making their battle suits. "I'll head out first and come back at noon." Leon shouted inside, "Got it." The three girls immediately looked a bit strange, especially Rachel. The godfather is really superhuman. He hasn't slept for 2 days. "He's my godfather," Shiri quickly added. Although Rachel Ross is a good friend, she shouldn't just call him that. It's like treating someone else's dad as your own. Is that acceptable? Rachel stuck out her tongue, but didn't dare argue with Shiri. Kara didn't care about such trivial matters and simply said, "The godfather hasn't been this energetic before. Every time he comes back from work, he's so tired he just crashes, and he only dares to meet women in the afternoon." The other two girls perked up immediately. "Women? What women?" Cough, cough. Kara coughed a couple of times, as if she had said something she shouldn't have. On Monday evening, it was enough to make the shareholders of Wayne Enterprises feel anxious. Bruce Wayne, who usually rarely visits the headquarters, had been there all day and still hadn't left. They were all afraid that Bruce Wayne would discover the dirty deeds they were up to, so each of them was being very cautious. In the office, Bruce Wayne looked at Kate Kane, who was sitting opposite him. "What's the matter? Did you really need me to come in for a whole day?" As the owner of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce Wayne spent his days chasing girls and his nights being Batman, living a carefree life. After all, the company had dedicated personnel to manage it. He just needed to make the final decisions, much like how Tony Stark later handed his company over to Pepper Potts. Lucius Fox played a role similar to that of Pepper Potts. This older black man was the president and chief technology officer of Wayne Enterprises. He not only knew that Bruce Wayne was Batman, but also helped Batman by providing technical equipment. As the holder of Wayne Enterprises, do you know what these shareholders have been secretly doing? Kate Kane scoffed, as she couldn't stand such things. "So, me sitting here for a day makes a difference?" Bruce Wayne didn't care. Wayne Enterprises didn't belong solely to him. The Kane family had share. So, he had known since childhood that the company had problems. But what could he do? When Thomas Wayne was shot, a large piece of land was immediately sold to the Falcone family, proving that Wayne Enterprises had a group of parasites. He had cleaned out a batch, and then another batch appeared. "I always feel like you're hiding something from me," Bruce Wayne said, looking at Kate. "What could I possibly hide?" "You're Batman." Kate shrugged and prepared to leave. She was wearing an off-the-shoulder outfit, and her well-defined shoulders looked sharp and elegant. Watching her back, Bruce Wayne didn't think much of it. Kate Kane was not only his relative, but also a member of the Bat family. He couldn't possibly betray his own people, right? Therefore, he didn't dwell on it and put on his headset, arranging to meet Selina Kyle for dinner. He and T even settled the score with Selina Kyle over what happened that night. In the underground parking lot, he found his sports car. Beep beep. He pressed the key, and the car doors slowly opened. The moment he sat down, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and covered his mouth. Even Bruce Wayne, caught off guard, fell into the trap. Bruce Wayne, have a good sleep. Harley Quinn revealed her face, not knowing how she had managed to use such a large dose. She was treating Bruce Wayne like Batman. At such a dosage, even Batman would probably be knocked out, right? Sure enough, Bruce Wayne quickly squinted his eyes and tilted his head. Harley Quinn called for her henchmen to hurry over and carry Bruce Wayne away. Breaking news, breaking news. According to informants, Bruce Wayne was kidnapped in the parking lot of Wayne Enterprises. This shocking news has led the Gotham Police Department to fully intervene in the investigation. From now on, Gotham is under total lockdown. In less than half an hour, news of Bruce Wayne's kidnapping spread throughout Gotham. Almost everyone knew. On the streets, Gotham police cars with their sirens blaring whizzed by, making Gotham's nights seem like daytime. This raised questions. Could such ostentatious officers really find the kidnappers of Bruce Wayne? Moreover, until now, the kidnappers hadn't made any demands. After all, kidnapping a billionaire is usually about money. Bruce Wayne could easily buy his life back. But until now, the police had not received a call from the kidnappers, as if they were uninterested in money. In the van, Harley Quinn hesitated, wondering if she should take the opportunity to extort Bruce Wayne. Just then, the bound Bruce Wayne opened his eyes. Huh! Harley Quinn was startled and jumped back, hitting her head on the roof of the van. Boss, what is wrong? Her henchmen turned their heads. It's nothing. Harley Quinn waved her hand. Just turn around. Okay. The henchmen were a bit confused, but since they felt Bruce Wayne posed no threat, they looked away. Harley Quinn. Bruce Wayne looked at her and said in a low voice, "How much do you want?" Harley Quinn didn't expect him to wake up so quickly and was relieved she had used a large dose. Hearing Bruce Wayne's words, she felt her personality was insulted. I don't want money. Am I the kind of woman who is greedy for money? After saying this, she regretted it. She should have taken the chance to extort some cash. But in this world, not only men are stubborn, women can be too. Once something is said, it's hard to take it back. So what do you want? Bruce Wayne didn't panic, as his mind raced with plans. Nothing much, just a transaction. If you behave, it will be over soon. Harley Quinn laughed maniacally, which made Bruce Wayne frown. Even now, he still didn't know what was going on. How did the Joker's girlfriend get into his car? Then he recalled today's oddities. Could it be that Kate sold him out? How could that be possible? Before Bruce Wayne could think further, the van quickly stopped. It was an abandoned warehouse, and, as the door opened, a strong smell of seawater wafted in. This is by the sea, but the problem was that Gotham was surrounded by the ocean to the west. Even with Bruce Wayne's extraordinary intellect, he couldn't quickly determine where he was. Get out and behave yourself, Harley Quinn said. Bruce Wayne didn't move around because he was also curious about who wanted to capture him. Harley Quinn had her henchmen waiting outside, leaving her alone with a baseball bat as she brought Bruce Wayne inside. The factory was completely dark, but Harley didn't care. She blew her bangs aside and called out loudly, "I've brought the person. Where's my little pudding?" Whoa! Suddenly, a whimper echoed through the empty factory. Harley immediately followed the sound, and two bright lights shone down from above, hitting her directly in the eyes and forcing her to shield them. Damn it! She was sure this was Silence's revenge. But it didn't matter anymore, because the Joker was tied to a chair with a cloth stuffed in his mouth. Harley Quinn could hardly contain her rage and wanted to smash the Joker's head with her bat. However, if she did that now, everything would be exposed. I can't believe you actually brought Bruce Wayne. Silence's heavy voice came through. Oomph. Harley Quinn sneered, feeling proud. There's nothing I can't do. She looked at the pitiful Joker in front of her and burst into laughter. My poor pudding. You look like a dog. Ugh. The Joker had never been mocked like this by Harley before and tried to speak, but only managed to make strange noises. It's okay. The Master is coming to save you. Harley Quinn's eyes were filled with indifference, which the Joker easily noticed. But he didn't care. He didn't know how many times he had treated Harley Quinn like this. But as long as he threw her a bone, she always crawled back like a dog. A hungry dog would naturally return. But this time, Harley Quinn was no longer a docile puppy. She walked towards him. Tap, tap, tap. However, as soon as she got close, bullets from a machine gun struck the ground in front of her, forcing her to back away in fright. What are you doing? She yelled into the darkness. But she had no idea where Silence was, and the other party wouldn't show themselves. As for Bruce Wayne, he was deep in thought about one thing. Harley Quinn's love for Leon was genuine, and it was unlikely she still had feelings for the Joker. With that thought, he felt reassured. Although you've brought the person, the deal isn't over yet. Silence's voice came through again. You don't mind helping me with a little task, do you? Hee. Harley Quinn felt a bit angry, but suppressed it. What do you want, cutie? She said casually. Silence, hiding somewhere, didn't he care, and simply said, break Bruce Wayne's foot. Bruce Wayne, who had been silent, squinted his eyes. However, he wasn't panicking. Instead, he felt puzzled. If it was just a simple kidnapping for ransom, there would be no need to harm the hostage. Unless the other party wasn't after money at all. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Harley Quinn giggled as she approached Bruce Wayne. She aimed her baseball bat at him. After aiming for a long time, just as she was about to strike, she put the bat away. She noticed that Bruce Wayne's expression was very calm, showing no sign of fear, which was a bit strange. Hey, which foot should I hit? Harley Quinn shouted. Silence. He was losing patience with this crazy woman and, holding back his anger, said, the left foot. Harley Quinn walked to Bruce Wayne's left side, aimed for a while, and then said, how about the right foot instead? It's harder to hit. Silence simply stopped responding. This made Harley Quinn feel bored, and after aiming for a long time, she raised her baseball bat. Even without armor, Bruce Wayne would suffer from this hit. Hiss. Harley Quinn focused her energy, raising the bat high, and then asked, should I hit the foot or the leg? Be clear, bitch. Silence finally couldn't hold back his anger and shouted. See, you're getting anxious. Harley Quinn didn't care at all. Just hit me already. Hit wherever you want. Or the Joker will die. Hearing Silence's words, Harley Quinn laughed. This fool still thought the Joker was her weakness? It's the 21st century. Can't the information update any faster? So, Harley Quinn hesitated a bit more and finally waited for the chance to strike. She lifted her baseball bat again, attracting Silence's attention once more. Undoubtedly, Silence wanted to see Bruce Wayne tortured. Bang! Suddenly, Harley Quinn shouted. In the next moment, the two bright lights were instantly shattered. Boom! Two bat-shaped shurikens, flying from who knows where, accurately hit the lights. Harley Quinn rushed over to untie Bruce Wayne, only to find that he had already freed himself. A figure landed beside them. Batgirl. Silence was somewhat surprised by this, but not shocked. He just thought Batgirl arrived faster than he had expected. Found you. Just as Silence spoke, a sound wave shot towards him. The invisible sound wave was incredibly destructive, creating a large hole in the metal beneath Silence's feet. Caught off guard, Silence fell from above. He had been hiding on a bridge overhead. Seeing someone fall from above, Batgirl wasted no time and threw a bat-shaped shuriken. But to everyone's surprise, Silence twisted in midair, pulled out a pistol. Bang! The bullet deflected the rapidly spinning shuriken, and Silence adjusted his posture to land. These people seemed to have iron knees. Any normal person would have knelt by now. Silence noticed that, besides Batgirl, there was also a woman in a black leather jacket. Black Canary. Although Silence didn't know much about this new character, he was aware of her reputation. Why are you getting involved in this? Black Canary, feeling a bit dry after unleashing her sound wave, swallowed and said, I'm the nemesis of crime, specifically targeting criminals like you. Looking at his opponents, Silence coldly replied, I was planning to have some fun with you, but now you all die. Top, top, top. As Silence's words fell, bullets rained down like crazy. There were no ordinary people present, and the only one who was somewhat normal, the Joker, was still tied up. So, they immediately began to dodge. Ow! The Joker cried out in pain. It turned out he had been accidentally shot. You should have told me earlier. Bruce Wayne and Batwoman hid to the side and whispered. Now he understood everything. It turned out that Batwoman had plotted against him too. Now that Bruce Wayne was here, Batman couldn't get out. No surprises if I tell you in advance. Kate Kane said with a smile. Her relationship with Bruce Wayne wasn't that good, and Leon's scheme suited her just fine. This was all Leon's plan. He found her and asked her to help kidnap Bruce Wayne, which caught her by surprise. Fortunately, it was all to let Silence lower his guard. I need to go out first, Bruce Wayne said quietly. Batwoman nodded. Batman was indeed needed in this situation. She didn't know if Leon had any backup. So, she helped cover for Bruce Wayne, and, after much effort, they escaped. Outside the warehouse, Bruce Wayne immediately climbed to a higher place. Alfred, send my armor over. Bruce Wayne quickly contacted his butler. Master Wayne, I was genuinely worried you were kidnapped. Don't worry. Everything is under my control, Bruce Wayne said stubbornly. Right now, he was only curious about Silence, a person who was very familiar to him and even knew his identity. Before long, a Batjet flew in from the north, just after Bruce Wayne had escaped. Inside the factory, Silence ordered all his subordinates to stop firing. Bang! Then, nearly 10 people jumped down. These people all carried drug canisters like Bane, and as they pressed the buttons, the new drug flowed into their bodies through the tubes. Next, their bodies visibly swelled. Although ordinary people couldn't withstand the new drug, they could unleash tremendous power before they suddenly collapsed and died. Roar. These people seemed to lose their sanity in an instant. Their overwhelming strength made them want to destroy everything. Being Silence as subordinates was truly expendable. Go, tear these bitches apart. Silence was already furious because Bruce Wayne had escaped. Although he believed the opponent would return soon, he no longer wanted to make Bruce Wayne suffer. Instead, he wanted to kill him. More than a dozen subordinates charged towards Batwoman, Harley Quinn, and Black Canary. Even if these three women were foolish, they knew they couldn't match their strength at this moment. Therefore, they all utilized their agility to dodge and weave. Cut off their tubes, Batwoman immediately said. She had never thought she'd team up with a former supervillain. Fortunately, these people were using the drug for the first time and weren't as skilled as Bane, who knew how to protect their tubes. These expendables had no such awareness and were quickly cut off from one by Batwoman. The person cried out in agony. Stopping the drug injection felt like it instantly drained his life away, and he collapsed to the ground lifelessly. This made Batwoman pause for a moment, but she quickly adapted. Before being recruited by Batman, she had no principles against killing. Moreover, when she first debuted, Batwoman even used guns. This shows the gap between her and Batman. If she weren't Bruce Wayne's relative, she might have been locked up in Blackgate prison long ago. It was later that Batman taught her that if you kill, you're no different from a criminal, which gradually helped Kate let go of her hatred. Besides, this wasn't her actively killing someone. It was merely indirect. So, she felt no psychological burden. Such a skilled Batwoman naturally caught Silence's attention. I don't want to deal with you, Silence said as he approached Batwoman, preventing her from targeting his subordinates and choosing to confront her personally. Who are you? Batwoman asked, extremely curious, but Silence wouldn't reveal that. Not going to say. You'll know soon enough. Batwoman struck first. The two immediately engaged in a fight, and it quickly became intense. However, it was evident that Batwoman soon fell into a disadvantage. But even worse off was Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn had never been surrounded by so many big men. When she swung her baseball bat, it broke. Moreover, she wasn't as skilled as Batwoman, and even though she knew the weakness was the tubes on their backs, she couldn't cut them. Thus, Harley Quinn could only shout, Helena, if you don't make a move, I'll be on your case. Just after she finished speaking, a sharp arrow flew in. Whoosh! It accurately struck the tube behind the enemy in front of Harley Quinn, instantly cutting off the supply of the new drug. The person screamed. His body began to shrink, and Harley Quinn took the opportunity to blast his head off. Whoosh! Another arrow cut the tube of another person. Harley Quinn coordinated with her. A figure about 6 feet tall appeared, slender and perfectly proportioned. It was Huntress, Helena Bertinelli. She had come in with Black Canary, but hadn't made a move until now. She initially intended to ambush Silence, but who would have thought Harley Quinn couldn't hold on any longer? I didn't misjudge you, Harley Quinn said as she hugged her. After freeing herself, she didn't care about anyone else, leaving Black Canary feeling a bit exasperated. Although Harley Quinn was tall herself, she was still shorter compared to Helena. The 6-foot-tall figure was almost as tall as Wonder Woman. Harley Quinn and Black Canary, Dino Lance, found Huntress. The three women became acquainted through their fight, and ultimately, Huntress agreed to join them. Primarily, as a lone wolf, Huntress realized through Harley Quinn's explanations that having companions was much better than being alone, especially in Gotham. Come help me, Black Canary cried out, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Alone against so many enemies, she was in constant danger and had already been knocked away several times. It was only her extraordinary constitution that kept her from being severely injured. Here, the trio united to confront their enemies. Bang! Batwoman couldn't withstand Silence's relentless attacks and was kicked out. Seeing his subordinates dealt with in this manner enraged Silence. He no longer cared about Batwoman and pulled out a gun, shooting at her. At that moment, Batwoman had just landed and couldn't dodge the bullet. This scared Kate so much that she quickly raised her arm, trying to block it with her armor. Bang! In the next moment, the sound of a bullet hitting echoed, as if it had been deflected. However, Batwoman felt no pain, because even Batman's armor would still register a hit from a bullet. Sometimes, bullets could even break through the armor. Otherwise, Batman wouldn't have so many scars on him. She looked up and saw a figure standing in front of her. Don't treat ladies so roughly. Leon lowered his head to look at Batwoman, a smile on his lips. Batwoman never expected that Leon would be the one to save her. Silence was even more shocked. He had seen with his own eyes the bullet hit Leon, only to break his clothes and then be deflected away. Is this still a human? So, he immediately turned and tried to escape into the darkness. However, it was already too late. The next second, he felt a brilliant light surrounding him, as bright as day. Although Leon doesn't know complex magic, he easily uses simple elemental magic. Right now, he looks like a great mage wielding dual axes, casting a light spell before the fight begins. Silence has nowhere to run. To his horror, he discovers that Leon has appeared right in front of him. The speed is too fast. Bang, bang, bang. He frantically pulls the trigger, emptying the magazine like a cop encountering a black suspect. But Leon just opens his hand, catching all the bullets as if by magic, then crushing them into a lump. Not to mention silence. Even Batgirl is stunned. This feeling is like thinking you ordered Lin Jieling, but in comes Jia Ling. They are completely different people. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn, who has taken out all the little minions, looks over in surprise. Black Canary glances at Harley Quinn, a bit envious. Is your man that strong? Harley Quinn immediately stands tall and replies, of course, I wouldn't settle for an ordinary guy. Not to mention Black Canary. Even Huntress feels a bit envious. Women are drawn to strength. It's in their nature to admire the strong. Harley Quinn rushes over and jumps on a Leon. The Joker feels as if something in his heart has shattered. But unfortunately, the Joker's girl won't even look at him again. Darling, you're amazing. Harley Quinn gives Leon a playful peck on the cheek and says, I'll reward you when we get back. Leon patted her. In silence, chose to give up on escaping. Those who know how to adapt to the situation are the true talents. He allowed Batwoman to subdue him. It was only at this moment that Batman arrived late. After struggling to put on his armor, he walked in to find Silence captured. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and saw Leon telling Harley Quinn to come down. Then he ripped the bandage off Silence's face. It turned out to be you. Leon was not too surprised. He had long known that Silence was very familiar with Batman. It must be someone close to Batman. Now, without a doubt, Silence was Thomas Elliot, whom he had met before. Thomas Elliot glared fiercely at Harley Quinn. It's all your fault, you bitch, for ruining my plan. Harley Quinn was not shy at all. Instead, she was quite pleased. Am I so smart that I can listen to you? She said, hands on her hips, looking smug. What is your plan? Leon was a bit curious. Thomas Elliot had nothing to hide. He originally planned to fake his death. His scheme was intricate, using the Joker to destroy the scene, and then creating the illusion of suicide while escaping, at which point the Joker would conveniently slip away with a gun in hand. It was like getting caught with one's pants down. Once Batman saw his friend being killed by the Joker, he would likely lose his mind and kill the Joker. At that point, Batman would have violated his principle of not killing. It can be said that Thomas Elliot calculated everything to perfection. Moreover, he was a plastic surgeon and had already prepared a double. The person he had altered to look like him was identical. Hearing his words, several women were shocked by his cunning. Wow, since you plotted so deeply, quickly tell me, who is Batman's true identity? Harley Quinn suddenly became interested. Black Canary and Huntress also stayed silent, clearly wanting to know. Ahem. Just then, Batman finally spoke up. Can you not ask about someone else's secret right in front of them? I'm taking him away. Batman said in a deep voice. All right. Leon nodded and said, this is the reward. Batman gave him a deep look, not daring to linger, and took Thomas away. Ha ha ha. Thomas Elliot burst into laughter. In fact, even if Harley Quinn pressed him, he wouldn't reveal it. Batman's identity is a secret. Harley Quinn and the others felt somewhat regretful. Who wouldn't want to know Batman's identity? Harley, what should we do with this person? Black Canary called Harley Quinn over. After all, the Joker was still tied up here in a pitiful state. The Joker had been shot, but it didn't hit any vital spots, and blood was flowing from his body. Little pudding. Harley Quinn indeed became interested. Ugh. The Joker looked at Harley Quinn, signaling her to let him go. But Harley Quinn only allowed him to speak. Harley, let me go quickly. What? Harley Quinn frowned and said disdainfully, where do you get the confidence that I would let you go? Mr. J, I just want to tell you that we are no longer together, or my dad will be angry. Harley Quinn completely didn't care about her image. This infuriated the Joker. He could tell that Harley Quinn no longer cared about him at all. She had completely changed her heart. On the other side, Leon looked at Batwoman, who was about to leave, and said, when can we take off the mask to talk? The person under the mask is the real you. Batwoman's body trembled slightly. This was already a confession. Seeing her turn her head, Leon continued, I'm talking about Kate, not Batwoman. This explanation made Kate Kane somewhat believe it. Fortunately, he didn't know before that she was Batwoman. But now it was so awkward. Batwoman hastily fled the scene. Hey, Harley Quinn bounced over and said, I wanted to invite her to join us. Leon looked at the three women. Apart from the Joker, who seemed a bit out of place, the other two were somewhat similar. Black Canary had golden hair, wearing a black coat and shorts, with her fishnet stockings already somewhat damaged, looking battle-worn. The huntress was also dressed in black leather and a cape, with smooth black hair and a tall figure. Only the Joker was in a riot of colors. Have you decided what to call yourselves? Leon asked curiously. Of course. How about the birds of prey? Harley Quinn laughed. At that moment, the police sirens outside finally sounded. Gotham PD had arrived. Let's go quickly. They needed to leave before anyone could be implicated in the pile of corpses. These people had become dead the moment they injected the drugs. Seeing them run away, the Joker shouted madly, "Bitch, help me get out." But unfortunately, Harley Quinn didn't even look at him again. She wanted to kill the Joker right then and there, but was concerned about her image in Leon's eyes. Not long after, the officers rushed in with riot shields and rifles. Looking at the corpses scattered around, the Joker was undoubtedly seen as a murderer. Especially with the Joker laughing maniacally, it made Commissioner Gordon frown. "Joker, you're under arrest." Commissioner Gordon said angrily, "Get ready for Arkham Asylum." Ha ha ha. The Joker continued to laugh wildly, blood dripping everywhere. "Dear Jim, you always come so late. You only show up after everything's over." The Joker laughed so hard he was almost out of breath, then ruthlessly mocked. "I hope you can still be this happy when you get in." "Arkham Asylum?" The Joker laughed again. "I haven't played there in a long time. You better not regret it." On the rooftop of Sheldon Park, Thomas Elliot was hung upside down like Naruto, his head facing the ground. Why do this? Batman had already tacitly acknowledged that he knew his identity. And indeed, it was true. Thomas Elliot didn't care. He looked at the ground, lost in murmurs. "I envy you. I envy you, Bruce." Hearing this, Batman's sturdy figure trembled. Thomas continued, "Why do you have Wayne Enterprises? Why does everyone treat you so well? Why does the teacher like you?" The two had grown up together, and their families could be considered close friends. But at some point, Thomas Elliot began to envy everything about Bruce Wayne. Batman said in a deep voice, "I always thought we were kindred spirits." Ha ha ha. Thomas laughed heartily. "Kindred spirits? You didn't know I killed those two bitches myself? I caused the accident that killed them both, and that's how I inherited the fortune." Hearing this, Batman could no longer hold back. He took off his mask, revealing his face. Only then did he realize that Thomas Elliot's parents' accident was not an accident, but a scheme designed by Thomas. This was a friend he had known since childhood. How could he not be shocked? Bruce Wayne felt as if his worldview had collapsed. He stared intensely at Thomas Elliot, as if he was seeing him for the first time in all these years. "What do you want to do?" Bruce Wayne said lowly. "According to my plan, once I kill you, I will become you." Thomas Elliot looked at Bruce Wayne and said, "I know you. I know everything about you. You have no chance." With Bruce Wayne's intelligence, he had already figured out Thomas's malice. First, he had undergone surgery to become another Thomas, creating the illusion of his own death. Besides causing his own death, it would also make Bruce Wayne suffer. Once Bruce Wayne was dead, Thomas would undergo surgery to become Bruce Wayne, pulling off a switch. He had always focused on Bruce Wayne since childhood. Even Bruce thought he could really do this. Of course, he could deceive everyone, but not Alfred. But as Bruce Wayne said, he no longer had that chance. Even against his good friend, Bruce Wayne would not show mercy. "Do you have anything else to do?" "I just want you dead," Thomas Elliot said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Just kill me." However, Bruce Wayne seemed to tell him, almost to himself, Batman never kills. He then pulled out something that looked like a bomb from his waist. Putting on his mask and activating his gas mask, he pressed it towards Thomas Elliot. "What is this?" "No." Thomas Elliot inhaled the gas and quickly fell into fear. Before his eyes, Batman, who had put on the mask, transformed into the appearance of Bruce Wayne. In the next moment, it was as if he had returned to the past, but he could no longer feel it. He sat in a familiar classroom, everything restored, the desks and chairs looking just like in his memories. He looked at the classmates beside him. Everyone in the class had turned into Bruce Wayne. The next day, in a CAF in the Fashion District, a striking figure in a tight, scaly motorcycle suit with zippers on both sides walked in. As soon as she entered, she attracted everyone's attention. The outfit was very form-fitting, and with her red hair, she appeared tall and slender. She walked straight to the window and saw Leon watching videos. Leon raised his head and immediately noticed her change. "Did you cut your hair?" Leon smiled and said. He saw that Kate Kane, who originally had long, wavy red hair, had now changed to shoulder-length short hair and had styled it. Kate shot him a glance and said, "I just don't want anyone to recognize me like certain people do." The certain people she referred to was obviously Leon. This is what it means to take off the mask in conversation. Leon naturally understands. In matters like this, people tend to be more subtle. Just like when a guy wants to invite a girl for a deeper conversation, he usually won't be too straightforward, but rather subtly mention that his cat can do backflips. It's a pity for the red hair. It could sell for quite a bit. Leon smiled. Kate was somewhat speechless at him. Did she care about this little money? What she cared about was her hair. What did she want to drink? Cappuccino. Leon asked her while calling over the waiter. When the waiter arrived, he immediately ordered 2 cups of cappuccino. Kate suspected that he had deliberately chosen this CAF, as the waitresses were all young and beautiful blondes. It wasn't long before the 2 cups of cappuccino were served. Leon added sugar and then began to stir it evenly. Opposite him, Kate did the same and said, "I have some news about the magical lady you asked me to investigate before." Oh, Leon had a listening expression. After Kate confessed her identity, the feeling between the two became different, seeming much more relaxed. Of course, Kate also felt a bit embarrassed. Because she had kissed Leon twice while in the identity of Batwoman, she now felt awkward thinking back on it. It was like the intimacy between Batman and Catwoman, Bruce Wayne and Selina Kyle, before revealing their identities. It felt a bit strange. There was a sense of self-betrayal. Leon and Kate are fine, after all. Leon doesn't have a second identity. Whether it's Batwoman or Kate Kane, they both like Leon. The magical lady, whose real name is Zatanna Zatara, is said to be a direct descendant of Da Vinci, and for a long time, she was a magician. Kate Kane talked about the information she had investigated. Hearing this, Leon's eyes immediately lit up. Even he had heard of Zatanna's name, a powerful magician. Of course, he knew about her because of his understanding of Constantine. With Constantine's ability to deceive others, Zatanna could remain unscathed, which shows her strength. Being an enemy of Constantine is dangerous, but being his friend is deadly. He could even trick an ignorant little girl into hell, and Leon didn't believe he was sane. Therefore, Leon didn't want to get involved with Constantine. Life is so wonderful. There's no need to engage with a madman. Gotham already has Batman, who is crazy enough. Is it possible to contact her? Leon asked anxiously. Search, find novel network, ZXSW8. This article is free to read. Kate glanced at him. If it weren't for knowing that he was teaching S.She and that girl named Rachel, she would have thought Leon had other intentions. It was hard to reach her. Kate shook her head. She is very mysterious. The publishing house doesn't have her contact information, and she has long stopped being a magician. Otherwise, they could have gone to see her perform. She took out her phone and opened the album for Leon. Leon took a look and saw a beautiful magician in the photo. The female magician was tall, dressed primarily in a tailcoat evening gown, and wore a black magician's hat. However, her outfit was quite bold elsewhere, featuring a corset and black stockings, with her long legs fully on display. Nowadays, even magicians flirt with the edge. But she's beautiful and worth watching. Leon regretted it immensely. Had he known there would be such a magic show, he would have sold everything to buy front-row tickets. Not satisfied with what he had seen, Leon flipped through his phone. But the photos he found were not of Zatanna. Instead, they were private pictures of Kate Kane. "Hey, don't go flipping through that," Kate exclaimed, startled, and quickly snatched her phone back. Leon thought of the private photo from earlier and said, "What is there to hide about our relationship? Who has a relationship with you?" Kate's face immediately turned red as she glared at him. After that, the two finished their coffee and prepared to leave. Kate rode in on her motorcycle, and when she got into the driver's seat, Leon immediately sat behind her, wrapping his arms around her. "Hey, I've never been on a motorcycle before." Leon decided to take the initiative. The private photo just now showed that Kate had a great figure. Furthermore, they had already been flirting for a while, having kissed twice. It was time for a breakthrough. Perhaps Kate thought the same, so she didn't say much and put on her helmet, twisting the throttle. "Should I take you home?" Kate asked. Since there were others at home, Leon naturally couldn't take her back. So he said, "I haven't been to your house yet." Kate didn't respond, but accelerated. The motorcycle weaved through the streets of Gotham, and Leon had a hold on a bit tighter. The scaly-looking tight suit had a great texture, and the double zipper design was fantastic. They arrived in northern Gotham, and it was Leon's first time realizing that there were so many mansions by the seaside. Kate's house was built right by the ocean, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sea, offering a breathtaking view. Moreover, it was spacious and luxurious, exuding an air of wealth inside and out. Home is a woman's last line of defense. Now that they had arrived at Leon's home, Kate was no longer shy. After entering, she immediately took out a bottle of red wine. Although it was still daytime, the atmosphere between them was quite romantic. "Cheers." They swirled the red wine and clinked their glasses. "Is there no one else at home?" Leon asked. "I usually live alone. My father doesn't come often," Kate Kane replied. "It's nice to be rich, living alone in such a big house. This is Gotham, where every inch of land is priceless. But considering the strength of the Kane family, it's understandable. Wayne Manor is even more extravagant. However, the Kane family has really declined compared to the Wayne family. In this generation, there's only one person left. Why are you doing this?" You could enjoy life, Leon gradually asked after having some drinks. To connect with her on a deeper level. He naturally wanted to understand her inner thoughts. This question made Kate a bit silent. She took a sip of her drink and said hoarsely, "That day, on my 12th birthday, my mother, my sister, and I went to a restaurant for dinner. On the way to the restaurant, a gang attacked us, and we were all taken hostage." As Kate spoke, she seemed to fall into memories, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. Leon felt a bit regretful, wishing he hadn't asked. He could only reach out and gently embrace Kate, who did not refuse. Undoubtedly, her mother and sister had been murdered. I got into the military academy and was inspired by Batman when I returned, which is why I became Batgirl. Kate shared her story, feeling much better afterward. She had never told anyone her inner thoughts before, not even her father. Of course, what she didn't mention was that she had a relationship with a female classmate in the military academy and ended up getting expelled. But that wasn't important. Leon held her in his arms and set down his wine glass. Then, he lifted Kate's chin with his finger. In this situation, Kate Kane indeed had no intention of resisting. Leon took advantage of the moment. I had only kissed Batwoman, but I had not kissed Kate Kane. Leon's words made Kate Kane feel a surge of emotions. Subsequently, she straddled him and pulled his head down forcefully. Rip! The double zipper on her body was instantly pulled down. Subsequently, traces were left on the sofa, in the room, and in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The weekend arrived. Since the last time she communicated with Leon, Kate no longer avoided him and would often come over. Harley Quinn found a bit strange, but as long as she thought about Kate's orientation, she relaxed. After all, Kate Kane had always liked women. This persona was deeply ingrained in Harley Quinn. She didn't believe that Leon could really make her normal. In fact, Kate Kane hadn't become normal either. After communicating with Leon, she realized she was bi. Moreover, she told Leon that from now on, he would be the only man for her, but she didn't want him meddling with other women. Leon agrees with this, stating that he does not enter life. However, that's just talk. In fact, both sides have already entered life. For example, it's the weekend now, and Harley Quinn is busy catching up on sleep after a long night, while Kate has come over to play the role of the godmother. Now that it's a holiday, Leon will take the goddaughters out to have fun. This is the best way to deepen relationships, and intimacy increases quickly. He feels that it won't be long before both goddaughters reach an intimacy level of 80 points. Shiri, what are you planning to do? Kate Kane clearly prefers Shiri and pays less attention to Kara. Leon then pulled Kara and said, "We agreed to go watch a movie, how about it?" "No problem. I haven't watched a movie in a long time. The last time I went to the movies was with my ex-girlfriend." Kate Kane naturally had no objections. Upon hearing this, Shiri immediately asked, "Ex-girlfriend? Aunt Kate, do you have many ex-girlfriends?" "Not really." Kate counted seriously, "Just two." "Oh, what's it like to have a girlfriend?" Shiri asked innocently. Ahem. Leon hurriedly stopped Shiri, glaring at Kate, wondering what she was saying in front of his disciple. He was worried about influencing Shiri negatively. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that his little princess Shiri was also a dual type. Kate immediately stopped talking. The group went downstairs, and this time Kate specifically drove a Maybach. Upon seeing the car, Leon felt as if a BGM was playing in his ears. "You came from Dandong, trading my life for your pure white. Wanted to eat Guangdong cuisine." They got in the car, and they were off to pick up Rachel. Kate took the driver's seat, while the two disciples sat in the back. She had personally witnessed Rachel's magic last time, so she knew this girl was extraordinary. Later, she even asked Alfred, who confirmed that Rachel possessed magic. Therefore, they couldn't forget about Rachel during their outing. Having her around was definitely better than letting her interact with other people. After all, Rachel was like a ticking time bomb. Her magic could explode at any moment. Soon, the Maybach arrived at Rachel's place, and she was already outside waiting. Upon seeing Carla and Shiri, she immediately smiled. "Aunt Kate, Uncle Leon." She greeted them obediently and squeezed into the back seat. The three girls started chattering excitedly, filling the car with laughter and joy. Then, Kate drove them to the mall. The family happily went shopping, with her, the wealthy lady, picking up the tab. There was no one richer than her in all of Gotham. If she wanted, she could even buy the entire mall. Oh no, maybe she should check if this mall was under Wayne Enterprises. The three girls bounced ahead, while Leon and Kate walked behind, secretly playing a hand-holding game, afraid of being seen by the disciples. "I heard Wayne Enterprises has started acquiring the Elliott family's businesses?" Leon asked. Kate Kane looked unusual and then nodded. She never expected that Silence was actually Thomas Elliott. Now Silence had been sent to Arkham Asylum, and it was said that he had gone mad. Kate Kane didn't dare to think too much about this. Without Thomas Elliott, the Elliott family's business naturally became a hot commodity. Considering it had many enterprises in Gotham, It would be better for Wayne Enterprises to step in. Kate certainly wouldn't refuse such an action, as it represented huge profits. Who would complain about having too much money? Don't think about these things. It's all in the past. Leon comforted her a bit. Now that she thinks about it, GNMO only took $5 million from her. But now she's lost her entire fortune of billions. That's really tragic. Kate nodded and went up to ask, how much is all this? She saw 3 girls lingering in the Barbie doll store, so she simply asked. The clerk was a bit confused and asked, hello, which ones do you mean? All of them, Kate said, and then she couldn't be bothered to know the price anymore and just swiped her card. Deliver it all to the Diamond District. She told the other party Li Ang's address. Liang immediately said, there is no way to fit so much at home. There is, the 3 girls said in unison. They had never bought things like this before. It was simply too exhilarating. What a lavish experience. After that, they went to buy Marvel comics, and just like before, all the comics were wrapped up by Kate. They bought 3 copies of each one to take home and read. She had never seen these before, but she faintly knew about Spider-Man. After all, she was a superhero herself. Who would watch this? After buying all this, the 3 girls sensibly expressed that they didn't want anything else. Although this wasn't too much money for Kate, it was already enough to shock them for an entire year. Leon spoke up. All right, let's go watch a movie. Okay. The group headed towards the cinema, where there happened to be a Disney animated movie playing. Disney is known for its family-friendly films, which are typically suitable for all ages, often referred to as family films. These are the most appropriate for families to watch together. Moreover, the girls really liked it, especially the Disney princesses. Who wouldn't want to be a princess? Siri remarked. Being a princess isn't as fun as being on Earth. The Hollywood rating system is indeed quite good. With ratings like R and PG-13, Disney movies are generally rated G. G-rated films are suitable for viewers of all ages, containing no adult content, violence, or even a single curse word. For a concerned father, this is the most reassuring rating. In this age of rapidly developing internet, children can easily be influenced negatively. This was also Kate's first time taking so many people to the movies. Fortunately, the 3 girls were very quiet, unlike other children who tend to make noise in the cinema. Although they were only in their teens, they were much more mature than their peers in every aspect. They only shared similar interests with others their age. After watching the movie, Kate took them to a high-end restaurant for a seafood lunch. The average cost per person was over $1,000, something Leon usually couldn't afford. However, for Kate, this was just an everyday meal. In Gotham, one can enjoy cuisines from all over the world. That's the advantage of a big city. If they went to the neighboring metropolis, there would be even more culinary options. Regardless of where people come from, they all share a love for good food, with only minor differences in taste. So even Kara and Siri had long been won over by Earth's delicacies. They enjoyed this seafood meal very much. At the dining table, Kate said, it's a pity Gotham doesn't have an aquarium or a zoo. Otherwise, we could have gone there in the afternoon. Gotham's land is too small after all. It's an island. The land resources must be utilized. The 3 girls felt a bit disappointed. Kate immediately added, but the neighboring metropolis has those. You could go play there during your vacation. Upon hearing this, Leon hesitated. Going out so openly could easily lead to trouble. So he expressed his concerns to Kate. It's fine, we have Wayne Enterprises, Kate replied with a smile. She knew the situation of the 2 of them, but wasn't aware of what they had done. Ask Batman. He won't say much, but as long as they stepped out with the reputation of Wayne Enterprises backing them, there wouldn't be a problem. Wayne Enterprises even has branches in Metropolis. Kate confidently stated that Wayne Enterprises not only controls Gotham, but also has many businesses in other places. Metropolis is so close to Gotham that many areas are influenced by Wayne Enterprises. Of course, a strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. Metropolis also has many local businesses, so the influence of Wayne Enterprises isn't as significant as one might think, at least not compared to Gotham. Leon felt much more at ease upon hearing this. In the realm of capital, the Wayne Group could accomplish many things. No matter what anyone did, they had to consider the wrath of the Wayne Group. By the afternoon, a few of them continued to ride in Kate's car for a day out. But Kate clearly avoided certain neighborhoods that were unsafe. Many could notice that Gotham was becoming increasingly unsafe. Tap, tap, tap. In the evening, Leon went out, preparing to head to the Iceberg Club. However, before nightfall had fully arrived, the distant sound of a Chicago typewriter echoed. Nonetheless, the citizens of Gotham had somewhat adapted. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, they hurried home to secure their doors and windows. In this world, Gotham had been rated by the media as the most dangerous city in the world for several consecutive years. Reports indicated that, on average, 150 people per 100 residents fell victim to homicide, and the clearance rate was not high. Gotham experienced 6 to 7 shootings on average each day. This only accounted for reported incidents. Unreported shootings were not included in the statistics. Moreover, gang shootings were the most common, and gangs rarely reported each other unless the situation escalated significantly, drawing the attention of the Gotham Police Department. Therefore, Gotham truly deserved its title as the most dangerous city in the world. Simultaneously, Gotham was also home to the most gangs, with different factions controlling nearly every district and supercriminals exerting their influence. Viewed this way, the people of Gotham were indeed living in dire straits. Just then, a gang in a vehicle opened fire recklessly. The car was weaving through the city, endangering innocent lives. The vehicle bore the markings of the Street Demons gang, clearly having lost all sanity. Targeted by the Penguin's men and the Falcone family for days, they had reached a dead end. Such reckless gunfire was sure to attract the Gotham Police Department. Sure enough, the sound of police sirens was already blaring from behind the vehicle. The Gotham Police Department was not far from the Diamond District, and patrol cars were on the streets every day. The response time was extremely quick. The Street Demons gang's vehicle was frantically fleeing, and the police cars struggled to catch up. Leon had no time to deal with this matter. At that moment, he was shielding a little girl from the stray bullets. In such a situation, stray bullets were the most terrifying. It was impossible to tell from which direction a bullet might ricochet back. As the vehicle zoomed past, Leon said, "Hurry home, don't stay out here." The little girl was staring intently at the nearby cake shop and didn't respond for a moment. "Do you want to eat cake?" Leon asked. Today is his sister's birthday. The little girl looked a bit messy and wasn't wearing a school uniform. "Sister? We live in the same tent, and she is younger than me." Looking at the messy little girl, Leon thought of a term unique to this place: homeless. In Gotham, there are too many homeless people. Even Selena Kyle was one of them when she was young, being called Kitten. That's why she developed the habit of stealing. It was the only way to survive. Leon is unable to change this situation, which is something the Wayne Group cannot do. Or rather, the Wayne Group does not want to. He can only do his best to help the little girl in front of him. "Come on, pick one for yourself." Leon took the little girl into the cake shop. The shop owner was about to close the door when he saw Leon bringing in the dirty little girl, and he immediately frowned. Nobody likes homeless people. However, it's foolish to turn away business. So, the shop owner forced a smile and urged, "Which one do you want? Hurry up and choose." The little girl could sense the owner's impatience, so she shyly glanced at Leon, thinking maybe they should just forget it. Leon smiled and said, "Choose whatever you like. Go ahead." He gave the little girl confidence, and seeing him so gentle, she calmed down. "Thank you, brother," the little girl said softly. Leon's heart instantly melted upon hearing that. This cake must be bought, just because she called him brother. Clearly, he was still very young. A man at 31 is in his prime, and he hasn't reached that point yet. However, under the influence of Carla and Shiri, Rachel called him uncle, which left Leon feeling a bit helpless. Now, he was suddenly overjoyed. So, he saw the little girl staring at a rather expensive cake for a while. Then she chose a cheaper one. Leon immediately said, "Buy this expensive one. It tastes better." He glanced at the price, over $100. Not cheap at all. Leon increasingly feels that working a regular job doesn't make money anymore. After working hard for a month, he probably can't even afford an expensive cake. No wonder everyone with some ability in Gotham becomes a supervillain. It's no surprise that only Bruce Wayne can be Batman. If Bruce Wayne didn't have his billions, he'd probably be mixed up in the underworld. Looking back, how many superheroes in Gotham are actually broke? The Bat family is all wealthy. Even the Black Canary and Huntress by Harley's side don't seem to be short on cash. It turns out the threshold for being a superhero in Gotham is money. At this moment, the shopkeeper smiled and quickly packed the expensive cake. The little girl felt a bit at a loss and could only thank Leon again. "Thank you, big brother." "It's nothing." Leon paid and then handed the cake to her. "You should hurry back and stop wandering outside." "Okay." The little girl nodded and then hurried away. Leon followed her all the way to protect her and saw her enter a homeless camp, crawling into a tent. She was very clever, sharing the large cake with everyone instead of eating it alone, so she wouldn't be targeted. Once he confirmed her safety, Leon left. He couldn't change Gotham's environment, so he could only show a little kindness. On the way, he could still see the vehicles of the Street Demons gang racing past. However, this time it wasn't just the Gotham Police Department that was involved. The vigilantes of Gotham were also on the move. Just then, a vehicle sped by, and an arrow pierced through the driver's side window, striking the driver in the neck with precision. The vehicle instantly lost control and crashed into a newspaper stand on the street. Officers immediately got out of their cars and surrounded it. But the members of the Street Demons gang did not surrender. Instead, they continued to resist, leading to a gunfight. This was the true dream of a gunfight for 300 million people. Arrows were occasionally fired from above, taking out the hidden members of the Street Demons gang. And soon the officers gained the upper hand. At this point, the Street Demons gang considered surrendering, and the remaining members were all captured. Leon looked up, and the tall female hunter stood on a balcony, her long legs resting on the railing, striking a sniper pose. However, what she held was a crossbow. She noticed Leon's gaze and exchanged a brief glance with him. She was still quite curious about him. She had seen everything that happened in the warehouse that day, and it was clear that he was not human. However, Harley Quinn was protective of him and refused to divulge any information. Both she and Black Canary could tell that Harley was afraid they would steal her man. After all, this was Harley Quinn's only acknowledged true love. The two did not communicate further, and upon hearing a distant train whistle, the female hunter quickly moved on, weaving between the tall buildings. With a leap, she seemed to traverse mountains and rivers effortlessly. Over 8 meters tall in high heels, it was terrifying. At the Iceberg Club, on the second floor. Search, Novel Soul, Zayashuin. This article is free to read. Previously, the second floor of the Iceberg Club had not been utilized. But now Penguin Cobblepot felt that with more and more customers, relying solely on the first floor was insufficient. Therefore, he had the second floor renovated, preparing to move the bar upstairs for more space. Moreover, he had thoughtfully installed an elevator to the second floor. "This place is really nice," Penguin said one of his distinguished guests as Penguin showed him around. Hearing the guest refer to him as Penguin, he didn't mind. "Mr. Freeze, you've seen it, I'm quite wealthy," Penguin Cobblepot said. "As long as you help me with some work, I'll give you what you want." Mr. Freeze, dressed in high-tech, low-temperature armor with his head covered, looked formidable. He was one of Penguin's hired helpers, brought in to help him unify Gotham's underworld. "I'm not a criminal. I just want to make money," Mr. Freeze stated. Upon hearing this, Penguin chuckled and tapped his umbrella on the ground, saying, "In Gotham, how do you plan to make money? Don't tell me it's through research." Mr. Freeze replied without hesitation, "By making money through organized crime." Penguin laughed. "Isn't that the case? Batman won't let you off the hook. This guy is lenient with capitalists but strictly limits us. So what you do is no different in his eyes," Penguin continued. Mr. Freeze grew anxious. "I don't make money for enjoyment. I just want to treat my wife. I need money for experiments." I understand. Penguin took out a cigar to enjoy, exhaling a puff as he said, "But Batman won't understand you. He'll just lock you up in Arkham Asylum." Mr. Freeze fell silent. His real name was Victor Fries, originally a cryogenic scientist. He loved his wife Nora, who had a terminal illness, so he used high-tech devices to freeze her, pausing her life state while researching a cure. However, one day, the company funding his research chose to suspend their support due to profit issues, halting the experiments. Unwilling to accept this, Victor and the company clashed in the lab, resulting in a leak of cryogenic equipment. This incident changed his cellular structure, turning him into a cold-blooded being. In other words, he could only survive if his body temperature remained below 0 degrees. This was why he wore low-temperature armor. Like many others, he just wanted to make money in Gotham to continue his experiments to save his wife. But clearly, Batman would not agree. Because research like his was not valued by large corporations, making money through experiments was nearly impossible. Just like Poison Ivy, who was a botanist, how could she make money? Therefore, Mr. Freeze had to resort to organized crime to earn a living. It proved that choosing the right major in college was very important. Otherwise, like Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy, even with a diploma, they might still struggle to find a job. Mr. Freeze was persuaded by Penguin, asking, "What do you want me to do?" Penguin smiled, taking a puff of his cigar. "Now the old town is already in my pocket. The trash from the Street Demons gang has been dealt with. The Upper East Side is currently managed by 2 women. Take them down, but don't kill anyone," Penguin advised, as Leon was still working there, and causing a ruckus would be bad. Although he didn't think much of Harley Quinn, he always considered her just the Joker's sidekick. And now she was trying to make it on her own. How could he tolerate that? "I won't kill them," Mr. Freeze nodded, grabbing his laser freeze gun before leaving. "Frank, have you ever thought about quitting the gang?" In the bar on the first floor, Leon was drinking with Frank. His current job was quite leisurely. He just sat at the Iceberg Club, and usually no one dared to cause trouble, so the manager didn't need to take action. This was why Leon had chosen to stay. Although he was now wealthy, mingling with rich women like Kate Kane, he didn't feel like he was just living off others. "No," the big guy shook his head, looking somewhat naive. "What can Gotham people do if they don't join gangs? Don't you have any skills?" "Yes," Frank said proudly. "I can fight." Kids growing up in Gotham have to fight from a young age. It sounds like a living hell. Then your future is really bright. Leon said helplessly, Mr. Cobert is calling for you. At that moment, a waiter walked over. Leon finished his beer, let Frank continue drinking on his own, and then followed the waiter to the elevator. In the elevator, Victor Sauce happened to come out and glanced indifferently at Leon. Leon took the elevator and arrived at the second floor. Leon and the Penguin Mr. Copot were sitting in the beautifully decorated lobby. A stage was specially built for performances. The Penguin had a deep obsession with performances. Mr. Copot. Leon walked over. Please sit, said the Penguin. Is Harley Quinn still with you? Yes. Leon sat down and focused. Why did the conversation suddenly turn to Harley Quinn? If she hands over the Upper East Side to me, I can agree to all your conditions. The Penguin had made preparations on both fronts. In his view, it was also very important for Leon to get Harley Quinn to give up her territory. Upon hearing this, Leon was not swayed at all. He simply said, I cannot make that decision for her. He wouldn't let outsiders affect the harmony of his family, no matter how well the Penguin spoke. It was not as important as Harley Quinn's happiness. Harley Quinn had given him all the beauty, so Leon naturally couldn't hurt her feelings. You can't even make a woman submit to you? Penguin Cobblepot joked. Leon also laughed and then said, This is respect, Mr. Cobot. Just like he never called the Penguin Man respect. The Penguin Man nodded. Good. Then I'll take my leave, as there are still many things to do. Leon did not stay long and soon bid farewell. The Penguin looked at his back with a dark expression, wanting to take action countless times, but he held back. Sophia Falcone had high hopes for Leon and had asked him for people several times. Although he didn't know how Leon had attracted Sophia, he couldn't take action against him. First, it would sour his relationship with Sophia, and second, it might push Leon to her side. Although the two were collaborating now, complete trust was impossible. Was it because he was handsome? Or was he good in bed? The Penguin was baffled. It seemed that Sophia was solely focused on Leon. It wasn't April Fool's Day or Halloween. What kind of cosplay was going on? Harley Quinn looked at the unexpected guest in front of her, holding a baseball bat, and asked. The Freeze Man held a laser freeze gun and remained unfazed by Harley Quinn's mockery. So you're Harley Quinn? Damn. Is there still someone who doesn't recognize me? This question annoyed Harley Quinn. She flipped her pigtails, stood up from her chair, and prepared to give the Freeze Man a good show. I've heard of you. You're just a Joker's sidekick. This statement completely enraged Harley Quinn. She widened her Caspian eyes and exclaimed, Have you frozen your brain? Or are you suffocating in there? The Joker isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Besides, I've been out on my own for a long time. The Freeze Man nodded in response. Then it is you. Hand over the Upper East Side. Haha. Harley Quinn laughed. So you're a lunatic. Kill him. Since taking over the Upper East Side, many had come to provoke her. So the Joker's girl wasn't angry. Really not angry. She just couldn't control her urge to smash things. She raised her baseball bat, ready to smash it towards the Freeze Man. As a result, she saw the Freeze Man raise his laser freeze gun, and instantly, all her little minions were frozen. Zzz. The laser freeze gun had created ice, turning people into ice sculptures in an instant. My God, Harley Quinn was dumbfounded. Where did this freak come from? Just a few shots, and all her minions were frozen. I say it again, leave the Upper East Side. The Freeze Man coldly looked at Harley Quinn. He was a true cold-blooded creature. Of course, he wasn't ruthless, but rather calm, stable, and collected like a block of ice. Taken to the extreme, it also meant indifference to life. So he repeatedly reminded the Joker's girl to leave. Then, without hesitation, turned people into ice sculptures. To him, life was meaningless. Only freezing could make things eternal. Harley Quinn gritted her teeth, not backing down, but filled with fighting spirit. As long as she didn't get hit by a strange gun, she would be fine. So, Harley Quinn immediately began parkour here. You wish. The Freeze Man didn't hesitate and aimed his gun at her figure. Bang! Anything hit would turn into an ice sculpture. Harley Quinn became increasingly alarmed. Seeing a shot from the freeze gun come her way, she immediately dropped to the ground. The pool table blocked her, but the entire table turned into an ice sculpture. Then, the Freeze Man fired another shot at the ground. Bang! The entire ground was frozen. However, this inadvertently helped Harley Quinn. Idiot, don't you know I'm a skating expert? Harley Quinn's speed on the ice instantly increased, and she began to circle around the Freeze Man. She dodged 3 consecutive shots. Seeing this, Harley Quinn's confidence soared. She jumped into the air, and her baseball bat came down like she was smashing moles. Die, you bastard! Harley Quinn's expression was lively, laughing as if she could see the Freeze Man being smashed to pieces. Then bang! The Freeze Man shot at her in midair, and her whole body instantly turned into an ice block, crashing down to the ground. Harley Quinn still maintained the pose of raising the baseball bat, looking incredibly comical, with a rich expression. If an ordinary person saw such a beauty being frozen, they would definitely take advantage of the situation. But the freeze man just glanced at her. He was already taken, and then he left. The mission was complete. He had already found out that there was only Harley Quinn left in the Upper East Side. The other one, named Black Canary, had voluntarily given her territory to her. Inside the ice sculpture, Harley Quinn felt her consciousness growing weaker. She couldn't even move her eyes. Am I going to die? Harley Quinn felt an inexplicable panic. She hadn't lived enough. She still wanted to go on with Leon. Leon, save me. The first person she thought of was Leon. In her heart, there was only his shadow. Then there was Kara and Siri. These people seemed to be the most important in her life. As for the Joker, she had long forgotten what he looked like. For Harley Quinn, he was just a disaster that caused her to lose her job as a psychologist and made her unable to return to being an ordinary person. Kara, I can't be your godmother anymore. In the room, Kara was turning off the lights and getting ready for bed. She was wearing a Barbie nightgown, looking entirely cute. At the corner of the bed, on the table, and in the corners were Barbie dolls. The Barbie dolls she bought last time at the mall had all been divided among the 3 goddaughters. The bookshelf in the room didn't contain a single serious book. It was all comics. There was no way around it. Kate Kane didn't treat money as money, so they could only accept it with a smile. Now Kara didn't have to worry about not having anything to read. She had just been reading comics until now, and it was getting late. Fortunately, she was a Kryptonian. Even if she didn't sleep, it didn't matter, but she had developed a habit. She lay down on her pillow when suddenly a voice came to her ears. Kara. The moment Kara closed her eyes, she instantly opened her bright eyes, which were very clear even in the dark. The darkness naturally didn't affect her. Who? Kara felt that the voice came from deep within her heart, so she quickly activated her super hearing. Kryptonians have a special concern ability. Only those who have a very deep relationship with them will automatically sense when they are in danger. For example, Superman's wife Lois Lane had been thrown off rooftops countless times just to make Superman show up. Because whenever there was danger, Superman would know no matter where he was. It was the same now. Harley Quinn? She's in danger. Kara didn't hesitate and immediately got up. She sensed that Harley Quinn was in danger. Although she usually didn't like her as a godmother, Kara wouldn't ignore it. Deep down, she didn't actually dislike her that much. Moreover, people are creatures of habit. After spending time together, she had also gotten used to this crazy woman. Kara opened the window and then realized something was wrong. She was still in her pajamas. Fortunately, she had already prepared her battle suit. It was different from the version she had shown to her godfather, with all the necessary elements added. In an instant, Kara transformed into a whirlwind, and just like that, her pajamas changed into Supergirl's battle suit, with the S symbol prominently displayed on her chest. In the next moment, she flew out of the window. Even though it was a high floor, she didn't forget to close the window. Good habit. Boom. Like a sonic boom. Kara soared through Gotham's night sky. She reached the sky, activated her supervision, and scanned below. No building could obstruct her sight. It was like playing a game with X-ray vision, a completely transparent world. Her ears activated super hearing, and countless chaotic sounds flooded her mind. If it were before, she would have been overwhelmed and collapsed. But now, her super brain began to categorize all the sounds and identify the one she needed. This allowed the Kryptonian to find what she wanted in the vast crowd. The special concern was like a forced prompt that couldn't be filtered out. Because it was her first time doing the find someone task, it took her 2 seconds to locate Harley Quinn. When she saw Harley, she immediately flew towards the Upper East Side. Kara pushed her speed to the limit. In such a small place as Gotham, she arrived in an instant. She flew through the window and saw the inside transformed into a frozen world. Kara opened her mouth and quickly shut it. If another breath of frost came, there would be no saving that person. She quickly found Harley Quinn, who was frozen in a strange position, looking quite comical. Sensing that Harley was still alive, Kara felt more at ease. She first took out her phone to take a picture from memory, and then she picked up the ice block. The freeze from the freeze man wouldn't take Harley's life. It just slowed down her life activities, and she could even survive in that frozen state. But living like an ice block was no different from being dead. Kara didn't dare to act recklessly. She knocked on the ice block and found it very solid. So she simply used her heat vision. She controlled the temperature, her eyes instantly turning bright red. Zing! The intense heat from her vision immediately began to melt the ice block. Soon, Harley's head was exposed. She took a deep breath, feeling completely frozen. An indescribable, bone-chilling cold. When she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar little face staring at her, with the heat vision that once chilled the black mask directed at her. Kara, you're trying to murder me. Harley Quinn screamed in fright. The night when the black mask was scorched was still vivid in her memory. Shut up. Kara stopped, feeling exasperated. This woman wanted to be more than just a godmother. She wanted to be a real mom. Harley Quinn quickly realized that Kara was saving her. So she weakly said, "Can you free my arm first?" Fortunately, Kara wasn't really angry. She sped up and melted the ice block around Harley's body. The melted water still radiated warmth, raising the temperature in the room, and other ice blocks began to gradually thaw. Harley Quinn waved a baseball bat. "Where's that bastard?" "I don't know." "Kara, let's go teach him a lesson. With you around, there won't be any accidents." Harley Quinn was a woman who held grudges, immediately wanting to retaliate. "That's your problem. I'm leaving." Kara remembered her godfather's words, and she didn't want to deal with Harley Quinn's gang issues. She was disgusted enough. Hey, Harley Quinn could only watch her fly away. When will I be able to fly too? She envied, looking at her frozen minions. Phew. After blowing her bangs, Harley Quinn felt the urge to smash something. Not hitting the freeze man earlier had made it hard for her to control herself. Bang, bang. She raised her baseball bat and swung it at the frozen minions, shattering the ice block instantly. Fortunately, they hadn't turned to fragments along with the ice. Phew. Now that felt better. After a flurry of smashing, Harley Quinn finally felt satisfied. That guy in a ridiculous costume, you better watch out. She took out her phone and quickly contacted her sisters. She needed to rely on the birds of prey. "Girls, I've been bullied." Time slowly passed. Leon discovered that Harley Quinn hadn't gone out at night for a while, mumbling something like "the enemy is in the light. I am in the dark." She expressed her anger, stating that just a short time of not showing up had led all her little minions to betray her. Indeed, there was no loyalty in Gotham. Soon, Leon realized that it must have been the Penguin who took action. The territory that Harley Quinn had worked so hard to secure had been taken over by the Penguin, Cobblepot. Leon asked, "What do you have in mind?" In his view, Harley Quinn was clearly not someone who would give up easily. Sure enough, Harley Quinn confidently replied, "I'm going to pull out the Penguin's dog teeth. That damn Mr. Freeze has him frozen, so I decided to take a step back to move forward. I've already found that COS Fanatic's hideout. Once I get my stuff, I'll take care of him." Harley Quinn had a fierce look on her face. If it weren't for Kara saving her that night, she would probably still be an ice sculpture. To be honest, Leon really wanted to see a Harley Quinn-style ice sculpture. "What about the Penguin?" Leon asked. Although the Penguin gave him a job when they were at their lowest, if Harley Quinn really fought the Penguin, Leon would naturally help his woman. "Don't worry. He was doomed." Harley Quinn clearly had a trick up her sleeve, and she looked at Leon and said, "Darling, how about I give you a gift later?" "Little huh? I haven't given you anything yet." Leon said a bit sheepishly, "You're the best gift." Harley Quinn excitedly opened her eyes wide as she looked at Leon, and naturally gave himself to her. Shortly after this outing, he also didn't forget to prepare a gift for Harley Quinn. He was a bit conventional and bought a bouquet of roses. Then, he prepared some things because Kara and her friends were going on summer vacation. Middle school students in America have it relatively easy, as summer vacation lasts almost 3 months, between 10 to 11 weeks. Kara and her friends would be off from early June to early September. Like many fathers, Lewin couldn't help but feel that his daughter hadn't been in school long enough before she was already going on vacation. Meanwhile, Kara and her friends were extremely excited. They had previously agreed to leave Gotham and go to Metropolis for fun during the summer break. Although Metropolis was not far from Gotham, it was akin to the relationship between New Jersey and New York. They were neighbors, yet New Yorkers often viewed New Jerseyans as country folk. Despite being only a bridge apart, New York was seen as superior, while New Jersey was considered poorer. Gotham and Metropolis had a bit of this trend as well. After all, Gotham was known as the city of crime. "Darling, I love it so much. Although it was just flowers." Harley Quinn was thrilled and pulled Lou north to close the door. According to her, it would never get old. That night, at Arkham Asylum, Commissioner Gordon turned on the bat signal, and before long, he heard a sound behind him. Without needing to turn around, he knew Batman had arrived. "What's going on?" Batman asked in a deep voice. "Amanda Waller is here. She wants to take Bane," James Gordon said, somewhat headache-stricken. After all, Amanda Waller was a high-ranking member of the Eye of Heaven and a spokesperson for the American government, responsible for handling superhuman affairs. Clearly, she had set her sights on Bane this time. As long as she labeled Bane as a superhuman, even the Gotham Police Department wouldn't be able to stop her. After all, the two sides were not on the same level. Batman naturally knew Amanda Waller, and she had always been wary of him. Amanda Waller was a staunch patriot, believing that superheroes posed a potential threat to the country. Even with a human hero like Batman, she felt distrustful. In fact, the Gotham Police Department initially didn't like Batman, thinking he was abusing vigilante justice. It was only later that they learned of Batman's no-kill principle and accepted him. Commissioner Gordon took the lead in cooperating. "I'll go see her," Batman said in a deep voice, following Commissioner Gordon into Arkham Asylum. Arkham Asylum, formerly known as Elizabeth Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane, is located in the waters between Coventry and Burley, on the outskirts of Gotham City. It can be considered Gotham's center for abnormal human research. People with mental illnesses are generally sent here. Previous inmates like the Joker and Bane have been captured here. Bane was originally going to be sent to Blackgate Prison, but Batman used some authority to have him confined to Arkham instead. In fact, the full name indicates that the founder of Arkham Asylum, Dr. Amadeus Arkham, named the place after his mother. Due to a medical accident, Dr. Arkham's wife and daughter were brutally murdered by the asylum's inmates, making the place increasingly harsh and heavily guarded. It resembled a real prison, with all criminals locked behind iron gates, and the guards at Arkham Asylum were fully armed. Before becoming Harley Quinn, Harleen Quinzel was a psychiatrist here. Batman followed Commissioner Gordon to the monitoring room, where a somewhat overweight black woman was waiting inside. Batman entered alone, not letting Commissioner Gordon follow. Batman, Amanda Waller didn't turn around. Hearing the heavy footsteps, she knew he was wearing armor. Of course, Batman did not hide his voice. "Why do you want to take Bane?" "I have a plan that requires someone strong, but not very smart," Amanda Waller said casually. Batman wasn't interested in her plan and replied, "Give me a reason to let you take him." Upon hearing this, Amanda Waller laughed. "I don't need to give you a reason. You do. Otherwise, you won't be able to deal with Bane," Batman said with deep meaning. Amanda Waller finally turned to look at Batman and noticed that his armor was different from before. Who is wealthy enough to afford this? She could tell that Batman was not pretending and said, "That alien girl, I can disregard her if you trade her for Bane." This made Batman pause for a moment. Indeed, the Eye of Heaven had always known about Kara Zor-El. They just hadn't acted in Gotham. On the surface, Wayne Enterprises was involved, while Batman operated in the shadows. Just like now, Amanda Waller needed Batman's consent to take Bane. Otherwise, her people wouldn't be able to take him away. "I agree," Batman spoke up. "It's better for Kara to stay in Gotham than to be taken by the Eye of Heaven." Batman had immense distrust of these higher-ups. Once this deal was done, Kara would be safe. No one would care about her being an alien as long as she didn't cause trouble. With the deal reached, Amanda Waller immediately asked, "What are you worried about with Bane?" "The previous dosage is ineffective for him. He's using a new drug," Batman replied confidently. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Bane, who was being transported, suddenly moved. Bang! Bane used brute force to break the iron shackles binding his hands and feet, knocking aside the guards with 2 punches. Even though he had nothing, and the guards were fully armed, they were no match for him. Amanda Waller was indeed a bit flustered. "Batman, I need your help." Batman didn't care and moved. These people only needed you when they found you useful. That's why Batman disliked them. He protected Gotham in his own way. Soon, Batman appeared in front of Bane. "Batman." Bane growled. He was now relying purely on his strength without any injected drugs, and he clearly wouldn't be Batman's opponent. But he wasn't flustered. "Bane, surrender," Batman said, sensing something and feeling a bit surprised. Bane laughed. "The game has begun." Just then, a woman's voice came over the intercom of Arkham Asylum. "Batman, you finally appeared." All the imprisoned criminals perked up upon hearing this voice and began to shout wildly. "Batman, say hello to your fans." The criminals all rushed to the cage, and even from a distance, their voices could be heard. Batman frowned, immediately sensing the gravity of the situation. In Arkham Asylum, the most popular person was undoubtedly Batman. The management of Arkham welcomed him because without Batman, the asylum would surely not be full and might even incur losses. It should be noted that the prisons here are all private. Since they are private, they need to be profitable. Batman is essentially their cash cow. For the criminals, they welcomed Batman even more. If it weren't for Batman, most of them wouldn't be locked up here, suffering torment. Therefore, they were all super fans of Batman, eager to have friendly close interactions and exchanges with him. Everyone wanted to rip Batman's head off and use it as a ball to kick. Thus, when Batman appeared, a carnival broke out. Batman also analyzed who the owner of that voice was. "Sophia Falcone, what are you doing here?" Moreover, Sophia not only appeared in Arkham Asylum, but seemed to have control over most of it, and this had not been detected by the Gotham police. "Ha ha!" Sophia laughed. "Batman, have you forgotten who built Arkham Asylum?" Batman was startled by this question. In Gotham, all buildings are projects, and every piece of land is also a development project. Since it's a project, it needs to make money. At that moment, Batman suddenly remembered that the Arkham Asylum project was contracted by the Falcone family. Arkham Asylum was rebuilt when he was a child. The timing coincided with the incident involving Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne. Before that, this piece of land was owned by Wayne Enterprises. But after the incident with the Waynes, Wayne Enterprises actually sold this land to Carmine Falcone. Bruce Wayne was still a child at that time, and even he sensed something was wrong. How could they sell the land to a mob family like the Falcones? However, the board at that time did not heed the concerns of young Bruce Wayne. Looking back now, Batman felt there was a significant problem. Of course, this problem was not important. What mattered was the present. The Falcone family had indeed left a backup plan in Arkham Asylum. Sophia, what do you want to do? Batman immediately asked in a deep voice. I don't want to do anything. Just let your fans play games with you. Sophia Falcone laughed and then pressed a button. Buzz, buzz. Beep, beep, beep. The entire Arkham Asylum suddenly sounded an alarm. All the locked iron doors were opened in succession, and the criminals imprisoned in Arkham Asylum immediately rioted. It should be noted that the criminals held here are the most dangerous. Once they are all released, Gotham will be finished. Therefore, Batman quickly took action to deal with Bane, then dialed Commissioner Gordon's communication. Without new drugs, Bane was naturally no match for Batman. As soon as they engaged, Bane fell into a disadvantage, only able to take hits. Batman, this is unfair. You're wearing armor. If you're a man, give me my equipment. Bane shouted, but Batman ignored him and quickly knocked him down. At this time, the monitoring room was also in chaos. Amanda Waller did not expect to encounter such a huge surprise as soon as she arrived in Gotham. Commissioner Gordon was even more helpless. Batman, what do we do now? First, seal off Arkham Asylum. You all find a way to organize manpower to get out. Batman said calmly. In the monitoring room, the large fan meeting had already begun. Batman's fans were enthusiastically greeting him, all rushing towards him. This scene was like that of Superstar. Even with bodyguards, they could not stop the throngs of people, let alone without bodyguards. The number of guards in Arkham Asylum was few and completely unable to contend with these crazed criminals who were already being beaten back. Batman could only deal with the situation while communicating with Commissioner Gordon. What are you going to do? Commissioner Gordon asked with some concern. Don't worry about me. They're not my opponents. Batman replied calmly. He opened up the crowd and then used his grappling hook to fly into the ventilation duct. He disappeared from the monitors. Seeing this, Commissioner Gordon breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Batman would be caught like this. That would mean the end for Gotham. Arkham Asylum is more terrifying than any other place because across Gotham, criminals are scattered. Only in Arkham Asylum are the criminals concentrated. Moreover, because Batman had previously sent many talents in here, it also held the Joker, Scarecrow, and others besides Bane. As Batman disappeared, the fans calmed down and began to rescue the criminals. With a leader, the criminals became even more different. All right, I'll go out immediately. In fact, without Batman saying so, Amanda Waller was already preparing to escape. Take me with you. Commissioner Gordon was somewhat displeased with Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller said, this is your own business in Gotham. The power of the Eye of Heaven is not here. In other words, she didn't want to get involved. This infuriated Commissioner Gordon. But this was the normal situation. He couldn't say much. The group quickly escaped to the rooftop of Arkham Asylum, where an armed helicopter was preparing to take off, which was the power of the Eye of Heaven. However, in such a riot, an armed helicopter was of no use at all. That's why Amanda Waller was quick to run away. Fortunately, the riot in the asylum had not yet completely spiraled out of control, so they safely boarded the helicopter. Once inside the armed helicopter, Commissioner Gordon immediately began contacting the Gotham police. Damn, the signal has been cut off. Commissioner Gordon then realized that the plan was intricately linked. The other side might have been plotting for a long time, just waiting for Batman to appear. We need to leave quickly. Amanda Waller spoke. We can take you to the Gotham police station. Okay. Commissioner Gordon did not refuse. In fact, Amanda Waller was not foolish. If she ignored Commissioner Gordon, Gotham would probably really fall. At this point, crazed criminals had already rushed out of Arkham Asylum, running towards the outside along the three bridges. Once these criminals returned to Gotham, it would mean the initiation of a gun battle dream involving millions of people. But unfortunately, he should have controlled the police and first sealed off Arkham Asylum. But now the signal was cut off. On the ground, Sophia Falcone watched the helicopter fly away, stopping her crazed subordinates from trying to shoot it down. That is military. Sophia didn't know about the Eye of Heaven, but just looking at the armed helicopter made her realize it was no simple matter. They were only after profit, not madness. It's fine to provoke the police, but never mess with the military. Let them go. How's the situation in the asylum? She casually asked. Next to her were the kidnapped asylum director and a group of people. The Arkham Asylum, built by the Falcone family, naturally had its own routes. The Joker and Scarecrow were already let loose. Members of the family whispered immediately. Sophia Falcone smiled slightly. Then let them play with Batman, just don't let them out. Once most of the people have left, isolate Arkham, install explosives on the bridge, and don't let anyone get close. Understood. The family members looked at Sophia Falcone with admiration. Not only was she beautiful and ruthless, but she was also so strategic. She had completely conquered the other factions within the family. Now, Sophia Falcone was just like Carmine Falcone back then. The entire Falcone family was already under her control. Her brothers all listened to her, and the elders of the family had all been dealt with by her. Batman, I hope you enjoy this game. The armed helicopter finally flew to the Gotham Police Department, located in the southern part of Gotham. Commissioner Gordon didn't even wait for the helicopter to land before jumping down and rushing into the police station. At this moment, the entire police station was in chaos. Officer Judy immediately came over and said, "Commissioner, you're finally back. Gotham is in complete disorder." What happened? Commissioner Gordon held back his breath and asked, "There are reports coming in from everywhere. Our police force is overwhelmed. Everyone who can respond has gone out. And they're all Penguin S men and members of the Falcone family, as well as those from the asylum," Judy hurriedly said. Hearing this, Commissioner Gordon suddenly recalled the important matter. He instantly understood that this was the Falcone family's conspiracy. They were using Arkham Asylum to trap Batman, and then causing chaos everywhere to leave the police force unable to guard against them. In this way, Gotham would belong to the Penguin and the Falcone family. They were aiming to overturn everything. Forget about them for now. Gather all forces and head to Arkham Asylum. Commissioner Gordon decided to rescue Arkham Asylum first. There were too many criminals there. If they all escaped, Gotham would be doomed. Moreover, Batman must be saved. Judy confirmed. "Commissioner, do we really have to do this? What about the complaint calls?" "Forget the complaint calls. Let us take care of Arkham Asylum first," Commissioner Gordon said with determination. Thus, the Gotham Police Department found its direction. All police forces outside began to gather, and then Commissioner Gordon led a team out, heading straight for Arkham Asylum. As for Amanda Waller, her helicopter took off immediately. She needed to mobilize the military to prevent Gotham's criminals from escaping outside. Arkham Asylum is Gotham's prison. From the outside, how is Gotham not a large prison? This is why some say Gotham is a city where once you come, you can't leave. In Gotham, all criminals have their records on file. They can survive there, but once they leave Gotham, they will be arrested in a very short time. For some reason, there were very few people at the Iceberg Lounge today, and none of the Penguin's people showed up. Leon sat here idly, drinking and watching the guests still reveling. He had specially invited a dancer to perform on stage. Wasn't this much better than the retro performances that the Penguin Man liked? No matter when sensuality is the primary productivity. The waitresses dressed as bunny girls weaved through the crowd, occasionally getting groped by guests or having cash stuffed into their deep cleavage. This brought smiles to their faces. The service industry relies on tips to survive, and the wages are actually very low, but at the Iceberg Club, they can earn a lot in tips. On a good night, they could bring in hundreds of dollars in tips. Buzz. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. He picked it up to see that it was Kate Kane calling. Just thinking about the red-haired beauty made his heart race. Since Harley Quinn was at home, he could only meet Kate outside. "Hey, where are you?" Leon thought she wanted to meet, so he asked first. Something happened, but he clearly thought wrong. Kate Kane was riding her motorcycle, speeding, playing the role of Batwoman, with no time to meet him. What happened? There's been a riot at Arkham Asylum. What's going on? Leon was somewhat surprised. There's a saying that goes well. Gotham City has simple folk, and Arkham produces talents. This shows the gold content of Arkham in Gotham. There are truly talents everywhere, who not only speak well, but also know how to fight. Who can control the riots at Arkham Asylum? You'll know if you come out and see for yourself. Upon hearing Kate's words, Leon quickly pushed open the door of the Iceberg Lounge. It must be said that the soundproofing of the Iceberg Lounge is excellent, as if it separates this world into two realms. Outside, the lights were already bright, and inside, it was also brightly lit. Leon looked at the distant street. It was really on fire. Someone was setting fire in Gotham, and in just this moment, his ears were filled with the sounds of gunfire. Boom! Who's firing an RPG? Are they crazy? Where's Batman? Isn't Batman going to do anything? Leon immediately asked on the phone. Batman is trapped in the asylum. Kate Kane said helplessly. Does he need to be trapped? Batman is really unreliable. Leon complained. Since that's the case, I'm hanging up first. Kate, be careful. Dear Kate, Kane wanted to say something more, but then she heard a beeping sound in her earpiece. Man, this made her furious, and she twisted the throttle wildly. crashing into a troublesome criminal ahead. Batman never kills, but Batgirl does. As she crashed into him, she muttered to herself, "Men are really unreliable. Women understand women better." She wanted to ask Leon for help, but who would have thought that this annoying man wouldn't even let her finish speaking before hanging up? Leon hung up the phone and quickly called his goddaughter. When it comes to affection, nothing is closer than a goddaughter. After such a long time relying on each other, they're not just family, but even closer than family. The phone rang for a while before Carla picked up. "Carla, what are you doing?" Leon felt a bit anxious when he saw that his goddaughter took so long to answer the phone. "Godfather, I just got out of the shower." Carla's voice came through. "Really? Why do I hear wind? It's so loud." I'm on the balcony enjoying the breeze." In the sky, Carla floated in the air, her cloak fluttering violently in the strong wind. Hearing her godfather's words, she quickly covered the phone with one hand. Women are naturally good at deception. As the old saying goes, the prettier the woman, the better she can deceive. Carla, looking like a blonde doll, was no exception. Leon didn't expect his student to deceive him, but of course, the main thing was that Kara wouldn't be in danger. So he reassured her, saying, "Gotham is very chaotic right now, and as an older sister, you must protect S.She, okay?" "Got it, but what about our godmother, Rachel?" Kara thought of her good friend. Hearing this, Leon replied, "I'll go protect Rachel, but you must keep an eye on S.She. But godmother." Kara wanted to say that she could also do something for Gotham. "No buts, S.She is more important." Leon interrupted her without hesitation. He was not a saint, naturally. He had his own preferences. In his heart, Kara and S.She were always the two most important people, followed by others. "All right." Kara hung up the phone with a hint of sadness. Inside her, there was some confusion. She stood high above, overlooking a city that had completely fallen into sin. How did Gotham become like this? No. S.She was jolted awake by a nightmare, the sound of a massive explosion ringing in her ears. She trembled as she opened the blanket, leaving the bedside to see a chaotic Gotham. It was clearly night, but flames on the streets seemed to reach the sky, bringing light. Without Batman, without police, Gotham had plunged into a sea of crime. The memories of her escape seemed to resurface vividly. The Gotham trapped in sin seemed to overlap with the war-torn Sintra of the past. Murder, arson, destruction, escape. Evil smiles filled her vision. Everyone seemed to have lost their sanity, descending into madness. Sintra back then was just like this. S.She felt as if she had returned to that time. Fragmented memories kept surfacing, becoming her nightmare. Her small body shook continuously, feeling an overwhelming chill, sinking into darkness. She hurriedly turned on the light and crawled into bed. However, the warmth of the blanket that had never been used in Sintra brought no comfort at all. S.She felt she was on the verge of collapse. Just like during her escape, an inexplicable power began to manifest within her. Yet, she was still unaware of it, lost in fear. After all, she was just a child in her teens, and her mindset quickly unraveled. "Godfather, you promised you wouldn't leave me." Woo-woo. The crybaby's eyes turned red immediately. "Godfather, sister, where are you?" S.She shouted in the room, but there was no response from Kara. In midair, Kara, tangled in her thoughts, heard S.She's call. She immediately stopped hesitating and hurried home. Nothing was more important than S.She. At that moment, she felt her heart. Just like Spider-Man, superheroes must also make choices between family and criminals. At that moment, Kara faced her first choice and quickly made a decision. Under Leon's guidance, family was incredibly important. Naturally, it came first. Therefore, although her heart was in turmoil, Kara still returned. S.She. Outside the window, Kara knocked on the glass. "Don't come over." S.She buried her head in the blanket, causing Kara to feel a wave of heartache and helplessness. S.She. Kara could only send her voice inside. Hearing Kara's voice, S.She was momentarily stunned, and a tear-streaked little face peeked out from the blanket. "Sister." Little S.She beamed with joy. Kara, soaring outside the window, looked magnificent against the backdrop of flames, her golden hair and gentle smile radiating warmth and reassurance. "Sister." Woo-woo. S.She quickly opened the window, and Kara flew in. The two little ones embraced and began to cry together. Seeing S.She cry, Kara followed suit. "I won't leave you anymore," Kara whispered, understanding the depth of the Godfather's meaning. After hanging up the phone, Leon signaled Penguin's men to keep an eye on the Iceberg Club, surrounding it tightly. The Iceberg Club had a big reputation. Even if people were foolish, they would not attack it. After working there for a long time, Leon had developed feelings for the Iceberg Club. Moreover, the Iceberg Club was extremely famous throughout Gotham. Leon thought about Kara's request, and he was also very optimistic about Rachel, so he naturally needed to take care of her. He held his phone and dialed a number. Then he quickened his pace. On the street, the crazed criminals didn't even notice him. They only felt a strong wind pass by. Beep beep, the call connected, and a maniacal laughter came through. Ha 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 ha. Harley Quinn seemed very happy. She was already of a crazy nature, and this situation seemed to suit her perfectly. Harley, what are you doing? Leon shouted at his phone. I'm getting ready to join a party, darling. Harley Quinn's voice came through a few seconds later, and Leon could sense she was speeding. Don't go crazy. Where's your suicidal squad? Leon shouted, not here. Harley Quinn immediately replied, honey, don't you think this situation is cool? No one is in charge. This is what they want. Democratic freedom. Crazy lady. Leon complained, be careful. Got it, dear. I'm at a cosplay party. Harley Quinn quickly replied. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Black Canary and Huntress in the car. The two women were looking outside with headaches. Hey, shouldn't we save Gotham first? We planned this party for so long. How can we give up? Besides, now is the perfect time. Harley Quinn immediately said, don't worry, Gotham has Batman. Hearing this, the two women felt a little more at ease. Harley Quinn smiled inwardly and said, let's show that cosplay fanatic our power. And the Penguin. After we deal with the cosplay fanatic, we'll go find him. The Three Gates Bridge. This is the bridge connecting Arkham Asylum from three directions. Arkham Asylum is located on the outskirts of Gotham City and can be considered an isolated island. Because of this structure, once something happens at Arkham Asylum, Gotham can cut off the bridge to prevent criminals inside the asylum from escaping. All the forces of the Gotham Police Department were mobilized by Commissioner Gordon. After a fierce gunfight, the Gotham Police, relying on stronger firepower and better weapons, finally pushed back the criminals trying to break out. However, they were ultimately late, and some criminals had already entered the Gotham City area to loot and vandalize. As a result, Commissioner Gordon was under great pressure after regaining control of the bridge. He dared to disperse police forces to handle reports. In short, it seemed that no one in Gotham would be able to sleep tonight. However, at this moment, the Gotham Police had already stopped here, not daring to advance further into Arkham Asylum. Commissioner, we've detected that they really placed explosives on the bridge. A police officer rushed to report to Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Gordon was furious, wondering who had placed explosives on the bridge. Jim, how's it going? I wasn't lying to you, right? The Joker's voice suddenly came through the intercom. As long as your people take one step forward, boom, I'll blow everyone to the sky. Now, no one can approach Arkham Asylum. I want to have some fun with Batman. Hearing such arrogant words from the Joker, Commissioner Gordon's face turned pale. He could only hope that Batman could face and even defeat these super criminals alone. If it were a one-on-one fight, Commissioner Gordon had no doubt Batman would win. After all, most of the criminals here were sent in by Batman. But now, all the fans inside Arkham Asylum were having a wild time. Inside Arkham Asylum, Batman faced so many enemies without forcing his way in. Instead, he cleverly chose to evade. He got an update on the situation outside from Alfred, and the network was very stable. No other reason, Wayne Enterprises had also launched its own rockets. In Gotham, no one could cut off his communications. Mr. Wayne, the situation in Gotham is very bad. Batgirl, Nightwing, and Robin are all deployed. At this moment, Batman was crouched inside a ventilation duct, observing below through a small opening. Although some criminals had escaped from Arkham Asylum, many more were forced back. These criminals began to revel in the asylum. Batman found the scene a bit troublesome, but as the superstar of the asylum, he naturally decided to deal with his fans first. This all had to do with the Falcone family and the Penguin. I'll teach them a lesson when I get out. Batman was already angry. He had to lock the Penguin up in Arkham Asylum. Alfred, send me a map of the asylum. Okay, Mr. Wayne. Alfred quickly sent it over. After looking at the map, Batman immediately made a decision. He crawled through the ventilation ducts like Spider-Man without any discomfort. Strong people never complain about their environment. Batman's stealth attack skills were powerful. He jumped down from the vent, instantly knocking someone out, then used his grappling hook to enter the ventilation duct again. After doing this a few times, the criminals immediately realized they had to stick together. Once they huddled together, Batman found it difficult to continue attacking. Moreover, he also noticed that these criminals had subtly fallen under the Joker's control. The Joker was very skilled at manipulating people's hearts, and with just a few words, he could send them charging forward. The once naive Harley Quinn had been tricked into becoming Harley Quinn and could no longer return to being a normal person. Thus, Batman found the electrical box and started to recklessly destroy it. Buzz! As Batman damaged the electrical box, many areas of the brightly lit Arkham Asylum suddenly plunged into darkness. The criminals were afraid of the dark, but Batman was not. In fact, it made it easier for him to instill fear. However, this also made the Joker realize he had to send someone to protect the remaining circuits. What he needed to do couldn't be done without electricity. When Batman continued to destroy the electrical boxes as per his usual tactics, he encountered an ambush of over a dozen criminals. However, Batman had anticipated this. He had been fighting for so long, but felt no fatigue. Instead, he was addicted to the fight. His combat skills were a culmination of mastery. Reaching the peak of human ability, ordinary criminals were knocked out by him with just a few punches. But at that moment, suddenly someone jumped from behind and grabbed him. Batman immediately tried to throw him over his shoulder, but he was first covered on the nose. "Batman, you always use my fear toxin. Try my new formulation. I guarantee you'll love it." Batman inhaled the toxin, but it didn't take effect immediately. He pulled the person in front of him, only to see a long-limbed figure wearing a terrifying scarecrow mask. It was Scarecrow, who had been locked up here before. Because of this, Batman had an unlimited supply of fear toxin. However, Scarecrow was also clever. He had been secretly researching new fear toxins and was now using them on Batman. It's important to note that even Batman could not be immune to fear toxins. Now, inside Arkham Asylum, there was only one person who could be immune to the fear toxin. That was the Joker. Hence, Scarecrow followed the Joker's orders. His real name was Jonathan Crane, originally a university psychology professor. This identity was exactly what the Joker loved most. The Joker was best at playing with psychology, and Scarecrow was no match for him. Batman succumbed to fear. The Scarecrow shouted triumphantly, only to be met with Batman's iron fist. Batman first received the farmer's 3 punches, and then felt a bit dizzy. The Scarecrow was almost knocked out by these 3 punches, collapsing onto the ground. But he also knew that the fear gas was taking effect. Meanwhile, dozens of Batman's fans rushed in from the nearby alley. Batman's eyes turned blood red to him. These fans were no longer human. They were a group of skeletons. Gotham's Old Town. This used to be the territory of the Street Demons gang, but it has now been taken over by the Penguin's men. The Penguin now controls the Old Town, Diamond District, Fashion District, and Upper East Side, having occupied a significant portion of Gotham. Without Batman, he might truly become Gotham's underground godfather one day. Rachel and her foster mother live in the Old Town. Her foster mother wasn't as fortunate as Leon, who was able to work at the Iceberg Lounge. She could only find a very ordinary job that didn't pay much. Even with funding from Wayne Enterprises, they could only rent a place in the Old Town. It was an old detached house. Leon had previously come to pick up Rachel, so he was familiar with the area. Although this standalone house was larger than where Leon currently lived, it was much cheaper. In Gotham, the key to rental prices is location, not the size of the house. It's similar to Detroit, where there are many $1 mansions, yet no one buys them. After all, one's life is more important than a house. This is even more true in Gotham, where areas with poor public safety are more prone to crime. That's why Leon chose to live in a bustling place like Diamond District. Even if there are gangs, they tend to follow rules. As long as you pay $20 or $50, you're unlikely to lose your life. In contrast, the Old Town, while still under the Penguin's territory, has become chaotic. The Penguin himself seemed to have disappeared, leaving the territory even more unregulated. Moreover, the chaos was caused not only by those who escaped from Arkham Asylum, but also by those who were already out there. It's like every time there's a $0 purchase event, a bunch of people join in. Not all the bad guys have been locked up. Gotham is especially like this. As chaos erupted in Gotham, many onlookers joined in, starting to loot and vandalize. Those with a bit of talent quickly joined the ranks of $0 purchases. After all, as long as the $0 purchases don't exceed $800, it's not considered a crime. This is clearly stipulated by law. When Leon first learned about this regulation, he was also taken aback. So it wasn't just outside Rachel's house. The entire Gotham was in chaos. Vehicles parked on the side of the street were set on fire by someone, igniting a raging blaze with the risk of explosions. Outside the house where Rachel lived, a plump white woman lay on the ground, blood staining the lawn, but no one dared to intervene. This was Rachel's adoptive mother, Madam. Leon hurried over and, as soon as he got close, realized that it was already a corpse. However, the body still had some warmth, indicating that the person had not been dead for long. Leon didn't take a second glance and hurried into the house. The dilapidated standalone structure had a somewhat creaking feel, as if it could collapse at any moment. This was almost one of the oldest buildings in Gotham. Leon knew, without looking, that there was no one left in the house. Rachel had been kidnapped. Arriving a moment too late, Leon's expression was grim. He rushed outside, and, although he wasn't Batman, he tried to recreate the scene from earlier. There was a large pool of blood at the entrance of the house, and a revolver lay on the ground, along with some shell casings. This should belong to Rachel's adoptive mother. In Gotham, The people were straightforward, and almost everyone had a gun at home. Only in this way, when the moment of gunfire came, could one avoid being at a disadvantage. A pool of fresh blood led to the body of Rachel's adoptive mother. She had been shot at the door and crawled out, eventually bleeding out and dying. It seemed Rachel had been kidnapped, which forced her to crawl out despite her severe injuries. Leon glanced at the direction she was climbing and quickly discovered another trace of blood in the grass. An ordinary person might have difficulty noticing it, but his super physique and enhanced senses allowed him not only to see the bloodstain, but also to sense the smell of blood. She fired a shot and hit an enemy. Follow her. Leon quickly made a decision. At this point, he already knew that Gotham was closed off from the outside world, and no one could leave. The news had already been released, and the military was stationed at the bridges leading out of Gotham, preventing anyone from leaving. The Brown Bridge, the Sandman Bridge, and the Minuet Bridge were all blocked off. When Leon saw the news, he felt it was outrageous. But as soon as he thought about how this was a magical place, it felt quite normal. Looking at it now, this is a good thing. The person who kidnapped Rachel cannot at least leave Gotham. Moreover, the vehicles can't move for the time being. All the intersections are blocked. Who would dare to drive? It would be like a living target. The criminals on the street would shoot with guns or even fire cannons. How else could Gotham be known for its simple folk? If someone can kill, there's no need for much chatter. So Leon followed this trail of bloodlust. At this moment, Leon seemed to have instinctively acquired the senses of a monster hunter. This is actually a kind of enhancement of the five senses. Those who have played The Witcher know that in the senses of a monster hunter, whether it's a footstep or a breath, everything is incredibly clear. And that is just a monster hunter. Liang's strength is naturally not something a Witcher can easily match. All five senses can be described as super. After all, Geralt doesn't know how many times he has fallen to his death. A Witcher dying from a fall is as funny as a super scion getting a heart attack. Can't he roll when he falls? Leon was right. The kidnapper of Rachel hadn't gone far. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger as they pursued. They arrived at the outskirts of Gotham City, where an old Ford came to a screeching halt after a wild drift. Harley Quinn jumped out of the car, followed by Black Canary and Huntress, who were now resolute. They needed to act quickly. Only by doing so could they return to save Gotham. They weren't angry, after all. The formation of the Birds of Prey was about mutual support. Furthermore, Harley Quinn had mentioned that this guy called Mr. Freeze was one of Penguin's subordinates, one of the culprits behind the chaos. If he was working for Penguin, then he had to take the blame for the mess Penguin created, right? By now, they also understood that tonight's carnival was instigated by Penguin and the Falcone family. For Harley Quinn, dealing with Mr. Freeze now meant not having to worry about Penguin causing trouble. It was a chance to take them down one by one. Harley, is this the place? Black Canary asked, looking at the icy landscape before them. It was supposed to be a mansion, but now it was completely frozen, a massive ice wall blocking their way. No wonder he's called Mr. Freeze. How do we get in? Huntress stared at the enormous ice block. Regular bullets probably wouldn't do anything against such solid ice. Plus, they had no idea how thick it was. It looked to be at least 10 meters thick. Don't panic. Harley Quinn was prepared. She had been waiting for this moment to receive her supplies. She opened the trunk and pulled out a long-barreled weapon. This is a nifty gadget I got from Metropolis. It cost me quite a bit. If my dear knew, she'd definitely scold me. Harley Quinn babbled. Let's see if it does the trick. The two women watched as Harley Quinn approached the ice layer with the weapon, starting to charge it. Buzz. Boom. It turned out to be an energy weapon. One shot created a narrow passage through the ice. Black Canary couldn't help but laugh. Harley, what on earth is this? This passage looks strange. And there are butterflies outside. Didn't you notice? It's obviously a passage. Harley Quinn puffed up confidently. Others draw men. This is gender discrimination. My God. Huntress couldn't understand their thought process as they stepped inside. The energy weapon was indeed powerful, creating openings on both sides. Harley Quinn and Black Canary exchanged glances and followed her in. As they passed through the narrow passage, they were greeted by a snowy kingdom. The old mansion, covered in ice and snow, resembled a castle, with the entire world seemingly frozen over. Is this Elsa's territory? Black Canary's inner girl was overflowing. This scene was like a fairy tale. If she could, she'd want to live here. Unfortunately, there were only creepy cosplay guys, no princesses. Harley Quinn immediately commented. What a shame. Looking up, they saw Mr. Freeze waiting for them on the staircase, clad in low-temperature armor and wearing a helmet. He coldly stated, "This is not a place for you." Harley Quinn stepped forward, gliding like a figure skater. The outside is celebrating. How can we not join in? We're here to throw a party. Is that so? Then let's have an ice party. Mr. Freeze raised his laser freeze gun and shot at the three of them. None of them were ordinary people, and they quickly dodged. The freeze gun hit the ice surface, instantly creating a block of ice. Harley Quinn, who had experienced this before, quickly shouted, "Sisters, don't get hit. It's not a good feeling. Don't worry." Black Canary replied, sending a sound wave towards Mr. Freeze. He was caught off guard. Even with the helmet, he felt dizzy. Taking advantage of this, Harley Quinn slid right in front of him. Harley Quinn moved like an excellent figure skater, gliding effortlessly across the ice and performing any maneuver with ease. As she accelerated, she jumped twice on the stairs and landed right in front of Mr. Freeze. Startled, he immediately raised his laser freeze gun to fire at Harley Quinn. At that moment, Harley Quinn was already airborne, seeing the freeze gun prepare to fire. She recalled the night she had turned into an ice sculpture. This scene felt eerily familiar. Panic set in for Harley Quinn. Just then, whoosh. Huntress, with her crossbow ready, fired multiple shots in quick succession. Her first 2 arrows aimed at Mr. Freeze, but to her surprise, the armor he wore was made of some unknown material that was impervious to her shots. This was armor that even Batman couldn't easily penetrate. Realizing this, Huntress switched her target for the 3rd arrow, aiming for the laser freeze gun in Mr. Freeze's hand. Boom! The arrow couldn't destroy the freeze gun, but it was enough to throw off Mr. Freeze's aim. The shot from the freeze gun went wide, narrowly missing Harley Quinn's head. Ignoring her hair that had been nearly frozen, Harley Quinn raised her baseball bat and swung down hard. Boom! Mr. Freeze immediately raised his other hand and caught Harley Quinn's swing. His strength was astonishing, all thanks to the armor. However, facing Harley Quinn was already a challenge, and with 2 other members of the Birds of Prey present, he was clearly outmatched. Thus, he hurled Harley Quinn away and retreated into the mansion. The Birds of Prey wouldn't let him escape and followed him inside. However, as they entered the mansion, the large door behind them slammed shut. Inside was a living room, and Mr. Freeze stood there, twisting a button on his armor. Huntress immediately aimed her crossbow at him. "If you all want to die, then let's die together," Mr. Freeze said expressionlessly. Suddenly, the mansion was filled with a beeping sound. Harley Quinn's trio's expressions changed immediately. What kind of lunatic sets bombs in their own home? Don't be impulsive. Harley Quinn quickly lowered her baseball bat. With a sheepish smile, she said, "We just want to know why you're working for Penguin." "I'm not working for him. I'm just doing it for the money," Mr. Freeze replied in a peculiar manner. "All right, but why do you need the money?" Harley Quinn pressed on. What stupid question, but Mr. Freeze continued, "I need to save my wife. She has a degenerative disease, and I must earn money to continue researching how to save her. Now put down your weapons." Mr. Freeze continued to press the buttons on his armor. To avoid mutual destruction, Harley Quinn and her companions had no choice but to drop their weapons. They didn't want to die. Harley Quinn surrendered like a Frenchman, then said, "If you can save your wife, can you let us go?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Freeze immediately grew anxious. "You can really save Nora?" "I can't." Harley Quinn shook her head. Hearing this, Mr. Freeze coldly aimed his freeze gun at her. This scared Harley Quinn into saying, "But someone can. My good friend, Poison Ivy. You've heard of her, right? She can definitely save your wife." In order to avoid becoming an ice sculpture, Harley Quinn had to drag her friend into this. Aren't friends meant to be used for such things? "I've heard of her, but she won't help me." Mr. Freeze seemed a bit tempted. Harley Quinn immediately laughed. "She won't help you, but she'll help me. She's my good friend." Upon hearing this, the living room fell silent. Black Canary and Huntress exchanged glances. If this didn't work, they would have to see if they could escape. After all, no one knew what the silent Mr. Freeze was thinking. Then, Mr. Freeze's expression changed. "All right, call her over. I'll go get Nora." He made the 3 women sit down, then shot their legs to freeze them. Harley Quinn, who initially wanted to make some moves, immediately became obedient. She could only obediently take out her phone and dial Poison Ivy's number. 1 call. No answer. 2nd, 3rd. After dialing 10 times in a row, Poison Ivy still didn't pick up. Harley Quinn was immediately anxious and sweating. Little did she know, Poison Ivy deliberately didn't answer. At that moment, Poison Ivy looked at her ringing phone, still resentful about how Harley Quinn had tricked her out of money last time. However, when Harley Quinn called for the 11th time, Poison Ivy thought if it weren't something important, little Harley wouldn't call 11 times. After all, they were friends, and Poison Ivy's heart softened. She decided to forgive her. "Hey, Harley, what's going on?" She finally chose to answer the phone. Harley Quinn let out a sigh of relief and said in a casual tone, "Ivy, I'm having a party here, mostly all girls. Are you coming?" "A party?" Poison Ivy looked at the chaotic night scene of Gotham. "Don't you know everyone's out celebrating?" "Yeah, they have their celebration, and we have our party. I'll give you the address." Ivy, you have to come quickly. Harley Quinn gave the address and urged, genuinely afraid that Poison Ivy wouldn't come. Okay, I'll be there soon. Poison Ivy was also curious, and since she hadn't seen Harley Quinn in a while, she felt a bit nostalgic. The skeletons were surprisingly fragile. This was Batman's first impression. Just a light punch, and these skeletons shattered. But that was just his impression. In reality, he used a lot of force and targeted vital spots, causing these criminals to lose their ability to move instantly. However, in Batman's eyes, clouded by fear gas, everything was different. He was just hitting skeletons, not people, so he naturally didn't hold back. These criminals were fortunate to encounter a Batman who held nothing back. Soon, Batman realized the place had changed. It was as if he had returned to Wayne Manor, and he could only run along the path ahead. Before long, the skeletons along the way had all been dealt with, and Batman arrived inside Wayne Manor. However, the massive Wayne Manor had vanished. In front of him stood a giant version of Scarecrow, the terror monster. At that moment, Batman's consciousness awakened from the fear. But he had not yet escaped the fear. He needed to defeat the terror monster before he could fully awaken. There's nothing that can scare me, Scarecrow, Batman said in a low voice. After the death of the Waynes, Bruce Wayne fell into fear. To overcome fear, and even to control it, young Bruce Wayne tried many things. For example, placing his palm on a lit candle, feeling the pain while overcoming his fear. Even though he feared burning his palm, he did not back down. For instance, standing on the edge of a rooftop, letting the wind and rain hit him, as if about to take a leap of faith to conquer his fear. Even deep down he was afraid. He never took a step back. He tried many things until he finally found a Batcave. From that moment on, Bruce Wayne decided he would no longer be afraid, but would become the Bat, bringing fear to others. Batman is not about being a vigilante. It's about fear. When he realized this was Scarecrow's fear gas, the game was already over. Batman used his understanding of Wayne Manor's map to easily defeat the giant fear monster. As he smashed the boulder onto the fear monster, he instantly opened his eyes. He found himself still standing in the same spot, but a pile of criminals lay unconscious around him. Only Scarecrow remained. How is this possible? Scarecrow was stunned. Is Batman human or a ghost? His improved fear gas was so quickly unraveled. This was an immeasurable blow to him. So, he let Batman capture him and then beat him up. Tell me, what is the Joker up to? Scarecrow, filled with frustration, confessed. He is researching a serum that can make everyone stronger, and then Gotham won't belong to you. Upon hearing this, Batman retorted, Gotham never belonged to me. It belongs to all the people of Gotham. Huh. Though he couldn't see Scarecrow's expression, Batman knew Scarecrow definitely didn't believe him. It didn't matter if he didn't believe. He had a righteous iron fist. Boom. After taking a punch, Scarecrow believed it. What is this serum? Batman asked in a deep voice. Titan serum. Scarecrow laughed heartily. You brought Bane to him. This is all you're doing. Batman suddenly realized something, delivered another righteous iron fist that knocked Scarecrow out, and then tossed him into a cage. The benefit of Arkham Asylum is that criminals can be locked up immediately. His expression darkened as he realized this was a huge conspiracy. The Joker was using Bane's new serum and was going to enhance it. Moreover, it's not just the Joker. With Sophia Falcone's help, they must have been secretly in contact for a long time. Perhaps others have joined in as well. After all, these criminals share a common goal, to defeat Batman. Their cooperation remains strong until this goal is achieved. Thinking of this, Batman felt a headache coming on. But no matter what, he must stop the Joker. For the Penguin and Sophia Falcone, it was an exhilarating day. The two felt as if they had returned to the days of running the town. Driving their own cars with their lackeys, they roamed all over Gotham. Anywhere they went became their territory. As for anyone daring to resist, they would be swiftly eliminated by the combined forces of the two gangs. However, even in cooperation, there were always some unpleasant moments. Tell your men not to kill Gotham cops. We still need them to maintain order. The Penguin shouted at Sophia Falcone. We can replace them with our own later. Sophia Falcone didn't take care. Back in the days when the Falcone family controlled Gotham, even the Gotham Police Department was almost entirely made up of their own people. Only the major crimes unit at the time hadn't been infiltrated. No, that won't last, the Penguin firmly refused. The main reason was that his only recognized good friend was James Gordon. If something happened to James Gordon, he would have no friends left in Gotham. Sophia Falcone didn't want to fall out with him, at least not for now. She took a step back. Then let us make them understand. Gotham has changed. The Penguin, however, was not as optimistic. As long as Batman is alive. It hasn't changed. He is as good as dead, Sophia Falcone said excitedly. He sent Bane to Arkham. That gives us a chance. Once the Titan formula is completed, no amount of Batman will matter. The Penguin was also quite excited about this. Their only concern in Gotham was Batman. After all, the infamous Roman, Carmine Falcone, was brought down by Batman. Only then did Gotham enter a state of all heroes for themselves. Now, Carmine's daughter Sophia had returned, teaming up with the Penguin, unleashing a power that rivaled that of the Falcone family of old. As long as they dealt with Batman, controlling Gotham would just be a matter of time. However, they had considered that there were other superheroes in Gotham besides Batman. Once we kill Batman, we must find out who he is, Sophia Falcone said. The Penguin chuckled at her words. Many had speculated about it, but didn't dare confirm. Batman's identity was actually quite easy to guess. His high-tech gear indicated that he was wealthy. Who in Gotham is the wealthiest? That name came to mind, but until confirmed, it was best not to take this suspicion seriously. Otherwise, when Batman took off his suit, he could easily take you down with his financial power. Right now, he was willing to wear the suit, treating it as a game. So, smart people like the Joker and Riddler really couldn't figure out who Batman was? So hard to guess, the Joker said. This riddle is too difficult. The Riddler chimed in. They simply didn't want to unveil that layer. Because if they did, they would have to face Batman. If they revealed his identity, it would be game over. The Penguin was also quite clever, so he didn't respond to Sophia. Does it matter who Batman is? What matters is that Batman won't be appearing anymore. That's the most important thing. As the saying goes, life is a game. Just one that rich people play, unimaginable to ordinary folks. For Batman, the game in Gotham is just like that. Everyone doesn't expose identities, and it's good for both sides. Batman puts on the mask to tell Gotham's villains not to harm those around him. The villains in Gotham are quite perceptive and never touch Alfred and the others. Otherwise, Batman could very well turn dark immediately. After tonight, let us go to my Iceberg Lounge for a drink. The Penguin laughed heartily. I prepared some fine champagne. In a dim room, Rachel was jolted awake by a splash of cold water. She was horrified to find herself tied to a chair. In front of her were several unfamiliar strangers, all armed and wearing bulletproof vests. One of them was clearly a doctor, dressed in a white coat, treating an injured person. That crazy woman had shot before dying, hitting the leg and just managing to avoid the bulletproof vest. Rachel quickly recalled what had happened earlier. She and her foster mother were hiding in a room, just having reported safety to Kara when someone knocked on the door. Her foster mother was cautious and took a gun before opening the door. But even so, the moment she opened it, this group of people shot her without hesitation and rushed in. Rachel was terrified at the time, ready to explode. However, it seemed this group knew her well, and before her internal energy could erupt, she was knocked out. Who are you? Rachel screamed in anguish, thinking of her foster mother being killed. Don't worry, we're not here to hurt you. The doctor rushed over and pinned Rachel down. He saw her eyes turn black and quickly said, "Don't you want to see your biological mother? Did she send you?" Rachel, indeed, returned to normal, excitedly asking. For a child abandoned since early on, she had an obsession with her biological parents. She wanted to question why they didn't want her anymore. No. The doctor shook his head. She, like you, has a serious mental illness and needs to be treated with us. Don't worry, we will cure you. Upon hearing this, Rachel immediately cursed, "You're the one with a mental illness." Freak. Instantly, Rachel's eyes turned black, and a dark energy surged from her, knocking the doctor away. The mercenaries nearby were startled and immediately aimed their guns at her, pulling the trigger. "Don't shoot." The doctor screamed in fright. This was the most important person. However, these mercenaries were not trained by them, but were just hired guns. They sensed that Rachel was extremely dangerous and opened fire right away. However, they did not aim to kill her at first. After all, this was specifically requested by their employer, so they only shot at Rachel's feet. The employer only said they wanted her alive, not unharmed. Bullets surged out, and time seemed to slow down for Rachel. Even though she saw the trajectory of the bullets, there was nothing she could do. Her strength was too weak, and she was tied to a chair. Even the magical energy within her couldn't save her. She had not undergone any training. Bang! Just then, a figure appeared in front of her. The bullets hit Leon, all of them deflected away, and stray bullets even struck some of the mercenaries. One of them wailed and fell to the ground. She was safe now. Leon saw that Rachel was fine and comforted her. Fortunately, he caught up with her. It wasn't easy to find Rachel. These people are professionals with strong counter-surveillance awareness. And if it weren't for his instincts, Leon really wouldn't have found her. However, Rachel did not respond. Leon glanced over and noticed that Rachel's entire eyes had turned pure black, with the surrounding area resembling black eyeliner, and it was extremely eerie. A powerful magical force erupted within her body. Leon didn't dare to be careless. He could tell that the most important person was this doctor, while the others were merely mercenaries. So he moved his palm slightly, and these mercenaries suddenly ignited into flames. It was just magic. The air was filled with various elements, and a magician could harness these elements. However, this still couldn't be considered true magic, as Leon didn't even know any spells. It was merely a superficial use of the elements. The reason for such a significant effect was simply that these were ordinary people. The mercenaries began to scream in agony as flames suddenly erupted from their bodies, causing them to roll on the ground in panic. But this was no ordinary fire. Even though they kept rolling, they couldn't extinguish the flames until they were completely burned to ashes. "You're a devil too." The old doctor was already so frightened that he was dumbfounded, believing that Leon was also a devil. As for the previous devil, that was naturally Rachel. Leon ignored him and quickly came to his side, knocking him unconscious. Then there was Rachel. It was seen that the ropes on Rachel had already been torn apart, and she opened her small mouth as if endless black mist was being from it. This black mist formed ghosts and then gathered in front of her. Subsequently, the black mist actually formed a creature. "Is this a gargoyle?" Leon looked at the creature in front of him with some surprise. It had wings on its back, resembling a platypus, and looked like a stone sculpture. This was the most lowly demon of hell. "Roar!" The gargoyle let out a sound towards Leon and then lunged at him. Once it appeared, it lost all magical aura. Clearly, Rachel truly had the bloodline of a hellish demon lord, able to easily summon demons from hell. No wonder there were followers trying to kill her. A mere gargoyle was nothing for Leon. With a casual punch, the flying gargoyle shattered like a moth to the flame. But the gargoyle was not the main threat. Rachel was. Endless black mist surged out from Rachel's body, all of it magical power, and it carried a strong hellish aura. Rachel herself looked completely irrational, with her eyes surrounded by black, and her lips had turned black at some point, as if she had immense power. A mane of purple hair floated without wind. Power! Rachel's deep voice echoed, as if she had already immersed herself in overwhelming strength. She needed to be brought back to her senses. In this state, Rachel was undoubtedly very dangerous, like a ticking time bomb. For someone like her, it was essential to make her gain control over her own energy and magic to ensure safety. Leon didn't need to do anything. The irrational Rachel immediately regarded him as her greatest opponent. She was driven only by the instinct to destroy, wanting to annihilate everything. Powerful dark magic surged towards Leon, quickly wrapping around him, seemingly trying to control him. It is well known that superheroes have low resistance to magic. But Leon was no ordinary superhero. He was a magical superhero. Therefore, he immediately used his magical affinity to counter it. Just as Dad said, only magic can defeat magic. Absolutely correct. In the abandoned room, the two magical powers instantly entangled with each other. Rachel was casting dark magic, emanating a black aura that looked particularly terrifying. Leon first tapped into the power of light, and he felt as if he was bathed in holy light. Light suppresses darkness, and this is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Rachel's magical talent surprised Leon. It is important to note that this was not Rachel herself casting the spell. She had even lost control. This was just the magical power within her running wild, relying entirely on her innate magical talent. In other words, there was no skill involved, only talent. Coincidentally, Leon also lacked skill and relied on the magical talent he obtained from S.She. Any accomplished magician witnessing this scene would feel that the two were like children playing house. How could magic be used so clumsily? Yet at this moment, Rachel was able to match Leon's magical talent. This meant that Rachel's magical talent was on the same level as S.She's. S.She is the daughter of time and space, possessing ancient blood with astonishing magical talent. The fact that Rachel's magical talent is on par with S.She's indicates that her background is also extraordinary. Leon only wishes to travel to other worlds at this moment to quickly catch up on his knowledge of the DC universe. Right now, Leon can only enhance his own abilities. He feels like a small sun, radiating holy light to you. Leon inexplicably thought of this sentence. As he increased the power, Rachel suddenly let out a scream. Sure enough, light suppresses darkness. The dark magic within her seemed to evaporate, with wisps of black mist dissipating into the air. As the magical power faded, she gradually returned to normal. It turned out that she was not possessed by a demon. She simply couldn't control her own power. This is what magic losing control looks like. S.She would actually experience this too. They are unable to harness the power within them, and once their emotions collapse, this magical power will manifest on its own, causing destruction. Rachel had just clearly experienced an emotional breakdown. She thought she was going to die and lost control. As the magical power dissipated, Rachel's eyes returned to normal, her sky blue eyes looking at Leon. "Uncle," she exclaimed joyfully, her whole being filled with the delight of having escaped death. "Rachel, it's okay now." Leon felt the girl trembling, so he quickly hugged her. This only made Rachel's emotions even harder to control. She began to cry on Leon's shoulder, her tears instantly soaking it. Leon could only pat her shoulder to help her calm down. "Uncle, my adoptive mother is dead." Rachel was heartbroken. She had no relatives in this world. And now with her adoptive mother gone, she was left homeless. Leon knew her worries, so he said, "Come to my place. You still have Kara and Siri." Hearing those two names, Rachel felt a bit more at ease. Only Uncle Leon, along with good friends Kara and Siri, could bring her a sense of security. "All right, let's first ask about your situation." Leon released her, and Rachel wiped her tears. Then, she looked at the fainted doctor in front of her with hatred. Leon woke the doctor up, and the old doctor immediately begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. I'll say anything." He was so scared that he almost wet himself, which saved Leon some trouble. "I'll ask, you answer." The old doctor nodded like a chick. After all, in his eyes, the two people here were both devils from hell. One male devil, one female devil. "Where are you from?" Leon immediately asked. "I come from Salt Lake City, at Joan of Arc Hospital." Salt Lake City is in Utah, and for Leon, the most famous thing about it is probably the NBA team, the Jazz, and what he learned in his past life, that Mormons can have more than one wife. He had also thought before that if it came to that, he could also convert to Mormonism. As for Joan of Arc, wasn't she the savior of the French? That is a place only women and short people can save. "What type of hospital is this?" "A psychiatric hospital." The doctor cautiously glanced at Leon and Rachel. "Rachel, are they treating her as mentally ill?" "Of course. It is hard to say how many patients in a psychiatric hospital are truly mentally ill. After all, whether the patient thinks they're mentally ill or not is up to the doctor to decide." "You say you're not mentally ill?" "Mentally ill people always claim they are not." "You say you're mentally ill? Then that's right. It's about you." At this moment, Rachel asked, "Did you just say my biological mother is really there with you?" Rachel seemed a bit hesitant and confused. The doctor quickly nodded and said, "The director said so. You are her daughter. I just want to take you to reunite." Upon hearing this, Rachel indeed became a bit nervous. A child, in this situation, cannot make decisions. So she turned her gaze to Leon. Leon immediately said, "Let's go together when the time comes." Hearing Liang's words, Rachel felt reassured. After that, the doctor couldn't ask anything else. So, Leon made a phone call and took Rachel away. After a while, the doctor, paralyzed by fear, finally found the strength to leave. Then the gang burst in. "What are these outsiders doing here? They come to Gotham without paying for protection?" Frank said with a cruel smile as he had him taken away. "Gotham is a city you can't leave once you arrive." As for Leon, it seemed like it was his first time killing someone, but he felt no unease inside. There was no emotion at all, not even numbness. It was as if he had accidentally stepped on a few ants. Perhaps it was because this was Gotham. Leon was used to life and death and had long since adapted. Leon brought Rachel along, ignoring the gangsters still fighting chaotically. They would only take action if someone accidentally blocked their way, igniting their bodies. At this moment, the ordinary people of Gotham had long hidden away. Those wandering outside could be said to be criminals. Liang's strikes were naturally merciless. Moreover, he had seen the super criminals, such as the Two-Face Harvey Dent, who was robbing a bank amidst the chaos with his henchmen. Harvey was originally Gotham's district attorney, known for his integrity. However, in a place like Gotham, people could easily turn into demons. After becoming Two-Face, he was as evil as he had once been just. There was also the arsonist Firefly. Firefly was originally a firefighter, but suffered 70 burns during a mission, leading to a twisted psyche obsessed with arson. To carry out his plans, he even specially created a lot of equipment. Firefighters at the Freedom Lighthouse had always been deprived of rights. When the Twin Towers fell, countless firefighters were tricked into missions, misled into believing the dust they inhaled was harmless, and they didn't even have proper masks. Even more outrageous was that those firefighters later developed illnesses with no safety net, left to fend for themselves. It can only be said that capitalists lack any humanity. "I shouldn't have come." Poison Ivy Pamela looked at the tightly locked door and the flashing lights of the bombs, her face turning green as if her chlorophyll was about to take over. "Harley, is this the party you mentioned?" She glared at Harley Quinn beside her, feeling somewhat angry. Harley Quinn knew she was in the wrong, so she whispered, "Ivy, I'm sorry. You're the only one who can save me now. What about your true love?" Poison Ivy sarcastically replied, I don't know which BTCH told me she no longer believes in men, and then the next day told me she found true love. For Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy felt both love and hate. Ivy, don't you believe in true love? Harley Quinn asked, her eyes wide open. I don't believe. Men are all liars. Poison Ivy shot back. But Harley Quinn kept staring at her, which made Poison Ivy feel deflated. Okay, I believe, but if you found it, what about me? This was her point of confusion. Little Harley, do you remember? Only you have treated me well. No one has ever given me gifts. Only you. And it was a green leaf. Poison Ivy said, her tone slightly changing. This made Black Canary and Huntress nearby realize something. And the two women instantly had a look of astonishment. I thought we would be together, that I could open my eyes and see you, reaching the happiest moments together. But then I learned you're someone who acts on a whim, who only suddenly becomes interested in one person and cannot last. Harley Quinn felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. She knew Poison Ivy was right. No wonder you're my good bestie. Harley Quinn pretended to be nonchalant, hugging Poison Ivy and saying, but not anymore, Ivy. Leon gave me a different feeling. That satisfaction, that thrill, that mystery. Ivy, we will always be good friends. That won't change. Looking at her happy expression, Poison Ivy felt envious and resentful. She envied Leon for being able to win Harley Quinn's love. She resented Leon for taking Harley Quinn away from her. This made Poison Ivy even more confused. Her best friend had found true love. What about her? She had never had anyone she truly liked. Black Canary and Huntress exchanged wide-eyed glances. They realized that these two were not only best friends, but had a history together. What a big scoop. Dr. Pamela, you really came. At that moment, Mr. Freeze pushed out a large ice block. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy immediately separated. Not wanting outsiders to see, the women stared at what Mr. Freeze brought out, their eyes widening. Inside the massive ice block was a woman dressed in a blue dress. Her skin pale, like a vampire's. This was a state of someone who hadn't seen the sun for a long time. You are such a pervert. Harley Quinn shouted angrily. How could you turn her into an ice sculpture? Is this to satisfy your perverted collecting desires? No. Mr. Freeze immediately explained, this is my wife, Nora. She fell ill, and I had to freeze her to keep her from dying. Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn's anger turned to joy. Is that so? You sound like a good person. This is definitely true love, Ivy. Poison Ivy sighed helplessly. This is just you believing in true love right now. Trust me, if you didn't believe in true love, you would continue to scold him as a pervert. Harley Quinn felt embarrassed. You really understand me, Ivy. Now Harley Quinn was surrounded by true love. That's why she found this bizarre love story so touching. If she didn't believe in true love, no matter how eloquently Mr. Freeze spoke, it would be useless. Simply put, she was someone who acted based on her preferences. Harley Quinn did whatever she wanted. Let me give it a try, Poison Ivy said, then began to examine Nora, who was frozen. Everyone else watched her nervously. After all, their lives depended on Poison Ivy. If she couldn't save Nora, Mr. Freeze likely wouldn't let them go easily. Of course, Mr. Freeze wouldn't self-destruct easily either. But who wouldn't want to know the ending of such a bizarre love story? After all present were women, and women tend to be emotional. They couldn't help but think, if one day they ended up like Nora, would there be a man willing to go to any lengths to save them? The immersion was real. Thus, as they watched Poison Ivy continuously examine, their hearts stirred. Harley Quinn even called Leon, crying as she told him this touching love story. Leon had never seen such a Harley Quinn and could only keep comforting her. At that moment, he felt that Harley Quinn was also a normal woman. After a long time, Poison Ivy finally said, there's a way, but I need flowers that I planted myself. She looked up at Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze immediately said, then let's go get them. With that, he pressed a button, and the main door opened again. Only one person could go. I'll go, Ivy. Harley Quinn hung up the phone, deeply touched. All right, be quick. Poison Ivy was worried something might go wrong, but she had to nod at this point, because Black Canary and Huntress had never been to her territory. Once inside, these two could very well not come out. For ordinary people, Poison Ivy's territory was extremely toxic. So, Harley Quinn drove off, crashing through everything in her path. After arriving at Poison Ivy's territory, she called her and asked, what kind of flower? Pink flowers, don't touch any other flowers. I know, I'm not an idiot. Harley Quinn had learned her lesson long ago. The flowers in Poison Ivy's place had special abilities, and messing with them could lead to a mysterious death. Moreover, the more beautiful the flower, the more dangerous it could be. Just like with women. She picked a pink flower and immediately rushed to Mr. Freeze's estate. Great. Now I need to make the potion. Poison Ivy requested the equipment and began to make the potion. The production speed was quite fast, and it was done in less than half an hour. Gotham was still in the deep night. How we use it? Mr. Freeze asked excitedly. Poison Ivy held up a syringe filled with pink liquid. Inject this potion, and your blood will turn into the same blood as Nora's. Then we'll transfuse your blood to Nora and bring your wife back to life. But the transfusion will cost you your life. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes. One life for another. This was the potion made by Poison Ivy. Does it have to be me? Mr. Freeze asked. No, anyone can do it, Poison Ivy said honestly. Cough, cough. Black Canary suddenly started coughing. Do we really have to be this honest? What if he forces us to inject it? But clearly, Mr. Freeze wouldn't do that. Harley Quinn cleverly reminded, there are criminals outside. Just grab one. However, Mr. Freeze shook his head. He began to take off his armor. Hey, you don't have to do that. Harley Quinn was stunned. The people present didn't have Batman's no-killing principle. Even if they randomly grabbed someone as substitute, at most, Black Canary would feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, she considered herself a superhero. As for Huntress, she had killed quite a few criminals. No, this is something I have to do, Mr. Freeze said calmly, as if he had a spirit of facing death. I never intended to commit crimes, but for Nora, I took this irreversible path, and many have died because of me. Now, should I let someone else pay with their life? So now, I must atone for my sins and use my life to save Nora. He had originally just been a researcher in a lab, never thinking of becoming a criminal. But Gotham showed no mercy. It turned people into ghosts. Fortunately, now he was awake. There was still a chance for redemption. His heart had long been frozen, only softening for this moment for his wife. You don't have to do this, the others urged. At this moment, they realized this was a story about true love. A few emotional women had tears in their eyes. You don't understand, Mr. Freeze said. I can only rely on this armor to live. But what's the point of living like this? I can't even eat, because that would change my body temperature. I can't take off my armor, because I can't stand normal temperatures. Please. Right now, Mr. Freeze was completely resigned to death. He felt that he no longer deserved Nora. Hearing him say this, the women felt pity for him. It really was a fate worse than death. He wasn't a crazed criminal. Everything he did was for his wife. Simply put, he was just a poor man on the road of love. Mr. Freeze took off his gloves, revealing his frostbitten hands. They looked similar in color to Nora's. This was the result of years of maintaining a low temperature. Without hesitation, he injected the potion into his body. Seeing this, Harley Quinn could only use the freeze gun to break the ice layer off Nora. Then she placed the unconscious Nora on another bed. Soon, the blood transfusion began. Mr. Freeze felt his mental state deteriorating and wanted to fall asleep. In his final moments, he looked at Harley Quinn and the others and said, Please tell Nora that I love her. Even as he was about to die, he remained very calm. Harley Quinn and the others bit their lips, trying not to let their sadness overwhelm them. Although their original intention was to solve Mr. Freeze's problem, they never expected things to develop this way. They had thought Mr. Freeze was a heinous bastard, but now it seemed he was a good person. Suddenly, the Birds of Prey team couldn't tell the difference anymore. In Gotham, the line between good and evil was far too blurred. Blood flowed slowly from Mr. Freeze into Nora's body. As Mr. Freeze completely closed his eyes, Nora slowly awakened. When she opened her eyes, Nora felt very weak. Years of freezing had rendered her unable to do anything. You're awake? Harley Quinn exclaimed in delight. Nora asked Harley Quinn, Did you save me? No, Harley Quinn said somberly. It was your husband. Victor? What happened to him? I'm sorry. Please accept my condolences. Gotham's sky was overcast with dark clouds. That night, countless events unfolded. Many families were torn apart, and capitalists trembled in fear. For everyone, this night felt incredibly long. It was no different for Batman. He accomplished many things. After cracking the new fear toxin created by Scarecrow, he solved the riddles and obstacles set by the Riddler. He greatly enjoyed this feeling. Every time he unraveled the Riddler's puzzles, it left the Riddler frustrated while he felt intellectually superior. After this, Batman took down Bane, who had been re-injected with a toxin by the Joker. After defeating Bane, Batman felt drained and had to return to the Batcave outside Arkham Asylum for a supply run. Arkham Asylum was a critical area, and Batman had long been prepared for the riots there, having built the Batcave nearby. By the early hours of the morning, Batman had returned from his supply run and finally encountered the Joker at the heart of Arkham Asylum. This battle was exhilarating for Batman. Fighting. Exciting. The Visitor Consultation Center at Arkham had been transformed into a laboratory by the Joker. Computers and various experimental equipment filled the space. The Joker was pointing a gun at an old professor, demanding that he continue his research on the serum. Batman, you're really late. I've been waiting for you all night. The Joker mocked as Batman walked in. Batman approached him, but the Joker warned, If you come any closer, I'll shoot him. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. The old professor trembled in fear. To avoid harming an innocent person, Batman had to halt his steps. Don't act rashly. What do you want? Batman asked in a deep voice. I'm working on something great, the Joker replied. Unfortunately, that damn Poison Ivy won't cooperate with me. She doesn't even answer my calls. Otherwise, it would be much more complete by now. Poison Ivy was a true master of pharmaceuticals, but the master he admired wasn't helping him. This was the influence of Harley Quinn. Without Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy would only see the Joker as a nobody and wouldn't help him. What is it? Batman asked. It's finished, the old professor said softly, and was then shoved aside by the Joker. The Joker looked at the completion percentage displayed, which was at 90%. He discreetly took down a strangely colored serum and turned off the computer. This is it, Batman. I call it the Titan Serum. The Joker smiled at Batman while holding the serum. With this, it won't just be Bane who possesses superhuman strength, but everyone in Gotham can have it. We will create a world without the weak, Batman. Let us accomplish this great cause together. As he spoke, the Joker lifted the Titan Serum and injected it into his own neck. The Joker was decisive, injecting the Titan Serum into himself. Batman was unable to stop him in time. Seeing the Joker inject the serum, he could only remain cautiously alert. However, the event he was waiting for did not occur. This so-called Titan Serum was like a placebo. Once injected, it had no effect whatsoever. No, it did have an effect. The Joker screamed in agony. Dressed in his ridiculous suit, he quickly writhed in pain on the floor. What is happening? Batman frowned and asked. The old professor, clearly in cahoots with the Joker, immediately said, the serum is incomplete. It won't give him strength and will instead kill him. Damn it, Batman, save him. Hearing this, Batman realized he had been played. He wanted nothing more than to let the Joker die. So he replied, you think I care? No, I will watch you die. As long as you're dead, Gotham will be quiet. Upon hearing Batman's words, the once confident Joker immediately panicked. No one is unafraid of death, and neither is the Joker. He wanted to live, because as long as Batman was alive, he could continue to compete with him. So the Joker immediately shouted in fear, Batman, without me, Gotham will be lonely. Then he seemed to sense something and cried out in pain, I'm really going to die, Batman. Don't let me die. Seeing the Joker in such agony, Batman's eyes indeed flickered with a hint of reluctance. This was caught by the psychologically adept Joker. Sure enough, Batman didn't want him to die. Their battle wasn't over. The Joker felt a bit relieved, knowing that Batman wouldn't kill him, which made him decisively inject himself. What should we do? Batman asked after a moment of silence. Ha ha ha. The Joker laughed maniacally. Everything is under control. He laughed and writhed in pain. It's actually quite simple. We just need to complete the serum. It's missing a key genetically modified plant. Only one person in Gotham has it. Batman, please save me. Batman wanted nothing more than to punch his face, but he held back. He went to the computer and downloaded all the Titan Serum data into his back computer, immediately confirming that the Joker was right. They were indeed missing a crucial component. Only Poison Ivy, Pamela, had the genetically modified plant. So, Batman didn't hesitate any longer and took off. As he saw Batman disappear, the Joker laughed even more painfully. I've won again, Batman. He is a good person. Why do good people suffer so much? On Old Ford, Harley Quinn murmured to herself. However, she was driving now, causing the other women to feel a bit scared. After saving Nora, they had been driven away by her. No matter how they consoled themselves, it was useless. Now, they could only let Nora cry and come to terms with it. At this moment, Poison Ivy, Pamela, was still trying to comfort Harley Quinn. It's not your fault. Harley, that's right. He didn't want Nora to see him living like that. The Black Canary in the back seat also spoke up. They had come to understand. Mr. Freeze's only wish in life was to save Nora. Now that he could do that, he had no regrets. As a cold-blooded creature, he was inherently indifferent to life. Furthermore, Mr. Freeze was very afraid that Nora would reject him after his transformation. He couldn't do anything that might generate body heat and had to stay in his armor to survive. How could Nora possibly get used to him like this? I know, Harley Quinn yelled. So I'm wondering if he's a good guy. Maybe he is. The other girls are also uncertain. If we say he's a good person, he gave everything to save Nora. But he's also done a lot of criminal things. Hearing her best friend say this, Harley Quinn immediately replied, do good people really have such a bad ending? This is Gotham. Good people never get rewarded. Thus, Harley Quinn declared, I'm done being a good person. I want to be super bad. Hearing Harley Quinn's proclamation, Poison Ivy and the two girls in the back were not surprised. After spending time together, they already knew that Harley Quinn was a bit eccentric, thinking whatever came to her mind. She didn't care who she was. She just pursued stories and liked exploring mysterious things. The two members of the Birds of Prey could see this. However, they had no intention of disbanding the Birds of Prey because Harley Quinn was rather adorable. For example, at that moment, the tall huntress asked, "What does it mean to be super bad?" Harley Quinn thought for a moment and replied, "I want to do whatever I want, eat whatever I want, and kiss whoever I want. That's so bad." The three women said in unison. Indeed, Harley Quinn was not a normal person. In fact, to translate this, it means she didn't want to be bound by morals. The Iceberg Lounge has arrived. Soon, the car stopped, and Harley Quinn said, "Sisters, let's smash this place to pieces." No, wait. However, as soon as she got out of the car, she changed her mind. "We can't destroy this place. This is my dear territory." Looking at the grand Iceberg Lounge, Harley Quinn suddenly had an idea. "So, what exactly should we do?" The other women were a bit confused. "We only deal with Penguin." Harley Quinn immediately said, "If the Penguin dared to take her territory, he should be ready to have it taken back." So, the women proceeded with such arrogance. First, they infiltrated. The Penguin had too many henchmen. It would be easy for them to be discovered. Therefore, except for Harley Quinn, the other three women changed into formal dresses and entered the Iceberg Lounge through the front door. At that moment, the Iceberg Lounge was brightly lit, seemingly unaffected by the chaos outside. In fact, there were even more wealthy patrons inside. The more chaotic it was outside, the safer it was inside the Iceberg Lounge. Moreover, with half the night gone, and with Batgirl, Nightwing, and others in action, Gotham had quieted down significantly. At least vehicles could pass through now. Nightwing was driving the Batmobile outside, crashing through anything that dared to block the road. "Sisters, are you inside?" Harley Quinn asked from above the Iceberg Lounge. "Of course. I found Penguin. He's on the second floor." Upon hearing the response in her earpiece, Harley Quinn immediately said, "Cheers." On the second floor of the Iceberg Lounge, Penguin raised his glass, clinked it with Sophia Falcone's, and then downed the champagne in one go. Although it was still halftime for popping champagne, Batman was locked up in Arkham Asylum, and the Joker was dealing with him. They naturally knew about the Titan drug's existence. According to their plan, if the drug was not successfully developed, it would be injected into Batman. If it was successfully developed, the Joker would inject it into his own henchmen. At that time, a group of Super Bane would emerge. How could Batman possibly defeat them? In their view, this was foolproof. After all, they would never have expected the Joker to inject himself. "Beautiful Sophia, let's celebrate our victory." Penguin poured more for the two and wanted to shake Sophia's hand. However, Sophia dodged immediately, giving him a disdainful glance. "Doesn't this Penguin look in a mirror? How could she possibly be interested?" Sophia Falcone stated. "Next, we should talk about the division of territories." This made Penguin's eyes flicker, and he replied, "No problem." Sophia continued, "The area south of the river and Miller Harbor belongs to you. The area north belongs to the Falcone family." Actually, Sophia was somewhat reluctant. She had also considered getting rid of Penguin together. But unfortunately, Penguin was very cautious. He wouldn't go to dangerous places and only discuss matters at the Iceberg Lounge. This left Sophia without an opportunity for a black market deal. As for Penguin, his power was actually not greater than that of the Falcone family, so that tempting thought only appeared for a second. Hearing Sophia's words, Penguin pondered for a moment. No problem. Although it looked like the Falcone family seemed to have 2/3 of Gotham's territory, Penguin's territory was much more prosperous. The Diamond District, Fashion District, Financial District, and Municipal District, these lucrative places were all his territory. By that night, they had basically occupied almost all of Gotham. Only a few tougher areas remained unconquered, and those super criminals were not to be trifled with. But the two were not afraid. Also, Sophia shook her glass. "Leon should be given to me. He doesn't want to leave the Iceberg Lounge." Upon hearing this, Penguin was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "I'll give him a higher salary, plus a very formal job." Sophia felt she already knew what Leon wanted. Harley Quinn, who had been listening, couldn't hold back any longer. "That little witch is trying to steal my man." Harley Quinn couldn't control her destructive urge and smashed through the skylight to jump down. "You little witch, you want to steal my man. Leon wouldn't even look at a vixen like you." "Who?" Sophia Falcone was extremely angry. She and Penguin turned to see Harley Quinn jumping down. Harley Quinn hoisted her baseball bat on her shoulder and continued to scold. "It's me, Harley Quinn. Look at you with that big nose and being so old. I suggest you look in the mirror. You and Leon are not a match at all." It was Sophia's first time being commented on like this. So filled with rage, she retorted, "Are you really a match? Is it your ridiculous pigtails or your ghostly makeup?" Penguin was stunned at the sight. Were these two women brawlers? Suddenly witnessing women arguing, he felt he couldn't mess with them. Although this was the first time, what were their identities? Harley Quinn was somewhat acceptable, but Penguin didn't look down on her. However, Sophia Falcone was no simple character. She was the head of the Falcone family. But now she was acting like a shrew. Oh no, I'm going to smash you. Harley Quinn couldn't control her anger and was itching to smash something. She charged in with a baseball bat. Sophia Falcone ducked to avoid her. In an instant, the entire second floor of the Iceberg Lounge was in chaos. The Penguin immediately shouted, "Get over here! Stop this crazy woman!" How did a nice celebration turn into this? The crowd below quickly gathered. The birds of prey and poison ivy sensed something was off. They immediately asked through their earpieces, "Harley, what's happening?" Then, chaotic voices came from inside. "I'll smash you. You bitch. If you have guts, don't run. If you have guts, don't smash." They quickly realized that Harley Quinn had acted first. Fortunately, they had anticipated this situation. If she was causing chaos, she wouldn't be Harley Quinn. Get to it. So they didn't hesitate. Poison ivy immediately took control of the plants. In an instant, huge plants filled the entire Iceberg Lounge. But she still listened to Harley Quinn and didn't cause any destruction. She just wrapped the branches around everyone. What is this? It's plants so disgusting. Suddenly, the entire Iceberg Lounge was in turmoil. All the ordinary people were restrained, including the Penguin's henchmen. The remaining henchmen were targeted by Huntress and Black Canary. They rushed to the stairs and confronted the Penguin's henchmen. Both women were armed with batons, and during this time, they had exchanged fighting tips and worked together, gradually developing a rapport. The two moved like they were dancing, dressed in formal gowns, tall and elegant. In this beauty, all of the Penguin's henchmen were taken down. The Penguin realized the chaos in his club. This made him furious. This was his turf, and it was being disrupted. He felt utterly embarrassed. "Frank, get that crazy woman down now." The Penguin shouted at Frank, who charged in. Frank, along with a few of his henchmen, saw Harley Quinn chasing Sophia Falcone with a bat. Frank's eyes widened. "Isn't that my buddy-s woman? What am I supposed to do now that the Penguin wants me to take action?" He hesitated for a moment, caught between his boss and his buddy's woman. "What are you doing? Hurry up." The Penguin shot him a glare. With no choice, Frank charged in. As he ran, he yelled, which immediately caught Harley Quinn's attention. She recognized him right away. Then, without mercy, she swung her baseball bat. Ouch! Frank, the burly man, was sent flying by her swing. This left Harley Quinn momentarily stunned. He'd been knocked out cold. What? Harley Quinn reacted and didn't hold back against his henchmen. She might struggle against supervillains, but picking on the weak was her forte. "Report the referee," someone asked, throwing the game. The Penguin angrily jabbed his umbrella into the floor, nearly laughing. He almost wanted to report his own henchmen for being useless. Harley Quinn, like she was dancing, took down his henchmen in a few moves, making him feel like he had raised a bunch of useless thugs. Sophia Falcone shouted, "Penguin, is this all your henchmen can do?" This left the Penguin feeling humiliated. What a disgrace. But he didn't have time to deal with Frank. He could only shout, "Victor, where the hell are you, you bastard?" "Stupid Penguin." Harley Quinn laughed. "You didn't think I was the only one, did you? Damn it." The Penguin's face darkened. "Watch me kill your little lover. You dare." Harley Quinn hated being threatened and shouted back, "I'll kill you first, Penguin." She charged at him. At this moment, Victor's couldn't help the Penguin because he was facing 3 women alone. Black Canary and Huntress were teaming up to attack, blocking his path like a storm, while Poison Ivy was watching closely. Poison Ivy admired the 2 women fighting fiercely. Those long legs so alluring. Not only do men like to watch women, but women do too, especially with Black Canary and Huntress, both tall and stunning. Black Canary had blonde hair, wearing high-heeled boots and shorts with a tight top that looked very hot. Huntress was even more astonishing, standing at 1.8 meters tall in a black formal dress, the hem fluttering in battle. Those who wanted to watch were all tied up by Poison Ivy. Only she could see. Unfortunately, Leon wasn't there to know if he would like it. Poison Ivy thought of Harley Quinn as true love. Soon, Victor Zsasz was in a perilous situation. Both women were highly skilled in combat. Facing just one was already tough for Victor, let alone 2. Before long, he was pinned down by their batons. Kneeling on the ground, Black Canary tore up his sleeve, exposing his arm. There were numerous X marks on it. Each X represented 5 lives. "You truly are scum," Black Canary scolded. It was rumored that every time Victor has killed someone, he would leave a scar on himself. Just by looking at the scars, one could tell how many people he had killed. Seeing those marks, it was clear he was a monster. Huntress couldn't control herself and wanted to kill Victor Zsasz right away. But Black Canary quickly stopped her. "Call the police." Huntress took a deep breath. Okay. So they quickly dialed Gotham Police Department. First, let's restrain him, then hurry to help Harley. Poison Ivy Pamela immediately bound Victor Zaz's hands and feet with plants, then hung him in midair. As long as there are green plants, she can control them at will. Of course, her weakness is very obvious. She is afraid of fire. Any plant will perish upon encountering fire. Harley Quinn quickly pounced in front of the Penguin. She raised her baseball bat and swung it fiercely at him. In response, the Penguin simply raised his umbrella. Although the Penguin has no superpowers, he possesses another kind of ability, much like Bruce Wayne, the ability to acquire wealth. However, his money is somewhat less reputable compared to Bruce Wayne's. Moreover, his technical skills are not as good as Bruce Wayne's, and he lacks the support of the Wayne Enterprises. Therefore, all his technical wisdom is concentrated in the umbrella he holds. Bang! The umbrella opened instantly, enveloping the Penguin's body. At that moment, it resembled a shield rather than just a simple umbrella. But Harley Quinn didn't think much of it and swung down hard. Thud! A regular umbrella would have been smashed to pieces, but the Penguin's umbrella remained unscathed, leaving Harley Quinn's arm feeling numb. Then, countless blades appeared on the umbrella. Ah! Harley Quinn gasped as she watched the sharp blades slice her baseball bat into pieces. After all, her bat was just a plain baseball bat, very pure and lacking any technological features. In an instant, only a small piece remained in her hand, which couldn't cause any harm. Well done, Penguin. Hurry up and kill that BTCH. Sophia, who was hiding aside, shouted in exasperation. BTCH, I'll tear your mouth apart. Harley Quinn quickly dodged and cursed. She wasn't foolish. She realized the Penguin was extraordinary. This seemingly clumsy Penguin actually had such skills? Haha. The Penguin twisted the handle of his umbrella, and it fired bullets at Harley Quinn like a gun. This frightened her, causing her to jump around in various poses to evade the shots. Without your baseball bat, you're just a gymnast. The Penguin mocked without hesitation. This was the reason he looked down on Harley Quinn. She was just the Joker's lackey. Oh no, Harley. At this moment, the other three women rushed in and immediately saw the situation. The Penguin panicked. Where are my henchmen? Surrender, Penguin. No way. The Penguin knew he was outnumbered and turned to run towards the window. But he was too slow. Even running, he limped, looking even more like a penguin. Black Canary and Huntress blocked his path, swinging their sticks down at him. Even with the umbrella to defend himself, he was knocked down to the ground. Penguin, it's over. Harley Quinn laughed heartily and jumped over to give the Penguin a hard hit. What do you want? The Penguin calmed down, preparing to negotiate with Harley. To this, Harley Quinn didn't hesitate. In Gotham, there's nothing that can't be negotiated. I want the Iceberg Lounge. Impossible. The Penguin shouted immediately upon hearing this. There's nothing impossible. Harley Quinn replied, once you're captured, I can still get the Iceberg Lounge, and your territory is mine now. The Penguin knew she was speaking the truth. At this point, Harley Quinn was merely trying to get him to agree and not cause trouble in the future. Why do you want the Iceberg Lounge? The Penguin asked, puzzled. Harley Quinn's eyes sparkled. I want to give it to my dear. Don't you think giving such a gift is romantic? Regardless of whether the Penguin agreed or not. He had no choice. All the certificates for the Iceberg Lounge were handed over to Harley Quinn. The Penguin couldn't believe that the club he had worked so hard to manage was now someone else's. However, if he disagreed, no one knew what amazing things this crazy woman, Harley Quinn, might do. Everyone in Gotham knew that Harley Quinn was a woman who would do anything to achieve her goals. Soon, people came to handle the trouble here. The sound of motorcycles stopped outside. Batwoman walked in and immediately saw the situation inside. The Penguin, Sophia Falcone, and all were captured. However, the ones who captured them were quite extraordinary. It was Harley Quinn and her so-called birds of prey. Therefore, Batwoman looked at Harley Quinn and said, I knew I wasn't wrong. You are a good person. Having spent so much time with the Leon family, Kate naturally had a change of heart towards Harley Quinn. At least in front of Leon, Harley Quinn had become quite ladylike. Who would have thought that this statement ignited Harley Quinn? I'm not a good person. Harley Quinn had just decided not to be a good person. And now she couldn't stand being called one by Batwoman. I'm Superbad, a thorough villain. She instantly thought of the fate of Mr. Freeze. She didn't want to die so miserably. Batwoman spoke up. You protected Gotham. You brought the Penguin and Sophia to justice, making it impossible for his henchmen to commit further crimes. That's what a superhero does. Kate Kane naturally wanted Harley Quinn to improve. After all, she was worried that Harley Quinn would lead Leon astray. Although Leon still looked like a slacker, he had already changed a bit. He had become more playful. That's right. Batwoman really understands. Black Canary and Huntress echoed. They considered themselves superheroes too. Harley Quinn was on their team. If Harley Quinn was a supervillain, then what were they? Harley Quinn looked at her companions in confusion, wondering why her sisters were betraying her. She suddenly thought of Mr. Freeze's fate. What a tragic end. Not at all. She mustered her courage and walked up to Batwoman. I'm Gotham's worst BTC. I'm Harley Quinn. I'm impulsive, and I kiss randomly. Mua. She hugged Batwoman and planted a kiss on her cheek, then pushed her out. Tell Gotham, I'm a supervillain. What was happening? Batwoman was stunned by the kiss. Leon's woman kissed her. So what did she become? The two pushed open the door of the Iceberg Lounge and stepped outside, only to find that the Gotham police had already arrived. Officer Judy immediately approached and said, Harley Quinn, how does it feel to be a superhero for the first time? Oh my God, Harley Quinn has gone mad. No matter how she claims to be a supervillain, no one believes her. Because both Penguin and Sophia Falcone have been arrested. With these two crime lords caught, it seemed that all of Gotham City was about to quiet down. Then, Black Canary and Huntress quickly fled. They certainly didn't want to end up like Harley Quinn, who still had a news interview. Poison Ivy wanted to go support Harley Quinn. After all, she was her best friend. But she was blocked by Batman. I need your help, Poison Ivy, Batman said in a deep voice. What for? Help me perfect a serum to save the Joker's life. Are you crazy? Harley hates him. Poison Ivy refused without hesitation. She thought Batman was truly insane. Wouldn't it be a good thing if the Joker died? Why was Batman so obsessed with saving him? But Batman did not explain. If you don't agree, I will burn all the plants in Gotham. You. Poison Ivy Pamela was furious, but she had no choice but to agree. Who gave anyone the right to threaten her? Who did they learn that from? I am Gotham's worst bitch. In the apartment, Leon and a few girls watched the news on TV, somewhat dumbfounded. Godfather. Why does Harley call herself a bitch? The girls were amazed. It was already rare for someone to insult themselves as a bitch, let alone say it on television. Who would still believe that Harley Quinn is a good person now? Ahem. Leon coughed twice and quickly turned off the TV. All right, it's getting late. You all should get some proper rest. But we're not tired. A few girls turned their heads to look at him. Not long ago, Leon had returned home with Rachel and found Kara and Siri still awake, cuddling in the room and whispering to each other. When they saw Rachel, they immediately came over happily, the three girls chattering away. However, Leon could tell that they weren't very enthusiastic. Rachel had just lost her home. Although she was a foster mother, there were feelings involved. Siri still had tear stains on her face, looking extremely tired, yet she showed no signs of wanting to sleep. Leon could tell that the little one had cried a lot. This was what he was worried about. Fortunately, Carla was obedient and didn't leave Siri alone at home. Siri needed companionship at that moment. She was very afraid of being abandoned. Liang's heart softened. Are you hungry? A little. The three girls replied in unison upon hearing this. So, Leon went to cook noodles for them. When they were mentally and physically exhausted, they would naturally go to sleep. After Leon finished cooking and they ate, they indeed felt a bit tired. Soon, the three girls squeezed into one room, seemingly not planning to separate for the night. Before long, Harley Quinn returned. She looked rather down. What's wrong? Leon asked her. Am I a supervillain? Harley Quinn asked very seriously. Of course not. Leon didn't know what she was thinking and immediately said, Oh my God. Harley Quinn is freaking out. Leon hugged her while sitting on the sofa. Harley, isn't it good to be a nice person? No. Harley Quinn immediately told Leon about what had happened tonight. When Leon heard that Mr. Freeze was willing to sacrifice his own life to save his wife instead of just grabbing a random criminal, he felt a bit magical. Could such a thing happen in Gotham? At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the magical nature of Gotham. The level of surprise was no less than the shock he felt when he first learned that there were over 100 genders in America. One could only say that the version was too advanced, and other places simply couldn't catch up. Of course, at that moment, he didn't have time to think too much. Because like most women, Harley Quinn sent a soul-searching question. Dear, if I were like Nora, would you sacrifice your life to save me like Mr. Freeze? This was simply a soul interrogation. Most people would choose to temporarily deceive women, as it might not come to that. But Leon felt that Harley Quinn's thought process was different. Moreover, seeing her like this, it was obvious she had been stimulated and didn't want to be a good person anymore. So Leon said no. Why? Harley Quinn asked in surprise. Don't you want to save me? Boo-hoo. She immediately started to sob. But to Leon, even acting shouldn't be too real. So he said, Of course I would save you, but we both have to be together, and I will do everything I can to save you. Right? Harley Quinn indeed showed a smile and said, Even if you have to save me, you can't give up your life. Mr. Freeze is just too stupid. She was genuinely afraid that Leon would have thoughts of martyrdom. Because in her view, Mr. Freeze's death was just one and done, but Nora, who was saved, would be heartbroken. When Nora saw Mr. Freeze's body, she cried her heart out. Harley felt that deeply. That's why she claimed to be a bad person. She didn't want Leon to become that kind of good person. Being good meant sacrificing one's life, which was just too foolish. Dear, let's go rest. Harley Quinn immediately pulled Leon into the room. Sitting in a Batmobile was really uncomfortable, Poison Ivy thought. Especially since that damned Batman didn't even let her sit in the passenger seat and instead tossed her into the trunk. God knows why there was a seat in the back of the Batmobile. Was it specifically for kidnapping? When the car finally stopped, she was surprised to find that they were at Arkham Asylum. At this point, most of the crisis at Arkham had been resolved. Gotham PD had worked hard and finally defused the bomb. Let's go, Batman said in a deep voice. This made Poison Ivy immediately respond. Batman, I didn't do anything. You can't lock me up. She was already a regular at Arkham Asylum. Back when Harley Quinn first started working, she had been locked up here. Then, the two developed an amazing friendship. Harley Quinn couldn't stand the asylum inmates burning her plants with guns and secretly gave her a leaf. In this world, only Harley Quinn had ever given her a gift. Previously, Pamela was just an ordinary college student and a nerd, bullied at school. After becoming Poison Ivy, although she became a bully herself, she still had no friends. So her only good friend was Harley Quinn. I won't lock you up, Batman said. I just want you to improve the serum. He had already given the data of the serum to Poison Ivy. When Poison Ivy learned that her plants were needed, she also breathed a sigh of relief. I could provide the plants. Then it's settled, Batman said in a deep voice. When they returned, they found the Joker still wailing on the ground. Batman, I'm dying. The Joker was already in so much pain that he could hardly bear it. He hadn't expected the incomplete serum to be so terrifying. If it had been injected into Batman instead of himself, Batman probably wouldn't have been able to handle it either. I will save you, Batman immediately assured him. Upon hearing this, the Joker erupted with an astonishing will to survive. Hurry, save me. The Joker was actually very afraid of death. Once he died, he couldn't play with Batman anymore. Batman was also unambiguous and immediately began to improve the serum. Soon, the complete Titan serum was created. With Poison Ivy's genetic plants, everything was quite simple. Batman wasted no time and quickly injected the serum into the Joker. The Joker screamed instantly, and then his whole body began to swell. His previously pained face immediately turned into a smile. Power. I feel the power. Boom. The Joker shot up to over 2 meters tall and was thrown out by Batman. He looked like a mini Bane. If the Joker had this effect, one could only imagine what would happen if Bane used it. But Batman remained very calm. He already knew the Joker would turn on him. If the cured Joker didn't attack him, that would truly be strange. So, when Batman made the serum earlier, he also prepared an antidote. The two immediately got into a fight, and Batman seized the opportunity to inject the antidote into the Joker. After the fight ended, the Joker realized he had lost again, but it was very enjoyable. Ha ha ha. The Joker laughed maniacally. His goal had been achieved. He just wanted the complete Titan serum. As for killing Batman, he didn't want to do that. At this moment, Arkham Asylum finally returned to calm. Most criminals had been captured, and those managing the asylum who had been locked up were released. Commissioner Gordon approached. Batman, Arkham Asylum is calm, but Gotham is not. Leave it to me. Batman nodded. So much had happened that night. Yet even so, he was still full of energy. This was Batman's greatest strength. By day, he was a playboy, mingling with various women. By night, he still had the energy to be Batman. With just a cup of black coffee, he basically didn't need to sleep. As for Poison Ivy, she was gone. Poison Ivy didn't dare to stay for another moment. Who knows if that crazy Batman would lock himself up. By the late night, the sounds of looting in Gotham had diminished, replaced instead by fierce gunfire. With Batman's help, the Gotham City Police Department gradually regained control of the city. After losing the Penguin and Sophia Falcone, the two major gangs had basically lost their fighting power. Those who took advantage of the chaos were even weaker and were quickly defeated. Therefore, after a night passed, although the chaotic scenes on the streets could still be seen, it was clear what had happened the night before. However, the situation had improved. Moreover, the rare appearance of sunny weather in Gotham was notable. The clouds in the sky seemed to have disappeared, and sunlight bathed the city. On television, Commissioner Gordon of the Gotham Police Department gave a speech, expressing zero tolerance for criminals and the commitment to improve Gotham. Subsequently, Gotham had significant news. Wayne Enterprises announced a new plan for the reconstruction of Gotham, including major projects like urban renovation, road maintenance, and post-war rebuilding. To ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, Wayne Enterprises took on new projects awarded by the mayor, with banks providing loans exceeding $100 billion. Wayne Enterprises promised to create over 10,000 jobs, and once Gotham was rebuilt, they would integrate the livelihood industry to bring a happier life to the people of Gotham. At this point, It was already the second day after the Arkham Asylum riot. Gotham quickly restored order. "Darling, how do I look?" Harley Quinn stood in front of the full-length mirror, undoing her pigtails, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, the red and blue tips creating an oddly beautiful effect. She wore a black and red slit long dress and crystal high heels. Even without foundation, her skin was much whiter than those who crazily applied makeup. This was because her body had been modified. In this world, no one was whiter than her. Not even the legendary Snow White. However, in the new century, Snow White had become Black Snow White, with her skin's whiteness transformed into the purity of her heart. This was what Hollywood referred to as wokeness. After all, if a mermaid could turn into a black mermaid, what else was impossible? Leon stood behind Harley Quinn, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and said, "Why did you let your pigtails down?" "I just think it looks good this way," Harley Quinn casually replied. She couldn't exactly say it was because that bitch Sophia mocked her, right? Besides, after putting on a dress, she really shouldn't have pigtails anymore. "It looks great," Leon exclaimed. Harley Quinn's figure is truly exceptional. Standing around 1.7 meters tall and weighing 60 kilograms, she has a bit of softness to her physique. Moreover, her softness is concentrated in all the important areas. Her waist is very slim, and her lower body is almost wider than her shoulders. It's a divine experience. "Let's go. We need to head to the party." Harley Quinn took Leon's hand, and he had changed into a suit by this time. "We want to go too." At that moment, the three little ones ran out of the room. Harley Quinn said she wanted to give Leon a surprise, and they were naturally curious. "Kids can't attend this party." Harley Quinn immediately replied. Hearing this, Leon became a bit curious. Could it be a silver party? Having lived here for so long, Leon had attended such parties before, especially in more backward places due to the lack of entertainment. Back in Ohio, there were often such parties. Alcohol, certain substances, women, and reckless fun. You could enjoy yourself however you wanted. It was only after Kara that Leon settled down and stopped going to such places, fearing it would lead the kids astray. Why? The three girls naturally didn't understand. "Because you're all adults, what are you going to do?" Harley Quinn quickly pulled Leon away, not giving them a chance to ask further questions. She wanted to give Leon a surprise, not for others. Therefore, she pretended not to hear the curses from the three girls behind the door. She would deal with them when they returned, those little rascals. Although she had no superpowers, Harley Quinn could manage them well. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the old Ford. "I'll drive." Harley Quinn got into the driver's seat in her high heels. "Anyway, I don't want to drive," Leon casually said. Of course, he had a driver's license. In a way, a driver's license is equivalent to an ID card or household registration. So, people here generally get their driver's license as soon as they turn 16. Moreover, there's no need to attend a specialized driving school. Family members can teach, and as long as one passes the exam, it's fine. That's why it's also called a country of cars, with basically everyone owning a car. Once young people reach adulthood, they usually buy their own car. However, most of them are used cars. New cars are too expensive. Although Harley Quinn was wearing high heels, she still drove steadily. Leon chatted with her while feeling that the road was very familiar. After all, he had a routine in Gotham that revolved around 3 points. It was 3 points during school and 3 points at work as well. Perhaps this is what a boring life looks like. If it weren't for Carla's appearance, Leon would still be muddling through in that small place in Ohio, thinking every day about how to pick up girls. They arrived. Harley Quinn smoothly drove the car into the parking lot. "Isn't this the Iceberg Lounge?" Leon was curious. He had watched the news yesterday. The Penguin had been captured. So, he was a bit worried about the future of the Iceberg Lounge. With the owner gone, could it still operate? Yeah, Harley Quinn nodded. "Come on. The party is about to start." She didn't mention the surprise right away and pulled Leon into the club. Although Gotham had caused quite a commotion, the Iceberg Lounge hadn't suffered much damage and was quickly restored. After all, no matter what, the Penguin wouldn't allow anyone to wreak havoc on his turf. This benefited Harley and the others. The attendees of the party were all familiar faces. Kate Kane, with her short red hair, was wearing a fitted long dress with a lace open back. However, there were many eye-catching people like her, all dressed in formal attire. Black Canary, Dinah Lance, and Huntress, Helena Bernelli, were both present. This was Leon's first time seeing them out of uniform. Without their usual intense demeanor, they looked more like aristocratic socialites, especially Huntress, whose long legs were quite eye-catching. The Iceberg Lounge was filled with white patrons, with no one of darker complexion, which made Leon quite satisfied. Besides these familiar faces, the waitstaff and bodyguards were also the same as before. For them, it didn't matter who the owner of the club was, as long as it continued to exist. Those who were loyal to the Penguin had mostly been captured, Poor Frank had also been taken in, as he was very loyal to the Penguin. However, when faced with the dilemma of choosing between Harley Quinn and the Penguin, he didn't side with either and instead chose to go down first. After hearing the news, Leon found it amusing. So today, he made sure to get Frank out right away, of course, with the help of Kate Kane's connections. "Oh, I'm late." The voice of Poison Ivy came from behind Leon and Harley. Turning around, they saw Poison Ivy dressed beautifully with specially made red lips, wearing a green short skirt and long boots. "Ivy, where were you yesterday?" Harley Quinn hugged her best friend and immediately started chatting. Leon also went to chat with Kate. "Kate, you are really beautiful." Leon couldn't help but say. This made Kate Kane very satisfied. "Thank you. You are handsome too. Are you ready for your itinerary?" "We are ready. First going to the Metropolis. Aren't you coming with us?" Leon has never been to Metropolis in his life and is somewhat looking forward to it. After all, he came from that poor place in Ohio. Gotham is chaotic now and needs him. Kate also wants to go, but she can only whisper that it's impossible. With the incident at the asylum happening, how could she possibly leave? Anything that happens outside can be dealt with by Wayne Enterprises, Kate said to him, which means they have support. This time, only Leon will take the three girls. The pressure is a bit high. Fortunately, the three are not ordinary girls, so the chances of something going wrong are low. Otherwise, Leon would have to worry about them getting lost. After talking to Kate, Leon went to say a few words to Black Canary and Huntress, similarly complimenting them on their beauty. Having stayed here for a long time, Leon naturally became more open. Before his travels, he would have felt shy even complimenting a beautiful woman he encountered. But now he can say it casually. They were also very pleased, smiling, as no one dislikes being praised. Just like how Leon enjoys being told he is handsome. However, Leon didn't say much more. After all, Harley Quinn is right here. Otherwise, Leon would have been very confident in winning them over. In this era, as long as there is mutual attraction, all the preliminary steps can be completed in about 2 hours, leading straight into the fun time. Sisters, the party has begun. Harley Quinn jumped onto the stage on the first floor and began dancing wildly. Accompanied by strong music, the entire club fell into a frenzy. Fortunately, Harley Quinn restrained her desires, or she wouldn't be able to help but smash the whole club to pieces, especially those machines, which were quite bothersome. Leon was already used to this kind of party, so he started dancing as well. He even grabbed the woman next to him to dance. When he wrapped his arms around her waist, he realized it was Poison Ivy. "Why aren't he going to play with Harley?" "Poison Ivy, Pamela," asked Leon. Her hand also obediently rested on Leon's shoulder. "It's the same everywhere." Leon smiled and said, "You are her good friend. She won't mind." "See, King," Poison Ivy said bluntly, but she wasn't actually angry. She had once thought about being with Harley Quinn forever. However, she realized that it was just a wishful thinking. Harley Quinn might temporarily like someone, but she was too fickle. But now, it seemed like an opportunity. If Harley Quinn was with Leon and she joined in, wouldn't that mean she was effectively with Harley Quinn forever? After dancing with Poison Ivy, Leon switched partners. With such passionate music, it was easy to get carried away. One could only say that those who understood would understand. Fortunately, Harley Quinn's friends were all women. When Harley saw this scene, she immediately pulled Leon away. She covered Leon's eyes and then led him to the elevator. "Darling, keep your eyes closed, no peeking." "What's going on?" Leon can walk normally even without opening his eyes, relying on his 5 senses, just like Daredevil Matt Murdock. "I said it would be a nice surprise." "Isn't a surprise a party? That's just the appetizer." Harley Quinn throws parties for her own enjoyment, but unexpectedly, it made Leon happy. However, it's fine. They're all her best friends, and she doesn't mind much. Leon felt them get on the elevator. The Iceberg Lounge only had this floor. Ding dong. Arrived. Harley Quinn said, "Don't open your eyes yet." She guided Leon for a short distance before saying, "Are you ready?" Of course. Leon was also incredibly curious about what the surprise was. Could it be a scare? Ding ding ding. Harley Quinn immediately let go of her hands. Super Prius. Leon opened his eyes and saw several club members standing in front of him, with Frank leading the group. "Hello, boss." As soon as Leon looked at them, the group immediately shouted. "Huh?" Leon was a bit confused. Harley Quinn shouted at him, "Darling, the Iceberg Lounge will belong to you from now on." In her view, Leon had feelings for the Iceberg Lounge. Leon didn't expect that the surprise would be this. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. Who would have thought that he would go from being a bartender at the Iceberg Club to the owner here? "What happened?" Leon asked dryly. Harley Quinn immediately called for a maid to bring over 2 glasses of wine. After drinking, Harley Quinn said, "Don't worry, darling. The Penguin has already transferred the club to us, so we have nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he gets out of Arkham Asylum, this will still be ours." Leon nodded upon hearing this. clearly understanding that Harley had used some means. There was nothing to worry about now. He wasn't afraid of the Penguin. He just felt a bit embarrassed, but only a little. Business is like a battlefield. It's just a pity for the Penguin, as his lifelong hard work has now become Leon's. How exaggerated is the profitability of the Iceberg Club? It could earn hundreds of thousands in just one night. Plus, considering the Penguin's previous money laundering activities, it's no surprise that he could become as rich as a nation. Looking at these familiar faces, Leon smiled. Darling, why don't you say a few words? Harley Quinn winked at him. Leon nodded immediately and then began to speak. We're all acquaintances, and the club will not dismiss anyone. After Leon finished his speech, this group of people also breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried that they had offended Leon in the past and might lose their jobs. It's not easy to find a better job than the Iceberg Lounge in Gotham, especially for the waitresses. The main income comes from tips, and the base salary isn't that important. All right, Frank, come here for a moment. Leon called Frank over. Frank looked at Leon with a bit of respect. He never expected that just a short while ago, Leon, who had been struggling to hitch a ride with him, would suddenly become the owner of the Iceberg Club. What a turnaround! And all of this was brought about by the woman next to him. Harley Quinn. Now everyone has to admit it. Although Harley Quinn seems a bit off, she is very smart. She just simply enjoys having fun. Frank, I'm going to be leaving Gotham for a while. So if anything comes up, just contact Harley. Leon started to give instructions to Frank. He had previously been thinking about what excuse to use to leave for a month or two without being dismissed by the club. Now it's good. He is the boss and doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Frank also nodded and said, Don't worry, Leon. I'll make sure everything is taken care of. By the way, those previous projects are no longer needed. Leon shook his head. He only cared about the Iceberg Club and didn't want anything to do with the Penguin's other projects. After all, if he got involved in crime and money laundering, what would be the difference between him and the Penguin? He liked money, but he liked other things even more. He made money just to ensure that the people around him lived comfortably. For example, buying a small villa. After everything was arranged, Leon and Harley Quinn continued to party. Now he was truly happy. Starting tomorrow, the Iceberg Club would reopen, but whether or not there was a change in ownership wouldn't affect the outside world. Kata, keep an eye on your two sisters and make sure they have their things. At the end of May, Leon shouted at home. They were already ready to go out and have fun. For Kara, although she followed Leon from Ohio to Gotham, it wasn't too far, and the journey was more about escaping than traveling. Ohio is located in the Midwest, just a state or two away. The entire state has only a little over 10 million people, which is quite sparse. Besides having a small population, it's also poor. There isn't much entertainment, otherwise. Leon wouldn't just be thinking about picking up girls every day. For ordinary people, China is much better than America, at least in terms of entertainment. You have to know that the tourism industry here is underdeveloped, relying mostly on self-driving. Moreover, the internet is terrible. There's no service on the subway, let alone when going outdoors. Walking down the street, you have to worry about being robbed, and parks are filled with graffiti. Leon was speechless after a casual comparison. All right, Kara's voice also came through. She only brought one bag, just clothes and such. Shiri and Rachel were the same. Ever since Rachel lost her home, she has been living with Leon and the others. Anyway, there were already too many people at home, so they didn't mind one more. Moreover, Rachel had also shown that she wanted to become his goddaughter. This was Rachel's own request. Goddaughter, Rachel Ross, Raven. Affinity, 45, 50 to draw. Abilities, magic affinity, soul release. Healing, mind control, mental realm, interdimensional teleportation. Leon was astonished by Rachel's abilities at that time. This was not just on par with Siri. It was even more terrifying than Siri. The only thing Siri might be better at than Rachel was spatial teleportation. Rachel could only cross dimensions and could not traverse to other worlds. Moreover, the unluckiest thing for Siri was that Rachel was older than her. So if they were ranked by age at home, Siri would be the youngest. The other two adopted daughters also had changes. Adopted daughter, Kara Zor-El Supergirl. Affinity, 78, 80 to draw. Adopted daughter, Surya Fiona Allen Lianluan, daughter of time and space. Affinity, 77, 80 to draw. If luck is on his side, he could draw 3 times in one go. Leon felt quite pleased. Hurry up and come out, he immediately shouted. These 3 girls, just over 10 years old, had already learned to dawdle. If they grew up like this, who knows what it would be like. They would probably take at least an hour just to put on makeup. We're here. The 3 of them quickly opened the door and came out. The sight of the 3 teenage girls starting to apply makeup on their faces was quite amusing. However, it was very inexperienced. Their techniques were clumsy, making Leon feel like laughing. Godfather, do I look good? Kara was the first to bounce over. You look good. Leon suppressed a laugh. After all, he was a professional. Compared to those beauty influencers, the makeup on Kara's face looked like a childish drawing. The other two girls also gathered around Leon to ask, and naturally, he couldn't show favoritism, so he complimented them all, saying they looked great. Sure enough, they were all very happy. They grabbed their things and went downstairs with Leon. "We're leaving. Darling, it was so much fun," Harley Quinn said reluctantly while waving goodbye. Leon is gone, so she can only go play with Poison Ivy. Fortunately, Ivy forgave her. In the underground garage, Leon borrowed Kate's Maybach, opened the trunk, and let them put their things in. As long as there's money, you can actually bring nothing. But they still pack some clothes. Leon is the same. Once everything is settled, in order to sit comfortably, Carla got into the passenger seat while Leon drove. The Maybach is extremely spacious, and the seats are comfortable. However, over here, people usually prefer big guys like the Ford type. In recent years, with the rise in oil prices, cars with lower fuel consumption have started to gain attention. They are on their way to the metropolis. Leon smiled and said, starting the vehicle. The several girls were also very excited. Metropolis is actually New York, just a specific name in this world. Sherry had only heard about how developed New York is, but she rarely visited other cities and couldn't imagine it at all. In her view, Gotham was the best city, completely different from the backwardness of Sintra. So she was very much looking forward to the trip to New York. Metropolis is not far from Gotham, so they chose not to fly. Of course, Gotham has an airport, located in the suburbs to the northwest of Gotham, called Archie Goodwin Airport. Leon drove onto the Three Doors Bridge. Not long ago, this bridge had almost been blown up, and then he passed by the Gotham power plant. Once on the bridge, he could see the distant metropolis. No wonder the military had sealed off the area immediately to prevent Gothamites from escaping. It didn't matter if Gotham was damaged, but the metropolis was different. In any world, New York is the financial, commercial, and cultural center. It is America's most developed modern city, the wealthiest city, and also the largest city. After crossing the bridge, they entered the metropolis. The first place they went to was Brooklyn. When visiting a city, the first thing to do is naturally to go to the hotel. Leon had already booked a hotel, which was under the Wayne Group. Hotels under the Wayne Group are naturally incredibly luxurious. Even in Metropolis, ordinary hotels do not provide disposable slippers, toothbrushes, and such items. Only star-rated hotels offer these amenities. Leon is staying in a suite that has a master bedroom, 2 secondary bedrooms, and a children's room, along with a full set of furniture. The only downside is the price. Staying for one night costs several $1,000s. But for Leon now, that's not a problem. He has Kate Kane's tag and can enjoy discounts. Once he entered the room and hadn't even put his things down, the three girls started arguing. "Sherry, you're still little. You're just right for the children's room. You're the little one. I've already grown up. Then what should we do? There aren't enough rooms. Can't you just stay there?" Leon listened for a moment and understood what was going on. None of them wanted to stay in the children's room. After all, it was somewhat embarrassing for the three girls who considered themselves grown up. Soon, they came to Leon in an uproar. "Godfather, they are all bullying me." Leon didn't expect that they would have a conflict so soon. Shilly rushed into his arms and turned into a crybaby again. "Ahem," Leon said. "Aren't you all sleeping together at home?" Carla immediately lowered her head. "I'll sleep with Siri," Rachel said. "Carla can sleep in the small room, and you two can sleep in the big one." "All right," Carla agreed. It wasn't that she didn't like Siri anymore. It's just that everyone has their own selfish desires. As she grew up, she also wanted her own space. Is this what the metropolis is like? Ugh. Searching. Ilu Novel 16 Xiaoxua. This article is free to read. Carla said, quickly blocking her senses. For someone like her, with super strong senses, the metropolis was simply a torment. There were gum marks everywhere on the road, and in the alley, there was a smell of a toilet. The most terrifying thing was the subway. As soon as she arrived at the subway entrance, a foul odor hit her face. Then she was reluctant to go down. No wonder rich people don't use such public facilities. Leon and the others felt the same way. They thought Gotham was the only place that was so peculiar, only to find that Metropolis was just as strange. Is this really the largest city in America? Just this? There was no choice but to turn back. Driving was safer anyway. At least they didn't have to worry about some inexplicable smell invading their nostrils. Arriving in the big city, the natural thing to do was to see the tall buildings. Except for Leon and Carla, who didn't care, Sherry and Rachel were eager to look. In Sherry's hometown, the tallest building she had seen was a castle. Nothing compared to the beauty of skyscrapers. Although Rachel was born here, she had previously lived in Detroit. Detroit had long since declined, with many $1 mansions no one wanted. It had now become a true black city. Anyone with a bit of money had fled. How could it compare to the luxury of Metropolis? Leon drove to Manhattan. Manhattan is the smallest borough but it is also the most densely populated. It is known as the economic center of the world and the richest part of the metropolis. Most of the Fortune 500 companies in the world have branches or headquarters here. Therefore, after crossing the over 1,000-meter-long Brooklyn Bridge, they saw the towering skyscrapers lined up in rows. They were very concentrated, basically covering the entire sky. For someone seeing this scene for the first time, it was quite shocking. Humanity has a pursuit for height and greatness. This is what a metropolis is all about, Kara also exclaimed. Moreover, after entering Manhattan, the environment noticeably improved. At least it wasn't as foul-smelling. Unfortunately, the precious land of Manhattan is not affordable for everyone. Look, Wayne Enterprises. Soon, Rachel called out. They both had a bit of fondness for Wayne Enterprises. After all, even their education was funded by Wayne Enterprises. Without it, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to study. The headquarters of Wayne Enterprises in Manhattan is right here, marked by a huge logo. Besides Wayne Enterprises, they also saw companies like LexCorp. In this small Manhattan, most places are filled with the buildings of these corporations. There's also the famous Empire State Building located on Fifth Avenue. Unfortunately, although it is tall, there's no giant gorilla on top of it. As evening approached, Leon and the others were also hungry, so they found a relatively expensive restaurant. For them, spending their first day in the metropolis was a success. At this moment, Leon received a message. Are you in Gotham? He looked and saw it was sent by Wonder Woman Diana. Leon thought about their last conversation and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He glanced at the girl he was teaching, who was still eating and drinking heartily, and quickly replied, I'm in Metropolis. Just in time I am too. The response from Wonder Woman came quickly. Shall we meet up? Since they were acquaintances, Leon naturally wouldn't refuse. No problem. The other party quickly sent the time and place. Wonder Woman was also staying at the hotel, but it was the Hilton. Leon glanced at the time and wasn't in a hurry. First, he would send a few young girls back. After finishing dinner, Leon said, make sure to rest well tonight. The Godfather still has to meet an old friend. Hearing Leon say this with a proud expression, Shiri and Rachel nodded. Only Kara looked surprised. Godfather, you've never been to the metropolis. How could you have an old friend? Kara was well aware of Leon's whereabouts. Seeing her teasing expression, Leon coughed a couple of times. This big girl was the most aware of his character. But Leon didn't mind. There isn't much joy in life anyway. Can't old friends from elsewhere come to the metropolis for a visit? Hurry up and get in the car. Rest well when you get back. We'll go out to play tomorrow. Don't wear yourselves out. Hearing Leon's words, they quickly got into the car. Once inside, the three girls began chattering excitedly. Is it about having a good figure or a pretty face? Is it blonde hair, black hair, or red hair? Or maybe height and weight? They discussed it all. In the end, Kara confidently said, it must be Dale. This made Leon unable to hold back his laughter. This kid, why can't she want them all? He quickly stopped the car, bought a few of the latest comics, and tossed them to Kara and the others to read. While other girls their age were still playing with Barbie dolls, these girls were different. After all, they were not ordinary people. Yay! Sure enough, after getting the comics, the girls finally stopped making noise and began browsing through them. Leon said immediately, reading in the car is bad for your eyes. Read it when we get back. But, Godfather, our eyes are fine. Kara blinked her eyes. Supervision is no joke. Leon coughed twice, just worried that they would finish reading it all at once. Then it would get boring again. Back in Brooklyn, Leon took them to the hotel suite. They all behaved, not allowed to go out. If I come back and don't see anyone, Leon said to a few young girls. The girls immediately nodded, indicating they would behave. As for the Godfather going out to play without taking them, they were already used to this unfaithful man in a bar with a Southeast Asian theme. Diana Prince rejected many average men. However, these people seemed endless, and soon another one would come along. Sure enough, as footsteps approached, Diana's relaxed expression immediately turned serious. She had to maintain her aloofness. Other unsuccessful suitors also looked over, unable to help but laugh. Although they couldn't have her, they still wanted to watch. Diana was simply too dazzling. Not only was her beauty exceptional, but her figure was also top-notch, rivaling that of supermodels. Beautiful lady, would you honor me with a drink? Hearing the voice behind her, Diana immediately smiled like a flower blooming. Of course. She called the bartender over. Leon took the opportunity to hand over the flowers. Thank you. Diana received them, a bit delighted. You're welcome. Leon smiled and ordered a drink from the bartender. When he arrived, he saw a little girl selling flowers and couldn't bear to see her out so late, so he bought a bouquet. Upon seeing Leon sit down smoothly, the losers were instantly shocked. It was over. The goddess had been taken away just like that. Moreover, this man must have used some means. After just one drink, he had led the goddess out of the bar. It was obvious that they were going to have some fun. Countless people wished to take Leon's place. With the experience from last time, Leon and Diana were unrestrained this time. They had a drink and couldn't hold back. Heading straight back to the hotel where Diana was staying. The sparks ignited instantly. Then, things took a turn for the worse. Crack. Perhaps they were too reckless. The bed collapsed. Fortunately, neither of them was hurt, but the mood was gone. Leon said, "This is not as good as the hotels in Gotham. Last time they were in perfect condition." "That's right. I'm going to complain about them." Diana looked displeased. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people. Otherwise, Leon would have been in trouble. Then, the two burst into laughter. They were sitting by the window, and Diana took out some drinks from the freezer. "I heard there was unrest in Gotham," she asked Leon. "Just Batman's game," he replied. Leon said casually. This made Wonder Woman smile, and the two immediately started talking. Leon was very curious about her work. Hearing Leon's inquiry, she began to speak. "I went to the Louvre and looked at some artifacts." She is now an antiquities expert. After living for so long and seeing so many genuine pieces, she can easily distinguish fakes. This prompted Leon to engage in conversation with her, catering to her interests. After a while, Diana gently smiled and said, "You mentioned last time that your goddaughter has some abilities?" "Of course." Leon smiled and said, "Shall we meet?" "Sure. Let's find a place with fewer people." Diana immediately replied, "I could perhaps be her teacher." "Ahem, I have 3 goddaughters." Leon immediately said, "Diana." She looked at Leon, momentarily at a loss for words. "There are 2 with magical talent." Hearing Leon say this, Diana shook her head. "I can't do magic. I'm an Amazon." She told Leon about her background. After all, Leon had shared such a secret with her. After the two exchanged some secrets, their relationship improved. So she was a princess. No wonder she was called Princess. Leon was immediately surprised. Very much on point. Diana rolled her eyes at him, but she didn't suspect that he had already known her identity. After all, she hadn't used her Wonder Woman identity to work for a long time. Leon looked at the time and said, "I still have to go back to watch over them." "See you tomorrow?" Diana asked. "Sure, but we have to take them out to play tomorrow." "Then let's go together," Diana said casually. "All right." The next day, as soon as Leon woke up, he heard sounds coming from outside. It turned out that the 3 girls were already awake and had started practicing makeup. Women are indeed quite talented in this area. They were only doing simple things like eyeliner. He ordered breakfast from the hotel and said, "Get ready, and we'll head out." "Okay." After returning last night, the 3 girls had obediently stayed inside. After all, it was their first time in Metropolis, and they were afraid the outside would be as chaotic as Gotham. In reality, it wasn't much different. You could hear gunshots in Metropolis at any time. After all, how could it be called the gunfight dream of 300 million people? Although they weren't afraid, they didn't have the mood to go out and play. In the evening, they still stayed quietly in the room. Before long, they finished their makeup, looking like they were about to go out dancing. After eating the breakfast provided by the hotel, they felt a bit uncomfortable. "Chinese food is much better," Carla complained. The other 2 girls nodded in agreement. They really couldn't eat the white people's food. Even though the hotel breakfast was good, it still lacked flavor. "Today, I will take you to meet A." Leon was taken aback for a moment, unsure whether to call her aunt or old lady. If age would be considered, then Wonder Woman would be truly terrifying. He could only say, "Go to meet a beautiful sister." Oh. The 3 girls exchanged glances, secretly thinking it was indeed the case. Moreover, the Godfather was really bold, not afraid of being found out by Harley Quinn. Leon drove to the hotel where Diana was staying, and to his surprise, she was already waiting. Unlike yesterday's long dress, she was wearing white fitted pants today, which made her legs look even longer. Upon seeing Diana, the 3 girls fell silent at the same time. So beautiful, even more beautiful than Harley Quinn. Although Harley Quinn is quite eccentric, they had to admit she was a beauty. Diana. Leon was somewhat surprised by the silence of the 3 girls. So he immediately let Diana take the passenger seat and introduce them. "This is Kara, this is Siri, and Rachel." "Hello, everyone." Diana smiled and extended her hand. "Hello, sisters." The 3 girls immediately became tense. Diana looked very young, not much older than them. Upon hearing this form of address, Diana couldn't help but smile. They called her sister, but referred to Leon as Godfather. It felt a bit strange. Leon started the car and let them familiarize themselves. He initially thought that Kara and the others would be resistant, but it seems he overthought it. Regardless of whether they are boys or girls, everyone likes beautiful women, and that is undeniable. Diana is so beautiful and very kind, so they quickly became accepting. The reason they disliked Harley Quinn was that Harley had a bad reputation and always teased them. When it comes to schemes and tricks, they are no match for Harley Quinn combined. The place Leon is going to this time is not far. The aquarium is located in Coney Island, Brooklyn. This is the southernmost point of Brooklyn, featuring beaches, the ocean, and one of America's earliest large amusement parks, which has existed for 120 years. Coney Island has a children's amusement park, the Metropolitan Aquarium, and a racetrack. Even other industries have set up shop here. One could say this is a vacation destination. Shall we go to the aquarium first? Sure. The three girls all agreed, and Diana naturally didn't mind. She was just there to accompany the kids, so the three girls walked ahead while Leon and Diana followed behind. Is Kara the one you mentioned? Diana asked softly. Yes. Leon nodded and said, Siri and Rachel are also extraordinary, but I don't practice magic. Diana shook her head. Having seen countless people, she could naturally tell that Kara was not ordinary. Besides her impressive equipment, Diana also possessed divine power. The 12 Olympian gods had once granted her different talents, such as super strength, outstanding intelligence, breathtaking beauty, sincerity, flight, and incredible speed, among others. She also had superhuman senses, enabling her to perceive Kara's uniqueness. Of course, it was mainly because Leon had informed her in advance that she could examine carefully. The group visited the aquarium together for Kara and the other girls. It was their first time in such a place, and the various amazing marine creatures excited them. After touring the aquarium, they went to the amusement park to enjoy themselves. As special training was about to begin, teaching the student, Rachel Ross, Raven. This article can be found at dashings.com for free reading. Affinity, 51, can be drawn. Abilities, magic affinity, soul release, healing spells, mind control, mental world, cross-dimensional teleportation. Just a few days after arriving in Metropolis, Rachel's affinity reached over 50. This was because Leon had not been negligent towards her and treated her equally, even giving her extra care. This also gave Leon an opportunity to draw. Awesome. Leon urged a few young girls to get ready quickly, as he was going to train their abilities today. This had been agreed upon long ago, and they were all very willing. After all, having a set of skills, but not mastering or using them could be very painful for them. It was like having $100 billion in a bank account, but being unable to spend it. Leon sat in the master bedroom of the suite and silently recited a prayer. God bless, Jade Emperor bless, Buddha bless. After seeking protection from all the deities, Leon finally began the extraction. Extraction target, Rachel Rose, Raven. Ability. Leon saw all of Rachel's abilities appear before him and couldn't help but feel excited. Compared to Kara and Siri, he realized that Rachel had the most abilities. Just looking at so many abilities, one could tell how incredible her potential was. Of course, abilities do not equate to strength, and it's also important to not waste that potential. Success in extraction, gain time control. Time control ability, able to briefly stop time or manipulate the flow of time. Leon was instantly filled with indescribable joy upon seeing this. In the universe, the most powerful forces are none other than time and space. In fact, one could say it is time itself. Even for certain powerful beings, other forces may not be able to destroy them, but time can. It plays the role of a fair judge in the universe, silently accumulating and changing everything. Even the universe itself cannot escape the sanctions of time. But just how brief is this brevity? Leon looked at the description. No way. He immediately tried it out. In an instant, he felt as if time had completely stopped. At that moment, time seemed to lose its meaning. Everything was in a state of stillness, and there was not a sound to be heard. However, it was only for that moment. Damn it, where's my magic? Leon rarely swore. In just that moment, his magic power was drained. If it weren't for his extraordinary physical condition, an ordinary magician would probably have fainted from exhaustion by now. This ability is too terrifying, Leon thought to himself. This also made him realize that he must improve his magical abilities. Otherwise, having such powerful abilities but being unable to use them is as unfortunate as having a bank card with $100 billion in savings but not knowing the password. You can only look but not use it. Kara, Siri, have you noticed anything? Rachel asked from outside. No, Kara shook her head. Only Siri felt it most acutely. It seemed like time had stopped for a moment. This made Rachel look at Siri in surprise. Siri is the girl of time and space, so it's not surprising that she sensed this. Godfather, we are ready. Kara didn't think too much about it. She is a natural talent for magic. Moreover, Kryptonians can also control time, even reverse it. It's just that it can be quite troublesome. Then let's go. Leon recovered a bit and gradually felt the magic power within him, which is why he came out. On a deserted beach, Leon walked with 3 girls. I found a teacher for you. Leon spoke up, be respectful. Teacher? The 3 girls exchanged glances. Is the teacher male or female? Female. Is she pretty? Does she have long legs? The three girls immediately began chattering. As expected, it's a female. Quiet. Leon furrowed his brows and said, change into your battle suits. If they kept talking like this, would he still have any authority as their godfather? Seeing the rare seriousness on his face, Kara and the others stuck out their tongues and hurriedly obeyed, going to the car to change into their battle suits. Leon had already seen Kara's battle suit, but now, looking at Siri and Rachel, he felt something different. Their designs were both strange and peculiar, and they were covered by large robes. Why was that? Leon couldn't help but laugh. They confidently said, we're not Kara. We don't have Kara's abilities. What if someone finds out our identities? They already knew that Kara could confuse others' senses with her own. Even without wearing a mask, others wouldn't recognize her true identity. But they didn't have Kara's abilities. And if they were to reveal their true selves, it would be a problem if people found out. Even Batman has to wear a mask, let alone them. Leon felt it made sense and spoke up. But how can you fight in robes? Have you thought about that? The girls were momentarily stunned. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. Whoosh! Bang! A figure descended from the heavens, dressed in various dazzling artifacts. There were starry crowns and protective silver bracelets. At her waist, she had a lasso of truth that looked extraordinary as well. The moment she appeared, the girls felt the gap between them. It seemed Gotham didn't have such figures. Then they looked at her face. Sister Diana. They instantly felt delighted. Having played with Diana for a few days before, they found her beautiful and kind-hearted, treating them well, taking them to eat delicious food, and showing them around. They never expected that Diana was actually the teacher Leon had found. Even Leon's eyes sparkled at the sight. Such a marvelous Wonder Woman had a unique charm. Previously, during their interactions, Diana wore modern clothes from human society. But now it seemed the attire of the Amazons had its merits too. Indeed, Diana glanced at the three girls, finding their battle outfits somewhat amusing. They were still so young. However, they were growing quickly. Kara was almost 7 meters tall. Of course, in front of Diana, they were still far behind. Diana was tall and leggy, standing over 8 meters, and with the power boots on, she appeared even taller. I specifically asked Diana to teach you. Leon began. Diana is the princess of Paradise Island, the daughter of the god king Zeus. He introduced Diana's background. Diana also wore a smile on her face. This was very necessary. Just like in ancient times, having a reputable master was essential. Naturally, finding teachers for the girls was the same. Knowing that Diana had a noble status and strength would make them obedient. However, Kara and Siri were a bit confused, but understood that Diana was of high status. After all, they weren't very interested in so-called Greek mythology. It was Rachel who excitedly asked, is Teacher Diana also a deity? Is Teacher Diana also a deity? Rachel quickly changed her tone. Siri also began to show her respect. A deity? In the wild and backward place of Sintra, there were naturally many legends of gods. As the princess of Sintra, Siri had been educated on this from a young age and respected such things. Therefore, her gaze towards Diana changed. Wonder Woman smiled and said, I can only be considered a demigod. That's still impressive. The three girls were instantly excited. All right, today I'm here to teach you how to control your abilities. Diana didn't say much to them and glanced at Leon. Leon nodded to her and stepped aside. The three female students stood together obediently, confident in their abilities. Kara, you go first, Diana said. Let me see what you can do. She had heard Leon say that Kara was impressive, but she hadn't seen it for herself yet. If she truly had potential, Diana would do her best to cultivate it. Siri and Rachel quickly moved aside. Rachel had gradually come to understand Kara's abilities. Me? Kara said eagerly. Full power? I won't hurt you, right? Hearing Kara's confident words, Diana tilted her head and smiled. Very confident, huh? Go ahead, you can't hurt me. After all, she was a demigod. Here I come. Without further ado, Kara launched herself toward Diana. Whoosh! She floated up and instantly flew in front of Diana. After days of sun exposure, Kara had fully developed her abilities. Now, she just needed to enhance her accumulation to make her powers even stronger. However, while her abilities had emerged, they hadn't been properly honed. This naturally didn't intimidate Diana. It only slightly surprised Wonder Woman, who gently leaned aside to evade the attack. Moreover, Kara's speed proved ineffective. Wonder Woman Diana had been blessed by the messenger Hermes, granting her incredible speed and the ability to fly. This speed included thought speed, movement speed, and reaction speed. After dodging Kara's attack, she quickly noticed all of Kara's flaws. Kara had never learned how to fight. Bang! Siri and Rachel couldn't even see clearly. Kara, was sent flying, crashing into the sand and creating a deep pit. However, even from this hit, Wonder Woman Diana realized that Kara was as tough as her mentor. Kara immediately jumped out of the pit. Diana spoke. "Your fighting skills are too poor. You're just flailing around." Kara felt a bit embarrassed. Her genes weren't those of a warrior. The L family was a family of scientists, with no fighting genes in their lineage. If her name were Kara Zod, it would be different. Even if you have such great strength, you still need to learn combat techniques, Wonder Woman Diana said. Combat techniques allow you to master your own power more skillfully and with discipline. As she spoke, she began teaching. Her teaching method was simple. First, she would hit. Since Kara's body was so tough and hard to injure, Diana wanted her to feel it. Wonder Woman Diana's combat abilities were formidable, honed through years of training. Moreover, Amazons learned combat techniques from a young age and participated in competitions, accumulating experience that Kara couldn't compare to. The scene quickly transformed into an adult overpowering a child, a complete domination. However, in front of Diana, Kara truly was child. Kara realized that although she had strength and speed, she simply couldn't defeat Wonder Woman. In fact, even landing a hit was quite difficult. After an hour of fighting, Kara's mentality started to crumble. Her personality wasn't particularly resilient. She initially got back up after each defeat with determination. But now, she was beginning to give up. Leon watched from the side, feeling a sudden sense of worry. It's over. The shame of Krypton is beginning to show. Leon saw that she hadn't come out of the pit for a long time, so he hurried over. He found Kara lying in the sand pit, not seriously injured, but her confidence was severely damaged. She stared blankly at the blue sky, which was rare weather for Gotham, but she didn't feel beautiful at all. "Kara," Leon called out to her and reached out to hold her. Kara instinctively began to whimper in his arms. After all, she was still a child. "Godfather, why do I have his power yet?" She really wanted to say why she was so weak. Leon didn't let her finish speaking. He only asked, "Isn't Spider-Man also faced with so many difficulties?" This caught Kara off guard for a moment, but she knew in her heart, compared to her, what was Spider-Man? If she wanted, she could instantly take down 100 Spider-Men. "Godfather," Kara shouted again, but this time she didn't sound so wronged. Although her mind was a bit unstable, she had at least gone through so much. She stood up for herself. Leon let her go and said, "No, I want to hug my godfather." She pouted at Leon. However, Leon smiled at her and said, "We need to understand why we fell down, because we need to learn how to get back up. I'm sorry, butler hero." Hearing Leon's words, Kara was stunned for a moment, then obediently stood up by herself. Young people always have a low tolerance for motivational speeches. Wonder Woman Diana looked at Leon in surprise, not expecting him to restore Kara's confidence with just a few words. No wonder he could be her godfather. This showed how much trust Kara had in Leon, and it was very deep. However, Diana did not hit her again, but instead called over Siri and Rachel. Siri and Rachel were already dazzled by what they had seen, but they also knew that the two of them clearly couldn't possess such strength. One was a demigod, and the other was a Kryptonian. They were not normal people. Therefore, they felt a bit frustrated, not knowing what they could learn. But Leon and Diana naturally would not favor one over the other. Leon himself was even prepared to learn a bit. Wonder Woman then began to teach the group some basic moves. Fighting skills are very important. Punching and footwork can make you more sensitive and know how to seize the opportunity in battle. Wonder Woman taught earnestly. This was very demanding, but fortunately Leon had prepared food. When it was time to rest, Diana said, "Actually, Paradise Island is the best place to train them. No one can discover them there. And they're training partners." Hearing this, Leon was naturally moved. The Amazons were born warriors, making them perfect for practice. So he asked, "Can I go?" Wonder Woman Diana, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Paradise Island isn't very welcoming to men. In fact, it isn't welcoming at all. Paradise Island is truly a matriarchal society. From the Amazon Queen Hippolyta to the warriors below, there isn't a single man among them. But how do the Amazons raise their newborns? They certainly don't come from stones. Moreover, there are no other means of raising them. They have to reproduce like everyone else. Therefore, there are rumors that the Amazons go out to sea to find lucky men. These lucky men impregnate them, and then they return to Paradise Island to give birth. If a boy is born, he is discarded, and only girls are kept. This can be considered very cruel. It's far more terrifying than female boxing." Leon was afraid that his goddaughter would learn some thoughts there, which would be disastrous. So he shook his head and said, "This place is good. Paradise Island is too far away. They won't adapt." "All right." Diana didn't say much either. She just made a suggestion. Leon looked at Diana beside him under the sunlight. Her body appeared sun-kissed, and her beautiful muscles were visible. Mainly, the Wonder Woman costume looked great. After practicing for a while in the afternoon, he noticed that the three girls were a bit exhausted, so she said, "I booked a restaurant. Let's go eat. The future is long." Upon hearing this, the three girls cheered, finally liberated. They immediately ran into the car to change clothes, and Diana said to Leon, "I'll wait for you at the restaurant." She winked at Leon and then flew off. "How do you all feel?" Leon waited for the girls to change their clothes before getting into the car. It was okay. Clearly, they seemed a bit worn out. They realized that training was not fun at all. Leon smiled and said, "If you want to become superheroes, you must make yourself stronger. Otherwise, just live your lives honestly." Upon hearing this, they pursed their lips. Shiri spoke up, "I want revenge, Godfather." "Then you need to work even harder." Leon nodded. He saw nothing wrong with such intense hatred towards the teacher. Revenge is in the nature of the Chinese people. What kind of person would not repay a grudge? What kind of grudge could be left unavenged after 9 lifetimes? To repay a grudge with vengeance is the right thing to do. Liang's support undoubtedly made Shili very happy. Their worldviews were aligned. Upon arriving at the restaurant, located on the 66th floor of the building, it was quite an aerial dining experience. Diana had already changed into her formal dress to wait for them. After seeing Diana, several young girls clearly felt a bit scared, having been severely trained by her. Carla was fine, as she was a Kryptonian, and this posed no challenge for her. However, Shili and Rachel, despite their high magical talents, were not particularly strong themselves. This training could be seen as a way to compensate for their shortcomings. "Order whatever you want to eat." Leon let them order for themselves, while he sat with Diana to chat. "Can we still fight tonight?" Diana asked quietly. Of course. Leon also practiced for a while, but it didn't affect him at all. Diana immediately laughed and said, "I changed to a different hotel. It should be of better quality." Next, Wonder Woman Diana specially trained them for a week. Leon and Diana play contrasting roles, with one taking the red face and the other the white face. This is very effective for teenage girls, as they fear authority, especially figures like teachers. After training, Leon comforts them, and the results are quite significant. Kara shows the fastest growth. She no longer swings her fists randomly, but has developed some skills and learned to think. Because once she attacks thoughtlessly, Diana will give her a beating. After taking enough hits, she naturally changes. Even Kryptonians don't want to be hit all the time. In Leon's view, at least Kara is no longer a brute. As for Siri and Rachel, they have only gained a foundation. At least they have some basic combat skills now. There's still a long way to go. However, in such a short time, Diana has to leave due to other commitments. She is returning to Themyscira. No wonder she mentioned Themyscira to Leon earlier. Leon didn't dare to let his disciple follow him, so he had to say goodbye. The beautiful life disappeared. These days he trained during the day and practiced more at night. He felt very fulfilled. Of course, there were good things as well. Disciple, Kara Zor-El Supergirl. Affinity, 80, can be extracted. Abilities, flight, super hearing, super healing, heat vision, super breath. Disciple, Surya Fiona Allen Lianluin, daughter of time and space. Affinity, 81, can be extracted. Abilities, time travel, future foresight, magical affinity, hunter adaptability, accelerated learning speed. Under Liang's comfort, several girls became increasingly close to him, and naturally, their values skyrocketed. The initial connection broke through 80 points. Under the happy mood, Leon continued to play with them, letting them do whatever they wanted. He was quite lenient with the 3 girls when it came to playing. As long as they didn't cause any trouble, everything was fine. As for the traditional Chinese concept of learning through play, Leon wasn't very concerned. If even playing had to have an educational purpose, it would be too sad for the children. Playing is just playing. It doesn't need to have too much meaning. The only meaning is to make them happy. In this situation, half of the summer vacation had already passed. Summer vacation is the happiest time here, as the winter break only lasts 3 weeks to a month. Only in summer can they truly enjoy themselves. They played until July. Tonight, they would take a break, and tomorrow they would return to Gotham. Leon said to the 3 girls who had already gone wild. This made them calm down a bit. Although they were somewhat reluctant, they had played enough. Continuing to play was not impossible, but it needed moderation, otherwise it would become tiresome. "Godfather, let's go have a meal at a French restaurant tonight." So, for the last night in the metropolis, they all raised suggestions. As the economic center, the metropolis offered food from all around the world. Of course, most of it was a modified version, like General Tso's chicken in Chinese cuisine. But it must be said that French cuisine is still better than that of Big Ing. It is well known that Big Ing has no good food. Seeing that the 3 girls agreed, Leon naturally didn't mind. "Yay, I want to eat escargot." "Oh, I can't eat that." The 3 girls chattered away. By evening, Leon had made a reservation and took them out for dinner. Speaking of which, their combination was quite eye-catching wherever they went. Each of the three girls had their own charm. It was obvious they were young. Many people suspected there was something wrong with Leon. Even police officers from the metropolis had come to question them. Leon was somewhat accustomed to it. For example, this time, when he brought three girls into the restaurant, many people looked over. However, they were all looking at the three girls. This gaze made Leon quite unhappy. Mr. Leon? Mr. Leon? Once inside the restaurant, Leon did not expect someone to be calling him. Moreover, it was a man. Leon said that the guy really wasn't familiar. Turning his head to take a look, Leon raised an eyebrow. He actually recognized him. Clark? The one calling him was Clark Kent. Hello. Clark was accompanied by a gentle-looking woman who appeared very beautiful, dressed in a long dress. The two clearly seemed to be on a date. This is Lois Lane, my colleague, Clark said somewhat shyly. He hadn't become Superman yet, and Leon hadn't heard any news from Metropolis. Therefore, he didn't recognize Kara either. Leon waited for a moment and found that he really didn't recognize Kara. This was quite normal because he had come to Earth before he had any memory, and for the first few decades of his life. He didn't even know he was an alien. It would be strange for him to recognize Kara. As for Kara, she couldn't recognize Clark either. She came to Earth to find her cousin. Does she even know what a brother is? Kal-El is more than 10 years younger than her. She could never have imagined that after being trapped in the Phantom Zone for just a little while, her cousin would have grown so much. Unless the two of them used their supervision to look at each other, they might discover that they were both Kryptonians. However, having been in human society for so long, they wouldn't normally use their powers. Leon introduced, "This is Kara. This is Shiri. This is Rachel. My goddaughter." Louise Lane looked at him strangely. "What's going on?" As a reporter, she instinctively sensed something was off. "Are you here to eat at the restaurant?" "Of course. Why not together?" Clark glanced at Louise, and she nodded in agreement. So, the few of them gathered together. After sitting down and ordering, Louise began to ask Leon and the others questions. "Mr. Leon, are you from Metropolis?" "No, we live in Gotham." "Oh, I've heard Gotham is quite unsafe." "Metropolis is the same." After listening for a while, Clark interrupted Louise, apologizing. "Louise is a reporter. She's used to it." "It's okay." Leon smiled. While the three girls were somewhat annoyed with Louise Lane, it was too noisy. They weren't interested in the reporter at all. As a result, the meal was consumed quickly. They didn't savor their favorite French escargot and foie gras, but rather gulped them down. After finishing, they stared at Leon. Leon could only quicken his pace. After finishing, he said, "I'll take them with me first. We need to go back to Gotham tomorrow. See you again if there's a chance." "All right, goodbye." Clark looked very upright. He had a very proper face. That woman was really annoying. After coming out, the three goddaughters started to complain. Leon also didn't understand what was so good about the reporter. The next day, he took them back on the road to Gotham. They were quite uncomfortable in Metropolis. Every time they walked on the street, they would be questioned by officers. In Gotham, however, it was much more relaxed. But Leon also noticed that no one was following them in secret anymore. During their escape from Ohio to Gotham, both he and Carla had felt a sense of urgency, as if they could be caught at any moment. But now that feeling was gone. He didn't know if it was the Wayne Corporation's money that was making a difference. The car's sound system was playing music, and the girls were lively, energetically discussing their plans. Their vacation wasn't even over yet, and they were already talking about where to go next. "Godfather, we haven't been to Los Angeles yet. Los Angeles is the city of angels, and it has Hollywood and the Walk of Fame. I want to be a star." The girls shouted, deciding where they would go next. Leon naturally would not disagree. "No problem, but you all need to behave and work hard in your studies from now on." Leon was discussing with them. They could make them happy, but they also had to satisfy themselves. After this trip, Rachel had become happier. She had initially been thinking about her own issues, but now she didn't want to think about them as much. However, things had to be resolved eventually. After crossing the bridge, they returned to Gotham. Although it was just a small distance, it felt like two different worlds. Metropolis was bright and beautiful, while Gotham seemed somewhat gloomy. It felt like it could rain heavily at any moment. Moreover, upon entering Gotham, one could see blood-selling vehicles. For ordinary people in Gotham, selling blood to make a living was a common occurrence. In the entire world, America, with only 5% of the population, occupies 70% of the global blood market. People at the bottom of the social ladder almost had to sell blood every month, because if they didn't, they wouldn't have money to eat. Gotham was particularly severe. Wayne Blood Company dominated the entire market in Gotham. All the people at the bottom were its blood bags. Leon knew this so well, because when he worked at a Chinese restaurant, someone had recommended that he sell blood. With the education Leon had received, he naturally wouldn't accept such a way of living. However, He had deeply encountered the darkness of a lower class. He also realized that cash ability was more important than superpower. Without cash ability, various loans could crush you. A college student's various loans might take an ordinary person until retirement to pay off. There was even a lunch loan for meals. Poison Ivy had once complained that she only became Poison Ivy and managed to pay off her loans after doing a few jobs. Thinking about this, Leon looked at his adopted daughter and felt truly happy. Leon at least won't let them study while burdened with various loans. The Iceberg Club is very important. They are home. Back in the Diamond District, Leon drove the car into the underground parking lot. Afterwards, the three girls started taking out their things in large and small bags. There is a habit here, which is to give gifts, especially after going out to play. They basically bring gifts back for relatives and friends. Naturally, they don't have many friends, so they bought gifts for Harley Quinn and Kate Kane. Harley. Leon opened the door and called inside. Harley Quinn immediately jumped out of the room and quickly closed the door behind her. She wasn't wearing anything, just wrapped in a towel. It seemed she was still waking up. Honey, you're back. Harley Quinn's big eyes sparkled as she greeted them with hugs and kisses. This is your gift. Kara and the others gave her gifts and then couldn't stand her clinginess, quickly retreating to the room. Really? Thank you, Harley Quinn exclaimed, wanting to chase after them for more hugs. Then, she eagerly opened the gift box and saw what was inside. It was a doll. I love it. She shouted towards the closed door. Turning around, she saw Leon watching her. Did you have fun? She asked Leon. Of course, how about you? Leon casually asked. But Harley Quinn fell silent. Harley? Turning to look at her, he noticed her face was a bit red. Harley, Leon shouted again, waking Harley Quinn up. The article searches, 86 can shoe, net for free reading. I'm fine. Really, I go to the Iceberg Lounge every day and I absolutely did not sleep with Ivy. And I don't see her when I wake up. The Joker's Harley Quinn inadvertently confessed. She fell into silence on the spot. And Leon also heard the noise in the room. When he opened the door, Poison Ivy Pamela was putting on her boots. Leon turned his head to look at Harley Quinn, unsure of what to say. I'm just good friends with Ivy, Harley Quinn said softly. It seems I returned at the wrong time. Liang's emotions were somewhat complicated. No, you came at just the right time. Poison Ivy didn't think much of it and first pulled both Liang and Harley inside. The door was tightly closed. Indeed, I came back at the right time. After more than an hour, Liang came to terms with it. If it were just Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy Pamela, he would feel uncomfortable. But now he was part of it too. Happy. I'm a good person and can't bear to break up your friendship. Liang spoke sternly. Then, the two of them drove him away. Leon carefully rinsed himself and then began to pray. After making all his wishes, he chose to draw a card. First, he drew for Kara. Kara is his great disciple and a Kryptonian, so Leon was very excited. Draw target. Kara Zor-El Supergirl. Draw successful. Bioplasmic field. Bioplasmic field. The bioplasmic field is the material extension of living biological organisms, capable of transmitting material sensations or interactions between organisms or between organisms and other objects. It is a type of informational substance belonging to life and is also the fundamental material for biological evolution. The existence of the bioplasmic field automatically granted Leon some abilities like flight and sensing. Now, he only lacked heat vision and freeze breath compared to Kara. However, he had magic, which could completely replace those abilities. One could say that Leon was now also a proper superhero. His physical qualities were on par with Kryptonians, and he had gained a bioplasmic field. He also possessed supervision and other abilities. Thinking of this, Leon felt incredibly exhilarated. He must find a magic teacher. Not only do they need it, but I need it too. Leon is now anxious about his magic. It's like holding Deely Reba in his arms, but having no ability to win her over. With a mountain of gold at his disposal, how could he not develop it? Let's extract from Shiri as well. Leon felt that luck was on his side and decided to go for it. Target for extraction, Siri, the girl of time and space. Extraction successful. Gain the ability to traverse time and space. Time and space traversal. Siri, the girl of time, can traverse countless worlds, and her ancient blood grants her control over time, making her unaffected by it. In The Witcher 3, the Wild Hunt pursues Siri because they want to harness her ability to traverse worlds. In fact, the Wild Hunt can also traverse time and space, but they're not as powerful as Siri. Moreover, Siri's ability to traverse time and space allows her to cross timelines, making her extremely powerful. This is why the Wild Hunt relentlessly chases her. Squeak. Leon turned off the faucet and finally felt refreshed. Indeed, luck was on his side. Praying to the gods really worked. When he came out after getting dressed and entered the room, he only saw Harley Quinn. Where's Ivy? Isn't it because you scared her away? Harley Quinn said. Liang's craziness startled them. Poison Ivy had never seen such a situation and ran away first. Cough, cough. You'll get used to it. What? You want to do it again next time? Isn't this kind of thing only ever 0 times or countless times? In the afternoon, Liang arranged to meet Kate Kane. He didn't bring the 3 light bulbs along, but went to find Kate with the gifts they bought. Kate Kane was dressed in a stylish, tight leather outfit and wearing sunglasses, still riding her motorcycle. She loved the feeling of freedom that came with riding. How was it? She asked, taking off her sunglasses while sitting in the CAF. Leon noticed that she seemed a bit tired, clearly worn out from the recent hustle and bustle. After all, she was just Batwoman, not Batman. Batman could go without sleep, relying solely on coffee to get by. From this perspective, Jim was no longer human. It's quite amusing. Metropolis truly lives up to its reputation as a big city. Leon spoke up. Kara and the others bought you a gift that's in the car. Kate immediately suggested. Then please help me take it home later. This made Leon understand. Luckily, he was strong. No problem. After that, the two chatted about Gotham. In fact, with many people being sent to Arkham Asylum, Gotham had not become safer. It was still the same as always. Just like after the downfall of the Falcone family. Countless other families emerged immediately. The Penguin and Sophia were arrested, but many others also appeared. These people were quite capable, and there were many outsiders as well. Ninja from the island had also come. Batwoman had recently been dealing with these people, which left her a bit exhausted. Leon was like a silent listener. After she finished speaking, he comforted her, saying, "You still need to rest more." Then let's go rest, Kate replied obediently, as she was very good at accepting criticism. But rest, why, Adman? Leon patted himself, finished his coffee, and stood up. He went to pay and left a tip. After that, Kate rode her motorcycle while Leon followed her in a Maybach, and they made their way back to the Kane family's estate. Leon really wants to have his own big villa. After all, since he's come here, how can he not stay in a big villa? So he asked Kate about the current housing prices in Gotham. They've dropped a lot, Kate replied. After the last asylum incident, many wealthy people want to leave Gotham. If you want a villa, I can help you. Leon asked, how can I help? Gotham Bank has many properties, all acquired from those bankrupt wealthy individuals. Kate briefly explained, and Leon understood. In Gotham, it's really easy to be drain dry, just like he was. After coming to Kate's house, he found it hard to leave. It wasn't until the evening, when Kate Kane was about to go out as Batwoman, that she finally let Leon go. Leon discovered that she also had her own Batcave. It was filled with Batwoman's costumes, which looked like they had gone through many iterations and upgrades. One can only say that rich people have it good. This is not a game for the poor at all. By the way, that Zatanna has been contacted, but she is unwilling to come to Gotham. That's okay. Leon casually said that now there are more choices, and it's not necessary to find a magic teacher here. The Iceberg Club. This article searches. I read books 5 can't chew. Calm free reading. Compared to the beginning, the Iceberg Club has now expanded to 2 floors. After the renovation, the first floor has turned into a pure entertainment area, while the second floor has become a bar. Beautiful dealers and bustling waitresses, all dressed in their respective work uniforms, make the guests who come to play enthusiastically spend their money. On the second floor, everything is completely different. Dancers, resembling stars, twist their beautiful figures on stage, while below, people are toasting each other. A group of individuals dressed in suits, looking like elites, are socializing. Who are they? In the corner, Leon admired his club and asked Frank, who was drinking with him. The people are still the same, just their identities have changed. Frank felt a bit emotional. No one expected Leon's transformation to be so significant. It was heard that the Penguin, Cobblepot, went mad in the asylum. After all, the club that took a lot of hard work to build finally gained fame, only to be taken over by someone else. And it was a former little brother. With such a big reputation, Leon naturally wouldn't act recklessly. Maintaining the status quo is the best change. After all, there is no need to mess with a hen that lays golden eggs. The beauty of the country has its own context. Frank felt a bit more respect for Leon. This was a change brought about by identity. These are all confidants of the new mayor, who have just arrived in Gotham. Hearing Frank's words, Leon was surprised and said, "New mayor? Isn't it still not election year? It's the result of a recall election." Frank explained what a recall election is. It means a special voting election to remove an elected official from office. As long as the vote passes, the initiator becomes the successor. In other words, it's a form of struggle. Leon didn't care about all that. He wasn't interested in it. Having lived 2 lives, he was just an ordinary person. Who was the new mayor? He asked casually. To be honest, after living for so long, he didn't even know who the mayor was, let alone have met him. Director Sharp, Frank said. The director? Yes, the former director of the insane asylum. It was because of this incident that he believed it was the previous mayor's fault, so he dragged the other party into it. After listening, Leon felt that Gotham was quite magical. But that's just very Gotham. However, it always seemed to him that there was capital behind it. Without capital, how could a madman asylum director possibly become a mayor? Mr. Leon, are you the owner of the club? Soon, a person approached, a middle-aged, balding man. Yes, and you are? Leon asked. I am Smith, the aide to Mayor Sharp. I thought you were Agent Smith. Leon thought to himself. Then the other party said, we are working on a great plan, and once it is implemented, the entire Gotham will become safe. So what do you want from me? Leon and Frank exchange a glance. We need financial support. Once the plan succeeds, we will receive substantial returns, Smith's aide said with a smile. The Iceberg Club is simply the Golden Mountain Club. Anyone who sees it will be tempted. So they came here to ask for money. Leon asked calmly, can I know what the plan is? Of course, the other party replied with a smile. Mayor Sharp plans to acquire the slums in the city and establish a large open prison, then transfer all crime in Gotham City into it. They will be allowed to move freely without the possibility of escape, so they won't pose any threat to us. Leon frowned upon hearing this. Then why not send them directly to Australia? Seeing the other party's confusion, Leon explained, after all, that's where the descendants of criminals are. Upon hearing Liang's obvious refusal, the other party did not get angry and left. Frank then spoke up. What are they trying to do? It won't affect us, right? The Diamond District is not a slum. Leon shook his head, looking a bit worried, and said, but this group of people is so chaotic, it's easy for things to go wrong. This is like raising a poison insect. What if these criminals are unified by someone? Moreover, who exactly is the criminal? How can the definition of that be in their hands? Batman definitely won't be pleased. How are the club's profits? Leon immediately asked Frank. The ledger is with Harley Quinn. Frank replied, there's at least hundreds of thousands in net income every day. Hearing this, Leon wasn't too surprised. The Iceberg Lounge is so popular in Gotham. It would be strange if it didn't make money. Even with so many activities downstairs, the daily income could be explosive. Not to mention the VIP lounge. In the past, the Penguin's income was even more because he also had a launder money. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder they say the Penguin is as rich as a country. If he were a bit more law-abiding, being a wealthy man wouldn't be a problem at all. But the Penguin is not content with mediocrity. He not only wants to make money, but also to pursue status. The Penguin once wanted to clean up his image and even ran for mayor a few years ago. But he failed. The next day, Leon woke up waiting for Harley Quinn to come home. Now that he is the owner of the Iceberg Lounge, he naturally wouldn't stay up late anymore. Doesn't staying up late harm your health? Outside, it was dawn, and Harley Quinn returned on time. In Gotham, whether it's superheroes or villains, they're all night owls. There are hardly any who act during the day. At this moment, Harley Quinn came in together with Poison Ivy. Leon was initially very happy, but then he was surprised and said, Harley, Ivy, who did this to you? He saw that Harley Quinn's clothes were torn and her fishnets were full of holes, and she was covered in dust. Poison Ivy didn't look much better, appearing equally tragic. Darling, something happened. Harley Quinn gritted her teeth and said, Gotham has tough opponents now. At that moment, the three female students also woke up, came out of the room, and upon seeing their beaten-up appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. Especially Harley Quinn, who always teased them, but they couldn't retaliate. What happened? Leon asked. A lot of newcomers have come to Gotham. Harley Quinn replied. Previously, with the Penguin and Sophia Falcone being captured, Ivy and I didn't have enough manpower to control so much territory, so we didn't intervene. Who would have thought that in this time? It has already been taken over by others. Where do these people come from? Leon raised an eyebrow. The Metropolis Gang is coming. I heard they're called the International Gang. Harley Quinn said resentfully. Are they strong? Hearing Leon's words, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy Pamela exchanged glances. Then, Poison Ivy shyly said, they have Titan serum. Leon looked at Poison Ivy and asked in confusion, what is the Titan formula? Poison Ivy had no choice but to recount what happened that night at the asylum. It turned out that she had seen Batman perfecting the Titan formula and had stolen the recipe first. Moreover, in order to make money, she had sold the Titan formula. After hearing this, Leon felt that Gotham was not a safe place at all. It was disconcerting. Why did you sell it? Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this just lifting a rock to smash one's own foot? Poison Ivy, Pamela, spoke up, because it has flaws. If injected without fixing these flaws, it will cause fatal mutations. To remedy the fatal mutations, a perfect antidote must be developed, but the antidote requires a restorative enzyme, and I don't know where to find it. So I sold it. Those who use the Titan serum will eventually die, but right now we can't fight back. Hearing her honest words, Leon couldn't help but feel that women really have 800 eyes, and they can be quite ruthless. But for Poison Ivy, this is just basic operation. She only cares about plants, not humans. If there is someone she truly cares about, it must be Harley Quinn. Aside from that, Leon might not even count, at most half a concern. So, being able to make some money while also deceiving others, Poison Ivy naturally did it. Who would have thought that the other party would use it against them? And it was a gang from Metropolis. Metropolis isn't far from Gotham, but this counts as a gang invasion. Are they really that bad? At this moment, Kara asked. Of course. Harley Quinn replied. These damn guys actually came to Gotham to sell arms. You have no idea how much more dangerous the gangs in Gotham are now than before, she said to Leon, clearly furious. The weapons she had previously sought from Mr. Freeze were bought from the International Gang. Very innovative technology. Who would have thought that the International Gang had set their sights on her territory? Hearing this, Kara eagerly said, Godfather, let me take care of them. Leon was a bit hesitant. He didn't want Kara, who was so young, to go out and be a superhero. But Kara's reasoning was strong. Diana said we need real combat experience. Diana? Harley Quinn squinted her eyes upon hearing this obviously feminine name. Leon was afraid that Kara would continue talking, so he immediately nodded and said, All right, but you have to be careful. This little girl has a loose tongue. Then he turned to Harley Quinn and said, Harley, let's buy a villa. Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn indeed stopped caring about Diana. Sound good, she exclaimed happily. It's really time to buy a villa. Otherwise, it's too crowded with so many of us living together. Harley Quinn looked at her big family, Poison Ivy, the three little ones, and Leon. There's no way they could fit in without a big villa. So, Harley Quinn cast aside her worries and immediately took Poison Ivy to freshen up. Kara and the others also washed up one after another. They were just a bit puzzled about Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy washing up together. Once they were ready, Leon took them out for breakfast. Then, he first contacted the person Kate had introduced. This was a real estate agent from the bank. The group then headed straight to the wealthy district. Even in Gotham, there are areas with the best security, and that is the wealthy district. Wealthy people pay more taxes, resulting in more police officers patrolling 20 hours a day without interruption. Even Gotham's supervillains generally wouldn't come to such places to seek trouble. Leon and the others felt immediately at ease driving here. That's how it is in Gotham. As long as you can see a police car, you feel safe. Moreover, among their group, there was no one with dark skin, so they didn't have to worry about getting a magazine emptied. Soon, they entered a manor. Even the ordinary villas had fences and lawns, let alone the manor, which had everything from pools to gardens. The style was quite classical. The manor covered over 1,000 square meters and had a total of 20 rooms and 10 bathrooms. The other party began to introduce. Leon and a few others exchanged glances, feeling quite satisfied, mainly because it was large. Moreover, it had all the basic amenities, such as a bar, gym, and entertainment room. There was also an indoor swimming pool, an outdoor swimming pool, and an indoor cinema. Many things Leon had only thought about before, but now he was truly seeing them. He asked, Why is this house for sale? The manager smiled and replied, Because the owner went bankrupt. This used to be the Elliott family's estate. Leon and the others immediately laughed. Thomas Elliott, what a coincidence. Leon and Harley Quinn exchanged a glance. They were both witnesses. It was said that Thomas Elliott had gone mad. Moreover, the company had been acquired by Wayne Enterprises. With the Elliott family having no other members left and Thomas having killed his own parents, it had become a property without an owner. Just thinking about such things made Leon shudder. No wonder ancient people had so many children to ensure the prosperity of their clan. Being a lonely individual was indeed easy prey for bullying. If Thomas Elliott still had relatives, the Elliott Group and the estate wouldn't have met such a tragic fate. Unlike now, where he had lost his mind and couldn't hold on to anything. Leon naturally had no opinion on all of this, just thinking that it was just right. Then it should be here. Leon looked at Harley Quinn, signaling her pay. Even he didn't know how much money Harley Quinn had. But buying this place was not a problem. Harley Quinn was also very happy and followed him to discuss the matter. With Kate Kane's introduction, the paperwork will be done quickly. However, buying a house is not the same as renting. Once you own property, various taxes come into play. Property tax must be paid every year, which is around 2% of the property's value, varying by state. And Gotham is like this. Besides property tax, there are also home insurance and so on. Just like this mansion, worth at least tens of millions. The property tax alone would be enough to take an ordinary person decades to earn. Only at such times can one truly feel the vast gap between the rich and the poor. Because for the rich, this amount of property tax is really nothing. But for the poor, it is a heavy burden. This is why there are so-called $1 villas, yet no one buys them. Once you buy a house, you have to bear the property tax. Even if you don't live there, you still have to pay. How can the poor afford that? By the time all the paperwork was done, Harley Quinn didn't care much because she got a good price. This was equivalent to all of Wayne Enterprises. The selling price completely depended on their thoughts. Let's divide the rooms. Leon, and I want the master bedroom. The rest you figure out how to split. Harley Quinn said loudly, as she had already arranged for people to move everything from the apartment. After all, with minions around, why would they need to do it themselves? Ivy, which one do you want? Harley Quinn immediately stopped Poison Ivy, who was about to leave, and asked her, "What? There's one for me?" Poison Ivy's expression suddenly became complicated. She felt a bit worried, a bit excited, and a bit expectant. Moreover, she subtly glanced at Leon. At this moment, Leon didn't say anything, neither inviting nor rejecting Harley's proposal. He seemed oblivious to Poison Ivy's gaze. Harley Quinn immediately said, "Ivy, we're best friends, and we agreed to be together. Isn't it great that we're family now?" She began to brainwash Poison Ivy while holding Leon's hand and pulling Poison Ivy's hand. "Let's build a family together. We are family." At this moment, she seemed to transform into a family superhero. For these people, family is also very important. Otherwise, family-friendly movies wouldn't be so popular. Poison Ivy was clearly moved, her face turning red. At this time, Leon expressed, "Ivy, I know how good you are to Harley. Do you mind?" Poison Ivy, Pamela, looked at him and asked. Leon didn't mind at all, and secretly chuckled. However, he said solemnly on the surface, "Of course not." The Poison Ivy woman seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and then said, "All right then." After the three of them resolved their family issues, another problem remained unresolved. The three teaching women began to quarrel. Although the manor had 20 rooms, it was clear that each room was decorated differently, and the differences were quite significant. They all wanted better rooms, and even Kara, this sister, had no intention of giving up. Although Leon is an only child, he will not let his sister suffer losses. Just because she is older doesn't mean she should be at a disadvantage. He must treat them equally. "I want this room. I like it here." "I like it too." "Me too." The three girls were unwilling to back down, and all wanted the room near the master bedroom. Leon took a look inside. It had everything, including an indoor bathroom and large floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of Gotham's nightscape. Perhaps some of them weren't that keen on it. However, the other two were vying for it, so she naturally wanted to compete as well. Leon had long noticed the competition for favor among the girls, but there wasn't much she could do. Since everyone wanted it, "Let's play a game," Harley Quinn said excitedly, seeing her eyes darting around. It was clear she had thought of something. "Forget it." Then the three girls said in unison, "Why? Don't you all want this room?" Harley Quinn said gloomily. The three quickly shook their heads. "In that case, I will divide it up." Harley Quinn then assigned the rooms to the three of them. But instead of following her own preferences, she let them draw lots. She wrote their names and had them each draw for one of the three rooms near the master bedroom. In the end, it was Kara who won. Although they suspected Kara cheated, neither Siri nor Rachel could prove it. After all, when Kara used her supervision, her eyes didn't change color. Unlike heat vision, which was obvious when it turned red, indicating she was using a cheat. After the rooms were assigned, Leon didn't cook himself. Instead, everyone went out to eat together. Ordering takeout here is quite a tormenting experience. Even if it's not far away, it takes ages to deliver. Although the delivery drivers are all using cars, this is Gotham, and it's very likely that they won't make it to their destination without something happening to them. So, it's better to eat in a restaurant. They aren't afraid of being robbed or anything, unless the robber is just tired of living. Therefore, Leon couldn't understand how Thomas and Martha Wayne dared to take little Bruce Wayne down dark alleys by themselves. As billionaires, don't they even have bodyguards? Even gangsters know they should bring their lackeys when they go out. At night, Kara, wearing her homemade battle suit, flew in the air to observe the ground. She used her supervision, which could almost penetrate everything. However, she discovered that there was a certain place she couldn't see through. At that moment, she realized that her supervision couldn't penetrate everything. Was it lead? Kara used her knowledge to analyze the situation. This was because her X-ray vision was based on X-rays. X-rays are a type of electromagnetic wave that can penetrate materials. Only lead has a strong absorption effect on X-rays, so Kara's supervision failed when it encountered lead. After realizing this, Kara wouldn't foolishly mention it. She stopped looking at the lead because it was a factory. Found it, following Harley Quinn's hints. She quickly located the international gang. These people were at Miller Baysport, moving containers. When Kara flew over, she saw that the containers completely blocked her vision, and she was horrified to discover that they were all filled with weapons. Moreover, these were weapons she had never seen before. Were they planning to start a war in Gotham? Kara felt a chill run down her spine and momentarily became flustered. She took a deep breath, as if the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed a bit. Cough, cough. Kara, this is something you have to go through. Be strong. Kara slapped her small face, and the determination on her face was completely unlike that of a girl in her teens. Now, what she needed to do was stop them. Kara, with a determined expression, saw Batman hiding on a distant lamppost. Even Batman didn't dare to act casually. But Kara wasn't afraid of any of this. Keller was a frontline member of the international gang in Gotham, which was established by Bruno Mannheim. Bruno Mannheim was a crime lord in Metropolis who had long been involved in criminal activities, ruling the underworld and trafficking arms worldwide. As his power grew in Metropolis, he became dissatisfied with just that city. The world is so vast, he wanted to control it. So he first set his sights on Gotham, this American enclave. The uniqueness of Gotham need not be elaborated on. For America, it was even somewhat dispensable. In the comics, Gotham was once abandoned by America and not recognized as its territory. It was only after Commissioner Gordon's desperate pleading that it was reaccepted by the president. One could say that Gotham is completely an enclave, and the importance of Wayne Enterprises is greater than anything else. Keller came here to lay the groundwork. As long as he established a foothold in Gotham, the members of the international gang would come pouring in. For them, this was not a difficult task. They had alien technology. In Keller's view, Gotham was currently in chaos, essentially leaderless. This situation was reminiscent of when Carmine Falcone fell. With the Penguin and Sophia Falcone locked up in Arkham Asylum, and the Joker and Scarecrow unable to escape, there was a power vacuum in Gotham's underworld. He believed that under this power vacuum, it would take a long time to see a leader emerge. As for Harley Quinn and the others, this wasn't France. Women could rule the world. They needed to move faster. Although we aren't afraid of Batman, being targeted is still a hassle. Keller yelled to the members of the international gang. This made everyone burst into laughter. Batman, let's see if he can take a hit from us. They had alien technology. Although Boss Bruno didn't admit it, they all felt that this was not a weapon from Earth. Which Earth weapons are this advanced? Haha. But then they suddenly felt something was off. Was the wind picking up? They suddenly felt the night wind was a bit strong and cold against their skin. Keller was just about to wrap his clothes tighter when something felt wrong. What the hell? Why are you flying? God, is there a tornado? From the perspective of others, Keller suddenly floated into the air. And the most crucial part was that others had no idea what was happening. They just saw a red whirlwind forming around Keller. Then, like a tornado, it swept Keller into the air. A red tornado. Everyone was horrified, and then Keller fell from the sky. Crack. No one reacted in time, so naturally, no one would catch him. Keller fell to the ground, feeling as if his pelvis had shattered. Only then did the others realize that it wasn't a red tornado. It was just a person, a girl, with long golden hair and a sweet smile. Everyone could sense her cuteness. However, Keller's cries of pain on the ground created a stark contrast at that moment. What the hell? Are you human or a monster? Forget it, open fire. These were elite members of the international gang. Once they reacted, they didn't care whether Kara was a child. They all drew their weapons. These weapons turned out to be energy weapons, and their designs were unlike any arms dealers. Buzz. A strong laser energy beam shot toward Kara. If this were the old Kara, she wouldn't have even thought about dodging. But after being specially trained by Wonder Woman, she wasn't that reckless anymore. She didn't want to get hurt. In an instant, she dodged and even had the presence of mind to joke. You dare come to Gotham? Did you ask for my permission? Kill her, that bitch. Keller shouted in pain. The members of the international gang didn't hold back either and continued firing at Kara. In an instant, lasers filled the sky, and it seemed as if Gotham's dark clouds had been dispersed. And Kara began to fight back. She flew to one person in an instant, grabbed the weapon from his hand, and twisted it into a lump. This scared the person, and he hurriedly tried to escape. But Kara grabbed him by the collar. Like catching a little chick, she spun him around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, she spun around a few times and then smashed toward the other members of the international gang. This series of actions knocked several people to the ground. Next, Kara began to showcase her talents. She used all her abilities, such as heat vision and freeze breath. The weapons in the hands of the gang members couldn't withstand her heat vision and instantly turned into molten metal. As for these people, her freeze breath was even more powerful than the freeze gun of the frost guy. Anything she blew on turned into ice. If she weren't just playing around, she could have defeated all of them in a very short time. Enough, no killing. Before long, Batman appeared to stop her. If he hadn't realized that Kara had no intention of killing, he would have intervened much earlier. Batman looked deeply at Kara, already aware that this girl was extraordinarily gifted. However, He didn't expect her to grow to this level in such a short time. So the question arose, what was her weakness? In Batman's files, Kara was simply invincible. She possessed physical abilities beyond that of ordinary humans, could fly, had eyes that could shoot lasers, and her breath could freeze anything. This was simply incredible. Nevertheless, he still wanted to know Kara's weaknesses and prepare for them. If one day he had to confront her, he would be able to respond accordingly. Kara, of course, was unaware of his thoughts and had no intention of using her super hearing. She didn't even want to use her supervision to see Batman's identity. Instead, she wanted to uncover the truth. So she stopped and said in a wise tone, "I'll leave it to you, Batman." Batman twitched the corner of his mouth. What was up with this girl? She wasn't even wearing a mask. Did she really think no one would recognize her? In fact, if he hadn't had a preconceived notion, he wouldn't have recognized Kara. But Kara didn't care about his inner thoughts. She was already having fun and flew away. Batman had no choice but to call Commissioner Gordon to take over the criminals. He then opened a weapons box and pondered the new type of weapon inside. Surely Wayne Enterprises didn't have this kind of technology? It would be great if it could be used on himself. With that thought, he took a little for himself. Elliot Manor. Leon hasn't thought of a good name yet, so he doesn't know what to change it to. Tonight, Leon didn't even go to the Iceberg Club because he was afraid something might happen to Carla. Sherry and Rachel are the same, occasionally glancing out the window. It wasn't until Carla's figure slowly descended from the sky that they finally felt at ease. However, Leon noticed that the eyes of these two students were filled with envy. Who doesn't want to fly? Leon himself was somewhat moved, but he was an adult and had to remain steady. In front of his goddaughter, he had to maintain his composure. After entering, Kara excitedly recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing that Kara had rolled someone up with speed, Siri and Rachel were envious. They also wanted to be like Kara. However, it was clear that their talents did not lie in that area. This made them feel that their godfather was somewhat biased. So, while listening to Kara, they looked at Leon with a hint of grievance. Leon instantly shivered. Seeing the mournful gaze of his student, he understood immediately. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he hadn't found a mage yet. These mages were too arrogant. Even when the Wayne group approached, Zatanna still didn't take it seriously. Others. Leon also knew the personalities of these mages, each one with a high opinion of themselves. It was hard to be as approachable as Wonder Woman. Moreover, he wasn't very familiar with the mages here. The one he knew best was Batman. After all, the others weren't very famous. In Leon's previous life, the two most famous American comic IPs in the world were Batman and Spider-Man. As for the others, he only had a slight understanding. He never seriously looked into them, so naturally, he couldn't do much. Furthermore, after their adaptations into films, Marvel and DC took completely different paths. Liang's understanding of DC is that Warner and Zack Snyder were too eager for success, which resulted in a complete failure. This has led to DC either rebooting or being on the path to a reboot. Even the gods of humanity are being turned into cheerful, sunny boys. Leon thought for a moment that he needed to go elsewhere to find a magic teacher. He undoubtedly knew more about the neighboring area because of the existence of Camartage. As long as he appeared, it was very likely that the supreme sorcerer would come to him. There was also another option, which was the wizarding world of Siri. There were quite a few wizards there. The leaves of Gooseberry and Lilac, and Triss with her charming wine-red long hair, were all powerful mages. Especially Triss. During the later battle against the Wild Hunt, the fireballs she summoned from the sky made people think they could end the world. However, considering Siri's memories, Leon decided to check the neighboring area first. After all, he now had Siri's time travel ability, so he could return at any time. Therefore, he didn't tell many people he was leaving, just mention it casually. Then he looked at his panel. Name, Leon. Daughters, Kara Zor-El Supergirl. Siri Fiona Allen Leonrin, Daughter of Time. Rachel Ross, Raven. Abilities, Super Physique, Kara. Biofield, Kara. Magical Affinity, Siri. Time Travel, Siri. Time Control, Rachel. As time passed, Leon's abilities had increased significantly, enough for him to walk with confidence. So he sent a few daughters to sleep while he went on an adventure. First, he would check the situation. Once he had a deal with the Supreme Sorcerer, he would call his daughters over. He would also give Kara a boost to see if she had any aptitude for magic. Kryptonians do not have zero magic resistance. It's just that compared to their strong physical defense, magic can more easily harm them. If Kara could understand some principles of magic, it would also be easier for her to avoid magical damage. Time travel. Leon used this ability, and indeed, a lot of magic was consumed within him. Before him appeared a swirling vortex of deep blue, and Leon stepped inside. It was a dark and endless dimension. In the fields of physics and philosophy, a dimension refers to the number of independent space-time coordinates. Liang stepped out of the portal, thinking he would arrive at another Earth. But it seemed that there was a problem. Perhaps it was the temporal energy triggered during the crossing that caused some deviations. Of course, the main issue was that Liang did not have the coordinates of Earth. After visiting once, it would be easier to go again. This dimension seemed to have nothing. A complete desolation, not even a trace of life on the land. But Liang was not in a hurry. If worst came to worst, he could cross over again. Moreover, this place was just right for him to experiment with his abilities, the biological force field. He calmed his mind and sensed it. He felt a marvelous force field seemingly enveloping him, and the particles of sand around him were attracted, slowly beginning to rotate around him. Then, he controlled his body and jumped up. Boom! Just like when Kara first learned to fly, he mismanaged his strength, and a large pit immediately appeared on the ground. This was the first time Liang recklessly unleashed his power. Back in Gotham, he never dared to be this arrogant, because in human society, he always felt a sense of morality restraining him. But in this unknown dimension, he felt unrestrained. Unfortunately, there were no beautiful sights in the sky. Since that was the case, let us fly. Liang used his biofield to drag himself, trying his best not to fall. However, it was his first attempt, and gradually he still came down. But like a long jumper, Liang immediately flew up again after landing. This time, the biofield wrapped around him, and not a speck of dust touched him. His clothes were also intact. Liang jumped higher and glided for a distance. His physical condition had already become similar to that of Kryptonians, and the bioforce field granted him amazing abilities. After several attempts, Liang gradually mastered flying. The so-called flying of Kryptonians is the ability brought by the bioforce field, relying on the field surrounding them to change direction and accelerate, not falling in the air. After learning to fly, Levi began to test his speed, wanting to see just how fast he could go. As he gradually accelerated, the surroundings began to blur. Since this dimension had an identical environment, he didn't bother to distinguish it. He started to glide freely. Just then, whoosh, a sharp sword flew in from nowhere, and Liang didn't have time to dodge. He instinctively reacted and caught it. Bang! He was knocked back a distance by the force of the sword, but he wasn't injured. Even this weapon of unknown material couldn't harm him. Was there someone here? Liang was a bit surprised. Standing in the sky, he immediately saw a person on the ground. It was a woman with disheveled hair, her clothes tattered and torn, resembling a battle-damaged version from some place, with holes everywhere and her snow-white skin partially visible. She waved her hand, and the tip of the sword in Liang's hand flew back towards her. Liang also came over. Who are you? He felt a bit familiar. The black hair that looked like that of a homeless person obscured the face. It should be me asking you. She slowly spoke. How did you get in? Just came in like this. Liang looked at her battle robe in surprise, and then felt the sky tear open a rift. Before they could say much, Liang sensed a pull. Then, the woman in front of him began to scream wildly. Odin! Liang only heard this title, and then a beam of light descended upon him. It was colorful, like the legendary Rainbow Bridge. In an instant, Liang disappeared from his spot, leaving only a rune behind. Liang could feel himself being guided, and he did not resist. Odin? Is she the goddess of death, Hela? This is the Rainbow Bridge. It's taken me to Asgard. Liang immediately made a judgment. He didn't expect to have intruded into someone else's territory. His original idea was to come to Earth, and then the Supreme Mage would discover him and come and talk to him. He had even prepared his speaking points. But things didn't go according to script at all. Asgard the Bifrost. This article searches, Wakanshu 5 can't shoe. Calm free reading. The Bifrost was far from the Celestial Palace. And at this moment, Heimdall was also absent. Not long ago, the All-Father Odin sensed a sudden presence in his dimension. He hurried to the Bifrost and sent Heimdall away. However, even with such urgency, this presence still met with Hela. Fortunately, they didn't have much conversation before Odin interrupted them. Moreover, it was clear that this person had no hostility. Otherwise, he could have easily refused the Bifrost. Even Odin could not enter or exit that dimension he had sealed at will. Because of this, the goddess of death, Hela, could not escape. Fortunately, Asgard had the Bifrost. As the Bifrost slowly closed, the goddess of death, Hela, wisely chose not to follow, because following would be useless. She had distanced herself from Asgard. Her strength had long since waned, and Odin could easily kick her back. Liang looked at the Rainbow Bridge, which resembled a round palace, with a structure in the center for observing the 9 realms and activating the Rainbow Bridge. I am Liang, who has met Odin, the All-Father. Immediately, Liang greeted the only person in the palace. He wasn't too anxious about the so-called All-Father. After gaining such power, he understood that a so-called god is just a person who is a bit stronger. In terms of strength, Kara could also be considered god. Odin, the All-Father, looked just like the legends described, with only one eye and a long white beard. At that moment, he was extremely serious, wearing an eagle helmet, donning golden armor, and holding the eternal spear, Gungnir. How did you get to the sealed dimension? Odin was not surprised that he recognized him. Liang did not hide his intentions. I come from a different realm, and due to the lack of coordinates for Earth, some deviations have occurred. Upon hearing this, Odin's hand trembled slightly. He did not expect Liang to have such a significant background, so he pressed his lips together and said, I don't know what you were here for. He needed to ascertain Liang's intentions and whether he was friend or foe. In the universe, different planets must remain vigilant towards each other, not to mention someone like Liang, who has crossed over from another realm. I am here to learn magic. Liang said, I heard that there are supreme mages on Earth. My two daughters have magical talent, but no one to teach them, which worries me to death. Earth? In your words, it should be Midgard. Liang's words made the attentive god, King Odin, twitch his lips. In that moment, he thought of many things, such as another universe facing a crisis and needing help, or a lack of resources with an impending apocalypse requiring relocation. Little did he expect that Liang's thoughts were so simple. To God King Odin, this was too simplistic. Moreover, he realized that Liang was speaking the truth. The magic sensing confirmed it. Thus, God King Odin had an idea. The supreme sorceress of Midgard? She is indeed powerful, but those with magical talent should not be sent there. God King Odin spoke. The magic system of Camartage relies on borrowed power, which has significant side effects for the caster. This wasn't a lie. Dr. Strange later found it hard to sleep and had issues with his internal organs. This is the price of using magic in Camartage. Thinking about it this way, Liang felt it was indeed problematic. If he sent the two girls to learn such magic, wouldn't that be harmful? It seems they should go to the wizarding world, although the magic there isn't as strong. At least the side effects aren't severe. At that moment, God King Odin smiled and said, how about learning magic in Asgard? Huh? Liang was somewhat surprised. You should know that the goddess Frigg is the #1 mage in the 9 realms, Odin said with deep meaning. Faced with Odin's goodwill, Liang was very pleased and agreed. If it were the young Odin, Liang might not have consented. However, the aged Odin had lost much of his aggressiveness. He only wanted to cultivate a successor. Moreover, the prophecy of Ragnarok made him extremely worried. In the face of someone like Liang, Odin wanted to both win him over and keep an eye on him. If he went to Earth, it would be out of Odin's control. The Asgardians viewed the 9 realms as their territory, and the king of the gods was even more so, not allowing others to act recklessly. At the very least, he needed to know what Liang's character was like. It was an honor. Liang immediately laughed and said, then let's go to the heavenly palace together. Asgard is also known as the realm of the Aesir gods, because most of its inhabitants belong to the Aesir tribe, with a small number from the Vanir tribe. The Vanir came along with the goddess Frigg. Back in the days when Asgard waged war across the 9 realms, they encountered fierce resistance in Vanaheim. The Vanir are ancient and exceptionally wise, possessing powerful magical abilities. In the end, Odin chose to marry Frigg from the Vanir tribe, making her the goddess consort, which is why the Vanir did not obstruct Asgard's conquest of the 9 realms. The heavenly palace of Asgard is located on the Idawal plain, which is also at the center of Asgard. However, like any place, Asgard has its central areas and its outskirts. Not all Asgardians live well. After crossing the Rainbow Bridge, they soon saw the classical-style architecture of Asgard. These buildings have a magnificent presence and are very ancient, rich in cultural connotation. After Liang looked for a while, Odin waved his hand, and the scene before them changed, bringing them into a palace. Magic. Odin's magic is also very powerful. This is the Golden Palace, Odin said. True to its name, it is resplendent and entirely made of gold. No wonder it is called the Golden Palace. Even Liang was dazzled by its brilliance. Bruce Wayne wouldn't have such luxury. Looking at this palace, one could tell how much wealth Asgard had plundered from the 9 realms. It was astonishing. However, even for Asgard, the Golden Palace is the most important place where the gods hold meetings. It is also sufficient to show significance in hosting Liang. Not long after, a group of maidens walked in. The physical density of ordinary Asgardians is about 3 times that of ordinary Earthlings, and they have a long lifespan. Even ordinary members of the Aesir tribe can live for thousands of years. Among the maidens, there was a woman with enduring charm, exuding a regal presence. This should be Frigg. This is my wife, Odin said with a smile. He had been with Frigg for so long, and their relationship was very harmonious. You have met the goddess consort. Leon said respectfully. Then Odin briefly mentioned Liang's situation. Frigg appeared somewhat surprised, looked at Liang solemnly, and said, Asgard welcomes your arrival, and also welcomes your adopted daughter. They will be very happy as well. Leon immediately responded. At that moment, a rough voice came from outside. Father, what do you need us for? We're preparing for a feast. Anyone who sees Thor the God of Thunder would think he is a bit simple-minded. With a silly grin on his face, he looked very rugged, perhaps a bit unkempt due to recent revelries. Sure enough, Odin shook his head in exasperation upon seeing him. As for Loki, who stood behind Thor, he had the appearance of someone ready to stab you in the back, looking quite sinister. The two were curious and glanced at Leon. Odin didn't say much, just introduced. This is Leon, a guest from afar. You two are responsible for entertaining him. They certainly wanted Leon to get familiar with Asgard. Otherwise, he might not dare to bring his daughter over. Of course, this was also to showcase Asgard's strength. Hearing Odin's words, Thor and Loki naturally agreed. I am Thor Odinson, and this is my brother, Loki Odinson. You're just in time. We are hosting a grand feast today, Thor said, bursting into laughter at the mention of the upcoming banquet. The Nine Realms had been peaceful for too long, and the Asgardians had lost their fighting spirit, especially those who remained in Asgard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been defeated on their own territory by the remnants of the Dark Elves, with their army being destroyed by Hela alone. For the Asgardians now, the days of battle were long gone, and life was still long. So what else was there to do? Enjoy life. Small feasts every 3 days, big feasts every 5 days. After leaving the Golden Palace, Thor immediately threw his arm around Leon's shoulder and started asking questions. Loki watched from the side, listening in secretly. Leon, where are you from? What brings you to Asgard? How long do you plan to stay? Leon answered without leaving any gaps, but there was nothing to hide. Hearing that Leon's daughter wanted to learn magic surprised Thor and Loki. The most surprising part was that Frigga had agreed. Loki looked at Leon in shock. Leon didn't know, but they were very clear. In Asgard, ordinary members of the Aesir cannot learn magic. Many Asgardians believe that magic is a feminine act. A real man should be a warrior. Of course, this is mainly prohibited by Odin. There was once an incident of theft of magic learning because of the ban on ordinary Asgardians. The now famous queen of the Norns, Karnila, once secretly learned magic in the palace of the fairies. So, when they heard that Odin actually agreed to let Leon's goddaughter learn fairy palace magic, they were quite surprised. Of course, it was only for a moment, because as members of the Asgard royal family, they can learn magic freely. It's just that Thor doesn't like magic and prefers combat. Loki, on the other hand, inherited the legacy of magic. Come, let me introduce you to my friends. Thor brought Leon to a square where many Asgardians gathered. When they saw Leon, they couldn't help but look over. Asgard is a very exclusive place. They don't like outsiders. Therefore, other races from the Nine Realms, even if they come to Asgard, do not stay long. Thor, in a carefree manner, introduced Leon as his friend and introduced him to his 3 warriors of the fairy palace, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun. Of course, there was also the Valkyrie Sif, who admired him. Volstagg bluntly asked Leon, what skills do you have to become a guest of the God King? At the bluntness of the Asgardians, Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth. Don't mind it, brother. Thor whispered in his ear, we Asgardians admire the strong. As long as you have strength, you can earn their respect. Leon looked at Thor in surprise, who said he was a fool, although his schemes weren't great. At least he had a bit of intelligence. Just not much. Leon thought for a moment. Perhaps Odin also wanted to know about his abilities. Moreover, in such a place that reveres strength, constantly retreating would only lead others to look down on him. So Liwei smiled and said, it's nothing, just a lot of strength. Oh, the Asgardians were all curious upon hearing this. They immediately began to cheer. Let's have a competition. Not only the men, but the women were even more excited. The Asgardians admired muscles, and barbarism and strength were more likely to excite them. Those who relied on brains, like Loki, were looked down upon. Just rely on sheer strength. Why bother with schemes and tricks? Thus, Volstagg immediately took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. And with his wild hair and beard, he looked like a barbarian. Come on, let me see your strength. Volstagg seemed eager to wrestle with Leon. Leon smiled and said, there's no need to make it so complicated. What does that mean? Does he look down on me? Volstagg was incredibly angry, his eyes wide open like copper bells. He could have played the role of a golden lion king without any problem. Seeing this, Leon reached out to grab him. Volstagg saw it, but couldn't react in time, because in the next moment, he felt a dizzying sensation. He was already in the air. Leon didn't know when he was thrown out, and it was done effortlessly. The other Asgardians were also shocked by this scene. After all, These were the three warriors of the Celestial Palace. Therefore, the others became even more eager to challenge Leon. Leon was not polite and threw everything out. As a result, no one underestimated him anymore. Through this rough method, Leon quickly gained the recognition of the Asgardians. Only with strength can one earn respect. What do you think? Asked King Odin to Frigga beside him. Frigga was helping him massage, relaxing his body. Although they were clearly in the palace, they were very aware of the events outside. Frigga smiled and said, Leon himself has a strong magical talent, not to mention his daughter. She's a goddaughter. Odin replied, I am also looking forward to it. The twilight of the gods is approaching, and if we can gain his help, the Aesir might have a way out. Hearing Odin's words, Frigga fell silent for a moment. It's just a prophecy, my king. But previous prophecies had all come true, and Thor shook his head at this. At their level, the more they understood the power of prophecy. It is said to be a prophecy, but in reality, it is a kind of fate, an unchangeable destiny. Even knowing the details of the prophecy, they cannot stop it. Even if they changed it once, it would still appear next time. The Asgardian gods were tragic, for since their birth, they have had a prophecy of inevitable destruction. They struggle hard, but in the end, they could not change the outcome. This left Odin and Frigga unsure whether they should resist and whether resistance was useful. Fate simply cannot be changed. At night, Asgard was brilliantly lit. In a palace made of gold and silver, many Asgardians gathered together, both men and women. They held wine, toasting and exchanging drinks, and the fine wine seemed endless, as did the delicious food. They just needed to indulge in enjoyment. Leon was among them, and he was the one being besieged. The strength that the Asgardians took pride in was insignificant in front of him. Since strength was not enough, they decided to compete in drinking. They were determined to get Leon drunk, even if it killed them. However, Leon's physical condition seemed to make it impossible for him to get drunk no matter how much he drank. His metabolism was extremely powerful, and the alcohol was processed instantly. It was a bit unlikely to get someone with Kryptonian physiology who had also been sunbathing, drunk. Thor, standing nearby, felt somewhat defeated. He had originally wanted to join in, but he thought his strength was not greater than Leon's. Coupled with Loki fanning the flames, he ultimately gave up. This foolish brother actually wanted to see him make a fool of himself. So now, Thor was also pouring drinks for Leon. But it seemed that Leon could not get drunk at all. Instead, the other Asgardians, after getting tipsy, started to become wild. They danced freely and engaged in things Leon was accustomed to seeing at the Iceberg Club. It turned out that aside from the Asgardians living longer, they were no different from Earthlings. Where was the so-called divinity? The only difference was that the drinking lasted a bit longer, as if the party would never stop. In the end, it was Leon who had never seen such a scene and declared he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to leave. Only then were the Asgardians willing to let him go. It seemed they wanted to celebrate for several days and nights to their heart's content. The goddess who escorted Leon down then took an interest in him. If you want, you can come sleep at my place. My bed is very big. The Asgardian goddess said to Leon, what's the difference between that and my cat doing backflips? Oh, that's a bit too much. Leon was not interested in this unknown goddess and immediately replied, I still need to meet the All-Father. Maybe another day. Okay, I'll wait for you. My name is. Leon wasn't interested in hearing her name and quickly ran away. The Asgardians were too enthusiastic. Soon after, Leon arrived at the Divine Palace and smoothly met with King Odin and Queen Frigga. Leon, how is Asgard? Asgard is beautiful, and the people are very warm. Leon said, but I have to go back for a while, otherwise my daughters will worry. No problem. When will you come over? Freya asked curiously. Soon, Leon replied. Then it will trouble the goddess. It's okay. I enjoy teaching others to learn magic, Freya smiled. Then, right in front of them, Leon opened a portal and stepped in. There was a magical fluctuation. Both Odin and Freya felt it, but it was neither a transportation within the universe nor between dimensions, as they could both do that. This was a cross-universal transportation. Gotham. Leon appeared in the manor, and sadly, no one noticed his departure. When he came out, the three goddaughters had ordered takeout themselves and were eating Chinese food. Godfather, you're awake. They still thought Leon had just woken up. Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth, not caring much, and looked at the Chinese food with no appetite. He was really full from the drinks and meat. Asgard really didn't lack for anything. How much longer until the holiday? Leon asked. More than a month. They all answered. That's perfect. I'll take you to a place to have fun later. Upon hearing Liang's words, they were all very curious. Where to? Naturally. They wanted to go out and have fun. After all, there was still so much time left in holiday. Are we going to Los Angeles? Leon looked at their excited expressions and smiled. Let's go to Asgard. Huh. The three goddaughters were a bit stunned. Isn't that a myth? Diana is also the daughter of Zeus. She is from the myths too. Leon spoke up and corrected their thoughts. Oh, they suddenly understood because of Diana's presence. Their acceptance of Asgard was still quite high. Leon didn't tell them that they were going to another universe for the time being. Before taking them away, Leon still called to inform Harley Quinn and the others. Hearing that Leon and the others were going out to have fun again, Harley Quinn felt very envious. Darling, you haven't taken me out for our honeymoon yet. How about we go with Ivy next time? Leon also felt a bit guilty towards Harley Quinn, so he agreed. No problem, you decide where to go. Great. Harley Quinn was happy, but now they weren't in the mood to go out. Gotham was chaotic, and they still had to compete for the strongest position. She and Poison Ivy were involved in this power struggle, so they naturally couldn't leave. After hanging up the phone, Levi informed Kane not to worry. Where are you guys going? Kane asked. Let me see if there's a Wayne Enterprises branch. Obviously there isn't. Why? Because we're going to Asgard. Kane almost cursed him for being insane, but she thought Leon just didn't want to reveal it, so she tactfully didn't ask further. After taking care of these matters, Leon asked Frank to keep an eye on the Iceberg Lounge while he watched the three girls. The three girls quickly finished their meal, tidied up the box, and threw it away. In fact, such a large mansion needed others to serve. This kind of thing is not uncommon in America. For example, the famous maids. At the very least, it should have a butler like Wayne Manor. However, people like Leon couldn't trust outsiders, so they had to handle things themselves. Just like Bruce Wayne had only one old butler. If it were a normal wealthy person, there would definitely be countless maids. Loyalty is the most critical factor. Let's go. Leon looked at the three girls and instructed them to take good care of their clothes. The battle gear must not be left behind. Father, how do we go? Teleport. Leon snapped his fingers, and a portal appeared before him. Siri and Carrot both felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't this the portal that appeared when Siri first arrived? And how did the Godfather master it? The girls immediately looked at Leon with shining eyes, as if Columbus had discovered a new continent. Godfather, they all exclaimed. This is magic. Leon spoke up. Let's go, I found you a magic teacher. Upon hearing this, the several young girls were somewhat touched. Their godfather was really good to them. Not only had he invited Wonder Woman to be their combat teacher, but now he was also looking for a magic teacher. Wait a minute, this is clearly a vacation. Why do they have to learn so much? Asgard. The three girls followed Leon into the palace. They felt blinded by the golden splendor. The palace gave off a very nouveau riche vibe. In the past, Asgard was indeed nouveau riche, having conquered the 9 realms and brought back slaves from the 9 realms to build this magnificent palace. Perhaps they have realized this themselves now. However, shedding the image of being nouveau riche is not that easy. This is King Odin, and this is Queen Frigga. Leon spoke to his attentive GS. The three young girls immediately snapped back to attention and nervously said, We have met the God King and the Goddess. After that, Leon asked them to introduce themselves. Afterward, they indeed relaxed a lot, as if they were in school. They then became bolder. Could they really be the God King and the Goddess? They looked up to confirm without a doubt. Odin was missing an eye, just like in the myths. The goddess Frigg was also so dignified, beautiful, and graceful that they envied her aura. However, they found it hard to become someone like Frigg. Kara and Siri both had the heart of a warrior, while Rachel was somewhat timid. Don't be nervous. Frigg smiled as she walked over, dressed in a celestial gown, exuding elegance. She immediately glanced at the three girls and noticed that besides Kara, who was the tallest, the white-haired girl and the purple-haired girl both had impressive magical talent. Moreover, they possessed innate magic. The ancient blood within Siri made her a sorceress, which, in Frigg's view, was not a big deal, as the power disparity in the world was too vast. To her, Siri just had a bit of talent. However, Rachel was somewhat astonishing. Frigg could sense a powerful demonic power within her. If Rachel did not want to be controlled by this demonic power, she would have to suppress it and not showcase her full strength. Even so, Rachel's magical talent was still remarkable. She had not truly learned anything yet. She was merely relying on her instincts to suppress it. If Rachel could unleash her full strength, she would likely dominate across the 9 realms. The supreme mage on Earth would probably be overjoyed to see her. Then Frigg gently said, Do you want to learn magic? Yes. All three girls shouted. Frigg treated them equally, saying, All right, I will teach you magic. You can take a tour around Asgard while I prepare. Leon immediately thanked. Thank you, goddess. There's no need for that. You will always be friends of the Celestial Palace. At this moment, King Odin laughed heartily. He had already noticed that these three young girls were not simple. The girl named Kara, although she had no magical power within her, was constantly absorbing energy. And Odin could feel the strength of her power. The other two girls were also not to be underestimated. With a little study of magic, they would no longer be ordinary people. Thus, Leon took his goddaughter on a tour of Asgard. Of course, it was only around the Ida warplanes. Asgard actually has many places, such as Nornheim, among others. However, all of them must pay respect to King Odin. Asgard is actually just a small planetary body, much smaller than Earth, only less than a sixth of Earth size. But even so, it was not something Leon and the others could explore in one go. After the battle last night, Leon became quite famous in Asgard, and many Asgardians recognized him. So when they saw him, they greeted him, and then looked at Liang's daughters with some surprise. You actually have 3 daughters? Leon is hard to explain, and there's no need to. Soon, they encountered Thor and Loki. Thor appeared to be drunk and shouted at Leon, "Lee, let's keep drinking." Seeing his appearance, the 3 goddaughters couldn't help but feel that he looked a bit familiar. It seemed like they had seen him somewhere before. "Godfather, who are these two?" Carla asked immediately. "These are Thor and Loki," Leon replied. They had all seen Marvel comics. Although they might not like the solo issues, they had watched the Avengers. They suddenly realized something. In serious mythology, Loki and Thor are not brothers. But looking at these two now, could it be? Kara immediately shouted with excitement. "Hey, big guy, are you the god of thunder, Thor?" Thor, who was already somewhat drunk, was furious. "What god of thunder? I am a god of thunder." But there was nothing he could do. Kara only remembered Thor using a hammer. So, she immediately asked, "Then where's your hammer?" Who meets someone and asks to see their hammer? If Thor were sober, he would certainly not mind showing Kara his hammer. But now that he was drunk, and with Loki fanning the flames beside him, Thor said, "If someone wants to see the hammer, just show it to her. Anyway, without the hammer, you're nothing." Loki's words made Thor even angrier. Feeling a bit tipsy, he said to Kara, "As long as you can defeat me, I'll show you." He wasn't facing Leon. He didn't believe Leon's daughter was stronger than him. "That's what you said." Kara smiled slightly. Then, she launched a sneak attack. In an instant, Kara flew over and grabbed Thor's cape from behind. Thor didn't even have a chance to react before Kara had him spinning around. Kara was like throwing a shot put, intentionally spinning a few times before tossing Thor away. Thor yelled a few times in the air and immediately summoned the god of thunder's hammer to stabilize himself. "Can we not pull capes in a fight?" Thor was starting to sober up. Being thrown by a little girl in front of so many people was quite embarrassing. Plus, he had looked very disheveled doing so. "Who pulls capes in a fight? Otherwise, should I pull your face?" Kara excitedly said, "Quick, show me the hammer." "You can't lift it." Thor replied smugly, "And you have to defeat me first to see it. Then I won't be polite." Kara huffed, took off her outer clothes, revealing her battle gear underneath. She did on purpose. After being trained a bit by Diana, Leon noticed that she had become somewhat combative. Hiri and Rachel were the same. If they weren't afraid of losing, they would want to fight too. They were already eager to try. This was similar to Diana, who also thrived in battle and loved to fight. Especially after being knocked down, she would always smile mischievously and rush back into the fray. Thor didn't expect the little girl to be serious. Without saying a word, she transformed and flew right in front of him. The Asgardians below cheered. Seeing a great battle excited them more than anything. Thor also perked up, no longer viewing Kara as just a little girl. In his eyes, once a battle started, nothing else mattered. It was all about defeating the opponent or being defeated. So, Thor raised the god of thunder's hammer, and a bolt of lightning instantly coursed into the hammer. Boom! The god of thunder's hammer was instantly surrounded by electric light and shot toward Kara. Zzz. Kara's eyes turned red in an instant. An uncontrolled heat vision shot out. The laser and electric waves clashed instantly, neither side giving way. But as Kara exerted herself, the electric light on Thor's hammer quickly became insufficient. Boom! Thor was once again sent flying. Although he wasn't hurt by the heat vision, he felt very embarrassed. How is this possible? Thor raised the god of thunder's hammer in midair and saw that the part that had withstood the heat vision was slightly warm. But before he could react, Kara flew back at him, specifically grabbing his cape. She had been thrown a few times by Diana, holding her cape. However, Wonder Woman didn't have a cape, so she couldn't retaliate. Now, she finally encountered someone with a cape. "Don't grab my cape," Thor shouted. But it was useless. He was like a kite, being tossed around by Kara. The spectators below were increasingly delighted, although Thor was their prince. Seeing him suffer at the hands of a little girl was quite amusing. After all, it was just a little girl beating him up. Loki was even more secretly amazed. How could she be so strong? Although he looked down on Thor, he still feared Thor's brute strength. And how old was Kara? She looked like she was still in her teenage years, clearly not yet at her peak. Of course, he also knew that Thor wasn't taking it seriously. But in that moment, An angry Thor was ready to unleash some real strength. Otherwise, it would be a bit unacceptable to be schooled by a girl. Don't blame Uncle for being rude. Thor's eyes sparkled with electricity. But just then, the voice of King Odin came through. All right, that's enough. Father. Thor's eyes widened. It felt like Odin was doing it on purpose. How could his son be interrupted just as he was about to exert his strength? Thor, are you still not embarrassed enough? Odin's tone was filled with disappointment. No matter what, Thor had already embarrassed himself, and there was no need for him to regain his honor. Was winning against a girl really something to be proud of? Fine. Thor didn't dare go against Odin's will. Although he was somewhat unconvinced, he still gave up. At this moment, Kara was also called back by Leon. Kara, come back. Who told you to be so impulsive? Leon scolded a bit, while Kara just stuck out her tongue, indicating she would dare to do it again next time. Fortunately, Thor was not angry. Instead, he flew down and laughed. Little girl, you have quite a bit of strength. Let's battle again next time. He thought Kara was impressive. 100 times better than his brother, who only knew how to stab people in the back. Kara, hiding behind Leon, smiled a little, thinking he was quite nice. She had just beaten him up, yet he was still grinning. If it had been her in that situation, she would definitely feel embarrassed. The magic of Asgard is the orthodox magic of the 9 realms, and its cultivation system is different from that of Midgard. Throughout the universe, magic can be fundamentally divided into 3 types: individual energy, cosmic energy, and dimensional energy. In the Temple of Vangulf in Asgard, the goddess Frigga was teaching Liang and the 3 priestesses magic. Liang and the others listened attentively. They were desperately searching for magic, but they were at a loss. In fact, the 2 female disciples were also very anxious. They watched as Kara grew stronger and did not want to be left behind. However, there was nothing they could do. Wonder Woman Diana also did not know any magic. Now that someone was finally teaching them real magic, they were too happy to relax. How could they afford to be complacent? Freya also nodded and then demonstrated her magic. Asgardian magic comes from individual energy. All great power is derived from oneself. Unlike Midgard, their magic comes from other dimensions and often borrows power at great cost. Freya exhibited powerful magical abilities. If one were to discuss the strongest mage in the 9 realms, Freya would certainly be a contender. Odin's magic is also formidable. The Norn queen Karnilla once said that Odin's magic is the strongest in the 9 realms, and her magic is only slightly inferior to his. While this may have some element of self-promotion, it also demonstrates the strength of Odin's magical prowess. As the queen of the gods, Freya's magical power is also very strong. Her magical realm has reached a level where she can foresee the future, even being able to foresee her own death with great composure. So which type of magic is the best? Shiri immediately asked. Of course, the best is one's own energy. Freya smiled slightly, believing that Asgardian magic is the orthodox form. Universal energy, as soon as it exceeds this universe, becomes useless. Powerful mages will become like ordinary people if they leave their own universe. Some objects are also like this. Liang suddenly understood, for example, the Infinity Stones. In every universe, the power of the Infinity Stones is indeed very strong. However, going to other universes, it becomes just a stone. Just like in the Time Management Bureau, a drawer full of Infinity Stones turns into unwanted common goods. Dimensional energy refers to the power that a spellcaster absorbs from other dimensions of the multiverse. But such magic has side effects. Absorbing another person's power comes with a cost. The benefit is that it allows for rapid mastery of advanced magic, as long as one has sufficient talent. Frigga continued, so whether we call it magic or science, it is essentially the use of energy. Different perspectives lead to different understandings. Magic, in simple terms, is the application of energy, which can also be referred to as the Force. The magic of Asgard is scientific. It is individual energy, though you can also use cosmic energy. Individual energy, no matter where it goes, remains your own energy. It doesn't become stagnant just because you enter another universe. The term science is quite niche. Liang and the others didn't expect to hear it in the context of magic. However, the Asgardians find it very normal. Just like Frigga, she doesn't see magic as elusive. Instead, she considers it a scientific power that is easy to master. The Asgardians apply it in various aspects. The Bifrost is the result of combining magic and science. The power of magic works like this. You must first know where the energy comes from in order to better master it, and the skills to use it are what we call spells. Frigga began to slowly teach them how to practice. Her teachings were detailed and profound, covering all aspects. For a genius, this is not difficult to understand. Moreover, the few individuals present already possessed magical powers. They were all masters of individual energy. S.She is a sorceress, inherently possessing strong magical power, and can cast spells with just a bit of learning. Rachel, due to her special status, naturally has powerful abilities, and she must allocate part of her magical power to suppress the dark energy within her. Her energy also belongs to the individual. Leon's magical talent comes from S.She. Among them, Rachel was the first to master her own magical powers, using the methods taught by Frigg to wield her magic with ease. She also sensed the dark energy within her. "Goddess, what is this power inside me?" Rachel asked, a bit panicked. "Don't worry, this comes from someone else's power. Probably from your relatives." Frigg smiled and said, "As long as you don't use this power, it won't affect you." Rachel sensed it for a moment and then asked, "What if I do use it?" "It will affect your mind and make you become frantic," Frigg replied. "Although this power is strong, it is best for Rachel not to use it. Otherwise, she would become corrupted." As soon as Leon heard this, he felt that his goddaughter was like Jean Grey, the Phoenix from the X-Men. The Phoenix Force is not something that Jean Grey can fully control. Moreover, she later tragically succumbed to darkness. Rachel was very wary of her own power. Then, S.She also sensed magic. She had never used magic before, except for that one time when she crossed over. It was when her mental state was on the verge of collapse that her ancient blood activated its protective mechanism. It is quite normal for magic power to surge within a person under such circumstances. S.She is the kind of woman whose destructive power is astonishing once she breaks down. Even the Wild Hunt has to fear her to some extent. And that was when S.She had barely learned any magic. Now it was different, under Frey's guidance. She began to learn the orthodox magic of the fairy palace and started to cultivate her own great power. "I actually have magical power," S.She said happily, finally feeling that she was no longer worthless. It's important to know that being friends with Kara and Rachel can easily lead to a mental breakdown. Kara is so powerful that she makes S.She feel invisible. Rachel also has magic, while S.She feels like she can do nothing and has deep-seated grudges. Therefore, her pressure was immense. Now, she finally felt much more at ease. Only Kara looked bewildered. "I can't sense it." "Come on, Kara, you're already strong enough. If you had magic too, how would we survive?" The other two girls immediately began to tease. However, Freya smiled and said, "Actually, the power within you is just a form of physical energy. To some extent, isn't it also magic? Magic can help you better control your own energy. And that is enough." "All right, goddaughters.The." Leon nodded with satisfaction, and so the group began training in Asgard. Time flew by. A week later, they had all mastered their own magical energy, and Frigga was ready to start teaching them spells. The Asgardians appeared to be quite straightforward in their application of magic. They were skilled in enchantments and illusions, among other things. During this time, Leon and the others had a great time. The Asgardians were very hospitable, and they feasted heartily. They also learned that Asgard is divided into 9 regions, such as Nornheim, Vanaheim, and others. As for the application of spells, you have all grasped the basics on your own, Frigga said with a smile. After mastering their magical abilities, S.She and the others could cast simple spells like fireballs and light spells without any formal instruction. This demonstrated the power of individual energy. However, more advanced magic would require learning. Asgardian magic does not require steps or incantations, and Frigga began teaching them some Asgardian spells, such as Loki's expertise in illusion manipulation and other spells. For S.She and the others, it would take a long time to practice these. This reflects the time cost associated with individual energy. Traditional magic is often quite difficult to practice and requires strong talent. S.She and Rachel are not ordinary people. They both have magic within them, which is why they were able to get started so quickly. Otherwise, like Kara, who is very intelligent but unable to manage. After getting started, they still needed time to learn. It can't be mastered just by reading a few magic books. This distinguishes them from the sorcerers of Camartage. After all, why are they so keen on borrowing power? Borrowed power is not only easy to use but also quick to master. The only downside is paying some price for it. Gaining something often means losing something. This is quite normal in the eyes of the Camartage sorcerers. Kara later stopped being fixated on magic. She realized she didn't really need to use magic. Of course, spells were still useful to her, because, to put it simply, it's a matter of energy application. She just needed to control her own energy. So, she no longer followed Frigga to learn magic, but instead sought Thor to fight every day. Thor became somewhat numb to it later on. Leon thought of another way. Why not let the goddess of death, Hela, reconcile with Asgard? After staying in Asgard for a while, he felt the beauty of the celestial palace. The thought of it being destroyed by the prophecy of Ragnarok made him feel a bit reluctant. When Frigga heard Leon's suggestion, she couldn't help but smirk. She thought it was unlikely. Hela was not her child, but even so, she knew how cruel Hela's nature was. Moreover, being trapped for so many years, alone for thousands of years, one could imagine how insane she would be. Just saying forgive and then forgiving? How could that be possible? Leon said it was fine and that Kara could just go and fight her. Leon was not afraid that Kara would get hurt. If it were the fully powered goddess of death, the current Kara would truly be no match. After all, the goddess of death had just escaped confinement and was able to crush Thor's most beloved hammer with ease. But the current goddess of death, Hela, had been banished and her power had diminished over thousands of years, to the point where she couldn't even maintain decent clothing, with holes all over her body. This highlights the uniqueness of the Asgardian royal family. The reason ordinary Asgardians cannot replace the royal family lies here. Besides the so-called Odin force possessed by Odin's family, there is another reason. The longer they live, the stronger they become, and they can continuously absorb Asgard's energy. As long as they are in Asgard, they can grow infinitely stronger with no upper limit. This is why the goddess of death becomes stronger upon returning to Asgard. During Ragnarok, Hela desperately fought against the fire giant Surtur because her power came from Asgard. If Asgard were destroyed, her strength would plummet like a cliff. This is the characteristic of the Asgardian royal family. The longer they live, the stronger they become. The longer they stay in Asgard, the stronger they become. This is why Odin was the strongest before his death. He had to undergo Odin's sleep every year to manage the increasingly powerful and volatile Odin force within him. If he didn't, his strength would actually be harmed. The current goddess of death, Hela, lacks this second characteristic. She was banished from Asgard by Odin and cannot absorb Asgard's energy. Facing such an opponent, Kara was naturally not a problem. Once Odin realized this, perhaps thinking Hela was too bored and needed someone to talk to, he agreed. Thus, Kara got a sparring partner, and it was an indestructible sparring partner. Although the goddess of death Hela was very weak, she could still go toe-to-toe with the current Kara. Kara had a lot of fun every day because she was also getting stronger every day. Kryptonians also have an advantage. The longer they absorb solar energy, the stronger they become. Asgard is located above the 9 realms, closer to the sun, allowing for more solar energy absorption, which is much better than the gloomy weather in Gotham. The 3 girls were honing their abilities in Asgard, while Yong occasionally returned to Gotham. Gotham had not changed much. Under the leadership of Wayne Enterprises, there would basically be no changes. It was like an ancient feudal dynasty, where the absence of change was the greatest change. Therefore, Wayne Enterprises actually disagreed with various proposals. However, this time momentum was too strong. Even Wayne Enterprises could not stop it. Arkham City? Leon sat in the Iceberg Lounge, listening to Frank's words, feeling somewhat surprised. Yes, the plan to confine all criminals to the slums was called the Arkham City Plan. This reminded Leon of the games he used to play. Yes, Frank laughed while drinking, saying, "Anyway, this has nothing to do with us. The Diamond District isn't the slums. Batman is the one who has a headache. It's obvious to everyone that this is aimed at Batman. And what Batman has done has displeased many Gotham millionaires. That's why the Arkham City Plan was passed. Criminal activities in Gotham have greatly affected the profits of the wealthy, especially places like banks, which get hit every few days. The last time there was a riot at the asylum, almost all the banks in Gotham were vandalized. They believe that it is Batman's presence that has attracted so many supercriminals to Gotham. You have to know, before Batman appeared, the toughest in Gotham was just Carmine Falcone and the like. Although Carmine Falcone was arrogant, he at least maintained order. Gotham was desperate for the lower class, but it was quite enjoyable for the wealthy. Everyone made money together. But ever since Batman came out, everything changed. Carmine Falcone fell, but a group of monsters appeared. Much more brutal than the previous Carmine Falcone. Carmine Falcone could at most type on a typewriter tap tap tap. Now this group of villains is threatening to riot throughout Gotham and destroy the entire city. Who can withstand that? And when have the people of Gotham ever not been in despair? Leon shook his head and asked Frank about other matters, such as the situation in Gotham. Frank was someone who only knew how to fight. He understood the ins and outs of the gang world, but was completely clueless about anything else. So, what he told Leon was about the underground situation. For example, Alberto Falcone taking over from Sophia Falcone, or Salvatore Romano returning to Gotham, bringing the Romano family back with him. The Romano family was once the second most powerful crime syndicate in Gotham, just behind the Falcone family. Even Harvey Dent's transformation into Two-Face was believed to be the result of Salvatore Romano throwing acid on him. Looking back, Harvey Dent was once a just district attorney. working with Commissioner Gordon to combat crime in Gotham. However, everything changed after he became Two-Face. The more righteous he was before, the more evil he became after, leading to a split personality. This was a regret for Gotham. Leon listened with great interest, but unfortunately, there were no sunflower seeds. He could only substitute with champagne. This is Gotham, where one batch of troublemakers will always be followed by another. And as soon as the Penguin and his crew come out, the situation seems to change again, unless Wayne Enterprises is determined to make a change. But that's the frustrating part. Bruce Wayne's will does not represent the entire Wayne Enterprises. Its equity structure is very complex, with a bunch of directors and shareholders besides Bruce Wayne. Moreover, Wayne Enterprises has been under the control of others for a long time. When Thomas Wayne died, Bruce Wayne was still a child. Just like the young emperors of ancient China, although he was called the Emperor, it was difficult for him to have real power. Bruce Wayne only regained control after growing up and returning to Gotham, and he still had to rely on Lucius. Gotham really is in a terrible state. Leon clicked his tongue. What about the international gang? Upon hearing Liang's words, Frank also smiled bitterly. As a Gothamite, he naturally loved Gotham, but it was useless. Who would love ordinary people like them? The international gang sent more people, and they were also trying to retrieve those weapons. Frank spoke up. Everyone says that batch of weapons is alien technology and that the international gang has come into contact with aliens. I don't know if it's true or not. Oh, this is the first time Leong has heard about it. There are actually alien weapons? He took out his phone to check and found that aside from news about Batman in Gotham, there weren't many familiar faces. Green Arrow was mentioned, as he treats Star City like his playground, which is quite similar to Batman's Gotham. These super-rich individuals love to treat entire cities as their playgrounds. Other than that, there wasn't much else. Clark hasn't even found his purpose in life yet. Wonder Woman hasn't acted like a big sister for many years. Where are the aliens coming from? Frank said he didn't know either. That's just what everyone was saying. Because this batch of weapons is already spread out and is selling at a high price on the market, he can't afford them. After all, the money from the Iceberg Club has all been taken by Harley Quinn, so Harley would definitely buy them. Liwei knows Harley Quinn very well. When she was opposing the international gang, she might have taken a liking to them. However, at that time, Harley Quinn mentioned that the international gang had Titan serum. But later, when Kara intervened, this group did not inject it. Of course, maybe they didn't have time and were taken down by Kara. The Titan serum is actually a variant of the drug used by Bane. Even Bane himself is no match for Kara's punch, let alone ordinary people. They probably wouldn't be able to inject it in front of Kara. It's just that at that time, Kara said everything had been taken over by Batman. So how'd it get leaked? Leon was somewhat confused. Then Frank clarified. Of course it's from the police department. Although Commissioner Gordon is a good person, not everyone is. He can only make the Gotham Police Department better, but he can't completely eradicate these issues. If other places can't do it, let alone Gotham. The cleanliness of the Gotham Police Department is already among the best in the entire United States. There was once a Los Angeles officer who said that the LAPD, Los Angeles Police Department, is the largest violent organization in Los Angeles. Compared to them, any gang is simply weak. They also need to make money and will engage in black-on-black crimes, using very violent methods. So when there are police in Gotham who steal from within, it's just a traditional virtue of America. After all, how much does a legitimate police officer really earn? The fact that the Gotham Police Department hasn't been involved in selling those things is already very good. Leon also laughed. The United States is indeed so rotten. And it's not just talk. Only with a deep understanding can one realize that it is rotten to the core. Leon didn't stay up all night like before. Instead, he made a phone call to Harley Quinn and then left. Harley Quinn now occupies the territory that used to belong to the Penguin. And managing the Iceberg Lounge is no problem for her. The only issue now is that once Arkham City starts construction, she also risks getting caught. So after meeting Leon with Ivy, she said, "Darling, we need to keep a low profile. How about we go on a trip?" Both women looked at Leon, and at that moment, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Especially with the way the two women looked at him, he knew this trip would definitely be enjoyable. After all, some things, once experienced, can happen countless times. Although Ivy had been somewhat avoiding him lately, what made her more awkward was facing Harley Quinn. After all, Harley Quinn always claimed that Leon was her true love, while she was with her best friend's true love. So she avoided the three of them meeting. "No problem," Leon asked. "Where do you want to go? Let's plan it out first, but we have to wait for Carla and the others to come back to school." Leon can't just leave Kara and the three girls in Asgard while he goes on a honeymoon with Harley and Ivy. Although their relationship with Asgard is good now, he can't be that carefree. It's safer to let them return to Gotham. At least no one there can hurt them. Asgard is different. The three of them are not invincible. Then Harley Quinn said with a smile, "How about we go to Paradise Island?" "Sure." Leon nodded instinctively and then tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I've never heard of this place." "Really? Then why did you nod so quickly?" Harley Quinn laughed and said, "I also want to see what characteristics that Diana has to make you go to Metropolis for a date." Upon hearing this, Leon felt cold sweat running down his back. Who let that slip? Kara? Or was it Siri or Rachel? "I was just looking for a teacher for Kara." Leon naturally would not admit it. The Joker laughed and said, "Don't be nervous, darling. I just want to see her, I promise." Leon could only give a laugh. He hadn't forgotten that men simply couldn't go to Paradise Island, although it was indeed a paradise for men. As for the dishonest Harley Quinn, she became obedient once she got home. The same goes for the silent Poison Ivy. Leon is poised to revive the role of the husband. As time passes, Leon travels back and forth between Asgard and Gotham, and his mastery of magic has deepened. However, what frustrates him is that his speed of learning magic is still not as fast as that of his disciples. After all, his abilities are all copied from Shiri. Meanwhile, the two disciples are genuine talents, and they're also at the peak of their learning abilities. During their student years, it is the prime time for everyone to learn. Their minds are more innocent, without too many distractions. Unlike Leon, who often goes to Gotham to meet people, he has already arranged several meetings with Kate Kane. Batwoman has not shown up in Gotham several nights, allowing criminals to breathe a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, Liang's magic can still be considered to be at a good level. After a month of practice, the magic within him feels like a spring, easily sensed, and he is able to cast many large spells. According to Frigga, the method of practicing this magic involves continuously accumulating magical power within oneself, making one the source of magic. Eventually, one becomes an ocean of magic, with an endless supply of magical energy that will never run dry. This is why she believes Asgardian magic is orthodox. Liang and the others also felt that this magic might not be the strongest and could not be learned quickly, but it was definitely the most suitable for them. One's own power is the most fitting for oneself. However, now they had to leave. There was no other reason. The three students had to start school. Almost 11 weeks of summer vacation were coming to an end. This was still middle school for them. If it were high school, there would be even less time. They really liked Asgard. At this moment, King Odin, Queen Frigga, and the two princes had arrived. Kara was giving a heartfelt speech. Hearing her words, the people of Asgard felt very comfortable. After she finished speaking, it was time to say goodbye. However, even though they were leaving Asgard, they were not heading straight back to Gotham. They had intentionally stayed for a few days to prepare to visit Earth. Ever since they learned that this was the comic world they had seen, Kara and the others had wanted to take a look. They just hadn't gone yet, because they were studying in Asgard. After all, opening the Bifrost would also consume energy. They couldn't keep Asgard constantly open, so now that they were leaving, they would take a look at Earth. Thus, King Odin personally took them to the Bifrost. Of course, it was through teleportation. Now Liang and the others had also learned teleportation magic. It was more convenient than Kamatage's teleportation magic. It didn't require opening a portal but could be directly transferred. If one were to compare, Asgard's magic was more practical than Kamatage's, but it wasn't as visually impressive. For Liang, magic had to be cool. He still had thoughts about Kamatage. It was fine to learn spells from Kamatage without studying their entire magical system, right? Not all of Kamatage's magic relied on power. There were still spells that could be cast by oneself, such as the portal. Every apprentice at Kamatage learns teleportation first, and it is not relying on power. We are leaving. This text is from Kakak Novel Network, KKXSW. Org Free read. Goodbye. Liang and the others greeted each other and stood on the Rainbow Bridge. Odin first inserted Heimdall's sword into the Rainbow Bridge. This was the key to the bridge. Buzz! As the Rainbow Bridge activated, Liang and the three girls instantly disappeared from Asgard. Once he confirmed their arrival, Odin pulled the sword out. The Rainbow Bridge was not only a teleportation device, but also a planet-destroying weapon. In the past, the king of the gods, Odin, had to build the Rainbow Bridge to keep up with the fire giant Surtur. The teleportation magic of the Rainbow Bridge was even more powerful than his own, allowing instant travel to every corner of the 9 realms and even to other parts of the universe. It was thanks to the Rainbow Bridge that Odin was able to catch up with and defeat the fire giant Surtur. Surtur's teleportation ability was something even Odin could not match. This is a good start, Frigga said with a smile. I hope they can help Asgard. Odin replied, but he did not hold out too much hope. Ragnar K was unavoidable. On Earth, in an unknown location, Liang and the others appeared in a grassy plain. Liang raised his head and sensed with magic, discovering that this place was probably Norway. Indeed, it was Odin's favorite location. After leaving Asgard, the 3 goddaughters noticeably relaxed a lot. The Godfather and the Goddess of Death are so pitiful. Not being in Asgard, Kara felt unrestrained. Yes, Leon nodded upon hearing this. Isn't it so? Just because they wanted to continue the war, they ended up being suppressed by Odin for thousands of years. It completely aligns with that saying. When the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Without the death goddess Hela, Asgard wouldn't have easily unified the 9 realms. Yet Odin still ruthlessly suppressed her. She's his own daughter, after all. It's no wonder that the death goddess Hela has such a terrible personality. It's also no wonder that Kara feels sympathy for her. During this time, Kara often went to practice with the death goddess, and she was even asked not to tell Thor and Loki. Clearly, these 2 brothers have no idea they have a sister. If they found out, they would surely be frightened. For Kara, at first, the death goddess Hela was like a madwoman. But as they interacted more, Hela's emotions stabilized somewhat, and they exchanged a few words. Kara informed her about the situation outside, which reduced Hela's hostility toward her. Of course, her hatred for Asgard remained unchanged. She still wanted to rule Asgard. For a girl like Kara, who has little experience, she really didn't know how to resolve such matters. Seeing her in low spirits, Leon patted her head and noticed that Kara had grown taller. She was already 1.7 meters. She also became more beautiful, completely fitting the sweet girl type, with a head of golden hair, just like what people call American sweetheart. He felt a bit emotional and said, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. Where do you want to go?" "New York." "Queens," they shouted in unison, with the same destination in mind. They wanted to see Spider-Man. At this moment, they felt like fans. After reading comics for so long, they were about to meet the real Peter Parker, which made them a bit excited. "Then let's go to New York." Leon smiled and performed a spell. His internal magic power was somewhat consumed, and then they arrived in New York. They crossed half the globe in an instant. This is the power of magic. The spells of Asgard don't require incantations, and the release is quick. Everything is very practical. It's just not that cool. For Leon, practicality is temporary, but coolness lasts a lifetime. "This is Queens." Leon opened his mouth and spoke. A few of the girls observed and found that this place was very similar to Metropolis. Of course, the difference was that there was no Wayne Enterprises here, but there were other companies like Stark Industries. "Godfather, let's go find Peter Parker," said Shiri immediately, feeling a sense of excitement as if chasing a star in reality. They had no other thoughts, just excitement. Meanwhile, Kara used her supervision to discover something. "I found Spider-Man," she exclaimed as she took off. "Wait for me." Leon and the other 2 female disciples immediately exchanged glances. It seemed that Spider-Man was in trouble. "Damn Spider-Man, you always go against me and ruin my plans." For 39 West 38th Street, this is a building that can be considered quite tall in New York. Fisk Tower. On the surface, it is a legitimate business run by Kingpin, but secretly, it is the execution site of criminal plans. What infuriated Kingpin was that he was already preparing to clean up his act and wanted to run for mayor. However, that damn Spider-Man was chasing him relentlessly like a mad dog. Moreover, he had even traced him to Fisk Tower. What was he trying to do? Make all his efforts go to waste? Therefore, an angry Kingpin ordered his men to surround the Spider-Man in front of him, preventing her from escaping. Although her mask was not removed, it was obvious from her petite figure that this was a woman. A woman with such great power surprised Kingpin. "I hate people who hide and sneak around. Isn't it better to be as open as I am?" Kingpin mocked as he watched the Spider-Man in her black and white suit dodging like a dancer in the small space. The media seemed to call her something like Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider cursed while dodging. "What about you, who has done so many bad things?" "TCH, the NYPD hasn't said anything about me. Who do you think you are?" Kingpin was large and spoke in a deep voice, but that couldn't hide his disdain. At his level, of course, he had connections sorted out. "Little girl, do you know what it means to play both sides?" From this point, it was clear how naive this so-called Spider-Man was. Does she really think being a vigilante is that easy? Watch too many Batman comics. Batman is Bruce Wayne, who controls Gotham. What are you? You don't have a dime to your name, yet you want to play the vigilante game? If it were Tony Stark, playing games would be fine. He has the money. This shows how reasonable it is that Batman is Bruce Wayne. If an ordinary person played like this, they would have been taken down long ago. If Batman were a nobody, then fine, he would probably be like the little girl in front of him, wearing a costume made of rags with no defensive capability at all. As Kingpin thought this, he saw Spider-Man had already been pushed into a corner, and he took action himself. After years of training, Kingpin's strength was immense, capable of punching through a wall with his bare hands. He could even beat Spider-Man to death. Fisk Tower. Search. Novel Soul Zai Shuen. This article is free to read. Ghost Spider was quickly knocked down to the ground by Kingpin. He delivered a punch to her abdomen, taking away her fighting ability. Just a little girl, trying to be a superhero like others? Kingpin had no interest in removing her mask. She was just a little girl. Although she had caused him quite a bit of trouble, it was nothing compared to the trouble brought by that guy from Hell's Kitchen. Therefore, he lifted Ghost Spider's head and looked at her limp form, which seemed to have lost all strength. Kingpin's punch was not pleasant, and even Spider-Man's physical condition needed a moment to recover. Thus, at this moment, Kingpin looked like he was carrying a piece of cargo. He glanced at her. The woman was not tall, at most 165 centimeters, and in front of Kingpin, who was over 2 meters tall, she looked no different from someone 150 centimeters tall. So it was really overestimating her to send her to deal with Kingpin. "Don't bother me in your next life," Kingpin said as he opened the window and threw Ghost Spider out. Fist Tower was very tall. The current position was at least dozens of floors up, and even Spider-Man would likely die from a fall. Feeling her body plummeting rapidly, Ghost Spider struggled to regain control. However, the intense pain and fatigue prevented her from using her abilities. She shot out a few webs, but couldn't aim properly. She wanted to get close to the glass to stick to it, but she was getting further away. Kingpin naturally knew she had this ability, so he deliberately threw her far away. Gradually, Ghost Spider felt despair as the speed of her descent increased. Buzz. At that moment, she felt her body halt and looked up to find she had been caught by someone. Caught? How is that possible? Ghost Spider was momentarily stunned. To be a good Spider-Man, one must excel in studies, especially in math and physics. Otherwise, how could she know that a parabolic trajectory would let her fall faster? And this catching out of nowhere, dozens of meters? This is unscientific. The person catching her would likely break both arms. Even if there was a burst of energy, catching her would still leave her spine unable to withstand it, and it would snap, as if knowing what she was thinking. Kara's voice rang in her ear. "This is a bioforce field." Ghost Spider finally came back to her senses and under her mask. She opened her mouth as she looked at the person holding her. With blonde hair and a sweet smile. The key point was her costume. It looked like Supergirl's. S. Supergirl. Seeing that big S, Ghost Spider excitedly said, "I'm Gwen Stacy, I know you." Kara smiled and said, "What does Supergirl mean?" Gwen was also a bit stunned. Supergirl knew her? No, wait, what is this place? She looked down to confirm she was still in New York, right next to Fist Tower. She thought she had crossed over. No one told her that there were really Kryptonians in this world. Aren't they all comics? Seeing that Gwen was silent and looked a bit flustered, Kara didn't ask further, but said, "Let us deal with Kingpin first." Don't ask her how she saw Gwen's face. Having supervision is just taking advantage of it. She originally thought she would see Spider-Man Peter Parker, but unexpectedly, Spider-Man was Ghost Spider Gwen Stacy. However, they were all Spider-Men, so it didn't matter. After all, she had read Ghost Spider comics and knew a bit about Gwen Stacy. Okay, Gwen steadied her mind. Dealing with Kingpin was more important. Kingpin also didn't expect this. He originally wanted to hear the sound of her landing. The sound of flesh hitting the ground would definitely be wonderful. Then, he saw a figure in a uniform holding Ghost Spider flying out the window. Kingpin was instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? He saw the uniform and immediately thought of something, but he just couldn't bring himself to believe it. This world has DC Comics, and Batman and Superman are the two most popular superheroes. One is a billionaire who acts as a vigilante to protect Gotham, and the other is an invincible alien who has become Earth's hero. Both characters are beloved by people. Tony Stark had considered playing this kind of game, but his tactical abilities were truly lacking. He could handle drinking and hitting women, but fighting criminals was another story. He looked closely at the blonde girl. Although she was wearing Superman's outfit, she looked so young. While white girls mature quickly, looking like they're in their 20s at 15 or 16, Kara was still not at that age, so she appeared very youthful. But before he could think further, he found himself being lifted up. "I heard you like high-altitude throwing?" Kara said with a cute smile. It was fun to tease these characters he'd seen in comics. Naturally, Kingpin's men wouldn't sit idly by. They were a bit confused, but they still threw darts at Kara. Ding! The darts bounced back as if hitting metal. "Tartar practice? I'll teach you later," Kara said as she let go. The 200-kilogram American strongman fell rapidly to the ground. "Don't kill him," Spider-Gwen shouted as she regained her composure and leaned against the window. "Don't worry." Kara naturally wouldn't kill Kingpin. She was just scaring him. So, just as Kingpin was about to hit the ground, Kara caught him. Kara's appearance caused a stir among the people of New York. "Supergirl? What? There really is a Kryptonian." Kara sensed something was off. How did these people know she was Kryptonian? And why were they calling her Supergirl? She had an inkling of what was going on and immediately took Kingpin and flew up again. She initially thought no one would recognize her, since this was another world. So she let loose. But now it seemed something was amiss. With her thoughts racing, she brought Kingpin back to Fist Tower. Now, Kingpin and his men were obedient. The 2-meter-tall, 200-kilogram Kingpin looked like a student who had made a mistake. If the person in front of them was truly the all-powerful Supergirl from the comics, what was there to resist? They might as well give up. What is Supergirl? Kara lost her playful mood and called Gwen Stacy in. Are you Kara Zor-El? Gwen asked. Yes, Kara replied expressionlessly. That settles it then. Gwen didn't know what was happening, but she shared everything she knew. We have DC Comics here, which depicts Superman, Supergirl, and Batman from your world. What happens when people realize they are characters in comics or movies? Someone once found out they were just a creation of someone else and went mad. Kara felt a bit overwhelmed, but her ability to accept was still high. To her, the person she was communicating with was also a character from the comics. For both sides, they were just comic characters. No wonder they had hinted at this when they were in Asgard, but the gods didn't care. To them, the world was multidimensional, and there were many ways one universe could exist in another. Movies and comics were great mediums. As long as they knew what was real, that was enough. Kara convinced herself to accept this. After all, the gods had a higher realm. So, when she regained her composure, she asked, "Can I see it?" Of course. Kingpin had no other thoughts now, only speculating how this comic character came to reality. If there was a Supergirl, there might be others. Superman, Batman? He quickly had someone go buy comics. His men wasted no time and soon bought out a comic store, bringing all the comics back to the tower. For Kingpin, who controlled an underground empire, this was just a drop in the bucket. In the office, Kara was treated like a family elder by Kingpin's men. She also had a long conversation with Gwen Stacy. Soon, she saw the comics. When she saw the Supergirl issue, her hands trembled a bit. However, she didn't continue reading because it was completely different from her own experiences. Aside from the reason for coming to Earth being somewhat similar, everything else was different. Because there was no Godfather in the comics. Kara had her suspicions, but didn't think too much about it. She quickly picked up a Superman comic. She was Supergirl, so wasn't Superman just her long-lost cousin she had been desperately searching for? When she saw Superman's name, Kara was momentarily stunned. Clark Kent. The image of the bespectacled man flashed before her eyes. But the problem was, how could he be older than her? Kara wanted to cry without tears. Her cousin was clearly more than 10 years younger than her. She couldn't imagine that her cousin had turned into her brother. Furious, Kara set it aside and then looked at Batman. Batman is Bruce Wayne? Could I claim it? They had privately speculated about Batman's identity and guessed it could be Bruce Wayne. But there were also other names, and the likelihood of Bruce Wayne being the one was low. Because Bruce Wayne's disguise was too successful. He was a playboy in Gotham during the day and had to act as Batman at night. Could a person have that much energy? So many had speculated, but gave up at that layer of thought. After all, they couldn't imagine that someone in this world could survive on black coffee without sleep and not die from it. That's not scientific. Yeah, Gwen Stacy started discussing with her because that was her hobby. She was just a high school student, having just become Spider-Man not long ago, and didn't have many hobbies. Boss, what should we do next? The target practice guy asked Kingpin. Kingpin shook his head. Wait. He didn't dare to talk in front of Supergirl. What a joke. Did he really think talking through a wall would work? But he already had ideas in his mind. This was Supergirl. If he could use her, the whole of America would be his. Why isn't Kara back yet? Leon and the other two walked down the street, with Sheely and Rachel looking toward the west, searching for differences. They soon spotted the comic book store. The Godfather, Batman, Sheely exclaimed. Outside the comic book store, posters of Batman and Superman were displayed, making it hard for them to miss. Leon was not surprised either. I'll check it out when I have time. Godfather, are we also characters in a comic? Rachel was very clever and suddenly thought of something. But perhaps because she was still young, she didn't find it hard to accept. She just thought it was really cool. Maybe. Leon didn't take it seriously either. His mindset was different. He belonged to neither of the two worlds. To him, he was just a passerby in both. If it weren't for having 3 goddaughters, he would feel even less of a sense of belonging to the world. Therefore, when it comes to the question of what is real or not, he couldn't possibly relate to it. After all, he had already defined what the world was like in his heart. The 2 goddaughters were too young and hadn't even thought about any profound issues. What did it matter whether something was real or not? They hadn't thought as much as Kara. So, they said in unison, cool. If they were characters from a comic, that would be really cool. This made Leon even less concerned, and he smiled as he said, let's go, we've arrived. However, Kara hadn't come back yet. Leon was contemplating whether to find Kara first. However, the 2 acolytes sensed their presence and impatiently said, no one can match Kara. Let's go in first. They had arrived at a church located on Brick Street. Of course, this was how outsiders saw it. It was rumored that before the building existed, it was used by Native American shaman as a site to seal demons, later becoming a mass grave and a place for cult killings. Eventually, the sorcerers of Camartage appeared and built a temple here. The sorcerers referred to it as the Sanctum, but more commonly, it is known as the New York Sanctum. Camartage has sanctums at 3 locations worldwide: New York, London, and Hong Kong. Each sanctum is managed by a sorcerer. Ordinary people have no use coming here unless a sorcerer wishes to see them. Otherwise, they would find it impossible to locate. However, Leon and his companions were not ordinary people. They practiced the orthodox magic of Asgard and sensed a strong magical fluctuation upon arriving. The 2 acolytes, having read comics, felt a strong attraction to this magical sanctuary of Asgard. Practicing magic is an incredibly addictive endeavor, especially when feeling the continuous strengthening of their internal magical power and their own abilities improving, bringing greater pleasure than anything else. They would rather practice than play games. Thus, they wanted to go to the sanctum, disregarding Kara. Leon found their sisterly bond amusing. However, he also believed there was nothing wrong with Kara. Who in New York could possibly harm her? After all, she had been fighting with the goddess of death, Hela, for quite some time. In fact, no one could harm Kara because this universe didn't even have kryptonite. What difference does it make for a Kryptonian without kryptonite? Kara was simply a bit lost in her enthusiasm, forgetting about her godfather and sister, only wanting to absorb knowledge madly. Leon and 2 of his magical apprentices stood outside the Temple of New York. He activated his magical power and pushed on the door. A magical door swung open, and they stepped inside, where the scene was completely different from what ordinary people would see. Inside were many magical items, resembling an exhibition. It was somewhat spacious, as there was only one person in the temple. A slightly overweight Asian middle-aged man looked at the 3 newcomers in surprise. What is going on? He immediately sensed the magical fluctuations from the 3 of them, realizing they were also mages. I am Wong, the librarian of Camartage. At that moment, Wong was not yet the head of the Temple of New York. He was just there to retrieve something. Leon smiled and said, I am Leon, and we would like to see the Supreme Mage. Want to see the Supreme Mage? You can first go to Camartage, Wong replied, and whether she wants to see you or not. Before he could finish, a golden light circle appeared in the temple, gradually expanding into a portal that could be traversed. Shiri and Rachel looked at the portal, feeling the magical fluctuations. This was different from the teleportation magic they learned in Asgard. Although it wasn't as convenient, it certainly looked impressive. A figure dressed in a simple mage robe stepped out from inside. This bald head must feel really good. Leon looked at the reflective head and thought. The supreme sorcerer, Gu-E, tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit helpless about the offensive gaze. Ahem, the supreme sorcerer. Leon immediately spoke up. The 2 female students also reacted quickly and spoke up. In the world of mages, strength is paramount. This person is a supreme mage, and their power is undoubtedly overwhelming compared to theirs. However, isn't the supreme mage supposed to be male? Both Ancient One in the comics and Strange are male. I am the Ancient One said with a smile. I knew about your arrival on Earth as soon as you came from afar. Sure enough, there is nothing on Earth that the Ancient One doesn't know. As someone who has lived for so long, casually checking the future with the Time Stone is a routine for her. Moreover, Leon and the others appeared quite boldly. The Bifrost from Asgard hadn't opened on Earth for a long time. Therefore, when a strong magical fluctuation appeared, the Ancient One naturally noticed it. Then she silently observed to see what was happening. After all, they were from Asgard, and she didn't stop them from asking questions as long as they didn't destroy the Earth. In any case, Asgard is still nominally the leader of the 9 realms. However, now that they had taken the initiative to come to the New York Sanctum, it was time for her, as the Supreme Mage, to make an appearance. The Ancient One, Leon said respectfully, we have come to exchange and discuss magic. The goddess told us that the pursuit of magic is endless. And since there's a sacred place on Earth, and also a Supreme Mage, we wanted to come and exchange some ideas about magic. I hope we haven't made the Supreme Mage feel abrupt. Leon briefly revealed his background and intentions. If an ordinary person approached, Master Gu, you would likely not agree. Sorcerers cherish their magical knowledge and do not share it lightly. If someone wants to learn, they can join Camartage, as long as they contribute. Acquiring the desired knowledge is not impossible. However, Leon and his companions are not ordinary people. They came with the words of the goddess, Frigga, who is renowned for her virtue across the 9 realms. Even Gu-E cannot afford to lose face. Of course, this is not a place for discussion. Please follow me to Confronting, said with a smile. She casually opened a portal and took Leon and the others to Confronting. After all, she is not strange. She has no attachment to New York and does not like staying there. Confronting. The only feeling Leon had was that the air was thin. However, considering where they were, it was understandable. The two disciples even felt a bit cold. There were many sorcerers in Confronting who respectfully called Gu Supreme Sorcerer upon seeing her. They also glanced at Leon and the others, but no one recognized them. They arrived at a very simple room. Even the place where Gu received guests had only a mat and a table. Mr. Leon, what do you wish to discuss? Master Gu asked. She knew that the three in front of her had some level of magical ability, but it was not particularly advanced. Thus, Levi spoke up. We learned about the magical system from a goddess. We practice the ways of Asgard, but we would like to exchange ideas with Master Gu. That is natural, Master Gu nodded. You wish to learn spells, right? Yes. Leon felt a bit embarrassed. If someone came knocking on the door to learn magic, a hot-tempered person would likely scold them. But the Ancient One was clearly not like that. The main reason was that she knew their identities were very special. She naturally didn't read comics, but the fact that Leon and the others could be guests from Asgard clearly indicated something unique about them. The most critical point was that she had never seen their appearance in the flow of time. For this timeline, it was like a strange node. With the occurrence of this event, the future seemed chaotic, as if anything could happen. Unfortunately, the time stone was no longer effective. This puzzled the Ancient One, but she didn't think much of it. It was a big deal. After all, she was just accustomed to using the time stone to know the future. But it almost never changed the future. So, let us exchange our understanding of magic. Then, they began to discuss magical knowledge. Having a supreme sorcerer to teach in person was definitely a top-tier resource. After listening to Leon and their understanding of magic, the Ancient One nodded. In fact, besides harnessing the power of the dimensional demon, Confronting also had an ancient method of casting spells. This is spiritual magic, the Ancient One said casually. Spiritual magic? Leon and the other two immediately widened their eyes. The magnificent magical world unfolded before them page by page. How could they not be interested? They saw the supreme mage Gu clasp her hands together, then open them. An invisible magical force expanded from her side. The entire world seemed to turn upside down like a mirror. They felt as if they were sitting on the ceiling, and all the physical rules were different at that moment. The world turned golden, easily destructible, yet containing powerful laws of magic. Leon and the others were not afraid, but instead looked at the supreme mage. Rachel's eyes widened even more. This supreme mage had a devilish aura, especially with her magical power. As the daughter of the Demon King, she was too familiar with this kind of presence. This was the mirror space, a power not belonging to other demon gods, but manifested through spiritual techniques. At this moment, the supreme mage Gu smiled and said, "This spell possesses the power to alter reality. No matter how much destruction occurs inside, it will have no impact on the outside world." The mirror space was naturally one of the most coveted spells for Leon, mainly because every battle would take place in his home turf. Isn't that cool? Space-time, mind, soul, reality. These are the most powerful forces in the universe. But what do you think is the most dangerous power? Master Gu asked them. Leon did not speak, watching his two goddaughters. Encouraged by him, the two goddaughters immediately said, "Space. Reality." Shiri spoke of space because she could traverse here. Rachel, on the other hand, was lamenting the power she had just experienced. She also wanted to learn about mirror space. "Wrong, it's time," Master Gu said lightly. "Time can smooth over everything. Under the power of time, ultimately, everything will disappear. Spirit magic is the method of utilizing these laws. It does not belong to any system. It is the spirit magic that Master Agamotto, the supreme master of Confronting, comprehended himself. Subsequently, Master Gu did not hold back and genuinely taught them spirit magic. In New York, at the Fist Tower, after learning a lot, Kara began to focus on the people around her. She wanted to know the future so that her family would not be in danger. Soon she learned everything about Shiri, but she discovered that Shiri's future had already changed because Shiri had left that tragic medieval era. Next was Rachel. Rachel was the Raven. She was indeed the daughter of a multiverse demon lord, the Triforce demon. After understanding the power of the Triforce demon, Kara felt a bit apprehensive. If such an existence really invaded Earth, who could stop it? However, time was pressing, and Kara did not think too much. She was already thinking about her godfather and sisters. Clearly, she could not handle these matters alone. But what surprised Kara was that she could not find any information about her godfather. Was her godfather really so unknown? Kara discovered that her godfather was Person A, and her mood became a bit complicated. But if he were truly ordinary, how could he possibly take them back and forth through time? Kara was puzzled. Just then, a subordinate of Kingpin came to knock on the door. Kingpin was thinking about how to deceive Supergirl. Although the other party was young, he could not treat her as a fool. What is it? He opened the door to see a beautiful woman standing outside, holding a badge. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Attack and Logistics. The woman revealed her identity and then said, "We are here to see Supergirl." "I don't know you," Kingpin replied coldly, knowing they were here to take someone. But how could he let them have their way? "You will get to know her soon." The other party didn't care, saying a few business-related things to Kingpin, which made him furious. By the time the woman entered, Kara had already finished reading and was communicating with Gwen Stacy. Among so many people she had met, only Gwen was considered a friend by Kara. Gwen was naturally very willing to be friends with Kara. Having a Kryptonian friend was just too cool. To put it plainly, Gwen was also a problem girl. Kara looked at the woman who came in. "Are you Black Widow? Natasha Romanoff?" This made the other party chuckle and then ask, "Do you know me?" "I know you," Kara nodded. "I represent the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics, and I invite you to come visit us." Natasha's words annoyed Kara. She didn't like this. She was always being sought after, and they all wanted to use her. Now she understood why her godfather didn't want her to reveal her identity. This was clearly not something she could handle at her age. So, Kara replied, "Sorry, I have to leave." "What do you mean by leave?" "I need to find someone." Kara explained, then flew out of the window. "Don't come looking for me." She took one last look at Gwen, and then flew away. "Who are you looking for?" Although Natasha was a bit puzzled, she quickly reported. Then she looked at Gwen Stacy and said, "Go Spider-Man, right? Are you interested in joining us?" Huh. Gwen did not expect things to develop this way. As the only person who had had long-term contact with Kara, she naturally became a target for recruitment. "We're the good guys, and if you join us, you'll be able to better fight crime." "Can I refuse?" Gwen Stacy asked tentatively. Natasha smiled slightly, but did not speak. "What is Supergirl's situation?" She said she came from Asgard. "Is she alone?" "She has a godfather, but I've never seen him in the comic books." Gwen and Kara talked a lot. She was very curious about Kara and naturally asked many questions. As a friend, Kara did not hide some unimportant things from her. Gwen thought about it for a moment, but did not reveal everything. Friends should still protect each other's secrets. For example, how Kara and the others came here. Gwen mentioned that she would like to visit if given the chance. Supergirl left America at S.She in the director's office. Maria Hill said to Nick Fury, "Where'd she go?" Nick Fury immediately asked. His desk was filled with DC comics. Clearly, he had not read these before and was now trying to catch up. Although in the comics Supergirl considers herself an American and protects the Earth, that is just a comic. It's fine to look at. If Superman really appeared, everyone would panic in reality. Especially for big shots. Nobody likes to have a real god flying around in the sky. That would be too frightening. Just like Captain America, Steve Rogers when he was alive. Why didn't anyone promote him as a god? Instead, it was only after he disappeared that America began to create a golden statue for him. They simply did not want a real living god to exist. Gods can exist, but they must be dead, a symbolic meaning. If there really were gods, they would be uneasy. She went east. Maria Hill glanced at the display in her hand, flipped her short hair, and said, Hearing this, Nick Fury's face darkened further. Although S.She is superficially an organization of the 5 big rogues, it is actually deeply bound to America. Otherwise, the headquarters wouldn't be in New York. Nick Fury picked up a comic and said, Wasn't she integrating into our culture? According to the information sent by Agent Natasha, her godfather is Chinese. Where did this godfather come from? Kamatai. Because she had also dealt with magic, Kara quickly found her way here. She descended from the sky and arrived in the courtyard. But just then, a black boundary enveloped her, and the world seemed to darken, all the buildings changing color. Then, Kara could hardly distinguish between the sky and the ground. But she did not care, thinking that she had been targeted by Kamartaj. I am here to find someone. She shouted loudly into space, but it was useless. Instead, magic struck her. Although the power wasn't great, it caused Kara real pain. It's important to note that ordinary physical attacks couldn't harm her at all. Only magic could inflict normal damage on her. But it was just that one hit. Kara clearly didn't want to just take the beating. Bang! So, she began to cause massive destruction. By the time she smashed everything, Leon and the others witnessed the devastating power of a Kryptonian. If she really wanted to destroy a city with Kara's current abilities, it wouldn't take more than half an hour. Soon, Kara noticed that the space in front of her returned to normal. What was going on? Kara asked in surprise. Rachel slowly retracted her power. This is the magic I just learned. She lifted her little face. The other mages of Camartage actually felt it too, at first. They thought it was an invasion by a dimensional demon. After all, such dark magical power was hard to believe to be anything other than a demon. In the end, it was the Sorcerer Supreme who told them not to act rashly, which calmed things down. It must be said that Rachel's talent was remarkable. But the most astonishing was the power that had been within her from the very start. The goddess Frigga could sense it, and so could the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Moreover, Ancient One not only could detect it, but could also teach Rachel how to use it, rather than merely suppressing it. This shows that the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, was an unconventional person. After all, she herself absorbed Dormammu's power from the dark dimension. She often used it and then denied it, which infuriated Dormammu, yet he was helpless. Therefore, Ancient One taught Rachel how to harness that power. As a result, Rachel used it, and the effect was astonishing. Leon and Shiri have not yet mastered the mirror space, but Rachel has. However, Rachel's version is clearly a dark one. While others' mirror spaces look like a wonderland, Rachel's appears to be hellish at first glance. Nevertheless, at least this spell is useful. Even though Kara smashed everything, she couldn't break the spell. And this is the spiritual magic of Camartage. Spiritual magic involves incantations or similar methods to cast spells, but the power it wields entirely depends on the mage themselves. Whether it's the mage's own cultivated magical power or the strength absorbed from dimensional demons, both can be used to cast spiritual magic. Therefore, Leon and the others can learn it as well. Of course, they cannot learn magic like the Sword of Ashanti or the Crimson Chains, as those are spells obtained from dimensional demons. Unless they also go to borrow power, at most they can only mimic the operation of the magic. What they cast will not have the same essence at all. But that is enough. Leon and the others decided to stay in Camartage for the last few days to learn magic. Rachel was excited to have master magic, while Shiri wanted to grasp it. Kara shared her experiences from New York with them. When she nervously mentioned that they were all comic book characters, Shiri and Rachel were not surprised. We've seen Batman comics before, Shiri said, just haven't read the content. Who is Batman? They were even more interested in this. This relieved Kara, as she was worried her family wouldn't accept this outcome. Even she took a long time to accept it herself. Kara laughed and said, "You definitely won't guess. Just tell us. It's Bruce Wayne." The three girls immediately started playing around. "Oh, we guessed it, but didn't think it was true. This playboy. Everyone knows Bruce Wayne is a playboy." In the following days, they spent their final vacation in Camartage. Leon and the others also learned other mystical arts, such as those related to the soul and insights about time. Even the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, couldn't control time without the Eye of Agamotto, which shows how difficult it is to control time independently. As the last day arrived, they prepared to go back, collect their thoughts, and get ready for school. Kara found Leon and said, "Godfather, I told Gwen before that I would bring her over to play." They also learned that the person Kara met was not Peter Parker, but Gwen Stacy. However, because they were all girls, the other two goddaughters accepted each other. "Isn't she a high school student?" Leon asked. She said her father could grant her leave. Carla smiled. "George Stacy is the New York sheriff. It's quite easy for him to help his daughter get time off. Then let's go find her." Leon nodded. Afterwards, they said goodbye to the Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One already knew they were from another world, so she took good care of them. After bidding farewell to Ancient One and Wong, Leon and the others opened the portal and arrived in New York. The portal appeared at the New York Sanctum. Then, Kara contacted Gwen Stacy. "Gwen, where are you?" "I'm in class. Being a high school student is tough. The gap between private and public schools gets bigger in high school. Gwen attends an elite private school, and the workload is as heavy as it is across the ocean. There aren't many holidays either. Gwen Stacy has to maintain her grades while also fighting crime, which is not easy. After all, as the daughter of Sheriff George Stacy, she can't be sent to a happy education. If it were happy education, Gwen wouldn't have to work so hard. But clearly, she would also become a fool. However, fools can't become Spider-Man, as they wouldn't understand any physics. "We're going back," Kara said. "Are you coming?" Gwen exclaimed, and her teacher and classmates immediately looked over. She quickly raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I have an urgent matter." Then, she left the classroom and spoke in her phone, "I'll be there soon." After hanging up, she called her father, George Stacy. "Dad, I need to take a leave of absence from school." George naturally didn't understand what could be more important than studying. In the eyes of parents, is there anything more important than their child's education? It's impossible. Gwen had already thought it through and quickly made up an excuse. On the rooftop of the New York sanctum, the building was not tall, but surrounding it were skyscrapers. Moreover, standing within the sanctum, no one else could see them. "I've arrived, where are you?" Gwen called Kara. At that moment, Kara had already spotted her. Gwen had changed into her Spider-Woman suit, and humorously, she was still carrying her backpack, clearly filled with things she needed. "I'm here." Leon cast a spell that allowed Gwen to see them as well. With a greeting, Gwen finally saw them. At this moment, Kara had changed into ordinary clothes, but she was still certain that this was Supergirl, because this matched the description Kara had given. A west exit. So, Gwen first swung over on her web. As she landed smoothly, Siri and Rachel both expressed their envy, saying, "That's so cool. Can you take us for a ride?" They had fantasized about what it would feel like to swing on webs like Spider-Man while reading comics. Now it seemed that this wish could come true. "Sure," Gwen replied. Then both sides began introductions, and Gwen also took off her hood. After all, she considered them her own people. Gwen Stacy had short blonde hair, well-defined features, and a little bit of decoration on her face, looking very trendy. Siri, Rachel. Gwen greeted them. It was surprising to see characters she had only read about. She thought it was really cool. Due to her personality, she didn't have many friends at school, and the few sisters she had formed a band, but their relationship wasn't that harmonious. So, being able to be friends with Supergirl felt incredibly awesome to her. "Uncle," Gwen then called out to Leon. Leon feels that he is not much older than her. But there's nothing he can do. He has a higher status. "Are you ready? Let's go back." Leon nodded and said, "I'm ready. I also want to see Gotham." Gwen was incredibly excited. In the mansion, Harley Quinn woke up feeling a bit thirsty and stretched out. Leon hasn't come back for a few days again, making her feel uncomfortable everywhere. Although her good friend Ivy has moved in, it still feels lacking without the real thing. "Darling, you're back." As she entered the living room, she happened to see Leon and others coming back, and she immediately jumped over. Leon spun her around once, and then noticed that Gwen looked a bit dazed. The other girls also felt embarrassed. They all knew that Harley Quinn was a villain. How could they explain that a villain was living with them? "Who is this?" Gwen asked. "Harley Quinn, my godfather's girlfriend," Kara replied, firmly refusing to acknowledge Harley Quinn's identity. Harley Quinn didn't mind and looked at Kara with a grin, saying, "Kara, it's been a long time since you came back. Your godmother has missed you dearly." She let go of Leon and rushed to pinch Kara's cheeks. Kara couldn't resist and was immediately teased by the clown girl. Gwen felt completely overwhelmed. Everything was so different from what she understood. Not only was Kara living in Gotham, but she was also living with Harley Quinn. What was going on? Gwen Stacy suddenly felt her brain couldn't handle it. After a while, everyone sat back on the couch, and Poison Ivy also came out. Ivy was dressed very lightly, or rather, she was almost not dressed at all, with only a few leaves covering her. She didn't care, as the only man in the house was Leon. "Is this Poison Ivy?" Gwen Stacy felt incredibly surprised. She didn't expect to see so many comic characters, especially villains, as soon as she arrived in Gotham. So she was curious about how the villains lived with superheroes. And there was a newcomer. Ivy glanced at her, took a look, and felt relieved. This little girl posed no threat, mainly because her figure wasn't impressive enough. Compared to Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, Gwen Stacy really looked like a child, almost malnourished. "This is Gwen Stacy, our friend," Kara immediately explained. "All right, Gwen, welcome to Gotham," Ivy said, lacking enthusiasm. But Harley Quinn was different. She wanted to know what another world was like. So she grabbed Rachel and started asking questions. However, they didn't stay at home for long. Since school was about to start, the girls naturally wanted to have fun. Gwen had finally made it to Gotham and also wanted to go out and explore. So, Shiri took Gwen out to swing on webs. They would switch to Rachel later. Kara naturally didn't need to, as she could fly. Whoosh! Wow! Shiri exclaimed in midair. She thought it was even more thrilling than Kara's flight. Kara's flight didn't feel like much because she was surrounded by a biofield and she hardly felt the wind. But now it was different. Spider-Man swinging on webs didn't have a biofield, so she could feel the resistance and the wind hitting her face painfully. It felt like riding a roller coaster. The sudden acceleration and stops, the arcs. Only such acceleration could be faster. Gwen kept swinging continuously, like being on a giant pendulum. Occasionally, she would take Shiri along, running between buildings with her hands and feet sticking to the glass and walls. That's how they performed such astonishing maneuvers. However, they were being so bold in broad daylight in Gotham that many people saw them. Even Batman wouldn't dare to show up during the day. When someone took a photo and saw Gwen's costume, it immediately caused a stir. This was actually a character from the comics. Soon, even Bruce Wayne learned about the news. "Alfred, what's going on?" "Master Wayne, it's just as you see," Alfred smiled and said. Perhaps you can ask Leon, as the other girl is a student, the one named Shiri. Although Shiri was also in a costume, she was very familiar to those who were already prepared for such encounters. He had disappeared for a long time. Bruce Wayne was also a bit surprised. During this time, Leon had been very low-key in Gotham, appearing only after a long while. He had been worried that Leon might turn into a supervillain like the previous Penguin and wreak havoc in Gotham. But now it seemed that Leon clearly didn't have such grand ambitions. He just wanted to make money and support his family. Moreover, the Iceberg Club no longer engaged in money laundering activities and had become a legitimate establishment. After all, casinos were legal in America. Not everyone could go to Las Vegas to have wild fun. Other places needed their own as well. And Gotham was unlike other states, having reservations for indigenous people. Back then, America placed the indigenous people in very barren reservations, and they could only rely on running casinos for survival. It was all out of necessity. Gwen Stacy was making a splash in Gotham and had indeed made the headlines. That night, Batman came looking for her. Seeing the bat signal in the sky, Gwen was indeed curious and went over. At that moment, she was with Rachel, who was now experiencing swinging on webs. However, upon arriving at the spot, Batman was not there. Gwen turned around very skillfully, but Batman was still not there. Huh? Isn't it said that Batman always appears behind you? Gwen wondered. Rachel then asked, how do you know? It's like that in the comics. He disappears when you're facing away from him. Oh, Batman coughed. He had no choice but to cough a couple of times from above. In the darkness, his cape fluttered in the wind. Just by hearing the brief conversation, he had gathered quite a bit of information. Suspecting his identity was no longer a secret. Sure enough, when he saw the flickering light in Rachel's eyes, he understood. This was bad. Everyone knew that Batman was Bruce Wayne now. This made Batman very annoyed, and he asked in a low voice, where are you from? Another world. Gwen Stacy immediately took off her mask and said, as if starstruck, Batman, can I fight crime with you? Kara and the others were fans of Spider-Man. While Ghost Spider was a fan of Batman, it was normal. After all, Batman and Superman were the most popular. Who are you? Batman asked helplessly. I am Ghost Spider, Gwen Stacy. Gwen smiled and said, already knowing that she was also a comic character here, and thought it was very cool. Haven't you read my comics? Batman replied, I've only read Peter Parker's. But of course, he wouldn't say that he had already known about her before coming. Hearing Gwen say this, he immediately replied in a somewhat gloomy manner, no problem, but you need to tell me some things. All right, now it's not just aliens that might invade. Another world could also invade. For someone with extreme paranoia, this news made him restless. If there could be communication between the two universes, or if a passage could be found, it would definitely spark a great war. After all, one world represents more resources from another world, and any ruler would revel in that. Moreover, even if they approached each other with goodwill, how could they be sure the other side harbored no hostility? Once the chain of suspicion formed in Bruce Wayne's mind, he would view the other side through the lens of a criminal. The two little girls were naturally no match for him and would not understand his thoughts. Thus, under Batman's guidance, Gwen said everything that she should and shouldn't have said. This also gave Batman a deeper understanding. He did not see this as a comic, but rather as a new world. At night, with school starting tomorrow, Kara couldn't sleep. She stood on the balcony of the manor, gazing in one direction. This trip to Earth had brought her too many shocks, and there were many things she still needed to do. Thinking of this, she turned off the room lights and then, with a whoosh, changed into her battle suit. She slowly ran her hand over the on her chest. This was the suit that her godfather taught her to make, very similar to the one in the comics. She had a faint suspicion in her heart. After all, she had a super brain, but she didn't care. As long as her godfather treated her well, that was enough. Whoosh! Like a sonic boom, Kara shot into the sky. After all, her godfather and Harley Quinn were not home. In just a moment, she had already arrived in Metropolis. Kara paused in midair, scanning the city with her eyes, and quickly spotted Clark Kent, who was still working late. What a poor kid. A smile crept onto Kara's lips, but she suddenly thought of something, and it vanished. Family. Her younger brother was even older than her. Who could understand? She thought that she had only spent a moment in the Phantom Zone, but it turned out to have been so many years. The Phantom Zone, known as the Ghost Zone, hyperspace, or the edge of the universe, is a place beyond space and time, a cross-dimensional, eternal realm. Therefore, anyone there has no concept of time, does not age, does not need to eat, and cannot die, as it is an almost infinite void. Since there was no death penalty on Krypton, when Kryptonians discovered the Phantom Zone, they imprisoned Kryptonian criminals there, ensuring they could never escape. In the Phantom Zone, they could even observe the universe, but the only pain was the inability to communicate physically. At most, they could use telepathy. This situation could have gone on forever. However, the arrival of the spacecraft that Kara rode created an opening in the Phantom Zone. Although she also disappeared for many years because of it, she brought Kryptonian criminals out. It should be noted that General Zod was one of the criminals from the Phantom Zone and is quite notorious. He was the one who came out with Kara. The Daily Planet. In preparation for tomorrow's headline, many reporters were still working overtime. The events in Gotham had finally reached here, and they were ready to put the Ghost Spider-Man on the front page. After all, whether or not it was a cosplay, it looked too much like the real thing. They even invented webbing. It was better than the real deal. Clark Kent was about to invite Lois Lane out for a late-night snack. But just then, a voice came to his ears. "Clark, come to the rooftop." Clark thought it was an auditory hallucination, but quickly realized it was real. Since childhood, he had noticed his differences, far harsher than Kara's upbringing. He constantly changed schools and, after growing up, frequently changed jobs. The Kent family that adopted him was just rural farmers without many resources for him. Now working at the Daily Planet, he had gotten there through his own efforts. It was only one day that his father showed him the alien spacecraft that he understood his uniqueness was because he was an alien. This made Clark feel lonely at all times. Now, S. This was the symbol on the spacecraft he rode. Exactly the same. Every line was identical. He looked up and saw a familiar girl. His supervision easily pierced through her disguise. Kara? It was actually the goddaughter of Leon, whom he had met once. Kara looked at him with a complex expression. Kara had considered not coming to see him, but her purpose for coming to Earth was to protect her cousin, Kal-El. Kara opened her mouth and said, "Are you talking about me?" Clark had already realized something. What are you to me? He realized that he was no longer lonely on Earth. Although he had grown up on Earth and considered himself an Earthling, he was still different. Kal-El, I am your sister. Call me sister. As someone who was used to being an older sister, Kara said this with confidence. However, Clark Kent couldn't hold back. If Kara were an adult, he wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. But Kara was just too young. No, she could even be considered a child. Although she grew quickly and was already 7 meters tall, she still had a bit of baby fat on her face. Anyone would only find her cute and not feel any authority from her. "You're clearly younger than me," Clark Kent said helplessly. "But I'm older than you." Kara suddenly got anxious and explained the Phantom Zone and Krypton to him. This was the first time Clark learned about it, and he was somewhat bewildered. So this was his origin? He and Kara both came from Krypton, but Kara didn't elaborate. She thought of something and asked, "Cal, call me Clark." Clark Kent replied. He was used to that name and didn't miss the so-called L family. Kara snorted lightly and asked, "Can you fly?" "Can I too?" Clark Kent was very miserable. He had never unleashed all his power. So, at that moment, looking at Kara floating in the air, he felt an immense longing. "You and I are the same. Of course you can." Kara grabbed him and then flew up. She couldn't let Clark try by himself. Otherwise, the Daily Planet would be crushed beneath him. Iceberg Club. Leon and Frank sat in the bar on the second floor, watching the dancer above sing and dance, but unfortunately, it lacked rap and basketball. "This dancer is quite good." Leon made a comment that as a seasoned LSP, his eyes are like a ruler. Moreover, he used to be dizzy with 3D, let alone 32D, and now he feels somewhat dazzled. Frank immediately laughed and said, "I just realized that people like big things, which is why I found her, coming from outside to settle in Gotham. Besides being good-looking, big things at least attract attention. Only models and that kind of group would dislike big things. It simply goes against human nature. It's also a talent to think of settling in Gotham." Leon took a sip of champagne and said, "People who come to Gotham are usually trying to escape something." Frank shrugged, but they didn't care. The Iceberg Lounge has protection, and it's not just Harley Quinn. They've also inherited connections from the Penguin, managing quite a lot both up and down the chain. In Gotham, the lines between the legal and illegal are blurred. You can't have one without the other. Otherwise, those who end up in Arkham Asylum wouldn't immediately regain their status once they got out. "I'm very reassured to have you at the Iceberg Lounge." Leon started the PUA. "How is your mother?" "She's fine. She even said she wanted to meet you to thank you." "I don't know when you have time to come to my house for dinner," Frank said gratefully. He used to be a little brother under the Penguin. But now that he's with Leon, things are different. No wonder so many people want to gain from the Dragon's achievements. "I have time," Leon replied. "I'm quite busy and will be leaving Gotham soon." "Leaving again?" Frank couldn't hold back. Whose Iceberg Lounge is it anyway? If he were the Penguin type, he would have kicked Leon out long ago. But it's precisely because Leon knows he isn't that he keeps him around. Of course, even if he were the Penguin, Leon wouldn't care. In the face of absolute power, the Penguin is just a small fry. Thinking back to when he first came to Gotham, Leon still had to lower himself to the Penguin. All these changes are just a matter of strength. Indeed, It takes a villain like Harley Quinn to punish villains. Frank, I'm trusting you here. Leon patted Frank on the shoulder. He had no intention of wasting time on making money. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time going on a honeymoon? In his entire life, he hadn't even had a honeymoon yet. Carla didn't expect to be caught red-handed by Leon when she got home. After Leon had a PUA session with Frank, he headed home. Being older, he didn't want to stay out all night anymore. It wasn't good for his health. As a result, he saw Carla descending from the sky in her uniform. What was she up to? Leon's face instantly darkened. It felt like a daughter sneaking out at night to do something wrong. Although he knew Kara was going to do something good, how old was she? Getting involved with violence at such a young age? What would happen in the future? Kara immediately became scared, quickly crossing her arms, blushing and looking down. Just say it. Leon brought her into the house. I want to find Carl. Kara said with her head down. Did you tell him? Leon originally wanted to say something, but he held it back. Carla nodded. Yes, Godfather. I came to Earth to protect him. But clearly, it's time for him to protect you now. Leon smiled. Humph. Kara felt a bit unwilling. She was clearly older, yet now she had become like this. How could she be satisfied? It's all the fault of the Phantom Zone. It would have been better to tell him in advance. And what else did you say? I'll let him find the spaceship himself and learn about his heritage. Kara spoke up. Of course, before that. He needs to learn to use his own powers. Only then will he not get beaten up by General Zod. The main reason is that Kara herself doesn't know much about Krypton. She only knows some basic things. It would be better to let Clark find the spaceship himself. The L family discovered Earth a long time ago and even sent a spaceship here. At that time, it was during the most glorious period of the Kryptonian Empire's colonization of the universe. When the Kryptonian Empire was at its strongest, they had over 100,000 outposts throughout the universe, and countless planets were under their rule. Even a famous Green Lantern Corps had been taught a lesson by the Kryptonian Empire. However, later on, the Kryptonian Empire became increasingly conservative. Its sphere of influence shrank, and ultimately all retreated to their homeland. Then came the destruction of Krypton. Perhaps the L family had foreseen this, which is why they concealed the location of Earth and did not report it to the Empire, allowing this place to become the L family's private territory. After Krypton's destruction, the L family had a place to escape to. On such a primitive, backward planet, the descendants of the L family could become gods. Since you have your own thoughts, that's good. Leon nodded, not blaming Kara. He looked at her and realized that his goddaughter had grown up and had her own thoughts. Isn't that a good thing? However, he felt a bit empty inside. After all, she used to tell him everything proactively. Leon thought to himself but did not show it, as he patted Kara's head and said, hurry up and go to sleep. School starts tomorrow. By the way, haven't Rachel and Gwen come back yet? No. When I came back, I saw them with Batman. Gwen didn't expect that after having lunch with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy during the day, she would be capturing them at night. This is what Batman is after, because he found out that Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy were selling Titan drugs in Gotham. This drove Batman crazy. He shouldn't have sought out Poison Ivy at that time, letting her get the entire formula for the drug. Now, Gotham has a dedicated production factory for it. When Harley Quinn saw the person, she burst into laughter. Batman, are you sick? You actually brought my people to catch me. Rachel, come here. She waved her hand, and Rachel, wearing a hat, couldn't hold back anymore. How can there be such a person? Batman was also helpless and immediately interrupted. Harley Quinn, why are you selling Titan drugs? It's fun. Harley Quinn wouldn't tell the truth and even made a face at Batman. It's just fun. What do you do to me? Gwen and Rachel watched from side, feeling that this was the real Harley Quinn. Gwen suddenly felt a sense of participation. Subconsciously, she still regarded this as a comic world, so there was no sense of reality. Therefore, she didn't feel the same way she did when facing those super criminals in New York, wishing to capture them. After all, in her eyes, this was Batman's business. She was just here to see Batman up close. Moreover, during the day, they were still a team. Even Rachel didn't make a move, let alone her, an outsider. Batman naturally wouldn't listen to Harley Quinn's nonsense and immediately threw a smoke bomb. Boom! His homemade smoke bomb had a large range. But Poison Ivy acted. She controlled the plants and absorbed the smoke. Damn it. Batman was very angry, but at that moment he heard Harley Quinn say, Sisters, come help me. Suddenly, several people came out from inside. It was the birds of prey. Huntress and Black Canary had already established a deep friendship with Harley Quinn. The main thing was that they were not on the same side as Batman. Batman doesn't kill, but they couldn't do that. They all preferred to use violence to counter violence. Don't make the same mistake again. Batman cursed inwardly. Don't worry, Batman. We are preparing for a war. Harley Quinn finally became a bit serious. You must join us then. What war? Batman was a bit confused. The Gotham Defense War. Harley Quinn shouted. Now Gotham is leaderless. And the damn international gangs see an opportunity. They are preparing to wage war. We need to distribute the Titan drugs to deal with this war. Batman's expression became extremely serious, but he did not believe it immediately. We have other ways. There are none. Poison Ivy spoke up at this moment. Batman, let me tell you some news. The Titan drug has side effects. What side effects? Batman was taken aback. It lacks a key restorative enzyme. That is the complete antidote. Without it, those who inject Titan drugs will die. Poison Ivy had Batman in her grasp. If you don't want them to die, you'd better hurry up and find a restorative enzyme. Poison Ivy's voice was cold, and compared to Harley Quinn's madness, she was the mature one. Leon just likes older women. What? Batman immediately got anxious, because the Joker had just injected the Titan formula. If it weren't for all the people present, he would have wanted to take action against Poison Ivy. Why didn't you say anything at the time? Batman asked Poison Ivy. Seeing his dangerous gaze, Ivy was indeed startled, but she quickly recovered and said, "You didn't ask." At that time, Batman was only thinking about how to play with the Joker and didn't have the mind to care about her. Poison Ivy sneered. "Humph." Batman snorted coldly and used his grappling hook to leave. This time, Gwen Stacy did not follow. After their earlier competition, in terms of parkour, Batman was no match for her. After all, Batman still had to use his grappling hook to get around, while she swung with her web. The main issue was that Gotham was a bit chaotic. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Why did Harley Quinn have so many helpers? "Hey, are you Huntress?" Seeing Batman leave, Gwen approached and asked. "That's right. You're Spider-Man?" "It's me." Gwen smiled and said, "But I'm not Peter Parker. I'm Gwen Stacy." "I know you're not Peter Parker," Huntress laughed. Soon after, Black Canary also came over, looking curiously at Gwen. They were all very curious about the suddenly appeared Spider-Man. Naturally, they asked Gwen if she was from Gotham. And when they learned she wasn't, they asked how she got here. Gwen didn't say anything, as she was joking around with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. They shot a glare at Gwen, telling her not to say anything reckless. From them, Gwen learned that they were the Birds of Prey. This surprised Gwen even more. How could the Birds of Prey have Harley Quinn? And with Harley as their leader, and they were opposing Batman. This Gotham was quite different from her impression. In the following days, Gwen stayed in Gotham. Fortunately, aside from the interpersonal relationships, Gotham wasn't too different from what she remembered. However, since Kara and the others were starting school the next day, Gwen quickly found it uninteresting. After exploring Gotham, the Gothic architecture no longer piqued her interest. Besides occasionally being a friendly neighborhood hero, there wasn't much else to do. Plus, she wasn't a local, and it was her first time away from home for so long. She was starting to miss home. So, one day, Gwen decided she wanted to go back. When evening came, everyone started to say goodbye. "Gwen, see you during the holidays. Maybe we can meet up on the weekend. We could keep in touch more often." The girls were not too far apart in age, so they got along well. Of course, if they were ordinary people, they would definitely think that Harley and the others were immature. But they were not ordinary people. Uncle Leon. Then, Gwen smiled at Leon. "Be careful. Being Spider-Man is very dangerous." "I know." Leon didn't say much. After all, Gwen had read quite a few comics these days. He opened the portal, and Gwen immediately dashed through. However, what Gwen didn't expect was that when she returned home, someone was waiting for her. A dark, glimmering egg. "Ghost Spider. Let's talk." In the eyes of S.She, Gwen's identity is naturally not a secret. They just didn't care before. She was just a little girl. But now it's different. She is involved with Supergirl. "Darling, are you ready?" In the manner, Harley Quinn asked while carrying a big box. "We've been waiting for you, Harley." Leon and Poison Ivy were already sitting in the living room, and Ivy had a bit of a blush on her face. When Harley Quinn saw this, instead of feeling unhappy, she found it quite exciting. She immediately bounced over, sniffed at the two of them, and said, "How could you not invite me to play?" Even Poison Ivy blushed a little and replied, "That's because you were too slow." Harley Quinn responded, "I have too much stuff to carry. I not only brought clothes, but also safety supplies, just in case Leon isn't used to other brands." Leon and the others both expressed their agreement. In fact, he prefers not to use it. However, they all feel it's important to take precautions during critical moments to avoid missing anything. So, it's very important to take safety measures. "Are you sure it's okay to leave Carla and the others at home?" Leon asked with some concern, since he found out they were going on a honeymoon. He hadn't relaxed at all. At least in Asgard, there were people to take care of things. But in Gotham, everyone was gone. And what if no one was there to take care of them? They weren't kids anymore. Harley Quinn immediately replied, "And I've arranged for someone to look after them." Then she urged them to head out. She had been the most hesitant one just a moment ago. However, in the past few nights, they had already communicated with Kara and the others. Leon and the others won't be out for too long, at most half a month. After all, they are also reluctant to leave Gotham's business behind. Poison Ivy is the most puzzled. It is clearly a critical period for Gotham. Yet Harley Quinn doesn't want to stay and instead wants to go out. She doesn't understand what Harley is thinking. They got in the car and headed straight for the airport. Where exactly is this trip going? Leon asked. He was sitting in the back seat, with Harley Quinn driving and Poison Ivy in the passenger seat. At this moment, Ivy turned around and said, "I don't know either. Everything is arranged by Harley." "Harley, you'll find out when you get there." Harley Quinn giggled. She would never say a word, and no one could force her to. It was something she had to keep to herself. Soon, the car arrived at Archibald Goodwin International Airport, located in the northwest of Gotham. In America, travel mainly involves driving or flying. There are no high-speed trains here. Of course, they had thought about building high-speed rail, but before it could be completed, they had already hired hundreds of thousands of employees. In the end, funds were pulled in different directions, and the project fell through. After all, for airlines, if there were high-speed trains, who would still take planes? Such a massive industry chain, with countless interests, was enough to make many people oppose the idea. Therefore, even now, America still insists on using old-fashioned green trains, staying true to its roots. After all, do these rednecks deserve high-speed trains? As a result, America's aviation industry is very developed, with over 19,000 airports nationwide, including more than 5,000 public airports. The rest are private airports. So chartered flights are quite normal. This time, Harley Quinn had chartered a plane, but it wasn't just the three of them. There were others as well. Liwei really wanted to say, "Where is this for a honeymoon? This is a team-building event, right?" The other two female teammates from the Birds of Prey were also present. Black Canary, Dinah Lance, was dressed in a leather outfit with fishnet stockings, looking quite dashing. Huntress, Helena, wore high-heeled rubber boots and at 8 meters tall with her shimmering long legs. There was nothing more attractive under the sun. Liwei has no problem with this team-building event. He strongly supports it. In addition to these two, there are also acquaintances. Kate Kane, with her red hair, has also been called up. She is wearing sunglasses and dressed coolly, looking like a cool girl. Well, what can you do? After all, her orientation is a bit off, right? The last person is somewhat icy, with white hair, someone Liwei has never seen before. Naturally, this requires Harley to introduce her. This is Nora, the wife of Mr. Freeze. Leon understood upon hearing this. No wonder Nora had a look that seemed to keep people at a distance, and was very sad. It seemed she truly loved the cryogenically frozen person. After all, there is a saying that living people can never compete with the dead. Leon didn't have the legacy of Weiwu either. He just greeted them and stood aside. "Harley, where's the plane?" Then, they all looked at Harley Quinn in confusion. Wasn't the plane right here? Suddenly, with a snap of her fingers, a plane appeared out of nowhere. This was certainly not magic, but a truly invisible plane. What? This amazed everyone. After all, they were all knowledgeable, and current technology couldn't achieve this level, right? Board the plane. But Harley Quinn didn't say anything more. She just shouted proudly. A few flight attendants came down, helped them with their luggage, and then boarded the plane. However, Leon felt something was off. All the flight attendants were looking at him with a peculiar gaze, as if they wanted to do something to him first, since he was the only man. Was this not heading to a country of women? Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing his words, Harley Quinn immediately laughed and said, "Darling, you're so clever. We're going to Paradise Island." Aside from Poison Ivy, the other women were somewhat confused, and Leon was even more bewildered. What the heck? Just like that, we're going to Paradise Island? Harley Quinn cast a proud glance at Leon and then began to explain. As far as I know, Paradise Island is the home of the Amazons, famous for its beautiful scenery, and ordinary people can't even see it. The key point is the unique culture of the Amazons. They consist only of women, with no men at all. She glanced at Leon and then said fiercely, "Any man who dares to approach Paradise Island will be brutally punished." Upon hearing Harley Quinn's words, the other women weren't scared. Instead, they looked at Leon with pride. "What's wrong? Did Leon do something to upset you again?" "What do you mean again?" Leon was quite anxious. He had always been very honest in Asgard. He had rejected countless goddesses who wanted to embrace him. In a way, isn't Leon also a kind of pure love? Leon said immediately, "I am innocent." "Were you innocent? Harley told us everything about you." Black Canary and Huntress clearly expressed their intention to help Harley. So they all looked at him with smiles, but there was a strange meaning in their eyes. Kate Kane also looked on with interest. But Harley Quinn hugged her and said, "Kate, what do you think?" "He's not my man." Kate Kane was startled, but then shrugged. She doesn't have a romantic involvement with Leon, so Harley Quinn shouldn't mind, right? That's good." Harley Quinn hugged her and said, Let's drink a couple more glasses later. After the plane took off, it once again entered invisibility. This is a reflective technology created by Paradise Island's divine power. It's not technology. It turns out that long ago, after Wonder Woman Diana entered human society, Paradise Island began to view human society differently. After all, having witnessed the rapidly changing world and the fast-developing technology, Diana realized that Paradise Island could no longer remain isolated. Long ago in ancient times, the Amazons were not a match for humans and were driven to hide on Paradise Island. Back then, humans only used cold weapons, and iron tools were scarce. Now it's different. Humans use firearms. Diana doesn't even think she could escape unscathed if humans targeted her. Therefore, she began to try to integrate the Amazons into human society. So, for a long time, the Amazons have sent elders into human society and established a company. To this day, it has become a multinational enterprise. This is why Diana, who appears to be just an antiquities expert, is very wealthy. Harley Quinn learned about the Amazons from several of her goddaughters. Then she had someone look into it. There were indeed gains. So she contacted the Amazons, wanting to invest, and they actually agreed. After much effort, Harley Quinn even obtained the qualification to come to Paradise Island. For the Amazons, not everyone can come to Paradise Island. Only those who make outstanding contributions to Paradise Island and are not ordinary people can receive a medal awarded by the Amazon Queen and stay. Harley Quinn and the others are the first batch of travelers. After hearing Harley Quinn's statement, Leon and the others were somewhat surprised. They had thought Harley Quinn would only cause trouble. They didn't expect her to have such social skills. Harley, you really are amazing. Of course, but we can only stay on Paradise Island for 3 days. Harley Quinn said proudly, "It's just a pity for my dear Leon. He can't run around." Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth. Unless Diana came to pick him up, he definitely wouldn't qualify. The Amazon's hatred for men was instinctual. This made Leon feel that Zeus was truly perverted. It was as if he treated the Amazons as his own daughters. After all, as a man of the Amazon Queen, the Amazons definitely couldn't refuse him, and he could play however he wanted. Fortunately, that old man had disappeared. As for whether he was dead or alive, who knows? After all, the god of war Ares had been resurrected, although he was killed again by Diana. I have to say, the Amazon's aircraft was quite fast. Perhaps it was truly blessed with divine power, as it didn't take long to reach the ocean. Then it flew into a certain sea area. After an unknown amount of time, the scenery outside the window changed. "Dear passengers, we have arrived at Paradise Island." At that moment, the previous flight attendant appeared again. No wonder their service was so poor. There was no sense of training at all. No wonder they kept staring at him. Leon was thinking about this and had solved the case. The Amazons definitely wouldn't welcome him. Even if he had an affair with the Amazon princess, it wouldn't matter. Good. In comparison, the women were all very excited. They weren't men, and coming to Paradise Island was not a hardship for them. Moreover, Paradise Island was all about sisterhood. Just the thought of this made them very happy. Although society was promoting all-female companies and the like, most of them couldn't survive. This also proved that all-female enterprises could only make money by doing one thing. Paradise Island was different. They had their own ecosystem and didn't need to make money. However, when it came to human society, even an Amazon company had to hire male employees. When a plane landed, Harley Quinn suddenly shouted, "Sisters, let us start having fun." The women all got off the plane, and Harley Quinn just blew a kiss to Leon before getting off as well. She really wanted to do business with the Amazons and bring them to Gotham. Leon also wanted to get off the plane, but was immediately stopped. "Sir, you cannot enter Paradise Island." Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "I am friends with Princess Diana." "Oh." The Amazon flight attendant who blocked his way brightened up. "If Princess Diana has taken a liking to you, you must be quite exceptional, right?" Leon was somewhat surprised by her change, but proudly said, "Of course." He and Diana are good friends who understand her intentions very well. This made the Amazon flight attendant extremely satisfied, and then she earnestly asked, "Sir, please give me a daughter." "How can I give you one?" Leon realized something. "You just have to stay still." She smiled slightly. Among the Amazons, she was considered beautiful, but at that moment, she also revealed a fierce side. Leon naturally couldn't agree, mainly because he disliked the idea of having an illegitimate child. So he hurriedly refused, but the Amazonian woman, used to being dominant, tried to take control of him. However, looking around the entire Paradise Island, there was no one stronger than him yet. Diana might even be gone. So he countered her, and this Amazonian woman shouted, "Don't resist, or I'll tell the other sisters, and then you'll owe us all a daughter." Such a good thing? If it weren't for the daughter, Leon really might have considered agreeing. After all, he had no idea what his limits were. and he might find out on Paradise Island. Sisters, come help me. Seeing that Leon didn't respond, she immediately started calling for help. Leon was startled and controlled her while calling Diana. Beep. The call was quickly connected, and Diana was at work, having to stand in front of the sculpture to answer the phone. Leon, are you missing me? Diana thought about how she hadn't seen Leon for a long time, and suddenly felt a bit excited. After all, it's hard to find someone in this world who could compete with her. Only with Leon could she feel true happiness. Yes. Leon spoke up but didn't reminisce. Diana, I'm on Paradise Island, and I need your help. Huh? Diana was momentarily stunned. How did you get to Paradise Island? I came with friends. Don't worry about it. You Amazons are like wolves. They look like they want to eat me. Liang immediately said. Upon hearing Liang's words, Diana smiled. She could almost instantly understand what was going on. It had been a long time since any men had gone to Paradise Island. The fate of those who went up there is unnecessary to elaborate, and someone as powerful as Liang would surely attract the envy of all the Amazons. Everyone wants their offspring to be stronger. The powerful genes of the Amazons are determined by the parents. Naturally, they don't want to choose a weakling. So the stronger one is, the more they will be coveted. Diana, Liang shouted at the phone, you have to help me. The first release of free reading can be found at 520 KSW. Calm hearing Liang's words, Diana came to her senses. I'm not on Paradise Island, so I can't help you, she said playfully. If you want to solve this matter, you'll have to rely on yourself. What should I do? Liang tugged at the corner of his mouth. Diana simply said, conquer them, no matter for which aspect. Leon looked at the Amazon warrior he had subdued, her back facing him as if welcoming guests. Leon felt a sense of speechlessness. Is this really an Amazon princess? But for Diana, it was normal. She also hoped that the Amazons would have many newborns and possess strong talents. Every time she acted so crazily with Leon, it was not without this intention. After all, for the Amazons, reproducing was quite difficult. Paradise Island only had women, no men. Moreover, Paradise Island was far from other continents, making it hard to find people at sea. That's why they entered human society to start companies. Mainly because the times have changed. The old ways no longer apply to the new era. They can't compete against modern warships either. So, with a quality man like Leon presenting himself, the Amazons went wild. Leon hung up the phone and saw that the plane outside had already been surrounded by the Amazonian warrior women. They were still very simple, riding horses and holding primitive weapons like bows and arrows. Harley Quinn and the others were completely stunned. They had no idea what was happening. The plane they had just boarded was surrounded. But the problem was Leon was still up there. General Antiope, who had just come to meet them, asked, what did you do? We didn't do anything, Harley Quinn replied, speechless. My boyfriend is still up there. You brought a man here? General Antiope smirked, not knowing that men were not allowed on Paradise Island. I planned to have him stay on the plane. Harley Quinn did it on purpose, wanting to tease Leon. With so many beautiful women around, they couldn't come down to play. Wasn't that frustrating? Who would have thought that this group of Amazons would go crazy? But he had already caused trouble. General Antiope replied, what should we do now? Harley Quinn wasn't worried. Surely this group wasn't a match for Leon. Let them handle it themselves. General Antiope smiled as well. She understood why these warriors were going wild. They must have encountered a strong contender and naturally wanted to breed. Otherwise, what would happen if the Amazons went extinct? So, they all waited to watch the show, especially Poison Ivy and a few others, who brought drinks and put on sunglasses, ready to watch the scumbag get beaten up. Although Poison Ivy and Kate had communicated with Leon, it didn't stop them from thinking he was a scumbag. This was still because he had taught the girls to be somewhat restrained. If he hadn't taught them, how crazy would it have been? Come out, you bastard. Hurry up and clean yourself up, and we'll let you go. The Amazonian warriors shouted rudely. Leon has also witnessed what a female rascal is like. This group of people is completely unrestrained, just aiming for the lowest of the low. At this moment, Leon had no choice. With even the Amazon princess not helping him, who else could save him? So, he could only follow Diana's advice and conquer them. Of course, it would be with his fists. Otherwise, relying on little head dad, even with his Kryptonian physique, Leon might not be able to withstand it. When the Amazon warrior outside saw Leon bringing out a tribesman, their eyes lit up. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of people. If he had to conquer them using primitive methods, it would tire him to death. It turns out that having many women is not necessarily a good thing. Quality is more important than quantity. Go, subdue him. A group of female warriors rushed forward. Leading the charge were several mounted female warriors, who swung lassos in the air a couple of times before throwing them towards Leon. Leon swiftly dodged, clearly not fond of wearing a condom. He grabbed the lasso with his other hand and swiftly pulled several female warriors off their horses. Then, he quickly bundled them all together. Upon closer inspection, the Amazon warriors were all around 8 meters tall, with proportionate figures and long legs. They were just a bit lacking in abundance, too small. Leon has always been unable to handle a. More and more Amazon warriors rushed at him, seemingly determined to pin him down and have their way. Moreover, the stronger Leon became, the more excited they were. After all, a bit of resistance made things interesting. In this situation, Leon thought of the spells he had learned before. First, he needed to contain them. He clasped his hands together and pushed outward. Buzz! The world began to flip upside down. The mirror space was an incredibly powerful spell that involved the manipulation of space and the ability to alter reality. Altering reality meant being able to change the elements, molecules, and atomic arrangements of everything at will. This included casually transforming objects, such as turning flowers into gold or neutralizing someone else's energy attacks. The mirror space carried a bit of this power. Once inside the mirror space, Leon did not hold back. After all, he was afraid of destroying Paradise Island while fighting outside. In here, even if he shattered the world, it wouldn't affect the outside. The entire Paradise Island seemed to turn a golden color, and the Amazon warriors were subjected to frenzied attacks. Leon grabbed them as if they were toys, tossing them aside one by one, knocking them down to the ground. However, as he took action, the Amazonian warriors became even more fervent. "Give me a daughter. You are strong, and if we have offspring, they will be even stronger. We will pray to the queen to let you stay on Paradise Island, and you can do whatever you want. I will give you anything you desire." Faced with this group of crazed women desperate for children, Leon had no choice but to strike hard again. He had to scare them into submission. "Are they okay?" Upon seeing Leon cast a spell, Harley Quinn blinked. "What is this? I've never seen anything like it." They also realized that Leon seemed to have become stronger, no longer just a reckless brute relying on his physical strength. "Don't worry, it's just a lesson for him," General Antiope said. She didn't think her warriors would get hurt. In fact, it was Leon who would surely be drained later. However, she hadn't expected that it would all be over in less than 10 minutes. The person who had vanished suddenly reappeared, completely unharmed, while her warriors were all lying on the ground. Clearly, their attempt to conceive had failed. Harley Quinn clapped her hands and laughed. "Looks like my man won." But General Antiope wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Leon with intense interest. "Why not have one yourself? My sister has a daughter, but I don't." On Paradise Island, in a large modern building, they found themselves in a space that included living quarters, an indoor large swimming pool, a big bar, and a series of other facilities. This instantly gave Leon and the others a sense of not having left human society. Paradise Island was also keeping up with the times. The Amazons earned money outside to help build their homeland. Leon thought he would experience the local life of the Amazons. After all, when they arrived, they also saw the ancient castles and weather-beaten fortresses. But evidently, these places had not yet been turned into tourist attractions by the Amazons, so they couldn't go there. Queen Hippolyta, donned in golden armor, personally met them. If it weren't for Leon causing a scene, she wouldn't have come out. But now, she was here to meet Leon. General Antiope sat beside her. However, the Amazons clearly lacked experience, as the maidservants had not changed their clothes. If they were at the Iceberg Club, the groups of bunny girls would have already appeared. "Leon, right?" Queen Hippolyta looked at him. Although the true ages of her and her sister, General Antiope, were uncertain, they still retained their charm. They looked to be about 30 years old in human terms, and due to their long-standing positions of power, they exuded even more grace. "Yes, my queen, you are the first man to freely set foot on Paradise Island." Queen Hippolyta looked at Leon with curiosity. She was somewhat surprised when she learned of his achievements in battle. "Thank you for your forgiveness, my queen." Leon thanked them. He hoped they enjoyed Paradise Island. After all, they were here for a vacation. After trying the barbecue at Paradise Island, they went to the bar. At least from this building's perspective, Paradise Island seemed like a perfect tourist destination, as long as one didn't look elsewhere. This was a true all-female bar. In fact, apart from Leon, there were no other men on the island. Nevertheless, the bar was already crazy and lively. Especially with Harley Quinn around, everyone was quite enthusiastic. For Kate and the others, this was a novel experience. Leon followed them, not daring to separate. There was no choice. The looks from the Amazons were too terrifying. He felt like he had walked into a pack of hungry wolves. He was the tender meat that everyone wanted to tear off and take a bite of. "How about it? Aren't you proud?" Kate asked as she approached with a glass in hand. Beside her was a tall, leggy huntress. But even she had no advantage on Paradise Island. The Amazons had such great natural talent, Each one of them had long legs. As for Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, they were comforting Mrs. Nora, who was the only one that had lost her man and was living in sorrow. Moreover, she had been frozen for too long. She looked like an unhealthy ice block, completely devoid of color. No, I'd rather go to the cover. Leon clinked glasses with Kate. Isn't that more terrifying? No, they like flat-headed, round-faced men with beards. Leon said seriously, which amused Kane, and he immediately reached out to wrap his arm around his waist. What are you doing? Asked the female hunter beside them. It turned out he had reached out the wrong hand. Leon quickly retracted, but he had already caught Helena's attention. She looked at the two with a strange expression. Aren't you the same? Helena looked at Kate with a playful smile. What are you looking at? Leon asked. What if Harley finds out? Helena seemed to have caught Leon's weakness. Leon didn't care. Ivy is mine too, and you and Dinah can't escape. All of Harley's friends are mine. He said this on purpose, and sure enough, it made Helena blush. Kate Kane then pinched him. You really think too highly of yourself. I don't have companions as beautiful as them. Kate had already set her sights on Black Canary and Huntress, which were her preferred types. You can't compete with me. So she warned Leon, as long as you can succeed, go ahead. Leon was not proactive, but he wouldn't refuse either. Perhaps Kate could take the lead. So, Kate immediately bypassed Leon and sat between the Black Canary and the female hunter, engaging them in conversation. It turned out that women were better at flirting. Before long, they were chatting happily, occasionally glancing over at Leon as if gossiping about him. This made Leon uncomfortable, and he could only occasionally raise his glass in acknowledgement. Being discussed by women was truly torturous. On the other side, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy were having a great time, pulling Mrs. Nora along for a wild drinking spree. In the bar, time seemed to lose all meaning. Paradise Island clearly didn't have many places that required electricity, as many areas outside were lit by torches instead. The sky outside was also pitch black, so there was no thought of going out. After an unknown amount of time, Mrs. Nora got drunk. After all, she was just an ordinary person and had just come out of the ice. So, she bid farewell first. Harley and the others then came back to drag everyone into more drinking and dancing. By the time it was deep into the night, everyone was drunk. Leon went to the restroom, and when he came back, he found that no one was there. He had to look for the room by himself. However, he hadn't gone far when he was called back, and the Amazonian led him to meet Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope. Can you tell us about human society? It's an honor. Leon naturally did not refuse. But who would have thought that once he started talking, he couldn't get away? Not only did the ordinary Amazon people have their eyes on him, but these two also did. They originally intended to get Leon drunk, but who would have thought that he couldn't get drunk at all, and instead, they ended up getting a bit tipsy themselves. The alcohol on Paradise Island is specially brewed, and the Amazon people's constitution makes it hard for them to get drunk, so the drinks they made were naturally meant to get themselves intoxicated. That's why they brought it out to drink with Leon, only to end up drunk themselves. Leon had no choice but to have someone send the queen and the general back to rest, but they insisted that Leon carry them. Once in the room, Leon couldn't get out. After all, one can conclude from the animated series Big Head Son and Small Head Dad that the small head is the dad. Leon never expected that he would become a comrade of Zeus. Queen, Diana, and I are friends. Leon said afterward. This made Queen Hippolyta a bit embarrassed. Why didn't you say it earlier? Now it's over. She's competing with her daughter for the person. Ahem, what I said before was useless. Leon spoke up. General Antiope was much more open-minded, stating, we are only doing this for the sake of our descendants. Diana won't blame us. That's right, you mustn't tell Diana. Queen Hippolyta began to calmly put on her golden armor. General Antiope did the same, showing a tendency to deny any responsibility. But Leon wasn't a loss either. He naturally wouldn't tell Diana, as he didn't even know how to start. Would they discuss their own matters separately? After thinking for a long time, he could only say this. Diana, call father. Harley Quinn opened her eyes and immediately saw Ivy beside her. Poison Ivy had just woken up as well, and both of them instinctively covered themselves. However, they soon remembered something and let go. They were already used to it. But why was there always a sense of thrill in sneaking around? Ivy, where's Leon? Harley Quinn asked, holding her head. They had both drunk too much the previous night and were under the control of the Joy Beans. Now it was bad. The man was missing. I thought you brought him back, Poison Ivy said, and the two hurried to get dressed. Fortunately, they were both in dresses and then put on their long boots. We need to search for him. We can't let those bitches take him away. They instinctively worried about being taken away by the Black Canary, Dinah, and the Huntress, Helena. Kate Kane was still at ease because of her unusual orientation. They had never considered being taken by a fellow thief. They arrived outside Dinah and Helena's room and eavesdropped. There was no sound inside. Leon wasn't there, otherwise he would definitely have come by in the morning. If he were to come, it wouldn't be quiet. Harley Quinn knew how energetic Leon was. Sure enough, after a while, the door opened, and Dinah and Helena came out. "What's going on?" They looked at Harley and Ivy standing outside the door. "Leon is missing." Hearing this, Helena thought of something. He wouldn't TB with Kate, would he? But Kate Kane also came out, looking like she had a hangover. Leon is missing? He hasn't been dragged away by the Amazons, has he? Impossible. They shook their heads. They had witnessed Leon's strength yesterday. Unless Leon wanted to, how could the Amazons force him? So, they hurriedly started looking for him. They searched the entire hotel, but couldn't find him. "P.S. outside," someone shouted. Harley Quinn and the others quickly ran out, extremely worried about Leon. Then, they saw Leon sitting by the sea. "Darling, what are you doing?" Harley Quinn breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. "I'm fishing," Leon said with a serious expression. On Paradise Island, he gradually began to appreciate the joys of being a fisherman. It wasn't for any other reason, but the Amazons were too eager, their eyes filled with excitement. And Leon couldn't exactly say he was the Queen's person. Of course, mentioning it might only make them more excited. He was trying to find Harley Quinn's room, but each time he was led by the Amazons into a small dark room. Leon can only fight his way out, but he can't find his way on his own, so he can only hide while fishing. Do you want to catch a mermaid?" Harley Quinn suddenly chuckled. Just as Leon and the others were on vacation at Paradise Island, discussing cooperation with the Amazons, Kara took the opportunity to fly to the Arctic with Clark when no one was watching. Clark had been on Earth longer than Kara and absorbed more solar energy, quickly mastering the flight technique. Thus, they first went to the Arctic to search for the spaceship of the L family that had flown to Earth years ago. Clark had already believed Kara's claims. However, he was puzzled about why he had to call someone who looked so much younger than his sister. Kara was determined not to let that happen. She absolutely could not allow herself to go from sister to younger sister. Upon reaching the Arctic sky, they felt a pull from the blood source. They quickly sensed the location of the spaceship. Oh no, someone else has found it. They looked down and saw an Arctic search team digging into the ice layer. Inside was the L family's spaceship. "Let's wait until they rest before we act." Kara pondered. Clark had no other choice but to nod. He glanced at the time and said, "We need to hurry. You still have class." Seeing the smile on Clark's face, Kara gritted her teeth. She really wanted to punch this stupid brother. Now she could understand why Hela, the goddess of death, was so angry when she found out she had a brother. When the goddess of death was imprisoned, Odin had not yet given birth to Thor. This is because having a brother is just annoying. Don't get cocky. You have work too. Be careful your boss doesn't chew you out. Goddaughters.The, the boss of the Daily Planet, is no pushover. You can tell from how often Clark works overtime. Clark's face darkened. In America, studying is more enjoyable than working. The main thing is that working means repaying loans. Clark's family background is not wealthy. He borrowed a lot for college, and with just his salary as a reporter, he would probably be paying it off for decades. Kara is obviously doing much better now because her godfather is making money. If Leon were also working, by the time Kara goes to college, she would have to rely on loans herself. The cost of education is too high. The two patiently waited in the air for a while, and when they saw the research team resting, they flew down. Boom! Not long after, the resting research team was startled awake. An avalanche! Run! Get out of here! They looked at the white snow soaring in the distance and dared not stay there any longer. Moreover, the ground they had previously dug into began to collapse. Like an earthquake. Regardless of what was there, they could not stay. Fortunately, they all escaped safely without any casualties. Kara and Clark saw them leave and quickly flew inside, soon spotting the Kryptonian spaceship. "This is the Fortress of Solitude," Kara said. "It flew to Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago. This is our family spaceship." Clark already knew he came from the L family, and his name is Kal-El. "How do we open it?" Clark asked excitedly. After all, for him, a spaceship from hundreds of thousands of years ago was something to be thrilled about. "The key is with you." Kara looked at him and said. Clark suddenly understood and took out a pyramid-shaped key with an S symbol on it. They flew into the spaceship, activating many Kryptonian robots along the way. Kara stopped his destruction and led him inside. Kara felt very familiar and warm with all of this. She hadn't seen Kryptonian things in a long time. As Clark inserted the key, identity verification completed. Kara also had the L family key, but the one on Clark possessed a special technology. That is, the consciousness of Clark's biological father, Jor-El, was inside. Perhaps saying consciousness is not accurate. This is advanced Kryptonian technology. But regardless, Jor-El's projection indeed appeared. and he carried Jor-El's memories and personality. Cal and Kara? Jor-El was somewhat delighted, not expecting to see both of his descendants at once. It seems you've already lived on this planet. Come, there are things I left for you. Not long after, Jor-El imparted Kryptonian knowledge to Clark. Although Kara knew some, it was not as detailed as Jor-El's. After all, Jor-El was a witness to Krypton, while she was still just a child. Kara's interactions with Jor-El were completely different. So, after receiving so much knowledge about Krypton, Kara was also silent. This is all in the past. What you need to do now is test your limits. Jor-El smiled and said, "The gravity of this planet is weak for you, and the young sun will be your source of energy, your strength and speed. In short, the universe is your limit." Even Jor-El, being a Kryptonian scientist, did not know how terrifying their powers would be. After all, the Earth's environment is completely different from Krypton. Their situation could probably only be known during the crazy expansion of the Kryptonian Empire back in the day. But many years ago, the Kryptonian Empire had already contracted, returning to Krypton, and Superman's powers vanished, leaving only technology to speculate. As they moved around in the spaceship, they suddenly saw many sleeping pods. However, all the Kryptonians inside were dead. One pod was open. It was unknown who had left it. Of course, Jor-El took them to the wardrobe. "Here are the battle suits made from Kryptonian materials, better than the one you are wearing, Kara," Jor-El said with a smile. "They won't be easily damaged, can be mass-produced, and are easy to clean." After listing a bunch of benefits, the cabinets on both sides opened, and several battle suits emerged from inside. There were suits for both Clark and Kara. Jor-El had to scan their data and made them on the spot. This spaceship is called the Fortress of Solitude because it has many functions. The Fortress of Solitude has many rooms and many functional areas, and Kara felt a bit envious. But clearly, this was left by Jor-El for his son. Kara was just a niece, who told her father not to think ahead. After all, their initial choice was not Earth, but after Jor-El sent Kal-El to Earth, they followed to send Kara over, so the siblings could have each other as company. Clark immediately chose a battle suit, and Kara was not polite, choosing a fitted one. She stored away her self-made black silk long boots. Time to change. I have to say, the material of Krypton is still more comfortable. The completely fitted battle suit on her body seems to highlight her figure even more. However, she doesn't really have much of a figure, just height. Other areas clearly haven't started developing yet. But when Clark puts it on, it's immediately different. Kara looks at her cousin and finds that he looks like an ancient Greek sculpture, especially as the cabin opens and the sun shines on him. He looks like a bronze statue. This makes Kara want to grow up quickly. "Kara, I'll leave Clark's education to you," Jor-El said to Kara. After all, no matter what, Kara is the older sister, even though she has lost some time. Jor-El is well aware that this is due to her entering the Phantom Zone by mistake. "Don't worry. I'll make sure to educate this foolish brother well." Kara smiled, thinking that she must give Clark a good beating. At this moment, Clark couldn't help but start flying. Although he had already mastered flying with Kara's help, he had never felt this free. He realized that he didn't have to hide his powers anymore and could live in a different way. This was a change in mindset. Then, boom, Kara suddenly launched a sneak attack. Clark was completely unprepared and was knocked down into the snow. Fortunately, Clark wasn't injured and immediately flew up, looking bewildered and asking, "Why did you suddenly hit me? Did you think I came here to let you play?" Kara said seriously, "When you opened the Fortress of Solitude, it sent Earth's coordinates into the universe, and any surviving Kryptonians will follow it to find Earth." Hearing Kara's words, Clark was somewhat surprised. "Besides us, are there other Kryptonians alive?" "That's right," Kara nodded, "and they are our enemies." Then, Kara slowly recounted the history of Krypton. It turned out that when they were on Krypton, the L family and the Zod family were enemies. This was mainly due to the differing ideologies of the two families. The L family, as a family of scientists, advocated for peace. In contrast, the Zod family leaned towards conquest and expansion. Besides that, there was also a deep-seated blood feud. Val-El, a member of the L family, was executed as a heretic for foreseeing Krypton's destruction. General Zod rebelled before Krypton's destruction and was exiled to the Phantom Zone by Jor-El. As far as I know, General Zod escaped from the Phantom Zone and still has many soldiers under his command. If they come to Earth, they will gain powers just like us, and only we can stop them. Knowing what the future holds, Karen naturally couldn't allow Clark to grow wild. Military management is a must. Clark's expression also became serious. How did General Zod escape? Kara's face turned awkward for a moment. "I don't know." Fortunately, Clark didn't ask further. "What does he want?" "You have the genetic code of all Kryptonians within you, and he definitely wants to obtain it because he wants to establish a new Krypton." Kara was completely ahead of the game, as she already knew the future. Kryptonian reproduction had long since become artificial. The benefit of this is that to replicate Kryptonian civilization, all that's needed is enough incubation chambers, without the need for a mother to carry a child for 10 months. The downside is that every Kryptonian newborn's future is determined from birth. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the child of a mouse will dig a hole. The offspring of a general will inevitably be a general, no matter how hard a soldier's offspring tries. They'll still be soldiers. This made the class structure on Krypton extremely rigid, leading to many conflicts. For example, Kara, being of the L family lineage, has no combat talent but is very strong in learning ability. The Zod family, on the other hand, has the general's genes, and they are born to be generals with strong combat and command abilities. Among the recent Kryptonians, only Clark Kent is different, because Jor-El abandoned artificial reproduction and used the most primitive method of reproduction. To put it bluntly, it was for the sake of pleasure, pursuing that momentary thrill. This also resulted in Clark having infinite possibilities, as he could choose any profession he wanted. Of course, Clark didn't want to die, so upon hearing this, he begged Kara to hit him. Kara had never heard such a request. If it were just based on combat skills, Clark was obviously no match for Kara. After all, Kara had trained with two great goddesses. Of course, the most important thing was the skills of the goddess of death, Hela. The goddess of death, Hela, conquered the 9 realms, and her combat skills need not be elaborated upon. Kara benefited greatly from fighting against her. So now, relying solely on skills, she could beat Clark without him being able to fight back. However, once Clark used his energy to suppress Kara, there would be no way to win. After all, he had absorbed so much solar energy over the years. 3 days quickly passed. The trip to Paradise Island for Leon and the others is coming to an end. Besides staying at the hotel, they also enjoyed many activities on Paradise Island, such as horseback riding and archery, and participated in some competitions with the Amazons. Although they are all seasoned superheroes, they didn't fare well against the Amazon warriors. After all, the Amazons rely on their physical prowess to compete with humans. It's just that the numerical disparity was too great, and they were ultimately driven to Paradise Island. In recent days, Harley Quinn had also negotiated a deal with Queen Hippolyta, inviting her people to Gotham. In recent years, the Amazons have also had the idea of letting the world know about Paradise Island, so they don't reject cooperation. Soon, Leon and the others would have to part ways. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy had other matters and wouldn't be returned to Gotham, and they insisted on taking Leon with them. However, the other women wanted to go back to Gotham. "Gotham can't do without me," Kate Kane said, and Black Canary and Huntress felt the same way. Leon thought they had become addicted to being superheroes. Gotham would turn just the same without any one of them. But they wanted to fight crime, and no one would stop them. That was the right thing to do. So, Leon watched as they boarded the plane, taking Nora back with them. Waving goodbye, Leon asked Harley Quinn, "Where are we going next?" "We still have the most important matter to attend to," Harley Quinn replied. "You don't really think we came out here just to have fun, do you?" She continued to keep Leon in suspense, and then very gently asked Queen Hippolyta, "Your Majesty, could you help us arrange a plane?" "Sure," Queen Hippolyta said, personally coming to see them off, casting a casual glance at Leon. "You're welcome to come back and play anytime." She and General Antiope had worked hard for 3 consecutive days without rest. However, it was still unclear whether they would be able to conceive. Leon felt a bit anxious. He was really afraid that next time he came, he would become an unexpected father. However, the others couldn't tell at all. The Amazons were never embarrassed about this, but rather took it for granted. After all, they weren't seeking pleasure, but were focused on reproduction for their race. The reasoning was lofty enough. Even Diana might not know how to refute it if she found out. Therefore, as a fellow of Zeus, Leon sat comfortably on Queen Hippolyta's private plane. This plane was even more comfortable than the one he took to Paradise Island before, mainly because there was much more space. The Amazons also wanted to enjoy life, so they aimed to earn money. Soon, the private jet arrived at the North American continent. But instead of heading to the East Coast, it started crossing the continent. If the plane were lower, one could see just how vast and sparsely populated America was from above. Aside from big cities like New York and Los Angeles, there really weren't many tall buildings elsewhere. In the central part of America, it was even more pronounced. This area was generally poorer than coastal cities, and it seemed to be the case in every country. Therefore, many elite individuals traveled back and forth between the East and West Coast by plane. The central region was referred to as the flyover zone. This meant that it was only passed through when flying, and people would not go there at any other time. They viewed the people in the central region as rednecks. In short, it was a class conflict. Leon was also crossing the North American continent for the first time, but there was nothing particularly curious about it. It was just a plane ride. He was more curious about where he was going. Where is this? As the plane began to descend, he could see that there were not many tall buildings on the ground, and it looked sparsely populated. Salt Lake City. Harley Quinn finally revealed the answer. Leon seemed to have heard it somewhere, so he thought of that doctor. He immediately looked towards Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn knew he understood, so she straightened her body and said, "Isn't Rachel's biological mother here?" "Just right. I want to see why she abandoned Rachel." "Don't tell me she's insane. I love dealing with the insane." A cruel smile curled at the corners of her mouth. No one could be crazier than her. Leon naturally did not refuse, especially since he was already there. He also wanted to see what the situation was. While at Kamar Taj, he took the time to learn about Rachel. He found out about her background and that she was also called the Raven. As for how he knew, Kamar Taj keeps up with the times. They have phones that can connect to the internet. Even the sorcerers can know what is happening in the world without leaving their homes. Otherwise, if they truly closed themselves off, they would be completely in the dark and would not know if the world outside had undergone tremendous changes. Besides this, the story of the Raven was completely different from what he understood. He didn't know which reincarnation this was for the Raven, so he had no way of knowing the developments to come. The plane landed, and Leon and the others got out of the stealth aircraft. Here, it was rare not to see any Wayne Enterprises presence. After all, it was too far from Gotham and not very developed. Salt Lake City is located in Utah, in the Midwestern United States, with Nevada to the left and California next to that. However, despite being close to California, it is not as wealthy because it is not coastal. How can an inland state compare to a coastal state? Although Salt Lake City is the capital and largest city of Utah, it got its name because it is close to the Great Salt Lake. It is the third largest inland city after Denver and Phoenix. The Denver Plateau is a place even NBA players are reluctant to go. Phoenix, located in Phoenix, is considered a decent city. So, how many people live in Salt Lake City? The answer is just over 200,000. It has an area of nearly 300 square kilometers, but only 200,000 residents. In the east, even a small county has a larger population than this. Therefore, America has such a large territory, but does not utilize it well. It's a waste of resources. Salt Lake City was established by Mormons, so more than half of the local population are Mormons. This is also the headquarters of a Mormon church. What are the benefits of Mormonism? The principle of Mormonism is polygamy. Their founder, Brigham Young, had 19 wives and fathered 56 children. Therefore, this doctrine has continued to this day. Leon thought it wouldn't be bad to join. Upon arriving in Salt Lake City, Leon and the others didn't rush to their destination. Instead, they started to have some fun. After all, no one knew they were coming, and Harley Quinn wasn't worried about anyone running away. They first booked a hotel and then went to visit the Mormon holy sites. The most famous one is the Lion House. Back in the day, the founder of the Mormon church lived here with his family. However, after Leon and the others arrived, they found there wasn't much to see. It was just a larger office and residence. Then there was the Mormon Temple, also known as the Temple of the Latter-day Saints, which resembled Gotham's architecture due to its Gothic style. This place is very representative, and Harley Quinn remarked, "It's a pity this place isn't like Las Vegas. Otherwise, we could get married right here, and it wouldn't be illegal." Las Vegas is considered the wedding capital of the world, mainly because weddings here are convenient and efficient. Often, all the marriage procedures can be completed in less than 24 hours, and they are legal. You can get married for just a few $dozen. It's truly a flash marriage. For many people, getting a quick marriage in Las Vegas is very romantic. Of course, many places do not recognize it. Regarding Harley Quinn's lament, Leon didn't say anything, letting her indulge in her fantasies. There are a few places to visit in Salt Lake City. After checking out a national park and similar sites, they ran out of places to go. Fortunately, they weren't there for sightseeing. They also had no interest in NBA games. So, they just grabbed a bite to eat and waited until evening. They rented a car during the day and drove out at night using a map. It was here. About an hour later, they arrived at a suburban hospital, St. Moses Hospital. I looked it up online. It's a psychiatric hospital. Harley Quinn stopped the car and said, "I wonder how it compares to Arkham Asylum. It must be incomparable to Arkham, unless Batman is here too." Poison Ivy chimed in. "Unfortunately, they only have Iron Fist Malone, a guy who fights while playing ball." Harley Quinn continued, and the two of them sounded like they were doing a comedy routine. They didn't need to investigate. Poison Ivy said, "My dear took a look, and the security here is very tight, comparable to Arkham Asylum. Unless they're also holding supervillains here. Why else would they need so many people?" The guards here were fully armed and carried firearms, clearly not your ordinary psychiatric hospital. Oh, I hate psychiatric hospitals. Harley Quinn replied. Annoyed, these people always turn normal folks into mental patients to fulfill their inexplicable intentions. So what should we do? Leon looked at Harley Quinn, curious to see how she wanted to play. Let's get started. Harley Quinn swung her newly bought baseball bat. It was the only weapon she was familiar with. She wasn't used to anything else. Sure enough, Leon shook his head. Harley Quinn was still so reckless and brainless. There was no need for any strategy at all. Poison Ivy couldn't do much either. After all, with Leon around, there was nothing to worry about. So, they boldly walked in like this. However, Poison Ivy made the first move. She controlled the plants and vines, capturing and knocking out the patrolling guards, allowing the three of them to make their way inside the mental hospital unnoticed until they were discovered. This was because there were no plants inside. Stop. Who are you? The guard immediately asked, then sounded the alarm. We're here to find someone. Harley Quinn sprang into action like a female leopard, quickly charging out, but not to find you. The guards naturally reacted, opening fire on Harley Quinn. However, a thick branch suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking all the bullets. Poison Ivy could manipulate even a single leaf at will. This was the green of all things. To deal with her, one would need to prepare a flamethrower in advance. Unaffected by the bullets, Harley charged forward and swung her baseball bat down. With 2 quick hits, she took down 2 of them. Oh, I forgot to ask where the person is, Harley realized after the fact. But it didn't matter. The alarm was already blaring. To prevent anyone from escaping, Leon simply activated the mirror space, enveloping the entire mental hospital. The doors of the mental hospital were flipped, becoming different from the real world. Where to open the door was entirely up to Leon's will. As long as he wanted, not even a fly could escape. The guards rushing over also realized something was wrong. They were lost in a familiar place. This led to them being unable to find Leon and the others, running around like headless flies, only to be dealt with by Harley Quinn one by one. This time, she didn't knock them all out, but left one conscious. Where's Angela? Who is Angela? The guard immediately retorted. Then you can die, Harley Quinn said, raising her bat in frustration and bringing it down hard on his head, wishing to smash his brains out. The dead couldn't die again. The Joker's daughter wouldn't hesitate to kill. She flicked her bangs, and Poison Ivy cautiously walked past. Can you not be so disgusting? We still have to go eat a late-night snack. I can't help it. I have a craving to smash things, Harley Quinn casually said, leaving Poison Ivy somewhat helpless. As long as Harley had the urge to smash, she would go after even antiques. She wouldn't stop until she got her fill. Soon, Harley Quinn changed her questioning method. Where is your director? This time, the guard finally understood. When Leon opened the mirror space, he quickly pointed in a direction. Harley Quinn smiled in satisfaction and politely said, Thank you, sleep tight kid. Bang! Another hit, and she let out a breath. Now, they wasted no more time and headed toward the director's office. With Harley and Poison Ivy's seamless cooperation, along with Leon handling some unexpected situations, they quickly arrived at the director's office. Be careful. Leon raised an eyebrow and pulled back the impulsive Harley Quinn. Suddenly, the door opened on its own, and a gargoyle flew out from inside. Harley Quinn was startled and instinctively swung her baseball bat at it. However, the gargoyle was unharmed, while her baseball bat flew away. Seeing this, Leon took the first punch. With all his strength gathered, the gargoyle was shattered by a single punch. Seeing this, Harley Quinn raised her foot and kicked the door before walking in. Behind the desk sat an old doctor in a white coat, wearing glasses, looking dignified. However, upon looking at the room's decor, it was completely different. There were actually portraits of devils hanging inside. Leon looked at the decorations in the office and thought of a phrase. The first free reading site, Dingdia Novel Network, think so. Come, the Duke of Yi loves dragons. The difference is that everything in this office is related to demons, Satan's runes, gargoyle sculptures, and images of devils. However, the Duke of Yi ended up being afraid when he saw the dragon. But the dean in front of him clearly was not afraid. Instead, he was leveraging the power of demons. What do you want? The dean looked to be around 50 years old, with a somewhat graying beard and wearing glasses, making it hard to tell he was a demon enthusiast. He sat steadily behind his desk, hands not raised, simply looking at the three of them. He had already recognized Leon and the others. After all, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy were already famous, and even those who weren't from Gotham knew them. Harley Quinn had many admirers around the world. After all, Leon wasn't the only one who liked crazy women. Leon is looking for Rachel. Where's Angela? Leon asked. You really came for Angela, but why isn't Rachel here? The dean did not hide anything and replied first. As her godfather, I naturally have to look out for her. Leon said, Tell us the location, or you will die. Harley Quinn had no patience to wait and immediately pulled out her revolver aimed at him. This scared the director, who sensed the breath of death. He hurriedly said, "Don't rush. Don't you want to know why I brought Angela to lure Rachel here?" "Why?" Leon pressed Harley Quinn down, concerned about his student. The director spoke up because she has a demon inside her, and I must deal with this problem, or the entire Earth will be in danger. Hearing his righteous words and looking at the layout of the office, Leon asked, "Do you think I believe you?" He no longer restrained Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn immediately began to torture him for information. As she broke the director's hand with a baseball bat, he finally couldn't hold back and revealed the location. "You can't take her," the director shouted at that moment. Suddenly, a demon was summoned by him. It turned out that the delay was just to summon the demon. What appeared was a yellow-eyed demon. As the name suggests, its eyes were light yellow, a sign of a high-ranking demon from hell. Leon smiled slightly, not caring about the appearing demon. He struck with a palm, and the yellow-eyed demon was about to say something, but instead, its soul was forced out of its body by Leon's strike. Demons also have souls, which, although stronger than humans, are clearly a weakness. This is the spiritual technique of Comet G. With the soul knocked out, it naturally became Leon's captive. A magical chain appeared in Leon's hand, binding the yellow-eyed demon's soul, seemingly to shatter it. This frightened the yellow-eyed demon, which immediately opened a portal to hell to escape. "Human, I will remember you." The yellow-eyed demon abandoned its body, and its soul tried to flee, but Leon would not let it remember him. He yanked the chain, instantly pulling the soul back. Bang! The chain ignited in flames, beginning to burn the soul. Accompanied by a painful wail, the demon's soul ignited. The magical flames were not ordinary fire, causing immense pain even to the demon. It did not take long for it to completely dissipate. With the soul eliminated, Leon also received a piece of information. This was a high-ranking demon under Lucifer, the king of hell and fallen angel, who was on Earth. Demons aren't that strong after all, Leon said. Of course, the main reason is that the power of demons is suppressed too much. According to the agreement between God and Satan, angels and demons cannot come to the human world at will, as they would face great restrictions. Otherwise, Constantine wouldn't have been able to complete the exorcism so easily. If they met in hell, Leon wouldn't have been able to eliminate the opponents so easily. It can only be said that this is Leon's home ground. Leon was determined not to casually go to hell. Then, he turned his head to look at the dean. The dean was already scared out of his wits. He never expected that the demon he had summoned with great difficulty would be easily destroyed by this person. Seeing Leon looking at him, he immediately cried out for mercy. "God forgive me, God forgive me." A person who liked demons suddenly wished for God's forgiveness in that moment. It turned out he also knew that God was stronger. Leon lifted him up. "Forgiveness is God's business, and I don't think God will meet you. So, I guess it's time to send you to hell." Bang! A gunshot rang out nearby. The dean's head suddenly had a bloody hole. Harley Quinn blew on the slightly heated muzzle of her revolver and said, "Darling, killing is still my specialty." Leon raised his eyebrows, knowing her good intentions. He casually tossed a fireball onto the director's corpse. After all, in today's world where resources are scarce, cremation is all the rage. Moreover, this guy believed in demons, and no one knew if he would come up with any new tricks. According to the information they got from the director, Leon and the others found a map of the mental hospital. This mental hospital was built in an incredibly complex manner. One might think it was a military fortress just from the layout. Now that there was no one resisting in the entire mental hospital, they quickly found the location. In a dark room, there were hardly any patients around. Even Harley Quinn did not actively release the mentally ill patients, knowing that these people had abnormal thought processes, and letting them out could be dangerous. Rachel's mother, a woman named Angela, enjoyed a private room. There were a few beds in the room, but she was the only one living there. Harley Quinn instantly squinted her eyes. Angela was wearing a patient gown, staring blankly at the wall, as if she did not realize they had arrived. "Angela?" Leon asked. At that moment, Harley Quinn tugged at Poison Ivy, who immediately pulled Leon down. Just now, when Leon shouted, Angela remained unresponsive. Poison Ivy approached and gently said, "Are you Rachel's mother?" "Rachel is here." Upon hearing Rachel's name, Angela immediately turned around. Her face had an unhealthy pallor, a result of years without sunlight. She appeared dazed, but couldn't hide her excitement as she asked, "Where is Rachel? Where is she?" She tried to create an impression that Rachel was her obsession. However, Harley Quinn, the true psychologist, saw right through it. Her acting was too fake. Only a young girl like Rachel would be fooled. So, Harley Quinn immediately joked, "I am Rachel." Sure enough, Angela's expression froze. She quickly pretended to be a mental patient. shaking her head and mumbling, "You are not Rachel, you are not." Harley Quinn then said softly, "If you haven't seen Rachel in so many years, how do you know I'm not?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward and extremely tense. Leon watched from the side, remaining silent. With Harley Quinn in such a state, he naturally knew something was wrong. Angela began to act crazy. "Rachel, where's my Rachel?" Fortunately, Harley Quinn wasn't in the mood to play games with her. Moreover, she really didn't want to play the role of a daughter. At most, she would pretend in front of Leon. So, she slapped the woman. Slap. The crisp sound left Angela stunned. Who is this person? She looked at Leon with deep resentment. She only knew him because Rachel had been adopted by Leon. "Don't pretend with me. I am Gotham's best psychologist," Harley Quinn said fiercely. "If you dare to act crazy again, I'll make you a real crazy person." This left Angela unsure of her intentions, so she simply fell silent. Harley Quinn nodded in satisfaction. Since it was all out in the open, there was no need to treat her like a fool. "So, as Gotham's best psychologist, I need to confirm your mental state." Harley Quinn asked with a cheerful smile, "Are you a mental patient?" At that moment, Angela had no idea what Harley Quinn's intentions were. After looking for a long time, she finally shook her head and said no. She realized that the three of them had seen through her, and her heart sank. No one knew what would happen. Harley Quinn immediately laughed. "Mental patients always say they are not. So you are?" "Then I am." Angela changed her answer. "That's right. You really are a mental patient," Harley Quinn said with realization. "Arkham Asylum welcomes you. It's the best mental hospital, full of talented people who speak nicely." Angela naturally knew about Arkham Asylum. She wasn't really locked up here. It was all a trap she set to deceive Rachel. But unexpectedly, Rachel didn't come. Instead, 3 demons did. In her eyes, Leon and the others were undoubtedly devils. "I won't go, I won't go." Angela was scared and dumbfounded. But it was useless. No one could save her. Poison Ivy used her vines to wrap around her, and together they took Angela away. "Harley, what do you want to do?" Leon whispered to Harley Quinn. In his opinion, the first step was to ensure that Angela would never see Rachel again. Although this was somewhat cruel to Rachel, it was undoubtedly the best method. However, if Rachel were to find out the truth, she would inevitably resent him. But now, it was clear that Harley Quinn had her own thoughts. She smiled and said, "She went to such lengths, with the asylum and pretending to be crazy. It definitely isn't as the director said. She has other schemes. If we don't get to the bottom of this, I won't be at peace." Leon nodded, feeling that she made sense. After leaving the psychiatric hospital, they returned to the hotel and booked another room. Harley Quinn stated that she would keep an eye on the wicked woman, Angela. The wicked woman, Angela, glared at her, determined not to say anything. Therefore, the previous room was left for Leon and Poison Ivy. The two sides separated into their rooms, and once inside, Poison Ivy said, "You can't touch me. No one knows if Harley is doing it on purpose. So what if she is?" Leon naturally wouldn't listen to Poison Ivy. Compared to her fear, Leon was completely unperturbed. "I'll make a call first. You prepare well." Poison Ivy blushed. Leon is domineering. However, before meeting Leon, she had never truly experienced what real love felt like. She did feel a bit sorry for Harley Quinn. She could easily tell that Harley was pretending to be magnanimous, just not wanting Leon to think she was easily jealous. When it came to Leon, Harley Quinn was clearly incredibly tolerant. Leon dialed Kane's number. "Hey, what's up?" Kane was clearly on the move, riding her beloved motorcycle and chasing down a criminal. For Batwoman, this was more interesting than anything else. It was just exhilarating. "Help us arrange a plane." Leon spoke up. Kate didn't ask why and first replied, "Where are you?" "Salt Lake City." "Good," she said decisively and then hung up the phone. Leon shook his head. It was clear that Kate was preparing for a night battle. He felt the same way. He too wanted a grand showdown. Turning around, he noticed that the leaves on Poison Ivy were all gone. As a botanist, he believed they couldn't waste water resources. He picked up Poison Ivy in a bridal carry and headed towards the bathroom. In another room, the atmosphere wasn't so pleasant. It looked like a battle was about to happen there too. If it weren't for Angela being unable to overpower Harley Quinn, she would have initiated a tearing battle. She watched Harley Quinn warily, seeing her pressed against the wall, listening to the commotion next door. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Harley Quinn's expression turned complex. "Those two damn bitches were together behind my back," she thought bitterly. Angela remained silent, merely glaring at her. Harley Quinn's face alternated between green and purple. "I must take revenge on them." Angela looked at her, not sensing any problem. After all, she had never encountered a woman like Harley Quinn. She was quite peculiar. Seeing Harley Quinn grab a baseball bat and head out, Angela still didn't move. Bang! Harley slammed the door and went to smash the door on the other side. Angela could hear everything clearly, followed by a bout of arguing. Poison Ivy was indeed angry. She didn't understand what Harley Quinn was up to. Was this a crucial moment? Then, Harley Quinn returned, seething. That pair of dog lovers, those dog lovers. She was furious enough to insult her own man and best friend. Angela couldn't help but laugh. How could there be such a foolish woman? You put your own man and best friend together. Isn't that obvious? Angela immediately mocked, saying, the most unreliable thing in this world is a man. It was at that moment that Harley Quinn seemed to remember Angela, and she immediately jumped over. Didn't you also give birth to Rachel? Is that why you hate men? Not at all. Angela replied instantly. My other half is not human. What? Harley Quinn was taken aback. Can you handle that? Angela didn't want to discuss this topic. She was obviously conquered, but couldn't explain that to Harley Quinn. She took a closer look at Harley Quinn. Her anger was genuine. So, Angela suddenly had an idea. She needed to win Harley Quinn over. After all, her situation was very dangerous. If she were really sent to Arkham Asylum, it would be the end of everything. Of course, she also knew that Harley Quinn was unreliable. Angela's current situation was perilous. As for Harley Quinn, she had never dealt with someone like her before. But with an idea in mind, she thought it was worth a try to win her over. So, Angela spoke up. Don't you want to take revenge on them? I have a way. What kind of way? Harley Quinn asked curiously. I want to make them wish they were dead. She looked very angry. Angela could naturally empathize. If her man were messing around with her best friend, she would be even angrier than Harley Quinn. After all, women understand women. Angela didn't directly answer, but instead asked, do you know why I look for Rachel? Harley Quinn replied innocently. You want to see her, your daughter. Huh, Angela laughed. I didn't raise her, so how could I have feelings for her? Harley Quinn asked in confusion. Then why look for her? Because she is the medium. As his daughter, only Rachel can summon him to Earth. Angela paused here, leaving Harley Quinn very curious and wanting to know more secrets. But Angela wouldn't say any more. She simply said, if you can help me, then we can make that pair of dog lovers wish they were dead. Harley Quinn immediately asked, how do we summon? Is there a ritual? Like a sacrifice or something? She looked very excited. This was enough to pique Harley Quinn's curiosity. So that's how it is. Now she could understand. You let me see Rachel, and then you'll know. But Angela was cunning, deliberately stirring Harley's curiosity without revealing the key details. Harley Quinn had no choice but to continue deepening her relationship with her. So they began to talk about some intimate topics. The long night stretched on, and neither had any desire to sleep. The next day, Harley, didn't you sleep well? Leon and Poison Ivy looked at Harley Quinn with great spirit. Poison Ivy's face even showed a rosy hue, making her appear even more enchanting. Thinking about what happened yesterday, Harley Quinn shot the two of them a glare. They were having fun, but what about her? Seeing this, Angela felt a sense of relief. She had talked a lot with Harley Quinn last night, and Harley's hatred was palpable. If she could act this out, then the Oscars would definitely owe Harley Quinn a little golden statue. Leon nervously hugged Harley Quinn. Let's go, we're heading back to Gotham. Harley Quinn let out a soft grunt and immediately took Angela and a group of Westerners to the airport. The Wayne Group's private jet was already ready. Having money means you can do whatever you want. The feeling of being able to do anything you desire is so exhilarating. Leon didn't ask Harley Quinn anything, but let her stay with Angela instead. On the contrary, he and Poison Ivy were inseparable. Poison Ivy had become more conservative. She used to wear just leaves in front of others, but now she was dressed in a coat, wrapping herself up. This made Leon very satisfied. He didn't want his woman to be seen by others. He only liked to enjoy without paying. Along the way, Harley Quinn kept probing, but unfortunately, Angela's lips were sealed, and she refused to say how to summon. This made Harley Quinn anxious. They won't let you go. Once we get to Gotham, they'll lock you up in Arkham Asylum, and you won't be able to see Rachel. Angela spoke up. Just find a way to let me see Rachel. I can't do it. Of course. Harley Quinn wouldn't do that. After all, this woman was Rachel's biological mother. She would never let Rachel see her. Among the three girls, only Rachel had her biological mother. Is this appropriate? Not at all. A family should be the same. Angela felt a bit flustered upon hearing this. She wasn't really insane. Even if she were truly mentally ill, she shouldn't be locked up in Arkham Asylum. Even real mental patients would think Arkham is too crazy. Tell me the method, and I will find a way to summon her, Harley Quinn said. But Angela didn't believe her and hesitated, saying, no way. Harley Quinn, in anger, said not to blame her. A few hours later, they returned to Gotham. How is it? Leon looked at Harley Quinn, who shook her head unhappily. Although she knew Angela's intentions, it wasn't perfect, which was difficult for Harley. After all, she was a perfectionist. She had no choice but to take measures. Harley Quinn spoke up. After getting off the plane, she immediately took Angela to Arkham Asylum. Leon and Poison Ivy have just returned home. Gotham's situation is not good. During their absence, it has worsened. However, this has no impact on the three daughters. They're no longer ordinary people. Among the three, even S.She has developed the ability to protect herself. Although she is only in her teens, she has already mastered basic combat skills and has awakened her magical talent. After receiving magical training in Asgard and Camartage, S.She is no longer an ordinary person. Just in terms of magical reserves, she likely surpasses many mages in the wizarding world. Upon seeing Leon, S.She excitedly rushed over. "Godfather, hug me." Leon naturally picked her up and spun her around twice. After setting her down, S.She immediately began to showcase her magical achievements. "Godfather, look at what I've just learned." In an instant, S.She vanished like a phantom from her spot. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared dozens of meters away. This was S.She's innate talent, as she had mastered magic, which had gradually been activated. If S.She had never studied magic in her life, she would have never been able to activate it. In addition to this move, S.She had other spells as well. She was also gradually mastering the magic she had learned from Asgard and Camartage. Once she had mastered everything, she could return for revenge and wreak havoc. As for how many people she intended to kill, that was something Leon did not know. In any case, S.She had a strong inclination for violence. However, Leon would not discourage her from seeking revenge. After all, her family and everything she was familiar with had been destroyed. Leon has not experienced this kind of pain, so he naturally does not have the qualification to advise S.She to let go of everything. Rachel still seems very happy. She doesn't know that her mother has already arrived in Gotham. However, she was immediately sent to Arkham Asylum. As a patient deemed mentally ill by Dr. Harley Quinn, there shouldn't be any issues. As for Kara, during this time, she has been teaching her brother. As the only naturally conceived child of Kryptonians in these years, Clark has infinite possibilities. In other words, he can become whatever profession he wants, free from the constraints of his genes. At first, he couldn't beat Kara, but as he became more skilled, Kara couldn't handle him anymore. Gotham, Arkham Asylum. Angela was anxiously twisting her body. She had been placed in a solitary room and was completely restrained. She was scared as soon as she entered. She had seen real mentally ill patients before, but the patients in Arkham Asylum were much more exaggerated than anyone she had seen before. Delusions, headbanging against the railings. Those are just minor issues for Arkham Asylum. After all, many of those held here are super criminals. Just a glance at them made her feel afraid. Whether they're mentally ill or not is unknown, but they can definitely drive others insane. So when Angela was bound here, she had already begun to feel scared, her mind in extreme tension. Moreover, Harley Quinn had just thrown her here alone. Almost done. In another room, Harley Quinn said, while watching the surveillance. Standing next to her was Kate Kane. Otherwise, the people in Arkham wouldn't listen to her. Although she used to be an employee here, Harley Quinn hated one thing about the Joker. He caused her to lose this job as a psychologist. Otherwise, how many interesting people could she have interacted with? Kate Kane nodded to the side, and a doctor in a white coat immediately walked out. "You need to give me a reason. Otherwise, Leon won't spare me," Kate said to Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn was somewhat surprised. "Why are you so afraid of Leon?" Kate Kane fell silent for a moment. "I just need a reason." So Harley said, "She will destroy the world." Harley told Kate about Rachel's situation. This made Kate think of that lovely girl Rachel. Although Rachel was more like a ticking time bomb. But then, let her never come into contact with Rachel. Kate said seriously, "Of course, it's to protect my people. Just make her a fool, and that's enough." Harley Quinn wasn't that cruel. Kate tugged at the corner of her mouth. If she weren't so closely related to Harley Quinn, she wouldn't have been so permissive with her. But at least after following Leon, Harley Quinn had become much more normal. This also proved that many things she did before were forced by the Joker. She is not inherently bad. Harley Quinn didn't know Kate Kane was secretly trying to redeem her. She was just watching the screen. At this moment, the assigned doctor had already entered the room and was holding down the restless Angela. "What are you doing? What do you want?" Angela frantically tried to struggle, but it was useless. The doctor nodded and glanced at the surveillance. The nurse behind him naturally stepped up to hold Angela down, making her unable to move. Then he began to inject Angela with medication. Angela didn't know what was being injected, but she was very scared. She had seen a lot of this kind of thing before. Many people were normal at first. However, with continuous injections of drugs, even the most normal people became demented. No mental illness? Then create one. Otherwise, how would the hospital make money? So the higher-ups at Arkham Asylum are grateful to Batman. Without Batman, Arkham Asylum wouldn't be full, let alone make money. Since the beginning of the century, many prisons in America have been privatized. Once anything is privatized, the primary goal is to make money. And prisons are no exception. No, no. Angela twisted wildly. But she couldn't resist at all. She was first held down and injected with an unknown drug. As the syringe pierced her skin, she felt dizzy, as if the drug had taken effect even before it was injected. People just love to scare themselves. Harley Quinn chuckled. They hadn't even injected the medication yet. Just scaring her a bit. After a while, Angela felt her heartbeat getting faster and faster. Harley Quinn thought it was enough. So she decided to make her entrance. It's my turn. Bang. The iron door of Angela's room was pushed open, and Harley Quinn rushed in. Angela, I tried my best. They want to turn you into a real madwoman. Hearing Harley Quinn's words, Angela stared at her blankly. What's wrong? Speak. At this moment, Angela knew that Harley Quinn just wanted to know more. And she also realized that Harley Quinn didn't really want to know the summoning method. She just wanted to hear the story. That is the real madwoman. She should be locked up in Arkham Asylum. Harley, do you want to know my story? So Angela began to speak. Sure enough, Harley Quinn's face flashed with a hint of excitement, looking very interested. Some people are just obsessed with knowing the truth. And it's not for the so-called justice. Of course, if you want to talk. Harley Quinn was very reserved. Kate Kane, behind the monitor, waved for others to leave. Angela seemed to have let go, but also seemed to be afraid of really forgetting. So she slowly began to speak. My name is actually not Angela. I'm called Irella. Hearing her words, Harley Quinn couldn't help but interrupt. Since you want to hide your name, there must be a reason. If she didn't interrupt, she wouldn't be herself. Exactly. Angela didn't think much of it and nodded. I was just an ordinary person, but when I was young and ignorant, I joined an evil cult. They made me become a saint, and we performed many ancient rituals, but most of them were ineffective. Harley Quinn almost couldn't help but want to speak, but Kate's voice came through the earpiece, telling her not to interrupt. So Angela was able to continue. Until one time, an ancient summoning ritual succeeded. Fear was clearly visible on Angela's face. We performed the summoning ritual, and from a cloud of smoke emerged an extremely handsome man. He seduced me, and at that moment, he revealed his true form. He was a demon, ugly, fierce, and destructive. Angela fell into painful memories. I regretted it at that time, but I couldn't break free from him. He forcefully possessed me. Wait, Harley Quinn couldn't hold back any longer. Are you saying you hooked up with someone who came out of the smoke right away? This made Angela nod shyly. Harley Quinn was speechless. Her mind was filled with joyful beams. Then Harley curiously asked, can he really get in? Angela's face turned bright red right away. Is that the key? Damn it. Kate Kane couldn't sit still in the back and angrily interrupted Harley Quinn, cutting off Angela. Harley Quinn stuck out her tongue. Sorry. You can continue. Angela didn't mind her interruption. At this point, what was there to care about? After that, Rachel was born. Angela continued to recount her story. Harley Quinn genuinely felt speechless that it happened on the first try. She couldn't help but ask, so why would he do that to you? Angela chuckled softly. Because he is the destroyer of worlds. He is a dimensional demon, and he just wants to keep destroying worlds. So, Harley Quinn still didn't quite understand. Later I found out that he couldn't come to Earth himself. He could only use his bloodline, his descendants as a medium to open a portal for him to descend to Earth. That's the reason Rachel exists. Angela said, but after I discovered his true nature, I regretted it. How could I give myself to a devil? I tried to commit suicide but failed. Harley Quinn remained indifferent, not sure if she believed it. In her opinion, the dumbest people in the world were those who couldn't even commit suicide. So, after giving birth to Rachel, I left that cult. Angela continued, I took Rachel and escaped to another dimension called Azarath. But he couldn't come to Earth, yet he could go to Azarath. To protect Azarath, Rachel's memories had to be sealed, and then she and I returned to Earth. After hearing her finish this story, Harley Quinn laughed. You make yourself sound so good. Then why tell me you want to destroy the world? Angela calmly replied, if I don't say it like that, how can I attract a crazy person like you? Huh? Harley Quinn laughed heartily. Exactly, you understand crazies better than I do. So how do you summon Satan? Upon hearing this, Angela scoffed. He is not Satan. He is the triumvirate. There is a temple at the bottom of the sea on Earth, and as long as you find a temple, Rachel can open it by herself. Harley Quinn stared at her intently. She wasn't lying. There really is a temple. All right, don't tell anyone else. Harley Quinn said, I will do my best to help you. After saying this, Harley Quinn left the room. In the monitoring room, Kate Kane also took away all the backups and deleted them, leaving no record. This was a secret that couldn't be known by too many people. Soon, the two women met outside Arkham Asylum. Kate Kane straddled her motorcycle and asked, do you believe what she said? Do you think a cult's bimbo would have a change of heart just because she hooked up with some so-called demon? Harley Quinn retorted. It didn't really matter whether she wanted to save the world or destroy it. What mattered was that she had become a true madwoman. Harley Quinn had a cold expression. Whatever she thought didn't matter. Just don't interfere with them. Hearing this, Kate Kane put on her helmet, and the two went their separate ways. At least the secret could only be known by a few, so it was best to keep Angela from talking. Harley Quinn returned to the manor, and the three girls were all on holiday today. How are things? Leon looked at Harley Quinn and said. Harley Quinn gave him a look. Let's go in and talk. All right. Leon let the three girls play by themselves and followed Harley Quinn upstairs, with Poison Ivy following as well. This made Kara and the others a bit puzzled. It seemed like they had some secret. They were different after going out for a while. Siri chimed in as well. Rachel, however, said nothing, her expression somewhat dazed. She felt that with her control over magic, some long-buried memories were gradually surfacing. What was going on? Leon asked Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn, looking excited, then revealed the truth she had learned from Angela. Of course, this was just Angela's side of the story. What are you so happy about? Leon asked Harley. I was thinking, let's summon that guy from the Three Palaces and give him a good beating. Harley Quinn said fiercely. That damn guy actually dared to take our daughter. And then what? Let him destroy the world? Leon asked. He had long known about the Three Palaces, but one cannot fully trust comics. After all, DC is always about reboots, and Leon himself couldn't find a corresponding timeline. So, knowing about the Three Palaces is not surprising. The real issue is how to deal with it. After all, that is a dimensional demon god, constantly destroying other dimensions. In the Marvel Universe, it would at least be on the level of Dormammu. Don't be fooled by how Dormammu was negotiated with by Doctor Strange. That was entirely due to the annoyance of the time loop. The two are not on the same level. Doctor Strange initiated the time loop because he himself was not transcendent of time and did not know how many times he had died. But Dormammu had already transcended time and could clearly know that he was in a loop, having killed Doctor Strange countless times. He felt tired. The Three Palaces is a dimensional demon god of this level. I haven't thought it through yet, Harley Quinn said awkwardly. Moreover, a dimensional demon god of that level could crush you with just a toe. Leon had to say it more seriously, making Hallie understand that this was not something to be taken lightly. Fortunately, although Hallie was impulsive, she wasn't foolish. She raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying, then forget it. What we need to do now is find that temple and see if we can destroy it. And what about Angela? Leon thought and asked. Give a little more time. Rachel will be able to see her. Harley Quinn spoke up. Are you sure there's no problem? Don't worry. You know the methods of Arkham Asylum. Harley Quinn assured. Leon felt a bit more at ease, and the three of them went downstairs. Rachel. Leon smiled as he came over and sat down between the three girls. He reached out and snatched the chips from Shiri's hands, then looked at the puzzled Rachel and said, We've found your mother. Huh? Rachel was incredibly shocked. She had planned to go find her herself. Kara and Shiri were also somewhat surprised, but there were other emotions mixed in. After all, who could blame them? Their real families were all gone. Kara had lost her parents the moment Krypton was destroyed. Shiri had it worse. Her biological parents had both died when she was still very young. She had grown up with her grandmother, the lioness of Sintra, but her grandmother was also dead. It could be said that besides a biological father who wanted to marry her, Shiri had no family left. And that last relative was someone Shiri wanted to kill herself. Now, hearing that Rachel still had a mother, they all felt envious. Could this be the configuration of a superhero? Godfather, where is she? Can I see her? Rachel excitedly grabbed Leon's arm and shook it. Leon ate a chip, and then it was snatched away by Siri. He patted Rachel's head and said, Of course, but she's not in a good condition right now. Let's wait a few days. You know, she was captured by a group of really bad people and was locked up in a mental hospital. Upon hearing this, Rachel indeed looked a bit anxious. But she didn't doubt Leon. After all, the Godfather's kindness towards her was evident. Thank you, Godfather. Leon did not feel guilty. Although he was deceiving Rachel, it was for her own good. If there's to be suffering, let him bear it. Rachel, your memories are still blocked, and I will find someone to help you unlock them. Leon's magic sensed something within Rachel, but found nothing. However, Angela said so. This proves that the so-called Azarath probably has powerful magic as well. This could explain why Rachel has been able to use magic since she was young. She wasn't born with it. Rather, she learned it when she was little, allowing her to master magic and dark energy. Godfather, I felt it too. Rachel said, I've been feeling dizzy these past few days, and my memories are fragmented. It's okay. Let's take a trip to Kamar Taj. Leon is not Professor X, so he naturally won't let her block her memories. Because no matter what, they are one big family. Rachel's matters are their matters. We should also go. Let's go find Gwen to play. The other two students also chimed in. This made Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy want to go as well. So, the whole family went to Camartage. Hopefully, the Sorcerer Supreme won't mind. At Camartage, the sorcerers already knew Leon and the others. So when they appeared, there was no surprise. Just a greeting. Sorcerer Supreme. Leon and the others went to find the Supreme Sorcerer. They saw Ancient One leisurely drinking tea and had prepared many cups, clearly having been waiting for a while. Harley Quinn curiously observed and then respectfully called out to the Supreme Sorcerer along with Leon and the others. This bald head is the Supreme Sorcerer? Sounds pretty powerful. Although the Ancient One didn't seem to mind much, being stared at for her baldness made her feel somewhat disrespected. She cleared her throat and said, "Please have a seat." Leon and the others all sat down and started drinking tea. Seeing your anxious expressions, has something happened? Rachel's memory has been sealed. Can the Supreme Mage unlock it? Upon hearing this, Leon immediately spoke up. Oh, Master Gooey looked a bit surprised and waved for Rachel to come over. After a brief examination, she indeed discovered the seal. This is a type of magic I have never seen before, very exquisite. Master Gooey first praised it and then said with a smile, "I can unlock it." She raised her status. Leon naturally exclaimed with joy, "Then I will trouble the Supreme Mage." "No trouble at all." Master Gooey shook her head and then motioned for Rachel to come forward. She placed her hand on Rachel's forehead. Soon, Rachel began to tremble. A series of sealed memories surfaced, bringing back events from her early childhood. She lived on a beautiful planet called Azeroth, and she even learned Azeroth's magic. But one day, the Triumvirate appeared. Gigantic in size, completely red, with terrifying scarlet eyes. "Ah!" Rachel screamed, tears flowing uncontrollably. It turned out that Azeroth no longer existed. The moment the Triumvirate appeared, Azeroth was completely destroyed. That beautiful planet had turned into a dead star, a wasteland. This is not sealing. This is protection. No. Kara and Shiri immediately went to comfort her, and the three girls embraced and cried together. Perhaps Kara and Shiri didn't even know why they were crying. Anyway, Rachel was crying, so they just cried along. After crying for a while, Rachel finally calmed down. With a gaze full of hatred, she said, "I must kill the Triumvirate." She looked at Master Gooey. However, Master Gooey remained very calm. "Dimensional demons are not easy to kill," she said calmly. If dimensional demons were so easy to kill, then the Supreme Mages throughout the ages wouldn't just be protecting the Earth, but would be causing chaos instead. Unfortunately, dimensional demons are very troublesome and are almost impossible to kill, especially in their own dimensions, where they are nearly invincible. Just like Dormammu, if he fights in the dark dimension, he has almost no opponents. Therefore, the Supreme Mages are also a loss. What should we do? Rachel felt a bit lost. Rather than killing dimensional demons, sealing them would be even more cruel. Supreme Mage Gooey smiled and said, "Dimensional demons are nearly indestructible and have long lifespans. Once sealed, that's it. Even dimensional demons cannot endure loneliness, and especially not knowing how long the loneliness will last." Then the goddess of death, Hela, become increasingly mad? "I understand now." Rachel nodded in response. Master Gooey encouraged her, "If you want to seal the dimensional demons, you need to become stronger. I will work hard to cultivate." Rachel clenched her fists. At the moment the seal is broken, she will gain even greater power. That is Azeroth's magic. Moreover, she has another side. She is only half human. The other half is the bloodline of the Triumvirate. However, she did not reveal it, fearing it would scare her sisters. Rachel hated her own origins. Why is she the daughter of a demon? She has little emotion for that mother. She now understands why the other party abandoned her. The other party regretted being with a demon and considered her to be a demon spawn, an unclean child. However, just like Angela's unsuccessful suicide, she didn't have the courage to kill Rachel. Moreover, Angela only regretted giving birth to Rachel, not regretting loving the Triumvirate. Indeed, Rachel feels that her biological mother loved the Triumvirate. Perhaps it was because the Triumvirate was too handsome as a human, or because the Triumvirate could easily win hearts. They didn't stay long in Camartage. After having tea, they prepared to find Gwen for a chat before heading back. Because of Rachel, they had no mood to play around here. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy were curious about what was different in this world. Then, when they arrived in New York, they were surrounded. Mainly, people gathered to take photos. Their looks were too recognizable. Anyone could tell this was Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. As a result, excited New Yorkers pulled them in to start taking selfies. At first, Harley Quinn was very happy, loudly announcing that she was a big star, and that Hollywood's bitches couldn't compare to her. But she quickly became annoyed. There were too many people, and they couldn't take pictures fast enough. So, Harley Quinn lost her temper. Eat sour radishes. Harley Quinn shouted, but the crowd not only did not get angry, but became even more excited. This is so real, just like the real Harley Quinn. A fan screamed. What do you mean like the real one? I am. Harley Quinn shouted. Yes, yes, you are. Can we take a picture? No. Harley Quinn was furious. She couldn't prove that she was the real one, mainly because she wasn't like Kara, who could fly. So when Kara flew up in her Supergirl outfit, everyone believed she was the real Supergirl. Harley Quinn was different. Everyone thought this was a cosplay. In the end, it was Poison Ivy who saved the day. Although her fans weren't as crazy, Poison Ivy noticed someone trying to take advantage. This made her furious, and she immediately controlled the plants, hanging the fool up right on the spot. At that moment, people realized that this seemed real, not a cosplay. But just as the crowd became more frenzied, S.She arrived. A group of agents quickly dispersed the crowd and then came down from above. We are S.She agents, gentlemen, and ladies, please move to another place to talk. Since Gwen returned, they had renamed themselves S.She which was easier to remember. The seemingly honest-looking Coulson said, "We have already contacted Gwen." His eyes were on the only male, the one in charge, Leon. It was clear to everyone that Leon was the focus. Leon looked at his goddaughters. They exchanged opinions. Let's just meet Gwen and leave. They didn't like the feeling of being treated so seriously. Although S.She seemed to value them, they knew what kind of people they were dealing with. In the comics they had read, S.She was just a sieve. Some comics depicted many Hydra members within S.She. Others showed it being infiltrated by Skrulls. With such an organization, it was strange for them to have any goodwill. Coulson didn't know this. In fact, after Gwen returned, they realized there was a problem with S.She. But they could only act secretly because it was too terrifying. Nick Fury conducted a bit of investigation and discovered that it wasn't Hydra infiltrating S.She. but rather he, as a S.She. agent, had infiltrated Hydra and even became the director. A pure reverse infiltration. From this perspective, Nick Fury was quite powerful. In an organization full of Hydra, he not only became the director, but also trained a few trusted confidants. Therefore, even though Nick Fury knew there were issues with S.She., he could only take his time. It was like a hidden bomb. Once it exploded, everything would be lost. We just want to see Gwen, nothing else. We understand. Coulson nodded, his expression serious. He glanced back at the agents behind him, unsure how many of them looked different. Not only did they want to seek Supergirl's help, but Hydra did too, because everyone knew how powerful Superman was. Whoever could gain Superman's help could control the world, especially in the Marvel universe, where they didn't even have kryptonite. Kara was invincible. So, Leon and the others got into the car, with Coulson sitting in the passenger seat, thinking but saying nothing. Nobody knew if Hydra had installed listening devices or anything like that. The driver also seemed untrustworthy. It was tough. Thus, Coulson had a lot to say, but couldn't express it. It was like a teapot filled with dumplings. Nothing could be poured out. At S.She. headquarters, Kara quietly asked, "How many Hydra members do you think there are?" "At least half." Shiri and Rachel immediately chimed in. Coulson in front couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was this really common knowledge? They had already gotten the answer from Gwen long ago. There were comics in another world that depicted various events from their world. That's why she was so cautious when she first came to S.She. Only speaking to Nick Fury. If it had been the more carefree Peter Parker, the whole world would probably know by now. "Everyone, please wait in the reception room." After taking the elevator to a higher-level reception room, Coulson spoke. "We won't meet anyone." Leon said, "All right, we'll only arrange one person to take care of you. You could talk to her about anything." Coulson nodded, realizing it might be difficult to make contact. Leon and the others were clearly not interested in the affairs of this world. Of course, this is a good thing. After all, they have the Supergirl. If Supergirl steps in, who could be a match? This also reflects an attitude from Leon and the others. They're not interested in conquering the world or anything like that. Their purpose is simple. They're here to have fun. This time, it's just to meet an old friend. Let's not complicate things. Coulson quickly left, and a female agent came in. "Hello, I'm Natasha Romanoff. Feel free to call me if you need anything." The stunning Natasha walked in, instantly capturing their attention. Leon is admired, while several female disciples are envious. Humanity has a certain emotion towards greatness. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy are facing a formidable opponent. Only Leon is a man. What is the purpose of sending such beautiful women over? One can imagine the intentions. Therefore, both women are surrounding Leon. All right, Leon and the others nodded. Although the girls recognized it was Black Widow, they had no emotional response. They were already used to it. Moreover, their favorite character was Spider-Man, so they wouldn't be shocked by anything else. Natasha smiled and said, Gwen is handling some things. You can watch. She turned on the TV, and they saw Gwen in a fierce battle with Rhino. Rhino was rampaging down the street, and Gwen was struggling to cope. Seeing this, Kara asked, Do you need me to step in? Dealing with Rhino was like fighting a child for her. Plus, she was inherently righteous and had nothing to fear in this world, so she could showcase her powers at any time. Natasha reported upward and then nodded, Sure, we don't want Rhino to cause too much damage. This is a good opportunity for S.H.I.E.L.D. to see the power of Supergirl. Is it really as abnormal as in the comics? If she really has that kind of strength, then there is no point in resisting. As soon as Natasha finished speaking, Kara disappeared from the room. Whoosh! Like a sonic boom, Kara's shadow was gone, and she shot up into the sky. This made Natasha Romanoff envious. She started talking with Leon and the others. Mr. Leon, she began, only to be interrupted by Harley Quinn, who looked at her and said, What do you want? Trying to seduce my man? Leon and the others were used to Harley's bluntness, but Natasha felt a bit uncomfortable, though she just tugged at the corner of her mouth. Although she thought this in her heart, she would never say it out loud. For agents, using their bodies was a normal thing. After all, that was their weapon. No, we just want to understand the situation, Natasha said. There's nothing to understand. You better pray that Batman doesn't want to come over, otherwise, you'll really have something to deal with. Harley Quinn made it clear. If that paranoid Batman sensed a threat from another Earth, he would most likely come over himself. So, Harley Quinn was actually protecting them. Natasha had no way to contact Leon. She had read the comics before and understood a bit. Weren't Harley and Poison Ivy villains? How could they hang out with superheroes? She glanced at Leon, who could only look back at her helplessly. Harley Quinn was a very jealous woman. However, she was particularly lenient toward her best friend. Suddenly, a live reporter's exclamation came from the TV. Someone is flying over. Oh, it's Supergirl. Oh my God, it's really Supergirl. This is her first appearance since she disappeared last time. The camera frantically tried to keep up with Supergirl, but it was clearly their first time filming, and they had no experience. Just as the camera moved over, Kara had already disappeared. In the end, Kara deliberately paused in the sky for a moment to let them take a shot. Kara realized she really liked this feeling, the thrill of being admired by thousands. This was why she became Supergirl. Below, Rhino charged at Gwen. Gwen had just been hit and was unable to move. Facing Rhino's charge, she could only raise her hand to block. Boom! A huge crash echoed. Gwen felt nothing, and when she looked up, she saw a figure standing in front of her, with a cape billowing behind from the impact. That bright red cape was unmistakable. Kara, did you change your suit? Gwen immediately asked. Kara's suit had indeed changed. The previous one was handmade, and this one was manufactured by Kryptonian technology. Your focus is really strange, Kara replied, as she pressed one hand on Rhino's head, making him run in place as if on a treadmill, but it was utterly useless. This scene was captured on camera, further confirming that this was Supergirl. Rhino had undergone a high-risk chemical experiment, which had attached a layer of tough polymer to his skin. Thus, this layer of armor made him impervious to knives and bullets and able to withstand extreme temperatures. Moreover, he had immense strength. That headbutt had once collapsed a building in an instant. Therefore, both Spider-Man and his fans unanimously believed that Rhino was unbeatable and could only be outsmarted. But now it was completely different. Kara easily held Rhino down. His so-called dozens of tons of strength was nothing in front of her. After chatting with Gwen, she turned and asked, Are you tired? Rhino was a bit dazed. Then everything started spinning. He was suddenly lifted by Kara and smashed onto the ground repeatedly. Don't let me see you causing trouble again, or I'll throw you into the sun, Kara said fiercely. I want to see if your armor can withstand the sun's temperature. Oh, that reminds me. I should do an experiment. With that, Kara's eyes lit up. She quickly turned her eyes red, and her heat vision shot straight at Rhino. Rhino screamed, as the armor he was proud of started to melt. This indicated that Kara's heat vision reached temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Soon, Rhino became no threat at all. Before long, police officers arrived, led by George Stacy. Sheriff Stacy, it's all yours, Kara said. Cough, cough. Gwen gestured for her to say no more. Kara immediately understood. Clearly, George still didn't know that his daughter was Ghost Spider. After all, not all father-daughter relationships are like hers with her godfather. The more Kara interacted, the more she felt the greatness of her godfather. Soon, reporters also rushed over. Supergirl, can we interview you? Are you a real Kryptonian? How did you get to this world? Have you always existed, just silently watching humanity? Are you going to conquer the world? Do you love peace? Do you like eating pickles? You're one of us South Koreans, right? The reporters immediately glared at a South Korean who had mixed in. Did you sneak onto a Kryptonian? Let's get out of here, Gwen reminded at this time. Okay. Kara then picked her up and shot straight up into the sky. The reporters could only regretfully take pictures of her. There was nothing they could do. They only had a starting image, and the content had to be made up. It was all that damn South Korean's fault. Gwen, your gear has been upgraded. This was all done with help from S.H.I.E.L.D. The first contact is to have Iron Man help you create a set of armor, which will definitely be more powerful than now. The girls started chattering as soon as they met. Natasha Romanoff was convinced that Leon and the others really had no ulterior motives. It was just a friendship among a few girls. She felt somewhat envious because she had never experienced such a friendship. After chatting for a while, the girls confirmed a safe meeting place. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to be surrounded every time they appeared. Now Rachel and the others had also developed their own magical paths, mastering teleportation magic. So it was not a problem. At that moment, a noisy sound came from outside. Natasha hurriedly went out to take a look. Brockram Lowe, what are you doing here? Natasha frowned and asked as she looked at the group of people behind him. Alexander Pierce wants to see the guests. Brock seemed to want to force his way in. Is Hydra going to stop acting? Natasha frowned and started arguing with them. Alexander is not the director. I can only let you through with the director's orders. The Hydra members immediately became dangerous. Just then, when walked out, they have already left. Clearly, Leon and the others had no interest in Hydra. They didn't even want to see them. After all, whether it was Hydra or S.She, Leon saw them as two sides of the same coin. Neither was good. Just because this is a world of rotten things doesn't mean that one of the two rotten entities is good. With Nick Fury's ability to stir up trouble, the world would be much safer without him. Gotham, Leon and the others returned to the manor. The purpose of this visit was to unlock Rachel's memories. It seems that the goal was achieved, but it wasn't as wonderful as expected. Rachel was visibly less lively than before and had become somewhat withdrawn. Although she was already quite quiet and had an introverted personality, she now seemed a bit reclusive. So Professor X's approach did have some validity. Children clearly cannot bear such heavy burdens. However, in Leon's view, just because they can't bear it doesn't mean they should be forced to forget. Avoidance is not the right approach. Leon gave Kara and Shiri a look, signaling them to play with Rachel. Fortunately, Rachel had two playmates, so her mood relaxed quite a bit. Time flies. A week passed. Gotham seemed very peaceful during this time. So peaceful that it felt unsettling, like a storm was about to break. A hidden crisis could emerge at any moment. Leon and the others felt very clearly. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy had become busier. But for Rachel, today was something to look forward to. She was going to meet her birth mother. Although she already had all her memories, after all, this was her birth mother, who had lived with her when she was young. No one knew how the third palace appeared in Azarath and destroyed it. The family sat in the car, with Leon driving. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy were leading the way ahead. Sitting in the passenger seat next to Leon was Kate Kane. Rachel felt a little strange. She was just going to see her birth mother. Why was it so grand? Soon, the vehicle arrived at Arkham Asylum. At this time, the Arkham City plan had already been approved, but was still under construction, so the patients were still locked inside the asylum. After getting out of the car, several adults patted Rachel as head. Don't think too much, they all comforted. Rachel already knew that her mother had become insane, so she just nodded and followed the group inside, where she saw her mother in a room. Angela was staring blankly ahead. Harley Quinn sighed. Those people were really too much, torturing her for 10 years, injecting her with who knows how many drugs. A person just can't bear it. Rachel pressed her lips together, but she found that she wasn't too sad. Mom, she walked over and spoke. However, Angela didn't move at all. This left Rachel feeling fulfilled yet somewhat disappointed. We try to help her, sorry, Harley Quinn said while hugging her. She showed no signs of embarrassment. No one knew what intentions this untrustworthy woman Angela had. She just wanted to nip Angela's schemes in the bud. So, while holding Rachel, she also observed Angela and deliberately made a funny face. The few who were in the know also tacitly agreed with Harley's actions. They weren't saints. They wouldn't bet on Angela being a good person. If they were wrong, wouldn't the earth be in danger? They quickly left, and Rachel had no lingering feelings. After all, there were no emotions left. As soon as they left, Angela's hand moved slightly, and a shadow suddenly appeared in her room. The black shadow had a single red eye and then burrowed into Angela's body. That night at the Iceberg Lounge, as long as Leon is in Gotham, He will come here every night. After all, this is his career, so he naturally has to take it seriously. Moreover, he doesn't have much else to do besides coming here. He even finds it a bit boring. He can't help but reflect on how this feeling came about. Is life meant to be like that? Such philosophical matters are beyond Leon's understanding. After thinking for a while, he feels it's better to continue playing music and dancing. Having a little drink, watching the dancers perform. Isn't that enjoyable? Ding, ding, ding. After enjoying the performance for a while, Leon's phone rang. He picked it up and found that it was Harley Quinn calling. "Dear Harley, what's the matter?" Leon asked in a good mood. "Looking at beautiful women always brings joy. Isn't it said that the secret to longevity is to look at beautiful women?" However, Harley Quinn's mood was quite the opposite. Something happened. What happened? Leon immediately asked seriously. Harley Quinn said, "Darling, the people from Paradise Island are about to arrive. Don't you think that's a big deal?" Her tone became lighthearted, and Leon knew he had been played. There was no helping it. Harley Quinn was like that, somewhat capricious. But Leon was already used to it and didn't blame her. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's great. Should we send someone to pick them up?" "Of course." Harley Quinn replied with a laugh. "I heard it's an elder from the Amazons coming, so their status is quite high. We need to take it seriously." Leon opened his mouth and said, "The Amazonians also want to make money. They do. After all, no one would dislike having more money. Should I go?" Leon asked. "No need. I'm afraid they might eat you." Harley Quinn felt a bit uneasy thinking about the situation on Paradise Island. Although she didn't mind sharing, she didn't want to share with so many people. If it weren't for Leon's skills, he would have turned into some kind of toy on Paradise Island. A stealth plane landed at Gotham's Archie Goodwin Airport. It was night, and there weren't many people at the airport. Harley Quinn and the birds of prey were there to welcome the Amazon elder. Soon, the door of the plane opened, and Harley Quinn immediately smiled. She was already thinking about how, with the deepening cooperation, they could develop Paradise Island into a tourist project. How much money could that make? People started coming out of the plane. The Amazons, entering human society, were naturally not dressed in their Paradise Island attire. They blended in very successfully, all dressed as fashionable women. Among them was an older woman who, compared to humans, looked to be at least in her 50s or 60s. This was probably the elder. Harley Quinn immediately went up to greet her. Just then, the huntress suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Boom! A dull thud sounded. A sniper bullet instantly pierced the elder's heart. "There's a sniper." Helena, the huntress, shouted, pulling Harley Quinn to take cover. Poison ivy quickly controlled her plants, which instantly grew large, creating a big umbrella to protect them. The Amazons reacted quickly, surrounding the elder and dragging her back into the plane. "Damn it," Harley Quinn fumed. "Which damn guy did this? If I catch him, I'm going to pull out his tendons, skin him alive, and chop him up to feed the dogs." In Harley Quinn's view, this was cutting off her financial path. Everyone on the scene was furious. The entire airport was soon surrounded. Although the Amazons were physically strong, being shot by a sniper rifle still caused significant bleeding. It was clear that survival was difficult. This made everyone angry, and they began searching for the culprit. But clearly, the shooter had already made preparations and escaped after firing. The birds of prey reacted quickly, with someone immediately following the direction of the shot. Although the sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer, it couldn't completely eliminate the sound. Black Canary ran over and saw a figure in the distance. He ran. Black Canary said coldly, "Who is it? Did you see him?" Harley Quinn asked menacingly. "It's Clock Tower." Black Canary replied. This made Harley Quinn snort coldly. He deserves it. If it were before, she might have hesitated a bit about Clock Tower. But now, just thinking about her team's combat power, Harley Quinn felt she could be a bit reckless, confirming that the culprit had fled. Harley Quinn and the others quickly boarded the plane. What about the elder? The Amazons glared at them. If we hadn't come to Gotham, we wouldn't have encountered this. A beautiful woman stepped forward and said, "This isn't your concern. Our enemy is not you." This woman had beautiful black hair and a determined expression, looking different from ordinary Amazons. "I am Donna Troy, and we need to report this matter to the Queen." Harley Quinn's heart sank at this. Even Amazons probably couldn't withstand such a shot. The heart was likely gone. She gritted her teeth and said, "Tell the Queen I will find the culprit. We have already identified who it is." Donna replied, "We will handle it ourselves." This made Harley Quinn force a smile. "Dear, this is really a problem now." Harley Quinn called again, and Leon didn't know if she was doing it on purpose. It was like the story of the boy who cried wolf. But Leon maintained an attitude of believing it could be true rather than not. What happened? The Amazon elder was attacked and shot in the heart by a sniper rifle. And it seems, Harley Quinn gritted her teeth. Leon only felt a darkness before his eyes. What? How could anyone know that the Amazons were coming? And they had a grudge? I don't know, but it was Deathstroke who made the move, so someone must have hired him. Harley Quinn said resentfully. Deathstroke is just a mercenary, purely doing things for money. So there must be someone else who wants to kill the Amazon elder. Leon had never found these guys from Gotham so annoying. Find him. Leon just said, I've already sent someone. As long as he's still in Gotham, he won't escape. I just want to know who he really is. Harley Quinn said with a murderous look. Although it said that misfortune doesn't affect family, there are no such rules for assassins. Moreover, the Joker's daughter has never been one to follow rules. If she doesn't even follow her own rules, how can anyone expect her to follow others? Compared to the little fairy, even the little fairy would think she is the lesser fairy. Leon did not hesitate either. This would ruin his relationship with Paradise Island. So the first contact said, his name is Slade Wilson. That's all I remember. Leon had only caught a glimpse earlier, otherwise he wouldn't have remembered. That's enough. Harley Quinn huffed. After hanging up the phone, Leon didn't stay at the Iceberg Club. Frank, I'll leave this to you. He picked up the phone, dialing as he walked outside. Something happened here, so he naturally needed to inform Wonder Woman Diana at the first opportunity. Diana, what's wrong? Diana asked from the other side of the earth. It was still daytime there, and she hadn't rested yet. Leon fell silent for a moment before speaking. There was an incident in Gotham. Someone attacked your people. Upon hearing this, Diana's breath became heavy. She asked, is there trouble? We will provide an answer to Paradise Island. Leon answered first. When something happens in Gotham, of course they will handle it. If Wonder Woman has to come, it will be too useless. If there's a need, just tell me. Diana said, by the way, my sister is coming along. Let her join you. All right. Who is your sister? Goddaughters. After hanging up the phone, Leon headed home. Not knowing whose plot this was, he naturally had to be cautious, especially regarding family. Although his 3 goddaughters had abilities, they lacked vigilance and had much to grow. At Archie Goodwin Airport, the scene had already been secured, but unfortunately, the Amazon elder could not be saved. Just now, even if his guardians had arrived, they would have died, let alone Amazons. This made everyone present very angry. Donna Troy had already informed Paradise Island. Although Queen Hippolyta was also very angry, she did not call them back. Instead, she expressed the need to find the enemy and continue the collaboration. Soon, Paradise Island would send someone over. This time, Queen Hippolyta would not send an ordinary elder. After the call ended, Donna Troy changed into her outfit. She stood a towering 91 meters tall, and due to Amazonian physiology, her weight reached 200 pounds. If it weren't for her superhuman physique, an ordinary person would really struggle to conquer an Amazon. She didn't appear fat, just very robust, with clearly visible muscle lines, especially after she donned her equipment. She wore the Troya uniform. This uniform was equipment bestowed by the Titans, including the Kronos amulet, the magical nets of Oceanus and Tethys, the golden armor of Hebe and Asia, Themis's earrings of Justice, the bracelets of Phobos, and the starry uniform of Chris and Mnemosyne. Moreover, she also had a matching silver lasso at her waist. This was the persuasion lasso that paired with the lasso of truth. Its effect was similar. Anyone whose willpower was not as strong as Donna's would be controlled by her. Therefore, when Donna Troy reappeared in front of Harley Quinn and the others, it felt like they were dazzled. Are the warriors of Paradise Island this wealthy? According to what the 3 goddaughters said, even Asgard's gods aren't this rich. Especially that fool called Thor, who only has a hammer that he is particularly fond of. If placed in front of Donna, Thor would probably feel like a fake god. The disparity in their divine artifacts is just too vast. Fake second-generation god walks out with a hammer. Real second-generation god walks out in a full set of divine attire. This is still Donna Troy. The equipment on Wonder Woman Diana is even more terrifying. Harley Quinn, how come I didn't see you on Paradise Island? Harley greeted her. Donna Troy replied, I was in the human world. Her expression was somewhat stern. Anyone would be filled with rage upon seeing their elder shot in front of them. Harley Quinn was also quite perceptive, knowing that it wasn't the time for conversation. Donna clearly wasn't in the mood to talk much, and her imposing presence was significant. At a height of 91 meters, she put pressure on the 80-meter tall Huntress Helena, let alone Harley Quinn. Harley felt like she was a head shorter. So, Harley Quinn said, Donna, let us go back to Gotham first. I've already sent someone to find his family. Should we slowly contact his family? Donna Troy nodded, her expression less stern. Contact? Harley was somewhat puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to just capture them? Donna really wanted to ask if you guys were part of the mob, but looking around, she felt it unnecessary to ask, especially with Black Canary and Huntress's attire and so many little brothers around. It would be odd if they weren't part of the mob. If Black Canary Dinah and Huntress Helena knew her thoughts, they would surely feel helpless. They hadn't intended it this way at first. But they found that Gotham's crime couldn't be washed away, and then were PUAD by Harley Quinn. Someone had to control Gotham. Why not them? To put it bluntly, they had been misled. Moreover, they were indeed not doing bad things. Instead, they made Gotham's security better. Only they could be violent. If others were violent, they would be dealt with by them. Perfect. Soon, they all got into the car. Donna sat with the birds of prey, and the other Amazon warriors also got into the arranged vehicles. The little brothers drove the cars and stood guard nearby. Nothing else happened. As soon as the car returned to Gotham, Harley Quinn got the news she wanted. Slade Joseph Wilson. He is Deathstroke. Harley Quinn said, he was once a soldier, later became a mercenary, and it said his strength is comparable to Batman's. He is very skilled in combat and assassination. Upon hearing the word assassination, everyone felt a wave of anger. They felt slapped in the face. They hadn't anticipated this situation at all and weren't prepared for it. That damned Deathstroke ambushed them, and now they had to retaliate. That bastard divorced his ex-wife, who gave him 2 sons and a daughter. He really knows how to produce. Harley Quinn immediately went crazy. This is unclean discrimination against women. How can he have so many children? He must be captured. A few people initially couldn't keep up with their train of thought, but soon understood. After all, they weren't part of the mob. Capturing people had to have reasons. They couldn't just act like a mob because others said they were one. That would easily turn them into real mobsters. Poison Ivy thought for a moment and asked, they're all divorced. Wouldn't they be indifferent? Harley Quinn found this very reasonable. So she looked at the information and said, his son has violent tendencies. Let us capture him, and there is another who is mute, really unfortunate. Let us capture him for some loving education. And there is one daughter. Oh my God, this little brat is being discriminated against by Deathstroke. She needs to take the stand. A family must be kept together. Let us capture them all. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the bell woke Slade Wilson from his sleep. He was in a safe house. For money, he had assassinated that old woman. And he sensed something was off at the time. The crazies of Gotham were all there, especially that madwoman Harley Quinn, along with the so-called birds of prey. At first, no one took Harley Quinn seriously, thinking she was just the Joker's sidekick. No one expected that after the Joker was incarcerated, she would still thrive. She took over Black Mask's and Penguin's territories, and with the help of the birds of prey, she was quietly gaining momentum to become the biggest gang in Gotham. So, after killing someone, Slade hid carefully. He didn't want to mess with Harley Quinn and her crew because no one was paying him to kill. From the moment he became a mercenary, he wasn't afraid of killing. He was afraid of killing without a return. What good was it to kill for nothing? He glanced at his phone. It was a call from his ex-wife. He had divorced her the moment he became a mercenary, wanting to protect them from harm. He never visited his family to avoid drawing attention. He created the impression that they had severed ties, so enemies wouldn't retaliate against his family. Even after making money, he rarely sent them any, just enough to maintain their livelihood, ensuring they didn't live in comfort. But at that moment, Slade felt a sense of panic. He quickly answered the phone. He didn't speak. Instead, his ex-wife, Adeline Wilson, began to cry. They're coming to take me away, along with our son and daughter. Slade's hand trembled. He couldn't help but ask, what is going on? I don't know. It's South people from the court. They say I'm discriminating against women, objectifying women. Oh my God. Adeline was at a loss for words. But in this era, such accusations couldn't be ignored. If she was confirmed to be guilty of discrimination and objectification, it would ruin her. What about the kids? Slade asked in a low voice. Grant has been accused of violence, with many former classmates coming forward to accuse him of beating them and teachers. He has gone to Blackgate Prison. Adeline continued. Joseph was taken away from me. They say I've been abusing him for a long time, and one let him speak. My God, Joseph has voice problems. How can he talk? Rose is willing to testify against you for the long-term abuse. They want to arrest you and put you in Arkham Asylum. Adeline wailed. Slade grew angrier with each word, cursing those damned Gotham officials. The collusion between black and white was outrageous. Such absurd reasons were being concocted. Was there no justice? But beyond his anger, he felt powerless. He was just a mercenary, with nothing but money to his name. Could he really kill all the officials in Gotham? What is your situation now? He asked calmly. The judge is waiting outside for me. I'm in the bathroom. Adeline replied immediately. Don't resist. Just go along with them. I'll find a way to save you, Slade said calmly. He never wanted to involve his family. But unexpectedly, someone still broke the rules. Regardless of whether he had any connection left, being the first to be captured was enough. This left Slade feeling helpless. He could only dial a number. Beep beep. The call connected, but there was no sound. Slade and the person on the other end of the line remained silent. My family is being taken. Slade finally couldn't help but say. Even as a cold-blooded killer, he couldn't sit idly by while his family was taken away and possibly imprisoned. For the wealthy, it was too easy to target ordinary people. But the other party remained silent, and Slade understood their meaning. They were just paying for his life. Everything else was none of their concern. So, Slade could only speak. You need to tell me who did this. I need a list. The other party quickly replied, Wayne Enterprises. Well, isn't this interesting? Of course, this had nothing to do with Bruce Wayne. This was Kate Kane's doing. She made it happen with just a word. Kate Kane had also been to Paradise Island, and when the Amazon elders came to Gotham, they were assassinated, which made her furious. Although she didn't entirely agree with Harley Quinn's methods, she still agreed to help. There was no way around it. She found herself compromising. This was because there was a bond between her and Harley Quinn, and there was a bit of guilt. If it weren't for Leon, their personalities would have clashed long ago. Harley Quinn acted recklessly, often doing whatever came to mind, making it seem like she was going insane. Only Poison Ivy could accept her and become a true best friend. After all, their friendship began before Harley Quinn became the Joker's girlfriend. Moreover, Poison Ivy hated the Joker for turning Harley Quinn into who she was. But sometimes Kate couldn't help but marvel at how effective Harley Quinn's methods were. In a panic, Adeline indeed made a call. They immediately used technology to track the number's location and when to find it. However, Slade was cautious and had already abandoned the safe house by the time the birds of prey arrived. Nevertheless, they managed to obtain Slade's contact information, which he had deliberately left behind. Harley, be careful, Poison Ivy said as she saw Harley Quinn reaching for the phone. Don't worry. If he dares to do anything, I'll kill his family right away, Harley Quinn said with a laugh, while also saying something vicious. Sure enough, the phone had no issues. There was only one number on it. Harley Quinn immediately dialed it. The call connected, and she first said, Slade, do you want your family's lives? Slade held a remote control in his hand, but ultimately didn't press the button. I know what you want to do. Someone has already gotten tired of your tricks. Harley Quinn burst into laughter. If I get hurt, your family will die immediately. What do you want to do? Slade Wilson had never encountered someone so unreasonable. In this line of work, threatening family members was too common. Didn't she fear he would go after her family? Now, everyone in Gotham knew Harley Quinn was with an Easterman and had 3 daughters. Harley Quinn clicked her tongue. Don't worry. I want to let you deliver yourself to me. That's no fun. This made Donna Troy beside her a bit unhappy. She just wanted to kill Slade Wilson. However, Harley Quinn shushed her. Then Harley continued. I want to know who hired you, but I know you want to betray your employer. The mercenary profession still has a sense of ethics. So, how about I pay you to take him out? I don't want to know who he is. I just want him dead. Harley Quinn chuckled, saying as long as you can do it, not only will your family be safe, but you'll also get paid. And it won't violate your professional ethics. Your cooperation has ended, and now your employer is me. Deathstroke didn't expect things to turn out this way. For a moment, he was silent. He could only sigh. This woman is really insane. But Harley Quinn's analysis was also correct. His cooperation with the other party had ended, so there was no more employer-employee relationship. Moreover, mercenaries are only responsible for killing for money. They don't care who they kill. Since someone is paying for a life, there's no reason for him to refuse. Plus, with his family being threatened, he had no choice. I'll do it. Deathstroke spoke up. $100 million. Are you crazy? Do you know how much $100 million is? Harley Quinn couldn't help but interject. Wrong. You don't know how high his status is. It's too cheap. And I'm a loss. Deathstroke sneered. This made Harley Quinn's eyes light up. 10 million. No one negotiates like you. 90 million. 30 million. 70 million. 50 million. Deal. The two completed the transaction with their own hidden agendas. I'll be waiting for your good news, Harley Quinn said. Deathstroke replied. You need to keep an eye on the news. He then gave Harley Quinn a bank account. This made Harley Quinn feel a sting in her heart. They left the safe house and returned to the car. Harley, what are you doing? The other women finally couldn't help but speak up, especially Donna Troy, who was completely confused. In her view, it was enough to force Deathstroke out with family. There was no need for such trouble. Deathstroke wasn't important. What mattered was the person behind him. You wouldn't want to let him go, right? Donna Troy asked. Donna hated both Deathstroke and the person who hired him. How could that be? Harley Quinn suddenly got angry. That son of a bitch took 50 million from me. 50 million. And I don't believe he'll just swallow this anger. Once he is done killing, he will definitely come looking for us, and we have to deal with him. She was already prepared. Only children make choices. Adults kill them all. On the other side, Slade was thinking the same way. His professional ethics were to get paid for his work. As a mercenary, reputation was the most important thing. Once reputation was destroyed, it would be hard to rebuild. So he planned to complete the contract first and then kill back in Gotham. After a little inquiry, he found out who was behind this. Kate Kane, the red-haired woman. And Harley Quinn's family was also on his radar. Don't they like to threaten him with family? He would return the favor. 3 lovely daughters. Slade looked at the photos, as if selecting a target. However, before that, he was still driving towards the nearby metropolis. Although the other party had a high status, Deathstroke had no one he dared not kill. Even Bruce Wayne, as long as someone was willing to pay, he would take the job. Deathstroke is meant for these people. They're Deathstroke's family? Leon looked curiously at the person locked up in front of him. He thought that Harley Quinn would bring people to capture him herself. He didn't expect it to be done in this way. Leon looked at these charges. They were meant to ruin these people's reputations. I have to say, she's just a lunatic. Next to him, Kate Kane said to Leon, "Yes, always causing chaos." Leon nodded and said, "Thank you, Kate." Kate let out a slightly proud hum. "You will help me when I need it too." After all, Leon had helped her a lot, clearing things up for her every time. Leon gently hugged her and said, "Be careful. The death knell is not to be trifled with." This made Kate serious. "Don't worry. I'll be careful." Are they all cooperating? Quite cooperative, except for his ex-wife. The kids have quite a bit of resentment towards him. This made Leon alert. Children need more companionship. Otherwise, the relationship will fade. Especially as they grow up, everyone has their own ideas. However, it was obvious that these kids showed signs of being trained. Kate continued, "Do you want to take a look? Let's go." Leon took a look and nodded. It must be said that the children of Slade Wilson are all abnormal. The eldest son, Grant Wilson, is violent and has done nothing but evil since he was young. The second son, Joseph Wilson, became mute due to an accident in his childhood with damaged vocal cords, but his personality is not bad. As for the daughter, her situation is even worse. She has lost one of her eyes. She holds the greatest resentment towards Slade. The whole family has been locked away, separately, and Leon went to see Rose Wilson, who is Slade's daughter. "Do you want to accuse him?" Leon asked. Rose, who had only her right eye left, glanced at him while wearing a technological eye mask. In fact, her eye wasn't completely blind, but it was clearly not in a good condition for showing to others. "It's all his fault for turning me into this and giving me countless wounds," Rose said bitterly. "What about the wounds? They healed by themselves, due to the gene modification." Slade Wilson had a certain degree of self-healing ability. However, lost organs could not be restored, which was why he was also one-eyed. Although he was somewhat similar to Deadpool, his healing ability was far inferior. This was due to genetic reasons, so Rose, as his daughter, inherited this self-healing ability. Thus, she was trained by Slade from a young age, and the brutal training caused her much suffering. Moreover, whether it was intentional or not, Slade nearly ruined one of her eyes. Although it wasn't completely blind, she had to wear an eye mask to cover it. For a girl, this was naturally not attractive. Beauty was more important than anything else. Leon didn't say much, but felt that one should relax when it's time to relax. If, like the mournful bell, one only knows how to train their daughters without giving them paternal love, they might end up resenting themselves. Leon thinks he is still smart. He never takes the initiative to teach Kara and the others. Instead, he only spouts motivational quotes. If someone has to offend others, let someone else do it. Moreover, the teaching of magic is not that harsh. Both the goddess Frigga and the supreme sorceress Ancient One are relatively kind people. "Kate, how can you be like this?" Leon walked back and heard Harley Quinn's voice. He first responded, "Kate is just afraid you'll cause trouble." "I won't cause any trouble," Harley Quinn said, immediately smiling when she saw Leon. This gave the others a sense of a simp vibe, and they secretly thought, indeed, it's not random chaos. It's chaotic with a plan. Leon greeted everyone and then looked at the impressive Donna. "Do all Amazons have such good genes?" "Donna, I'm Leon." Leon shook hands with Donna. Donna looked at him provocatively. "Diana told me about you, and I want to see what you can do." Leon didn't expect that Diana would talk to her sister about such things. Fortunately, he had a thick skin and nodded, saying, "There will be opportunities." Then, everyone began discussing the follow-up plans. After chatting, Leon went to Kate's house to share insights about this plan. When he returned home, Leon reminded his 3 goddaughters to be cautious and not to linger outside. Of course, even if he didn't say anything, Kara and the others would do the same. Gotham was not fun and quite dangerous. They wouldn't linger outside without a reason. They didn't pay much attention to the situation with the bell, as there hadn't been any activity for a few days. Harley Quinn also put it out of her mind and started receiving the newcomers sent from Paradise Island. The newcomer turned out to be General Antiope, Queen Hippolyta's sister. This time, Harley Quinn had someone control the airport in advance, eliminating all dangerous areas. There were no more accidents. However, Having Harley Quinn host guests was a bit uncomfortable for her. She only knew how to offend people and lacked hosting skills. So, she handed it over to Leon and Kate Kane. Meanwhile, she focused on managing the international gang. The international gang had already established a foothold in Gotham and was preparing for war. Even Batman was keeping an eye on them. They discovered that there were issues with this international gang, as someone behind them was helping them smuggle weapons and possibly other things. Harley Quinn said to Leon over the phone, "So, they're just someone else's lackeys. Who is the person behind them?" Leon opened his mouth to ask, "I don't know, but it must be Metropolis." Harley Quinn casually replied, "We're still investigating. The situation in Metropolis is much more complicated than Gotham. After all, Metropolis is the most developed city in the world, far beyond what a solitary city like Gotham can compare to. Even Wayne Enterprises can control Gotham, but it cannot control Metropolis. That's not a place that any single corporation can completely dominate. There are plenty of large companies like Wayne Enterprises in Metropolis. Moreover, there's a wide variety of businesses, including many that deal in arms. So they can only investigate slowly. Of course, they've suspected quite a number of people, as there are many gangs in Metropolis, and international gangs are just one of them. But everything requires evidence. Even Harley Quinn can't act recklessly." After hanging up the phone, Leon looked at General Antiope and Kate Kane, who were sitting together drinking coffee. Seeing Leon's gaze, General Antiope smiled at him. Then she touched her belly and gently shook her head. Leon understood at once. Not getting pregnant would mean more suffering. However, it must be said that although their exact ages were unknown, Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope both maintained appearances that seemed to be in their 30s. They could be described as still charming, exuding a mature aura. Leon couldn't withstand such a test. General Antiope was discussing investment matters with Kate, which Leon didn't understand, so he could only look at the TV in the coffee shop. At that moment, the news was being broadcasted. Then, Liang's expression tightened. Lex Luthor was assassinated outside the LexCorp. The moment he stepped out of the Lex building, he was shot and hit in the abdomen. He has already been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, and his life is still in danger. Normally, Leon would just think this guy was unlucky. However, during this special period, it just happened to be the time for the death knell to take action. Therefore, Leon could conclude that the mastermind behind it all was Lex Luthor. "General," Leon interrupted the two women. "Do you have a grudge against Lex Luthor?" "Lex Luthor? Are you talking about LexCorp?" General Antiope recalled, and then asked. "Yes." Leon nodded. Even LexCorp knew about it, which clearly indicated that there was a problem. Since Leon was one of their own, General Antiope didn't hide it. So it was them? That modern building on Paradise Island was constructed with the help of LexCorp. Leon and Kate listened carefully, knowing there was more to come. "At that time, we discovered that some of them wanted to infiltrate our castle during the construction. Although we didn't know what they were up to, we decisively abandoned the collaboration and drove them away. And since there was no magic, they couldn't find Paradise Island. Initially, we thought it was nothing, which made Leon and Kate Kane exchange glances. Although they said this, they both knew that General Antiope must know what the Lex group was trying to steal. Otherwise, his reaction wouldn't have been so intense. Leon pondered for a moment. Could it be the legendary Mother Box? That must be them. Leon spoke up, and at that moment, the news had also changed. According to many anonymous sources, during this time, they had been saved by a man wearing a red and blue suit with a symbol on the front, whom the Planet Daily reporter Louise Lane named Superman. And they had even taken a front-facing photo of him and conducted an exclusive interview. Superman? Kate Kane was somewhat surprised. "What's wrong?" Leon looked at her. Although he had known this moment would come, he didn't expect it to arrive like this, with the appearance of Superman. Earth is likely about to enter a brand new era, an era of superheroes. It's nothing, just feels a bit strange to have that title. Hearing Kate's words, Leon found it somewhat amusing. If it weren't for Lois Lane, Clark probably wouldn't like it either, right? "General, just call me Antiope," the general replied first. "Well, ma'am, since it's confirmed to be Lex Luthor, we should get going." Leon spoke up. Antiope gave him a glance and said, "Since that's the case, why not come to our place? Let's celebrate properly." This left Kate, who was standing nearby, a bit puzzled. Leon had no choice but to nod and say, "All right, what are we celebrating?" "Celebrating Lex Luthor's bad luck. He doesn't even know if he's alive or dead." A few people got into the car, and Harley Quinn's call came in. "Darling, did you see? It's Lex Luthor." "Of course. Should we move on to the next step?" Leon opened his mouth to ask. "The next step is, of course, to wait for the death knell to fall into the trap." Over there, Harley Quinn was silent for a moment. "Darling, hurry over. Things are getting a bit out of control." "What's going on?" Leon's question had already gone unanswered. Harley Quinn wanted to call Kara, but the three girls were in class. Even if they were bold, they wouldn't dare to play with their phones during class. Not all students are Peter Parker, who not only dares to answer calls, but also to skip class. So, Harley Quinn could only call Leon. But unexpectedly, before she finished speaking, the call was answered. The Amazon's temper was too explosive. Donna Troy hadn't even said 2 sentences before she charged in to kill Clock King. As for how Clock King got there, Harley Quinn looked at the figure floating in the sky. The battle suit was identical to Kara's, and his identity was obvious. He was the one just referred to as Superman on TV. At that moment, Clock King had completed his assassination mission, and before he could confirm whether Lex Luthor was dead, he was captured by Superman descending from the sky. His proud combat skills were useless in front of Superman. He managed to land a punch only because the other side didn't dodge at all, resulting in his own hand nearly breaking. Subsequently, Clock King decided to throw his employer under the bus. He told Superman that it was Harley Quinn and her crew who sent him to kill Lex Luthor, selling out his employer without hesitation. After all, Harley Quinn had threatened his family, so, in his view, it was a fair trade. Then, Superman took Clock King to Gotham. Since Harley Quinn was a notorious supervillain, Kara wouldn't tell him that the Joker's daughter was a godmother. Therefore, under the assumption that they were enemies, both sides quickly came into conflict. Moreover, Donna Troy didn't care if he was Superman. She just jumped into action. After all, Superman had just debuted. And aside from Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, no one present knew the power of Kryptonians. Thus, they began to fight. The scene was overwhelmingly one-sided. Harley Quinn could tell that Superman wasn't using his full strength. However, Donna Troy was tossed around like a basketball. Seeing that Donna had gone in, the rest of the sisters naturally followed suit. The situation was that the sisters charged in, and the sisters fell. It was only because Superman showed mercy, perhaps not wanting to hit women. In short, they looked terrible, but were actually unharmed. Clark just threw them out without injuring them. "Are you here to back Clock King?" Black Canary said sharply. "No, I just want to know the truth." Superman shook his head. "He is a killer. All that awaits him is prison." No. He should be locked up in Arkham Asylum." Harley Quinn sauntered out and said, "On the contrary, Superman, we have no conflict. He said you sent him to kill Lex Luthor." Superman Clark replied, looking very righteous, like a bronze statue from ancient Greece. "That's because Lex Luthor sent him to kill our people first." Harley Quinn shouted, "That damn Lex Luthor is the real culprit. I just wanted him to retaliate." "What's the problem?" This made Superman frown and look at Clock King. Clock King then said, "The Joker's daughter is a criminal in Gotham. Batman would love to bring her to justice. All he needs to do is prove that the Joker's daughter is a criminal." Harley Quinn coldly snorted, "This one-eyed gentleman. Although I'm the worst person in Gotham, Batman never intended to catch me." Clock King's slate had lost an eye. However, being ridiculed by Harley Quinn still made him somewhat angry. Just then, a car sped over. Leon opened the door and got out of the car, and upon seeing the scene, he immediately understood a bit what was going on, but he still pretended not to understand and walked over to ask Harley Quinn. When Clark saw Leon, he was taken aback for a moment, but he could only pretend not to recognize him. "Dear, this guy called Superman brought back the Grim Reaper to us," Harley Quinn exclaimed as she jumped onto Leon. Then she whispered softly, "What's his situation? Why is he like Kara?" "He is Kara's cousin." Leon's whispers naturally didn't escape Clark's ears. Superman immediately felt embarrassed. It turned out to be his brother. Harley Quinn was a bit surprised and didn't quite understand. After all, she had never asked about such things, and Kara wouldn't voluntarily tell her. Superman's identity is better kept known by fewer people. At that moment, Clark couldn't sit still anymore. He floated over and said, "Leon is the rightful person. Since he's here, there's no problem." This made everyone focus their attention on Leon. Clark then said, "I have things to do. I'll leave first." He didn't dare to stay even a moment longer. He hadn't felt awkward when he met Leon before. But now it was different. Leon was the godfather of his cousin. What was he supposed to do? He could only blame Kara for staying in the Phantom Zone for so long. If Kara hadn't been delayed by the Phantom Zone, the rightful heir would have descended to Earth, and she would be older than him now, and wouldn't become Leon's goddaughter. Everything was destined. Seeing Superman fly away, everyone was a bit stunned. "Is your reputation that big?" Black Canary Dinah asked curiously. Several women looked at him in surprise, making Leon feel a bit elated. Of course, he wouldn't say it's not about reputation, but about seniority. "Ahem, let's catch the death knell first," Leon said with a model demeanor. He originally wanted to use a trick to lure out Deathstroke, but now it's fine. He's been caught by Superman. It turns out that in the face of absolute strength, everything else is useless. "Let me handle it." Donna Troy was full of anger. Amazons inherently have a prejudice against men. Unless they can be conquered, they won't change. Being defeated like this made her feel unwilling. Now she could just unleash her anger on Deathstroke. "Should we go help her?" Black Canary and the others exchanged glances. General Antiope said, "No need. Donna is not an ordinary Amazon warrior. She wore a long dress, her hair styled high, resembling a classical noblewoman. Donna truly did not need help. As Diana's sister, she possessed most of Diana's divine powers, super strength, super speed, flight, and so on. Deathstroke's proud combat skills were nothing in front of her. It turns out that only a few can match the gods with mortal bodies, and at best, they are still just mortals. Moreover, Donna's combat skills were equally impressive. She grew up on Themyscira, fighting from a young age. Deathstroke was quickly treated like a toy by her, being tossed around and then tied up with the lasso of truth. His willpower was incredibly strong. I couldn't control him. Donna was somewhat surprised. Perhaps this was where Deathstroke's true strength lay. His willpower astonishing after crawling out a mountain of corpses. "Watch me." Harley Quinn bounced over. "Give me my money back." Deathstroke couldn't help but respond. That was the payment for hiring. There's nothing to take back. She was indeed a crazy woman, so unruly. "I don't care," Harley Quinn said. "As a man, how can you take a woman's money? And it's just like Luthor. Is he worth that much?" Then, Harley Quinn unleashed her own fist technique on Deathstroke, accusing him of discriminating against women, insulting women, and objectifying women. At that moment, Slade regretted not being black. Otherwise, he could retaliate with magic. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he was an old white man. In this version, old white men were the most disadvantaged, with no buffs whatsoever. Helplessly, Deathstroke had no choice but to spit out Harley's money. "What? Only 50 million? I kept my money with you. Isn't there any interest? I could get double if I put in the bank." Uffed. Deathstroke fumed. "What bank gives double interest?" "The Bank of Earth." Harley Quinn said confidently. "You're about to go to Arkham Asylum. What use is there for money?" Leon and the others felt a bit embarrassed, especially with outsiders present. General Antiope tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling enlightened. However, he naturally handed over the Reaper Slade to the Gotham Police Department. With so many murders committed in Gotham and countless criminal acts, Slade certainly deserved severe punishment. But Leon felt something was off. The current Arkham Asylum was brimming with talent. If another riot broke out in the asylum, could Batman handle it? In the end, everything turned out well. Harley Quinn booked a hotel from Wayne Enterprises for everyone to celebrate. Leon went to pick up the 3 goddaughters and brought them to the party. Luckily, the party was all female, which made Leon feel like he was back on Paradise Island. After all, Harley Quinn has very few close friends, let alone male friends. So, Leon didn't have to worry about the 3 goddaughters getting into danger. What happened with Kara and Clark? Leon asked his goddaughter. Kara stuck out her tongue and then revealed what had happened earlier. When Leon heard that it was Kara who took Clark to find the spaceship, he also sensed a change in events. Anyway, everything was starting to feel different. By the way, Clark also said that Lois Lane didn't know he was Superman. Kara excitedly said, "It's really interesting that he meets Lois Lane with his dual identity." Leon feels that this is not interesting at all. Rather, it is to protect Lois Lane. Is it really a good thing to know the identity of a superhero? Especially since Lois Lane is still just an ordinary person. Although jokingly referred to as reporter hero, she mostly relies on Superman to save her. Did Lois Lane really come up with the name Superman? Leon then asked. Kara took a bite of her ice cream and nodded. "Yeah, I asked him to change it before. I don't want to be called Supergirl. It's too silly." But after he met Lois Lane, he said he liked being called Superman because that's what Lois named him. Ugh, this love-struck silly brother. Ms. Antiope, these 3 are my GS. Leon brought the 3 trainees around and came before the Amazons. There were not many Amazons who had come to Gotham, and they were all called over. At this moment, they all looked at Leon with intense interest. 1 or 2 of them had seen him on Paradise Island before. The others had clearly heard about his achievements and were intrigued by him. There's no helping it. Amazons admire strength more than anyone else. They should go to Paradise Island for training. General Antiope seemed to see 3 promising candidates and spoke up. Especially Kara. She could feel the immense power within this young body, even more terrifying than Diana's. Well, Diana had trained them. Leon refused. They still had classes to attend. They couldn't just train in martial arts and abandon culture. That would only turn them into brutes. Well then, General Antiope didn't insist. Then Leon said, "This is Rachel Ross. There is a temple under the sea that is somewhat related to her. The Amazons might find it." The matter of the 3 palaces was like a thorn in their throats, and Leon and the others naturally wouldn't relax. General Antiope shook her head and said, "We Amazons can't do anything about it, but there is one ethnic group that can." "Who are they?" Leon was delighted. He was specifically looking for the Atlanteans. Unfortunately, humans and Atlanteans have lost their connection, as they have gone to the underwater world to live their own lives. The Atlanteans are somewhat similar to the Amazons, as both are quite closed off. As two ancient races, they do have some interactions with each other. Moreover, they both possess mother boxes, the Atlanteans. Indeed, General Antiope said, I can help you get in touch with them. They live underwater, and if they can't be found, then there's nothing we can do. Thank you. Leon brought his daughter to thank him. General Antiope said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You know what to do. Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth, but for the sake of his 3 students, he went all out. Soon after, Leon loosened his grip on the 3 girls. They cheered and ran off to play. Previously, they had been manipulated by Leon like rag dolls. Before long, the entire party became lively. Leon and General Antiope vanished at the first opportunity. They returned 2 hours later, and the party was still going strong. Not many people noticed their disappearance, and even if they did, they didn't care. Then, a drunk Kate pulled Leon away again. The party continued until dawn before finally ending. Such a serious party wasn't particularly fun, but since it was all women, they still had a good time, consuming quite a bit of alcohol. However, other things like those that Harley Quinn despised were naturally absent. Even after she took over the territory, she reduced those sinful items and instead smuggled other goods. When she was a psychologist, Harley Quinn hated addicts the most, and now even more so. Besides, how much money could be made smuggling that stuff? She discovered another source of income, avocados. On the market, fresh avocados could sell for as much as 80 per pound, while in Mexico, they were just 2 per pound. A tenfold difference. There's no helping it. That's the charm of marketing. As early as the last century, America began marketing avocados as a luxury fruit. It proved to be purely a commercial act. Whether they taste good or not is unknown, but they indeed became a luxury for everyone in America, a kind of blessing. Just a spoonful of avocado added to anything immediately made it more expensive. The price of avocados also rose, and people in America loved them. So, Harley Quinn realized selling avocados was much more profitable than that stuff, naturally choosing to pursue the profit. Young Master, we received news from Master Grayson. We've traced the source of the weapons. At the same time, Leon and the others were celebrating. Batman was overlooking his territory in the night sky. Alfred's voice came through, and Batman immediately asked, so whose weapons are they? LexCorp. Alfred replied solemnly. That's not surprising, Batman responded. LexCorp is now a giant corporation, evolving from aerospace engineering to encompass aviation, oil, hardware and software development, weapons, pharmaceuticals, real estate, and a series of other industries. Lex Luthor's own fortune is estimated to exceed $75 billion. Of course, that is still not impressive compared to Wayne Enterprises, which cannot be measured by wealth anymore. Wayne Enterprises has renovated Gotham City twice and contracted to build a seaside city on a pile of ruins. For such an empire, wealth is just a number. Lex Luthor's situation isn't great either. Although he is out of life-threatening danger, he will clearly be bettered in for a while. Alfred spoke up. Moreover, when he gets out, he will have to face Superman. Superman? Batman sighed, I don't like that name. Just as Leon said, aliens are about to become their gods. As someone who is acutely aware of danger, Bruce Wayne doesn't trust aliens at all. Moreover, in every aspect, Superman resembles Kara Zor-El somewhat. It's just that the abilities on display are different. Of course, the main point is that suit. It's entirely a copy of Kara's. He can allow for one Kara because she is still young and can shape the correct worldview. But Superman is different. He already has his own worldview and a clear understanding of the world. Although he currently appears seemingly wanting to be a good friend to the people of Metropolis like Spider-Man, people can change. Who knows if Superman might want to conquer the world one day and become a god to humanity. I don't like it when someone flies around in the sky. Humanity doesn't need a so-called god, Batman lamented. But that has already become a fact. Master, Alfred replied calmly. There's nothing new under the sun. Besides, being an old-timer, he was quite composed. The fact has proven that humanity has entered a new era, an era of superhumans. Alfred sent over several videos. These were miraculous events happening across the United States. Someone filmed someone talking to fish and controlling underwater creatures. Others recorded people running at incredible speeds. Oh, and more people using their abilities to rob ATMs. Hearing Alfred's words and watching these videos, Batman felt a bit of a headache. In this internet age, it's too difficult to completely cover one's tracks. Not to mention, those people had no experience to begin with. As Alfred said, this is a new era. The next day, nothing changed in the world. Everyone continued with their lives as usual. For the entire world unit, humanity is too insignificant. The so-called age of humanity is merely a speck of dust on the earth. Leon sent his daughter to class and then arrived at the Wayne Group Hotel. Boom! Kate Kane drove in with a roar, skillfully drifting to a stop in front of Leon. She took off her helmet and shook her short red hair. With her stunning figure, she hugged Leon and gave him a kiss. I have good news. What news? Leon stood outside the hotel, not daring to be so bold. After all, he had a family. He could only marvel at how daring Kate Kane was. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. But the more Leon was afraid. The more Kate Kane, the rogue, wanted to tease him. Anyway, Harley Quinn discovered she wasn't afraid either. Leon had no choice but to satisfy her wicked interest. After all, so many people were watching, so he pulled her into the hotel to finish it. Kate was satisfied as well, pulling Leon into the elevator and saying, "The backers of the international gang are the Lex Group. They help the Lex Group sell arms." "So, those weapons were all produced by the Lex Group?" Leon asked. Pressing the elevator button, Kate Kane nodded. At least it was processed by them. This made Leon feel that it was all the Lex Corp's doing. It turned out that even without Superman, Lex Luthor was still a troublemaker. Capitalists like him only care about their own interests and have no conscience at all. After all, without a conscience, they can make more money. "So what do you think?" Leon asked Kate. Kate replied, "While he's in the hospital, let's cut off Gotham's tentacles. Gotham is not a place he can just touch as he pleases. I'll tell Harley." After Leon finished speaking, the elevator arrived. They knocked on the door outside the room where the Amazons lived. "You're here? Come in," Donna said, opening the door while wrapped only in a towel. Inside, General Antiope was even bolder. Fortunately, Leon was familiar with the situation, and Kate curiously asked, "How do you maintain such tight skin? We have different physiques. Amazons are long-lived." General Antiope replied with a smile. "Are we leaving now? I'm ready. Then let us go to the beach." General Antiope and Donna finished their breakfast and then departed together with the Westerners. However, due to the previous incident, Donna was somewhat on edge. Although she changed into casual clothes, she still wore some gear, like the yielding bracelets, which could deflect bullets in critical moments. They were also riding in a bulletproof vehicle. No one knew if there were still people wanting the Amazons dead. "No need to be so tense," General Antiope smiled at Donna. Donna just smiled faintly. She didn't look much like Diana, but she was equally poised and very tall. Then General Antiope said to Leon, "Donna loves photography. She studied photography techniques at the Metropolis School and is planning to start a photography studio." Leon smiled and said, "Really? I also like photography, and my favorite is a certain teacher Chun. Leaving behind my own artwork was once my pursuit." This wasn't a lie. Leon's past dream was indeed this. However, he later realized it was risky and prone to leaks. Unless he used film photography, and after shooting, he couldn't go online, storing it directly in a safe. But given the complexity of the operation, Leon gave up. If he made a request, without saying anything else, Harley Quinn would definitely be happy to be his actress. After all, there was nothing she wouldn't dare to try. It would be nice to have a chance to communicate. Donna Troy politely said to Leon, as she knew that the person in front of her was her brother-in-law. Diana had specifically called her to talk about Leon and asked her to look after the three girls. Of course, as they chatted, Kate introduced some buildings in Gotham. Soon, the armored vehicle arrived at Robbinsville via the Net-Eye Bridge. In the Bob Kane Strait, at a corner of Robbinsville, there was a place called Crimson Cove. It was sparsely populated, and even tourists wouldn't come here on regular days. The car stopped by the roadside, and the group got out and walked to the beach. General Antiope held a conch-like horn in her hand and began to blow it towards the sea. The sound echoed as an invisible force spread out towards the ocean. After blowing a few times, she stopped. "This is the horn given to us by the Atlanteans. As long as it is sounded, they will appear. However, it has been a long time, and we haven't communicated in years," General Antiope said. She and Queen Hippolyta had lived for a long time, almost to the point of immortality. After all, they had lived from a mythological era to now, and they still looked young and beautiful. However, one of the disadvantages of their longevity was the difficulty in conceiving children. Do Atlanteans really exist? Kate, who previously didn't know what to do, now asked curiously. "Of course. They were originally a terrestrial race," General Antiope replied. "But later, a disaster occurred, and their city fell to the seabed, and they began to live underwater. Nowadays, many Atlanteans consider themselves to be underwater people and have some hostility towards land-dwelling humans." Upon hearing this, Kate Kane furrowed her brow, but said nothing. If Bruce Wayne knew, he would probably be planning how to defend against, or even attack Atlantis. The group continued to converse, but General Antiope didn't know much more about the Atlanteans. It was easier when she was on land. She knew about the kings of Atlantis and such. However, after Atlantis sank, communication gradually decreased. After all, oceans covered 70% of the Earth's surface, while land only accounted for 30%. Moreover, there were fewer races in the ocean, and intelligent beings were even rarer. Atlanteans were even less inclined to return to land. However, with the advancement of human technology, humans began to enter the oceans in search of more resources, which made the Atlanteans feel a sense of crisis. In short, it was all about conflicting interests. They are coming. At that moment, they felt a change in the seawater. In the distance, waves came crashing in one after another. Soon, a figure appeared in the water, and a mermaid suddenly emerged. She was wearing a green scale bodysuit, had long fiery red hair and a crown, a hot figure, and a beautiful face with a hint of heroism. Disney should be called to see how to shoot The Little Mermaid. No matter how humans do it, they should make it a little black mermaid. The Amazonian. The mermaid glanced at the Westerners and then looked at Leon and Kate. Land people? At this moment, General Antiope spoke up. I am General Antiope of the Amazons. This made the mermaid respectfully reply. I am Mira of Atlantis, serving by the Queen's side. You have sounded the horn of friendship. You must have some entrustment. The woman before them was the future Sea Queen, Mira. No wonder she was so beautiful. However, she didn't resemble Leon's memory at all. Queen? Isn't Atlantis ruled by a king? General Antiope immediately asked. Mira's expression turned sorrowful. The king died due to an unfortunate accident, which led many Atlanteans to blame the land people. But in fact, that volcanic eruption was entirely a natural disaster, and human society was also harmed because of it. Her words were beautifully articulated, revealing some internal situations of Atlantis. Fortunately, Queen Atlanta took over the throne and became the Queen of Atlantis, leading her people out of their grief. Upon hearing her words, the group didn't expect Atlantis to be in such a situation. The king of Atlantis had died, but it was his queen who inherited the throne. Atlanta naturally became the queen. Does the queen have no son? Leon opened his mouth to ask. Mira glanced at him and then said, Of course there is, but OM is too foolish to lead the Atlanteans. It seems that the Sea King has not yet returned to Atlantis. Leon didn't ask any further. After all, it was their own matter. Do you have something to say? Mira also didn't elaborate, but asked. Of course, General Antiope began to speak. We are looking for an underwater temple, but our people cannot move freely underwater, so we would like to ask for your help. Hearing this, Mira frowned and said, There are too many palaces underwater. How do I know if it's the one you're looking for? Countless years of change have turned the continent into ocean, so there are actually quite a few structures underwater. Leon and the others had thought of this long ago, so he briefly described what Rachel had said. There was a gate-like altar, stone pillars, and a statue of a demon god. Melal listened attentively and then nodded, saying, This is for the friendship between the Atlanteans and the Amazons, and of course, for the friendship of humanity. We also want to establish friendship with Atlantis. Leon immediately expressed his thoughts. Kate Kane nodded beside him. What a huge benefit this is. Fortunately, Leon is not foolish. I will pass the message to the queen. Mira nodded slightly. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. The few of them bid her farewell. Thus, Mira arrived quickly and disappeared just as fast. She dove into the sea, swaying her tail like a mermaid, and soon vanished into the water. This is a real-life mermaid. Kate Kane rested her hand on Leon's shoulder. So what? Leon shrugged. Donna Troy felt strange. Leon and Kate seemed very close. Does Diana know? Then Kate came over and put her arm around her. Darling, you're really tall but not my type. But let's still be friends. Donna instantly understood. This was a same-sex attraction. In areas close to the continent, it's called a sea. In the central region, it's called an ocean. Deep in the ocean, Mira moved incredibly fast, like a propeller engine, freely navigating the seabed. Before long, an underwater city appeared before her. Atlantis had a magical shield for protection, which is why it had not been discovered by humans all these years. However, since humans invented submarines, they were getting closer to their city. This made the Atlanteans a bit anxious, fearing that one day they would be discovered by humans. It was like a dark forest, leading to a chain of suspicion. What would humans do if they found them? Even if there was only a small probability, the idea that humans would wage war was enough to frighten the Atlanteans. To avoid this situation, another voice emerged among the Atlanteans to take the initiative and attack the land. However, Queen Atlanta clearly rejected this approach, believing in peaceful coexistence with humans. After all, she had once had a son with a human, so she considered herself to understand them better. Mira returned to the city, where many submarines were moving about. and various Atlanteans were celebrating. Living underwater, the Atlanteans had undergone various evolutions. The most obvious was the development of fish gills, which allowed them to breathe underwater. Mira did not linger and headed directly to the palace. In the palace, Queen Atlanta sat high on her throne, holding a golden trident. This trident was a symbol of the Atlantis throne, and only those of royal blood could wield it. The trident was very powerful, and after the death of the Atlantean king, Queen Atlanta took it and never let it go. It was precisely because of the trident that she could solidify her rule and gain acceptance from her people as their queen. Below Queen Atlanta were two individuals, one wearing a fly-like mask. He was not an Atlantean. However, the foolish ORM trusted him immensely. No need to say more. You may leave. Queen Atlanta waved her hand. An ORM and the manta ray were driven out by the power of the trident. Mira immediately swam over. Your Majesty. ORM lacks independent thought and is too easily trusting of others. That's right, Queen Atlanta rubbed her forehead. He is so intent on attacking the land, disregarding the safety of Atlantis. Hearing this, Mira felt helpless. He really was a fool. Human weapons had become very advanced. Even though the Atlanteans were strong, they would have no way to defend themselves if the other side had the intention of mutual destruction. I hope you have good news. Queen Atlanta looked at Mira. Though she was already the mother of 2 children, the Atlantean royal family could live for a long time. She looked to be only in her 30s, with a mature temperament, still possessing charm. Compared to her, Mira seemed like an unripe peach. Your Majesty, I met the surface people, and they proposed a harmonious and friendly idea. Is that so? Queen Atlanta nodded. What are their identities? Mira had forgotten about that. They are with the Amazons. It seems the Amazons are cooperating with them. This made Queen Atlanta eager. Go get to know them better. If their status is sufficient, arrange for me to meet them. Whatever they want to do, try to help them as much as possible. Don't eat the sour radishes. Harley Quinn slammed the table angrily. Does Lex Luthor have a grudge against me? Not only did he almost ruin my plans, but he's also behind the international gang. She was so furious that she wished she could grab a handful of dung and run to Lex Luthor's hospital room to smear that idiot with it. Leon and Poison Ivy quickly hugged her, urging her not to act impulsively. Today, Harley Quinn was wearing her classic red and blue shorts with a white t-shirt, and her hair had transformed back into the former pigtails. A bit of retro style is quite nostalgic. Let's deal with the international gang first, Poison Ivy said to her. The power of the international gang in Gotham is growing stronger. Last time, Kara's intervention only resulted in confiscating a few of their weapons. Who would have thought that the international gang wouldn't give up on Gotham, but instead their activities intensified? They didn't know the reason before, but now they understand it was because they had the backing of LexCorp. As a major corporation in Metropolis, they thought there would be no problem entering Gotham. After all, Gotham doesn't belong to anyone. That's right, Harley Quinn snorted coldly. These sons of bitches must be taught a lesson. But now, the international gang isn't just on their own. Poison Ivy said with concern. What's going on? At this moment, Leon feels the most relaxed, with both people in his arms, sitting on the sofa. Good best friends should be together for a lifetime. No problem. The international gang and the Assassin Alliance have mixed together, which is why they are so unrestrained in Gotham. Harley Quinn said, not long ago, Ivy and I were ambushed by the Assassin Alliance, but luckily we were more skilled. What? Why didn't you tell me? Leon was instantly enraged. Seeing him angry, the two women exchanged a smile. This meant that they cared about him. So they immediately said in a grievance, isn't it because we don't want you to worry? Moreover, they didn't succeed. But that's not acceptable. They are in the dark while you are in the light. It's very dangerous. Leon spoke up. A song about assassination. Who knows when problems will arise? Don't worry. Harley Quinn left a lipstick mark on his face. I'll call Kara. That's her confidence. Ever since the last time she turned into an ice block and successfully called Kara, she had a life-saving card. If things get really dangerous, she can call Kara. Kara can't just pretend she didn't hear it, right? And with Kara's speed, she can save her in an instant. So we need to take the initiative. It's just that the Assassin's Guild is difficult to deal with. Poison Ivy said. As the host of the Green, she wasn't afraid, but Harley Quinn was just an ordinary person. If a person is killed, they will die. There's no escaping that. The Assassin's Guild is dedicated to training assassins and warriors, specializing in assassination. The leader of the Assassin's Guild is Lars El Ghul, known as the Ninja Master, and regarded as the head of demons. Hundreds of years ago, he accidentally discovered the Lazarus Pit, immersed himself in it, and gained immortality. His vision for establishing the Assassin's Guild is quite grand. His sole goal is to exterminate all of humanity and create an ideal world. Even more extreme than the purple sweet potato essence's Thanos. However, relying solely on assassins to destroy all of humanity is a bit presumptuous. It would be more practical to control a big country and drop mushrooms all over the world. Leon thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He patted the two women beside him and said, "You two continue preparing. I'll make a phone call." Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy immediately got off him and resumed their calculations. Leon then walked into the yard, next to which was the garden. But he hardly ever visited it. Flowers only looked nice. He didn't particularly like them. According to Eastern bloodlines, it would be better to grow vegetables instead. However, in America, even raising chickens is illegal, let alone growing vegetables. As long as the number of privately raised chickens exceeds 6, it violates the law. Ordinary people's thinking simply cannot comprehend this, but it can be understood with a capitalist mindset. Chickens lay eggs, and if everyone raises chickens and sells eggs privately, who would buy eggs from the supermarket? Therefore, raising chickens must be illegal. Eggs have become a luxury in America, with prices remaining high. It's just like the logic behind high-speed rail. With airplanes and highways, what is the need for high-speed rail? Capitalists don't care about your technological needs, only about their own wallets. Leon found a bench to sit down on and called Kate Kane. "Hey, Kate," Leon asked, "do you think Batman want a wife or not?" Kate Kane was taken aback for a moment, then retorted, "Speak in plain language. The League of Assassins is in Gotham. Why hasn't Batman taken action?" Upon hearing Leon's question, Kate replied, "How do you know he hasn't? After all, Kate is Batwoman, and she knows more. It's not that Batman hasn't acted. It's just that no members of the League of Assassins have shown up, so he can't find them. Therefore, Batman has been on the lookout for the League of Assassins these days. As long as he follows them, he can find out where the Ninja Master is hiding in some corner." Leon heard it and said, "The Assassins Guild is mixed up with the International Gang. Batman will deal with the Assassins Guild, and we'll handle the International Gang." On the other end of the phone, Kate thought for a moment and then replied, "Right, Batwoman will come to help you. Can Batman handle it himself?" Leon spoke up. He wouldn't want anyone else to intervene. Kate Kane shrugged and spoke into the phone. "Batman doesn't like having helpers, especially when it comes to the League of Assassins. This is because his ambiguous partner, or rather ex-wife, is the daughter of the Ninja Master, Talia al Ghul. Moreover, Talia cunningly gave birth to a son for Bruce Wayne, Damian Wayne. Although Bruce Wayne has never been fond of this son, he also doesn't want others to interfere. Therefore, the matter concerning the League of Assassins is Bruce Wayne's family affair. After all, the Ninja Master wants Bruce Wayne to inherit the League of Assassins, but Bruce Wayne himself refuses. Batman looks down on the League of Assassins and has no intention of destroying the world. Thus, the Ninja Master can only cultivate Bruce Wayne's son to inherit it. This tactic is a clever one, leaving Batman with no choice. If one were to blame, it could only be for having sought momentary pleasure and forgetting to take proper precautions back then. After hanging up the phone, Leon saw 3 of his goddaughters approaching. "Godfather." "I heard that," Kara said with a smile. No super hearing involved. Whether Leon believes it or not is not important. What matters is that she said it. "So," Leon spoke up, "this is too dangerous. We need to practice in real situations." Shiri immediately chimed in. The night was dark and windy. Gotham's weather was not very good. If you were looking for the worst weather, welcome to Gotham. In the end, Leon couldn't resist the 3 girls' pleas and agreed to let them come along. However, he set 3 rules. They could only stay with the group and were not allowed to stray from the team. There was no choice. After the intimacy level reached 80, the growth slowed down significantly. Only Rachel's increased relatively quickly. Kara and Shiri's intimacy levels were still below 85, but Rachel's had already reached 70. The International Gang now occupied Wangjiang Ridge and Otisburg, areas that previously had no gangs, so they easily took over. Even at night, the International Gang's defenses were still very tight. Since the last batch of goods had problems the International Gang had. After all, they wanted to break into the Gotham market. Now that Gotham's big shots had been locked up in Arkham Asylum, it was a good time. Thunder rumbled. Dark clouds surged in the sky. It seemed this was not a good time. Leon looked up at the sky. No, it could just wash away the traces. Next to him, Batwoman, wearing a red wig, spoke up. The wig made her look a bit fluffy and somewhat comical. "What are you looking at?" Kate asked softly. "Is your wig real or fake?" Leon spoke up. "It's still you." Kate was also very saddened by her red hair. How beautiful was her hair originally. But in order for others not to recognize her at a glance like Leon, she had to endure the heartache and cut it off. Isn't this also a form of painful sacrifice? "Godfather, they're coming." Kara's voice reached Leon's ears, and he immediately stopped chatting with Kate. At this moment, Kara was flying in the sky, temporarily acting as a scout. Squeak. Sure enough, Many cars were crazily driving over from a distance. Be careful, there are enemies. It's Harley Quinn's henchmen. The members of the international gang quickly reacted and immediately took cover. Tot. Before Harley Quinn's henchmen arrived, the bullets had already reached, creating a gunfire sound like a typewriter. From a high vantage point, it looked like countless fire dragons lighting up the night. Quick, get weapons and counterattack. The members of the international gang shouted immediately. Buzz. Suddenly, a charging sound came from inside. This was the international gang's reliance, energy weapons. Moreover, this time the members of the international gang didn't hold back and first injected Titan serum. Roar. The Titan serum made their bodies rapidly expand, while the energy weapons began to crush. Boom. A shot from the explosive energy gun blew up an off-road vehicle. This frightened Harley Quinn's henchmen, forcing them to find cover elsewhere. Almost instantly, they found themselves at a disadvantage. They say a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. But this strong dragon of the international gang was too perverse. Unfortunately, because the Titan serum was not yet perfected, Harley Quinn still had a bit of conscience and did not equip her little brothers with it. Even in a surprise attack, Harley Quinn's people only managed to tear a small opening. But that was enough. It's our turn, let's move, Kate Kane said. She immediately jumped down from the sky, her bat cape opening behind her, making a bang-bang sound as it glided toward the ground. The Batwoman struck from above, instantly knocking out an international gang henchman. Others also took action. Cold arrows occasionally came from the shadows, with the Huntress finding an excellent position to launch a surprise attack. Poison Ivy controlled the vines to grow, sending Black Canary and others into the fray. The members of the international gang were suddenly besieged, and they could consider themselves fortunate. After all, those who were surrounding them were not ordinary people, but they still held their ground. After injecting the Titan serum, even ordinary people gained super strength, and the Bird of Prey team did not dare to bear the brunt. However, the attack was far from over. Suddenly, two flashes appeared in their ranks. One was pure white, the other dark. Two figures instantly emerged. It was Siri with white hair and Rachel with purple hair. They were cloaked, hiding their appearances. The sudden appearance of the two women naturally caused a stir among the international gang, and immediately someone lunged at them. Siri immediately began to blink among the crowd, like a loach, as no one could catch her, instantly disrupting the formation of the international gang. As for Rachel, she began to chant, "Mother Azarath, grant me power." She used Azarath as magic, controlling the dark energy within her to surge forth, and instantly the entire world became darker, with an indescribable black bird appearing. The nearby members of the international gang were immediately swept up. With the formation in chaos, others rushed in, especially as Kara descended from the sky. The battle had already turned one-sided. However, Kara did not get too carried away, but focused on Siri and Rachel. This was the Godfather's mission, and she couldn't let them get hurt. But these two sisters were very lost in the moment, seemingly forgetting their own danger and having a great time. Siri kept blinking, launching sneak attacks, casually casting two spells. Rachel was continuously experimenting with Azarath's magic. Azarath's magic was somewhat different from that of Asgard and Kamar Taj. Although the incantation was to borrow power from Mother Azarath, she was not a dimensional demon god. She was just a planet that had already been destroyed. But Rachel could still sense the power. It was as if Azarath had not been destroyed, and those people were not dead. The Bird of Prey team, Batwoman, and others felt a bit embarrassed. They realized that their power was not as strong as that of the three girls, and they suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Black Canary used her sonic scream to blast a woman dressed as a ninja away. Just as she was about to pursue the victory, Leon's voice came to her ears. "Diana, let her go, be natural." Black Canary paused for a moment, and then continued to attack the female ninja. The female ninja was instantly suppressed by her, and her katana could only defend. But suddenly, Black Canary exposed a flaw, which made the female ninja's eyes shine brightly. Slash! The katana slashed through Black Canary's battle suit, leaving a bright red cut across her abdomen. Black Canary screamed, and the female ninja dared not pursue but quickly fled. The international gang was already gone. She couldn't stay behind to die with them. Therefore, she quickly fled the scene. But she did not notice that someone had been watching her from the night sky for a long time. As she left, the sound of a cape fluttering suddenly rang out, disappearing into the darkness as well. Leon then came in front of the Black Canary. "Why push yourself so hard? Didn't you say to be more natural?" The Black Canary replied. Black Canary Dinah covered her abdomen, blood flowing. "Don't worry, the wound isn't deep," she said, forcing herself to remain calm. "Don't move." Leon quickly hugged her and said, let's go to the side and rest for a moment. I'll take a look. But you're not a doctor. The Black Canary, Diana, resisted for a moment, but her strength was not great, more like a reluctant acceptance. But I can heal. Leon took her aside and leaned against the container. Hands open, let me see. Leon removed her bloodied hand. Although the wound wasn't deep, if not treated properly, it would clearly leave a scar. If a woman had a scar in such a crucial area as her abdomen, she would have to say goodbye to crop tops. Does it hurt? A little. The Black Canary looked at Leon. What are you going to do? Soon. Leon gathered his magical power and cast a healing spell. The Black Canary felt her wound itch, but the pain had disappeared. Looking down, she saw the flesh on her abdomen starting to regenerate. Moreover, it was even whiter than before. If it weren't for the remaining bloodstains, she would have doubted it was an illusion. Thank you. She looked at Leon, her gaze softening a bit. But fortunately, she still remembered that this was her best friend's man. So you were here? At this moment, the female hunter approached. Are you okay? I'm fine. Leon helped me heal. Healing requires touching the abdomen. The female hunter joked. In fact, she had seen the bloodstains, but felt that the two seemed a bit ambiguous like this. The Black Canary quickly removed Leon's hand, feeling a bit awkward. It's really healing. She shook the blood off her hands. It's already over. The international gang is no match. The female hunter Helena changed the subject and glanced at Leon. If it weren't for Leon's 3 goddaughters, it probably wouldn't have been so easy. One can only say that the Leon family is a treasure. If it weren't for Harley Quinn already having the upper hand, even if Leon brought 3 kids, he would still be swarmed. Who would want such powerful goddaughters? This is not a disadvantage, but rather an advantage. Everyone wants to take over Leon. The 3 of them walked out and saw that the members of the international gang had all been knocked down. Those who had used Titan's serum still had a huge physique, but the first one to be knocked out was Kara. This is different from the serum injected by Bane. It becomes ineffective when cut off. The Titan serum is time-sensitive, unlike the significant shortcoming of Bane's before. Of course, this is also because, apart from Bane, no one can withstand a full injection of the serum. Bane is a walking pharmacy, a true drug person of America. The international gang is indeed low level. At this moment, Harley Quinn opened the contents inside, which were filled with various weapons and drugs. After all, LexCorp is one of the arms dealers, and they have the most weapons. Move the weapons away, and leave the rest for Commissioner Gordon to destroy. Harley Quinn said. The international gang's items have completely sponsored her. With these weapons, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone in Gotham. Kate Kane watched this scene, feeling a bit strange. After all, she is Batwoman. Shouldn't she stop this scene? At this moment, Leon whispered in her ear, "Is this the collusion of black and white?" Kate was somewhat at a loss for words. However, the public safety in Gotham had indeed improved. At least Harley Quinn would restrain her subordinates and just like to go crazy herself. In a way, isn't this also a form of superheroism? Hurry up, wrap it up. Harley Quinn shouted loudly. The air was filled with the joy of harvest. We're doing this for Gotham. Kate found a reason to convince herself. After all, Batman didn't intervene. She used her grappling hook to escape first. Leon also took the 3 female disciples back first. It was no longer their concern. Rumbling. As they finished moving things and called the police, the dark clouds that had been brewing in the sky finally started to rain. A torrential downpour. The female ninja fled. And as the rain fell from the sky, she no longer stayed on the ground but came to a sewer entrance and quickly dove in. They were like rats, preferring to operate underground. Batman did not follow her in. Instead, he spoke up. Alfred immediately laughed and said, "Master, if the League of Assassins doesn't do this, then it's a berserker." After waiting a while without any abnormalities, Batman finally entered. With his technology, he could clearly see the footprints. He followed the trail, turning left and right, and finally arrived at the underground space. Gotham's underground system was very complex, and at some point, it had been modified. At this moment, the female ninja was reporting something. However, the ninja master waved his hand. "Go down, you've led him here." The female ninja was a bit surprised, and then she saw Batman walk in. She could only nod and then go down. "Batman, long time no see," said the ninja master, a vigorous man with black hair. He had lived for hundreds of years, and thanks to the Lazarus Pit, he still looked young and could live on. Of course, that was what he thought. Just recently, a voice had come from the Lazarus Pit. "Lars, what do you want to do this time?" Batman said in a deep voice, "My purpose has never changed. You are here to inherit the League of Assassins," the ninja master said. In the past, Batman would usually refuse immediately, and this time was no different. "That's impossible." Batman said, "Where's Talia?" The ninja master mocked. "You still have the nerve to ask about her? She's gone to do something more meaningful." This made Batman feel a bit uneasy. What meaningful thing could there be in Gotham? What do you want? But the ninja master would not let him think too much and said, I understand you, just as you understand me. You must want something. Since that was the case, Batman did not hide it and said, I need your blood. The ninja master's blood contained regenerative enzymes, which was Batman's true goal. He had never forgotten that the Titan formula had flaws. He just could not find the key element. Upon discovering that the ninja master had come to Gotham, he realized that this was something that was far away, yet right in front of him. The ninja master laughed heartily. Okay, but you must complete my trial. Batman sensed that something was off. The ninja master seemed to be intentionally delaying him here. However, as long as he could obtain the blood, he said nothing. Nothing was more important than creating the antidote. Otherwise, the Joker would die. For some reason, the thought of the Joker dying made Batman feel a bit anxious. No problem. So, disregarding Alfred's objections, Batman replied in a deep voice. Then let's not delay. Let's begin, Batman. The ninja master said with a smile. Batman instantly fell into a hallucination, and his forehead appeared with a pair of eyes. At that moment, he looked like he had a pair of scarlet magical eyes. Arkham Asylum. Outside, heavy rain pelted against the window, and Angela lay on the hospital bed in confusion. During this time, she had been injected with neurological drugs daily, rendering her unresponsive, as if she had fallen into her own world. Suddenly, the door to her room opened. A doctor in a white coat and a mask walked in, followed by a nurse. Even in her dazed state, Angela instinctively felt a twinge of fear. The door closed, and the doctor glanced at the surveillance, immediately disabled it, then swiftly knocked out the nurse. The doctor pulled off her mask, revealing a young, beautiful woman with black hair, red lips, and a lovely face. Elira, it's time to go home, she said as she approached Angela. Ah, Angela suddenly screamed, but her eyes remained vacant. Just then, a shadow possessed her body, and she suddenly sprouted two more eyes. Both eyes turned scarlet. Who are you? Angela looked at the woman in front of her. I am Talia, here to rescue you. Talia replied. The daughter of the gods has already lost control. We need to find another way. There is another way, Angela whispered. Let's get out first. Talia changed into the nurse's outfit for her, and then Angela and the nurse switched identities. Moments later, the door opened, and the two dressed as a doctor and nurse swaggered out and directly left Arkham Asylum. Because of the Arkham City plan, Arkham Asylum was like a sieve. Not long after, Batman passed all the trials of the ninja master in the hallucination. After waking up, Batman immediately lunged at him. The ninja master reacted quickly, drawing his katana to block. Clang! Your moves are all taught by me, the ninja master said. But the student has surpassed the master, Batman replied, attacking ferociously. The ninja master deliberately feigned weakness and was soon defeated by Batman. Even if you kill me, what can you do? I am immortal. Goodbye, he said, choosing to commit suicide decisively. After all, the ninja master would soon be resurrected from the Lazarus pit. Batman did not pause and immediately took his blood. After collecting the blood, Batman quickly contacted Alfred. Alfred, has anything major happened outside? He knew the ninja master was just stalling him, so he was ready to resolve it now. Major event? Alfred checked the information. The Gotham PD seized the international gang's goods and arrested all the members of the international gang in Gotham. Does that count as a major event? It does, but that's what I already knew. As Batman walked outside, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What about Talia's whereabouts? Your romantic interest? Alfred teased. Unfortunately, we haven't found any trace of her. This isn't right, Batman said solemnly. In Gotham, anything that he didn't know would make him anxious. What? Harley Quinn answered the phone early in the morning, waking Leon and Poison Ivy. They escaped? Is Arkham Asylum open air? She couldn't help but complain. What's going on? Harley. Leon sat up and hugged Harley, who was wearing a sleeveless top, in his arms. Harley Quinn immediately gritted her teeth and said, that bitch ran away. There's definitely something wrong. I should have killed her. Leon and Poison Ivy thought for a moment and then said, Angela? Who else could it be? Harley Quinn's face was pale, although it was always so pale. But it was still evident that she was somewhat annoyed. She really showed mercy. What about Rachel's mother? Next time, just chop her up. Moreover, this woman is indeed up to no good. If she didn't want to destroy the world, why couldn't she just stay quietly in Arkham Asylum? How did she escape? Leon opened his mouth to ask. The surveillance was destroyed, but it has been inferred that someone disguised as a doctor knocked out the nurse and switched identities with Angela, then took that bitch away. This bitch actually has accomplices, Harley Quinn said, gritting her teeth. Upon hearing this, Leon and Poison Ivy felt that Arkham Asylum was simply riddled with holes. After all, pretending to be a doctor is too childish. The nurse couldn't tell? Could it be that the nurse is in cahoots with them? Although Poison Ivy didn't have detective genes, She also spoke up. I suspect the entire Arkham Asylum has problems. Harley Quinn said sharply. That old man Sharp could actually go from being the head of the asylum to the mayor of Gotham. It's no surprise there are issues. He is rotten to the core, profiting off criminals, showing them no mercy, and most importantly, he made me lose my best job as a psychologist. A villain like him can become the mayor of Gotham, showing just how dark Gotham is. Listening to Harley Quinn's complaints, Leon could only remind her, the most important thing now is to find her. That's right, but I don't think we can find her anymore. Harley Quinn stomped her foot, but we have to at least try. Let Kara look as well. Kada. Leon was a bit surprised. Yes, Rachel's mother ran away. Shouldn't they look for her? Harley Quinn said confidently. Poison Ivy also nodded. Then they split up to take action. Harley Quinn went to gather her little brothers, while Poison Ivy went to search on her own. Poison Ivy could control plants, and all the plants were her eyes and ears. Leon could only wait for Kara to finish her class before telling her about the matter. As expected, Kara agreed immediately. Although she had never met Rachel's mother, it was quite simple to help look for her. So, during her free time, she took to the skies and searched all over Gotham. Godfather, I've looked all around Gotham, but I couldn't find her. That means she is not in Gotham. Leon replied that he had just flown up to check. Father, how could Rachel's mother be kidnapped by bad people? Of course, that's the best case scenario. Kara, being no longer a child, naturally understood his meaning. At the very least, they couldn't actively suspect Rachel's mother of having problems. Otherwise, how would Rachel feel? Don't tell Rachel everything. I understand. Kara nodded and could only continue flying back to class. Since even Kara couldn't find her, the others probably wouldn't have better luck. After all, the other party had a whole night to escape. If they had prepared in advance, they could have fled far within a night. Especially if they took a plane, they might even reach the West Coast. Sure enough, after Harley Quinn and others searched all day, they still couldn't find Angela, who had escaped. In Metropolis, outside a secret ward under the LexCorp, Bruno Mannheim, the founder of the international gang and a crime lord of Metropolis, appeared. Soon, the ward door opened, and a beautiful woman with shoulder-length black hair walked out. Miss Mercy. Bruno Mannheim, who was domineering outside, seemed quite restrained at this moment, nervously watching her. Mercy Graves, Lex Luthor's personal assistant and bodyguard, was also the security chief of LexCorp. Mercy had a cold expression. Her looks were naturally aloof and dignified, making her seem even more unapproachable at this moment. Mr. Luthor is very angry. He wants you to go in. After saying this, the cold Mercy turned and left, her high heels clicking on the floor. Bruno Mannheim's face looked grim behind her back. This bitch will play with you until you're dead. He silently roared in his heart, but dared not show it. Instead, he respectfully entered the ward. Inside the ward, Lex Luthor had shaved his head. He looked quite well. It was nothing like the severity reported outside. Leaning against the head of the bed, Lex Luthor didn't even glance at Bruno, but instead focused on the Metropolis news on TV. Superman, this title has gained public favor. At first, some thought it was just a new type of aircraft, but later found out it was a person. We don't know if he's an alien or some god. It doesn't matter, but he flies around in Metropolis, making us all feel safe. The crime rate in Metropolis has already started to decline significantly. Lex Luthor turned off the TV and closed his eyes in contemplation. God? Humanity doesn't need gods flying around. It makes us weak. It makes humanity lose its potential. Lex Luthor said coldly. This made Bruno Mannheim think he was talking to himself, so he nodded and said, Mr. Luthor is right. We must deal with him. How do we deal with him? Lex Luthor said mockingly, we don't know who he is, where he came from, his weaknesses, or his purpose. We know nothing about him. However, this also means that as long as we uncover Superman's mysterious veil, we will find a way to deal with him. Everyone has weaknesses, unless he is a god. But even if he is a god, as long as he can bleed, he can be brought down. Lex Luthor's disdain for Superman came from the deepest part of his heart. He inherently disliked superhumans, let alone the so-called Batman. What's more, a guy flying around in the sky, treated as a god by ordinary people. Mr. Luthor, Bruno started to speak. Shut up. Lex Luthor immediately pointed at him and said, what did I allow you to speak? This made Bruno's face look bad, but he could only lower his head, afraid to let Lex Luthor see. He was a strong man, extremely fierce in front of the gang, but like a dog in front of capitalists. Seeing him submit, Lex Luthor felt somewhat satisfied. Training a dog is like this. It must be disciplined at all times, and if it guards food for the owner, it must be punished. Speak. I hope to hear good news. Upon hearing this, Bruno's face turned bitter. Mr. Luthor, our operation in Gotham has failed. We? Lex Luthor sneered. It's you useless bunch. I provided you with weapons and funds, and yet you couldn't even get into Gotham? This made Bruno Mannheim feel utterly humiliated. They had developed rapidly in Metropolis, even easily, but unexpectedly suffered a heavy blow just after leaving Metropolis. Mr. Luther, they had Superman's help. Bruno could only shift the blame. However, it wasn't entirely wrong. Power Girl was also a Superman. Anyway, his people reported seeing someone in battle armor. Upon hearing this, Lex Luthor became even more irritated. He waved his hand, signaling Bruno to leave. The entire ward immediately fell into an eerie silence. Batman, I am in so much pain. In Arkham Asylum, the Joker was curled up on the hospital bed, and his body had changed significantly from before. His veins were clearly visible, and green blood occasionally flowed through them. This scene was extremely frightening. Standing beside him, Batman watched this with a vial of serum in hand. Without Poison Ivy's reminder, the Joker might have really died. Although the Joker appeared to be in pain, he was actually observing Batman. He had already thought it through. If Batman did not save him, he would inject his blood into Batman's body, forcing him to save himself. No one expected the Titan serum to have such severe side effects. No wonder only Bane could survive the experiment. You won't die, Batman said in a deep voice. Even if you are wicked, I will still save you. Upon hearing this, the pained Joker smiled with relief. He never wanted to kill Batman. He just wanted to compete with him. Now he had one again. Suddenly, Batman grabbed his arm and thrust the serum into him. As the perfect antidote entered his body, the Joker instantly felt much of his pain ease. The green blood inside him gradually returned to normal. Times have changed, Batman said. I have a feeling that this world is undergoing tremendous changes. The partially recovered Joker looked at Batman and smiled. I can feel it. You are afraid. You are indeed so weak. The Joker ruthlessly mocked. If I were you, I would die now to avoid countless deaths. I'm never afraid, Batman said in a low voice. Nor do I fear death. In fact, I have long forgotten what death feels like. I only worry that the world will be destroyed. Then why don't you dare to die? The Joker retorted. Believe me, if you die, the whole world will become beautiful. This world never needed any Batman. Let's think about it. In countless multiverses, how many people have died because of your weakness? Upon hearing this, Batman grabbed him. The multiverse does not exist. You and I both know that this is what exists. The Joker laughed heartily. Perhaps every Batman in every timeline is as weak and incapable as you, afraid to sacrifice himself. Is that so? Batman replied. I'm not like you, who would rather watch Harley Quinn beg for mercy in someone else's arms, too afraid to act, yet being toyed with by others. Perhaps this is what you call sacrifice, Joker. The Joker trembled all over, images of Harley Quinn happily with someone else flooding his mind. He was broken. 2 weeks had passed since the International Gang incident. During this time, the International Gang had no intention of entering Gotham again. Angela could not be found, and Leon and the others had no choice but to give up. Rachel, upon learning this, became very anxious and even had trouble sleeping lately. She kept mumbling 3 palaces in her dreams. Given her stress, Leon took them out to play over the weekend. Relaxation is the best way to relieve stress. Coincidentally, Wonder Woman Diana had come to Gotham again. So, Leon drove the 3 girls to pick up their teacher. Before long, the plane carrying teacher Diana arrived. She had flown over from Paris, a flight of about 8 or 9 hours. Long-haul flights are quite torturous, but Diana has good physical fitness. Diana. As she exited the terminal, Diana's figure attracted many gazes. It's rare to see someone of her height and leg length in Gotham. Not to mention her fashionable outfit that always highlights her long legs. To put it simply, she knows where her charm lies and understands how to showcase it. She waved at the group and walked over amidst the envious glances of others. She casually took off her sunglasses and hugged the 3 girls. Not only Kara, but Shiri and Rachel also looked envious, all wanting to live like Diana, independent, beautiful, generous, and with a colorful life. Many girls say their hobbies are enjoying food and traveling. Translated, that means enjoying eating, drinking, and having fun. Who doesn't like eating, drinking, and having fun? That could be a hobby too. Leon, long time no see. Diana finally hugged Leon and whispered in his ear, I heard your little girlfriend is searching for me all over the world. Hearing her words, Leon felt a bit awkward. Harley Quinn's main purpose for going to Paradise Island was to find Diana. The collaboration was just secondary. No one knows what Harley wants to do. Even Leon feared that this could spark a world war. Don't worry about her. Leon spoke up. This is also the charm of Diana. She didn't care whether Leon had other women, as long as her needs were met. Her relationship with Leon was very pure. Perhaps it didn't involve feelings at first. But as time went by, she found herself unable to live without him. After all, what she needed was high quality, not something casual. So who could say this wasn't a form of pure love? I will talk to her. After Diana whispered in his ear, she let go of him. After all, the three young girls were watching, and it was a bit inappropriate to be so affectionate in front of them. At their age, they were just beginning to explore these feelings. They needed proper guidance, not just repression and attempt to escape. They should understand what these impulses are, what is acceptable and what is not. Leon helped Diana with her luggage, feeling a bit anxious. Diana was not avoiding it this time. She wanted to meet Harley Quinn. Could it really lead to a world war? Leon had no doubt that half of Gotham would be destroyed if Harley went crazy. Would the whole world collapse? The few women had no idea that the world in Leon's mind was falling apart. They got into the car and then asked, "Are we driving?" "Oh, where to?" Leon came back to his senses. First, he went to drop off his luggage. "Did you book a hotel?" "No." "Are there still rooms available at your place?" Diana said intentionally. Leon was momentarily speechless. "Just kidding. That hotel has very good quality beds." Diana laughed at his reaction. Then she looked out the window, feeling a bit puzzled. Do all men like women who are a little crazy? The three girls in the back seat felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange and didn't dare to speak for a moment. No one wanted to get beaten up at this time. Soon, the Maybach arrived at the hotel. Kate Kane's Maybach had already been commandeered by Leon, although Leon also liked sports cars. After all, what man doesn't like speed and passion? It was impossible for him, with his big family, to drive a sports car. It would be great if there were self-driving cars. Thinking of this, Liang's eyes lit up. "I'll help you move the boxes." Leon let a few girls stay in the car while he got out to help Diana move things. When the two of them went down, Kara and the other three girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. The godfather really knows how to attract attention. As for their feelings about their godfather's romantic history, they didn't know how to evaluate it. People are double standard. If it were someone they didn't know, they would have started criticizing long ago. But there's nothing they can do. After all, it's their own godfather. In the hotel, Leon entered the room with a suitcase and was immediately embraced by Diana, who kissed him. They were still waiting downstairs. After a while, Leon said to Diana. Diana, out of breath, replied, "You can't leave tonight." "Okay." Leon nodded solemnly. Anyway, Harley Quinn wouldn't be around in the evening. So, the two of them tidied up their outfits and hurried downstairs. "You finally came down. I thought it would take at least another half hour," Kara said as soon as she saw them get into the car. They were all bored to death. Leon said helplessly, "You have to put things away properly." "Oh." The three girls simultaneously responded in a teasing manner. Where to go next? Leon ignored them and asked Diana, "What's going on in Upper West Side?" "There's an exhibition," she replied. Soon, Leon and the others found out it was a photography exhibition. "Do you like photography?" "It's okay, but this is Donna's exhibition," Diana said with a smile. Kara and the others were also very curious and followed closely behind. In a place like this, they felt a bit of an artistic vibe. Once inside, they even lowered their voices a bit. However, they had only met Donna once and hadn't really talked much. As for Paradise Island, they were very eager to visit, but just hadn't had the opportunity. Leon and the others found that there were quite a few people coming to the exhibition. The walls were covered with Donna's photography, which was very artistic. Donna liked to take pictures of landscapes and sunsets, but there were no selfies of her. Even a most narcissistic woman probably wouldn't display selfies at an exhibition. Leon and the others walked slowly inside. At the exhibition center, they saw Donna Troy surrounded by a crowd. Donna had a big smile on her face, clearly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Many women love being in the spotlight, which is why most women's dreams are to become stars or models. However, the arrival of Diana instantly took away some of the starlight. Diana's beauty is well known, and she has a strong presence that attracted many gazes. This made Donna Troy feel uncomfortable, and she said somewhat stiffly, "Diana, what are you doing here? I couldn't miss my sister's first exhibition, could I?" "Ha!" Leon noticed that although Diana and Donna were sisters, there seemed to be some tension between them. However, this was normal. Even his own three daughters had little conflicts, as long as it didn't affect their relationship. Donna's emotions quickly passed. After all, Diana had already appeared, and there was nothing she could do. Donna then greeted Leon and the others. Leon also shook hands with her, and the three girls were very polite. With so many beautiful women appearing at once, even though a few were just pretty girls, it made the exhibition livelier. In fact, there were more people looking at beautiful women than at beautiful photos. It seemed that more people came to Donna's exhibition for her as a beautiful photographer. The exhibition lasted until noon, and Donna went to lunch with Leon and the others. It would continue in the afternoon, but she didn't want to return. After all, her wish had already been fulfilled. Gotham was indeed a wonderful place, with so many people appreciating her photography style. "Diana, what about you two?" Donna whispered to Leon, Who was with the 3 girls? What's wrong? You can't really be falling for him, can you? He has 3 daughters. They are his students, Diana reminded her. And they are very cute. Girls are only cute when they're young, Donna Troy said. Are you talking about yourself? Diana smiled. Donna snorted a little. When they were young, their relationship was much better than it is now. But unfortunately, things changed as they grew up. The more they understood, the more distant Donna and Diana's relationship became. There was no helping it. Diana was just too outstanding. So outstanding that sometimes it made Donna a bit jealous, and naturally, their relationship became different. Leon's teaching daughter is the same. Kara is too outstanding, making it easy for the other two to have other thoughts. Not to mention this. Do you know if he has other women? Donna whispered. She still remembers the crazy look of Harley Quinn. I came to see her. Diana replied. I don't understand you anymore. Donna said helplessly. An excellent man, 1T, have only one woman. Diana took it lightly. Look at Zeus. Hearing this, Donna turned to look at Leon. Zeus is at least the king of the gods. After lunch, the group went to the beach to have some fun. Gotham has all kinds of places for eating, drinking, and entertainment, so there is no worry about not having fun. However, the Atlanteans still Haven T found them, probably with no results yet. In the evening, after having Italian food, Leon sent Kara and the 3 girls back. After that, Leon followed Diana and Donna to meet General Antiope. General Antiope was already preparing to return to Paradise Island. After all, home is always better than outside for her. The only thing that worried her was that after so long, there was still no sign of movement in her belly. However, now that Diana was here, she didn't want to compete with Diana. She could only see if there would be opportunities in the future. After meeting General Antiope, Leon went back to the hotel with Diana. The hotel bed was about to undergo another test. Late at night, in the manor, Rachel Ross was tossing and turning in bed, her eyes tightly closed, and suddenly beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Daughter, let me come over. In her dream, Rachel seemed to return to Azarath, where a giant of deep crimson, whose height was unknown, stood before her. The giant's skin looked as if it had been burned by the flames of hell, appearing extremely unsettling. It had a pair of deep red eyes, all staring at Rachel. A black, horn-like crown was gradually spreading from its head. This is triumvirate. No, it's impossible. Rachel said firmly. I will not let you over. Give up that thought. You and I are one. You are the triumvirate. The triumvirate said to Rachel, join me, destroy this universe, and you will become even stronger. I don't want to be stronger. Rachel cried and shook her head. I just want you not to come over. Impossible. Let me over. The triumvirate was furious, and the earth of Azarath shook. Rachel also woke up from the nightmare, not knowing if it was a dream or the influence of the triumvirate's power. The next moment, Kara rushed over and looked at Rachel. What happened? I don't know. Rachel clutched her head. It's fine now. Kara quickly hugged her and then said to the closely following Shiri, hurry and find the Godfather. Oh. Shiri was a bit confused, but quickly nodded. She ran to the room, picked up her phone, and called Leon. Leon's slightly tired voice came through during the halftime break, preparing for the second round. Shiri? Godfather. Hurry back. What's wrong? Leon was startled and quickly got up. Diana hugged him from behind, looking at him with confusion. Rachel, what's wrong with Rachel? Leon quickly got dressed and hurried back. Shiri hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. She only knew that Kara had asked her to call Leon quickly. However, Leon didn't pay much attention and said, move aside. I'll be back soon. All right. Shiri rushed to the living room. Meanwhile, Diana shouted, I'll go with you. She hadn't worn her daytime clothes, but instead turned around and changed into her battle outfit. Then Leon snapped his fingers and magic enveloped the two, teleporting them back to the manor. Shiri waited for a moment before seeing the two appear. Godfather, Rachel is in the room, she said as they arrived. Shortly after, the 3 of them rushed to Rachel's room. They saw Kara soothing Rachel, who had already calmed down. Leon hurried over, wrapping his arms around Rachel's shoulders and letting her lean on him. Rachel, what's going on? I saw Sangong, Rachel replied, holding on to him. His power is affecting me. He's getting closer to Earth. Damn. Upon hearing this, Leon and the others felt a tightening in their chests, especially Kara, who knew just how powerful Sangong was. The more she understood, the more she realized the dangers of this world. She constantly wanted to grow stronger, but felt unable to resolve all the crises. It would be great if the Justice League was formed. Where did you see him? Leon immediately asked. In Azarath, Rachel said. Actually, it's Azarath in a dream. He wants me to help him open the door so he can come to Earth. This made Leon and the others frown. It felt somewhat ominous. If someone is influenced, it's hard to guarantee what might happen. Diana then asked from the side, who is the trifecta? Are they powerful? Of course, Leon replied, and then explained the existence of the three palaces. When she learned that Rachel was the daughter of a demon from the three palaces, Diana also curled her lips. What kind of background and identity is this? Leon finally managed to lull Rachel to sleep and then let Kara and the others go rest. It seems that as long as Rachel is around, the third palace will always be a threat. However, a tiger does not eat its own cubs, so Leon naturally cannot do anything to Rachel. Therefore, he must protect her and help her. After sending Diana back to the hotel, they no longer had the same mindset as before. I need to go out for a while. Leon spoke up. Do you need me to go with you? No, thanks. Leon shook his head. He was planning to go to Asgard, and it was a bit inappropriate to bring Diana along. After all, they were not from the same pantheon. Diana nodded at his words, changed into her pajamas, kissed Leon, and said, "Be careful." "I will." Leon nodded. With a wave of his hand, a teleportation portal appeared in front of him. Asgard has not changed much in thousands of years. Since Leon and the others left, it has returned to its former state. There are small gatherings every 3 days and large gatherings every 5 days. When Leon arrived, the Asgardians were in the midst of a joyful party. The goddesses were dancing and choosing their favorite partners. So much so that when Leon arrived, no one noticed, and he suddenly felt the scenery around him change. He initially thought it was the magic of Odin or Frigg, so he didn't resist. However, he soon realized that this palace was rather shabby, not all comparable to Odin's golden palace. There was no sense of grandeur at all. "Who are you?" Leon looked at the woman sitting on the throne. She had long legs crossed in front of him, and with a serious expression, she gazed at him. Her beautiful black hair cascaded down, and she wore a tight-fitting dark brown outfit. Most importantly, she wore a crown on her head. In Asgard, there was actually someone bold enough to wear a crown. "Don't you know who I am?" she said, looking at him. Karnila? Leona had heard of this name. In other parts of Asgard, she was a traitor, and the kind that led a rebellion. The harsh reality was that even though Asgard was nominally the ruler of the 9 realms, there were still rebels within. Nornheim was the most vivid example. Karnila was the ruler of Nornheim. "Call me Queen," Karnila said solemnly. She had once lamented that only Odin's mastery of magic surpassed hers in all of Asgard. "So," Leon said indifferently, "what does the Queen want with me?" "It's just a title. We're all in Asgard anyway. Considering that you have repeatedly helped Odin and violated the laws of Nornheim, and so on." Leon said immediately, "Nornheim is also a part of Asgard." "No." Queen Karnila instantly became furious. "Nornheim is independent. We do not need Odin's leadership." "All right, you are right. But I did not help King Odin. Rather, he helped me." Leon nodded. "So you're my enemy," he said. Queen Karnila replied calmly. "There's no logic to discuss with a little fairy, especially one who is the queen among them." So, Leon responded, "We could be friends, as long as you teach me a kind of magic." This left Karnila perplexed. She stared at Leon for a moment and asked, "Why should we become friends? Haven't you realized that you can't successfully escape Asgard because you lack friends?" Leon sighed. "Making friends more and enemies less, that's the truth." With just this one sentence, Queen Karnila was persuaded. She stood up from her throne. "Oh," Leon felt the pressure again. This woman's long legs were indeed extraordinary, standing at least 2 meters tall. The physique of the Asgardians is no joke. Moreover, she wasn't the skinny type, but rather the kind with a lot of muscle, looking very strong. Experienced people know that such a figure is top-notch. "What kind of magic do you want?" Hearing this, Leon's spirit was invigorated, and he immediately described Rachel's situation. Queen Karnila claimed to possess magical power, second only to Odin in all of Asgard, which probably wasn't an exaggeration, right? After listening, Queen Karnila said, "It's simple. Just a magic barrier will do. It will prevent the power of the dimensional demon from easily approaching your daughter, and she won't be affected. When her magic becomes stronger, she will be safe." In other words, Rachel was still too young and her magic wasn't strong enough, which is why she was influenced by the power of the 3 palaces. That being said, Leon was worried that there wasn't enough time for that. What if they needed to completely eliminate the dimensional demon? "Are you crazy?" Upon hearing Leon's words, Queen Karnila retorted, "The dimensional demon is nearly impossible to kill." Leon was not surprised by this answer. The Ancient One had said the same. However, they were not at the level of the dimensional demon. So Leon said, "Then teach me magic." "No problem, as long as you remember we are friends," Queen Karnila responded generously. After all, apart from magic, she had nothing else. Under her leadership, Nornheim was the poorest place in Asgard. Of course, it was the same even when she wasn't leading. Nornheim was very remote in Asgard, and the Celestial Palace didn't care much for this place. This caused the people of Nornheim to feel the bias of the Celestial Palace and believed they were being ignored. Thus, they rebelled. Of course we were friends. Leon obtained the isolation magic from her. Afterwards, he didn't intend to stay too long. Queen Carnila really didn't have much to offer him, unless she personally entertained him. But clearly, the two were just friends, not lovers. Leon was teleported back to the realm of the Immortal Palace. Since he was here, he naturally wanted to meet Odin and Frigg. But just then, a golden portal suddenly appeared beside Leon. This trip to the Immortal Palace was not going smoothly. Leon looked at the unexpected guests emerging from the portal. These people gave him the impression of being ordinary. They exuded a beauty that had not been tainted by magic or other forces. Of course, these ordinary people were all dressed in technological clothing, fully armed, and what they held in their hands was not firearms, but a stick. "Who are you?" Leon spoke up. Upon arriving in Asgard, he hadn't even met the main person yet when he encountered two groups of people. TVA, the leader, hidden behind a mask, said, "You have been freely traversing the universe and have made significant changes to this timeline. You must be pruned." Time Variance Authority? Leon immediately recognized the organization through the abbreviation. He didn't expect to be targeted by them. A bit unlucky. No, the unlucky ones are them. Leon is not afraid of the so-called Time Variation Management Bureau. The Time Variation Management Bureau is dedicated to supervising, adjusting, and ultimately balancing the numerous timelines within the multiverse that contain infinite variables. However, to take shortcuts, they ultimately created a so-called sacred timeline. Anything that exceeds this timeline is cut off. Leon asked, "Am I changing the sacred timeline? What are you talking about?" This left the TVA agents a bit confused. The sacred timeline has long been non-existent. This made Leon reassess his situation. That means the god of stories, Loki, has already taken his place? Moreover, this universe is not the main universe, but one of the multiverses. This discovery didn't evoke much sentiment in Leon. After all, there are many uncertainties when it comes to traveling through universes. In fact, he should have realized this long ago. After all, if it were the so-called main universe of Marvel, the 616 universe, there wouldn't be a Ghost Spider-Gwen. "Surrender, and we will judge you." The TVA agents, seeing that Leon was easy to talk to, spoke up. Four-time travelers, the Time Variance Authority actually turned a blind eye. However, the commotion caused by Leon and the others was too great. They even managed to bring out Supergirl, who doesn't belong to the timeline. How could that not attract the TVA's attention? "No," Leon shook his head. "I'm just a traveler. You don't have the right to judge me." With a wave of his hand, chains suddenly appeared around the employees, locking them in place. He didn't engage in mass slaughter. Instead, he grabbed a tablet that could traverse the timeline here. "You can play on your own." With a snap of his fingers, these people were teleported to an unknown location. Leon didn't know where he was, so he just found a random place. As long as they didn't come to bother him, that was enough. He didn't understand how these ordinary people thought they could trouble a mage. Moreover, he wasn't like Loki, who was just a half-hearted mage. The main point was that even if Leon didn't use magic, he still knew a bit about fighting. After that, Leon didn't dare to stay here any longer and quickly went to see Odin and Frigg. Before TVA could catch up, he left this place first. They could try to chase him to Gotham. Early morning, Rachel woke up from her dreams and felt a heat on her forehead. She opened her eyes and felt incredibly relieved to see Leon guarding by her bedside. Leon's hand was resting on her forehead, his palm slightly warm, as if he was casting some magic. "Do you feel better?" Leon saw Rachel wake up and immediately asked, "How are you?" "I'm feeling warm," Rachel replied, pressing her face against Leon's hand. He gently stroked her cheek. It must be said that teenage girls have such tender skin, full of collagen. "I've cast a protection spell for you. The power of the Tri-Palace won't affect you anymore." "Thank you, Godfather," Rachel said cheerfully upon hearing Leon's words. "But I feel the Tri-Palace getting closer." "Don't worry, we'll find a way," Leon reassured her. In front of his goddaughter, he naturally couldn't show any signs of fear. If he couldn't control his emotions, it would only make her more afraid, and that wouldn't be good. Only by showing her his calmness could she believe that there would be a way to resolve everything. Leon also felt that there would be a way, but it required taking the initiative to search for it. Rachel felt a strong sense of security. "Get up, it's time for class." There's no choice. Even superheroes have to go to work and study. Hearing this, Rachel immediately felt down. It's human nature to enjoy playing. Very few people actually like studying. Once you get addicted to reading as a child, it's with you for life. Shortly after, Kara and Shiri were also called up by Leon. Who would have thought that Supergirl also likes to sleep in? Fortunately, there was no morning grumpiness. Otherwise, she would have blown the roof off in one go. By the way, Godfather, the Fortress of Solitude has detected a Kryptonian ship approaching Earth. While brushing her teeth, Kara thought of something and quickly told Leon. Zod? Leon asked. Most likely, if it's not them, it could be Aunt Astra, Kara said in a low voice. The aunt she mentioned was Astra, her mother Alara's sister, and the two sisters did not have a good relationship. Therefore, once she came to Earth, she would likely be an enemy of Kara. Unlike Clark, Kara had many memories of Krypton and of her aunt as well. Clark could beat General Zod without any psychological burden, but she couldn't do that. Leon reached out and touched Kara's head, saying, if we assume it's Zod, have you decided what to do? If it's Kara's so-called aunt, then I think I need to have a talk with her. For what Kara had said, her aunt was quite charming, mature, and graceful. Leon is a person who has inherited the ambition of the Chancellor. Kara doesn't know what Leon is thinking, but she knows he would definitely be very happy. She doesn't want to face her aunt. I have discussed this with Clark, Kara immediately said, and she has gotten used to calling him Clark now, especially since Clark himself doesn't identify with the name Kal-El. In daily life, he uses Clark Kent. Only Kara feels awkward for not changing her last name with Leon. Otherwise, she would have to be called Kara Lee. She already knows that in other worlds, she was adopted by the unfamiliar Danvers couple. She doesn't have much thought about that. The experiences are different. The number of Kryptonians is now very small, and we want to gather them as much as possible to live with us. Kara said, since preparations have already been made, they naturally don't want to engage in the same kind of infighting as before. As a Kryptonian, she naturally wants to live with her fellow countrymen. That way, she won't feel lonely. Moreover, as a Kryptonian, how could she not have the idea of rebuilding Krypton? However, if that's the case, Batman will have a tough time. Can you persuade General Zod? Leon felt a bit skeptical. We don't need to convince him, Kara said with enthusiasm. We just need to defeat him. There is an ancient tradition on Krypton, according to which Clark will challenge him to a fight to the death, and the winner will be able to lead the other Kryptonians. In Kara's eyes, General Zod stands no chance against Clark. He never could, and now Clark has been trained in advance, making him more of a warrior than a farmer. So, in Kara's view, it's a sure win. Only Leon thought Kara was being too optimistic. For a group of people exiled from Krypton, they're supposed to be the losers. Would losers adhere to so-called traditions? If traditions were useful, what would be the point of using fists? However, Leon didn't want to discourage her, allowing Kara to grow from failure. Well then, how much longer do they have until they reach Earth? Leon and the others need to prepare in advance to give the remaining Kryptonians a surprise. The first release reads free books. Let's read literature, 17 novel. Calm, Kara said. It should be a few months, right? Oh, Leon nodded. In that case, hurry up and go to school. He patted Carla's head. Just like Astro Boy, her head is rock hard. It's said that hitting the head will make you dumb. Carla complained. I'm afraid your head will rust. Only knowing how to use brute force, not intelligence. Leon casually said, calling a few girls to get in the car to grab something to eat at school. Deep in the Atlantic Ocean, a Russian submarine was slowly navigating here, wary of revealing its location. After the disintegration of the Red Empire, for the sake of profit, Big Russia was willing to sell anything. This submarine of the Assassin Alliance was acquired in that manner. At this moment, the people of the Assassin Alliance were all aboard the submarine. It must be said that this decades-old relic was quite resilient, still operational after all these years. How could there be so many submersibles at such a deep seabed? Moreover, we had never seen this type before. It seemed completely different from human technology. Batman's ambiguous interest, Talia, was discussing this matter with the Ninja Master. Ever since they arrived at the seabed, they had encountered countless bizarre aquatic devices. Some resembled living beings, while others were purely high-tech. The other party had clearly noticed them. If it weren't for the absence of hostility from the other side, they would have been eliminated long ago. After all, the current Queen of Atlantis wanted to coexist peacefully with humans and would naturally not attack them. I have heard rumors of Atlantis. Someone told me they had seen Atlanteans with their own eyes, the Ninja Master said. Talia was somewhat surprised. Are there really Atlanteans? Considering there are Amazons, the existence of Atlanteans is not too surprising, the Ninja Master replied. The longer one lives, and the more supernatural forces one encounters in this world, the less one finds anything shocking. There is nothing new under the sun. Fortunately, they did not attack us, Talia said worriedly, but as we get closer to the deep sea, they might take action. As long as we find the temple, we won't have to worry about them, the Ninja Master said solemnly. Talia dared not look at him, because ever since the Ninja Master had committed suicide and was resurrected from the Lazarus pit, he had become somewhat different. Even Talia, his daughter, found him somewhat unfamiliar. Just then, Angela, who had been sensing something with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes instantly turned crimson. Angela harbored immense hatred for Harley Quinn. No matter what she said, Harley Quinn never believed her and had people crazily inject her with drugs. Without the enhancement of powers, she could no longer return to being a normal person. I sensed it. The king finally responded to me, Angela said. Just now, she sensed the guidance of the triad, which led her to perceive the location of the temple. She did not know that she was merely a backup for the triad. The triad, realizing it could not influence Rachel, immediately shifted its target to Angela. Thus, the previously vague location of the temple became clear. Where is it? Talia immediately asked. Talia was the person closest to the ninja master Lars and was deeply trusted by him. However, her personality was even more ruthless than the ninja master S. Although she was Batman's ambiguous interest, she always thought the ninja master's idea of cooperating with Batman was foolish. The ninja master always wanted her to collaborate with Batman to jointly manage the Assassin Alliance. Talia scoffed at this. She decided to do it herself. This was the opportunity. Angela immediately pointed in a direction, and Talia and the ninja master decided to accelerate. Under the surveillance of the Atlanteans, the submarine began to speed up. Not far away, Mara was watching this submarine. After discovering it, she began to monitor it. Although human technology had developed over the years and initiated various deep-sea activities, they rarely ventured this deep due to the lack of strategic value. Moreover, from their situation, it seemed as if they were searching for something. This immediately made Mara think of the temple that Leon had asked the Atlanteans to find. She instinctively felt there might be a connection. Of course, even if there was no connection, there was no loss. Where are they going? When she saw the submarine accelerate, Mara immediately asked someone nearby, Your Highness, that area is the territory of the Trench people, a masked individual in Atlantean battle attire replied. The Trench people, as the name suggests, lived in deeper trenches. The environment in the trenches was more hostile, making survival difficult. Coupled with the existence of the brutal Trench people, it had become a forbidden area in Atlantis. Hearing this, keep an eye on them, and do not engage with the Trench people. Queen Atlanta was very enthusiastic about the humans' request. During this period, the Atlanteans had searched their territory thoroughly, but had not found the temple. Therefore, Mara was also wondering if the temple was in the territory of the Trench people. After all, the only place they had not searched was the Trench people's territory. If the so-called temple really existed, the probability of it being in the Trench people's territory was very high. However, the Atlanteans and the Trench people had long signed a peace agreement. Both sides would no longer attack each other, but would remain in their respective territories without crossing boundaries. Therefore, Mara could not say much. Mira, how can you let surface dwellers run rampant in our territory? At that moment, a voice came from behind Mara. Without turning around, Mara knew it was that foolish ORM. ORM Marius, the son of Queen Atlanta and King Atlantis, was also the brother of Aquaman Arthur. According to bloodlines, he was the son of King Atlantis and possessed a more royal Atlantean bloodline than Aquaman Arthur, who was half human and half Atlantean. However, Queen Atlanta thought he was too foolish to become the next king of Atlantis. Therefore, she wanted her eldest son to inherit the throne. There was no helping it. After all, she and King Atlantis were not true love, so she naturally did not favor ORM. The queen was preparing to speak with the surface dwellers. Otherwise, what else would she do? Mara said lightly to ORM. ORM liked Mara very much, as Mara was extremely beautiful, comparable to Queen Atlanta, and was highly trusted by her. If he could marry Mara, he would naturally become the next king. However, Mara did not look at him that way. What? ORM said angrily. Surface dwellers only exploit our living space. If they knew of our existence, they would definitely invade us. He was extremely opposed to the cooperation between Atlantis and surface dwellers, as they were noble Atlanteans. It was this almost foolish arrogance that made both Queen Atlanta and Mara look down upon him. That's just your assumption. As long as we have no hostility, the surface dwellers will not attack us. Mara casually said. When she saw ORM wanting to say something, Mara impatiently interjected. This is the Queen's command. Do you dare to question it? Queen Atlanta holds the royal trident and has the power of life and death over Atlantis. No one can resist. This made ORM's face turn angry, but he did not dare to say anything more. He could only watch Mara swim away like a beautiful mermaid princess. Mara was dressed in a dark green scale bodysuit, moving like a mermaid, her legs swaying like a fishtail. After Mara left, the manta ray said to ORM, the queen will lead Atlantis into the abyss. Once humans know of Atlantis' existence, they will bring war here. In just over 100 years, humans have erupted into countless wars. With the manta ray's brainwashing, ORM immediately solidified his thoughts. The Atlanteans and surface dwellers cannot coexist peacefully. A battle is inevitable. We must keep a close watch on this submarine. Humans must be taught a lesson. The ocean is the territory of Atlantis, not the surface dwellers. Since the news of Superman appeared on television, humanity seems to have truly entered a new era. Many large cities have seen superpowered criminals and superheroes. This has made Batman urgently realize that Gotham is not the only special place anymore. In this context of globalization of supercriminals, Gotham has instead become despondent. Perhaps the criminals have realized that their game has lost its meaning. Moreover, Batman seems somewhat disinterested. On the contrary, Leon has become more proactive than before. Leon had no thoughts of becoming a superhero at all. When he first arrived in America, his wish was very simple: to spend as much time as possible playing with girls. At that time, he decided not to focus on quality, only on quantity. After all, he was an ordinary person with no grand ambitions and didn't want to put on airs. It wasn't until he met Carla that he realized he could take on some responsibilities. But he only wanted her to grow up healthy and happy. Even with the later addition of Sherry and Rachel, his intentions remained the same. Only the scope had expanded. Leon is not Clark. He has no intention of saving the world. That's why he doesn't like to interact with the S.She from another world. He finds it troublesome. However, now Leon realizes that if he doesn't take the initiative, a crisis will fall upon his family. After such a long time together, whether it's Kara, Siri, Rachel, they have all become his family. Of course, there's also Harley Quinn and others. Leon doesn't want to save the world, but he doesn't want his family to be harmed either. If the world were to be destroyed and it would endanger his family, he would certainly take more initiative. Right now, the three palaces are like the sword of Damocles, suspended above his head, as if it could fall at any moment. Leon naturally wanted to find a solution for himself. One cannot always passively endure, right? Sometimes one has to take the initiative. Therefore, he stopped managing the Iceberg Club and left it to Frank to handle. After all, every time the money went into Harley Quinn's pocket. This led Leon to increasingly lose the concept of money. When he needed it, he would just go to either Harley Quinn or Kate Kane, the two wealthy women. In the Marvel Universe, Camartage, Leon concealed his presence, preventing the Time Variance Authority from locating him. Previously, he had been too reckless. Facing such a bold time traveler like him, the Time Variance Authority couldn't just pretend not to see. Now that Leon didn't want to be discovered, they naturally couldn't find him. Long time no see. Master Gu pretended to be calm, but in reality, she felt somewhat helpless. Because of Leon's appearance, he was completely invisible in time. This loss of foresight made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Supreme Sorcerer, Leon respectfully said, "I have an important matter this time. Please speak." Master Gu immediately replied, "Supreme Master, is it really impossible to kill the dimensional demon?" Leon opened his mouth to ask. Upon hearing his words, Master Gu inquired, "Why are you so obsessed?" She had never seen Leon in such a situation, single-mindedly wanting to kill the dimension demon god. Even as the Supreme Sorceress, she wouldn't dare to think of such a thing. Rachel. Leon told her about Rachel's situation. Hearing that the talented girl Rachel was targeted by a demon god, although he had known this day would come, Master Gu still felt grave. You can bring her to Camartage, and the Three Palace won't be able to find her. After all, they have left their original world. Unless the Three Palace can break through the Western Wall, they won't be able to find Rachel. But this is not the primary goal for Leon and Rachel. It can only be used as a last resort. If there is really no other way, let Rachel live in another world. Rachel will be lonely. Therefore, Leon shook his head. Master Gu smiled and said, "Sometimes one must learn to let go of some important things. Of course, to deal with the dimensional demon god, you must first understand what a dimensional demon god is. Dimensional demon gods are just a collective term. There are also differences in strength among demon gods. From her description, the Three Palace is an extremely powerful demon god." Supreme Master Gu said, suddenly extending her hand to draw a circle in front of her. With the activation of magical power, a golden yellow light circle instantly opened, forming a portal. However, the other side of the portal was incomprehensibly dark, as if it were pure darkness, making one feel as though they were swallowed by the darkness at a glance, never to see light again. "This is terrifying." Master Gu said, "This is a portal to the dark dimension. Follow me." With that, she stepped inside. Leon hesitated for a moment and followed in. There was nothing to fear. Although the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, had absorbed the power of the dark dimension and faced the risk of being assimilated by Dormammu, Leon could always run away. Of course, the main point was that the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, also had a strong backing. She was already a servant of the One above all, and even Dormammu could do nothing against her. In this world, It's all about who has the bigger background. The one above all, as one of the 5 great gods, is an abstract entity, a divine being born in the moment of the Big Bang. It represents the embodiment of time across the entire multiverse and is the collective consciousness of all life in the universe. It is far beyond what Dormammu could compare to. In a broad sense, dimensions are the quantity of abstract concepts that have connections to things. This includes time, space, content, and so on. Dimensions that can accommodate demon gods are all multidimensional and high-dimensional. Simply put, these dimensions are real worlds in their own right. However, these dimensions have their own masters, known as dimensional demon gods. Dimensional demon gods can wield the power of the entire dimension, and their strength is related to the overall dimension. This leads to a hierarchy of power among dimensional demon gods. The larger the dimension, the stronger the power. Therefore, many dimensional demon gods crazily devour other dimensions to become stronger, just like Dormammu wanting to devour Earth and other entities wanting to destroy it. It is not out of boredom, but purely for the pursuit of strength. For example, Dormammu is not a native of the Dark Dimension. He was also exiled by his own kind. But to become stronger, he schemed to seize control of the Dark Dimension and became a dimensional demon god, even going so far as to abandon his physical form for greater power. Most dimensional demon gods are addicted to power and seek to pursue even greater strength. The Dark Dimension, as its name suggests, is shrouded in darkness, with almost no meaningful light. However, it is not completely invisible, as dark energy exists everywhere. The presence of dark energy at least allows Leon to see clearly around him. This dark energy is incredibly powerful and almost never dissipates. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, is secretly absorbing this power, which is why she has become immortal. But borrowing power comes at a price, especially when it is stolen. Dimensional demon gods will not turn a blind eye to petty theft right under their noses. They only choose to turn a blind eye intentionally. Dormammu is waiting for the day when Ancient One can no longer control herself. Dimensional demon gods are invincible in their own territory. They cannot be killed. And even if stripped of their dimensional control, they cannot be killed. It is somewhat comical that Ancient One is discussing openly in Dormammu's territory. Leon is also listening attentively. The more he understands dimensional demon gods, the more he feels the difficulty of the situation. Because, in terms of life levels, dimensional demon gods are higher-level life forms. This is an evolution of life levels. Dimensional demon gods can truly be immortal and invulnerable, and they are unbeatable in their respective territories. Just like in the Dark Dimension, other demon gods that come are no match for Dormammu. Therefore, dimensional demon gods will try to avoid entering unfamiliar dimensions. It's somewhat like a realm. Is there really no way out? Leon frowned and said, "We cannot kill the dimensional demon gods, but we can seal them or banish them to other dimensions. Leaving their own dimension is no different from being killed for the dimensional demon gods." Master Ancient One spoke up. This was the only feasible method she thought of, sealing the 3 palaces. But how to do it was up to Leon and the others. Afterwards, she took Leon to meet the natives of the Dark Dimension. The Dark Dimension also had natives, and they were humanoid beings, though their skin was a bit dark and their appearance did not conform to human aesthetics. After all, they were just humanoid beings, not humans. "We are here to see Uma," Master Ancient One called out to the group of natives. Then she said to Leon, "Uma is Dormammu's sister." Dormammu not only has a sister, but his sister also had a daughter with the natives, a mysterious sorceress named Clea with white hair. As for Clea's mother, Uma, she appeared humanoid, but her body was a mass of energy. Leon could feel the immense energy within her. After they greeted each other, Master Ancient One said, "Uma has been seeking a way to replace Dormammu. In fact, she already has one." Uma's voice was somewhat weary. The Dark Dimension is filled with natural twisted passages leading into many pocket universes. As long as we seal Dormammu into a pocket universe and then take control of the Dark Dimension, we can remove him and become the rulers of the Dark Dimension. At that time, the power of the Dark Dimension will be ours. Supreme Sorcerer, you must help us. Clea was also eagerly looking at Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. Goodness. For Dormammu, his sister and niece were all rebels. The whole family wished to bring him down. However, from Uma and Clea's perspective, it was entirely Dormammu who had lost his family ties and obliterated his humanity for power. Naturally, they wanted to seize his power. Master Ancient One said, "As long as I use my power in the Dark Dimension, Dormammu will sense me. Even if we join forces, we do not have the power to expel Dormammu into a pocket universe." A pocket universe is a universe of limited size. As its name suggests, It usually exists within the larger universe, presenting an inclusive relationship with it. The dark dimension is the larger universe, containing many pocket universes. As long as we expel Dormammu into a pocket universe and then close the door, as long as it is not opened actively, Dormammu will never come out again, effectively banished. But Dormammu is not a fool, waiting to be sent into a pocket universe. Thus, Master Ancient One appeared here to provide Leon with another option. They could do it like Uma and the others, but whether they could do it depended on themselves. Uma and Clea did not give up and continued to persuade the Supreme Sorcerer for help. Do you want to experience Dormammu's power? Master Ancient One suddenly asked Leon. Fight Dormammu? For some reason, Leon thought of Doctor Strange being brutally beaten by Dormammu. It was truly a brutal beating. He died countless times. What's wrong? Master Ancient One laughed and said, if you think this is ridiculous, the Thunderbolts are going to deal with the Sentry. The Thunderbolts are just a group of ordinary people. They don't even have superpowers. And the Sentry? It is said to possess the energy of 1,000,000 exploding suns, a true Marvel superhero. The gap between the two sides is enormous. Sending the Thunderbolts to deal with the Sentry is indeed the most ridiculous thing, even more suicidal than the Suicide Squad. This obviously happened in the so-called main universe, and Leon did not expect Master Ancient One to have such a humorous side. Of course, no humor could compare to what was happening now, because Dormammu had truly arrived. The dark energy of the entire dimension began to surge, and soon converged into a colossal being with no visible boundaries. This colossal being was purely composed of gathered energy, and its shape was indistinct. Only the eyes and other facial features could be vaguely seen. This was the form Dormammu liked to use in the dark dimension, though in other worlds, he still maintained a humanoid form. Ancient One, now that you're here, don't leave. A decayed voice resonated from the dark energy. Then the dark energy erupted with fiery power, making Dormammu's figure clearer. At that moment, Dormammu looked like a monster. It turned out that, from a human perspective, a humanoid form was more pleasing to the eye, just as humans would not find a pig with delicate features appealing, unless in a state of extreme hunger. Dormammu. Master Ancient One and Leon had already moved to another place, not wanting to affect the natives. After all, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Uma and Clea also dared not appear, only watching from a distance. This time, your enemy is not me. Then, Master Ancient One said to Leon, go ahead, I will watch you. To deal with the dimensional demon god, one must know how powerful the dimensional demon god is. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the only way to be prepared, just as Batman needs to know the opponent's strength and weaknesses before battle. At this point, Leon, holding the mindset of having come this far, floated up into the air. He had never truly fought against a strong opponent. At this moment, what Leon lacked was a battle suit. Dormammu's gaze fixed on Leon. In this form, Dormammu's gaze was extremely oppressive, making Leon feel a life-and-death danger. If he couldn't defeat Dormammu, he would truly die. Where did this little sorcerer come from? So weak. Dormammu sneered. If it weren't for Master Ancient One bringing him, he would probably disdain to speak. After all, to Dormammu, the magical fluctuations within Leon were just like his younger self, still needing to grow. To the current Dormammu, Leon was as weak as a bug. Thus, Dormammu casually waved his hand. Dark energy coalesced into a giant hand, surging towards Leon. In that moment, Leon felt like a small boat in a stormy sea, immediately facing a crisis. One wrong move, and he would be overturned. Whoosh! At this moment, Leon did not retreat, but instead charged forward, crashing towards the giant hand. This giant hand was countless times larger than his entire body. Yet he shattered it with a powerful headbutt. Enlargement was the most basic ability of dimensional demons. They could grow as large as they desired. Dormammu was not surprised. He was just a bit puzzled. Wasn't this person a mage? Which mage had such an abnormal physical strength? Did Kamartaj train him incorrectly? What Dormammu didn't expect was that Leon didn't stop and continued to charge towards him. Dark energy instantly transformed into a massive net, enveloping Leon. Dormammu had to admit that Leon was stronger than a mere insect. Waves of dark energy surged towards Leon. Leon only felt drowsy. This was not hypnosis, but a powerful sleep spell. Once affected, Leon would fall into an endless sleep and never wake up again. Realizing this, Leon quickly used a soul spell to keep himself awake. Leon stubbornly held on, infuriating Dormammu. Thus, he began his frenzied bombardment. Elemental energy, reality modification, and massive dark energy surged violently toward Leon. In that moment, Leon realized the power of the Dimension Demon. No wonder the Ancient One said that the Dimension Demon cannot be killed. Not to mention killing them. Even resisting them in their dimension is impossible. After a long while, the Dark Dimension finally returned to calm. But Leon still stood in place. Aside from looking a bit disheveled, he had not suffered much damage. He wanted to see who would still dare to say that Kryptonians have negative magic resistance. Although Leon had used a magical shield to resist Dormammu's energy attack beforehand, the shield was torn apart quickly, and the remaining attacks were taken head-on. Yet even so, he did not sustain much harm. A quick exposure to the sun would allow him to recover instantly. It turned out that Superman's magic resistance is just slightly lower than his physical defense. The difference lies in the fact that physical attacks, without kryptonite, find it hard to harm him, while magical attacks do not require kryptonite and can still inflict damage on Superman. However, the damage is not significant. One could say that without kryptonite as a huge weakness, Kryptonians would be invincible. Just like Leon now, although he couldn't defeat Dormammu, Dormammu also found it difficult to kill him. It was impossible for him to kill him countless times like Doctor Strange. Moreover, Leon occasionally cast a spell at Dormammu, such as the light spell, illuminating the dark dimension. Naturally, this wouldn't harm Dormammu, but it could annoy him. Damn bug. This angered Dormammu, and he suddenly approached from afar, like an angry giant. He instantly tore through the sky and strode from the depths of the dark dimension, crossing over to stand before Leon and the Ancient One. He had been at an infinite distance all along. This is the power of the Dimension Demon. Finally, the Ancient One spoke. Enough, Dormammu. You're also a bug, daring to command me. Dormammu naturally would not listen to the Ancient One, even though she was the supreme sorceress of Earth. But unfortunately, this bug was not something he could easily manipulate. The Ancient One's body was surrounded by formations, empowered by the forces of the Sanctum Sanctorum, making it impossible for Dormammu to break through, while also protecting the Earth from being eroded. Leon quickly flew to the side of the Ancient One, and then the two powerful figures began their clash. He knew the Ancient One was strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. She was able to completely withstand Dormammu's attack in the Dark Dimension. However, she wasn't holding on by herself, as she was drawing power from the Sanctums. The three Sanctums on Earth had the role of protecting the planet from corruption, and their power was immensely strong. It was precisely because of this that the Sorcerer Supreme could confront the Dimensional Demon. Let's go, he's gone mad. The Ancient One didn't dare to stay any longer and took Leon away. Don't try to fight a madman. Moreover, this is the madman's territory. As the portal opened, Leon and the Ancient One instantly returned to Kamar-Taj. Dormammu's power was completely isolated by the three Sanctums, unable to cross dimensions to affect them. Although Dormammu could teleport across dimensions to chase them, he clearly did not do so. How is it? Back in Kamar-Taj, the Sorcerer Supreme relaxed. Leon sat cross-legged opposite her, sipping the freshly brewed tea. Can such a dimensional demon really be resisted when it enters Earth? Leon spoke up, increasingly wary of the three palaces. Although he didn't know who was stronger between the three palaces and Dormammu, they should at least be treated equally. The Ancient One smiled and said, when a dimensional demon leaves its own dimension, it isn't as powerful anymore. In the dark dimension, Dormammu can endlessly use dark energy. But it's different when he comes to Earth. This is why Dormammu doesn't dare to chase recklessly. Unless he is confident he can completely devour Earth into the dark dimension, he will be sufficiently cautious. For these dimensional demons, the longer they live, the more cautious they become. I understood. Through this battle, Leon eliminated his fear of dimensional demons. Although dimensional demons are powerful, they are not completely invincible. Moreover, even Dormammu cannot easily kill him. The Kryptonian physique is still very strong. That's enough. This made Leon realize how to take the first step in dealing with the three palaces. He needed to bring the three palaces to Earth. The home field cannot be the hell he is in. Then, Leon connected to the network of Kamar-Taj and looked for more information about the three palaces. Strictly speaking, the three palaces are not true dimensional demons, but rather like interdimensional demons. The place they inhabit is also hell, though different from Earth-S. Of course, Leon did not underestimate him, as the strength of the three palaces is on par with that of dimensional demons, and their characteristics are similar. He must make sure to get the three palaces out of their hell. Coincidentally, the three palaces want to invade Earth. However, this is very dangerous. If he cannot stop the three palaces, it would be like inviting a wolf into the house. He must be fully prepared. Leon thought to himself, it would be great if he could get Batman's help. After all, Batman has never lost a fight. However, he was afraid that Batman might choose a simpler solution, which would be to eliminate Rachel. After all, Batman has no close ties to Rachel and might not take the risk of the Earth being destroyed for her. Leon is different. After all, Rachel called the Godfather, and even if it was just one call, that's a lifelong matter. So Leon cannot take that risk. It's not just about being wary of the Third Palace, but also having to be cautious of Batman. That would be ridiculous. Beep beep. At that moment, Leon's phone rang in this world. Leon was somewhat puzzled. This number was known only to him and Gwen Stacy. However, the number at this moment did not belong to Gwen Stacy. Could it be a scam call? Leon thought to himself, but still answered the call. Mr. Leon? A gentle female voice immediately came from the other end. Who are you? I am Barbara from S.She. We urgently need to contact you regarding an important matter, the other party said. Leon hurriedly asked, what is it? Gwen is missing. Can you be more specific? It's as if she vanished into thin air. She hasn't returned to S.She, nor has she gone back home. And we can't reach her through any contact methods. We are also unsure if she is still on Earth. The woman named Barbara replied. I will find her. Leon frowned and replied. After all, Gwen was a good friend of Kara and the others, and now she had gone missing for no reason. So Leon naturally couldn't ignore it. Thus, Leon bid farewell to the Supreme Mage and shot up into the sky. Here, he didn't have to worry too much and could use his abilities as he wished. Then, Leon used magic to try to find Gwen. However, the magical energy circled around the Earth, but showed no response. Was Gwen really no longer on Earth? Leon instinctively felt that she might have been captured by the Time Variance Authority. He immediately took out the tablet he had stolen from the TVA last time. With this device, he could traverse timelines at will. Although the TVA personnel were ordinary people, they wielded the power of time and applied it to technology. He studied it and figured out how to use it to travel through time. But the key issue was how to find Gwen. Just then, Leon's phone rang again. Mr. Leon, Gwen has returned. Leon suspected that S.She was playing games with him. He immediately used magic to investigate and found that Gwen's presence had appeared in New York again. I understand now. Leon hung up the phone, and then he was teleported to New York. Although flying is cool, teleportation magic is faster. Gwen. He called out to Gwen, who was swinging through the streets of New York on her web. Gwen noticed him and immediately stopped. Uncle Leon, are Kara and the others okay? She asked as she realized she hadn't seen Kara. Leon replied, it's good that S.She told me you were missing, so I came to check on you. He wondered if Gwen had been captured by the Time Variance Authority. Hearing this, Gwen felt a bit awkward and said, I wasn't missing. I went to another universe. Huh? How did you go? Leon asked in confusion. He saw Gwen excitedly say, I met other Spider-Men. I can't believe it. Every universe has a Spider-Man, and most of them are variants of Peter Parker. This made Gwen think of the Peter Parker from her own world. Since she became Spider-Woman, it was naturally not Peter Parker's turn. But perhaps because the name is extraordinary, Peter Parker actually developed a serum to gain immense power and turned into the Lizard. Thinking about the Peter Parkers from other worlds being Spider-Man, and comparing that to the Lizard from her own world, the contrast made Gwen Stacy unable to hold back. Hearing this, Leon was somewhat surprised, but soon relaxed. As long as it wasn't the Time Variance Authority, it was fine. Otherwise, if Gwen got pruned, where'd he find her? He didn't want to discourage Gwen from expressing herself, but chose to listen. Let's hear it. After all, girls at this age tend to keep things to themselves, and there aren't many people they can confide in. Now that she was willing to talk to him, he naturally wanted to listen. This way, she wouldn't become extreme. Moreover, when it comes to time travel, she could only share it with Leon and the others. Since Kara and the others weren't around, it was the same to tell Leon. Gwen went to the rooftop, sat on the edge, and took off her mask. What about your hairstyle? Leon looked at her hairstyle, which looked like it had been half chewed by a dog, and immediately laughed. Don't say it, Gwen said with a helpless expression, and then recounted her recent experience. It turned out that she didn't know what was happening and ended up in another universe, where she encountered many variants of Spider-Man. Of course, the Spider-Man in that universe was a little black kid named Miles. The several Spider-Men worked together to thwart Kingpin's scheme and then returned to their respective universes. Gwen had just come back and found the whole new world journey very interesting. Leon smiled after listening and said, what a wonderful experience. Thank you, Gwen shyly replied. Ever since I went to your world, I've been wanting to visit other universes. Well, it's a pity I can't control it myself. There will be opportunities. Leon said, are you leaving? Gwen asked reluctantly as she saw him stand up. She had no friends and usually had no one to confide in. It was the first time someone had treated her so patiently, which made Gwen feel a bit attached. I've been away for too long. I need to go back. Leon noticed it, but he didn't express much. For Leon, Gwen Stacy was a friend of his students. Naturally, he couldn't respond to Gwen's affection. In his view, it was merely a fleeting crush typical of a teenage girl. Although Gwen was already an adult, Leon couldn't accept her. Kara, Shiri, and Rachel treated Gwen as a friend, but Gwen wanted to be their mother. Hearing Leon's words, Gwen also stood up, hands on her hips, and looked at Leon, saying, "Can you give me a hug? I'm really scared." Clearly, this journey wasn't as easy as Gwen had said. After all, this was something created by Green Goblin, not a normal crossover. If Gwen and the others failed to stop Green Goblin, they would never return. Therefore, Leon didn't refuse her. Instead, he embraced Gwen for a moment. Gwen buried her head in his neck, and Leon could feel her heavy breathing. Then they both restrained themselves, and Leon said, "You should go back. George must be missing you." Maybe Gwen seemed somewhat dissatisfied with her father. She didn't let go of Leon, but held on tighter and said, "Can you fly me back? I haven't experienced flying a long time." Leon couldn't bear to refuse, just this once. Gwen was incredibly delighted. Then, Leon floated up while holding her. They first flew to Queens, landing on Gwen's balcony, where he put her down. "He's at home. I'll go in first." As soon as Gwen got home, she became obedient, especially when she discovered George Stacy was at home, and she immediately said, Leon let her go, and she left first. It seems that saying is true. Not every Gwen Stacy will fall in love with Spider-Man, especially when she herself is Spider-Man. Recently, LexCorp joined forces with American Steel, Dante Foods, Dupree Chemicals, Ferris Aircraft Group, and others to fund star scientist Garrison Lester in establishing a research laboratory group worldwide, unrelated to any politics or business. The laboratory is named Star Lab, and Professor Garrison plans to set up branches around the world. Currently, Bruce Wayne, representing Wayne Enterprises, has declined the sponsorship, stating that Wayne Enterprises has no intention of conducting experiments. Next news. Lex Luthor has been discharged from the hospital, and in his first speech after being released, he stated that humanity does not need so-called Superman, nor does it need him flying around in the sky. He believes that it is precisely because of Superman's existence that humanity's genes are locked, preventing them from unleashing greater powers. Therefore, he chose to sponsor Star Lab. It has been a week since Leon returned from Camartage. After returning, he began practicing magic to strengthen his magical powers. Harley Quinn remarked that she had never seen him work so hard. During this time, nothing unusual happened until today S News appeared. With the increasing number of superheroes, Star Lab also came into being. The Project S initiator is clearly Professor Garrison, but everything requires funding, especially when it comes to researching superhumans. So he chose to raise funds from major corporations to seek sponsorship. LexCorp quickly agreed. After all, Lex Luthor genuinely wants humanity to become stronger. However, for some reason, Wayne Enterprises did not provide sponsorship. Perhaps it is because Bruce Wayne does not want Earth to have so many so-called superhumans. Do you know? This Star Lab is recruiting worldwide, but they did not send us an invitation. Harley Quinn looked at the news and said to Leon indignantly, "Invite you for what? Do you have any superpowers?" Leon looked at her and asked, "Of course, I can smash his broken lab to pieces." Harley Quinn huffed, "I can make you feel on top of the world. That really is a superpower." Leon nodded seriously. He looked down on us Gotham people and must resist their establishment of a branch in Gotham. Harley Quinn spoke up. Gotham doesn't need so many so-called superheroes. With too many superheroes, they won't have it easy. The birds of prey are hard to classify as superheroes. Black Canary and Huntress are not exactly pure-hearted. Their extremism is something even Batman considers extreme. Previously, Batman had warned them not to be so heavy-handed. For those who oppose them, they really go all out. They have truly mastered the essence of dealing with dissent. Leon feels that this is indeed Harley Quinn's objective. Having been accustomed to causing chaos in Gotham, she certainly doesn't like the so-called Star Labs. Have they confirmed where to build the base? Leon immediately asked. Of course. Harley Quinn had already known. She took it out and said, Metropolis, Central City, San Francisco, Seattle. The Star Labs chose all big cities. They also chose Gotham. But Wayne Enterprises refused. Hearing Harley Quinn's words, Leon was not surprised. Everyone knows whose territory Gotham is. For Bruce Wayne, although he has realized the arrival of a new era, it does not mean he has to accept it. Who isn't a stubborn old fool? Coast City, Star Labs. Coast City is located in California, boasting one of the busiest ports on the West Coast, and the entire city is prosperous. Ms. Ferris, thank you for your sponsorship. Professor Garrison said gratefully to the woman in front of him. Carol Ferris, who had taken over a giant airline, Ferris Air, at a young age, was one of the companies sponsoring Star Labs. You shouldn't thank me. It was actually the people from Wayne Enterprises who asked me to sponsor. Carol Ferris shook her head. Wayne Enterprises? Professor Garrison was immediately astonished. Didn't they refuse Star Labs' entry into Gotham? That's right, but not everyone in Wayne Enterprises agrees with Bruce Wayne. Carol Ferris smiled. The person who made her do this was Kate Kane. Her acquaintance with Kate Kane had its roots in the establishment of Coast City, which was initiated by Wayne Enterprises. Naturally, Wayne Enterprises had a significant influence in a city they personally established. Although it hadn't entirely become a private territory like Gotham, no one dared to ignore it. As a local business, Ferris Air had to interact with Wayne Enterprises. Thus, Carol Ferris got to know Kate Kane. Although they were not best friends, they were on friendly terms. After chatting a bit more, Carol Ferris bid farewell to Professor Garrison and returned to Ferris Air. Just in time, she encountered a pilot who was about to test fly. Which idiot dares to take off like that? She glanced and immediately shouted, "It's a new hire, named Hal Jordan." So it's him. She personally hired him, a fearless pilot. Metropolis. Star Labs was established in the downtown area, and LexCorp generously sponsored a building, which already had the Star Labs sign hanging. According to Professor Garrison, the appearance of Superman inspired him. Therefore, Metropolis, the city where Superman appeared, naturally had Star Labs right away. Fortunately, Lex Luthor was very supportive of this. Even though Professor Garrison was on the West Coast at the moment, Star Labs was still developing rapidly. Moreover, LexCorp also contributed many unfinished research projects under the pretense of helping Star Labs gain experience. But in reality, they were interested in the scientists at the lab. As a star scientist, Professor Garrison's reputation was more effective than money. After the establishment of Star Labs, many renowned scientists joined. For instance, Professor Silas Stone from Gotham City and his wife, Eleanor Stone, came to Metropolis to join Star Labs. In addition, scientists from various fields joined as well. This made the plans of Star Labs proceed very smoothly. Now, they were only waiting for one key piece of news. In an office of the company building, everyone was waiting for news. Professor Emil Hamilton personally went to meet Superman and invited him to join Star Labs. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the phone in the office rang, and they hurriedly answered it. Then they heard Professor Hamilton on the phone say, "Superman has agreed to join Star Labs." Yay! This news thrilled all the scientists. They clenched their fists and waved them excitedly. After all, there is no scientist who doesn't want to study this god among men. He is incredible. Moreover, once Superman announces his joining, it will serve as a leading role. After all, many newly emerged superheroes have stated that Superman inspired them. Superman will come over with me soon, so get ready. Professor Emil Hamilton smiled. For Clark, he also needed Star Labs to study his limits. The Fortress of Solitude has some machines, but it is not as complete as the outside world. Most importantly, Clark has no money. He can't afford to buy precision high-end machines, so joining Star Labs is a good choice. Who would have thought that as Superman? He is broke and owes a lot of loans. In the land of the free, Superman still has to pay off debts. As Superman announced his joining Star Labs, many who were previously undecided also chose to join. For example, The Flash and others. Star Labs suddenly became filled with talent. A month later, the Atlantic, the territory of the Trench. The Ninja Master and his team were already confused. Ever since entering the Trench's range, things had fell off. The high-tech Atlanteans no longer appeared, and many creatures resembling sea monsters emerged. These creatures were aggressive like madmen, attacking as soon as they detected them, so they had to be more cautious. But even so, they were still discovered by the Trench. The Trench had long lost their sanity. Even the Atlanteans couldn't communicate with them, and everything they encountered would be destroyed. Accelerate. Run fast. We must enter the temple before the submarine is destroyed. The Ninja Master immediately made a decision. In fact, they had no choice but to do so. They didn't bring many people, and they were at the bottom of the sea. The radar detected a dense mass of red dots, all of which were these terrifying creatures. They couldn't afford to stay even a moment longer. They could only rush out before the opening ahead was surrounded. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else and could only launch all the weapons carried by the submarine. Boom! Even in the deep sea, the launch of torpedoes and other weapons created massive waves. This drove the Trench even more insane as they charged toward the submarine. But fortunately, at that moment, the scene ahead suddenly changed. Buzz! It was like entering a curtain of light, and the scene became completely different. All the Trench dwellers were blocked outside, unable to rush in. The Ninja Masters quickly knelt down. They had found the temple. After such a long time underwater, in the dark and desolate, they finally discovered the temple. The temple was very grand, but it was mostly made of stone. There were many columns surrounding the temple. However, the top of the temple had long since collapsed, looking very dilapidated. The Ninja Masters and others exited the submarine, although there was clearly seawater inside. It had no effect on them, and they moved as if on solid ground. With the temple in such disrepair, could it really still be functional? Some couldn't help but feel doubtful. Angela's expression was serious, and at that moment, she seemed to become sacred. Although she was just a cult saintess, she was still a saintess, wasn't she? I sensed that the teleportation array could be used. Angela immediately spoke up, calming some of the ninja assassins. Not everyone was aware of the three palaces. They were also very puzzled about this trip. If it weren't for the ninja master's authority, which forcefully suppressed them, there would have been a rebellion long ago. Let's go. With the ninja master's words, the group headed into the temple. Upon entering the temple, they could see ancient murals. However, these murals had become blurred over time, and one could vaguely see the ancient civilization's worship of deities. This was not a ritual for the three palaces. Not long after walking, they saw a staircase made of stone. The staircase went up, and from the bottom, one could not see the end at all. At that moment, Angela, who had no power, suddenly began to float up, flying towards the staircase. Father? Talia immediately asked. Let's go see. The two hurried after her. But even though their speed was not slow, they still couldn't catch up to her flight. Angela quickly reached the top, where the teleportation array was shaped like two half-moon arcs, with a circular teleportation passage in between. However, with Angela's strength, she could not activate the portal. She could only sense the power of the three palaces. The three palaces were too far from Earth, and due to special reasons, they could not descend directly. This was a stipulation agreed upon by the supreme god and Satan. Angels and demons could not descend to Earth at will, although the three palaces were powerful. In front of the supreme god and Satan who created this DC world, they were merely like ants. However, just sensing the power of the three palaces was enough to make Angela change. She approached the teleportation array, and a black mist suddenly emerged from it, entering her body. When she raised her head again, Angela's skin had completely turned deep red, and her eyes were extremely wicked. The power of the three palaces on Earth had become stronger. Ding, ding, ding. That day, Leon had just finished his morning exercise. He was hugging Harley Quinn while answering the phone. It was actually General Antiope calling. This made Leon's heart tighten. It wouldn't be another loan request, would it? After all, General Antiope had been too unreliable, and after so many times, there was still no sign of movement in her belly. Leon even suspected that she might be doing it on purpose. After all, that joy is hard to fake. Hey there, is there something you need? Leon answered the phone, calmly asking. After all, Harley Quinn was next to him, and it was a sensitive time. At this moment, she was like a kitten, scratching him with her claws. Leon, where are you? General Antiope's tone was urgent. Leon felt a headache, but had to say, you're here at home in Gotham? I'm almost in Gotham. General Antiope's tone was unwavering. The Atlanteans want to see you. Oh, Leon said happily, okay, I'll be right there. It's good that General Antiope doesn't want to see me. After all, this kind of thing has to be done secretly. I don't even dare to tell Diana. After hanging up the phone, Leon was still preparing to chat with Harley Quinn when there was a knock on the door. Godfather. Rachel shouted from outside. What's wrong? Leon had no choice but to part ways with Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn, feeling angry, clenched her teeth and prepared to play a prank on Rachel. Outside, Rachel was unaware that she had offended the two of them. She continued to shout, Godfather, I sense the power of the three palaces. His power has come to Earth. During this time, Rachel had been forced by Leon to train, and her strength had been increasing steadily. She was a completely different person from before. Of course, Kara and Siri were the same. The three girls complained about it, but they didn't voice any complaints. They encouraged each other. Perhaps influenced by watching Spider-Man, they accepted the idea that with great power comes great responsibility. Although Leon felt that this saying was a form of moral coercion, it served as motivation for them. Leon quickly put on his clothes and came out. Really? Just in time, the Atlanteans are looking for me. He felt there was a connection between the two matters, so he said to Rachel, don't go to class today. Come with me. What about us, Godfather? Upon hearing that Rachel didn't have to attend class, Kara and Siri immediately shouted from downstairs. It's none of your business. Just study honestly, Leon said with a bit of headache. Even superheroes didn't like to study when they were young. Does learning really destroy a person's nature? Why? Kara and Siri disagreed, believing they could help. But Leon was very determined. There was nothing more important than studying. Even if the sky were to fall, he would still go study. Kara and Siri had no choice. They were first sent away by Harley Quinn. Harley was unhappy. She had planned to have a good talk with Leon about their feelings, but it got interrupted. There was nothing to be done. After all, she was a night owl with an extremely irregular lifestyle. On the way, she also picked up poison ivy and the two best friends were ready to cause more trouble. Meanwhile, Leon was driving with Rachel towards the seaside. It was still the old place, Crimson Cove in Robinstown. Before long, a stealth aircraft appeared in the sky, descending like a Cohen-style fighter jet. The cabin door opened, and General Antiope walked down from above. She was dressed in traditional Amazonian attire, looking like a goddess of war, full of vigor. If Leon had taken this test for the cadre earlier, he wouldn't have been so resistant, would he? General Antiope. Leon is rarely formal. After all, she is accompanied by Amazonian warriors, and her expression is serious, unlike last time when she was all smiles. It seems something significant has happened underwater. General Antiope spoke up. We may need your help. Of course. Leon nodded and couldn't help but start to speculate. He exchanged a glance with Rachel beside him, who, now resembling a big girl, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. As she grew older, Rachel had gradually blossomed. She was approaching 7 meters tall, and when wearing her battle suit with her head covered, no one could tell she was still young. Therefore, General Antiope didn't think she was Leon's goddaughter. She simply glanced at Leon and felt he was still so charming. Ugh. She arrived at the seaside and blew the horn. Soon, the sea began to stir. As waves appeared, Mara stood above the waves, with the water seemingly paying homage to her. The women of Atlantis were indeed stunning. Leon, General Antiope, Mara. The two sides greeted each other, and then Leon asked, I heard you were looking for us about something? Yes, Mara nodded and said, a month ago, we detected a human submarine in the deep sea, and then they went to the territory of the Trench tribe. I thought they might also be looking for the temple. Hearing Mara's words, Leon was not too surprised. The fact that Angela could escape from Arkham Asylum meant someone was helping her. Thus, he acknowledged Mara's words. So I had someone monitor them to see if they could find the temple, and then inform you. As a result, they were discovered by the Trench tribe. Mara said somewhat helplessly, her hair still a bit damp, her red hair looking quite enchanting. The Trench tribe was one of the 7 major sea tribes, but they were insane, loved killing, and rarely had any rationality, so they had long since severed ties with Atlantis. Even our people cannot easily enter the territory of the Trench tribe. They would annihilate everything. The Trench tribe attacked that submarine and then disappeared. The story should have ended there. But clearly, something new had occurred. Sure enough, Mara spoke up. But not long ago, that submarine reappeared. This time, the Trench tribe attacked them again, but shockingly, all the attacking members of the Trench tribe were killed. This incident shook the underwater world. Now, that submarine is heading toward Atlantis, and Queen Atlanta has already sent people to form a defense line. She believes that relying solely on the power of Atlantis, it will be difficult to fend off this disaster. Moreover, it is likely related to the temple. After all, even the notoriously brutal Trench tribe lost countless members so easily. It is normal for the more civilized Atlanteans to feel they cannot withstand it. Furthermore, Queen Atlanta believed it was related to the so-called temple, so she decisively sent Mara to seek help. This could also be seen as a test. If humans could help them fend off the disaster, then there would be potential for cooperation in the future. Fortunately, they encountered Leon. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't care. But there was no way around it. For Leon to save them was equivalent to saving himself. Rachel? Leon looked at Rachel. Hearing the Godfather call her, Rachel nodded and closed her eyes, facing the ocean. An invisible magical force began to sense. Before long, Rachel opened her eyes. Yes, she nodded at Leon, confirming that this was related to the 3 palaces. Leon felt a bit heavy-hearted. Although he was preparing for a song, he still had to face the 3 palaces. However, it's fortunate that the true body of the 3 palaces has not yet arrived. We will help you. Leon spoke up. Moreover, this is indeed related to the temple, and it can be considered our business. No, they're threatening Atlantis. Mira did not shy away from this responsibility. Regardless of what it is related to, it is a fact that Atlantis is now in danger. I sincerely invite you to Atlantis. At this moment, Mira extended a formal invitation. Under normal circumstances, the opportunity to visit the mysterious ancient country of Atlantis would have excited them. But now that enthusiasm had diminished considerably, it is better to first think about how to resolve the crisis. We accepted. Leon nodded and quickly made some arrangements. He informed Kate Kane of his whereabouts and told her to be prepared. If anything happens, just let me know. Kate said, be careful, don't try to be a hero. Leon is just making sure there are no surprises. As for Harley Quinn, Leon is afraid she might cause trouble. On the other side, General Antiope also sensed that the situation was serious, so she informed Wonder Woman, Diana. Shortly after, a figure appeared in the sky, and Diana flew down. Leon, Diana greeted her kin and then came over to hug Leon. Leon, long time no see. It's you who didn't come to find me. Diana looked at Leon with a hint of complaint. As a woman, she couldn't always be the one to take the initiative, could she? But that's just how Leon is. He never takes the initiative. He is quite the Aquaman vibe. She feels that the king of Atlantis should be Leon. Leon glanced at the lineups and felt that they were still reliable. Among the superheroes on Earth, Diana is definitely the strongest. Even Superman still needs to gain more experience. Atlantis also doesn't have time to prepare them any further, so they can only choose to set off. After all, there's no Justice League yet, and gathering superheroes is very troublesome. The Star Lab is a non-profit organization, and for now, they are only providing testing for superheroes and not participating in anything else. Mara took out some high-tech equipment and told Leon and the others to keep it with them, then said, "Let's go." I'm a bit excited. Leon couldn't help but say. He was still very curious about the unknown. If one wasn't curious about anything, then life would lose its meaning. Leon doesn't have many other interests. He just likes to explore the unknown. The same goes for his interactions with women. Each woman starts off as mysterious and unknown. This is also why many people feel bored quickly after getting familiar with someone. The mystery is gone, and the veil of the unknown has been lifted. Most people enjoy that moment of unveiling the mysterious realm. That's why it's said that half concealing the pipa is a classic. The beauty of ambiguity is the true beauty. Leon and the others jumped into the seabed with Mela. High-tech underwater helmets appeared immediately, allowing them to breathe smoothly underwater, and they also had thrusters, enabling them to swim quickly underwater. The advantages that the Atlanteans had developed over many years of evolution were instantly compensated for by the high technology. Leon was swimming like this for the first time, having a great time. On the other hand, Rachel, the teacher, felt somewhat helpless. She felt that only she was deep and serious, while the godfather seemed not worried at all. How could her own godfather be like this? Others were also amazed at Leon's carefree attitude and quickened their pace to follow him. They all headed towards the deep sea. Before long, they arrived at the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. Then, Mira led them as they swam down to the seabed. Various kinds of marine life they had never seen appear before them. They were colorful. Some looked beautiful, while others were fierce and ugly. Even Rachel's mood improved significantly. Is this the underwater world? Even the Amazons like Diana found it somewhat beautiful. Here we are, Mira said at that moment. She twisted her body like a mermaid, guiding everyone through a light curtain. Soon, the underwater world, the magical Atlantis, appeared before them. It was filled with typical Atlantis-style architecture, arranged in concentric circles. But on this basis, there were many high-tech buildings with various colors of lights flashing. There were indeed a few people around. Mira turned around, her red hair floating in the water. The warriors have gone to form a defense line. Only the elderly and children are left here. Please follow me. Mira said no more and led everyone through Atlantis. Compared to this, the Amazons felt a bit embarrassed. The technology of Atlantis was far more advanced than that of Paradise Island. Moreover, this was all developed by the Atlanteans themselves. Unlike Paradise Island, if they hadn't learned from human technology, they would be no different from primitives. Perhaps this is the reason for the difference between women and men. Under the rule of women, there tends to be contentment with the status quo and not much ambition. In contrast, Atlantis was different, due to the immense pressure of survival. Unlike the stability of Paradise Island, they had great aspirations. If it weren't for humanity's technological explosion due to the two world wars, they would truly be inferior to the Atlanteans. And even now, it might not be possible to compete. Mira stopped an elderly woman and inquired about the location of Queen Atlanta. The queen has gone to the front lines. It seems there is a problem with ORM. That foolish ORM again. Mira felt somewhat helpless. This was the reason she and Queen Atlanta looked down on ORM, even though he was the offspring of Queen Atlanta. He was indeed too foolish and completely lacked the ability to become a king. If he were to control Atlantis, it would be doomed. So, Mira could only turn to the others and say, I originally wanted to host you well, but the queen has already gone to the front lines. Leon immediately spoke up. Let's wait until the reception and deal with things when we return. Then we can celebrate. Hearing Liang's words, Mela smiled slightly, as she hoped for the same. However, the situation was urgent, and the final outcome was still uncertain. Diana, unable to sit still, said, Then let's head to the front line first. Rachel also turned to Liang and said, Godfather, I sense the power of the three palaces. It's him who's causing trouble. Leon hugged his disciple and said, Let's hurry, and set off. Okay. Mira felt grateful and turned to lead them on their way. Although there were few people, sometimes the number of participants didn't matter in a high-end battlefield. Time returned to not long ago. In the temple, in front of the teleportation array. Angela was possessed by the power sent by the three palaces. After being possessed, Angela could perceive everything outside, but her body was under the control of the three palaces. Her skin turned deep red, and two scarlet eyes appeared on her forehead, and she fell into darkness. "My king, is that you?" Angela asked excitedly in her heart. However, the three palaces ignored her, not even offering a word of praise. For a sycophant, this was the best outcome. Angela did not deceive Harley Quinn. After having a deep experience with the three palaces, she truly felt regret. Especially after giving birth to Rachel, her remorse intensified. However, when the three palaces appeared again and deeply possessed her once more, she was completely conquered. It turned out that different races were not a problem. However, the three palaces had never liked her. To a demon like the three palaces, women were merely tools for conquering the world. Angela, as a human, was just a sacrificial offering from the beginning. Keeping her alive instead of killing her was already the greatest mercy. The goal of the three palaces had always been Earth. The Lazarus pit found by the ninja master was the work of the three palaces. After the ninja master bathed in the Lazarus pit, he inevitably became a servant of the three palaces. However, the three palaces had not shown up before, so the ninja master did not have to pay the price. But as the power of the three palaces manifested, the ninja master realized he could not escape. His body no longer belonged to him. The three palaces did not glance at these servants, but instead dispersed all the power. Roar! The people brought by the ninja master were all invaded by the black mist. In an instant, everyone grew a single eye. The three palaces only needed their power, not their loyalty. So-called loyalty was never worth anything. "Master, can you let my daughter go?" The ninja master was the only one not controlled, as he no longer belonged to himself. At this moment, he bravely asked. The three palaces did not look at him, but instead drifted away. Clearly, this was a refusal, but the ninja master had no way to respond. Not even daring to get angry. He could only follow along. Under the control of the three palaces, they instantly broke out. Outside, the trench tribe was still waiting, their limited intelligence preventing them from understanding how these people disappeared in an instant. Then, the three palaces led the charge. Under the influence of the three palaces' power, these people's strength had completely changed. Originally just ordinary ninjas with no super abilities, they could now use hellish magic. However, the three palaces felt somewhat dissatisfied. These people were too weak. The stronger the possessed individual, the greater the power he could exert. Therefore, he needed a stronger vessel. The trench tribe clearly did not meet this requirement. The trench tribe was merely bloody and brutal, fearless, but that did not mean they were powerful. It was just that the Atlanteans were afraid and did not dare to provoke them casually. Under the power of the three palaces, large numbers of the trench tribe died. In the face of the gap in life levels, the trench tribe had no room for resistance. Unsurprisingly, the remaining trench tribe chose to submit and became guides, leading the three palaces towards Atlantis. The turmoil of the trench tribe had long been noticed by the Atlanteans who were monitoring them. They then informed Queen Atlanta. Queen Atlanta hurriedly sent Alm to guard. Unexpectedly, a problem arose. Alm, this foolish son, offered no resistance and was immediately controlled by the three palaces. Because he had ability, he became the best vessel for the three palaces. When Queen Atlanta received the news and arrived at the front line, she saw Alm, possessed by the three palaces, slaughtering his own people. "Who are you? Get out of Alm's body right now." Queen Atlanta, holding a golden trident, exclaimed in anger. Although she looked down on Alm, he was still her son. The three palaces immediately noticed Queen Atlanta. There was no way around it. The trident in Queen Atlanta's hand was too attractive to the three palaces. "You cannot wield its power. Give it to me." The three palaces could sense the power to control the ocean from it. Yet this woman before him only regarded it as a symbol of authority. "Get lost." Queen Atlanta was extremely angry, and the trident suddenly unleashed powerful fluctuations. Buzzing. If it had been in the past, Alm and all the Atlanteans would have been rendered unable to resist by the power of the trident. This was the royal family's oppression of ordinary people, and this was why the trident symbolized the king of Atlantis. However, at this moment, Alm, possessed by the three palaces, withstood the trident's immense power and broke through the fluctuations. Boom! The water surged towards Queen Atlanta like a power drill. The immense energy was something Queen Atlanta had never encountered and was unable to withstand. She could only dodge. Then, the two began to fight. Queen Atlanta, wielding the trident, was the most powerful being in this ocean, and, at the seabed, she was unstoppable. But at this moment, the power of the trident was ineffective against the three palaces. Although the three palaces could not use all of their power, they had enhanced Aum's abilities. As a pure Atlantean, Aum was actually stronger than King Arthur, who was half human and half Atlantean. Besides his superhuman physical quality, he could release electricity and control seawater. Now, under the enhancement of the three palaces, his energy became even more powerful. Boom! He pounded Queen Atlanta like a cannonball. The once elegantly poised queen instantly became extremely flustered. "Bitch, give me the trident!" Aum shouted. Queen Atlanta recognized this was Aum's own voice, not that of the possessed demon. This shook her greatly. Regardless, Aum was still her son. But now her son wanted to take her trident and power. Thus, Queen Atlanta was instantly sent flying, and the trident was seized by Aum, controlled by the three palaces. "Roar!" Aum shouted, finally feeling the power of the Ocean Lord. With the trident, he could control the ocean. Then, the three palaces controlling Aum raised the trident and aimed it at Queen Atlanta. Now was the time for this bitch to die. "Queen!" The voice of Mela echoed from afar. Queen Atlanta lifted her head to look, and in her despair, she found a figure standing before her. The trident pierced through without any hesitation. Bang! However, the trident, which represented the power of the ocean, merely produced the sound of metal clashing. How could this be? Even Queen Atlanta was utterly shocked at that moment. After using the trident for so long, only she knew how powerful it truly was. It was indestructible, embodying the authority of the ocean and divine power. The various mysteries could not be explained in a moment. Yet at this moment, the immensely powerful trident was blocked by a human body. Liang held one end of the trident and turned to look at Queen Atlanta, saying, "Beautiful queen, I am Liang from Gotham." At his words, Queen Atlanta blushed a little. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to her like that. It even felt a bit frivolous. But women, after all, never disliked being complimented. So she did not blame Liang, but slightly blushed and said, "Thank you. Surface dwellers are always friends of Atlantis." Seeing the still charming queen blush, Liang also felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, he had inherited the ambition of Emperor Wei Wu. Queen Atlanta looked to be just over 30, appearing as youthful as Queen Hippolyta. After all, for the long-lived, they were still equivalent to the prime of human life. However, the three palace did not give Liang and Queen Atlanta time for flirtation. "Who are you? You actually possess my daughter's power." The three palace looked at Liang in astonishment, completely occupying the body of Aum. Looking at the single eye of the three palace, Liang remained unfazed. After all, he was someone who had even defeated Dormammu. Why would he fear a mere three palace? "I am Rachel's father," Liang said without hesitation. "I officially tell you on her behalf that she has severed ties with you. Don't come to harass her again, damn Sangong." Upon hearing Liang's words, Sangong immediately became furious. Although he wasn't lacking in women and children, hearing that Liang had taken Rachel away made him feel as if a prize cabbage had been uprooted by a wild boar. Undoubtedly, Rachel was his most valued daughter because she had inherited his immense power. Now that she had been taken away like this, Sangong immediately regarded Liang as a mortal enemy. He must kill him. "What? You don't believe it?" "Rachel!" Liang shouted immediately. At this moment, Rachel swam out from among the Amazons. Upon seeing Rachel, Sangong instantly felt her power. "My dear daughter, come and let me pass." Sangong said to Rachel, "Your power belongs to Sangong, and you belong to Sangong. Together, we will conquer the world." Hearing this, Liang felt that Sangong's daughter should not be Rachel, but rather the goddess of death, Hela, because if it were Hela, she would definitely be very excited upon hearing his words. Conquering the world? That would be so much fun. She would bring death to all worlds. But unfortunately, Rachel was not the goddess of death, Hela. Thus, she disdainfully replied, "Give up on that thought. I will only kill you." She hurriedly ran over to hug Liang, making Sangong feel as if he had been bullied in front of them. Although she was his daughter and not his woman, it only made him angrier. Sangong had countless women. He could summon any woman he wanted from any dimension and have offspring with them to conquer the world. But there had never been anyone as outstanding as Rachel. Women weren't important, daughters were. "I'm the daughter of the Godfather." "I don't know you," Rachel said ruthlessly. The truth has always been the most hurtful. Sangong could sense Rachel's true feelings. She only harbored hatred for him as her real father, while her love was for Liang. Thus, Sangong broke down. Sangong was so furious that it seemed his skin was about to turn black, the deep red power controlling Aum, causing him to lose consciousness completely. In that moment, Sangong fought against Liang. Having battled with beings like dimensional demons twice in a row, Liang didn't know whether to feel happy or not. but at least the battle results could be verified. Leon pushed Rachel away and shielded Queen Atlanta behind him. Instead of dodging the attack from the three palaces, he took it head-on. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two exchanged several punches, each landing with a thud, creating a clanging sound. In no time, the sea was boiling all around. Your Majesty, quickly take cover. Leon had no choice but to speak. Queen Atlanta intended to help, but upon seeing this scene, she realized she would only be a burden. As she swam away, she felt astonished. How could the surface dwellers be so powerful? If it came to a fight, how could Atlantis possibly be a match? Even with the so-called divine trident, they were no match for the surface dwellers. Moreover, the number of humans living on the surface completely overwhelmed Atlantis. The potential for war on both sides was not even in the same league. With this in mind, Queen Atlanta could only direct Mira and the others. All Atlantis people, fight with me. Upon Queen Atlanta's return, the Atlanteans felt invigorated. All the Atlantean soldiers looked like they were cast from the same mold, identical in their battle gear and masks. Atlantis, Atlantis. They waved their weapons and charged at the fearless trench tribe. The two races seemed to fill the ocean floor, overwhelming in numbers, with no end in sight. They collided like underwater currents, and in an instant, members from both sides were injured and fell backward. Below, the Atlanteans also brought in underwater war chariots, moving effortlessly through the water, showing no signs of disturbance. A single cannon blast could shatter the trench tribe to pieces. But the problem was that the Atlanteans had too few war chariots, while the trench tribe was more numerous. Even if some of their members were blown apart, it didn't affect them at all. Queen Atlanta could only take a trident, which was a replica, although it wasn't as powerful as the golden trident. It still had super abilities. Buzzing. She used the sea wave to enhance her people and then spoke. Mira and friends from the Amazons. Please deal with those guys. Queen Atlanta pointed at the group of ninja masters. They still retained the power of the three palaces, which ordinary Atlanteans could not handle. Leave it to us. General Antiope immediately said. Every Amazon was a born warrior, stronger than the Atlanteans. Then, General Antiope looked at Wonder Woman Diana. Diana was watching the battlefield near Leon and said, I'll help you deal with those humans first. Near Leon? General Antiope expressed concern. Don't worry. His strength is greater than you think, Diana replied, then wondered, Aunt, why do you care about him? Because he is the son-in-law of the Amazons. General Antiope replied, without changing her expression. Diana did not think much of it. As Leon fought against the three palaces, a giant whirlpool seemed to appear on the ocean floor. The whirlpool kept spinning and grew larger, resembling an underwater tornado. In no time, the Atlanteans were dodging it. The trench tribe, lacking much intelligence, was too late to avoid it and soon got sucked into the whirlpool. The trench tribe cried out in panic. But they were quickly torn apart by the massive ocean whirlpool. Meanwhile, Leon and the three palaces in the center were completely unaffected. Leon has the physique of a Kryptonian. Although he doesn't possess those superpowers, his physical strength is not lacking at all. Sangong is using the body of OM, who inherently possesses physical talents like super strength and super speed. After being possessed by Sangong, all of OM's abilities are enhanced. As a result, the two seem to engage in a primal battle, getting more intense with each exchange. However, Leon quickly seized the opportunity. This was something he learned from Kara's fighting style. Kara, being a woman, loves to throw toys around. She particularly enjoys facing enemies with capes. Therefore, Leon immediately took advantage of this and grabbed Sangong's red cape. After all, OM's uniform also has a cape, unlike Leon, who came out to fight in plain clothes. There was nothing target. Moreover, thanks to the biofield protection, Liang's clothes are not easily damaged. Leon grabbed the cloak and started spinning. Sangong indeed found it difficult to control his body. Sangong could only stab wildly with the trident. But the trident couldn't break through Liang's defense. Bang! Liang threw Sangong out with a force that spun like a shot put. Boom! The blow shattered a small underwater hill into powder. But Sangong quickly steadied himself, and under the control of the trident, the sea water transformed into water arrows, shooting towards Liang. He also used the trident to command nearby marine creatures to charge at Liang, like a suicide attack. In an instant, Liang was surrounded by countless marine creatures, various fish, jellyfish, crabs, all rushing towards him. In the distance, sharks, dolphins, and other creatures were coming in groups. This was the power of the Atlantean king's trident. It was said that Atlantis worshipped Poseidon, the sea god, and thus received his blessings. Seeing the scene, Queen Atlanta quickly came to help. After all, She was the current queen of Atlantis. As her trident issued commands, the marine creatures seemed stunned, caught in a dilemma. But for Sangong, this was enough. "Return my daughter," Sangong shouted as he charged forward. In the distance, Angela, who had regained some of her senses, had never seen Sangong so furious. After all, his daughter had been taken away right in front of him, by a minotaur no less. Who could endure that? He crashed into Liang like a missile, and this time Liang's biological field could no longer protect his clothes, leaving him in a somewhat awkward state. But Angela couldn't pay attention to that anymore, as Rachel had already approached her. "Mother of Azarath, grant me the power to end this war." Rachel's magic was different from before, especially since she sought the power of Azarath. Soon, she worked alongside Diana to defeat the ninja master subordinates. Of course, Diana was still the main force. As the strongest superhero on Earth, Diana's combat experience was too rich. It was nearly impossible for her to suffer losses. Rachel, on the other hand, had a diverse range of powers. Not only did she wield the orthodox magic of Asgard, but she also possessed the evil magic inherited from her bloodline, which was similar to Sangong's. Additionally, she had the power of Azarath, which, though destroyed, still existed. Azarath was a sacred dimension, rich in magical knowledge and holy magic. With this triple enhancement, Rachel's future was full of brightness. Thus, with Rachel's support, Diana easily dealt with the Ninja Masters group. Although these people had Sangong's power, they were still no match for her. After all, at this moment, Sangong had gathered most of his strength into Om, vowing to fight Liang to the death and completely defeat the man who had taken his daughter. "Rachel, I am your mother." Angela could only play the emotional card, returning to her normal appearance. Rachel Ross still had memories of her mother. However, seeing everything her mother was doing, Rachel could only act against her. She said coldly, "Not anymore. You can't even compare to my adoptive mother, let alone my godfather." "Why?" Angela immediately jumped in anger. She didn't love Rachel at all. At first, she thought of her as the child of a demon and wished to kill her. But then she felt that she should preserve Sangong's bloodline. After all, she was not a normal person. She was the saintess of a cult. How could someone become a saintess in a cult, even if it meant being sacrificed, have a normal worldview? Isn't it good to conquer the world together with your father? Conquer the world? What is left after conquest? Rachel recalled Azarath. Azarath was now a wasteland. The sacred dimension had turned to fragments. This was what happened wherever Sangong went. Nothing grew in his wake. If conquering the world meant destroying everything, what was the point? Rachel would never allow such a thing to happen. "Then what do you want to do, my daughter?" Angela said coldly. She had already sensed that Rachel had been deeply poisoned by that Liang. "I won't kill you, Mom. I will imprison you, and I know a good place where you will quietly die." Rachel's icy words sent a chill down Angela's spine. An inexplicable fear engulfed her. After all, as Sangong's daughter, Rachel inherited part of his personality, cold and ruthless. "This is my last mercy." After saying this, Rachel's magical power enveloped Angela. Although Angela had also learned magic from Azarath, her mediocre talent meant she couldn't even get started. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been treated like this by Harley Quinn. Then, Rachel glanced at Liang and Sangong's side before decisively going to help the Atlanteans. She couldn't afford to intervene in such a battle right now. Moreover, the situation for the Atlanteans was dire. The trench people were completely unafraid of death, with no psychological pressure, only thoughts of destroying everything. Just battling such a race was enough to make the Atlanteans feel uncomfortable. So, with the Atlanteans retreating step by step, if Rachel and the others didn't help, they would likely be completely defeated. In a moment of crisis, Diana thought of a good idea. "Liang." Diana called out to Liang and pointed in the direction of the trench people. Liang and Diana have a deep connection. To read books for free, search Silk Road Novel Network Silexel. Or just a hint from Diana, and Liang understood. Thus, he changed his strategy and reached out to grab the trident. Bang! Little did he expect that as soon as he touched the trident, he was repelled, because the trident was rejecting him. In shock, Sangong noticed this. "So that's how it is." Sangong let out an evil laugh and lunged the trident towards Liang. Liang could only grab his cloak and throw him towards the trench tribe. Subsequently, before Sangong could regain control of his body, Wonder Woman Diana came in to take over. She wielded the God Power Shield and slammed it down towards Sangong. Bang! Sangong blocked with his trident, and the collision of the two artifacts instantly caused a tsunami-like effect. However, it was effective. Both Sangong and Diana were forced back, with Sangong's initial strike landing among the trench tribe, crushing a large number of them. Leon aimed to bring the battlefield over here, and he instantly accelerated back into the fray. In fact, in this kind of battle, technique no longer mattered much. It was all about who had greater strength and more energy. Leon's strength and energy are indeed considerable. He has had the physique of a Kryptonian for some time, and during this period, he also traveled to Asgard. Asgard is located at the top of the 9 realms, closer to the sun than Earth, which means it enjoys abundant sunlight, almost always having sunny weather throughout the year. During his time in Asgard, Leon's cells greedily absorbed solar energy, leading to a rapid increase in his power. As a result, Sangong was like an uncontrollable punching bag, being knocked away by Leon's punches. The two of them charged into the ranks of the Deep Sea tribe. The Deep Sea tribe couldn't withstand them. The two of them crushed them into a spray of blood. However, Sangong quickly regained his footing on the seabed, controlling his body, and with his trident in hand, he unleashed a powerful wave. The wave swept across the seabed, with every drop of seawater becoming a medium for transmission. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the bodies of the Deep Sea tribe nearby exploded instantly. This finally instilled fear in the Deep Sea tribe, causing them to flee in panic, not daring to stay any longer. The Atlanteans also retreated frantically. Fortunately, Wonder Woman Diana appeared at the forefront, raising her arms in a cross defense. Most of the waves were absorbed by her silver bracelets. Queen Atlanta shouted, "We can't fight him underwater. He has the trident. How do we take the trident from him?" Leon asked. "Only those of royal blood can wield the trident. I need a chance." Queen Atlanta, still exuding charm, gritted her teeth. "There are too few of royal blood. Even considering my eldest son who lives on the coast, there are only 3 of us now." Therefore, with no way to find Arthur, only Queen Atlanta had the opportunity to reclaim the trident of Poseidon. Bang! At that moment, Diana absorbed all the energy and sent it back. Even the 3 palaces were momentarily shocked and unable to move. "Throw him out." Diana, who had already heard the method, shouted. Leon said, "There's no need to be so troublesome." Suddenly, Leon appeared beside Sangong and used teleportation magic to envelop him. When the two reappeared, they were already in the icy wilderness of the North Pole. Realizing what was happening, Sangong immediately thrust his trident towards Liang's waist. If it made contact, Liang would never be able to commit crimes again in his life. This infuriated Liang. Hitting someone's waist is below the belt. Sangong was indeed ruthless. "Return my daughter." Sangong glared at Liang with indignation. This was his most outstanding daughter. If she devoted herself to conquering the world with him, their efficiency would increase tremendously. Unfortunately, Sangong's true form could not leave his dimension at will. He could only rely on others to open the door. And Azarath was more like a pocket universe. He could enter such a small universe relatively easily. However, when it came to a mysterious place like Earth, Sangong found it much more challenging. But if Rachel helped him open the door, it would become very efficient. It was like a gang of thieves. If someone was already inside the house, executing the theft would be much easier. Opening the door from inside was completely different in difficulty from opening it from outside. "She is my daughter." Leon naturally didn't want that. It was like a foster father meeting a biological father, definitely a great enmity. There was only one daughter, and everyone wanted her. Fortunately, the 3rd palace had no allies in this world, but Leon did. With Rachel's teleportation, Wonder Woman Diana, Queen Atlanta, and Mara all followed her to the Arctic. However, Rachel felt a bit cold. She quickly wrapped herself in magic. But looking at the others, they didn't seem affected. The Atlanteans lived at the bottom of the sea for a long time, where the temperature was generally around 0 degrees. So even though it was colder now, they could still barely adapt. Diana was even less affected. After all, she was a demigod. So she rushed in to help immediately. She and Leon began to attack the 3rd palace. And Leon had no intention of fighting the 3rd palace fairly. "Kara!" Leon shouted loudly. Although the sound couldn't reach the whole world, Kara could definitely hear it. Sure enough, not long after, a figure flew over from a distance. Like a cannonball, it smashed into the 3 palaces. Kara was finally able to run away like Spider-Man, skipping class midway. What student hasn't fantasized about skipping class? It looked very cool. So, as soon as she arrived here, she saw the Godfather fighting a monster with red skin and a single eye. At a glance, Kara knew this form was an enemy. So without saying a word, she jumped into action. 3 superhumans treated the 3 palaces like a punching bag, constantly hitting him. Like a relay race. Whenever the 3 palaces was knocked aside, someone else would take over and send him flying again. Finally, the 3 palaces became furious, using the characteristics of the trident. He sent Kara flying. Subsequently, Diana and Leon were also affected. Even just accidentally touching the trident would result in them being knocked back by its power. Except for those of Atlantean royal blood, No one else could even touch the trident, let alone wield its power. Just as he was about to resist, Rachel came over and suppressed the three palaces with the dark power within her. Rachel's face also bore a single eye, which looked very eerie. Kara was momentarily surprised. After finishing her incantation, Rachel immediately shouted, "Quick, subdue him!" The three of them, coming back to their senses, quickly restrained the OM who was under the control of the three palaces, just like a white police officer dealing with a black person. Leon slammed his knee into his neck. If the three palaces knew about this, he would have shouted that even a demon's life matters. At that moment, Queen Atlanta approached and grasped the trident. Sure enough, Queen Atlanta, bearing the royal blood of Atlantis, was not knocked back like Leon and the others. No, the three palaces screamed madly, feeling the trident being snatched away. "Daughter, you have disappointed me too much." The three palaces looked at Rachel. The single eye on Rachel's face was very familiar to him, but it was opposing him. "I am not your daughter," Rachel said stiffly, intensifying her power to suppress the three palaces. Leon also used magic to help her, conjuring chains that bound the three palaces from top to bottom, as if enslaving them. Wonder Woman Diana further forced the three palaces to leave with her lasso of truth. "Very well," the three palaces spoke, "then don't blame me." Suddenly, opened his mouth, and a cloud of black mist rushed out. "Hurry, stop him." Leon spoke up. "There's no stopping it." Rachel sensed something and said, "This is not a physical entity, but merely the power of the three palaces. That's why this black mist disappeared the moment it left AM's body. This is the terrifying aspect of the three palaces. What was defeated was merely the person possessed by its power, not the three palaces themselves. In this situation, the three palaces could appear at any time. Therefore, the three palaces do not care about momentary victories or defeats. It has already come to this world and can appear at any moment to influence Rachel. This makes Rachel like a ticking time bomb. Leon and the others quickly thought of this, and Diana cast a glance at Leon. So, casually recognizing a daughter, is this how it is now? In comparison, Kara, this Kryptonian, doesn't seem like a hassle anymore. "Mom, what did I do?" At this moment, the finally awakened looked bewildered. He felt himself being pinned down by three people, with magical chains binding him, and the two stunningly beautiful women were also quite unceremonious. He had no idea what terrible mistake he had made to be treated like this. At this time, Queen Atlanta appeared to be in a position of power. The trident back in her hands, she regained the ability to control Atlantis. You have committed the foolish, ignorant, and arrogant mistake," Queen Atlanta said with hatred. "Your negligence almost led to the destruction of Atlantis. If it weren't for the help of our surface friends, Atlantis would have likely been destroyed." As she spoke, Queen Atlanta felt some lingering fear. If it weren't for Leon and their help, Atlantis would definitely not have escaped the clutches of that demon. The ending doesn't need to be guessed. It is clear that Atlantis would have turned into a wasteland, truly becoming a story of myth. All of this was due to Ohm's recklessness. Therefore, Queen Atlanta angrily declared, "I will confine you in the Atlantis prison. You need to repent for this." As for Black Manta, Atlantis would expel him if he wasn't dead already. She had long been displeased with Black Manta for advising Ohm, and now it was a double benefit. "No, Mother, I am the heir of Atlantis." Ohm immediately panicked and began to plead for mercy. "Don't do this. I'm a prince. I don't want to be locked up." Seeing his weak appearance, Queen Atlanta looked down on him even more. After all, she had no feelings for King Atlantis to begin with, so she couldn't stand Ohm since he was born. He was completely unlike other mothers, who always favored their younger sons. "Stop talking." Queen Atlanta tapped the trident, and under its influence, Ohm found himself completely unable to resist. Leon was somewhat surprised. Whoever wields the trident can control Atlantis. Unfortunately, only those of royal blood can use it. This also prevents the power of Atlantis from falling into the wrong hands. This made Leon look at Diana. It was much more powerful than the lasso of truth. When Diana caught his gaze, she immediately shot him a glare. Leon also just discovered how powerful Diana's combat strength is. Initially, he couldn't suppress OM, who was possessed by the three palaces, but with Diana joining in, it was different. It seemed like Diana was the main force, while he played a supporting role like Kara, who joined later. The key was that Diana could consistently deal true damage to the three palaces, and her combat experience was incredibly rich. This highlights the importance of experience. No wonder Boss Chow prefers those with experience. Moreover, Leon also found Diana's artifact quite interesting. It seemed that what he saw in those comics in New York hinted that Wonder Woman's lasso of truth is a powerful weapon against her. As long as he could bind Diana with the lasso of truth, he could do whatever he wanted to her, and she wouldn't have any chance to resist. Leon decided to use it next time. As for Diana's protective silver bracelet, it's not meant to enhance her power. Rather, it restricts her power. It's just that Diana herself doesn't know. Thinking about it this way, one can detect the conspiracy theory within. What do Zeus and the other Olympian gods really want to do to Diana? Whether it's the lasso of truth or the protective silver bracelet, they only seem useful on the surface. In reality, they're all constraints on her. Do they want her to become RBQ at any time? But Leon didn't think much about it. Queen Atlanta spoke up. Esteemed human friends, Amazon friends, I invite you to Atlantis, and we will treat you well. The charming Queen Atlanta issued a formal invitation. Leon naturally agreed. Yay! Kara also exclaimed excitedly. She didn't want to go back to studying. Then, she looked at Leon pleadingly. Her intention's obvious. All right, you can come along too. Following that, Leon used teleportation to envelop them all. In an instant, they returned to the seabed. At that moment, Kara realized she didn't have an underwater device, but her unique physiology allowed her to move freely underwater and breathe without issue. After all, Kryptonians can fly and survive in the vacuum of space. How much worse could the underwater environment be? Moreover, as long as Kara used her biofield to wrap herself, she could go anywhere. Please, everyone. Queen Atlanta instructed Mara to manage the troops while she welcomed Leon and the others to return to Atlantis. Soon, they arrived back at the previous underwater city. Kara, who was there for the first time, was clearly stunned. She hadn't expected the underwater world to be so beautiful. It was almost as aesthetically pleasing as her memories of Krypton, sci-fi, and breathtaking. However, she quickly noticed that Rachel was not very enthusiastic. Kara knew why. The situation with the Triad felt like a bomb that could explode at any moment, preventing Rachel from relaxing. She could only try to help Rachel unwind, and then let the Godfather consider if there was any solution. Of course, the simplest solution would be to ensure the Triad could no longer find Rachel. But that wouldn't stop the Triad's power from causing chaos on Earth. Get someone to put OM down. What about Black Manta? Upon returning to Atlantis, Queen Atlanta immediately asked. Black Manta has fled. A soldier promptly replied. Umph. Queen Atlanta was somewhat angry. Issue a warrant for his capture. The palace of Atlantis appeared very vast and spacious, as well as stunningly beautiful. Beautiful mermaids served food to the guests. Leon and the others also tasted the underwater delicacies. Queen Atlanta sat at the top, next to General Antiope and Leon. The others were seated below, all expressing their admiration. The cuisine of Atlantis primarily consists of various seafood and fish from the ocean. The flavors are rich and are difficult to find on the surface. Moreover, it indeed has a unique charm. Mr. Leon, may I ask what your status is in surface society? Queen Atlanta inquired of Leon beside her. She raised her glass, and Leon gently clinked it with hers. I'm just an ordinary person. Somehow, he felt that Queen Atlanta's gaze towards him was unusual, reminiscent of the feeling he had when Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope looked at him. However, Leon did not show it. After all, Queen Atlanta still appeared very young, with a more mature charm than Mira. Today, Leon's heroic rescue left a deep impression on Queen Atlanta. At that moment, she felt her heart racing, as if she had returned to her youth, inevitably experiencing a surge of impulse. This is a primal instinct for most beings. When faced with death, the strongest desire is for the primal urge, as it leads to procreation. This is why the trope of the heroic rescue, although cliché, remains effective. At this moment, although the thrill was somewhat diminished, Queen Atlanta found Leon very pleasing and thought he would make a good companion. Of course, this was mainly because both of her men were gone. King Atlanta had died not long ago, and Arthur's father was also dead. If she didn't want to grow old alone, she needed to find a target. Leon, who was not an Atlantean, was a good choice. She didn't want someone to compete for power. She placed immense value on power, and Liang's identity satisfied her. An ordinary person wouldn't think too much. Leon didn't think too much about it. If the Atlanteans and humans were to cooperate, he could only play a leading role. After all, even the Wayne Group couldn't make decisions on its own. It had to be agreed upon by all of humanity. So there could only be one organization that could effectively manage this. Of course, it still had to rely on the power of the Wayne Group. After all, no matter how you look at it, the Wayne Group is also part of the world of capital, a player rather than a pawn. As the banquet progressed, Kara, Rachel, and others went out to have some fun. It was a rare trip to Atlantis, and they couldn't just stay indoors. Diana was also called out. Afterwards, the Amazons went to rest. Before leaving, General Antiope gave Leon a look that said, "Understand it yourself." After all, They didn't have many opportunities to meet, so they had to seize every moment. Leon had a serious expression and did not respond. Just as he was about to take his leave, Queen Atlanta spoke up. Mr. Leon, let me take you to rest. At such a moment, Leon naturally understood the meaning behind the invitation. However, not refusing was a virtue. So he followed Queen Atlanta into a room inside the palace. There were many items that once belonged to King Atlanta displayed here, even portraits. Queen Atlanta glanced at where he was looking and immediately smiled. I don't like him, and shouldn't doing this in front of him be quite exciting? Leon nodded seriously and said, he definitely hopes you can be happy too. I'm very happy. Queen Atlanta came before him and pushed him down. Then he would be very happy too. Under the gaze of King Atlanta, everyone was very happy. Queen Atlanta did this to let the deceased King Atlanta witness her happiness. Isn't that a kind of pure love? Mira looked at the radiant Queen Atlanta, feeling somewhat puzzled. But at that moment, she was still inexperienced and didn't understand the change it brought. It was as if the queen had become younger and more beautiful. Mira, what's the matter? Queen Atlanta lazily looked at Mira. She thought the happiness of a human world was nothing more than this. It wasn't until she met Leon that she realized she was completely wrong. Leon could go to places where King Atlanta couldn't reach, and his physical quality was on a totally different level. Mira spoke up, Your Majesty, one of those surface dwellers has died. They didn't kill the surface dwellers indiscriminately, but captured all of them, planning to let the surface dwellers handle it themselves as gifts. But unexpectedly, one died right away. How did he die? Queen Atlanta asked in confusion. He committed suicide, Mira answered. Queen Atlanta immediately had someone call for Leon. When they met again, Leon did not show any unusual behavior. After all, he was still somewhat busy and couldn't meet with everyone at once. He had to rush to General Antiope and Diana's event, which meant Kara and Rachel didn't get to see him and had to return to Gotham by themselves. They had played crazily for half a day before remembering Siri. They could only hurry back, hoping that Siri wouldn't be angry. Leon has been feeling a bit overwhelmed in these 3 battles. If it weren't for his Kryptonian physique, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. After all, there is 1 Atlantean and 2 Amazons, one of whom is a demigod. Queen Atlanta informed him about the situation, and Leon asked, who died? He had his suspicions, but wanted to get confirmation from Mira. They said it was the Ninja Master. It indeed turned out to be the Ninja Master. Relying on the ability to be resurrected, he just died casually. Let him be. Leon didn't know what the Pool of Lazarus was before, but now he knows it was the work of the Court of Owls. However, there's not much he can do, only stay vigilant. After all, Batman has known the Ninja Master for so long and still can't do anything about the Pool of Lazarus. The Ninja Master never gives them a chance to catch him. He just commits suicide when there's danger. Queen, we will return to the surface now, and if we have any results, we will invite you. Leon immediately said, Atlantis is indeed magnificent, but it can get boring after a while. Queen Atlanta was not someone easily entangled in romantic feelings. She nodded and said, then let Mara go to the surface with you first. Atlantis is safe with me here. All right, Your Majesty. Mara immediately nodded. Then, Mara and Leon went out together to make preparations. She suddenly looked at Leon and asked, what did you do to the queen? Leon didn't give himself away and asked, what do you mean? The queen had changed from before. She now had a smile. Mira said, Queen Atlanta used to often wear a frown, unlike now, when she occasionally showed a happy smile. Leon said, it might have reminded her of happy things. Mira, this chick, completely didn't understand. Gotham, Wayne Enterprises headquarters. Bruce Wayne looked at Kate Kane warily, afraid that he would be sold out by her again. Last time, he was knocked out by Harley Quinn. Even Batman couldn't withstand being betrayed by his own people. Bruce, what kind of look is that? This made Kate feel hurt. What happened to trust between people? When did it become like this? But she also knew that if she didn't clarify things, Bruce Wayne probably wouldn't dare to go with her. Leon wants to see you. So, Kate could only say. Upon hearing Leon's name, Bruce Wayne frowned. Although he knew Leon knew he was Batman, neither of them had made it explicit, and they tacitly acted as if they didn't know. This is actually the norm for Gothamites. After all, sometimes it's good to be a little muddled. With the Joker and Riddler's IQ, how could they not know who Batman is? But sometimes people just need to be a bit foolish. It benefits everyone. Now that Leon was coming to see him, was he trying to make things clear? Bruce Wayne looked at Kate Kane and said, I thought you only liked women. If others didn't know about Kate and Leon's relationship, it would be impossible for him not to know. Batman analyzes everyone's weaknesses, whether they are enemies or friends. Naturally, he understood this point, and Leon's weakness was concentrated on women, especially teaching girls. He just couldn't understand how Kate, who had been the same since high school, could possibly like men. Kate's expression didn't change, just friends. Anyway, she hadn't thought of having any outcome with Leon, even if she were to get married. It would be to a woman. Being with Leon was definitely just for fun. What does he want from me? Bruce Wayne stood up, ready to follow her. You'll find out when you get there. It's in the conference room. Kate Kane led the way. Her red hair had grown back, but it wasn't to the extent it was before. However, she seemed accustomed to shoulder-length hair, which looked fresher. When they arrived at the conference room, Bruce Wayne immediately saw Leon. After all, the two were old friends. Then he subtly glanced at the two people next to Leon. To his surprise, he didn't recognize either of them. One was a beautiful woman who looked to be under 30, dressed in a black evening gown, but her features looked sharp, giving off an air of authority. Such a woman was definitely not to be trifled with. Her gaze alone felt somewhat oppressive. The other was much better, appearing to be under 30, with red hair that rivaled Kate's. Her demeanor was also much more relaxed, not so stressful. This made Bruce take another look at Leon. Was he not immune to redheads? After all, he had even made a move on Kate. Bruce Wayne. Leon shook his hand and immediately introduced him. This is General Antiope, an Amazon from Paradise Island. This is Mira, from the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. Bruce Wayne nodded and then paused for a moment. Amazons? Atlantis? He had some understanding of Paradise Island, so it wasn't too surprising. However, Atlantis was a bit unexpected, mainly because Atlantis had been hidden so well. Moreover, with humanity's previous technology, they couldn't even reach the seabed, making it impossible to discover them. That's right. Leon smiled and said, they're each other's representatives, wanting to coexist peacefully with humans. Wayne Enterprises will do its best to facilitate this. Bruce Wayne immediately smiled at Leon, looking much more sincere, with the immense interests of both races laid out before them. Just thinking about it made Bruce Wayne realize how much could be earned. Moreover, he had no hostility towards Leon, so he quickly began to communicate with General Antiope and Mara. Soon after, a group from Wayne Enterprises arrived and formal discussions began. This forced General Antiope and Mara to call in their respective professionals, and the two of them couldn't engage in conversation anymore. So, General Antiope simply left, allowing others of her kind to handle the situation. Mara also handed it over to the professionals and went off to find someone. Before leaving, Queen Atlanta had given her a task. It was time to call her eldest son, Arthur, back to Atlantis. After all, his father had already passed away, and ORM was a lost cause. It was time for him to know his identity. Poor Arthur Curry. He still didn't know he was of half human, half Atlantean blood. All he knew was that his mother had left him when he was very young. So, when Mara found Arthur at the lighthouse in Mercy Harbor, he was drinking heavily. After all, his father was dead, and there was no one to look after him. There was nothing Mara could do but wait for him to sober up. She observed Arthur for a day and then shook her head. She felt that Arthur was also not suitable to become the king of Atlantis. It seemed this heavy responsibility would still fall on Queen Atlanta. Leon did not manage the subsequent conversations. In fact, the Wayne Group could no longer control the situation, as more higher-ups were getting involved. After all, this involved 3 races, and there were many areas that needed negotiation for peaceful coexistence. However, after learning so much, Bruce Wayne felt anxious again, so he arranged to meet Leon in his Batman identity. This left Leon with no time to accompany his 3 daughters. He had already vaguely noticed something strange between his 3 daughters, as if something had happened after he returned. But there was no way around it. Before he could resolve this matter, Batman was even more anxious. A meeting was necessary. What was the matter? Leon saw Batman on the rooftop, with his back turned to him. Batman said in a deep voice, "This world is becoming increasingly unsettling." "So what?" Leon casually asked. "I want to build a team to handle global crises." Batman turned around, looked at Leon, and said, "You want me to join?" Leon looked at him and asked, "This is just a temporary idea." Batman spoke up, "And I feel that you're hiding something from me." This made Leon feel strange. What kind of relationship did they have that required him to tell everything? "Next time there is something about Atlantis, you must tell me first," Batman said decisively. Leon looked at Batman and felt that he understood. It turned out that Batman felt he was becoming less and less important. "I'll talk about it when I trust you." Leon replied that he naturally wouldn't casually agree to Batman. "Do you have anything else? I need to go back and accompany my kids." By now, Leon increasingly wanted to go home. He used to enjoy being out, but now he just wanted to go back home and watch the 3 little ones grow up. Of course, things might be different when they grow up. Little birds always leave the nest. If you all dislike me, I will leave. For free books, search Silk Road Novel Network Silexel. Org Leong had just entered the door when he heard voices from the 2nd floor. It was Rachel's voice. Soon, Kara's voice also came out. "When have we ever disliked you?" "Rachel, Stop being unreasonable. Shiri also spoke up. Leon nodded, and the three girls were having a friendly conversation. Such things were no longer uncommon. As life settled down, the disagreements among the three girls increased. After all, the initial harmony was due to their shared plight. But now, after spending more time together, they didn't pay much attention to those issues anymore. Leon thought it was quite normal to have disagreements. Even the best of friends can feel uncomfortable after a long time and notice each other's bad habits, leading to feelings of rejection. Even biological sisters can have quarrels. Leon had understood this long ago. Many girls he had dated before started with loving looks. But after a while, they began to dislike each other. Do you think I don't know? I heard you say we don't. Leon listened to the conversation upstairs and couldn't help but knock on the stair railing, making a sound. The communication instantly stopped. Godfather. Leon then said, come down and chat. Although somewhat reluctant, the three girls still came down slowly. Leon sat on the sofa, looking at the three of them with reluctant expressions, feeling a bit of a headache. When did it become like this? He patted the sofa beside him and said, Rachel, come sit over here. Rachel Green came over and sat down next to him, still in her uniform at home. Not youthful at all. Seeing Kara and Shiri wanting to come over as well, Leon immediately said, you two sit across from us. The two girls responded with an "oh" and could only obediently sit across from him. They placed their hands on their knees, looking quite nervous. After a while, Leon finally spoke up. So, why are you bullying Rachel? We're not, Kara immediately retorted. Shiri also crossed her arms and said, she's just too sensitive. We didn't say anything about her. Seeing Princess Shiri looking unconvinced, Leon turned his head. Rachel, why don't you explain what happened? Hearing Leon's words, Rachel expressionlessly looked up at him. Godfather, they both looked down on me. Look down on you about what? Leon asked flatly. My identity, my eyes. Rachel spoke up. We don't. Shiri shouted again upon hearing this. We're just curious. We want to take a look. I heard it. Rachel then said, you say I'm scary. A devil. No. Shiri firmly denied. That's enough. Leon was annoyed by their chattering and suddenly shouted. The girls fell silent. He hugged Rachel and said, we are family. How could this happen? Did Shiri really say anything? Rachel held him tightly, feeling a bit of warmth in her godfather's embrace. Since she revealed another side of herself, she had become somewhat afraid, fearing that others would distance themselves from her, which made her heart sensitive. To her surprise, Kara still told Shiri about it. That mischievous kid Shiri. No, she wanted to be stubborn, but when she saw Leon's serious gaze, she caved in. All right, I mentioned it, but I didn't mean any harm. Her voice was very small, but everyone could hear it. Kara also took the initiative to take the blame. I'm sorry, Godfather, it was my fault for telling Shiri. No, Leon said seriously, Rachel, let her see how you look. Godfather? Rachel was a bit confused. Leon smiled and said, let Shiri know that you're not scary. But cute. I find it very interesting. So do I, Kara finally added. Seeing their encouraging gazes, Rachel pursed her lips. She found it hard to accept her other form, but it seemed like her family accepted it. So, two more eyes appeared on Rachel's forehead. Shiri, come take a look. Leon looked at Shiri and said, isn't it a bit scary? Shiri looked at him seriously and said, I also want to have a third eye. Would that feel strange? Or would I be able to see more things? Rachel, who was initially a bit serious, couldn't help but laugh. No, it wouldn't. She quickly concealed her form and returned to normal. At this moment, Leon hugged Shiri and said, we are family. How can families say such things? Shiri, although I know you didn't mean it, you hurt Rachel. Do you know what to do? Shiri's heart was also fragile, and Leon had to take care of her a bit. Fortunately, as she grew up, Shiri became more understanding. Moreover, she truly regarded Leon and the others as family. Family members should not hurt each other. So she said to Rachel, Rachel, I'm sorry. It's okay. Rachel forced a smile, but Leon still sensed her unhappiness. After all, she still had worries about the situation in the palace. We are all family. There is nothing we can't solve together. Leon hugged them and said, Kara also came over voluntarily. We understand, they all replied. Then, Leon criticized Kara. You're the oldest. Next time this happens, I will hit you. No, Kara shrank Hadnik, indicating that she knew she had to set a good example. After that, Leon let them go. Go rest, we have class tomorrow. The three girls went upstairs together and finally quieted down. Leon sighed, thinking that there would be more and more friction in the future, because their personalities were all different. Furthermore, the older they grew, the lonelier they would become. Back in the room, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy had gone out to have fun. Otherwise, with them around, the three girls wouldn't be able to argue. Just as Leon was about to take a break, the door was opened. He thought it was Harley Quinn and the others returning. Then he saw Rachel sneaking in. Rachel? Leon looked at her and said, Godfather, I can't go to school anymore. Rachel looked at Leon and asked, "Why?" Leon asked, "What can you do without reading?" "Sangong could come over at any time. If he finds the school, I will be putting others at risk," Rachel said heavily. The appearance of Sangong would inevitably change her life. "What do you want to do?" Leon also knew that it was like this, so he respected Rachel's choice. "Father, let me take you to see a place." Rachel held his hand, and then a dark light flashed over her body, enveloping Leon. This surprised Leon. Rachel's power was becoming stronger, and this was a long-distance teleportation. Though he didn't know where they were being sent. Azarath was a beautiful place, filled with greenery and various divine creatures. Rachel said to Leon, "There are also a group of lovely people. They are very powerful and possess divine magic. You'll definitely like them. They're all beautiful." Hearing Rachel tease him, Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth. He didn't only like beautiful ones. He had other requirements, like great strength. However, as he looked around at the environment, the land was shattered into countless pieces, and it was all in ruins, with broken walls and remnants. "Is this Azarath?" Leon asked, looking at the dead dimension. "Yes." Rachel nodded. "Wherever the three palaces pass, everything will be destroyed, and life will fade away. Father, we must avoid him." Hearing Rachel's words, Leon nodded. "We won't let Earth become like this." Leon patted her head. "Are we going to other worlds?" Rachel felt a bit reluctant, but it seemed like the only way. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to leave her own world. "Will we come back?" Rachel tightened her grip on Leon's hand. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to deal with the triad," Leon assured her. Although it was just a clone from the three palaces, possessing someone else was already very troublesome. But Leon would not give up. "Do you want to go to Asgard or Kamartaj?" Leon asked. Rachel shook her head and then suggested, "How about we go to Ciri's hometown?" This made Leon look at Rachel, who said that little girls don't hold grudges. This would have to be agreed upon by Ciri. Leon spoke up. The next day, during breakfast when everyone was together, Leon mentioned Rachel's decision to take a break from school. This made Kara and Ciri incredibly envious. They couldn't believe someone could skip school. What a good thing. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, on the other hand, felt confused. "Dear, how can Rachel grow if she doesn't accept knowledge?" Harley Quinn said, "Knowledge is priceless, and I won't allow this." Despite her seemingly carefree attitude, she understands the importance of learning. After all, she graduated from a prestigious university and even earned a PhD, becoming a psychologist. Looking back at her student years, she definitely had high intelligence and education. After all, you can't become a supervillain without a high IQ. Even Bane, who became dumb after being injected with a serum, is still a high IQ criminal. So, anyone who says learning is useless deserves to be proven wrong. I'll let you know what happens next, Leon said to Harley and Poison Ivy, asking them not to cause trouble for a while. Then, he turned to Ciri and said, "Rachel wants to see your world, and she might even live there for a while." "What?" Ciri's mouth dropped open as she looked at Rachel. She hasn't even gone back yet, but she couldn't outright refuse, or it would make things even more awkward, so she could only say, "It's very dangerous there. There are witches, witchers, and all kinds of monsters." "I know," Rachel replied, "but they can't threaten me." This left Ciri speechless. After all, Rachel was a princess of the three realms, and the so-called witches probably wouldn't be enough to fight her. Of course, there were threats. At least in that world, there was a high-level demon called the Mirror Merchant. He even had the abilities to pause time and teleport. This was Leon's only concern, but when he voiced it, Rachel immediately said, "He wouldn't dare touch me unless he's of a higher level than the three realms." However, everyone present certainly didn't think the Mirror Merchant was of a higher level than the three realms. If that were the case, he would not only dare not approach Rachel, but would also avoid her. So they all looked at Ciri. There was no way around it. Rachel's best option was to leave and go to another world. But if Rachel wanted to go to Ciri's world, she naturally needed Ciri's approval. This made Ciri a bit awkward, feeling that Rachel was doing it on purpose. After all, having someone else come to your world was inherently a bit awkward. However, Ciri quickly agreed, just saying, "I hope you won't do anything. I just want a place to stay," Rachel said flatly. But the more she said that, the more guilty Leon and the others felt. Ciri felt the same and walked over to hug Rachel. After all, they were sisters. There was no problem that couldn't be solved internally. "Do you need me to help you get revenge?" Rachel immediately asked. Upon hearing this, Kara frowned, hesitating for a moment. She was a good girl with a very correct worldview and didn't even want to kill. So, she somewhat disapproved of Ciri and Rachel's actions. Ciri then said, "No, I want to do it myself." Ciri's eyes sparkled with hatred, making Kara feel even more helpless. For the three girls, leaving like this, who knows when they would meet again? So, they all felt a bit reluctant. But Kara and Ciri still had to go to school, and after they left, the already silent Rachel became even more subdued. "What's wrong?" Harley Quinn pulled Leon aside. Leon could only tell her about the events involving the three palaces. When Harley Quinn heard that a woman named Angela was involved, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. I should have killed her. Leon avoided letting her fall into self-blame and said, Harley, it's not your fault. He held Harley Quinn in his arms, while Poison Ivy embraced both of them from the side. Harley Quinn didn't say much, but her gaze clearly became more resolute. If it happened again, she would definitely not show mercy. Killing someone to prevent her family from being torn apart was enough of a reason. Traditionally speaking, Harley Quinn is not a true bad woman. Many crazy women and bad women only act for themselves, selfishly doing anything they need because their needs are the best justification. But Harley Quinn is different. Although she is slightly insane, she often acts not for herself, but for others. She is willing to pay any price for the one she loves. Moreover, even when it is for herself, it's merely her curiosity for the truth of the story. When are we leaving? Rachel asked at that moment. Rachel, I can't bully you anymore, so let me have my fun now, Harley Quinn said, releasing Levi to go bully Rachel. Then she couldn't stop herself anymore. Unbeknownst to which corner of the earth he was hiding in, the third palace suddenly felt confused. He found he could no longer sense Rachel's presence. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, neither on Earth nor in this universe. Rachel really just came to take a look. She didn't actually want to stay in Ciri's world because it was too backward, still at a medieval level. She just wanted to see and leave. But who would have thought that her godfather would let loose and have fun? After arriving, her godfather took her to meet Yennefer, who had the scent of currants and cloves, under the pretense of finding someone to teach her. However, Rachel really didn't know what the witches of this world could teach her, as she could easily defeat their magic. Then, her godfather's mindset collapsed because Yennefer had already been cursed with a djinn by Geralt. The djinn is a magical species in this world with powerful magical abilities. It was because of its magic that Yennefer and Geralt's fates became intertwined. This greatly displeased Leon. Although he had one last conversation with Yennefer, he couldn't win her heart. Thus, Leon and Rachel went on a world tour together. In the kingdom of Temeria, they encountered a red-haired Triss Merigold. The fiery-haired which was enthusiastic and quickly soothed Leon's wounded heart. Leon discovered that approaching these witches through magical communication was easier than he expected, one after another. This is because the witches in this world are long-lived beings who have lived for hundreds of years and are very uninhibited. Moreover, Leon also found that he had no resistance to red-haired women. The witches in the wizarding world are actually quite miserable. They are born with innate talents, but these talents make them extremely twisted and ugly. To use magic to make themselves beautiful, they must use reproductive materials, which leads to their inability to bear offspring. For witches, this is undoubtedly very tragic. For example, Yennefer was like this. She had a deformity in her back when she was young and used magic to become beautiful. However, Triss is different. Although Triss is also a natural witch, she is not ugly. Instead, she is naturally beautiful without the use of magic. Of course, the long life of witches has made them more uninhibited and casual in some aspects. However, Leon is just playing around, exchanging magic knowledge for a bit of affection. After that, it's all about moving forward. Thus, Rachel's mindset broke down. These shameless witches are too much. Yennefer and Triss are both quite casual, and there are countless witches in this world. Is she just here to watch Leon play? Moreover, this world is worse than Rachel imagined. The lower-class people are ignorant and fearful of witches and witch hunters. In short, this is a terribly flawed medieval society. Therefore, she doesn't want to stay here. After just a few days, she wants to leave. Knock, knock. She knocked on the door. At this time, the sorcerers of the Northern Kingdom had joined forces and defeated the Nilfgaardians. This battle was called the Battle of Sodden Hill. But 10 mages from the Northern Kingdom lost their lives, one of whom was believed to be Triss. However, Triss did not die. She was just seriously injured and had obvious scars on her body. That's why she was wearing a high-collared outfit when going out. The door opened, and Triss leaned against the threshold, casually draped in something, looking at Rachel and asking, "What is the matter, little girl?" Seeing the somewhat frivolous Triss, Rachel felt a surge of unexplained anger. She realized that these shameless witches were even more annoying than Harley Quinn. However, she didn't realize that during this time, she had already been PUA'd by Harley Quinn. Although Harley Quinn had been bullying them, she indeed brought laughter and joy to the three girls, making them accustomed to the fact that Harley Quinn was Leon's main partner. Once they saw this situation, they would feel impatient. After all, their modern thinking could not accept the godfather who was so reckless. Therefore, Leon did not expect that it was his own student who was stopping him from being reckless. "Where's my godfather?" Rachel said coldly. "He's still resting. We're about to leave." You might not want to leave yet, Triss chuckled lightly. It must be said that she's indeed a passionate red-haired beauty, and given Leon's lack of resistance to red hair, it was normal for him to be unable to refuse. Get away, you shameless witch, Rachel said in a low voice, a powerful magical force forcing Triss to step aside. This startled Triss. She had not realized that this girl could use magic, and her magical power was so strong. What kind of magic intensity is this? Triss was completely out of control and had to make way. She looked at Rachel with a changing expression. If Rachel had been in the battle back then, she could probably have defeated both sides mages alone. Triss's magic is actually quite strong, especially in the later battle of Kaer Morhen, where it seemed that the fireball she summoned could destroy the heavens and the earth. Of course, that's only in this world. Rachel's magic, regardless of which type, was difficult for the mages of this world to catch up with. Rachel ignored her and walked in, saying, "Godfather, we have to leave." "Where to?" Leon looked at the angry Rachel and suddenly felt a bit awkward. There was no helping it. When he used to play games, he was very greedy and chose the option to sleep together with Yennefer and Triss. Who would have thought this was a scam? He ended up with neither, let alone both together. Now that he was in this world, of course, he wanted to give it a try. But unexpectedly, he got carried away. There was nothing he could do. Triss was too enthusiastic, completely unlike the aloof Yennefer. She was as fiery as her red hair, always wearing a passionate smile and willing to try anything. Let's go to Kamar Taj, Rachel sighed. She had originally just wanted to see what Ciri's world was like, not really planning to stay. Now it was even more so. These witches were so shameless. Didn't they know what shame was? They clearly agreed to exchange magic, but then it led to other things. Rachel wasn't a child anymore. She had seen everything on the internet. Fine. Leon still wanted to visit the Duchy of Tautsan to see the Duchess and her sister, hoping to reconcile the two sisters. However, since Rachel didn't want to stay, that would have to wait for another time. He gave Trix a hug and said, "Trix, thank you for your hospitality. I have a spell that suits you." Since it was a magical exchange, he naturally wanted to give Trix real magic. "Are you all leaving? Where's Kamar Taj?" Trix felt as though she had touched upon the secrets of the world. She had never heard of Kamar Taj, and it sounded like it held a sense of magical mystery. Could there be many things in this world that she didn't know about? "I'll take you there if I get the chance." Leon didn't say much, as he and Triss hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. They were still in the initial stage of communication. Rachel helped Leon wipe his face. "Boss, could you be a bit more careful?" Looking at the lipstick on her hand, Leon chuckled awkwardly. Triss was just too enthusiastic. If it weren't for Rachel, he might not even want to leave the witching world. After all, the witches there were not only beautiful, but also very proactive and passionate. As long as he showed a bit of his magic, they would come to him just like Triss did. There was no helping it. They had a strong pursuit of magic. After all, they had lived for so long. And if it weren't for magic, they had little else to strive for. But now that he had left, there was no point in thinking about it. Leon was thinking about leaving when Trix had agreed to meet him for another exchange. The voice of Sorcerer Ancient One, Rachel, interrupted him. Leon came back to his senses and looked at the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, saying, "Ancient One." The Ancient One nodded slightly and smiled at the two, saying, "It seems that things have changed." Leon came to find her last time to seek a solution to Rachel's troubles. But why was it faster than she imagined? Yes, Leon told Master Gu about the events that had occurred during this time. In fact, his indulgence in the wizarding world was also due to the immense pressure he was under. Now that he had vented, he felt much better. However, as Rachel had predicted, the Mirror Master indeed dared not show up. They even flew into the sky and used magic to search, but the other party still did not dare to appear. After all, Rachel had a clear connection to the bloodline of the three palaces, and ordinary demon lords did not dare to provoke her. Only beings of the level of the Hell King would probably not be too afraid. After finishing his words, Leon said, "So, Master, I want Rachel to stay in Kamar Taj for a while. It's just right for her to learn magic." Rachel herself did not want to go to Asgard, as the Asgardians were somewhat exclusive, and she was still a sorceress. Without the strength of someone like Carla to impress the Asgardians, it was best not to go. "No problem," Master Gu readily agreed, and her gaze towards Rachel sparkled. She said, "Since Rachel will be studying in Kamar Taj, she must behave like the other sorcerers." Okay. Rachel did not refuse, but accepted the sorcerer's robes from Kamar Taj and began to study like the other sorcerers. However, since the magical systems were different, Master Gui would not require her to learn Kamar Taj magic. At most, she would practice some spiritual techniques. Once Rachel was taken down, Master Gu suddenly said to Leon, "Leon, I have an idea." "What idea?" Leon asked. "What if Rachel becomes the Supreme Sorcerer?" The bold idea from Master Wong shocked Leon at first. Huh? He immediately exclaimed, looking as surprised as an emoji. He never dreamed that such a thing was possible. But isn't the Supreme Sorcerer strange? Leon asked. This made the Ancient One shake her head and smile, saying, this is merely a choice I made from time. Anyone has the potential to become the Sorcerer Supreme. The choice lies with me, not with time. She spoke with profound depth, just as the Ancient One often says. Those who manipulate time will ultimately be manipulated by it. Therefore, she only observes and does not make changes, although sometimes she could be a bit willful. Because this choice is entirely outside of time, it is not manipulation of time. In the timeline, she could choose others as well, but the effect would not be as good. The Ancient One simply chose the path that was the best option for her. I find this disagreeable. Leon expresses his thoughts. Rachel is not from this universe. She will eventually have to go back. This makes Master Gu-E smile slightly, but she can be like you. Your presence has already broken the barriers and changed everything. Leon had no better solution. In the end, the two discussed and could only say, let Rachel choose for herself. Life is about making one's own choices. If Leon or anyone else forced her to choose, she would definitely not be happy. Even Leon did not know how Rachel would choose. This was a novel experience for the Ancient One as well. It was an option completely absent from the timeline. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. However, Leon felt somewhat anxious. He was afraid of losing Rachel. After all, he had never imagined that he would make Rachel a supreme sorceress. Wouldn't it be better for her to stay in the wizarding world and join the wizarding assembly? However, those wizards wouldn't be able to teach Rachel anything. Instead, they would probably want her to teach them. Regardless, Rachel had indeed settled down in Camartage. No matter how powerful the three sanctums were, they could not sense Rachel breaking through the west wall and had no idea where she had gone. Rachel also no longer had the magic of the three sanctums, allowing her to finally relax and drift daily in the ocean of magic. Under the guidance of the Supreme Sorceress, her power began to grow continuously stronger. The Ancient One was very patient with her, compared to her teaching of Strange. This was simply two extremes. How impatient was the Ancient One with Strange? She first tossed him into a snowy wilderness to learn about portals, then tried to force his growth, almost wishing to enroll him in a magic crash course. By the time Strange had a bit of magical ability, she chose to retire. This made Leon think he was watching the Supreme Sorceress just wanting to retire. But now, the Ancient One was extremely patient with Rachel, and Rachel's talent was exceptional. She didn't need to be impatient. Rachel could grasp magical knowledge easily. Moreover, Rachel didn't need to borrow magic like other Camartage sorcerers. She possessed powerful dark energy, which even Dormammu would find tempting. It's ridiculous that she would need to borrow magic. As long as Rachel learned to control this dark energy instead of suppressing it, she could become incredibly powerful. Thus, the Ancient One was constantly helping her learn how to control this energy and turn it into her own. One can only say that Rachel found a good teacher. No one else could help her achieve this. It was like Professor X. He could only suppress. From this perspective, the reason Jean Grey did not master the Phoenix Force was that she encountered Professor X, not the Supreme Sorceress. During this time, Leon stayed here to accompany Rachel, making her feel less lonely. However, once she fully adapted, she found her old father a bit annoying. Godfather, why aren't you leaving yet? Seeing Rachel's disdain for him, Leon's mindset collapsed. She had grown up. His daughter had truly grown up. Perhaps sensing that she had hurt Leon's feelings, Rachel added, Godfather, my birthday is coming up. Can you bring me a gift next time? For Leon, gifts are the most troublesome. He always tried to avoid such matters. Even when he gave Harley Quinn something, it was just flowers. But now that he thought about it, it seemed a bit out of touch with the larger community. In Western culture, giving gifts to each other is quite normal. However, Leon had not really given his goddaughters gifts until now. Although he felt he had given them everything, the form still mattered. Just like how Westerners always say I love you, Leon had gotten used to it. If he didn't say it for a day, Harley Quinn and the others would get upset. Although it was just a formality, it could convey warmth, which might be the right thing after all. Thinking this way, Leon realized that over the past year, he hadn't given Kara and the others any birthday gifts. He felt somewhat ashamed. Although as a grown man, he didn't like celebrating birthdays. His dislike didn't mean his goddaughters didn't enjoy them. Therefore, the idea of giving them gifts now made Leon a bit flustered. He felt that whatever he gave would seem ordinary. As a father, he wanted to give them the best, which naturally had to be extraordinary. After thinking for a long time, Leon had no clue and could only ponder slowly. He bid farewell to Rachel and Master Gu-E and returned to Gotham. Over this period, it seemed that only their family's life had changed. With Rachel gone, Kara and Ciri were somewhat unaccustomed. Originally, the three of them happily went to school together, but now there were only two. They were all afraid of the moment when they would be left alone. People are fearful of loneliness. Even Kryptonians feel the same way. Liang's return brought them a sense of relief. Rachel went to Kamartaj, and you can go visit her anytime if you miss her. Liang smiled and said, hearing the words of the Godfather, they felt a bit more at ease. Godfather, my hometown. Siri looked at Liang and asked, there's good news, Siri. There are still resistance forces in Sintra, led by Marshal Viskid, fighting for the liberation of Sintra. Liang spoke up. This has naturally been processed a bit, but this was enough to make Siri feel comforted. She now had the ability to protect herself. She learned swordsmanship and close combat from Wonder Woman, and then studied magic in Asgard and Kamartaj, awakening her ancient bloodline. So, Siri suddenly said, Godfather, I want to go back and lead them. Liang looked at her, patted her head, and said, at your age, do you think they will listen to you? Besides, do you know how to lead them? At most, you could just be a mascot. Hearing Liang's blunt words, Shili immediately pursed her lips. Then when can I go back? Shili asked. Liang breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Siri would go back to face death. After all, swords and blades have no eyes, and Siri is still too young. She doesn't have an absolute advantage yet. When you grow a little older, focus on learning magic first, Liang said to her. The two then made a pact. Although Siri is a genius, mastering magic requires time. Unless one has a rapid learning experience like Kamartaj. But even strange, after learning Kamartaj's quick magic took several months. Siri still needs to study magic for at least a few more years. It has been 2 months since Bruce Wayne met the Amazons and Atlanteans. But only today did they finally receive news. Because Leon and the others saw it on the news. Queen Atlanta and Queen Hippolyta are going to give a speech at the United Nations. Leon was watching TV. After just waking up, it seemed like the whole world had changed. News from around the world was proclaiming the Atlanteans and the Amazons from Paradise Island. This is when Leon realized that it wasn't that Bruce Wayne was inactive. Rather, he was holding back something significant. With Bruce Wayne, the chess player, providing support, the Atlanteans and Amazons successfully made contact with the higher-ups and began discussions with the United Nations. The positive outcome indicated that both sides were satisfied. This also proved that from now on, the Atlanteans and Amazons would engage in normal trade with humanity. However, this clearly had little to do with ordinary people. Such dealings would inevitably involve capitalists, and for ordinary people, being able to travel to Atlantis and boost the local economy would be quite an achievement. With the various news reports, humanity also became aware of the real existence of Atlantis and even its appearance. As for Paradise Island, when men learned that it was inhabited solely by women, they couldn't help but exclaim that it was indeed paradise, and they wanted to go play on the island. Unfortunately, they soon found out that only women could go to the island, while men were not allowed. From ancient times to the present, there have been few exceptions. It seemed that now only Leon could go there safely. Just then, Leon's phone rang. He picked it up to see that General Antiope was calling. Leon, my sister wants to see you. Following that, Leon heard General Antiope say, you two together? What are you talking about? General Antiope was momentarily speechless, but it also reminded her. Since you want to, that's fine, but there are important matters. Where are you? Leon, upon hearing the important matter, didn't have the energy to think too much. For the people of Amazon, there wasn't anything too important. Since they all considered it important, it must be genuinely important. We are at the Wayne Hotel in Gotham. Leon hurried out, and along the way, he noticed that Gotham had not changed much. The weather was still gloomy, as if the whole place was in a terrible state. But this is Gotham. Wayne Hotel, a building that combines the functions of a bar, hotel, and more. It is rumored to be the strongest hotel in Gotham. Even if the entire city falls, only this place will remain unscathed. Leon got out of the car and was about to walk in when he was stopped by a woman. Are you Leon? The woman had smooth black hair, soft features, and emerald green eyes, combined with her cold expression that exuded a strong, dominant aura. She was wearing a black, off-shoulder fitted dress, and around her neck was a black choker, with shoulders as sharp as if they had been chiseled. Leon carefully examined the person and confirmed that he did not recognize her. I am. May I ask who you are, madam? Leon maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, but the woman didn't say anything, only spoke up. We need to talk. Of course, but after this, I have important matters to attend to. Leon nodded. She could only helplessly say, then when you're done, be sure to come find me, my room number. She immediately gave Leon an address. If it weren't for her serious appearance, Leon still thought about what she wanted to do. Introduction. Leon is young and unmarried, yet has 2 adopted daughters. Good news. When he reaches a certain level of familiarity, Leon can gain the superpowers of his two daughters. The first adopted daughter comes from outer space, and her spaceship has an S symbol on it. She always remembers that she came to Earth to find her cousin, until she discovers that her cousin has somehow turned into her brother. The second adopted daughter has silver hair and bright green eyes, always shouting about finding some white wolf Geralt, claiming he is the son of destiny, and insists that she is the true princess.